To better live off women and conquer the campus bell, I swallowed 10 chunga pills in one go. Not only did I avoid any drug backlash, but my kidneys even upgraded to golden level all because I awakened the ultimate system where every action I take triggers a 10,000x critical hit. At this moment, I was discussing the Lagrange mean value theorem with the campus belle, Mu Yenran, on the playground when she suddenly shoved a vitality potion into my hands and said, "Xian Yuan Che, the assessment is in 3 days. This is a grade D vitality potion, drink it when you get home." Hearing the words grade D vitality potion, my heart skipped a beat. Such a potion costs at least 200,000 yuan. Mu Yenran really is a sugar mommy. Overwhelmed with excitement, I hugged her long legs in gratitude. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, host detected. Critical hit system version 1.0 activated. Any action taken by the host may trigger a critical hit. Ding, detecting a vitality potion on the host. Novice protection triggered. Consuming the potion will guarantee a critical hit. Hearing the system's prompts, I took out the potion and thought, a grade D vitality potion boosts vitality by 50 to 70 points depending on one's talent. Very few families in Jiang'an City can afford this. It's a game changer for a weakling like me, whose vitality was originally just 2.5. Without hesitation, I opened the potion and drank it. The moment it went down, the system chimed again. Ding, host has consumed a grade D potion. Tenfold critical hit triggered. Vitality increased by 530 points. Feeling the surge of energy and checking the system's stats panel, I confirmed I had broken through to a level 5 martial artist. In this world, 1 point of vitality is roughly equivalent to 10 gene of strength, meaning I just gained 5,300 gene of power in an instant. Estimating silently, I figured my current vitality should easily rank me as the top student in the entire school. Meanwhile, back in class 3 of grade 12, a buzzcut student quietly approached Yang Wei and whispered, "Bro Yang, I just saw Mu Yenran give Xian Yuan Che a grade D vitality potion." Yang Wei's eyes lit up, and he grinned. "Good job," he said, patting the student's shoulder as if the potion was already as good as his. The class bell rang, and homeroom teacher Lu Yuan walked into the classroom right on time. Class begins. Turn to page 76 of Classification of Oceanic Beasts. Today, we'll be covering the oceanic beast, the giant whale king. I usually hated attending class, but hearing about the beast piqued my interest. I immersed myself in the book's descriptions when, a few minutes later, an unexpected sound rang out. Ding. Detected host reading information about the giant whale king. Triggered 10,000x critical hit. Congratulations, host has obtained the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight can scan living beings to view their information. Staring at the sudden system notification, I froze. Whoa, even this can trigger a critical hit? And a 10,000x one at that? Then, I turned my gaze toward Lu Yuan on the podium, and his stats automatically popped up. Name, Lu Yuan vitality, 354 points level, 3rd rank martial artist. Weakness, when fighting him, seize the opportunity to strike his lower body for an instant victory. Seeing the displayed information, I realized just how powerful the Eye of Insight was. It didn't just show cultivation levels but even pinpointed weaknesses. To test the ability further, I glanced around at my classmates, and their stats popped up one by one. By the time I finished scanning the entire class, the bell for the end of class rang. Lu Yuan looked at the students and said sternly, "Finally, I have a few announcements. College entrance exam registration is this Sunday, and the requirement is 100 vitality points. Those who are still falling short, go home and put in some extra effort. Also, starting today, you've officially graduated. Kai Koen, come up here and hand out the diplomas." "Yes, teacher." Kai Koen, wearing suspenders, stepped up to the podium and began distributing the diplomas to everyone. I had just stepped out of the classroom with my diploma when I heard a few coughs. Turning toward the sound, I saw Yang Wei and a buzzcut student staring at me. I recognized the buzzcut student. I'd seen him in the office earlier. He must have eavesdropped on my conversation with Mu Yenran, which was why Yang Wei was now targeting me. Yang Wei stepped forward directly, speaking with an arrogant demeanor. "Xian Yuan Che, I heard Mu Yenran gave you a D grade Qi blood potion. Can you lend it to me? I'll return it later." Though his words suggested borrowing, his domineering expression told a different story. I smirked slightly. "If it's a loan, when will you return it?" My question clearly caught Yang Wei off guard. A buzzcut student beside him grew impatient and grabbed my collar. "When Yang Gu asks to borrow it, you just hand it over. Stop with the nonsense." Before he could finish, I slapped him unconscious. "Less talk, no need for violence." "I hate people who resort to force," I said coldly, glancing at the unconscious student. Seeing me knock out his lackey with a single punch, Yang Wei's face flashed with surprise before turning into a sneer. No wonder you dare to ask about returning it. So your strength has improved. Even though I'd taken down his underling effortlessly, Yang Wei still didn't take me seriously. Done with words, I raised my right hand and unleashed my innate body tempering fist. What? Yang Wei tried to dodge, but my fist was faster. Another heavy blow landed on his chest, accompanied by a loud crack as his ribs shattered, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, my mind was bombarded with system notifications. Ding. Detected host using rudimentary martial skill body tempering fist. Proficiency +1, triggering 8000x critical hit proficiency plus 8000. Body tempering fist proficiency reached 1000 advanced to mastery. Body tempering fist proficiency reached 2000 advanced to minor achievement. Body tempering fist proficiency reached 4000 advanced to major achievement. Body tempering fist proficiency reached 8000 advanced to perfection. The flood of alerts left me stunned. How did I just get an 8000x critical hit? Yang Wei, sprawled on the ground, struggled to pull out a healing potion and drank it. As his injuries partially recovered, he clutched his chest and stood up shakily, his eyes filled with terror. How did you become so strong? Earlier, when I knocked out his lackey, he assumed I'd only reached level 2 warrior. But this punch had shattered multiple ribs. My strength had to be at least level 5 warrior. I sneered coldly, stepped forward, and forcefully patted Yang Wei's shoulder. Brother Yang, I hope you can return the resources you borrowed from me as soon as possible. Before I could finish, Yang Wei hurriedly nodded. Yes, brother, I'll return those resources to you in a few days. Originally, Yang Wei wanted to delay for half a month, but upon seeing my narrowed eyes, he immediately changed his tone. Get lost, I said coldly. Yang Wei didn't even glance at his fallen subordinate, clutching his chest as he staggered away step by step. Watching Yang Wei's retreating figure, my gaze grew even colder. Having read countless novels, I naturally understood the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots. But this was a school, not the most appropriate place, and I truly despised those who resorted to violence at the drop of a hat. After hesitating for 2 seconds, I reluctantly decided to send Yang Wei back to his hometown in a few days. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, as he walked away, thought viciously, damn Xin Yuanche, just wait until my brother returns. I'll make sure he cripples you. After returning home, I pulled out a slightly dusty bank card from under the bed. It had a total of 7,321.32 yuan, a mix of bills and coins. This paltry sum wasn't even enough to buy a low-grade blood chi powder, let alone a proper blood chi potion. It seemed I'd have to rely on soft rice for now. Soon after, Mu Yanran answered the phone. Hello, what do you need? Her gentle voice came through. I rubbed my nose, hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke. After all, wouldn't it be foolish to pass up the chance to eat soft rice from the most beautiful school belle? Actually, I wanted to borrow some money from you. How much do you need? Mu Yanran didn't ask why, she went straight to the amount. I did a quick calculation, 300,000. Do you have that? Of course. Hold on. After I gave her my account number, Mu Yanran hung up. 1 minute later, my phone rang with a notify. Cat from Jianya Bank about a new deposit. When I checked the balance, my eyes widened in shock. 700,000 yuan had been transferred from China Construction Bank. Staring at the number, I was stunned and could only think, is this what it means to be a sugar mommy? Ding, the system has activated the achievement system. Ding, detected that the host has received financial support twice in a row. Congratulations on completing the achievement. I love eating soft rice. Reward obtained, Soft Rice Man Aura, which increases charm when equipped. Wow, even this can earn a reward, and the name of this reward is so peculiar. Walking on the road, Shen Yuanche looked at the balance on his cell phone as he estimated it in his mind. 700,000, can go buy a few chi and blood potions. Following the route in his memory, he arrived at a martial arts resource chain store. He also looked at the clothes he was wearing before going in. The pants that were washed and somewhat discolored. That said, I won't encounter a novel like that and be looked down upon by the waitress, right? Shen Yuanche muttered before pushing the door and walking in. Just after pushing the door open and walking in, the waitress came up to the front and looked at Shen Yuanche with a smile. Sir, may I ask what you would like to order? Shen Yuanche, I want to buy some chi and blood potions. Okay, this way please. The waiter's attitude was surprisingly good. There was no perfunctory response at all because of Shen Yuanche's attire. Seeing the waiter's attitude, Shen Yuanche thought to himself. Actually not being mocked, sure enough reality is still not that brainless. Soon, the attendant brought Xian Yuan-che to an area that was specialized in placing qi and blood potions. This is a D-grade qi and blood potion, and this is a C-grade qi and blood potion. One by one, the attendant introduced them to Xian Yuan-che. Looking at the prices under those potions, Xian Yuan-che nodded. Give me 3 D-grade qi and blood potions. 3? And it's still D-grade. Are you sure? Hearing Xian Yuan-che say that he wanted 3 D-grade qi and blood potions, the waiter was a bit shocked. This was because the contrast between Xian Yuan-che's attire and what he had bought was just too great. 3 D-grade qi and blood potions would cost $600,000. Xian Yuan-che nodded his head. That's right, 3 D-grade qi and blood potions. Good. The attendant hurriedly took the 3 qi blood potions down carefully. Although the qi and blood potions weren't that fragile, she still didn't dare to be careless. In case she broke one, she couldn't afford to pay for it. The two of them returned to the front desk, and after the attendant loaded these 3 qi blood potions, she handed them to Xian Yuan-che with a smile on her face. The 3D grade qi blood potions total $600,000. Swipe your card. Xian Yuan-che took out his bank card. The attendant received the bank card with both hands. After more than 10 seconds, Xian Yuan-che took back the bank card and walked out. 3D qi blood potions, if one of them triggers a blitz, that would be awesome. Xian Yuan-che, who was walking on the road, looked at the qi blood potions in his hands and thought in his heart. Halfway down the road, Xian Yuan-che discovered a club. Ouyang Martial Arts Club. He directly pronounced the name of this club. He knew about this club. It was said to be one of the top clubs in Jiang'an Bay City. The training room inside was fully functional, and it was said to have a simulated battle function. Holding the mindset of giving it a try, he directly pushed open the door and walked in. Hello sir, may I ask what service is required? The front desk lady asked towards Xian Yuan-che with a smile on her face. Open a beginner's training room for me for an hour. Xian Yuan-che took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Alright sir, beginner's training room, $500 an hour. The receptionist took the bank card and started a flurry of operations. Soon, the attendant handed a white card to Xian Yuan-che. This is the door card for the primary training room. Thank you. Xian Yuan-che took the door card and walked deeper into the club. Before he could take a few steps, he once again heard the attendant's voice. Missy, you're here. With some curiosity, he turned around and looked towards the door. A woman with long white hair and a somewhat high and cold temperament walked in. Seeing this woman, Xian Yuan-che was somewhat surprised. It was actually her, Ouyang Baixue. Ouyang Baixue was one of the school beauties of Jiang'an First Martial Arts Advanced High School. Moreover, the Qi blood ranking was still the first in the entire school. It was said to be more than 20 points higher than Mu Yenran, who was second. I didn't realize that this club was actually owned by her family, so rich. Perhaps it was because Xian Yuan-che had been staring for too long. Ouyang Baixue frowned and looked at Xian Yuan-che. When she saw Xian Yuan-che's appearance, there was some surprise on her face. It's actually him? It was obvious that she recognized Xian Yuan-che. Xian Yuan-che withdrew his gaze and turned around to walk towards the inside. Missy, do you recognize him? The waitress asked with some curiosity. I've only met him a few times. She still had a relatively good impression of Xian Yuan-che. Not because of how handsome Xian Yuan-che was, but because of Mu Yanyan. As Mu Yanyan's rival, she naturally paid more attention to Mu Yanyan. Because Mu Yanyan was closer to Xian Yuan-che, she also had some understanding of Xian Yuan-che. She had also heard about some of Xian Yuan-che's deeds. He was at the bottom of the Qi blood grade, and was even more crotchety than most of the first-year high school students. Arriving in front of a junior training room, he took the card in his hand and dripped it at the door. The door automatically opened. The field inside came into view. No wonder it takes 500 an hour. Looking at those high-tech equipment inside, Xian Yuan-che was somewhat emotional. Even if it was a primary training room, there were nearly 400 square feet, gravity room, simulation room, combat, everything. Xian Yuan-che entered into the training room, sat down on the spot, and took out the qi and blood potions. 3 qi and blood potions, let's hope that we can trigger a blast. After opening the bottle cap, he directly poured the qi and blood potion into his mouth. After drinking it, the system's beep did not come. A warm current appeared in his body as he broke through to a rank 6 martial artist. Immediately afterward, he opened the second chi and blood potion. After waiting for a few seconds, the system's beep did not come. Finally, he opened the third chi and blood potion. It's the last one, system, you have to be powerful. Xian Yuanche prayed before drinking the last chi blood potion. After drinking it, the system's beep came. Ding! Detection reached the host taking 1D grade chi and blood potion, gaining 53 points of chi and blood value, triggering. Chapter 5 First Grade Martial Artist. Ding! Detected the host taking 1 grade D chi and blood potion, gaining 53 points of chi and blood value, triggering an 11-fold surge, 53 points raised to 583 points. Chi and blood, 1287 2000 First Grade Martial Master. I can't believe I'm a level 1 martial master. Is this the charm of being open? With 1,287 points of Chi blood, it had pulled away from Ouyang Baixue, who ranked first in terms of Chi blood, by nearly 700 points. It could even be compared to some of the teachers in the school. After sitting for half a minute, he got up and walked towards the simulation room. The first thing to do after boosting his strength was of course to have a few good fights. After walking into the simulation room, a mechanical female voice rang out. Welcome to the simulation battle room, please choose your opponent. A light window appeared in front of Xian Yuanche. First level martial artist, I think. Alright, please wait. As soon as the words fell, a virtual person appeared not far from Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche curiously walked in front of the avatar. Is this a virtual person? It's said to be 100% restoration of a real person, and it will also have the pain of a real person. Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. The eye of probing was activated. Name, virtual number 2434. Gender, male. Chi and blood, 1001 2000 First grade martial artist. Breathing method, none. Martial art, D grade, broken fist. Weakness. Sure enough, it's a virtual human. After looking at it for a while longer, he returned to his original position and spoke, prepare to begin. The mechanical female voice sounded again. The battle begins in 3 seconds, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. When it came to 1, Xian Yuanche took an arrow step and rushed in front of the virtual man to execute the forged body fist. Bang! The virtual person didn't react for a moment and was directly hit in the chest by his fist, flying out backwards. Xian Yuanche pursued the attack and once again rushed in front of the virtual man, wanting to execute the forged body fist once again. This time, the virtual man reacted and put his hands together to directly block Xian Yuanche's punch. Humph! Seeing his attack being blocked, Xian Yuanche sneered. With his right foot, he kicked directly towards the virtual person's crotch. Hit! Ah! The virtual man screamed miserably as he covered his crotch. He pointed his empty right hand at Xian Yuanche. You don't speak martial. Before he could finish speaking, the virtual man disappeared. The battle is over. The mechanical female voice came again. Xian Yuanche's face was a little embarrassed. He had just thrown a kick out of the blue, but he didn't expect it to actually hit, and it seemed to have exploded his eggs. Let's have a second-level martial artist. Okay. Another avatar appeared not far from Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took an arrow step forward and continued to perform forged body fist. Ding! Host uses the forged body fist, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing its power by 10 times. Bang! The virtual person was directly sent flying out and stuck to the wall. Instantaneous seconds. Xian Yuanche's own strength coupled with the increase of the forged body fist, the strength of one punch was a full 17,870 pounds. Coupled with the system-triggered 10-fold blast, the strength came to over 170,000 pounds. This was comparable to a grade 1 martial general. Naturally, an avatar that was only a grade 2 martial artist could not resist. The virtual person stuck to the wall and stretched out his right hand tremblingly to point at Xian Yuanche. You're a grade 1 martial general, why have you come to bully me? After saying that, the virtual person's right hand drooped. The battle is over. The mechanical female voice came again. It's not enjoyable. Looking at the virtual man that gradually disappeared, Xian Yuanche was somewhat bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that the probability of this blitz was actually so high, and it carried out a blitz without getting to the bottom of the guarantee. Forget it, it's better to go experience the other features. Just after walking out of the virtual room, he seemed to have thought of something and walked back in. Forging fist. Forging fist. Forging fist. Forging body fist x7. After performing the forging fist for the 10th time, the system's beep came. Ding. Detected that the host has not yet triggered a blitz using the forged body fist 10 times, triggering the guaranteed mechanism. The next time you use the forged body fist, you will definitely trigger a blitz. Sure enough. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche couldn't stop the elation on his face. Just now, it was just a whim to see if he could card such a loophole. I didn't expect that it would actually work. Host, you're really resourceful. The system spat out somewhat helplessly. In a certain advanced training room of the club, Ouyang Baixue was constantly tangling with a female avatar. On the side, there was also a beautiful woman watching all this with her hands clasped over her chest. Transforming cloud palm. Ouyang Baixue formed her 5 fingers into a palm and slapped it towards the avatar in front of her. Bang! Ka-ching! The virtual man's chest made a sound and flew backwards. The battle is over. Phew! Ouyang Baixue let out a sigh of relief after seeing the virtual man defeated. The beautiful woman watching the battle nodded with some satisfaction. Not bad, as a rank 6 martial artist, you were actually able to defeat a rank 9 martial artist avatar. Little Snow, your cloud transforming palm should be at a small level of success. Ouyang Baixue nodded. Well, after practicing for more than 2 months, I have already reached minor accomplishment a few days ago. Xian Yuanche left the club only after experiencing the entire time in the combat room. At the same time, he had roughly estimated his current strength. Relying on the blast guarantee, it was more than enough to defeat a rank 3 or 4 martial artist. Of course, if the multiplier was higher, beating a rank 9 martial artist wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 6: The Collapsed Mu Tianlin. And Yang Wei's side dragged his body into the house. Because of his injuries, it caused him to have to take a break after walking for a while, and he wanted to take a taxi, but realized he didn't have any money with him. That's why it took more than an hour to get back home. When he returned home and opened the door, he saw a youth sitting on the sofa with his hands on his chest. The moment he saw the youth, Yang Wei had a happy face. Big brother. He didn't expect his big brother to actually come back at this time. Yang Bin nodded and looked at Yang Wei's face with a slight frown. Beaten by whom? Yang Wei somewhat gritted his teeth and said, "What happened today?" Yang Bin let out a cold snort after hearing this. Humph. Rubbish. Take me to him tomorrow. A member of my Yang family is not someone he can beat up whenever he wants. Yang Wei's face was joyful. Good. I know where his house is. His elder brother had gotten into a third-rate martial arts university a year ago, and was rumored to have been accepted as a disciple by a certain professor inside, and now his realm was at least a first-class martial artist. Taking down a Xian Yuanche was simply easy. Returning home, Xian Yuanche opened the lunchbox in his hand and started eating. When he passed by a restaurant just now, he saw that the Fierce Beast Meat fast food was actually 20% off. Seeing that there was a discount, he bought 2 servings to eat. Soon, the 2 meals were swept away by Xian Yuanche. I actually didn't eat enough. He somewhat helplessly touched his stomach. He probably knew a little bit about why this was. It was probably because the consumption after reaching Martial Master was too great, and those ferocious beasts' meat like those sold by the restaurant were basically those of first-rank ferocious beasts. For a Martial Master, the energy intake was simply not enough. He could only go downstairs again and buy a few more servings of meat. After eating, playing with his cell phone for a while and taking a bath, he slept beautifully. At the same time, inside the Mu family villa, Mu Tianlin looked at the information on his cell phone with a face full of black lines. Xian Yuanche, 68 points of qi and blood, both parents dead, family in poverty. Seeing this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Then he thought of his precious daughter's shy appearance. He then had a bit of a double take. He thought of a famous stock from the olden days of that time. Old dang, is it safe for my ghost fire to be parked under your building? Thinking of this, Mu Tianlin winced. Coincidentally, a phone call came in. Mu Tianlin pressed the answer button. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, $700,000 was transferred out of the lady's account a few hours ago. Mu Tianlin was unimpressed. It's only $700,000, just transfer it. Why do you have to tell me about such a small thing? But it wasn't taken to buy resources while, it was transferred to a student. The voice on the other end of the phone said more and more quietly. What? After hearing these words, an ominous premonition surged in Mu Tianlin's heart. He tentatively opened his mouth and asked, "Is that student's name Xian Yuan Che?" The assistant on the other end of the phone hurriedly responded, "Yes, it's called Xian Yuan Che." "So you know him, boss?" "Nothing more than." After saying that assistant hung up the phone. Mu Tianlin? Splat. The cell phone fell to the ground. He shivered and picked the phone up from the ground. No. Early the next morning, Mu Yanran was startled when she came down from upstairs. Her own father, Mu Tianlin, was smoking a cigarette with a disheveled face. "Dad, did something happen?" Mu Tianlin turned his head to look at Mu Yanran and sighed. "You transferred $700,000 to a kid named Xian Yuan Che yesterday, right?" Mu Yanran's face stagnated. She nodded somewhat sheepishly. It was a transfer of $700,000. Alas. Mu Tianlin sighed again. "That one called Xian Yuan Che, his chi and blood is only 68 points, your chi and blood is almost 600 points now, right, you?" He didn't say the rest. He actually wasn't one of those snobs. Mainly with Xian Yuan Che's profile, the qualification was really strangely poor. Even if he piled it up with a large amount of resources, he would be a martial master at the end of the day. His own daughter's future achievements would be at least a martial general above a marshal's own. With the help from her father-in-law's side, becoming a martial king would not be a problem. Two people need not say anything else, just say life expectancy. The difference between the life expectancy of a martial arts song and a martial arts master is more than double A. Did he want his precious daughter to be a widow for the rest of her life? Mu Yanran on the side pursed her lips after a moment of silence. "Dad, Xian Yuan Che is very nice. When I was in the orphanage as a child, he was the one who often protected me." Finished. Mu Tianlin's heart went cold. After hearing his daughter say these words, he realized that his family's cabbage was going to be arched. But he still wanted to struggle a bit. "Anyway, it's better for you to have less contact with that kid, and you haven't graduated yet. Also, even though today is Saturday, you're not allowed to go anywhere. I'll send someone to keep an eye on you." After saying that, Mu Tianlin turned around and left. He would like to see if this Xian Yuan Che had grown 3 legs or 4 eyes, causing his daughter to become like this. Downstairs of Xian Yuan Che's rental house, Yang Wei brought Yang Bin downstairs. "Brother, that kid's home is here." Chapter 7 Storming Yang Bin, Mu Tianlin's shock. Yang Wei stood downstairs and pointed to the 4th floor where Xian Yuan Che was. "Yang Bin, you go tell him to come down." "What? I'll go?" Yang Wei scrunched his neck at the words. His chest was still aching. If he went up, wouldn't he be beaten up again? But after looking at his own big brother's eyes, Yang Wei gritted his teeth and walked up the stairs. Yang Bin just stood downstairs and waited. Bang bang bang. Xian Yuan Che, who was sleeping in bed, was woken up by this sudden sound. Early in the morning, who is it? Rubbing his eyes and opening the door, he met Yang Wei, who was once again ready to tap on the door. After seeing that it was Yang Wei, Xian Yuan Che's face became even more ugly. "What's the matter? Is it ready to return resources to me?" After seeing Xian Yuan Che's ugly face, Yang Wei shrunk his neck. "It was brought, it's right below." Xian Yuan Che looked at Yang Wei's vain eyes and saw with a glance that he was lying. A thought rose in his heart. This kid, he wouldn't have called the old one to beat me up, right? After all, that's how novels are written. "Well, I know, you go down and wait for a few minutes first." After saying that, Xian Yuan Che closed the door with one hand. Yang Wei didn't think much about it and could only nod repeatedly. More than 10 seconds later, Xian Yuan Che quietly came to the door to take a look, and after realizing that Yang Wei wasn't there, he hurriedly opened the door and headed upstairs. In a flash of smoke, he arrived at the rooftop of the building. This rental house had a total of 6 floors, and the surrounding rental houses were also like 5 or 6 floors. With a few jumps, he jumped to the next building. After jumping a few buildings, he stopped. The top floor here just happened to have a full view of the building he lived in. He peeked half his head over the parapet quietly towards the ground. After just one look, he shrunk back. Name, Yang Bin. Chi and blood, 1210-2000 first grade martial artist. Technique, Yuan Chi breathing method grade C. Martial skill, grade C, one-line finger proficient grade D, self-palace gun technique grand finish. Weakness, due to the recent frequent drilling of the gun technique, the right hand muscle has been severely strained and has not yet fully recovered. After reading the information, Xian Yuanche let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that this Yang Wei had found some kind of strong person to him. It turned out to be just a small martial artist. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and jumped back to his rental building. Not long after Xian Yuanche left, Mu Tianlin happened to arrive not far away. Looking at Xian Yuanche's flickering back, Mu Tianlin reached into his pants pocket. There was a bank card there. Let's hope this brat is sensible. He then looked at Yang Bin on the opposite side. Yang Bin had not collected his own aura, and Mu Tianlin could probably tell Yang Bin's realm. Look at this chi and blood, at least it's a first martial master, and by the looks of it, it's probably here to find trouble with that kid. 68 points of chi and blood, against a first-level martial master? It's estimated that he'll be beaten to a pulp, right? Forget it, for the sake of my precious daughter, I'll step in to save you later. Mu Tianlin said to himself, as if he had already seen Yang Bin violently beating Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche directly came downstairs. When Yang Bin was a little impatient, he saw Xian Yuanche who had already walked down. Yang Wei, who was at the side, had a happy face when he saw this. Big brother, he came down. I saw it. Yang Bin nodded his head. He walked to Xian Yuanche. Kid, I heard that you beat up my brother and told him to return any resources to you? Xian Yuanche pretended to nod his head and spoke in a somewhat puzzled manner. That's right, are you here to return resources for him? Ha! Yang Bin smiled disdainfully, placing his left hand on Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Kid, my brother is giving you face by lending you resources. Mu Tianlin, who was not far away, saw the scene and was ready to step in to help Xian Yuanche. But Xian Yuanche's next move left him stumped in place. Xian Yuanche didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Bin, took a step back, pulled a bit of distance, and lifted his hand to execute a forged body fist towards Yang Bin. If Yang Bin was a rank 5 martial artist, he might have conceded. But unfortunately, this Yang Bin was only a first-level martial artist. Weaker than him, then don't blame him for not being polite. Ding! Host's use of forged body fist detected, triggering a twofold blitz. The punch that triggered the guaranteed blitz hit Yang Bin's chest right on the spot. Yang Bin, who did not have the slightest defense, was directly sent flying out. Boom! The powerful impact directly sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away, crashing into the wall of the building across the street. The wall instantly cracked. Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Yang Wei, who had yet to react. With a slap, he knocked him to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the fight was over. Mu Tianlin, who was watching the battle, had already been stunned. Originally, he was already prepared to save Xian Yuanche, but he didn't expect Xian Yuanche to be so fierce. My goodness! This is 68 points of chi blood? Mu Tianlin was shocked beyond belief after seeing Xian Yuanche send Yang Bin flying with one punch. After the shock passed, he took out his cell phone again. After seeing Xian Yuanche's chi blood that was indeed 68 points, he hastily added 2 zeros up. After all, Xian Yuanche just punched, you say he is 6,800 points of chi blood, he even believe ah. Cough cough cough. Yang Bin struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, his appearance was already in a sorry state, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose, and his chest sunken in. The current Yang Bin looked at Xian Yuanche with fear in his eyes. He remembered what his brother had told him before he came. Brother, that Xian Yuanche holds up 600 chi blood. This is 600 points of chi blood? After finishing this sentence with difficulty, Yang Bin fell back to the ground with a thud. Not far away, Xian Yuanche's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Just when he wanted to make a move, the sound of a police car coming out rang out. Beep blah 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 blah. The familiar sound of the police caused the killing intent in Xian Yuanche's eyes to temporarily disappear. Chapter 11 Death. Killing people in this world was also against the law. Although a martial artist would get a lighter sentence for murder, they still had to go in and squat for half a year. He looked up and looked around. There was no surveillance. But he was still uneasy and asked towards the system in his mind, System, are there any witnesses nearby? Ding! There's a witness with a realm at the 9th level of Martial Master. There really is. Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised, then looked at Yang Bin. Forget it, let's leave you guys alive first. Yang Bin and the others died in Chapter 11. Xian Yuanche decided to quietly touch Yang Wei's house again tonight and kill them. It won't be dead, right? He came to Yang Bin's front and squatted down to look at Yang Bin, who was face down on the ground. As much as he wanted to kill Yang Bin, if Yang Bin died now, wouldn't he have to go in and squat in the police station? He reached into Yang Bin's pocket and took out a healing potion from it. Count your life as strong. Shen Yuanche flipped the fainted Yang Bin over and opened the healing potion and poured a little in. The medicine quickly took effect and Yang Bin's breathing began to stabilize. This can't be a C-grade healing potion, right? It's that effective? Looking at the remaining potion in his hand, Shen Yuanche put it away. After doing so, he reappeared next to Yang Wei. Lifting him up, he slapped him twice. Yang Wei, who had originally been knocked out, woke up once again. After seeing Shen Yuanche's face, Yang Wei screamed with fear in his eyes. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Chapter 8, Mu Yanran's Visit. He was truly afraid. This Shen Yuanche was simply a human-sized ferocious beast. His brother, as a grade 1 martial artist, couldn't even carry one of his punches. If he were to be punched by him, wouldn't he go straight to the king of hell? Bring your brother back, and the next time, I'll treat you to soup. Yang Wei, who was scared impotent, nodded his head in a hurry. Good, good, good. After putting Yang Wei down, Shen Yuanche turned around and walked up the stairs and disappeared. After the two left, Shen Yuanche walked back down and looked at the two's departing backs. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This person absolutely cannot stay tonight. Previously, he had beaten up Yang Wei, and as a result, a Yang Bin came, and now that he had beaten up Yang Bin, it might be Yang Bin's father or his grandfather coming. It had to be preemptive. Mu Tianlin, who had watched the whole thing, left the place. At this time, his mentality had long since undergone a sea change. What opposition to his daughter not playing with Shen Yuanche? There is no such thing, alright. Ugh, money is so unproductive. Looking at the balance in his cell phone, Shen Yuanche was a little bitter. Yesterday's $700,000, by now there was only $100,000 left. Originally, he had wanted to buy a martial skill that could attack 10 times a second to play around with. For $100,000, he couldn't even afford to buy a lowest level D-grade martial skill. Putting down his cell phone, he began to cultivate. A minute later, Shen Yuanche stopped cultivating. Another minute later, Shen Yuanche once again stopped cultivating. That's right, he was carting Blitz bailout. Mu family villa. At this time, Mu Yanyan was puffing and playing with her cell phone. Originally, she wanted to go and play with Shen Yuanche today, but as a result, she was actually grounded. Boss. The two bodyguards guarding the doorway hurriedly greeted Mu Tianlin when they saw that he had returned. Aha! Mu Tianlin nodded and walked over to Mu Yanran. Seeing Mu Yanran, who was still angry, Mu Tianlin took out a bank card from his pants pocket and extended it in front of Mu Yanran. Yan, just now Dad wronged you. This is $2 million, take it and give it to that Shen Yuanche. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Mu Yanyan was somewhat incredulous. How did he go out for a while like a different person? Quickly go, this $2 million you say is what you saved yourself. Really? Really is for Shen Yuanche? Mu Yanran was still a bit unconvinced. Really, you see that your father I am acting like I'm telling a lie, right? Mu Tianlin patted his chest. That's fine. Mu Yanyan reached out and took the bank card. Mu Yanyan, who walked out of the villa, was still a bit afraid to believe it. Is there really $2 million in here? Mu Yanyan muttered. 7 minutes later, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has not yet triggered a blitz for 10 times of cultivation, triggering the guaranteed mechanism. The next cultivation will definitely trigger a blitz. Phew, finally. After seeing the triggering of the guaranteed bottom, Shen Yuanche began his formal cultivation. More than 10 minutes later, Mu Yanyan came to the downstairs of Shen Yuanche's house. Taking out her cell phone, she made a call to Shen Yuanche. Half a minute later. Beep. The phone you dialed is not answered, please replay it later. Seeing Shen Yuanche not answering the phone, Mu Yanyan puts away her cell phone and directly walks towards the upper floor. On the 4th floor, Mu Yanyan stood in front of the door and knocked. Shen Yuanche? At home? After a few seconds, there was no response. Mu Yanyan frowned with some distress. Where is everyone? Taking out her cell phone and making another call, after no one answered, she once again put away her cell phone. More than an hour later, Shen Yuanche ended his cultivation. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for 1.5 hours, chi and blood plus 0.01, triggering a 10,000-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of chi and blood. A small stream of warmth appeared in Xian Yuanche's body, 100 points of his increased chi and blood. Seeing the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche's heart stirred. I didn't expect to actually add this much. Having 100 points of chi and blood in just 1 hour of cultivation was truly shocking to him. Although this blitz was a very rare 10,000 times. Casually picking up the cell phone on the side, when he opened it, he found 2 missed calls from Mu Yenran. He casually called back. The moment he called, a cell phone rang from the doorway. Bugs fly, who are you thinking of? Xian Yuanche looked towards the door. Just then the phone was picked up. Hello? Xian Yuanche? Mu Yenran's voice came from the phone in the doorway. Xian Yuanche got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Mu Yenran was standing in the doorway with her cell phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she looked up. Seeing that Xian Yuanche was actually at home, Mu Yenyan's small face suddenly bulged and she questioned somewhat angrily. Good. So you're at home, why didn't you answer my call? Xian Yuanche opened his mouth to explain, just now, I was practicing and it was muted. Alright, I forgive you. Mu Yanyan was also not really angry while directly walking into the rental house. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also turned around and walked inside. Look! Mu Yenran mysteriously took out a bank card. Bank card? Mu Yenran shoved the bank card into Xian Yuanche's hands. This is what my father asked me to give you, there are $2 million inside. This time Xian Yuanche was directly confused. Why would Mu Yenran's father suddenly give himself $2 million? In order to figure out the cause, he opened his mouth and asked. Why did uncle give me $2 million? Mu Yenyan shook her head. I don't know, after he went out in the morning, he came back and gave this bank card to me. Xian Yuanche sniffed and started to ponder. After thinking for a few minutes he still didn't come up with a reason why. Forget it, then thank uncle for me, I will find a way to return this money. Mu Yenran shook her head at his words. There's no need to pay it back, anyway, it's not like my father lacks these $2 million. After saying that, Mu Yanyan seemed to have thought of something else and looked up at Xian Yuanche. Right, you drank that chi and blood potion, right? Xian Yuanche nodded, drank it. Then how many points of chi and blood do you have now? Has it reached 100 points yet? Mu Yenran asked curiously. Xian Yuanche nodded. Then you can take the martial arts exam. When the time comes, I'll protect you and guarantee that you'll be able to enter the martial arts academy. Mu Yanyan even patted her small breasts as she said this. Xian Yuanche could only nod his head when he saw this. Well, I'll be relying on you to protect me when the time comes. After the two chatted for a few more minutes, Mu Yenran's cell phone rang. My father is calling. Mu Yanyan answered the call and walked out the door. Half a minute later, Mu Yanyan re-entered. I'm going back. I'll see you off then. Xian Yuanche sent him downstairs. Before leaving, Mu Yenran took out another white bank card in her pocket. This is the money I secretly saved before, the password is 6 zeros. After placing the bank card into Xian Yuanche's hands, Mu Yenyan turned around and left. Looking at the bank card in his hands, Xian Yuanche hurriedly called out to her. You gave this to me, then what are you spending it on? Mu Yenran turned around and shook her head. I don't have any need to spend money right now, take the money inside and buy a few chi and blood potions first. Good. Thank you Yen Yuan. Xian Yuanche didn't refuse, he was indeed short of money right now. Returning to the rental house, Xian Yuanche logged into that card on his mobile banking. When he saw the balance, Xian Yuanche was shocked for a moment. Chapter 9 Purchasing Martial Skills. When he saw the balance, Xian Yuanche was shocked for a moment. Because the balance was actually a full $3 million. Together with the other $2 million, it was a total of $5 million. This was enough to buy AB grade martial skill. That's right, AB grade martial art only requires $5 million. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and started browsing the official website. The official website sold BD grade martial arts. $5 million should be able to purchase AB grade martial art. Earlier in the years when the official martial arts were sold, B-grade martial arts were actually not that cheap. But then, something happened that caused the price of B-grade martial arts to plummet. That is, people passed them on. I paid money to learn them, and I can teach them to my own students, my son. And then my son teaches it to his girlfriend, and then the cycle repeats itself. This also led to the fact that the officials sold one copy, and as a result, dozens of people learned it. Until now, the price of a B-grade martial art was even less than a B-grade chi blood potion. Luckily, the official discovered it in time at that time and took control of the A-grade martial skills, which resulted in the price of the A-grade martial skills being maintained as it was before. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Clicking on the area of B-grade martial skills, he began to look for it. His main goal now was to purchase a martial art that could attack multiple times. This way, relying on the system's guarantee, he was able to greatly increase his strength. Flowing light blade technique, running thunder fist technique, hegemony blade technique. After looking at most of the martial arts, Xian Yuanche's brows began to furrow. There didn't seem to be any suitable martial arts. Either that or they were too expensive. After a few seconds, the scratch went to another blade technique there. Wind chasing blade technique, you can continuously increase your attack speed on the way to swinging the blade, and you can swing out 5 slashes in a second after you have started. Price, 3 million. The moment he saw the wind chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up. You're it. He immediately clicked on the purchase, and after a series of verifications, the payment was successful. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the goods to arrive. He then opened the weapon purchase page again. The wind chasing blade technique was a blade technique that naturally needed a blade to be able to be executed, so he had to buy a blade that was at least D ranked to use. Weapon. Alloy knife grade D, crafted using some kind of alloy in mutated ore. Price, $150,000. Super alloy knife grade C, crafted using a super alloy in mutated ore. Price, $700,000. After thinking about it, he still purchased the D grade alloy knife. After all, he still had to buy a breathing technique, so he should save it. Otherwise, the chi and blood gained from practicing just the D-grade breathing technique was really not complementary. 2 minutes later, he picked a C-grade breathing technique called the Yuan Chi breathing technique. It was a lot stronger than the one he had used before. Yang Wei brought Yang Bin back home. Yang Bin was lying on the bed as soon as he was breathless. Take my cell phone. He pointed to his pants pocket. Xian Yuanche's punch had directly killed half of his life, his chest was dented in, even moving his arm was incredibly painful. He had to call someone to give Xian Yuanche a lesson before he could do so. Otherwise, he couldn't even swallow this breath. Yang Wei hurriedly took out Yang Bin's cell phone. And on Xian Yuanche's side. After placing the order, Xian Yuanche quietly waited for the courier to arrive. More than 10 minutes later, the door was knocked. Xian Yuanche opened the door and saw a youth with a duck tongue cap standing at the door. Seeing Xian Yuanche, the youth first took out his cell phone and looked at it. After confirming that it was Xian Yuanche, he immediately opened his mouth. Hello, your express has arrived. Saying that, his hand touched towards the ring and several things appeared on the ground. A martial technique USB flash drive, a breathing method USB flash drive, and a weapon. You accept it. So fast. Xian Yuanche didn't expect the courier to actually arrive so quickly. He squatted down and started inspecting these things. When he opened the first box, it contained a VR device and a special USB flash drive. As long as the special USB flash drive was inserted into the VR, bringing that VR device with him would allow him to learn martial arts immersively. Wait a moment. After speaking to the youth, Xian Yuanche inserted the USB flash drive into it and put it on a watch. After more than 10 seconds, Xian Yuanche took it off and nodded in satisfaction. This one is no problem. Then in turn, he looked at the next box, which contained the breathing method. Half a minute later. This one is also no problem. Lastly was the D-ranked alloy knife. Opening it up and looking at it, it was black and gold and looked incredibly sharp. Opened his phone and looked at the shopping order. D-grade alloy knife, number 34567. After looking at the number on his phone, he looked at the alloy knife's handle. There was a numerical number there as well. It was also 34567. Right at this one as well. After matching the number, Xian Yuanche nodded. Half a minute later, the youth left the place. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, walked back inside holding these things. It's a little less convenient. It would be nice if there was a space ring. Xian Yuanche sighed. The ring in the youth's hand just now was a space ring. Sold on the market for hundreds of thousands of dollars, a cubic meter, the one in that youth's hand was estimated to be the official one given to staff to use. Ding! Detected that the host is troubled, system space is opened. System space can store items, time stops passing in system space. Capacity, unlimited. Huh? Seeing the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Xian Yuanche was a little confused. Then came the excitement. System. You're really too thoughtful. He didn't expect the system to actually be so considerate, sending a pillow when he fell asleep. In passing, he put the D-grade alloy knife into the system space. Then he closed the door, sat on the bed and put on the VR to start learning the wind-chasing blade technique. The teaching of wind-chasing blade technique had a total of 3 small lessons, and what he was watching now was the first lesson. A middle-aged man appeared not far away. Holding a green-colored long knife in his hand, he began to swing it, explaining as he did so. Wind-chasing blade technique, it's about being fast. Let's start with the preliminary. The method of holding the blade is also very important. 5 minutes later, the first lesson was finished. Ding! Detected the host watching the wind-chasing blade technique teaching for 5 minutes, comprehending 1,000th of the wind-chasing blade technique. Triggered 100-fold blast, 1,000th raised to 10%. Martial skill, Grade B, wind-chasing blade technique learning progress 10%, Grade D, forged body fist, perfection. I didn't expect to trigger a blitz, there's a probability that's not too low. Half an hour later, when Xian Yuanche finished looking at it for the 6th time, the system's beep came again. Ding! Detected that the host watched the wind-chasing blade technique teaching and comprehended the wind-chasing blade technique for 1,000th of a percent. Triggered 100-fold blast, 1,000th raised to 10%. Martial skill, Grade B, wind-chasing blade technique learning progress 20%, Grade D, forged body fist. Looking at the progress that was already 20%, Xian Yuanche was somewhat emotional. 20% now, if it were someone else, it would probably take more than a week to reach this progress. It can't be helped. Who asked me to be Brother Hang? After more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche started watching the second lesson. Ding! Congratulations to host. Martial skill. Wind-chasing blade technique 30% progress. More than half an hour later, Xian Yuanche began to look at the last lesson. Martial skill, wind-chasing blade technique 50% progress. After another half an hour, Xian Yuanche completely learned the wind-chasing blade technique. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time, around 11 o'clock noon. Casually, he set the alarm for 3 a.m. because he decided that he would go to Yang Wei's house at 3 a.m. to finish him off. Chapter 10 Wind-chasing blade technique perfection. After doing this, he began to learn the Yuan Qi breathing technique again. After spending more than an hour, he finally learned it as well. Ouyang Club. Xian Yuanche came here once again. After coming to the front desk, he took out his bank card. Open an intermediate level training room for me. The receptionist took the bank card. Intermediate training room, $3,000 an hour. How long do you want to open it for? Xian Yuanche thought about it and spoke, 2 hours. A minute later, Xian Yuanche took a silver-colored card. Coming within the area of the intermediate training room, he directly opened the door. After arriving in front of the virtual battle room and taking out his alloy blade, he only chose a rank 5 martial artist as his opponent. A middle-aged man holding a long sword appeared in front of him. The battle begins. A mechanical female voice sounded. Xian Yuanche came directly in front of the middle-aged man to execute the wind-chasing blade technique. In just an instant, 5 wounds were added to the middle-aged man's body. At this time, the middle-aged man also reacted and hurriedly raised his blade and began to resist indiscriminately. Bang! After blocking one of the slashes, he pulled away with a backward step, and the long blade in his hand turned red. Flame slash! Just as he shouted out, the middle-aged man's arm was chopped down by Xian Yuanche. Ding! Triggering a 10-fold blast, power increased by 10 times. Another second passed, and Xian Yuanche once again swung out 5 slashes. The middle-aged man was cut off at the waist. Battle over. As the mechanical female voice sounded, the middle-aged man disappeared in place. The entire process of this battle was only about 5 seconds. Xian Yuanche, continue, this time a rank 7 martial artist. Okay. Ding! Detected host using wind-chasing blade technique, proficiency plus 0.01, triggered 10,000 times storm, proficiency increased to 100. Martial skill, wind chasing blade technique, introductory, 1001000.
Again. Half an hour later.
Martial skill, wind chasing blade technique, minor completion, 2500 4000. Looking at the wind chasing blade technique that had become a minor success, Xian Yuan-che let out a breath.
The Shao Cheng's wind chasing blade technique could already swing 11 slashes a second. That is, one guaranteed blast a second.
After another half an hour, Xian Yuan-che's wind chasing blade technique had reached its grand completion. It could already swing 13 slashes a second. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Yuan-che put the alloy blade in his hand back into the system space after cutting a virtual human off at the waist. Martial skill, grade B, wind chasing blade technique, perfection, 8000.
Wind chasing blade technique perfection, 17 slashes are swung out per second, and if in a windy environment, the speed of the swings will be drastically increased. Finally perfected.
Looking at the wind chasing blade technique that had been perfected, Xian Yuan-che let out a long breath.
Having a plug-in was different.
In just over an hour, he had learned a B-ranked martial skill to perfection. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be possible without a year or two. After walking out of the training room and renewing his fee for 2 hours, Xian Yuan-che came into the cultivation room. Intermediate cultivation room, it can increase the cultivation speed of martial artists below the level of general by 10%. After entering the cultivation room, he sat on the mat and started cultivating.
After cultivating for a minute, he opened his eyes.
After repeating this 10 times, he quieted his mind to cultivate.
2.5 hours later, he opened his eyes.
The system's beep sounded at the same time.
Ding!
Detected the host cultivating for 2.5 hours, Chi blood plus 0.05, triggering a 4000 times blitz. Congratulations to the host for his Chi blood plus 200 points. Chi and blood, 1487 2000 first grade martial artist. After getting up and going to renew his fee, he continued to cultivate. Anyway, he didn't do it until the early hours of the morning, so there was still a lot of time left.
Yang Wei's house. Bring me that C-grade healing potion. Yang Bin, who was lying on the bed, pointed to his backpack. Luckily, he still had a healing potion in his backpack. Yang Wei hurriedly took out a green healing potion from it.
The healing potion was opened and Yang Bin directly poured it into his mouth. There was still some heartache in his eyes. This C-grade healing potion, he only had 2 of them at the moment, and if it wasn't for the unbearable pain, he really didn't want to use it. After drinking it, he felt his injuries recovering rapidly. After only a few minutes, he felt himself recovering to his peak state. Worthy of being a C-grade healing potion. Yang Bin immediately got off the bed and began to jump around alive.
Yang Wei came forward. Brother, when is that teacher you mentioned coming? The teacher is closed. Ah? What then? Yang Wei's face was a bit unwilling after hearing that Yang Bin's teacher was closed. Seeing the unwillingness on Yang Wei's face, Yang Bin immediately chided.
I've already asked my eldest senior brother to come, he's a rank 9 martial master, it'll be easy to solve that brat. Saying that, a trace of killing intent flashed in Yang Bin's eyes.
The time came to 11 o'clock at night. Ding!
Detected the host practicing for an hour, Chi blood plus 0.05, triggered 10,000 times the storm. Congratulations to the host's Chi blood plus 500 points.
Chi and blood, 4,387 5,000 4th level martial artist. Gulp gulp. Xian Yuan-che's stomach just happened to growl. Forgot to eat, I'm starving.
He hurriedly got up and headed outside the outer cultivation room. After walking out of the cultivation room, he first ordered a few portions of ferocious beast meat, then took a shower in the side bathroom. After doing this, he walked out of the intermediate training room. After eating at the table in the hall, he looked at the time.
23:36. It was still early. He decided to go home and get some sleep first.
When he returned to the street that belonged to the rental house, he felt a hint of killing intent.
Could it be that the helpers Yang Bin had found had arrived?
He hurriedly opened his eye of scrying to scan the surroundings. As he swept to a corner, 3 panels popped up.
Name, Yang Wei. Name, Yang Bin. Name, Shen Rong. Chi and blood, 9,810,000 grade 9 martial artist. Breathing technique, Earth Elemental Breathing Technique grade C.
Martial skill, grade B, stacked wave palm proficient.
Weakness, current environment is dark, can kick its lower 3 ways. 9th level martial artist, okay.
After seeing Shen Rong's panel, Xian Yuanche let out a sigh of relief. If he had come with a martial general rank, it would have taken some effort for him to resolve it. Brother, he seems to have discovered us. Yang Wei looked at the motionless Xian Yuanche and touched Yang Bin, who was beside him. Senior brother, let's settle him here. Good. Shen Rong nodded indifferently. According to Yang Bin's description, that kid called Xian Yuanche was only a rank 6 martial master at the end of his life. It was simply easy for him, a rank 9 martial master, to take care of him. The three of them walked straight out from the corner. Seeing the three of them walk out, Xian Yuanche directly took out his alloy knife from the system space. I don't know if it was because of the reason that it was 10-1, but Yang Wei, who was originally still fearful of Xian Yuanche, started to get high in his mouth again. Xian Yuanche, this time, my brother has called out a rank 9 martial artist to advise you to obediently kneel down and kowtow. Looking at Yang Wei, who was full of arrogance, Xian Yuanche was somewhat speechless. He didn't want to talk nonsense and directly flashed in front of Yang Wei to start executing the wind-chasing blade technique. Chapter 11: Killing Yang Wei, Yang Bin, and Chen Rong. 1 shift 4 shifts. Wind-chasing blade technique. A dozen knife lights flashed in front of Yang Wei, and he felt a heavenly rotation. Why am I flying? Yang Wei's head fell to the ground with glaring eyes. Xian Yuanche's move took less than a second. Before Chen Rong and Yang Bin on the side could react, Yang Wei's head left his neck. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that the two of them reacted. What? Chen Rong looked at Xian Yuanche, who had returned to his original position, and then looked at Yang Wei, who was dead in the water, and he already somewhat regretted coming. This person's strength was clearly more than a notch stronger than his own. Your turn. Xian Yuanche pointed at Chen Rong, who was on the side with his alloy knife. Chen Rong gritted his teeth at the sight. It's just a martial artist, watch the move. Stacked wave palm. Chen Rong shouted as the surrounding water vapor converged on his hands. Xian Yuanche was just about to make a move when he saw a scene that shocked him. It was because Chen Rong actually turned around and ran away after his roar. Senior brother. After Yang Bin saw Chen Rong actually run away, he shouted out in some shock. Xian Yuanche directly flashed to his side and said in a cold voice, "Let's send you to meet your brother first." A few seconds later, Xian Yuanche chased after Chen Rong in the direction he left. He had already killed the 2 Yang Wei brothers. Chen Rong was the only one who knew about it. He absolutely could not stay. Chen Rong then jumped directly to the roof of a building and panicked, taking out his cell phone from his pants pocket. The only thing he could rely on now was his cell phone. While running, he also pressed the 3 numbers 110. The phone was quickly picked up. Hey, Security Bureau? I want to report a hook. Someone is chasing me and has already killed 2 people. The strength is at level 1 Martial General, he's about to come after me, and he also said that he's going to kill everyone in the neighborhood. After saying that, he directly put his cell phone back into his pants pocket. He could only hope that 110 would come quickly now, or else he would really have to explain himself here today. Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing what Chen Rong said, the entire Public Security Bureau was in chaos. There's a level 1 Martial General powerhouse massacring civilians, quickly notify the Lord Mayor. And here, Xian Yuanche was still constantly searching for Chen Rong. An 8-story building appeared in his eyes. He arrived at the top of the building with a few jumps. Use the Eye of Scrying. After using the Eye of Scrying, he directly started scanning up with 360 degrees of deathlessness. Although the neighborhood was all a bit dark, he still managed to scan where Chen Dongrong was through his probing before. It was just over 1,000 meters away to the southeast. And the distance was still increasing. Trying to run. With a whoosh, Xian Yuanche chased towards him. The two of them chased after each other and kept running for several kilometers. Chen Rong was a rank 9 martial artist while Xian Yuanche was only a rank 4 martial artist, so the distance had been continuously pulling apart. This isn't the way to go on, the distance keeps pulling away. Ding! Detected the host running 4,000 meters, gained a hint of speed perception, triggered a 100,000 times blitz. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the B-ranked martial skill, Divine Walking Steps. Divine Walking Steps Grade B, after reaching the introductory level and using it, it can increase 100% of one's own speed. Seeing the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Xian Yuanche felt something extra in his head. This was precisely the realization of the Divine Walking Steps. System, you've really solved my pressing problem. After Xian Yuanche let out a sigh of emotion, he immediately used the Divine Walking Steps. In an instant, his speed began to soar. Soon the distance closed to less than 700 meters. More than 10 seconds later, Chen Rong, who had been desperately trying to escape, looked back and realized that Xian Yuanche had already arrived 10 meters behind him. This directly scared it out of its wits. It was also at this time, while Chen Rong was panicking, Xian Yuanche seized the opportunity and directly took out his alloy knife and swung it towards him.
Stop! A middle-aged voice resounded behind the two.
A middle-aged man suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from the two. And Chen Rong let out a sigh of relief directly after hearing this voice.
Finally!
He directly stopped and turned to look at Xian Yuanche. In his opinion, with a strong person nearby, Xian Yuanche would definitely not dare to kill himself in front of it. But he had underestimated Xian Yuanche's killing intent towards him.
Wind-chasing blade technique.
In just a single glance, Xian Yuanche swung out a dozen blades.
Ding!
Triggering a tenfold blast, the power of the wind-chasing blade technique has increased tenfold. As soon as the system's words fell, Chen Rong's entire body was directly sliced into several large pieces. After doing this, Xian Yuanche put away his alloy blade and ran wildly in one direction. When Morong Chen in the back saw that Xian Yuanche actually dared to kill Chen Rong in front of him, his heart's anger skyrocketed.
Actually not putting me in your eyes.
With a leap, he directly closed the distance of 600 to 700 meters. Xian Yuanche tore off his clothes and made a simple face mask. This was mainly to prevent him from seeing his appearance. Turning back, he glanced at the middle-aged man's panel. It didn't matter if he looked at it, it directly startled him.
Name, Morong Chen.
Blood, 59,999 60,000 Level 5 Martial General. Breathing Technique, Ling Tian Breathing Technique Grade B. Martial Skills, Grade B, Circumstantial Palm Grand Completion, Morong Family Blade Technique Crippled Completion. Weakness, can be attacked towards his right arm when he performs a martial skill.
A rank 5 martial artist, and it's still almost rank 6.
Looking at Xian Yuanche, who had half of his face masked, Morong Chen snorted coldly. I advise you to obediently tie your hands or
not.
Xian Yuanche ignored him and chose to take the initiative. This situation was one where it was almost impossible for him to run away. He could only rely on the system's guaranteed blitz.
Wind-chasing blade technique. Ding!
Triggering a 30-fold blitz, the power of the wind-chasing blade technique is increased by 30 times. After hearing the system's beep, Xian Yuanche knew it was stable. As long as one of the slashes triggered a high-fold blast, he could definitely retreat in one piece. Looking at Xian Yuanche, who had already arrived in front of him, Morong Chen smiled disdainfully and did not place him in his eyes in the slightest.
Just when he wanted to make a move, he discovered a hint of something wrong.
His own speed had slowed down, and there was also a sense of crisis coming from him if nothing else.
Not good. Zhou Heavenly Palm.
The sword and palm locked horns.
Put. Half of Morong Chen's palm was directly sliced off.
After doing this, Xian Yuanche was just about to continue his attack when he sensed something.
Not being able to think of anything else, he hastily executed the divine walking steps to pull away.
With a whoosh, he escaped.
A beautiful woman appeared beside Morong Chen. Mayor Morong. I'm fine.
Morong Chen bent down to pick up his right palm on the ground. Only then did the beautiful woman notice Morong Chen's palm that was constantly dripping blood. Turning her head to the direction where Xian Yuanche had escaped, she was a little shocked in her heart. She did not expect that even Morong Chen, who was a rank 5 martial general, had actually suffered a loss. You go and take a look at that pile of corpses, I'll go back and heal my wounds first. After saying that, Morong Chen directly jumped and disappeared in place. The power of that slash just now was beyond his imagination. According to his estimation, that person's realm was at least the same as his, reaching the 5th level of martial general. Being seriously injured, he really didn't dare to go after him. Chapter 12, Registering for the Martial Arts Exam, 5th Level Martial Master. Half an hour later, Xian Yuanche casually shunted away a piece of clothing at a random place before heading towards his home. It was worth mentioning that Yang Wei's other relatives had all died in the hands of ferocious beasts a few years ago, so it saved him a trip. After taking a bath, he took a beautiful nap. There was not the slightest worry that he would be investigated. At 9 in the morning, Xian Yuanche woke up. Opening his phone and looking at it, he found that there was actually no news about last night. Last night, I sliced off that person's palm, and the strength shown was at least at the martial general level, so it shouldn't be traced back to me. And there's no surveillance in the neighborhood, and when I chased Shinrong, I was moving on the roof of the building, so there shouldn't be any surveillance to capture me. After thinking about it, Xian Yuanche completely put his heart down and went downstairs to have a beautiful breakfast. And the truth was just as Xian Yuanche had predicted. No one suspected the murderer to Xian Yuanche's body. When he went downstairs, he realized that the street he was on had already pulled up a cordon. There were also a few people from the Public Security Bureau lining up in the neighborhood. After seeing Xian Yuanche go downstairs, a middle-aged man walked up to Xian Yuanche.
May I ask if you were at home all last night? Xian Yuanche shook his head. I didn't return home until after 11 last night.
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at his words. The time of the crime was just after 11 o'clock, which meant that Xian Yuanche had most likely witnessed the whole thing.
Then did you see anything last night?
No, I went home and went to bed after taking a shower, and only woke up just now. The middle-aged man sighed at his words and waved his hand towards Xian Yuanche before turning to leave. When Xian Yuanche came back after breakfast, those people had already left and the crime scene was cleaned up. After returning home, his cell phone rang.
In the class group.
Lu Yuan at all personnel, the link to sign up for the martial arts exam has been sent out. Those who have reached 100 points of qi and blood can sign up.
Kai Kuan, okay.
I'm going to take my chicken to the college entrance exam when the time comes.
Wu Erfan at Kai Kuan, that chicken of yours seems to be a second-order ferocious beast now. Bringing it to the martial arts exam is too much of a rascal, isn't it? Kai Kuan, don't worry, my chicken can only play basketball. Xian Yuanche looked at the link to register for this college entrance exam and directly clicked in. Choose to enroll in the martial arts exam and then pay the fee.
A full $1,000, and most importantly, there was an agreement to be signed, regardless of life or death. After a series of certifications, Xian Yuanche finally enrolled successfully. At the same time, he also learned the time of the martial arts exam, next week on Tuesday, that is, 2 days later. One could only say that it was too urgent. Lu Yuan, who was in the backstage, saw Xian Yuanche enroll. If it were before, he would have definitely called to give Xian Yuanche a talking to. But since seeing Xian Yuanche injure Yang Wei with one punch, he realized that Xian Yuanche had been hiding his strength.
He just didn't know what he was relying on to hide from the monthly detector tests. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Soft Rice Man Aura. Identity, Noble Traveler.
Qi and Blood, 4387 5000 4th level martial artist. Breathing technique, Yuan Qi breathing technique grade C. Martial skills, grade B, wind chasing blade technique, perfection, divine walking steps, beginner's step, 0-1000, grade D, forged body fist, perfection.
Evaluation, no evaluation given.
3 days, from 68 points of Qi blood to 4,387 points, who would dare to believe it when I say it? After looking at his panel, Xian Yuanche sighed with emotion before lying on his bed and swiping a short video. Don't look at the fact that his current cultivation boosted his Qi and blood a lot.
But most people had a lazy nature. He was still more inclined to be lazy than cultivating. Xian Yuanche swiped the short videos while clicking on the likes.
When he came across a favorite, he bookmarked it. The short videos in this world were still quite different from the last world. In addition to the familiar rubbing videos, there were also some videos of martial artists battling against each other. There were even some videos of fighting ferocious beasts in the wild. Without realizing it, he swiped to a video of a college entrance exam betting.
An old man said into his cell phone.
The content of this year's college entrance exam in Jiang'an City is estimated to be conducted in that little secret realm 10086 that was unearthed a few years ago in Nan'an City. Clicking on the comments section, he found that the people inside the comments section had expressed their approval. The old king next door, the blogger, has predicted 10 times since this decade, 7 times have hit. It seems that this time should not be an exception. It just so happens that my son today's college entrance exams have to let him do his homework in advance to be able to do. Stealing the old king's wife of the old Chen, agree with the upstairs. My son this year also college entrance exams, but he should do his homework in advance.
Detective Lowley, something is wrong. You two are very wrong.
Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, began to ponder.
A little secret realm discovered?
He opened 1000 degrees and started searching up. Small secret realm number 10086, an area of about 200,000 square kilometers, discovered in the 67th year of the new era, and fully developed after 2 years.
Current danger level, level D, recommended for martial artists below martial master to go in and practice.
After seeing the introduction of this secret realm, Xian Yuanche didn't feel that this 200,000 square kilometers was very large. This was because the blue star had expanded more than a few dozen times in size since the spatial rift appeared 70 years ago. So this 200,000 square kilometers also appeared to be not so big. He looked at the line in brackets again.
Recommending martial artists below the martial master level to go in for training? Then
Xian Yuanche glanced at his panel.
I'm just a martial artist with over 4,000 points of chi blood.
After brushing the video for more than half an hour, Xian Yuanche finally brushed the news about today. Yesterday, at around 2300 hours in Jiang'an City, a martial general level martial artist committed a murder with a knife, killing 2 martial masters and 1 martial artist. According to the investigation, the 2 dead martial artists were disciples of a professor at the Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy, and the murderer is currently being investigated.
Martial general?
After reading the entire news, Xian Yuanche smiled.
Then let them investigate slowly, they couldn't investigate themselves anyway.
After all, in the eyes of others, how could a high school student have the strength of a martial general? After charging his phone, he continued to start cultivating.
Sheriff's Department.
According to the current situation, the deceased Yang Wei once had a conflict with a student named Xian Yuanche. But that Xian Yuanche is obviously not the murderer because according to the mayor's description, the murderer's strength is at least at the level of a martial general. A middle-aged man reported towards the surrounding leaders. One of the leaders pinched his brows at the words. Forget it, just report it straight up and leave it for the top to worry about. Although those 3 people who died this time, 2 of them had a special identity, being students of a university professor. It was rumored that that professor was close to breaking through to the martial zone realm. But the murderer involved a strong martial general. It was rumored that even Mayor Morong, who was a rank 5 martial general, had suffered under him. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to investigate clearly. In the afternoon, Xian Yuanche ended his cultivation.
Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche.
Blood, 4576 5000 level 4 martial artist.
Time quickly came to Monday.
After practicing, Xian Yuanche's realm came to a rank 5 martial master.
Yesterday's multiplier was really low.
After Xian Yuanche spat out a sentence, he got up and washed up to prepare to go to school. Although they were no longer considered students of that school, they still had to go to school today. This was because last night, Lu Yuan announced in the class group that today, he would say about the location, rewards, and precautions for the college entrance exam.
Students who are taking the college entrance exam must come.
When he came to the school entrance, he just happened to see Mu Yanran who came down from the luxury car. After seeing Xian Yuanche, Mu Yanran jogged to Xian Yuanche's side and entered the school with him. The surrounding students' faces were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw this. This is Mu Yanyan, right? That kid only has 68 points of chi blood, what right does he have?
Isn't it just a bit more handsome? A student looked at Xian Yuanche and Mu Yanyan walking together with a pained look on his face.
The surrounding students nodded in agreement. After all, in this era, strength is everything, long and handsome, no. When the 2 parted ways, Xian Yuanche checked Mu Yanran's panel. This sweep, in turn, made him a little surprised up.
Chapter 13, Traveling to the Secret Realm of 10,086. Name, Mu Yanran.
Blood, 721 800 level 7 martial artist.
Breathing technique, Huan Yun breathing technique grade B.
Martial skills, grade B, Cloud Displacement Palm minor achievement, Heavenly Thunder Gun Technique minor achievement, Cloud Ladder Steps minor achievement.
Weaknesses.
After looking at Mu Yanran's panel, Xian Yuanche was a little surprised. It had actually reached a 7th level martial artist. One must know that a little over half a month ago, Mu Yanyan was still just over 500 points of chi blood. Today, she actually came directly to more than 700 points. He could only say, rich people are different. Really envious. After entering the classroom, 70% of the people in the classroom were present. The rest either haven't arrived yet, or just don't participate. Those who don't participate will be arranged by the school to stay in the school to take the liberal arts exam if their liberal arts scores are okay. When the crowd in the classroom saw Xian Yuanche, their faces were filled with surprise.
Why is Xian Yuanche here? Doesn't he only have 68 points of chi blood?
I don't know, 68 points of chi blood doesn't even qualify for enrollment, right? Actually, 68 points of chi blood is able to enroll. It's just that the school has stipulated to 100 points of chi blood for the sake of student safety. Kai Koen, why don't you go persuade him? 68 points of chi blood, going to the martial arts exam is just too much of a stretch.
A few classmates quietly came together in front of Kai Koen and said. After all, 3 years of classmates, everyone had more or less some feelings for Xian Yuanche. They didn't want him to go and die for nothing. Kai Koen nodded. I'll go persuade him later.
Soon, Lu Yuan came to the classroom. Cough cough cough, the location of this year's college entrance exam has come down, in the secret realm 10086.
At this time, a student opened his mouth curiously and asked, Teacher, what about this year's reward? Lu Yuan shook his head.
This year's rewards are temporarily kept secret above. I don't know, there should be new rules.
I'll say a few notes below.
First, every year, there are people who lose their lives during the martial arts exam, and this year is probably no exception. Second, those who are not confident in their own strength can give up the martial arts exam and switch to the literature exam, anytime within today, after the deadline. Third, after entering the secret realm, there will be drones randomly following you. When the time comes, you will be handed out a spatial ring with a distress function on it. When you encounter danger, activate it immediately, or suffer the consequences.
Lu Yuan walked out of the classroom after saying that.
Seeing this, Kai Koen hurriedly came to Xian Yuanche's side.
Xian Yuanche, did you sign up for the martial arts exam?
Aha!
Xian Yuanche nodded his head. Kai Koen sniffed with some concern.
The martial arts exam is too dangerous. You only have 68 points of chi and blood. Why don't you try the literature exam? It just so happens that my family has a relationship. Even though your grades aren't too good, you can still curb the operation a bit and allow you to participate. After all, they were all classmates for 3 years, and he didn't want to see Xian Yuanche die in the secret realm of the martial exam for nothing.
Thanks, I appreciate your good intentions.
Xian Yuanche patted Kai Koen's shoulder to express his gratitude.
Ugh. Kai Koen sighed before returning to his seat.
After staying at the school for more than an hour, Xian Yuanche and Mu Yanran left the school. Time has passed so quickly 3 years have passed. Mu Yanyan walked with Xian Yuanche on the road with some emotion. Xian Yuanche nodded in agreement. Life in high school in this world was actually not as grueling as it was in his last life. In his last life, he had suffered a lot when he was in high school. When he was in middle school, he fantasized about how wonderful high school was, but after he went to high school, he realized that all those things in the dramas were fake. His high school was only bitter, getting more bitter every year. The two of them played in the neighborhood for a while, had a meal and then went back to their own homes. After returning home, Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone and started to look at the past martial arts exam rewards and processes. After looking at it for a few minutes, he also roughly understood the rewards in these things. Students entered the secret realm to hunt and kill ferocious beasts to gain points. Last year, the reward for ranking first in the points of the martial arts exam was 10C ranked chi and blood potions, plus a reward of 3 million yuan. The second place was 9C grade chi and blood potions plus a $3 million reward. After looking at the rewards, Xian Yuanche could only say that it was quite a lot. C grade chi and blood potions could increase chi and blood by 500-700 points each, and could only be taken by martial masters and above. That's right, it was an increase of 500-700 points of chi blood. It was a full 10 times more than the D grade chi and blood potion. Of course, the price was naturally 10 times more. 1 reached $2 million. 10 would be $20 million. Even he couldn't help but feel that this reward was truly generous. Not only that, but those martial arts universities would also admit students based on points. Those who leaned forward would almost always be able to enter the top martial arts universities in Jiangnan province. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche put down his cell phone and started cultivating. Who cares about the college entrance exam? When the time came, he would just come back directly with a number 1. As far as he knew, in the past, the Jiangnan City College entrance exam was a test that united several nearby cities together and then ranked them. In his opinion, this is all a competition between martial artists, he a martial artist pure descending blow. Time quickly came to the evening. After his chi blood reached 5,400 points, he stopped cultivating, took a bath, and ate. After doing all this, he continued to cultivate. Time quickly came to the next morning. Panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Blood and Chi, 6195 7000 level 6 Martial Master. 6th level Martial Master now, this speed, it's really fast. The storm multipliers given by the system were all randomized, so he was content with raising a small realm a day. Although his qualifications were very poor, but there was the reason for the blitz, cultivating for an hour, after the blitz, almost topped hundreds and thousands of hours for others. If it were any other martial artist, it would take an unknown amount of time to raise 1,000 points of chi and blood just by cultivating without relying on resources. After washing up and then going to the neighborhood to have a breakfast, Xian Yuanche rushed to the school. When he went to school today, the school would arrange for a special bus to transport the students to the college entrance exam location for the entrance exam. After arriving at the school, he saw more than a dozen buses parked in front of the school. He quickly saw the crowd from his class.
Xian Yuanche, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? A girl in the class asked with some worry.
I advise you not to go, it's too dangerous.
Xian Yuanche shook his head.
I actually reached 100 points of chi blood recently, you guys don't have to worry about me. He felt that his classmates in this world were really too concerned about themselves. There were no novels that looked at his low chi blood and taunted him. After seeing Xian Yuanche say this, the other students could not say anything more. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived. We are in bus number 4, I guess we will arrive at our destination in the afternoon, so everyone can take a nap. After the crowd boarded the bus quickly left the campus.
On the bus, Lu Yuan kept explaining something. Secret Realm 10086 is in the next door city of Nan'an, and just like before, we'll be holding a martial arts examination together with Nan'an, Bayan, and Dong'an.
This time, there will be a total of around 12,000 students traveling to the 10086 Secret Realm to participate in the martial examination, so we definitely won't be able to avoid a lot of scrambling at that time. The content should be the same as the previous period, killing ferocious beasts to gain points, and ranking based on the points.
Chapter 14 Arriving at the scene.
And a new rule has appeared this time, that is, the points gained inside can be plundered. Teacher still quite hopes that a few of you will work in a group and participate in the martial examination. Of course, it depends on you personally, I won't force you. After saying this, Lu Yuan returned to his seat.
Xian Yuanche looked out the window, smelling the unpleasant odor that belonged inside the bus. Soon, they arrived at Nan'an City. More than 3 hours passed and the bus stopped at a military-controlled area. After the people got off the bus, a man in military uniform came to the crowd. Lu Yuan went forward and shook his hand. Hello, I am Lu Yuan, one of the teachers leading the team from Jiang'an First Middle School this time. The man nodded and shook Lu Yuan's hand. My name is Jinan, the exams start in the afternoon, so you guys can stroll around the neighborhood first. Good. Lu Yuan nodded.
More than half an hour passed and one after another, some other schools' cars came here. Among them, there were also those from the second middle school of Jiang'an City.
The third middle school.
There were also those students from other cities. After Xian Yuanche saw those students from the first middle school of Nan'an City, he used the eye of scrying to take a look. It was found that all of them were not very different from their own side. The biggest difference was that he himself was a martial artist and they didn't seem to be. After another half an hour or so, all the schools were finally here.
It was good that this place was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Everyone.
A voice with a little bit of pressure came out. The crowd that was still discussing with each other instantly quieted down. I'm one of the invigilators this time, Jinan, a rank 7 martial general, and also the one who guards the small secret realm.
Let me announce the rules for this time.
Rule 1, this examination is the same as before, a point system, and points will be awarded for killing the ferocious beasts within the secret realm. For recording points, there will be a spatial ring to help record them. Before we start later, we will issue it to you. This spatial ring will contain your food for the day. If you are in danger, you can activate the emergency button on it, and it will be considered the end of the test. It's also the early handing in of the literature exam. The examination lasts for 3 days, starting at 2 p.m. and ending at 2 p.m. 3 days later.
At 1:30 p.m., the crowd was brought to a crack.
This crack was 7 or 8 meters wide and a few dozen meters high. The following is the start of the distribution of spatial rings, which can be bound by using the pupil. Lu Yuan walked over with a box that contained dozens of spatial rings. Soon Xian Yuanche also received the one spatial ring that belonged to him. After spending more than 10 seconds for pupil verification, the spatial ring was officially bound. At the same time, he also learned the capacity of this spatial ring. This space ring had 10 cubic meters. The surrounding students were also excited after learning about the capacity in the spatial ring. But immediately, someone poured cold water on them. Don't be too happy, this is only given to you guys temporarily, you'll have to take it back later.
The moment these words came out, quite a few people were disappointed.
They were expecting this to be given to them directly. Che, a bunch of poor dirtbags, a space ring is just a space ring. A youth looked at the disappointed expressions on the faces of these students with some disdain on his face.
Many people glared at it angrily.
However, upon seeing the youth's appearance, the anger in their eyes immediately disappeared. It was because they recognized who this youth was. The first middle school in Nanan City, the first person in the chi and blood ranking, had money as well as strength, they simply couldn't afford to mess with him. Shen Yuan-che naturally also heard these words and turned his head to look at that youth. At the same time, the youth's panel appeared before his eyes.
The panel. Name, Zhou Dan. Chi and blood, 711 800 level 7 martial artist. Breathing technique, Zhou Tian breathing technique grade B. Martial skills, grade B, Zhou Tian palm introductory, autumn one finger introductory. After seeing this youth's panel, Shen Yuan-che pulled the corner of his mouth. Although the youth's chi blood wasn't low, reaching 711 points, this martial skill was also too. There were many B-ranked martial skills, but all of them were entry-level. This also meant that this Zhou Dan had basically never used these martial skills after learning them. At this moment, Shen Yuan-che felt his back being slapped. Shen Yuan-che. Mu Yenran's voice rang out.
Shen Yuan-che turned to look and found Mu Yanyan looking at himself with a smile.
It had to be said that Mu Yanyan was worthy of being one of the school flowers. Smiling was really pretty.
Shen Yuan-che smiled, "The exams will start soon, remember to protect me."
No problem.
Mu Yanran nodded her head in agreement. Some of the students not far away all had a look of jealousy after seeing Shen Yuan-che, who was talking and laughing with Mu Yanyan.
Especially some people from other schools. Who is this girl? So good looking, and that guy, I'm jealous. Ooh, what gives this Shen Yuan-che the right? Many people stomped their feet and beat their chests. Not far away, Zhou Dan also discovered Mu Yanran, who was talking to Shen Yuan-che. The moment he saw Mu Yanran, his eyes lit up. Quickly stepping forward, he wanted to hit on Mu Yanyan. As for Shen Yuan-che, who was beside Mu Yanran, he naturally ignored him. In his opinion, how could Shen Yuan-che, who was dressed in a pair of ground floor goods, be compared to himself? Zhou Dan directly came in front of Mu Yanran and stretched out his right hand. Hello classmate, my name is Zhou Dan, may I ask what your name is?
After Mu Yanyan glanced at Zhou Dan, she immediately took Shen Yuan-che's arm and leaned on Shen Yuan-che. When the exams are over, treat me to a barbecue. Recently a new barbecue restaurant opened on Shaolu Street. I heard that there's also the meat of a third-ranked ferocious beast. Obviously, Mu Yanyan didn't even want to pay attention to Zhou Dan, she only wanted to talk to Shen Yuan-che. Good, I'll take you to eat after the exams. Zhou Dan was slightly angry in his heart after seeing Mu Yanyan ignoring him. However, he wasn't discouraged and instead reopened his mouth. Hello, I'm Zhou Dan, my father is the richest man in Nanan City, Zhou Lin. In the past, after he spoke of his father's identity, the attitudes of those women who scoffed at him would all change 180 degrees. He thought Mu Yanran would be like that as well. But obviously, he was disappointed. Mu Yanyan still ignored Zhou Dan. Instead, she was still chatting with Shen Yuan-che. And the people around him had exploded. This person is actually the son of Zhou Lin's richest man. I've heard that his chi blood is over 700 points, right? I'm so envious, my current chi blood is only over 200 points. Those students who knew Mu Yanran's identity scoffed at this. They opened their mouths to sneer. Che, just the richest man. After all, Mu Yanyan's father was the richest man in Jiang'an City, not the least bit worse than that Zhou Dan. Even richer. After seeing Mu Yanyan actually still ignoring himself, Zhou Dan was completely enraged. However, he didn't vent his anger on Mu Yanyan, but instead looked towards Shen Yuan-che, who was being held by Mu Yanyan's arm. He grabbed Shen Yuan-che's clothes. Kid. But before he could finish speaking, he found himself flying. No, it was being picked up. Zhou Dan, young Master Zhou, right? Please don't disturb the two of us from talking. Chapter 15, Starting the Exam. Shen Yuan-che reached behind Zhou Dan with his left hand and picked him up like a chicken. A 7th-level martial artist, in front of Shen Yuan-che, a martial master, was similar to a brat. Taking a look around, he threw it to the side. Ding! Triggering achievement quest, just so wild. Mission objective, please ask the host to act cocky from now on, the crazier the better, until the end of the test. Reward, Hubris Aura. Hubris Aura, the more arrogant you are, the more likely you are to get beaten up.
When wearing this aura, you will recover 1% of your status, including but not limited to injuries, stamina, etc. every second. Note, the more arrogant the host is during the mission, the better the recovery effect of the hubris aura will be. Capped at 5%. Seeing this sudden quest, Xian Yuanche pulled the corner of his mouth. This quest was also too heaven-defying. Wasn't this making him a target? However, after seeing the effect of the arrogant aura, he felt that it wasn't like this quest couldn't be done. After all, the effect of this aura was also too heaven-defying. The crazier the effect, the better it is? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be a proper person. Zhou Dan didn't react until he was on the ground, he was actually thrown aside? The surrounding students also noticed the situation. They all covered their mouths and snickered. Laughing me to death, this Zhou Dan, what a clown. What a disgrace. Those students from the same school as him found the opportunity to open their mouths to mock. Normally, Zhou Dan was arrogant and they had long since grown tired of seeing him. Due to his status, they didn't dare to say anything more. Now that they had finally found the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to ridicule him severely. As for the fear of retaliation, so many people together ridicule, how do you retaliate? Listening to the surrounding ridicule, Zhou Dan's face turned red. At the same time, he also resented Xian Yuanche beyond measure. Damn it! He stood up with some exasperation. Turning his head towards Xian Yuanche, raised his right hand. Go to hell! Zhou Tianpom. The students present took a step back when they saw this. They did not expect that this Zhou Dan would actually strike directly. Mu Yanyan frowned slightly at the sight and left Xian Yuanche's arm with both hands, ready to strike. But Xian Yuanche was faster than him. Bang! Before the crowd could react, Xian Yuanche had already kicked him out. Although he didn't use his full strength, the powerful force still directly sent him flying over 10 meters. The surrounding students directly exploded with a nationalist cry at the sight. Who is this person? So fierce that he directly kicked Zhou Dan a dozen meters? Seems like he's from Jiang'an City. So fierce? Then wouldn't he be a solid number one? Many people sized up Xian Yuanche with curious gazes. Zhou Dan, who was kicked by Xian Yuanche, was not so lucky. At this moment, Zhou Dan had already fainted to death. The teacher of the Nanan First Center hurriedly came to Zhou Dan's side and helped him up. After seeing Zhou Dan's condition, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Blood was coming out of his mouth and nose, and he was out of breath but not in. Reaching out and touching Zhou Dan's chest, he found that the powerful impact had shattered all the bones in his chest. He hurriedly took out a D-grade healing potion from his pocket and poured it down on Zhou Dan. It was a good thing that Zhou Dan was only a martial artist. If he were a martial master, a D-grade healing potion would not be very useful to him. After a few minutes, Zhou Dan gradually woke up, but only just. I have a C-grade healing potion in my spatial ring. He opened his mouth somewhat painfully. That teacher saw this and hurriedly took out the healing potion from his spatial ring. After drinking it down, his state was obviously much better than just now. The effect of the healing potion isn't bad. Xian Yuanche in the distance muttered at the sight. However, this kind of healing potion was also not unlimited. Each time it was taken, the effect would almost always decay. The effect was far inferior to the arrogant aura. And the arrogant aura was still a full recovery. There was simply no comparison. After seeing that Zhou Dan's state was better, that teacher walked towards Xian Yuanche. After walking in front of Xian Yuanche, he opened his mouth and accused, "You classmate, how can you casually strike out at a classmate from another school?" Quickly apologized to him. Looking at the teacher in front of him who was just up to his shoulders, Xian Yuanche was just about to say something when Lu Yuan arrived at an unknown time. "I say, old he, it was clearly your student who struck out at my student first. Everyone saw it. My student was just defending himself." He long turned his head to look and found Lu Yuan with his hands clasped on his chest, looking at himself with a teasing face. "Lu Yuan. So this is your student." He Long somewhat gritted his teeth as he looked at Lu Yuan. It was evident from He Long's expression that these two were not dealing with each other. Xian Yuanche looked at the task and decided that being cocky was the way to go. "This teacher, it's not my fault. This student from your class came to harass my girlfriend for no reason, and then tried to come and beat me up. I just casually kicked him and he flew out. I thought he was strong. I didn't expect him to be so weak.
After saying that, Xian Yuanche also shrugged his shoulders.
By the way, he also asked the system in his mind. System, wasn't I crazy just now?
Ding, it wasn't wild enough, please continue the host's efforts.
Xian Yuanche.
After hearing Xian Yuanche's words, Lu Yuan almost laughed out loud.
Look, old he, this is the fault of that student of yours, people's young lovers are doing fine, they have to come and harass them. It's also deserved to be beaten.
You.
He long looked at Lu Yuan with a reddened face.
Xian Yuanche, next time, go easy on him. Lu Yuan pretended to pat Xian Yuanche's shoulder.
Humph.
He long shook his hand and turned around to leave. This was just a small episode, but it still made quite a few people realize something.
Say, have you guys noticed a problem?
A student clapped his hands and spoke with a sudden realization.
What problem?
Those students beside him opened their mouths and asked. That Xian Yuanche was able to kick away Zhou Dan, who had more than 700 points of qi blood, what does that mean? After hearing those words, quite a few people also understood something. You mean, the Xian Yuanche's qi blood has probably reached 900 points, or even
1,000 points.
That's right, this Xian Yuanche is most likely the only martial master in this martial examination. Although the crowd was very reluctant to believe it. But they were clear that the strength Xian Yuanche had displayed was simply not something a martial artist could possess.
Alas, let's hope that we don't encounter him inside.
Many students were silently praying in their hearts not to encounter Xian Yuanche.
This was because the points from this martial examination could be plundered.
If they encountered Xian Yuanche, they would definitely have no hair left.
Chapter 16 Xian Yuanche who is barbecuing. The time quickly came to around 1:30.
That Jinnan spoke again. This time, the rewards of the martial examination are kept secret and will be announced when the examination is over, but I can give you a reminder that the more points you have, the more rewards you will receive. There's one more thing I forgot to mention, and that is that the points from this examination can be plundered. This martial examination will also be live streamed in its entirety, so I hope you won't lose face. At 1:55, the crowd started entering the spatial rift one after another.
At exactly 2 o'clock, the last student happened to enter the spatial rift.
Mu Yanran, who was still holding Xian Yuanche's arm tightly, directly disappeared the moment she entered the spatial rift. When Xian Yuanche opened his eyes, he realized that Mu Yanran had already disappeared. Looking around again, he realized that there was no one.
Looks like it was a random teleportation.
Outside, after Jinan and the others saw that the students had all entered, they all headed in one direction. The secret realm was filled with special monitoring equipment, as well as drones, making it easy to observe the students' conditions.
Teachers, this way please.
Several martial artists in military uniforms led those teachers to the monitoring room. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he was already searching for the traces of the ferocious beast. Although the reward had been kept mysterious, he had probably guessed what the reward was.
It was probably exchanging points for something.
That was why the more points the better. Soon, he came across the first ferocious beast. A 3-meter-long lizard. Xian Yuanche didn't even bother to use his eye of scrying and directly kicked it out.
A small light window popped up in the spatial ring.
Killed a first-order primary ferocious beast, gained 1 point.
Current points, 1. Ranking, first place tied. It's actually quite intelligent.
After closing the light window, Xian Yuanche continued to start searching for the ferocious beasts. With the boost of divine walking steps, Xian Yuanche's movement speed was very fast. Soon enough, he found the second ferocious beast.
A 2-meter-tall, 5-meter-long buffalo.
By the looks of it, it's estimated to be of the middle first rank. The buffalo also discovered Xian Yuanche, its hooves wiped on the ground and prepared to build up its strength to charge towards Xian Yuanche.
Bang!
Xian Yuanche didn't want to waste time and directly rushed in front of it to send it flying with a kick.
Killed a first-rank intermediate ferocious beast, gained points 2. Current points, 3. Ranking, first place.
Beef, it should be delicious, right? Xian Yuanche came to the cow's corpse and looked at the buffalo whose head had been tilted to one side. After dragging the corpse to an open place, Xian Yuanche took out a small knife from his spatial ring and started cutting the beef. It had to be said that this space ring was still prepared very thoughtfully. In addition to a day's worth of food, there was also a lighter and even seasonings. After finding some wood, he began to prepare the barbecue.
Beef I only eat fresh.
Shen Yuanche threw the beef he had just cut off to the side and directly recut a piece down.
After an unknown amount of time, the beef was cooked. After sprinkling it with seasonings, Shen Yuanche started eating it. Not bad.
Shen Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Although his own technique was not good, the deliciousness of the ferocious beast meat was naturally not comparable to ordinary buffalo meat. So even if it was poorly roasted, it wouldn't be difficult to eat. After eating it, he cut another piece of hind leg meat and started roasting it. He wasn't panicking at all, the points could be plundered anyway, just specialize in plundering the points when the time came. Outside world. Lu Yuan kept wandering between the various screens, trying to find traces of Shen Yuanche. However, since it was impossible for the drones and surveillance equipment to cover the entire secret realm, he had searched for half an hour without finding Shen Yuanche.
"Hello, comrade, can you transfer me to one of my students?" Lu Yuan said to a youth in military uniform.
Yes, you can, just say the name of that student and I'll have the drone localize it. Thank you, his name is Shen Yuanche. More than 10 minutes later, the drone found Shen Yuanche. Or rather, it found Shen Yuanche who was grilling. At this moment, Shen Yuanche was barbecuing a piece of hind leg meat with a small wooden stick stuck in it.
Looking at Lu Yuan in a daze.
This. He looked at the youth beside him with some embarrassment.
It looks like it's cooked.
Shen Yuanche's voice reached their ears through the drone. They then saw Shen Yuanche pick up the seasoning on the side and sprinkle it onto the hind leg meat. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. A small piece of hind leg meat was finished by him. This beef is pretty good, it wasn't in vain. Shen Yuanche recalled the flavor of the beef and nodded in satisfaction. Ugh. Lu Yuan held his forehead, his face a little embarrassed. At the same time, there was a live broadcast about this martial arts examination that was also opened. Many people flocked into the live broadcast room. In just less than a minute, the live broadcast room was flooded with hundreds of thousands of people. Old Chin, who stole the wife of the old king next door, I'm coming in, I want to see how my son did on the exam. The old king next door, that's right. I want to see how my son is doing too. Janae I fan, haha, last year I took the martial arts exam, and this year I can finally watch other people take the martial arts exam. This live room is different from the others. It is divided into thousands of small live rooms. They can wander around these thousands of small live rooms and watch. Also, you can fact check the points ranking. A little sleepy.
Shen Yuanche yawned.
After finding a tree that was a few dozen meters high, Shen Yuanche jumped onto the trunk and started to sleep. This operation not only shocked Lu Yuan, but also some of the netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room. A few people happened to come to the small live broadcast room that was showing Shen Yuanche's situation. When they saw that Shen Yuanche was sleeping, they typed and spat.
Lu Fry, how is this student sleeping? It can't be a pendulum swing, right? Little Lee, I guess it's really swinging for the fences.
After staying for a few minutes, they headed to the next live room. Lu Yuan looked at Shen Yuanche, who was already sleeping, and waved his hand powerlessly.
Forget it, just move away. Good. In the secret realm.
Shen Yuanche continued to close his eyes after sweeping the direction the drone left. Time passed quickly, and by the time Shen Yuanche woke up, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He glanced at the points ranking.
Ranking, first place, 33 points.
Second place, 32 points of points. After reading it, Shen Yuanche nodded in satisfaction.
It's pretty fast, tomorrow I'll go find sheep to wool gather.
Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he seemed to have found something. A white, 3 meters tall and 7 meters long tiger appeared in his sight. At the same time, the tiger also discovered Shen Yuanche. Roar! The tiger roared towards Shen Yuanche. Then it was kicked to death by Shen Yuanche, who had already returned to the ground. Bang! Killing a first-ranked high-level ferocious beast, gaining 3 points.
Chapter 17, Shen Yuanche.
Robbery. After doing this, Shen Yuanche re-entered the tree.
The next day. At 9 in the morning.
Only then did Shen Yuanche open his eyes. At this time, the drone also flew back not far from Shen Yuanche and observed him. And after those in the live broadcast room saw that Shen Yuanche actually woke up at 9 o'clock, they typed and spat.
Little Day's dad, this student actually woke up at 9 o'clock? This is too little attention to this martial arts exam, right? XX111, that's right, this person is hopeless, I'm afraid he can only enroll in a third-rate martial arts university. Next door old king, according to his appearance, I'm afraid he can't even enroll in a third-rate martial arts university. Outside monitoring room.
Several people gathered in front of the screen, looking at Xian Yuanche. At this moment, Xian Yuanche was leisurely roasting tiger meat. After eating a little bit of tiger meat, he began to look for the other students. The ferocious beasts he encountered were basically all one-move seconds. First-rank ferocious beasts couldn't even carry a kick in front of him. Bang! A student slapped a wolf in front of him to death.
Ha ha ha, a first-rank intermediate ferocious beast.
That student laughed a few times as he watched the prompt pop up in his spatial ring.
However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore.
Xian Yuanche came in front of him.
Little friend, can you let brother take a look at this spatial ring of yours?
Xian Yuanche looked at the student in front of him who was only his shoulder height with a smile on his face.
Little friend?
That student looked at Xian Yuanche in front of himself. Without waiting for him to react, Xian Yuanche grabbed his right hand and took down the space ring.
There's actually 23 points, not bad, not bad, this will be a filial honor.
Saying that, Xian Yuanche directly plundered the points from that spatial ring.
That student was instantly anxious when he saw this. Put my points.
Before he could finish his words, he was thrown to the side by Xian Yuanche.
Bang!
After Xian Yuanche clapped his hands, he left the place with a few jumps. The drone that had been following Xian Yuanche just happened to capture this scene. The few viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned.
Detective Oldley, his maneuver just now stunned me. Kai Yifan, this operation, this maneuver, this proficiency, this kid isn't afraid of having a side business, right? Others, ditto. Half an hour later, Xian Yuanche encountered others again. This time, it was a small team of 3.
Xian Yuanche appeared directly in front of them.
Cough cough.
Xian Yuanche gave them each a slap before removing the spatial rings one by one.
Not bad, this one actually has 32 points, and this one actually has 15 points.
When looking at the last spatial ring, he frowned.
How come this one only has 3 points, pauper?
After spitting, he threw the spatial ring back at them.
After all, wool could still grow back.
In case he waited until tomorrow to come across it, wouldn't it be beautiful to harvest another wave?
In the live broadcast room.
Kai Yifan, this is a talented person, specializing in robbing other people's points.
Taoye's handsome reader, ditto.
Lu Yuan and the others in the outside monitoring room watched this operation by Xian Yuanche and their eyes widened. This teacher, this student of yours has some complicated ingredients. The young man in military uniform glanced at Lu Yuan. After a few more hours, Xian Yuanche found a small group of students.
Looking at the uniforms, I guess they are from Bayan City's first middle school, right?
Xian Yuanche, who was standing on a large tree, stroked his chin.
Bang!
Xian Yuanche jumped directly to the ground and looked at the dozen or so students in front of him. A few students recognized Xian Yuanche.
It's that Xian Yuanche who was suspected to be a martial artist? Why do I have an ominous feeling? Xian Yuanche's next words confirmed their suspicions. Cough cough cough, everyone, I've been a bit short-handed lately, so your points are mine.
Just as he finished speaking, a student snorted coldly.
Humph. Even if you're a martial master, we're not afraid of you, want our points? Then come over and get them.
The other students looked around at their peers and nodded in agreement.
That's right, there are 15 people on our side, 15 against 1, the advantage is mine.
The crowd in the live broadcast room gloated when they saw this scene.
Here it comes, this mugger has finally run into a tough fight.
Since Xian Yuanche had been robbing people for the past few hours, the live broadcast room had been flooded with thousands and thousands of people. Quite a few people felt displeased with Xian Yuanche's behavior. However, there were also quite a few people who expressed their appreciation for Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche looked at the 15 people not far away and didn't want to talk any more nonsense. He directly flashed in front of one person and sent him flying out with a punch.
Bang!
That student was directly sent flying 7 or 8 meters. This was still Xian Yuanche staying his hand. Otherwise, if an ordinary martial artist was punched by him with his full strength, they would be able to go directly to see the tits. After hitting the first one, he flashed to the second student.
Bang! Followed by the third.
After beating the 3, Xian Yuanche took off the space rings of those 3.
After plundering all the points, Brick looked at the remaining 12. Remove the spatial rings, I only want the points. Good. Good. The few students who were already terrified nodded their heads in a hurry, not caring in the slightest about their companions' despicable looks. Looking at those 3 space rings in his hands, Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. After plundering the points in the spatial rings, Xian Yuanche patted the shoulders of those 3 people. Then he looked towards the remaining 9. What about the 9 of you? A student spoke with a red neck. We will definitely not give in. Bang! Bang! The 9 were directly sent flying by Xian Yuanche. After plundering the points from all 9 space rings, Xian Yuanche's points came to 672 points. The ranking had also come to first place long ago. This was the result of his work this morning plus noon. It's a pity that I couldn't find those people in second and third place. Looking at the 200 plus points of the second place, Xian Yuanche expressed his greed. The crowd in the live broadcast room and the monitoring room had all watched the entire process of Xian Yuanche's robbery. Looking at Xian Yuanche in the screen, Lu Yuan nodded. The ingredients are indeed complex. From 10 o'clock in the morning until now, 20 people had already been robbed by Xian Yuanche. According to this situation, it was estimated that on the 3rd day, more people would be robbed. At this point in time, the time had already come to the 24th hour of the exam, and there were still 48 hours left until the end of the exam. Xian Yuanche threw the space ring in his hand back to that student. Thank you for the points. After saying these words, he left the area to look for his next target. There were 12,000 candidates participating this time. If each person had 30 points, there would be a total of 360,000 points, and there was no way he could rob the entire group himself. So having 30,000 to 40,000 points would be good. There were still 36 hours until the end of the examination. At this time, the time had already come to 2 o'clock in the morning. After Xian Yuanche slapped a ferocious beast to death, he began to start a fire and barbecue. Currently, his points had come to 1534, while the second place had only 270 points. Chapter 18 Encountering Ouyang Bai. Currently, his points had come to 1534, while the second place had only 270 points. These 1534 points were still that much thanks to him finding people and killing ferocious beasts at the same time. Forget it, it's better not to sleep. As soon as Xian Yuanche threw the wooden stick in his hand to the side, he stomped out the fire and then continued to start searching for his target. Everywhere he went, he used the eye of scrying to scan. Creatures that were not necessarily visible to the naked eye could definitely be seen by the scrying eye. Name, Shuaihe. Blood, 700-800 level 7 martial artist. Breathing technique. Seeing the panel suddenly pop up, Xian Yuanche stopped. He had a bit of an impression of this name. It seemed like he was in 7th place and had 134 points. Fat fish. Shuaihe, who was sleeping on the tree, felt a tap on his shoulder. After opening his eyes, he saw Xian Yuanche's face. Ghost! Shuaihe exclaimed and fainted as his eyes went white. Am I that scary? Xian Yuanche was a little embarrassed. In passing, he took off his spatial ring and plundered the points inside. At 6 in the morning, Xian Yuanche yawned. He tallied up the results of the battle. Since it was nighttime, his divine walking steps had reached perfection again. Coupled with the fact that almost everyone was resting, he easily found the students. In total, he robbed more than 170 students, and more than 150 of them were stunned by him. Now his points had come to 15,671. A certain place. Mu Yanyan had just opened the rankings to take a look after killing a first-rank intermediate ferocious beast. When she saw Xian Yuanche's points, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Wow! Che's points are actually this much. Then she looked at her own measly 245 points and lost a little. She had originally wanted to protect Xian Yuanche. Now it seemed that Xian Yuanche didn't need her protection at all. There were still 28 hours until the end of the exam. Xian Yuanche was very lucky to have met the second place by him. The second place's current points had come to 321 points, but unfortunately, it was robbed by Xian Yuanche. Outside. Inside the monitoring room, a teacher immediately wailed after seeing his student being punched away by Xian Yuanche. No! That's right, that second place was from their school. And it was still his student. Now after being robbed by Xian Yuanche, the points had also reverted to 0.
There was now less than half of the time left, and even if he re-killed the ferocious beasts, he probably wouldn't be able to return to second place. There were still 24 hours left until the end of the examination, when Xian Yuanche encountered Ouyang Bai. Xian Yuanche? Ouyang Bai looked at Xian Yuanche in front of him in surprise. Originally, he had thought that Xian Yuanche had come to participate just to die. But ever since yesterday, when Xian Yuanche's points came to number 1, he realized that he had underestimated Xian Yuanche. Hello, robbery. After Xian Yuanche finished speaking, he directly picked up Ouyang Bai's right hand and tried to take off the spatial ring. Seeing this, Ouyang Bai frowned slightly and exerted his right hand, wanting to struggle away. However, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not struggle away. He could only watch as his points were plundered away. After doing this, Xian Yuanche turned around and left. Wait! Ouyang Bai called out to him. Is there something else? Xian Yuanche turned around to look at Ouyang Bai. Ouyang Bai came over to Xian Yuanche's side and spoke in a low voice, I want to buy your points, so name a price. Saying this, he also quietly took out a card from his spatial ring. Buy my points? It was the first time Xian Yuanche had heard this kind of request. What was the difference between this and buying points from a college entrance exam? Sure you won't go into squat? Ouyang Bai nodded, that's right, I'll buy your points. Seemingly afraid that Xian Yuanche would not agree, he added, don't worry, the price will definitely not be low. After hearing these words, Xian Yuanche's heart was on alert. There was something fishy. There was definitely something fishy. How much do you want to offer for it? Xian Yuanche was testing. If Ouyang Bai offered a high price, then that proved one thing. This point was even more precious than he had imagined. Or that a certain item exchanged at the end of the examination was precious. How about $50 million? The price given by Ouyang Bai immediately shocked Xian Yuanche. He had thought that Ouyang Bai would only offer $10 or $20 million. He didn't expect that he would actually offer $50 million. This also made him even more certain that the points were indeed precious. Not for sale. Since he knew that this point was precious, it was naturally impossible for him to sell it. After hearing Xian Yuanche say that it was not for sale, Ouyang Bai continued to raise the price. There's $50 million in this bank card, how about it? As long as you give me the points, this bank card is yours. When he heard $50 million, Xian Yuanche admitted that his heart was moved. But the more Ouyang Bai did, the less he would sell. Brother, even if you give me $1 billion, I won't sell it. And without waiting for Ouyang Bai to open his mouth again, Xian Yuanche was ready to leave this place. Wait! Ouyang Bai once again called out to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche turned around once again, and there was already some impatience between. Bang! Ouyang Bai flew out backwards, hit a big tree and fainted to death. Originally, he didn't even want to make a move because he was Yin Yan's cousin. But he didn't expect that this kid would dare to hit Yin Yan, so don't blame him for not being polite. He put away his fists, walked to Ouyang Bai, and directly clicked on his abandonment test button. According to Ouyang Bai's family background, there was no need to worry about not having a university to study at all, so he might as well let him go out earlier, lest he find trouble with Mu Yin Yan later. After doing this, he left the place and went to rob the next target. There must be a very precious thing in the points exchange this time. Xian Yuanche thought as he ran. To be able to make Ouyang Bai pay $50 million for his points, that thing must be worth more than $50 million. He was certain that if he continued to haggle just now, Ouyang Bai could even offer up to $100 million perhaps. There were still 17 hours left until the end. In the outside world, there was a teacher wailing almost every half hour. It was because all of their students had been robbed by Xian Yuanche. Those who were robbed on the first day were fine and still had time to gain points. But now that they were robbed, even if they still had time to acquire points, then they definitely wouldn't be able to acquire much. Especially those students who had been robbed twice by Xian Yuanche. Among them was the one called Shuihe. There were still 12 hours left until the end of the examination. The time reached 2 in the morning. Xian Yuanche encountered Mu Yanran. At this moment, Mu Yanyan was sleeping against a tree trunk and didn't notice Xian Yuanche's arrival. It was naturally impossible for him to plunder Mu Yanyan's points. If one were to even plunder her points, that would be pure birth. Among the top 100 ranked people, only Mu Yanyan's he didn't loot. According to the remaining time, even if she kept resting and swinging for the fences, she was still firmly in second place. End of chapter.
Chapter 19, End of Examination. After looking at Mu Yan for a few moments then, Xian Yuanche left the place. Time was running out, he had to seize the time to plunder points before he could do so. There were still 10 hours left until the end of the examination. At this moment, Xian Yuanche glanced at his quest panel and he seemed to remember something. He had thrown the quests aside for the past 2 days. This couldn't be good. He looked at the drone above his head and took it down with a light jump. Although it was early in the morning, there were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room. Cough cough cough, I'll say a few words below. The people in this martial arts exam are too weak, none of them can resist a punch from me. Suggest that those people don't come for the martial arts exam and go for the literature exam. And those schools, I'll name them, Zheng'an 2nd, 3rd, and 4th middle schools. If there is any similarity, please do not substitute. Nan'an 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th middle school. Forget it, it's too troublesome to say them one by one. Other than Zhang'an number 1 middle school, are all the schools that came to participate this time trash schools? Those who came to take the martial arts exam this time, other than me, there isn't a single martial arts master. Suggest that those schools cancel the subject of the martial arts exam in the future. The people you sent to participate are all a bunch of trash anyway. After saying that, Xian Yuanche threw the drone back into the sky. At this time, the live broadcast room had already exploded. Kai Erfan, this kid is so arrogant? Not afraid to go out and get killed? Detective Oldley, having lived for more than 30 years, this is the first time I've seen such a crazy person. The rest of the crowd also expressed their opinions. Especially those freshmen and sophomores other than those from Zheng'an First High School. XXXXX, it's abominable, actually daring to disparage our Nan'an First High School so much all over the place. X1111, actually, I feel that what he said is reasonable. After all, the students we sent out to participate in the martial arts examination are indeed not even a single martial arts master. Inside the surveillance room. At this moment, Lu Yuan was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually pull this whole thing on himself. Looking around, he realized that there were a few teachers from other schools looking at him with some killing intent. He hastily shrunk his neck. This is not what I said, don't come to me. How about it, system, was it wild enough just now? Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind. He had lived for so long, and it was the first time he had said something so arrogant. Ding. Currently, the recovery effect of the arrogant aura has been increased to 3%, please continue to work harder, host. After seeing the prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart. 3% was quite a lot, but he was aiming for 5%. A recovery ability of 5% per second was one of the capitals he would use to fight across the ranks in the future. Xian Yuanche's words were also spread like wildfire by the major netizens. Many people saw it and traveled to that small live broadcasting room. There were also the phone numbers of the principals of all the major middle schools that had been busted. Especially the principal of Zhang'an First Middle School. Xian Yuanche was still constantly searching for students. He already had a better plan in mind. It was definitely possible to increase the recovery effect of the arrogant aura to 5%. 2.5 minutes later. A panel popped up after Xian Yuanche scanned a certain bush. Name, Chen Shun. It turned out that there was someone hiding in the grass. He took a big step forward and directly pulled him out. The speed was so fast that Chen Shun did not react at all. After Xian Yuanche threw him to the ground, he took off Chen Shun's spatial ring. After plundering the points, he also instantly looked at the personal information in the space ring. So it's a student from the first middle school of Nan'an City, I said, why is it such a waste? If I had known that the people from other schools were so wasteful, I wouldn't have come to participate, lest others say that I'm even bullying the waste. Saying that, Xian Yuanche even pretended to shake his head. Ding! The recovery effect of the arrogant aura has increased to 4%. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche was slightly surprised. 4% so soon? He had thought that his behavior just now wasn't arrogant enough. It seemed that this task from the system was still quite good to accomplish. After leaving this place, Xian Yuanche continued to search up other targets. When he came across one, he humiliated the school behind them. Finally, after 2.5 hours, the system's beep came. Ding! The recovery effect of the arrogant aura has been increased to 5%. It seems like this quest is still quite easy to complete. Xian Yuanche said in his heart.
No, originally this task was quite difficult, but this system was afraid that the host would be too arrogant and thus be killed by others, so it lowered the standard.
Xian Yuan Che.
Although this system was very sweet, he wanted to beat it to death.
12 o'clock at noon.
At this point, there were still 2 hours before the end of the examination. Xian Yuanche's points had already come to 100,000 points. One could imagine how crazy Xian Yuanche was plundering. As for why there were only 100,000 points, it was because some of the students who had gotten a few hundred points had chosen to leave early after hearing about Xian Yuanche's exploits. At 2 in the afternoon, Xian Yuanche's points were fixed at 1,100,000 points.
The examination is over.
A voice came out from the spatial ring. As the words fell, Xian Yuanche felt a suction force. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already left the secret realm. There were still quite a few students around. After those students came back to their senses, they saw Xian Yuanche.
It's him! Run! Many of the students who had left their aftermath began to flee. This Xian Yuanche was simply not human. Robbing them once wasn't enough, catching them and robbing them twice. There were even some unlucky ones that were robbed 4 times. Quiet! Jinan arrived at an unknown time. The examination is now over.
There was a bit of an accident in this examination, causing some of you students to have grades that are not true grades. Since the martial examination points looting was only introduced this year, there were some mistakes. This we will give you compensation and a chance to re-examine, and will definitely not delay your application to the university. Speaking of this, Jin Nan also looked at Xian Yuanche. However, there was no blame in his eyes, instead, he carried some appreciation. Then in his heart, he sighed. This kid, his strength is good, just a bit too arrogant. Those students who had been robbed by Xian Yuanche a few times let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. Luckily, this time, they were able to make up the exam, or else they would have been finished. Now we will start announcing the rewards. You guys can check your space rings, a new function has now appeared. Xian Yuanche sniffed and immediately opened to look at his spatial ring.
There was an additional reward function next to the rankings.
After opening it, a column of goods appeared. As expected, the rewards this time were to exchange points for certain things. He first looked at the first row.
Chapter 20 Redeeming Rewards. The most precious thing here was definitely in the first row.
As expected, a stone named Secret Art Stone came into view. Secret Art Stone, after using it, one can obtain a secret art. Redemption points, 100,000.
Hiss. 100,000 points.
After seeing the exchange price of this secret art, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air. He himself only had a total of 110,000 points.
Inside the office, Jin Nan held Xian Yuanche's information in his hands and watched. 68 points of chi blood, fooling the hell. After spitting, he casually burned the information. He had also seen Xian Yuanche's battles within the secret territory. The lowest chi blood was above 1,000 points. It was even above 2,000 points. Such a talent, it's a pity to go to those universities.
Jin Nan stroked his chin. After thinking for a while, he took out his cell phone and started making calls. A talent like Xian Yuanche, coming to join the army was undoubtedly the best. And Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate to exchange this secret art stone.
A thing worth 100,000 points was definitely not simple.
Who cares if he uses it now, he exchanged it first. After exchanging this stone, he only had a little over 10,000 points left. Looking towards the remaining rewards.
C-grade chi and blood potion. Redemption points, 1,000.
Grade B martial skill, cloudless palm technique.
Redemption points, 2,000. B-grade alloy knife.
Redemption points, 4,000.
1,000 yuan. Redemption points 1.
Seeing the remaining rewards, Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate to redeem 6 C-grade chi and blood potions.
Then also exchanged a B-grade alloy knife. That last remaining 721 points were all exchanged for money. After exchanging them, Mu Yanyan came beside Xian Yuanche.
I didn't expect you to actually be number 1 this time. Quickly say, how much chi and blood do you have now? Mu Yanran crossed her arms and glared at Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche secretly looked at his panel.
Name, Xian Yuanche.
Chi and blood, 6195 7000 level 6 martial artist. Breathing technique, Yuan Chi breathing technique grade C. More than 6,000 points of chi blood now. For him, this was nothing to hide.
After all, Mu Yanran wouldn't believe it even if he said it. What?
After Mu Yanyan heard Xian Yuanche say that she had more than 6,000 points of chi blood, there was some incredulity in her eyes. Looking at the incredulity in Mu Yanyan's eyes, Xian Yuanche did not explain more. Not being able to expose the system, this was something that every traveler abided by.
Xian Yuanche. Jinnan's voice rang out. The two turned their heads to look, only to see Jinnan walking towards this side. Elder Jinnan.
Xian Yuanche greeted politely.
Mu Yanran, Uncle Jin.
Mu Yanyan's way of calling out was a bit surprising to Xian Yuanche. Jinnan nodded, then patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. This is the reward you redeemed just now. I've sent it to you, and given that you're in first place this time, this spatial ring is sent to you by the way. Saying that, Jinnan handed out a spatial ring. Xian Yuanche took that spatial ring, took off the spatial ring in his hand that recorded his points, and handed it to Jinnan. Then he checked the information of the new spatial ring. This spatial ring that Jinnan had sent had a capacity of 7 cubic meters, which wasn't exactly small. A spatial ring was tens of millions a cubic meter, and with the 7 cubic meters, it was less than 5 million.
Thank you, Senior, for the space ring. Is there any interest in joining the Beast Suppression Army?
Jinnan stated his purpose.
Xian
Yuanche pretended to scratch his head. He sort of knew why Jinnan had sent the spatial ring to himself. It turned out that he wanted to join the army himself.
To be honest, he didn't want to join the Beast Suppression Army.
Xian Yuanche was a little hesitant. Senior. There's no need to answer me now, you should go home and think about it first. Jinnan also did not make things too difficult for Xian Yuanche.
After Jinnan left, Mu Yanran took Xian Yuanche's arm. Let's go. Let's go eat roasted meat.
As they walked on the road, the system's beep came.
Ding.
Detected that the martial arts exam has ended. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the arrogant halo. Hubris Aura, when worn, it restores 5% of your status per second, including but not limited to injuries, physical strength.
Upgrade condition, devour 2 auras.
Looking at the Hubris Halo, Xian Yuanche's mind moved and took off the soft feeding man halo. Then he put the Hubris Halo on it. With this aura, he was again equivalent to having a bottom card. After arriving at a barbecue restaurant, the two began to order what they wanted to eat. This second-rank ferocious beast meat looks good. And this one, the second-ranked thunder turkey. After ordering, the two took out their cell phones and started playing a game.
10 minutes later, Ouyang Baishue walked into this barbecue restaurant.
After she scanned the circle, she saw the two Xian Yuanche. Stepping away with her long legs, she walked towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche, come out for a moment, I have something to say to you. Mu Yanran and Xian Yuanche were originally playing a game, and after hearing Ouyang Baishue's voice, the two of them coincidentally put down their cell phones. Upon seeing that it was Ouyang Baishue, Mu Yanran's face immediately revealed hostility. What do you want? She took hold of Xian Yuanche. Ouyang Baishue swept a glance at Mu Yanyan and did not say anything more. Instead, she gave Xian Yuanche a look. Wait for me first. Xian Yuanche patted Mu Yanyan and got up to walk towards the outside. The two came outside. Say, what is it that you're looking for me for? Xian Yuanche asked towards Ouyang Baishue with his hands in his pockets. In fact, he knew in his heart that Ouyang Baishue was here for something. Did you exchange that secret art stone? This was what Ouyang Baishue was most concerned about right now. Originally, she had thought that secret art stone only needed 10,000 points to be redeemed. She didn't expect it to actually cost 100,000. However, it was good that Xian Yuanche had reached 100,000 points. If he redeemed it, he could buy it himself at a large price. What secret art stone? Xian Yuanche looked at Ouyang Baishue with a puzzled face. It's the one with 100,000 points. The one with 100,000 points. Xian Yuanche pretended to think and shook his head. You said that stone, I didn't redeem it. Then? What did you redeem then? When she heard Xian Yuanche say that he didn't redeem the secret art stone, Ouyang Baishue was a little anxious, and even her high and cold persona couldn't be maintained anymore. Xian Yuanche shrugged. Of course I exchanged 110 C-grade Chi blood potions. After all, it can be exchanged for a lot of money. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Without waiting for Ouyang Baishue to speak again, Xian Yuanche pushed the door and walked back into the barbecue restaurant.
And Ouyang Baixue was now frozen.
Especially after hearing Xian Yuanche say that he had exchanged his points for 100 C-grade qi and blood potions. She was almost about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Could a secret art stone be comparable to a mere C-grade qi and blood potion? Looking at Xian Yuanche's back, she sighed and turned to leave.
What did she find you to say?
Mu Yanran handed a piece of cupcake to Xian Yuanche.
Nothing, just asking me what I exchanged. At night Xian Yuanche returned home.
After returning home, he couldn't wait to take out the secret art stone and look at it.
Chapter 21 Secret Art Berserking.
He wanted to see what was so powerful about this stone. It was actually able to make Ouyang Baixue's heart miss it. Since the scrying eye could only probe the information of living things, Xian Yuanche could only search the internet for information about the secret art stone. But to his disappointment, there was no information about the secret art stone on the internet.
Ding! Host's need has been detected, Eye of Scrying is being upgraded. Ding!
The Eye of Scrying has been upgraded, and it is now possible to view the information on the secret art stone.
Tuzi, know your stuff.
After Xian Yuanche complimented the blast system, he hurriedly used the Eye of Scrying to view the information of the secret art stone. Secret art stone, you can use it by sticking it to your forehead, and you can obtain a random secret art after using it. Xian Yuanche followed the information given and pasted the secret art stone on his forehead. A minute passed without the slightest change in this secret art stone.
It can't be a fake, right?
Xian Yuanche spat.
But spitting was spitting, it definitely wouldn't be a fake.
After a few more minutes, the secret art stone that was pasted in front of his forehead finally changed. The secret art stone began to slowly become smaller, and Xian Yuanche felt something more in his head. It seemed like a method to open the secret arts.
The body also changed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret art, Berserking. Berserking, after using it, it can increase one's full attributes by 15% and lasts for 10 minutes. When it ends, you will be weakened for half an hour, and during the period of weakness, your full attributes will drop by 20%.
Ding!
Detected that the host has obtained the secret art of Berserking, triggering a 100-fold blast. Berserking has been upgraded to Berserking first level, can be advanced.
Berserking?
Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xian Yuanche was a bit curious and hurriedly checked out the secret art of Berserking. Berserking first stage can be advanced. After using it, it can increase one's full attributes by 50%, lasting for 10 minutes. When it ends, it will weaken for half an hour, and during the period of weakness, the total attributes will drop by 20%. Advancement method: reach Martial King Realm or use 2 secret art stones again.
This. After seeing the introduction of Berserking, there was an indescribably odd look on his face. Was this secret art bad? It was good. Being able to increase all attributes by 50% could be bad?
But this weakness was a bit hard to bear.
If he couldn't resolve the enemy within 10 minutes, he would be the one to suffer.
At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the hubris halo in his panel.
System, the recovery effect of the arrogant aura, can it counteract that weakness?
This was the question he was most concerned about.
After all, if it could, then this berserking would be a divine skill. Ding!
Yes, according to projections, it only takes 10 seconds to cancel out the weakness effect while wearing the arrogant aura.
It's really possible.
Xian Yuanche immediately became excited. Then this berserking was now an invincible divine skill.
Berserk! He immediately used berserking.
His body immediately changed. He felt that his own strength and reaction speed had increased by a lot.
Open the panel. Name: Xian Yuanche Berserk Aura.
Blood: 9292 10,000 9th level martial artist berserking effect. Breathing technique: Yuanchi breathing technique grade C.
Martial technique, grade B, wind chasing blade technique perfection, divine walking steps perfection, grade D, body forging fist perfection. Secret technique, berserking first rank. System space items, B and D grade alloy knives. Evaluation: no evaluation given.
The chi in blood has indeed been raised by 50%. If I boosted it a bit more, after using berserking, I estimate that I'll be able to reach 10,000 points of chi blood. 10 minutes passed, the berserking effect disappeared, and Xian Yuanche felt a sudden burst of weakness in his body. However, this feeling was constantly improving after the recovery of the berserk aura. 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche felt like he had returned to his peak.
The next step is to use the Qi and Blood Potion.
Xian Yuanche looked at the 6 Qi and Blood Potions in his spatial ring. These C-grade Qi and Blood Potions were able to provide him with 500-700 points of Qi and Blood per bottle. However, the drawback was the same as the D-grade Qi and Blood Potions. After taking a certain amount, they had no effect. The exact amount to be taken that would have no effect was still based on the individual. I hope it's not that unlucky. Give me a blast, even if it's twice as much I'll be satisfied. Opening the first one, he directly drank it. After waiting for 19 seconds, the system's beep did not come. He drank the second one with some disappointment. Waiting for. It still didn't trigger the storm. Then the third branch. Still no blitz triggered. No way, Unity, have a blitz. He directly drank the fourth one. Luckily, the system fulfilled his wish. Ding! Detected the host taking a C-ranked Qi and Blood Potion, gaining 530 points of Qi and Blood, triggering a 10-fold blitz, 530 raised to 5,300. Qi and Blood, 13085, 20000 level 1 Martial General. Tuzi, you're so good to me. After seeing the triggered blitz, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the remaining 2 Qi and Blood Potions, Xian Yuanche drank them down separately. After drinking them, he gained a total of 1,060 points of Qi Blood, and his Qi Blood came to 14,145 points. Zhou family, Nanan City. Zhou Dan sat on the sofa with a face full of anger. Damn Xian Yuanche. Although 3 days had passed, he still couldn't swallow this breath. Especially since Xian Yuanche had also robbed him twice in the secret realm. He had to know that he had taken 3 C-ranked healing potions in order to be able to take the test in time. As a result, he had gained 5 points in 3 days. He was about to die of anger. He would not swallow this breath no matter what. It just so happened that his father had spent a large sum of money last week to recruit a grade 1 Martial General and a grade 2 Martial General. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, you ask Uncle Wu Long and Uncle Wu Bug to help me capture someone back. A minute later, he put down his cell phone. At this moment, Zhou Dan's face was full of gloom. Xian Yuanche, when you fall into my hands, I will ruthlessly torture you. And Xian Yuanche didn't know in the slightest that there would be 2 martial arts generals coming to trouble him. But it didn't matter if he knew. After all, he was already a martial general. With Berserk and Blast, crossing the ranks was like drinking water. The next morning, Xian Yuanche woke up at 9 o'clock. The feeling of not having to attend classes and sleeping as long as he wanted was undoubtedly the most refreshing. The money he had in his hand right now was probably still several $100,000, so it was also time to change his rental house. After all, the rental house he was living in now was small as hell. Changing to a bigger one would be comfortable for him to live in. He opened the 85 same city to look up the rental house. Requirements are not much: a room, a hall, a kitchen, a bathroom on the line. After looking for a while, he found that there is no suitable rental house. At this time, Mu Yenron's phone called. Hello? Xian Yuanche, what are you doing? Mu Yenron's voice came out from the other side of the phone. Not doing anything, looking for a house, preparing to change to a rental house for a bit. Xian Yuanche chatted with Mu Yenron while looking up on the software. Want to change places to live? Wait for me. Mu Yenran hung up the phone. Xian Yuanche was a little unsure, but he still put away his phone first and went downstairs to eat breakfast, waiting for Mu Yenran while eating. After about half an hour or so, Mu Yenyan appeared in Xian Yuanche's line of sight. Here. Xian Yuanche waved towards Mu Yenran. Chapter 22, Finding a New Home, Killing Zhou Dan. Mu Yenran walked over and looked at the Xiaolong Bao on the table, casually took the chopsticks in Xian Yuanche's hand and clamped one into her mouth. Another Xiaolong Bao, and soy milk. After saying that, Mu Yenyan directly sat opposite Xian Yuanche. You want to change your place of residence? It just so happens that I have a dozen suites under my name, all of which I don't have time to live. You can move in. This isn't too good. Xian Yuanche was a little hesitant. It's fine, I don't really live there anyway. Finally, Xian Yuanche still followed Mu Yenran to her house. How about this set? If it doesn't work, we'll change another set. Xian Yuanche looked at the furnishings and space in the house and nodded his head in a hurry. This set will do. This set of house he could surmise just by looking at the entrance. At least at 200 square feet, all the furnishings were complete, and by the looks of it, there were still people cleaning it regularly.
Rich people are different.
Xian Yuanche walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the scenery. This was the 18th floor, and there were no buildings around that were too high, so Xian Yuanche could say that he had an unobstructed view from here.
Not bad, right? Xian Yuanche nodded, not bad indeed. After Xian Yuanche's fingerprints were recorded, the two of them went on a trip to the neighborhood until 7 in the afternoon before returning to their respective homes.
Xian Yuanche, who returned home, proceeded to start packing up his things in preparation for the move.
When packing to one of the drawers, Xian Yuanche swept his eyes over an item.
It was a cell phone card.
This is?
He tried to recall. This cell phone card seemed to be left behind by his own father. After casually throwing it into the system space, he continued to pack up his other things. There weren't many things, but it was good to have the system space around so it didn't have to be so troublesome. After packing, Xian Yuanche also cleaned the rental house. By the way, he also took a shower and went downstairs to have a meal. After doing all of this, the time had already come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Taking it out again and lying down on the still unpacked bed, he looked at the ceiling and contemplated. This life self was obviously a much better mix than the last one. Luckily, it's not a dream. 11:30 p.m. The two silhouettes came directly under Xian Yuanche's rented house. This is the place, right? Wu Long looked at the information on his cell phone. Wu Bug nodded his head. Big brother, this is the place. A small martial artist actually needs to use our two brothers at the same time. What a waste of time. From with which it could be heard that Wu Bug was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, they were at least a strong martial general. To be used against a martial master, wasn't this an insult to them? Don't whine, the boss usually doesn't treat us poorly, let's just finish the task. Walking up the stairs, they directly found the floor where Xian Yuanche was. At this time, Xian Yuanche, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone? He secretly said in his mind. He took out his B-grade alloy blade from his space ring. Wu Long and the others outside the door didn't hesitate and directly violently broke the door. Anyway, it was just a martial master, so it was easy to take him captive. Upon seeing the door violently broken open, Xian Yuanche directly used the wind-chasing blade technique. Ah! Since Wu Long didn't have the slightest defense, the 17 blades directly cut into him. Ding! Detected the host using the wind-chasing blade technique, triggering a 10-fold blitz, increasing its power by 10 times. The blade that triggered the blitz attack directly slashed at Wu Long's neck, and Wu Long's head directly fell to the ground. Not good. Wu Bug's reaction was quick, and when he saw that his brother was directly killed by Xian Yuanche in seconds, he hastily retreated backwards. Wasn't this kid a martial artist? How could he have this strength? Wu Bug's mind raced. While thinking, he felt his right hand lose consciousness, and then it was in intense pain. My right hand. Wu Bug covered his wound in a cold sweat. Say, who sent you here? Xian Yuanche said as he pointed his knife at Wu Bug. How did you become so powerful? Wu Bug looked at Xian Yuanche in front of him with eyes filled with fear. Put. Xian Yuanche directly came at Wu Bug's left arm. Wu Bug instantly felt that his left arm had also lost consciousness. You still have one more chance. If you tell me the person behind the curtain, I can consider letting you go. I'll say it. Wu Bug nodded his head in a hurry. He was afraid that Xian Yuanche would come back to give him another stab. Say it. It's the richest man in Nanan City, Zhou. He said that you beat up his son Zhou Dan, so he asked my two brothers to come and arrest you back. Then where does he live? Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and asked. Wu Bug didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told the two father and son Zhou where they lived. I've finished, then. Then I'll leave first. Wu Bug carefully looked at Xian Yuanche. I just said to consider it, I haven't even considered it yet, there's no rush. After saying that, Xian Yuanche pretended to start thinking. After a few seconds, Xian Yuanche looked at Wu Bug again. I've thought it over and decided not to let you go. With that, he directly killed Wu Bug. Put. After stowing the body and cleaning it up, he rushed to Nanan City according to the address Wu Bug had said. The place he was currently living was far from Zhouhu's house, but with the divine walking steps and the arrogant aura, he would be able to get there in an hour or two at the most. Divine walking steps perfection. After using it, it can increase one's speed by 300%. 1 hour later. Zhou family villa. Zhou Dan was lying on the sofa with a glass of wine and a cozy face. There was also a woman squatting on his crotch. Xian Yuanche, when you fall into my hands, I'll definitely torture you ruthlessly. Thinking about it, his face also grew more and more ferocious. Looking towards the woman at his crotch, he directly grabbed its hair and ruthlessly slammed it onto the table, as if this woman was Xian Yuanche in general. After a few minutes, the woman completely lost her voice. Waste. He kicked the woman to the side in disgust, lifted his pants and turned to leave. Zhou walked down from the second floor and saw the scene without saying much, as if he was already surprised. After all, an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist, in this day and age, death was death. However, he still cautioned. Tomorrow, there will be an honorable guest coming, you go out for a bit tomorrow, don't stay at home. Walking out of the villa, Zhou Dan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It's almost time, Xian Yuanche, I'm looking forward to seeing your horrified expression. Oh? Is that so? Xian Yuanche's voice rang out coldly. Zhou Dan blinked as a masked youth appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Xian Yuanche, and for the sake of caution, he had even destroyed the surrounding surveillance before appearing. Zhou Dan was immediately taken aback. After a few seconds, he reacted and hurriedly looked around. Are you looking for these two people? Xian Yuanche casually took out the heads of Wu Long and Wu Bug from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the heads of these two, Zhou Dan's voice had some incredulity on his face. How is it possible? They are strong martial generals. How could they be given by you? Xian Yuanche casually collected the heads into his spatial ring and two martial generals or just two, killed them casually. What? Zhou Dan's pupils shrunk with some shock on his face and then a deep fear. Alright, it's time to invite you to have some soup. Chapter 23, Acquiring Another Secret Art Stone. Mountain Breaking Fist, Hot Box. Put. Zhou Dan's head landed on the ground, too dead to die. Ding. Detected that the host killed Zhou Dan, triggering a 100-fold blast, 17 members of the Zhou family have died. The system prompt that popped up caused Xian Yuanche to be somewhat stunned. This blitz, it's not too much of an anticlimax, right? Killing someone with a blitz, directly killing the whole family? Inside the villa, Zhou, who was originally drinking leisurely, collapsed directly onto the ground with his eyes glazed over. This phenomenon also happened in other places in the city of Nan'an. Zhou's dozen or so illegitimate children also all died at the same time. Xian Yuanche collected the contents of Zhou Dan's spatial ring into the system space before walking into the villa with his knife. At a glance, he saw the woman who was already dead in a bloody mess. He carried the knife and continued to start searching. When he came across anything that looked valuable, he took it away. It was basically some antique stuff, which didn't cost that much in the new era. He found Zhou's body on the second floor. Looking at Zhou's body, he sighed. Originally, he wanted Zhou to take some money for himself to spend, but he didn't expect that he would actually be killed by the system's storm. Looking at the space ring in Zhou's hand, he directly collected the contents and the space ring into the system space. After doing this, he looked around the villa and found that there were no other people before he left the villa. Before leaving, he asked towards the system. System, is there anyone else alive within this villa? Ding. Please rest assured, host, there are no more living people within the villa. That's good. After hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche directly left this place and headed towards Jiang'an City. Halfway there, Xian Yuanche found a safe place to look at the things in the system space. Other than a D-rank B-rank ally knife, all the other things were basically from Zhou Dan, Zhou's space ring. Xian Yuanche organized these things one by one. 3 grade B Qi and blood potions, a grade B martial art, the mountain breaking fist, a bearer bank card, I just don't know how much money there is. At this time, Xian Yuanche caught sight of a stone. This stone he recognized even if he turned into ashes. This is Secret Art Stone. He didn't expect Zhou to actually have a secret art stone in his hands. He hurriedly pasted the secret art stone on his forehead and began to use it. A few minutes later, the secret art stone affixed to his forehead changed. Ding! Absorbing a secret art stone. Berserking first order, 1 more secret art stone to advance to second order. After doing this, he looked at the one remaining item. It was a chest that looked like it should be a safe. He took out the chest, which was only 2 palms in size, and looked at it. The construction of the chest was unique, and it was the first time he had seen this kind of chest. Use the Eye of Scrying. Item name, Yuan Pole Chest. Crafted from 5th order Yuan pole ore, it can withstand the attacks of a Martial King realm powerhouse, and its interior comes with a self-destruct mode.
Martial King.
After seeing these two words, Xian Yuanche's pupils shrunk.
Above a martial general was a martial zone. And a martial king was the realm above a martial zone.
In Jiangyan City, a martial general could be considered a strong person on one side, let alone a martial king. And this box was actually able to withstand the attack of a strong martial king, so one could imagine how precious the contents were. For a moment, he felt that the chest in his hands was a bit hot. It's over, this box definitely isn't Zhouhu's, it must be whoever put it in his hands or whoever he was going to give it to. He hurriedly put the box into the system space. The hell knows if this thing has a positioning or something. In case there is a positioning and that martial king follows the positioning to find himself, wouldn't he be beaten into a folding screen?
The consequences are unimaginable.
No, we can't stay here for long. Xian Yuanche looked at his surroundings.
It was now around 4 in the morning, and he was still within the city of Nan'an.
Just now, he had taken out the case himself, and if there was a locator, it might have left traces on the device. At this moment, he was incredibly glad that he hadn't checked these things in his rental house or his new home.
Otherwise, both himself and Mu Yanran would definitely not have survived.
After returning to the rental house, he took out the USB flash drive containing the Grade B martial art mountain breaking fist. It took him 2.5 hours to learn it. Then he hurriedly ran to the nearby club and brought the proficiency of the mountain breaking fist to perfection.
Mountain breaking fist perfection.
Introduction: breaking mountain fist. The next attack after casting it, the power increases by 70%. At 9 in the morning, Xian Yuanche officially moved into his new home. After moving into his new home, he went out and purchased a few things to stuff into the refrigerator. At the same time, he was paying attention to the news on the news. That said, by now that person behind the scenes should have realized that Zhouhu is dead, right? Xian Yuanche mumbled to himself as he ate a chicken leg. This box was left in his system space, and in a short period of time, it was impossible for him to take it out. To do otherwise would be a pure search for death. And what Xian Yuanche predicted wasn't wrong.
9 o'clock in the morning.
At this time, outside the Zhou family villa, a bald man arrived with a few people. Before they even entered the villa's range, they smelled a bloody odor if anything. A few people looked at each other, and a thought rose in their hearts at the same time.
Not good. Something's wrong.
Several people directly flashed to the villa range. A few people saw Zhou Dan, who was already dead beyond death, at a glance.
They did not linger and directly entered the villa.
Half a minute later, a few people looked at the already dead Zhouhu with gloomy faces.
Protector, what should we do?
Several people looked at the bald man at the head of the group in unison. The bald man looked at Zhouhu's right hand. The spatial ring had long since disappeared. It's been shortchanged.
No emotions could be seen on the bald man's face.
However, the few men who knew him well knew that he was now on the verge of breaking out. A few minutes later, one of the henchmen looked at the device in his hand.
Protector, the location finally shows that it's on the outskirts of the city.
The bald man snatched the device and looked at it.
Go check it out.
This thing was incredibly important to them, and even the person behind it.
No matter what, it must be found.
Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in the bald man's eyes. Several people immediately left the villa. However, before they left, they also checked the way Zhouhu and Zhou Dan died. Zhou Dan had died by having his head sliced off with a knife, while Zhouhu had died without knowing the cause of death. The few people arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche had stopped down in the early hours of the morning.
Look for it and see if there are any traces.
Yes. After more than half an hour, the few men shook their heads with some disappointment. Protector, that person was very cautious and left no traces. But this place is neighboring Jiangyan City and Dong'an City. That person should be in one of these two cities.
Jiangyan City and Dong'an City?
The bald man looked in two separate directions. Jiangyan City and Dong'an City had quite a lot of population. Trying to find someone from among them who had left no information whatsoever was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, who knew that in a few days' time, the person who killed Zhouhu would still be within these two cities? You guys go and investigate who has had conflicts with Zhouhu recently, focusing on those above the martial general realm.
Yes.
The time came to 11 in the morning. A henchman excitedly took the information and handed it to the bald man.
Protector, the investigation has arrived. Chapter 24: Mu Yanran's farewell.
The bald man received the information. Protector, just now we learned that Zhou Hu recruited two martial generals some time ago, named Wu Long and Wu Bug. I suspect that Zhou Hu's death was related to these two. The bald man sniffed and thought about it, as if there was such a reason. From Zhou Hu's body, there were no injuries, so it was estimated that he was poisoned to death by someone who drugged him. And poisoning, basically only an acquaintance could do it. For a moment, he brainstormed the entire process. Wu Long and Wu Bug drugged and poisoned Zhou Hu, and then realized that Zhou Hu's son Zhou Dan had returned, so they killed Zhou Dan without doing anything. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt. Quickly! Go quickly and investigate the sightings of that Wu Long and Wu Bug. Yes. After that henchman left, another henchman walked over. Protector, according to the investigation, Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan, once had a conflict with a student named Xian Yuan Che. Oh? The bald man took Xian Yuan Che's information and looked at it. Interesting, in such a small place, a senior student is actually a martial artist at the martial master realm. Go investigate. Yes. At this moment, Xian Yuan Che was looking at the 3B grade Qi and blood potions in his hands. The price on the market for a B grade Qi and blood potion was as high as $20 million. That's right, it was $20 million. After taking them, one could obtain 5,000–7,000 points of Qi and blood depending on their qualifications. There was also a restriction that the taker's realm had to be at the level of a martial general. If it wasn't for the fact that he had found 3 of them from Zhou Hu's spatial ring, he wouldn't have been able to afford this level of Qi and blood potion on his own. 2Z. Give me a blast, twice as much will do. I'm not greedy. Opening the Qi and blood potion, he directly drank it. The Qi and blood shot up, but unfortunately it didn't trigger a blast. Qi and blood, 18385-20000 level 1 martial general. The second. Blood, 23,685 30,000 level 2 general. The third branch still didn't trigger a blitz. Qi and blood, 28985 30,000 level 2 martial general. Looking at his Qi and blood panel, Xian Yuan Che spat out. Dog system, not even twice the amount of blitzes. Ding. Detected the host insulting the system. The Qi and blood potion just now triggered a twofold blitz, and the host gained 5,300 Qi and blood. Qi and blood, 34,285 40,000 level 3 martial general. This. Xian Yuan Che looked at the system panel with an odd face. What kind of fetish was this, cursing the system himself and actually giving himself a blitz? Third level martial general now. Xian Yuan Che was satisfied with his rate of improvement. In less than a week's time, the realm had risen from 68 points of Qi and blood to a third-level martial general. This speed was a proper rocket ride. Outside Xian Yuan Che's previous rental house, one of the bald man's men found this place based on the information. 4th floor. He stopped outside the rental house and prepared to knock on the door. Knock. Anyone there? The door was opened automatically when his hand touched it. He looked closely at the door and realized that it showed signs of violent damage. After walking in, he found that all the household items were gone inside except for a bed. It was obvious that the occupants of this rental house had already moved out. Young man? Are you here to rent a room? A female voice sounded. Zhang San turned his head to look and found a middle-aged woman walking down from upstairs. Zhang San's eyes rolled, and he hurriedly nodded his head. Ah yes, but this door lock is broken. The middle-aged woman waved her hand. It's fine, someone will come to fix it later. Was the door lock broken by the last tenant? The middle-aged woman nodded. Yeah, anyway, that young man also gave me money for the door lock before he left. By the way, young man, how many months do you want to rent the room? I'm just checking it out. At this time, Xian Yuan Che didn't know in the slightest that someone had gone to the rental house there to look for himself. At this time, he was watching a live broadcast. That's right, it was the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. Today, the martial arts exam was reorganized again. Originally, Xian Yuan Che wanted to take the test again. After all, that reward, who wouldn't covet it? Only to be told by Jinnan that he couldn't take the test again. After watching for more than half an hour, Xian Yuan Che was bored and opened the short video. Rookie chickens pecking each other, not interesting. At this time, a phone call came in. Jiangnan First Martial Arts Academy? Looking at the incoming display, Xian Yuan Che had a suspicious face. It can't be a scam, right? Xian Yuan Che half-heartedly connected the call. Excuse me, is this student Xian Yuan Che? A man's voice came from the phone.
It's me, may I ask what is it that you were looking for me for? It's like this, I'm a teacher from the Jiangnan #1 Martial Arts Academy. I heard that you're already a martial master now? Anan, that's right, I am indeed a martial master. May I ask what is it that you were looking for me for? It's like this, we would like to invite you to join our academy, we can give. Then he blah 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 blah. Said Xian Yuanche was a bit impatient.
In a nutshell, it was about how much better their academy was and how generous the conditions they gave were.
I'll consider it. Alright, if you've considered it, feel free to let me know.
After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche looked towards the ceiling and started thinking.
With his own system in hand, he actually didn't need to go to any martial arts university at all.
But the resources in the university were honestly still a bit coveted by him.
If only there was a school that could let me titled and give me resources.
Xian Yuanche fantasized in his mind.
Ka-ching! The door was opened and Mu Yanran walked in from outside.
From the look on her face, Xian Yuanche could tell that she was not in a good mood today.
What happened?
Mu Yanran sat beside Xian Yuanche and wrinkled her small face. My grandpa called today and asked me to go to the capital in a few days.
Going to the capital? Is it bad? Mu Yanran shook her head.
It's too far away, and my grandpa also wants to arrange for me to be placed in the #1 martial arts academy in the capital. In fact, there was another reason that she didn't say, and that was that she didn't want to part with Xian Yuanche.
Capital City First Martial Arts Academy?
Hearing this name, Xian Yuanche began to ponder. He had heard of this academy.
It was one of the top academies in China.
It was also said that the entrance requirements were very harsh, and it was said that one of the requirements was that it would not accept students without a background. Of course, you could get in if you were very talented. But so far, most of the people who enter inside are some strong second generation, rich second generation, power second generation these. For Mu Yanran's grandfather to be able to arrange for her to enter this academy, her identity shouldn't be simple either.
Ugh, so annoying.
Mu Yanyan rubbed her face and leaned on Xian Yuanche's body. It seemed like he really felt that Mu Yanyan didn't want to go. Xian Yuanche touched her head. Since you don't want to go, then talk to your grandpa about it.
Mu Yanran shook her head.
It won't work, no one can refute the decisions made by my grandpa. She knew her grandpa's nature, and no one could refuse what he decided.
Not going to the capital was not something she could decide.
Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something.
Then are you here to say goodbye to me today? Well, I'm going to the capital in a few days. Mu Yanran pursed her lips and nodded. So soon?
Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised.
Chapter 25 Parting Gifts.
After all, it was only around the middle of June and school didn't start until September, which was too much of a rush.
The two of them stayed quietly like this until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Before leaving, Mu Yanran took out a box from her spatial ring. Remember to think of me.
After saying that, she also pecked Xian Yuanche's face.
Xian Yuanche sent Mu Yanyan downstairs. After returning home, Xian Yuanche opened the box. A real estate certificate and 5 qi blood potions came into view.
Opening the real estate certificate, the name on it had already been changed to his own. He was completely unaware of this matter. However, with the Mu family's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to transfer a house to his name without his knowledge. After putting the real estate license down, Xian Yuanche looked at the 5 potions. 2 were qi and blood potions, and 3 were healing potions. The grades were very high, all of them were B grade. The price of these 5 potions alone was upwards of $70 million. As Xian Yuanche looked at these potions, it was false that his heart wasn't touched.
Not returning the gift, not too good. Xian Yuanche touched his chin.
But to return ordinary things definitely wouldn't work, after all, people shouldn't lack these things either.
Ding.
As a system owner, it won't do to accept gifts from women all the time. It is detected that the host wants to return a gift to Mu Yanran. Please prepare a parting gift for the host. It will definitely trigger a blitz when gifted, and raise the item's grade. Looking at the system tips that popped up, Xian Yuanche sometimes really felt that this was the real system. It was bent on serving the host and did not release some difficult tasks to make things difficult for the host like the systems in novels. 2Z, a great favor is not appreciated. The host doesn't have to be polite, it is the duty of this system to serve the host. Xian Yuanche opened his phone and started looking up to see what gifts were worth giving out. He scratched to the martial arts page.
Martial skills? Forget it, people don't really lack it.
After all, people had gone to the capital, so there was definitely no shortage of martial arts skills.
Breathing techniques? Forget it, people probably don't lack it either. Resourceful martial skills and all that, Mu Yinyan's family was so rich, they probably weren't really lacking.
This in turn caused Xian Yuanche to become somewhat distressed. He laid down on the sofa and casually turned on the television. The TV show was broadcasting the news. Recently, some martial artists have discovered the traces of a fourth-ranked ferocious beast in Linhai City, and Linhai City has currently dispatched a martial zone to check it out.
Linhai City?
Watching the news broadcast, Xian Yuanche sat up. He knew about this city. It was named Linhai City because it was relatively close to the ocean. This city could be said to belong to the most marginalized city in Huaxia, so the officials had sent quite a few high-level martial artists to guard it. He opened a certain voice. Sure enough, there were already quite a few bloggers who had started a massive discussion on this matter. A fourth-ranked ferocious beast has appeared in Linhai City. Are the ferocious beasts that have been silent for more than 30 years going to have another large-scale action? Clicking on the comments section, I found that quite a few comments were expressing disdain for this.
XXX, what are you afraid of? Now we humans are not 70 years ago, we're not afraid of even more ferocious beasts.
Go to the extreme, upstairs is really a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, beasts, but the attack, not thousands of tens of thousands of so simple. Don't think that you have been to the field to hunt and kill a few beasts, think they are very powerful. Don't serve or do it, upstairs go is right, you little guys who were born only in the last few decades don't understand at all, ferocious beasts attacking on a large scale isn't a joke. Putting down his cell phone, Xian Yuanche began to ponder. Although 70 years ago the aura revived and the Earth's area expanded by more than dozens of times, the emergence of ferocious beasts also led to the survival space of humans being continuously compressed. It wasn't until 30 years ago that it gradually stabilized. And at that time, there were only 8 countries left in the world. In addition to the original P5, there was also Little Day, Citadel, and A3. The global population plummeted from 8 billion to more than 1 billion. The territorial area was even more severely compressed. At present, the territory occupied by China is only about half of what it was before. The population, after so many years of development, had recovered to about 600 million people, less than half of what it was 70 years ago. This is still considered good. The small country next door was said to have only recovered to about 50 million people. If it wasn't for the fact that Huaxia had launched a few more mushroom eggs back then to help it destroy that ferocious beast, the little daybreak country would probably have been wiped out by now. It's not peaceful. Xian Yuanche pinched his brow. 9 o'clock in the evening. Protector, that student named Xian Yuanche has already moved out of that rental house. Zhang San reported towards the bald man.
HM? Moved out?
The bald man put down the information in his hands at that and began to think.
As soon as Zhou Hu died, that Xian Yuanche moved away, could there really be some connection here?
He turned his head to look at another henchman.
Li Si, have you found any traces of Wu Long and Wu Bug?
Li Si shook his head. Not found, but based on the clues investigated, it seems that Wu Long and Wu Bug went to Jiang'an City yesterday.
Jiang'an City? Zhang San, that Xian Yuanche seems to be in Jiang'an City as well, right?
Zhang San, that's right, that Xian Yuanche is also in Jiang'an City. Could it be that the Protector believes that this matter is a joint effort between the three of them? The bald man shook his head. Let's not worry about this Xian Yuanche for now, let's go to Jiang'an City and look for Wu Long and Wu Bug. The things of my sacred beast sect aren't that easy to take. Saying that, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
A certain martial arts university in Jiangnan province.
Inside the training room, an old man who looked to be around 60 years old opened his eyes violently.
Martial Zone Realm, I've finally reached it.
Then his hair began to turn blacker and blacker, and gradually, his appearance returned to about 40 years old.
Ha ha ha. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Feng laughed out loud.
After walking out of the cultivation room, he took out his cell phone and dialed his student's number.
The number you have dialed is turned off, please dial again later. He dialed Yang Bin again. Again, it was turned off.
It was then that he focused on a few missed calls.
One of them was a call from the Jiang'an City Security Bureau. He remembered that his student, Yang Bin, seemed to be from Jiang'an City. Calling back, the call was quickly answered. May I ask if this is Instructor Zhou Feng Zhou? I am. Zhou Feng returned indifferently.
It's like this, 2 of your students, Shenrong and Yang Bin, were killed by unknown martial artists last week.
What? Bang!
Zhou Feng directly crushed the cell phone in his hand upon hearing this. It was so hard for him to receive two disciples with decent qualifications, but they were actually dead. He took out another cell phone from his space ring.
Manually typing in the phone number of the Jiang'an City Security Bureau, he dialed back.
Tell me how they died, and why would a marshal general want to kill them? This we are still investigating. Judging from the bodies, the murderer used the wind-chasing blade technique to kill your students.
A few minutes later, Zhou Feng hung up the phone with a gloomy face.
He was very angry right now, and one of the reasons was naturally because two of his students had been killed.
Chapter 26: Morong Chen's Arrival.
And an even more angry reason was that they actually suspected that this was all done by a student named Xian Yuanche. A student who just graduated from senior high school was able to kill his own students and still managed to escape from a martial arts general?
Treating him like a little cutie. Right? Shady, there must be something shady.
After slipping his cell phone into his pocket, he walked towards the outside of the school. Xian Yuanche took out the only 2B grade qi and blood potions from the box. It's better to use these 2 qi and blood potions first. The 2 qi and blood potions went down without triggering a blast. However, the realm also came to a 4th level martial general.
Qi and blood, 44885 50,000 level 4 martial general. He looked towards the remaining 3 healing potions. With the arrogant aura, he didn't really need a healing potion too much.
A grade B healing potion was worth $10 million. These 3 were a total of $30 million. After taking them to sell, they could be exchanged for a B-ranked Qi blood potion and $10 million. The remaining $10 million could be used to buy a few D-rank and C-rank Qi and blood potions to take. After all, when he took these potions before, he hadn't reached the upper limit and could still produce effects.
It's time to earn some money on my own.
Xian Yuanche pinched his brow. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, this idiom was also very applicable in the new era.
Nope.
It should be very, very applicable. Mayor, this is the information of the first in the martial arts exam. A martial artist handed Xian Yuanche's information to Morong Chen.
Oh?
Hearing that it was the number 1 in the martial examination, Morong Chen came to be interested. He had also heard about this martial arts exam. A student from Jiang'an First Middle School had robbed the points of numerous students over the course of 3 days. This caused some of the people taking the martial arts exam this time to retake it. When he flipped through the first page, his pupils shrank.
Xian Yuanche? Xian Yuan?
Then he looked at the rest of the profile.
It should just be the same surname. The Qi blood is around 2,000 points?
This kind of genius can actually come out of such a small place.
An orphan would definitely not have any resources.
To be able to reach 2,000 points of Qi blood in his senior year without relying on resources was undoubtedly an outstanding genius.
It seems like we need to pull some strings.
A genius with this kind of qualification, pulling him into the family to cultivate him a bit, might be another future powerhouse. And maybe he could return directly to the capital as a result. He looked towards Xian Yuanche's home address. When he saw where Xian Yuanche was currently living, he realized that something was wrong.
Not right. How could an orphan live in that neighborhood?
Morong Chen was a bit puzzled. The henchman next to him came forward. The house that Xian Yuanche is living in is said to be given to him by Mu Tianlin's daughter.
Mu Tianlin? Could it be that he also wants to pull in this Xian Yuanche? Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Xian Yuanche went forward to open the door. When he opened the door, a person who surprised him beyond measure appeared at the door. This person also had a one-sided relationship with him.
No, it should be a one-sided relationship.
That's right, this person was Morong Chen, who had one of his hands cut off last week.
The mayor of Jiang'an City was also the strongest person in Jiang'an City. Student Xian Yuanche, right?
Morong Chen looked at Xian Yuanche with a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't recognize Xian Yuanche as the person who cut off one of his palms that night.
I am, you should be Mayor Morong, right?
Please come in, please come in.
Xian Yuanche invited Morong Chen into the house with some trepidation on the surface.
Little friend Xian Yuanche, there's no need to be nervous, you got first place in the martial arts exam. This time I've come to give you an award on behalf of the mayor.
On behalf of yourself?
Xian Yuanche tugged at the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Seeing the corners of Xian Yuanche's mouth, Morong Chen waved his hand.
There's no need to care about these details.
After saying that, he took out a box from his spatial ring. This is a C grade chi and blood potion, and this is a D grade chi and blood potion.
I don't think you've drank either of them, right? This is the Chi Orchid Flower, a second rank elixir that can speed up your cultivation. This is a second rank fire sparrow egg, it can replenish your body, you should still be able to grow a little taller after eating it. Morong Chen took out a total of 3 boxes and a bird egg.
Xian Yuan Che scratched his head.
Morong Chen taking out so many things at once made him a little embarrassed.
After all, he himself had sliced someone's palm last week, although it looked like it had been picked back up. Looking at Xian Yuan Che, who was scratching his head, Morong Chen thought that Xian Yuan Che had not heard of these things. This C grade chi and blood potion, after taking it, it can raise 500-700 points of chi and blood. This is a D grade chi and blood potion, which can raise 50-70 points of chi and blood when taken. This time, I brought 5 of each level. You shouldn't think it's too little because the effect will disappear if you take too many chi and blood potions. According to the statistics, D grade chi and blood potions usually don't increase chi and blood after taking up to the 4th one. At most, it won't exceed 5, and the same goes for C grade ones. Xian Yuan Che muttered at his words.
At most it won't exceed 5 sticks? He remembered that it seemed like he had taken more than 5 of the C grade chi and blood potions, right? You try it first.
Morong Chen shoved one of the C grade chi and blood potions into Xian Yuan Che's hands.
Then.
I'll try it then. Xian Yuan Che opened the chi blood potion and drank it.
Ding.
Detected host taking C grade chi and blood potion, gained 530 points of chi and blood, triggered a 5-fold surge, 530 points raised to 2,650 points.
Name, Xian Yuan Che. Chi and blood, 47535 50,000 level 4 Martial General.
Seeing the system prompt that popped up, this was something that Xian Yuan Che did not expect.
This was the 7th or 8th one, right?
Taking a chi blood potion could actually still gain chi blood.
How about it? Did it increase a lot of chi and blood? Morong Chen asked.
Xian Yuan Che nodded. Well, it did increase a lot of chi and blood.
Morong Chen picked up the 3rd box and opened it.
It contained a 10-centimeter long, purple flower.
The one in this box is a Qilun flower. After you eat it, you can temporarily increase your cultivation speed. Enhance your cultivation speed? Xian Yuan Che received the box with some curiosity.
He had never heard of a flower that could enhance his cultivation speed. Previously, he had cultivated in the Ouyang Martial Arts Club's cultivation room. The intermediate cultivation room there was able to raise a martial artist's cultivation speed by 10%.
He just didn't know how much this Qilun flower could raise his cultivation speed. With doubts in his heart, he opened his mouth towards Morong Chen and asked, Mayor Morong, this Chi Orchid, how much can it enhance the cultivation speed?
Morong Chen, this Chi Orchid flower can enhance the cultivation speed of a martial master by 100%, while a martial general is only 50%.
That high?
After hearing the effects of this Chi Orchid flower, Xian Yuan Che was a bit surprised. He had thought that it could at most increase by 20%.
Morong Chen picked up the egg on the table. This is a 2nd-ranked fire sparrow egg, take some time to eat it. Thank you, Mayor Morong.
Xian Yuan Che bent down to thank him. People had sent so many things here, it was impossible to say anything without being polite. You don't have to be polite, this time you have ruthlessly taken a breath of fresh air for our Jiang'an city. Speaking of this, Morong Chen had a face of relief.
Chapter 27 Giving a fire sparrow egg, triggering a 1,000-fold strike.
Since he took office, Jiang'an City's martial arts exams for the past few years, the average ranking was always hanging on. It made him suffocate for several years, and now he was finally fighting to get his breath back. The two of them chatted for a few minutes before Morong Chen left. He did not mention the matter of letting Xian Yuan Che join his clan. After all, in his opinion, Xian Yuan Che would be in Jiang'an City for the next few months, so it wasn't too late to slowly mention these things later. After sending Morong Chen downstairs, Xian Yuan Che returned home to look at the fire sparrow egg.
Should I give this fire sparrow egg to Yin Yin? System, for this 2nd-ranked fire sparrow egg, if you storm to raise the rank, the guarantee is roughly how many ranks?
Xian Yuan Che asked towards the system in his mind.
After all, this was to be given to someone, wouldn't a grade that was too low show that he was being petty? Ding.
Guaranteed 5th rank, the host mainly wants to give this fire sparrow egg to your girlfriend, the system will guarantee to raise it to the 5th rank. So, boldly give it away, the system won't let you lose face. After hearing the system's words, Xian Yuanche then put his heart down. It was true that too low a grade was a bit hard to hold. There was nothing else, it was just a man's pride. Then let's send this fire sparrow egg. Xian Yuanche put away this ostrich egg-sized fire sparrow egg. Fierce beasts of the 5th rank were labeled martial kings. After reaching martial king, the nature of this was different. For humans to reach martial king, not only did they need a large amount of resources, their talent had to be extremely outstanding. Whereas ferocious beasts only needed to pile up resources, so there were still quite a few forces willing to cultivate ferocious beasts of the 5th rank or above.
Time came to the next morning. Zhou Feng directly arrived within the Jiang'an City Security Bureau.
Since Jiang'an City was inland and would not be threatened by fierce beasts, the director of the Security Bureau's martial realm was only a rank 4 martial general. The moment he saw Zhou Feng, he felt a sense of oppression. This kind of feeling would not be present even when he faced a rank 9 martial general, so there was only one possibility. This person was a martial zone. He cautiously opened his mouth and asked,
"May I ask if this is Professor Zhou Feng, Zhou?" Zhou Feng nodded. "How is the investigation going?"
According to the current situation, the student named Xian Yuanche is the most suspected. He couldn't speak when he said this,
because he gradually felt the air pressure around him dropping.
Hearing his words, Zhou Feng was on the verge of laughing with anger.
Humph.
You're saying that a rank 2 martial artist killed a rank 9 martial artist,
then sliced off the palm of a rank 5 martial general and even escaped from him, right? Did you think that the old man was?
But the murderer used the wind-chasing blade technique, and that Xian Yuanche has also used the wind-chasing blade technique in the recent past. That director stuttered a little in the face of Zhou Feng's questioning.
Show me.
Zhou Feng grabbed the information in that director's hand. The wind-chasing blade technique was purchased on June 3rd.
After reading this information, Zhou Feng was immediately infuriated and laughed.
His disciple was killed on June 3rd.
It was hard to believe that this Xian Yuanche had purchased the wind-chasing blade technique in the morning and learned it in the evening.
Even for the first genius of China, learning a B-ranked martial skill would take at least several days.
Could it be that this Xian Yuanche was a 1 in a million genius? Or is it that he's hung up?
Looking at the director of the Security Bureau in front of him, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became and directly slapped him.
"I'm going to you up." Slap.
The director of the Security Bureau, who was only a rank 4 martial general, couldn't react at all and was directly slapped into the wall.
Humph. Rubbish, if you guys can't investigate, then I'll do it myself.
Zhou Feng snorted coldly, and after casually throwing the information onto the ground, he turned around and left. It wasn't until Zhou Feng walked away that the rest of the Security Bureau dared to quietly come before it.
"Bureau. Director? Are you all right?" Unfortunately, their bureau chief had already fainted and could not answer them.
One of the staff members was speechless for a moment at the sight.
"Nonsense, do you see that the director looks like he's fine?" "Well, it seems like it is too. Quickly feed the healing potion,"
the other staff next to him hurriedly urged. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he was completely unaware of what was happening in the Security Bureau. At this moment, he was looking at that safe in the system space. After tinkering with it for more than 10 minutes, he gave up the idea of opening it. The things contained in this box were definitely important, but not being able to open it was just annoying. He put his eyes on this bearer bank card. There should be quite a lot of money inside. Although it was said to be bearer, he still didn't dare to take the risk. In case he was caught, it would be over. After thinking about it, he decided to take this risk. Just hide it better. The big deal was to go to a bank in another city and raise it. It's all interchangeable anyway. At noon the next day, Xian Yuanche wore a mask and sunglasses and arrived at the capital of Jiangnan province, covering up on the way, causing many people to put their eyes on him. More than half an hour later, he arrived at a bank. This bank was also a bit different from the other banks, and you couldn't see what was going on inside at all from the outside. After entering the bank, someone immediately greeted him. The staff did not feel strange about Xian Yuanche's outfit. "This way, please." He brought Xian Yuanche inside a small room. "Help me take out all the money inside this card." Xian Yuanche took out that bank card and handed it over. "Okay." The staff member received the bank card with both hands and used the equipment in the room to check the amount. More than 10 minutes later, Xian Yuanche walked out of this bank with curses in his heart.
A richest man with only 200 million in his bank card, so poor. If Joho heard it, he would definitely spit out a lot of bitter water. Most of his own money was used to exchange for that secret art stone, in addition to his mortgage payment. Definitely not much money left.
3 days later, Xian Yuanche arrived outside the Mu family villa.
Mu Yanran was already waiting at the entrance. You're leaving today, right? Aha! Mu Yanran nodded with some reluctance.
Xian Yuanche took out a box from his spatial ring.
This box contained the fire sparrow egg. This is a gift for you. Gift?
Mu Yanran's eyes brightened slightly when she heard that there was a gift.
Thank you.
Mu Yanyan held the box in her arms like a treasure.
Ding!
The host gifted a second-order fire sparrow egg to Mu Yanyan, triggering a 1,000-fold blast. The second-order fire sparrow egg was raised to.
Chapter 28 7th Order Fire Phoenix Egg, Zhou Feng finds it? Ding!
The host gifted a second-order fire sparrow egg to Mu Yanyan, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, and the second-order fire sparrow egg was upgraded to a 7th-order fire phoenix egg.
Hiss! 7th rank.
After seeing the upgraded quality to 7th rank, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. He didn't expect the system to actually be this powerful.
For a moment, he looked at Mu Yanran with some envy. This gift is a high-grade ferocious beast egg. When it hatches, you must make sure that the first thing it sees is you, okay? He instructed with some uneasiness. This 7th rank ferocious beast egg, its value was no longer measured in terms of money. It was better for him to exhort. Aha, I'll definitely take good care of it. Mu Yanran nodded solemnly. You are Xian Yuanche, right? Mu Tianlin appeared not far away at an unknown time.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked over to scan its panel before speaking. Uncle Mu.
Mu Tianlin nodded his head. Haven't had dinner yet? Why don't you come in and eat together? Thank you, uncle.
Xian Yuanche was not polite and followed Mu Yanran inside the villa. I also heard about your performance in the martial arts exam. It was very good.
The current Mu Tianlin was more than satisfied with Xian Yuanche. With such a talent, he would definitely grow into a powerful person in the future. At this time, somewhere in the blue star, a phoenix with a wingspan of thousands of meters flew back to its nest. After a few seconds, the phoenix looked at its nest with some disbelief. Why was there a fire sparrow egg here? No, who should have used the fire sparrow egg and traded away his own egg? Who stole my egg? She shouted angrily. Going out for a meal and coming back, the egg had actually been swapped. How could this not be angry? After having a dinner within the Mu family villa, Xian Yuanche returned home.
After returning home, Xian Yuanche took out the remaining D grade and C grade Qi and blood potions. A few minutes later, looking at the remaining 2 D grade and 1 C grade Qi and blood potions, Xian Yuanche was a little sad. The D grade Qi and blood potion, just now, had no effect when he drank the third one. The C grade one also had no effect on the third one. It's a pity, I can only take it and sell it. Xian Yuanche put these Qi and blood potions away. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Qi and blood, 49535 50,000 level 4 Martial General. Breathing technique, Yuan Qi breathing technique grade C. Martial technique, grade B, wind chasing blade technique perfection, divine walking steps perfection, grade D, forged body fist perfection. Secret technique, berserking first order 1-2. System space, grade B ally knife, grade D ally knife, grade B healing potion X3. Evaluation, no evaluation given. Almost a 5th level martial general, just so happens to have 200 million in hand. Xian Yuanche opened his cell phone and ordered 3 B ranked Qi and blood potions, and a B ranked breathing technique on it. The B grade martial skills and breathing techniques were the highest level he could purchase at the moment. Grade A martial skills, breathing techniques, and Qi and blood potions, he simply couldn't buy them on the official website. Ding! Host cultivates for an hour, Qi and blood increases by 0.1 points, triggering a 10,000-fold blast, 1 point of Qi and blood increases to 1,000 points. Qi blood, 50,535 60,000 level 5 martial general. Phew! Xian Yuanche let out a long breath. At this moment, a knock sounded on the door. Knock knock knock. Hello, the delivery has arrived. A female voice entered Xian Yuanche's ears from outside. Opening the door, he saw a female courier standing at the door. Your express, please check it. The female courier took out 2 boxes from her space ring.
Okay, thanks. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche nodded, the courier is fine.
Closing the door, Xian Yuanche was a bit impatient to insert the special USB flash drive and put on the VR to start learning the new breathing method. This B-grade breathing method was called the Qiankuan breathing method, which he had spent $7 million to buy. More than 10 minutes later.
Ding! Qiankuan breathing method learning progress of 10%. More than half an hour later. Ding! Qiankuan breathing technique learning progress of 30%. More than an hour later. Ding! Qiankuan breathing technique learning progress 70%. 10 minutes later. Ding!
The learning progress of the Qiankuan breathing method is 100%.
Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Qiankuan breathing technique.
Breathing method, Qiankuan breathing method grade B. At this time, his panel breathing method that had changed from the C-level Yuanqi breathing method to the B-level Qiankuan breathing method. After learning the breathing technique, the next thing was the Qi and
blood potion.
Looking at the 3B grade Qi and blood potions in front of him, Xian Yuanche had some emotions. Having the money to practice martial arts and not having the money to practice martial arts was really not a concept. Like himself, with the blast system, and then drinking some Qi and blood potions, his realm was rising.
How is it like the protagonists in other novels who have to practice hard every day?
Opening the first Qi and blood potion ton, he drank it down.
It didn't trigger a blast. Qi and blood, 55835 60,000 level 5 Martial General. Then there was the second one. Ding!
Detected the host taking a grade B Qi and blood potion, gained 5,300 points, triggered a triple blitz, 5,300 points of Qi and blood raised to 15900.
Qi and blood, 71735 80,000 level 7 Martial General. Triple, not bad, not bad.
Looking at the system beep that popped up, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction.
This was the feeling, this kind of blitz probability.
The third branch.
It also didn't trigger a blitz.
Blood, 77,035 80,000 level 7 generals.
Although 2 of them didn't trigger a blitz, the second one triggered a triple blitz, and he was already satisfied. Forget it, order enough for a few more, it's not like I'm short of money anyway. Ding!
Detecting that the host wants to order a grade B Qi and blood potion, in order to prevent the host from wasting money, this system warmly reminds that the host will not gain Qi and blood if he takes another grade B Qi and blood potion now.
Ha!
Xian Yuanche, who had already opened the ordering interface, paused when he heard the system's beep.
Forget it then.
Xian Yuanche casually scratched the background and started ordering up the takeout. After doing this, he began to brush up on a certain sound short video app. This time, it just so happened that he swiped the news of Zhouhu's death. Recently, Zhouhu, the richest man in Nanan City, was found dead in his own villa. The cause of death is currently unknown. In the doorway, Zhouhu's son, Zhou Dan's body was found. The murderer's method is very decisive, directly a knife to cut off his head. We also found a bloodied female body in the hall of his villa.
The Security Bureau is currently investigating.
Finally found it, it's been a few days since then, this is too slow. Xian Yuanche casually opened the comment section and found that quite a few people were posting good things in a row, expressing happiness at Zhouhu's death. One could imagine just how bad this Zhouhu's reputation was. That said, I'm also considered to be doing the people a favor, right? Looking at these comments, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin.
A few minutes later, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock.
Xian Yuanche, who was playing with his phone, looked towards the door.
So fast? It can't be a pre-made dish, right? He thought in his mind.
Going up and opening the door, he realized that the one who came was not a delivery man, but a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. Curious, he used the eye of scrying to scan the middle-aged man's information. The moment he saw his information, Xian Yuanche hissed in his heart.
Name, Zhou Feng.
Qi and blood, 100010 200,000 level 1 martial sect.
Chapter 29, Zhou Feng comes looking, breakthrough. 9th grade Martial General. Breathing technique, Earth Elemental Breathing Technique grade B.
Martial technique, grade B, Shooting Star Gun Technique Perfection, Shooting Star Fist Technique Grand Completion, Ghostly Steps Grand Completion.
It's actually a grade 1 martial sect? What is he doing here looking for me?
Looking in front of Zhou Feng, Xian Yuanche thought rapidly. He was wondering if this person would be here to find that chest.
Ding. Host, this Zhou Feng is the teacher of Yang Bin and Chan Rong. The system warmly reminded. Yang Bin and Chan Rong's teacher? It can't be? How did this come to be another old one?
Xian Yuanche spat out in his heart.
You're just called Xian Yuanche, right?
Zhou Feng looked at Xian Yuanche in front of him and opened his mouth to ask.
That's right, I'm Xian Yuanche, may I ask who you are? I am Yang Bin's teacher.
Although he knew who Yang Bin was, Xian Yuanche still feigned some doubt.
Yang Bin? Who is Yang Bin?
Xian Yuanche's acting skills were outstanding, and Zhou Feng could not see anything unusual.
You always recognize Yang Wei, right? Yang Wei ah. Recognize.
Xian Yuanche nodded his head in a hurry.
But isn't Yang Wei already dead? Are you his?
I'm the teacher of Yang Wei's brother, Yang Bin. I want to ask, when Yang Wei and Yang Bin died in the neighborhood of your rental house, did you see the murderer?
Xian Yuanche shook his head.
No, at that time, I came home and went to sleep, I didn't see anything. Zhou Feng frowned at this. This Xian Yuanche in front of him was the person who was most likely to know the clues, and he actually did not know anything.
Teacher Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll go play the game.
Xian Yuanche took out his cell phone.
A proper look of an internet-addicted teenager.
Looking at the closed door, Zhou Feng had some doubts in his heart.
Why did he feel a sense of crisis from this student? It should be an illusion.
Zhou Feng shook his head and put this thought behind him. How could a student who had just graduated from his senior year of high school cause a sense of crisis to rise in him?
It was unlikely even thinking about it.
After closing the door, Xian Yuanche laid down on the sofa and thought.
What is this all about?
He had encountered a typical setup in a novel. After hitting the little one, come the big one, after hitting the big one come the old one. Beat a Yang Wei, came a Yang Bin, beat a Yang Bin, came a Chen Rong.
Kill Chen Rong, and here comes Zhou Feng. If I kill Zhou Feng, will a martial king pop up to kill me? If you kill the king of Wu, will there be another? It was scary to think about it. Knock knock knock.
While Xian Yuanche was thinking, the knock on the door sounded once again.
HM? Still not gone? Xian Yuanche got up and went to open the door. He had thought that Zhou Feng hadn't left yet.
Opening the door, it turned out to be the delivery man who had come.
Hello, your takeout. The takeaway clerk was holding several large boxes.
Inside were all the ferocious beast meat that Xian Yuanche had purchased.
Okay, thanks. Xian Yuanche politely thanked him before closing the door. A few minutes later, the bald man's henchman, Zhang San, arrived at the door.
After hesitating for a while, he still decided to knock on the door.
Knock knock knock.
Although the protector had told his men to leave Xian Yuanche alone for now, he always felt that this Xian Yuanche was related to that incident where Zhou Hu died.
There was nothing else, it was just a feeling. Why is someone coming again?
Xian Yuanche was somewhat speechless, and after putting down the ferocious beast meat in his hands, he got up and went forward to open the door. After opening the door, he habitually scanned the visitor's information.
Name, Zhang San.
Blood, 99,100,000 9th level martial general.
Breathing technique. Martial skills.
It's actually a rank 9 martial general, and it's close to breaking through to martial zone. Xian Yuanche was a little surprised in his heart.
Looking for me for something?
Xian Yuanche leaned against the wall and looked at Zhang San. I'm from the Nan'an City Security Bureau. I now suspect that you have something to do with the deaths of Zhou Hu and Zhou Dan. Please cooperate with my investigation. Zhang San opened his mouth and said that he was from the Nan'an City Security Bureau, wanting to use this to scare Xian Yuanche.
System, what is this person's identity? Xian Yuanche did not believe that this person was from the Nan'an City Security Bureau. The realm was even higher than Morong Chen, who would believe it? Ding. This person is from the Sacred Beast Cult, not from the Nan'an City Security Bureau. Holy Beast Cult?
Xian Yuanche had some doubts in his heart.
He hadn't even heard of this name.
Now was not the time to explore this. Xian Yuanche placed his gaze on Zhang San. The Security Bureau usually sends out 2 people, you're only 1 person, fooling the ghosts.
Bang!
Xian Yuanche closed the door with one hand.
After half a second, Xian Yuanche opened the door again. I've already reported it to the Security Bureau, your colleagues will be here later.
After saying that, Xian Yuanche closed the door once again. Originally, Zhang San was still a bit angry, but as soon as he heard Xian Yuanche say that he had reported it to the security bureau, he immediately left in a grayish manner.
He was not afraid of these security bureaus, because they couldn't beat themselves.
But he was afraid that the security bureau would find out that he was from the Sacred Beast cult and mess with some powerful martial artists, and that would be the end of it. After more than 10 seconds, Shen Yuanche opened the door, and after seeing that Zhang San had already left, he then closed the door with confidence.
After returning to the sofa, he began to use Qiandu to search up information about the Sacred Beast sect. After a few minutes, he put away his phone.
So that's what the Holy Beast cult is all about. The Sacred Beast cult, simply put, was a human traitor.
When the aura was revived, a group of humans chose to resist, while some humans defected to the fierce beasts. Setting up the Holy Beast cult, they enshrined some ferocious beasts as their beliefs.
That's why they were also called human traitors. It seems that this Joe was related to the Sacred Beast cult, and that box in the system space is probably related to the Sacred Beast cult.
System, do you know what's inside this chest?
Shen Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind.
Ding. Please ask the host to explore on his own. Shen Yuanche.
After eating the ferocious beast meat, he was ready to start cultivating. There wasn't much to do anyway, so cultivating would be a way to pass the time.
Ding.
Host cultivates for 10 hours, increasing 5 points of chi and blood, triggering a 500-fold blast, 5 points raised to 2,500 points. Chi blood, 79,235 80,000 level 7 martial general. Shen Yuanche, who had been practicing for another 10 hours, picked up the cup of water on the side and drank it. The system's beep came again.
Ding.
Detected that the host has been cultivating for 10 hours, increasing 5 points of chi and blood, triggering a 10-fold surge, 5 points of chi and blood raised to 50 points.
Put.
Seeing the system prompt that popped up, he sprayed out a mouthful of water.
System, you're not kidding me, right? A 10-fold blitz? Ding. Host, this system's blitz probabilities are all random.
Cultivating for 10 hours only to gain 50 points of chi and blood, Shen Yuanche now only wanted to say.
It's a loss. If I had known, I would have interrupted it once an hour. 5 days later. Chi and blood, 90,000 100,000 9th level general.
In these 5 days, Shen Yuanche had been cultivating off and on, and had finally cultivated to a rank 9 martial general. Now, even if he was facing Zhou Feng, a rank 1 martial general, he would be able to take care of him by relying on berserking. As for Zhou Feng's side, he had investigated for 5 days and came up with a result that he found hard to believe.
That was, Shen Yuanche's suspicion was indeed the greatest.
He had clashed with Yang Wei, and Yang Wei and Yang Bin happened to die downstairs in his rented house.
Chapter 30, Killing Zhou Feng. It can't really be that brat, can it?
Zhou Feng arrived at Shen Yuanche's house again. After thinking about it, he decided not to knock on the door. When the time came to secretly test to see the strength of that brat, he would know if the murderer was him or not. And at this time, Shen Yuanche did not know in the slightest that Zhou Feng was about to test his strength.
But it doesn't matter if you know, it's not like you can't beat him anyway.
Shen Yuanche, who was originally brushing a certain tone, received another call.
Hello, is this student Shen Yuanche? I'm the instructor of the Central Plains Martial Arts First School. May I ask if you're interested in enrolling in our school? Central Plains Martial Arts Number 1 School?
Yes, that's right. As long as you're willing to enroll in our school, we'll give a reward of 1B grade breathing technique and 2B grade martial arts.
And an extra 3 grade C chi and blood potions, how about it?
I'll think about it. Shen Yuanche casually hung up the phone. It wasn't until noon that Shen Yuanche went out again. This was the first time he had gone out in 6 or 7 days. Not long after he stepped out of this neighborhood, he felt a gaze staring at him. He opened his eye of scrying and scanned his surroundings. Eventually, he found the peeper 100 meters away.
Name, Zhou Feng. Chi and blood. It's actually him?
The moment he saw Zhou Feng's information, Shen Yuanche realized that he might have already suspected him. Originally, he already didn't want to care about this matter anymore, but since Zhou Feng had already set his sights on him, it wouldn't do to ignore it. He raised his feet and walked towards the suburbs, avoiding some surveillance along the way. Zhou Feng was now a grade 1 martial zone, and after he turned on his berserking, his realm could also be raised to martial zone, and with the berserking aura, he was confident that he would be able to take care of him. Seeing Shen Yuanche leave, Zhou Feng in the distance followed him when he saw this. He would like to see if the murderer who killed his student was this brat or not. Just like this, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of Jiang'an City one after the other. This place was relatively sparsely populated, very suitable for some small couples to play. No, it should be very suitable for martial artists to fight. Xian Yuanche stopped within a small forest and looked towards where Zhou Feng was. Come out, teacher Zhou, after following me for so long, you're also tired, right? Xian Yuanche's voice caused Zhou Feng to be somewhat surprised. He did not expect that Xian Yuanche would actually be able to discover that he was following. From this, he was even more certain that Xian Yuanche was the murderer of his student. He walked out and looked at Xian Yuanche somewhat unkindly. To be able to discover that I'm following you, I think that Yang Wei, Yang Bin, Zhenrong were killed by you, right? Xian Yuanche nodded. That's right, I killed them. Zhou Feng sniffed coldly. Good. Dare to act, I respect you as a man. In that case, do you know what consequences this is? Xian Yuanche shook his head. I don't know. Is it hard to believe that you will kill me? Zhou Feng put his hands behind his back. Of course. Killing my disciple, if I don't take revenge, wouldn't it be a great shame to spread the word? Then there's no talking about it? Xian Yuanche shrugged. There's no talk. If you have any last words, hurry up and say them. I'll give you half a minute. Zhou Feng seemed as if he had a 10% chance. He himself had already stepped into martial zone, so he expected Xian Yuanche to definitely die under him. Xian Yuanche did not reply again. He was also too lazy to talk nonsense. Saying more was not as real as a fist. He directly cast Berserk. Blood, 135,200,000 level 1 martial sect. After casting Berserking, his realm directly soared to a first-level martial zone. Right at the moment Xian Yuanche finished casting his Berserking, Zhou Feng on the opposite side of the room was instantly sweating, which was his instinctive reaction. He looked at Xian Yuanche with wide eyes. The feeling that the current Xian Yuanche gave him was very different from the previous second. It was as if that was no longer Xian Yuanche, but a flooding beast. While Zhou Feng was distracted, the place where Xian Yuanche had just stood instantly cracked, while the person flashed directly in front of Zhou Feng, raised his right hand, and directly executed the mountain-breaking fist. So fast. Looking at Xian Yuanche who suddenly flashed in front of him, Zhou Feng was slightly startled. However, as a fellow martial zoner, he quickly reacted and directly executed the relatively high proficiency breaking mountain fist in return. The strength of his punch directly reached around 1.5 million Jin. He was confident that he could withstand Xian Yuanche's attack and give a counterattack. But what he didn't know was that Xian Yuanche's punch had gone through a series of increases, and its strength had reached a full 2.29 million Jin. The two fists came together. Boom! The ground within 100 meters around them instantly cracked. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. A huge wave of air centered on the two men and surged out in the surroundings. The nearby trees were blown sideways by this wave of air. When the smoke and dust cleared, Zhou Feng pulled away at some point. Its left hand was still shaking a little. Obviously, the difference of 500,000 pounds of strength was not good for him. In contrast, Xian Yuanche on the opposite side was acting like nothing. So strong. Looking at Xian Yuanche, who was acting like nothing, Zhou Feng was somewhat alarmed. From that punch just now, he could completely tell that Xian Yuanche's chi and blood was quite a bit higher than his. Mountain-breaking fist. Xian Yuanche did not give Zhou Feng much of a chance to catch his breath as he directly flashed in front of him and once again executed the mountain-breaking fist. Zhou Feng raised his right hand to parry this time. Boom! The ground cracked even more severely. Zhou Feng was knocked back hundreds of meters by the powerful intensity. Xian Yuanche casually put away his already broken shoes before continuing to charge towards Zhou Feng. Another round of mountain-breaking fist. Due to the fact that both of Zhou Feng's hands had suffered varying degrees of injuries during the sparring session earlier, he could only barely parry against Xian Yuanche's attack this time around. Boom! Zhou Feng's feet sank directly into the ground. The current Zhou Feng didn't even dare to take a breath for fear of being caught by Xian Yuanche again. Looking at Zhou Feng who was almost exhausted, Xian Yuanche seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. Zhou Feng was startled. Straight away, he put his hands together and tried to block it. Boom! The powerful force directly caused him to fly backwards for thousands of meters. It didn't stop until it crashed through several abandoned houses. At the same time, the movement of the two people also attracted the attention of many people. What's happening over there? Why is it booming? Quick! Maybe there's a strong person cutting up.
Many people rushed towards the place where the two were fighting with curiosity.
But there was also a portion of people who silently left the place. After all, to dare to go when there was a strong person fighting was simply not afraid of death. The battle, in case it affected them, they would die without even knowing how. As for Xian Yuanche's side, when he arrived at that house, Zhou Feng had already disappeared. He scanned the surroundings using his eye of scrying and finally found Zhou Feng in the east. At this moment, Zhou Feng was frantically fleeing. The lightheartedness on his face that he had when they met was also gone. This was because after the battle just now, he was truly afraid. Originally, he had thought that Xian Yuanche was just an ant that he could beat and kill. He didn't expect that it was actually a tiger that was strong enough to kill him.
Want to run?
Xian Yuanche let out a cold laugh and immediately executed his divine walking steps to chase after him.
The two of them chased after each other like this. Due to Zhou Feng's injury, the distance between the two was constantly closing. After more than 10 seconds, the distance between the two was already less than 20 meters.
Xian Yuanche raised a breath and directly accelerated to Zhou Feng's back, once again executing the mountain breaking fist.
Boom!
A fist struck Zhou Feng's back, and the powerful force directly caused his entire body to embed itself into the ground, fainting to death. Due to the strong vitality of the martial zone, fearing that Zhou Feng would not be able to die all of a sudden, Xian Yuanche very simply smashed his head.
Bang!
A martial zone powerhouse fell with this. After doing this, he loosened his muscles.
It's a bit unenjoyable.
After casually taking away Zhou Feng's spatial ring and then storing the corpse in the system space, he left the place. A few minutes later, dozens of people arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche and Zhou Feng had fought at the beginning. When they saw the traces of the battle in this neighborhood, they all sucked in a breath of cool air.
Hiss!
This destructive power. What level of powerhouse fought here?
At least a martial general.
Another person casually replied, then took out his cell phone and took a few pictures. The battle marks were enough for him to blow a wave of awesome in front of his friends. A martial master shook his head as he sniffed. It's impossible for a martial general to have this much destructive power. He pointed to the place where Xian Yuanche's two men started fighting. Look, this crack spreads at least 100 meters in all directions from this center. This is at least something that only a strong martial general could cause.
What? Martial zone.
Many martial artists were a little shocked in their hearts when they heard the word martial zone. The man who was taking pictures heard the words and his hand shivered in fear, his cell phone falling to the ground with a snap. This was because in their eyes, a martial general was already considered a super strong person, let alone a martial zone that was above a martial general. At the same time, they were also a bit scared. Fortunately, the battle had already ended when they arrived here. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the battle between the strongest martial zones would have been enough for them to eat a pot. Not long after, Morong Chen, who had received the news, also arrived here. After arriving at the scene, he was also shocked by the level of destruction.
Chapter 31 4th Grade Martial Zone.
This was at least a martial zone level powerhouse who had fought here. The only martial zone martial artist that had come to Jiang'an City recently seemed to be that Zhou Feng.
Could it be him? Morong Chen had some guesses in his heart.
Zhou Feng had come to investigate his student's death. It should be Zhou Feng who had found the murderer and clashed with him. More than 10 minutes later, Morong Chen followed the traces to more than 10 kilometers away, where there were also traces of a battle. It was only that the destruction was not as big as the one there just now. After taking a few steps, he saw Zhou Feng's corpse. The body had turned into mush and was unrecognizable. Although Morong Chen couldn't recognize whose body it was, he knew that it should be the body of one of the two opposing sides.
At this time, the chief of Jiang'an City's security bureau also followed him here. Mayor. Morong Chen nodded.
Well, this corpse should belong to one of the martial zoners. You collect a sample to go and transfer the DNA to see who it belongs to.
Good.
The results were soon obtained.
This DNA was Zhou Feng's.
It really is his corpse.
Morong Chen put down the report in his hands.
A martial zone who had just come to Jiang'an City and died within a few days. This matter definitely needed to be investigated. But the one who could kill a martial zone must also be another martial zone.
So the investigation well. Understand, all understand.
And after Xian Yuanche's side bought a pair of new shoes, he had also returned home long ago. He kind of knew that when fighting at full strength, the shoes would definitely not hold up.
Ordinary shoes simply couldn't withstand the forces.
Lying on the sofa, he looked at the system space. Everything in Zhou Feng's spatial ring had already been moved by him into the system space. As for the ring, it had also been sold by him at a low price.
Zhou Feng's space ring did not contain much, a bank card, which looked to be registered. A few specially made USB discs, which should contain martial arts and breathing techniques. However, there was one thing inside that made even Xian Yuanche unexpected. That was a grade A Qi and blood potion. A grade B Qi and blood potion would cost $20 million. Grade A, if measured in money, wouldn't work without a few hundred million. And it wasn't necessarily buyable.
Martial techniques, breathing techniques, and potions were things that could not be bought with money once their grade reached a grade. This grade A Qi and blood potion in his hand, when taken, could increase Qi and blood by 50,000 70,000. One had to be a martial zone level martial artist to take it, or else they would not be able to withstand the huge amount of Qi and blood, thus bursting into flames. His current Qi and blood had reached exactly 90,000 points, and he was only 10,000 points away from breaking through to martial zone. If he relied solely on cultivation, he estimated that it would take 4 or 5 days. He took out a box. It contained a Qi orchid flower, which Morongchen had given him a few days ago, and when taken by a martial general martial artist, it could increase the speed of cultivation by 50%. The duration was 3 days. It was just the right time to use it while it was at this stage. After eating the Qi orchid flower, he began to cultivate. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes, picked up the cell phone he had put aside and walked out. He remembered that the Ouyang Club seemed to have an advanced training room coming up. The cultivation room and the intermediate training room could boost the cultivation speed of a martial master martial artist by 10%. The advanced one should be the one that boosts martial generals. After spending 2 minutes, he arrived at the Ouyang Club. Casually handing over his bank card, he opened an advanced training room. After entering the training room, he looked at the introduction of the cultivation room, and sure enough, it was able to boost the cultivation speed of a martial general by 10%. He directly entered the training room and began to cultivate. Jiangyan City Sacred Beast Cult's temporary residency. The bald protector looked at the message coming from his cell phone. A martial zoner martial artist had been killed in the suburbs, and based on the traces of the battle, it could be said to have been crushed. This one was a message that came from other members of their Holy Beast sect. Martial zone. The bald protector put down his cell phone and looked at his henchman Zhang San at the side. Any news from Wu Bug and Wu Long? Zhang San shook his head. When they entered Jiangyan City, it seems like they deliberately hid their tracks. We have not been able to find out their location. The bald protector sniffed and pinched his brow in some annoyance. Keep looking, the message came from above for us to return when we find them. He was already regretting taking on this mission now. Originally, he had thought that it was just a light-hearted mission, and after completing it, he would exchange a bottle of Martial King potion and beautifully close the door to break through the Martial King. I didn't expect to actually spend it here. Zhang San, who was at the side, opened his mouth with some hesitation. Protector, it's been so long. Wu Bug and Wu Long are definitely not in Jiangyan City anymore. Aren't we wasting our time here for nothing? The bald protector sniffed and felt that it made sense. But there were orders from above, so he can only spend time here. Time gradually passed, and the news that a martial zone had died in Jiangyan City was spreading. When the Jiangnan Province Provincial Council learned of this news, they sent 2 martial zones to investigate. Xian Yuanche would definitely be extremely speechless if he knew. This condom numb. Time slowly passed. Without realizing it, Xian Yuanche had already cultivated for 10 days in the cultivation room. Ding! Detected the host cultivating for an hour, gained 0.55 points of Qi and blood, triggered a 100-fold blast, 0.55 raised to 55. Qi and blood, 110055 200,000 level 1 martial sect. After these 10 days of cultivation, Xian Yuanche had long since arrived at the martial zone. This speed was not too fast for him to say fast, and not too slow to say slow. But this feeling of cultivating for 10 days and topping others for a year or two was just awesome. While he was at it, he took out his only a grade Qi and blood potion and took it. Ding! Detected the host taking a grade A Qi and blood potion, gaining 60,000 points of Qi and blood, triggering a 5-fold surge, 60,000 points of Qi and blood raised to 300,000 points of Qi and blood. Qi blood, 410055 500,000 level 4 martial sect. Looking at the system's prompt, Xian Yuanche froze. Originally, he would have been satisfied if he could trigger a 2-fold blast, but he didn't expect to trigger a 5-fold blast, allowing him to directly break through to a rank 4 martial zone. A rank 4 martial zone, who started berserking, would be able to immediately raise his strength to a rank 6 martial zone.
It's time to find an excuse to expose his strength, Xian Yuan-che muttered.
Sooner or later, his realm would have to be exposed, so he might as well think of a suitable reason to expose it. The reason he had also already thought of. Just after returning home, Xian Yuan-che learned through his cell phone that 2 martial zoners had been sent there from the provincial capital to investigate this matter of Zhou Feng's death.
Ugh, what's the difference between this and a condom? Xian Yuan-che was really helpless. If it was investigated on himself again, wouldn't he have to kill again?
It doesn't matter if he kills someone, but killing a martial zone, next time it's probably coming to the martial king. He sighed in his heart, lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. A few minutes later, he suddenly thought of something and sat up, violently slapping his thigh.
Right. Why did I just think of it now? Wouldn't it be fine if he just shifted the conflict and transferred Zhou Feng's death to someone else? As for who to transfer it to, was there anyone more appropriate than the Sacred Beast cult? Chapter 32: Shifting Conflicts.
As for how to transfer it, one would have to think carefully before doing so. He took out his cell phone and called towards Morong Chen. When Morong Chen came to deliver the reward at that time, he specifically left a phone number, saying that he could call this number if there was something wrong.
The phone was quickly picked up. Hello? Is this student Xian Yuan-che? Looking for me for something? Morong Chen's voice came from the other side of the phone.
It's like this, there's one thing I forgot to tell you, that is, about 11 days ago, there was a person from the security bureau who came to say that I was related to the death of the richest man in the city next door, Zhou, suspecting that I was the murderer. Xian Yuan-che told Morong Chen the entire process of Zhang San coming to find himself that day.
Morong Chen was a bit puzzled after hearing this. He was aware of the matter of the death of the richest man in the city next door. But to suspect a student, it is indeed a bit too much. After all, until today, they hadn't been able to investigate what caused Zhou's death. How could Xian Yuan-che, a student, have this means? Don't be too far-fetched, okay? But at this time, he did think of a place where something was wrong. Shouldn't law enforcement officers from Nan'an City come to Jiang'an City to enforce the law and report it? It seemed like he hadn't received it. After he hung up the phone, he immediately picked up the landline at the side and called towards the security bureau to ask if they had reported it on the Nan'an City side. More than 10 seconds later, he put down the phone with a somewhat gloomy face. Nan'an City's side didn't report it. Wasn't this not putting him in his eyes? Humph. He let out a cold snort and slammed his palm onto the table. Bang! The entire table instantly cracked in half. Outrageous! How dare you not put me in your eyes? Still, he didn't lose his mind. After all, this was just Xian Yuan-che's side of the story. He recalled Xian Yuan-che and asked him to provide the security footage from that day. A few minutes later, Xian Yuan-che sent over the surveillance video. He opened it and looked at it. The surveillance clearly recorded the entire process, including what both sides said. After watching it, he forwarded the video to the mayor of Nan'an City. In less than 2 minutes, a phone call came over. Brother Morong, it's a misunderstanding. No one from the security bureau on my side has ever left Nan'an City. This person is definitely not from Nan'an City. This matter wasn't too big, nor was it too small. In this new era, coming to someone's territory to enforce the law without reporting is no different than smacking them in the face. Never left? Sure. Morong Chen questioned. Sure. Absolutely did not leave. The person on the other end of the phone was somewhat decisive. Morong Chen believed a few points in his words. Then it's strange, why did that person impersonate your people? I also think it's strange, Brother Morong, that person should still be in your territory. Why don't you investigate and maybe find something new? After Morong Chen hung up the phone, he turned his head and made a call to his men, asking them to investigate the person who impersonated the Nan'an City Security Bureau. Because he always felt that this matter was not simple. And Xian Yuan-che looked at the message Morong Chen replied to. Chat box. Morong Chen Mayor, I've already sent someone to investigate, there will be results soon. Xian Yuan-che, good, I'll trouble you, Mayor. After putting away his cell phone, he went to take a shower. Now that the first step had been completed, now all they had to do was to start investigating and tracking Zhang San, and sooner or later, they would find out that Zhang San was a member of the Sacred Beast cult. Then it would be natural to blame everything on the Holy Beast cult. After all, the Sacred Beast cult could be said to be infamous in China. Morong Chen soon received the news that Zhang San's traces had been found in the center of Jiang'an.
They were now using the nearby surveillance to track him in real time. As for Xian Yuanche, he was leisurely cultivating at the moment, not hearing anything outside the window. Early the next morning, Morong Chen received the news that after a day of tracking, the people under his hand had already discovered where that person lived.
Morong Chen just wanted to go there personally, but on second thought, he realized something was wrong.
That mysterious martial sect hadn't been found yet. In case that person was related to the mysterious martial sect, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? He thought of the two martial sects that came to investigate Zhou Feng's death. Taking out his cell phone, he called them.
Yes, I found a suspect. I need your cooperation, okay, thanks.
After hanging up the phone, Morong Chen put away his cell phone and jumped from the window. Jumping directly from the 5th floor to the 1st floor, he rushed towards Zhang San's location. The two martial zoners who came to investigate this time, their realms were level 4 martial zoner and level 7 martial zoner respectively.
So, steady.
More than 10 minutes later, the three of them met.
The two of you, please follow me. Morong Chen led the two martial zoners towards the location where this third was.
More than 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the temporary station of Zhang San and the others.
It was a hotel. This street could be described as a night market street, so there weren't many people in the morning.
After evacuating the few people, Morong Chen led the two martial sect members into the hotel. On the 8th floor of the hotel, the bald man put down the wine glass in his hand.
He sensed that something was not right.
He looked towards Zhang San who was eating.
Zhang San, go down and take a look.
Good. Zhang San wiped his mouth, opened the door and walked out.
After riding the elevator down to the 1st floor, he sensed something was wrong.
The entire hall was deserted. No, there should be 3 people left. He didn't recognize the remaining 2, but he did recognize the one in the middle, the mayor of Jiang'an City, Morong Chen.
He hurriedly turned around and wanted to walk into the elevator.
Just as he turned around, he realized that one of the 3 had already come inside the elevator at some point.
In such a hurry, where do you want to go?
Chen Ji clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Zhang San who had some panic on his face.
Nope, not in a hurry.
Chen Ji, as a rank 7 martial sect, slightly exuded a sense of oppression that made Zhang San more and more nervous. Tisk, rats of the holy beast sect.
Chen Ji looked at the panic on Zhang San's face and directly guessed his identity.
At this moment, another martial sect member, Lu Qian, also walked over and patted Zhang San's shoulder.
So you're from the Sacred Beast cult. It seems that you guys are responsible for the death of that Zhou Feng? What Zhou Feng? Zhang San looked at the two with a confused expression.
The two seemed to be surprised when they saw that Zhang San did not admit it. After a friendly exchange, Zhang San led the 3 to the elevator and arrived at the 8th floor.
Our protector is inside. Bang!
Chen Ji directly kicked open the door, and without even looking at it, he directly performed a martial art.
Wuji fist technique.
The bald guardian who was drinking threw the wine glass in his hand and also returned the punch.
Bang!
The glass around them instantly shattered, and Chen Ji fell back a few steps. Luckily, the two were only testing each other and did not cause a great impact on the surroundings.
9th level martial sect.
Through that punch just now, he judged the realm of the bald protector. 9th level martial zone, 2 levels higher than him.
Humph. I didn't expect you guys to actually find me.
The bald guardian disdainfully said. Through the test just now, he learned that Chen Ji's realm was not as good as his, so he was not so afraid. Subsequent realms: Martial General, Martial Zone, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Zun, Martial Saint.
Chapter 33 Martial King descends. Lu Qian quickly wasted Zhang San before throwing him to Morong Chen. Go call someone, let's stall him. Good. Morong Chen nodded his head without the slightest hesitation after catching Zhang San.
He knew that this battle was simply not something that he, a rank 5 martial general, could participate in. On the other hand, the two of them, Chen Ji and Lu Qian, were fighting the bald guardian in full swing. The 3 had already fought from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. It was fortunate that the remaining people were evacuated in advance, or else someone would have definitely suffered.
How difficult.
The bald protector spat. He already regretted a bit, had he known that he would have fled immediately just now. Chen Ji and Lu Qian had obviously practiced a great martial arts, while the highest martial arts he had practiced were only B grade.
This also led to the difference in strength between the two, thus they were entangled and couldn't even leave if they wanted to.
After Morong Chen finished the rescue call, he brought Zhang San back to the security bureau to start the interrogation. More than an hour later, the three had fought their way to the outskirts of Jiang'an City. The ground of houses collapsed wherever the fight between martial zones went. At this time, the ball protector was already in agony. Although Chen Ji's realms were all lower than his, he simply couldn't do a second kill because of the gap between being only 2 small realms lower in his martial skills. Not to mention the fact that there was also a harassing Lu Qian. At this moment, the ball protector felt a sharp sense of crisis. He looked up into the sky and an old man stood in the sky at some point. Martial King! The ball protector immediately cried out in shock after looking at this old man standing in the sky. Flying in the air, this was the mark of a martial king. Kneel down. As soon as the old man spoke, the pressure belonging to a martial king immediately radiated onto the bald protector. The bald guardian was immediately enveloped by the pressure and knelt on the ground. Elder. Chen Ji and Lu Qian looked at the old man respectfully. The old man nodded. Good job, I'll take this person back. The battle merit will be credited to your accounts tomorrow. Hearing that there were still battle credits, the two of them looked happy. Many thanks, senior. 2 days passed quickly. System, open the Qi Blood panel. Qi Blood, 42,055 500,000 level 4 martial sect. The luck of these 2 days was good. In just 2 days, 10,000 points of Qi and blood had been added. He casually picked up his phone and ordered a takeaway, only to find that Morong Chen had sent himself many messages. Clicking on it, things were going in the direction he had expected. Morong Chen had already found Zhang San's location, and 2 days ago, Zhang San and the others had been captured. The recent happenings were also reasonably pressed onto the Holy Beast cult, including the death of Zhou Hu, the richest man in Nan'an City. At this point, the entire incident was finished. Xian Yuanche, who was just about to eat takeout, received a call from Morong Chen. Hello? Mayor Morong? There's good news for you. This time, because of your discovery, it allowed us to capture 2 people from the Holy Beast cult. The above specially rewarded you with 200 points of battle merit. Battle merit? What is this? Shen Yuanche was a bit puzzled. The word battle merit was something he had only heard of in TV dramas and novels. He didn't realize that this thing actually existed here as well. Wait a moment. Morong Chen hung up the phone and directly sent a link to Shen Yuanche. An account password was also sent. Account number, Taotai reader is handsome pretty. Password, 88888888. He followed the account password and logged in. The moment he logged in, a voice came out of his cell phone. Ding. Welcome to the Hall of Battle Merit, Mr. XYC. Please perform identity binding verification. Then the verification page popped up. Xian Yuanche first went through real name, pupil, face verification, and finally, binding his cell phone number. After doing all this, he entered the home page. Tapping the question mark in the upper right corner, he understood the role of this Hall of Battle Merit. Introductions. 1. Bounty Hall. Quests can be taken in the Bounty Hall to gain battle merit points. 2. Recycling Hall. One can recycle any item and wait for the staff to evaluate the item, thus giving back battle merit points. 3. Exchange Hall. Items can be exchanged with battle merit points, including but not limited to grade A martial arts breathing techniques. 4. Insufficient authority. After reading these 3 points, Shen Yuanche also roughly understood this battle merit hall. With his current permissions, he could only open the first 3 halls, but it was enough. He clicked on the avatar and looked at it. His current battle merit points totaled 200. Tapping on the exchange hall to see what he could exchange these 200 battle points for. Grade A martial skill, Wuji fist technique. Description. Required battle function points, 3000. Grade A martial skill, Gale blade technique. Introduction. When wielding a sword, the wind will be generated in the surroundings, thus causing the speed of wielding the sword to become faster, and the fastest speed of wielding the sword can be up to 20 knives per second at the entry level. Upon reaching perfection, the power of the wind reaches its limit, and the speed of the sword can be swung as fast as 30 knives per second, and the speed of one's own movement is increased to 200%. Required, 4000. Limit, 1. This is good. After seeing the introduction of the Gale blade technique, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. But after seeing the battle merit points required to redeem it, his face instantly collapsed. Looking at his 200 battle merit points, Xian Yuanche silently scratched them elsewhere. Grade A potion of Qi and blood. After taking it, it can increase Qi and blood by 50,000 70,000 points according to the qualification.
Required battle merit points, 1200. Annual limit, 4.
Side effects: grade A Chi and blood potion is more violent. It is recommended that each take interval should not be less than 1 month.
A grade Chi and blood potion actually requires 1200 battle merit points as well? That's quite a lot. Xian Yuanche spat twice. There are actually side effects? After seeing the last line, Xian Yuanche was somewhat confused. At this time, the system's beep popped out. Ding! Host, don't worry, you won't be affected by that side effect.
Only then did Xian Yuanche put his heart down.
Finally, he placed his gaze on the last item. Secret Art Stone. Redeemed for battle merit, 2000 points. Limited purchase, 1.
That's right, it was the secret art stone. At that time, he used the secret art stone and obtained the secret art berserking. He found another one at Zhouhu's place, and now he was only one away from having berserking upgraded to the 2nd rank. It takes 2000 battle merit points to redeem it. Looks like we need to find a way to get some battle merit. After closing the redemption hall, he clicked on the bounty hall. Inside were some reward missions. There were those that recruited a few martial sect members to enter the newly developed secret realm to clear out the ferocious beasts. There were also those that recruited martial sect escorts to travel to the wilderness. Xian Yuanche glanced at them and realized that the minimum requirement for these bounty missions were all martial zones. Although his current realm had reached rank 4 martial zone, he was just a martial master in the eyes of others. It seems like we need to hurry up and make a trip to the wilderness. Xian Yuanche muttered to himself. As for exposing his martial zone realm in such a reasonable manner, he had already thought about it. Go on a trip to the wilderness and come back saying that he had taken something in his realm had directly come to martial zone. It sounded far-fetched, but this kind of thing had happened at least dozens of times since the recovery of Aura. Worst of all, even directly from the martial master soared to the martial king. People call this kind of fruit as Chengzong fruit and Changwang fruit, respectively. They corresponded to martial master and martial king respectively. After packing up some things, Xian Yuanche left the door, bought some food on the road, and walked towards the station. Jiangnan province was located in the south of China, and if one wanted to go to the wilderness from here, with the current technology, it would only take more than 2 hours. After purchasing the ticket, Xian Yuanche stepped onto the train heading to the wilderness. At this time, somewhere in Jiangnan province, the bald man sat on a chair without saying a word. Chen Ji was standing in front of him. "Brother Chen, it's here," Lu Qian said as he walked beside Chen Ji. Chen Ji turned his head to look as a woman with a double ponytail and a somewhat petite figure walked into the room. Chapter 34, Going to the Wild. Is this one of the few who possesses the secret scrying technique, soul searching? Chen Ji said in his heart. Trouble you. Lu Qian spoke with some respect. The woman nodded and walked over to the bald protector. Do it. The woman looked towards Chen Ji. Chen Ji nodded and directly stored up his strength and struck the bald protector's chest. The bald protector, who was already in a bad state, directly fainted. Seeing this, the double ponytailed woman silently cast a secret technique to start searching her soul. Her realm was only a grade 1 martial sect, so if she wanted to conduct a soul search on the bald protector, she had to knock him out before she could do so. Soon, a few minutes passed and the woman stopped soul searching. The old martial king who had participated in arresting the bald protector that day had arrived here at some point. Seeing that the double ponytailed woman stopped searching her soul, that old man looked towards her. Girl, how is it? The woman slowly spoke. They went to Jiang'an City to look for a UNG box. That UNG box was originally in the hands of the richest man in Nan'an City, Zhouhu. But Zhouhu didn't know who killed him, and the UNG box was taken away by the murderer. UNG box? The old man muttered to himself when he heard this name. He was aware of the Yuan Extreme chest, crafted from Yuan Extreme ore. It was incomparably hard and could withstand the attacks of a martial king powerhouse. Something that could be packed into a Yuan polarity chest would definitely be worth much more than this Yuan polarity chest. The double ponytailed woman continued to add, currently, they have locked onto the two brothers, Wu Bug and Wu Long, only that it's been half a month that has passed, and they haven't been able to find these two brothers. Most of a month has passed, the people are definitely not in Jiang'an City anymore. Chen Ji, who was on the side, agreed. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. After half a month, I'm afraid that people are not even in Jiangnan province anymore. Know what's inside that UNG box? The old man opened his mouth and asked. The double ponytailed woman shook her head.
That person is just a low-level protector, he doesn't even know what's inside that Yuan polarity box.
The old man thought for a moment and looked towards the two Chenji. It's better to go and check it out, after all, something that can fit into a Yuan polarity box is definitely not ordinary. As for Xian Yuanche's side, after experiencing more than 2 hours, he arrived at the alert area. Although this place was labeled as an alert area, it was still bustling. Coming to the alert area meant that it wasn't far from the wilderness. After taking out his cell phone and chatting with Mu Yanran for a while, he directly walked towards the south.
Beijing Shangguan family.
Mu Yanyan hung up the phone outside the courtyard and returned to the house, realizing that the people in the hall were all looking at themselves with some curiosity.
One of the old men was sitting on the sofa, looking at Mu Yanyan with some curiosity. Yanyan, who were you on the phone with just now? He was Mu Yanyan's grandfather, and the person in charge of the Shangguan family, Shangguan phone.
A middle-aged man picked up the conversation without waiting for Mu Yanyan to answer. It must be her boyfriend, after all, our Yanyan isn't small anymore.
The remaining people also felt it was somewhat reasonable. Another middle-aged man looked at Mu Yanyan with some gossip. Yanyan still has a boyfriend? Do you have a picture? Uncle will help you take a look.
Quiet.
Shangguan Feng spoke up.
He looked at Mu Yanran. It's better to have less dealings with him in the future. My Shangguan Feng's granddaughter is not a match for someone from that kind of small place. Mu Yanran's small mouth pouted, somewhat unconvinced. He's very good to me, he even gave me a gift when we parted.
Shangguan Feng frowned at his words. Gifts? What kind of gift can someone from that kind of small place give?
He couldn't deny that Jiangnan province was a very wealthy place, but it was limited to the center area. Jiangnan city was more to the south, and although it wasn't poor, it couldn't be said to be wealthy either. People in that kind of small place, the return gift would be nothing more than B-grade martial arts, potions, and these things. How precious could it be?
Humph. Ignore you.
Mu Yanran stomped her foot and turned around to leave.
Alas. Shangguan Feng sighed at the sight.
After all, she had stayed in that kind of small place for a long time and was casually coaxed. When she was first found from the orphanage, she should have been sent directly to live in the capital. At this moment, a youth hurriedly walked in. Elder Phone, there's a situation. The 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix, has somehow left the territory and is suspected to be heading towards our country's borders.
What? Shangguan Feng's face changed at the words.
A 7th-order ferocious beast was at the level of a disaster. If it flew into the city, the entire city would be reduced to ashes. This wasn't a small matter. His figure flickered and disappeared in place. Inside the room, Mu Yanyan carefully rubbed a Fire Phoenix egg.
Hurry up and hatch it.
She surveyed the egg with a face full of curiosity. After putting the egg away, she left the room.
After Mu Yanyan left, the egg shook slightly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche arrived at the border wall. This border wall was up to 20 meters thick and at least 100 meters high, and it was also equipped with all sorts of thermal weapons. It was built to ward off the beast tide. However, it was said that the ferocious beasts hadn't unleashed a beast tide for 30 years. Seeing Xian Yuanche alone, a man wearing a military uniform in the distance walked towards Xian Yuanche. Little friend? Are you trying to go out?
Hearing the person in front of him address himself, Xian Yuanche pulled the corner of his mouth. Although he himself didn't look that mature, but with this height, he didn't look like he was related to a little friend at all. Well, zero right. However, out of politeness, he still nodded his head. When Li Cheng saw Xian Yuanche nod, he took out an egg-sized orb from his pocket and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Out of here, within 5 kilometers belongs to a pseudo-safety zone. Basically no aggressive ferocious beasts will appear. If you encounter one, if you hold this orb tightly, it will send out sound waves, temporarily deterring the ferocious beasts. Nearby martial artists will also receive the signal to rush over to support them.
Thank you. Xian Yuanche took the orb and said thank you. Although he didn't need this thing.
Passing through the wall, he officially left the city limits. There was no difference between inside and outside the walls. There were still quite a few people walking around outside, but most of these people's martial realms were above martial master. What's more, there were also those who were setting up stalls. Xian Yuanche bought a bottle of kosher cola here and continued walking towards the wilderness. After walking for about 2 kilometers, the crowd started to thin out. After walking another 3 kilometers, he officially left the pseudo-safe zone and came to the real wilderness. This was a place that had once belonged to human territory and now belonged to ferocious beasts. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Shen Yuanche did not encounter a single ferocious beast. It was probably because, due to the fact that this place was closer to the city, it was often patronized by human martial artists. So there weren't any ferocious beasts. Kids, don't fall behind, we'll be able to see the ferocious beasts soon. A clear and soulful female voice sounded. Shen Yuanche sniffed and looked over. Chapter 35. The beast tide is coming. Only a few women with a dozen or so children were seen roaming around the neighborhood. There were also 2 men following on the side. Don't get lost, we'll see the ferocious beasts soon. One of the individual women called out towards the children behind them. A dozen or so 5 or 6-year-old children were chattering between the back. Looking at this, these women were probably a teacher, bringing a group of students to the wilderness to watch the ferocious beasts. The man on the side was presumably in charge of the escort. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at the 2 men on the side. The realms were both between 2nd and 3rd level martial generals. Hiring these 2 generals would probably cost a few $1,000,000. Spending several $1,000,000 to hire 2 generals just to come out and play, one had to say that one was really quite rich. The 2 men also discovered Shen Yuanche. However, after seeing that Shen Yuanche was only 18 or 19 years old, they no longer paid attention. Shen Yuanche also didn't linger too much. After walking for a while longer, he encountered quite a few people who were having a picnic. Most of the realms were in the 1st or 2nd level of martial masters, and there were even some realms that were only martial artists. It had to be said that these people were really bold. But it was normal to think about it. After all, the ferocious beasts hadn't invaded China on a large scale for 30 years. It was normal for people to let their guard down. After walking for a few minutes, Shen Yuanche started moving at full speed. This time, he had come out for no other purpose, just so that he could have an excuse to expose his martial zone strength. If he could find the ferocious beasts, he would then kill a few of them along the way and sell them for some money. 2,000 kilometers away from the southern borderline of Huaxia, a phoenix with wings spreading 1,000 meters and emitting flames was flying towards Huaxia. Below it were countless ferocious beasts. A black pressurized piece. Looking around, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was endless. Around it, there were also several hundreds of meters tall ferocious beasts following. These were all 6th rank ferocious beasts. After that were dozens of 5th ranked ferocious beasts. Damnable humans. The fire phoenix exuded a terrifying pressure, and the surrounding 5th and 6th ranked ferocious beasts all began to tremble. In its opinion, the disappearance of its own egg must be related to those cunning humans. Huaxia's suspicion was undoubtedly the greatest. The tide of beasts and the fire phoenix were continuously approaching towards Huaxia. Huaxia Detection Bureau. Not good. There is a large-scale beast tide approaching towards the south of our country. A staff member looked at the screen and exclaimed. The others immediately came over at the words. Upon seeing the image on the screen, those people were immediately startled. One of the older staff members shouted out. Quickly! Hurry and report! Shangguan Feng, who had already arrived at the border earlier, also received the notification, and with a somewhat gloomy expression, he put away his cell phone and rushed towards the direction of the fire phoenix. It was now certain that the 7th order ferocious beast, the fire phoenix, was coming towards Huaxia. And with a large number of ferocious beasts, it had already formed a beast tide. If it approached the borderline, the consequences would be unimaginable. After more than 20 minutes of rushing at full speed, Shen Yuanche arrived more than 100 kilometers away. On the way, he also encountered quite a few ferocious beasts, but almost all of them were relatively low-ranked 1st or 2nd rank ferocious beasts. There were almost none of them of the 3rd rank or above. Strange, where have all the ferocious beasts gone? Shen Yuanche stood on a 100-meter tall tree and stroked his chin as he pondered. Buzz. The cell phone sent out a vibration. Shen Yuanche took out his phone to check it and found that it was an announcement coming from the Hall of Battle Merit. Announcement. There is currently a large-scale beast tide coming towards the south of our country, so please immediately head to the southern region to assist the local area in fending off the beast tide. All participants will receive 100 points for this trip, and additional points will be awarded for killing 3rd order or higher beasts. After hunting and killing the ferocious beasts, you can summon a drone directly from the Hall of Battle Merits to go and record it. After reading the entire announcement, Shen Yuanche opened the map attached to the announcement. The movement of the beast tide was recorded there in real time. There's still over 1,000 kilometers to go, there's no rush. Shen Yuanche put away his cell phone and jumped downwards.
Bang! A second-ranked ferocious beast, the fire flame tiger, was directly trampled to death by it.
Xian Yuanche glanced towards the fire flame tiger's crotch.
Male, not bad.
Taking out an alloy knife, he cut off the tiger whip and other things. By the way, he stripped off its fur. The most valuable thing on the entire fire flame tiger was the tiger whip. After putting these things into the space ring, he cut a piece of meat down and roasted it. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Xian Yuanche, the fire phoenix that was originally leading the beast tide suddenly stopped.
Fire Phoenix looked at Shang Wanfeng, who was 10,000 meters away with his hands behind his back. Shang Wanfeng? Shang Wanfeng looked at Fire Phoenix with stern eyes.
Why are you coming towards my huaxia? I need an explanation.
Chapter 36. Shang Wanfeng, your egg is not in my house. Fire Phoenix snorted coldly.
My egg is missing. I suspect it was stolen by you Chinese.
Shang Wanfeng sniffed a little, speechless. What kind of brain circuit is this stupid bird?
You said it was stolen by our huaxia people when your egg is missing. Can you have some face?
I've never seen such eye. Brazen bird.
The fire phoenix was instantly anxious at his words, his pupils filled with murderous anger as he looked at Shang Wanfeng.
Humph. Besides you Chinese, who else dares to enter my territory and steal my eggs?
Looking at Shang Wanfeng with that look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to swallow him alive.
Shang Wanfeng continued to pull out his ears. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, it's not like your eggs are in my house. Give you 10 minutes, if the beast tide doesn't disperse again, then you and I can only fight. Fire Phoenix, come on then. As soon as the words fell, the flames on the Fire Phoenix's body instantly rose.
All of the ferocious beasts within 10,000 meters were burned to ashes.
This included the few 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts began to flee in all directions.
Seeing this, the Flame Phoenix immediately exerted its pressure and ordered them to advance towards huaxia.
In the distance, Shang Wanfeng felt the temperature around him and his complexion was a bit gloomy.
Looking at the tide of beasts underneath, he released his own mighty pressure, wanting to subdue these ferocious beasts.
The Fire Phoenix immediately launched an attack towards Shang Wanfeng. The two powerhouses fought like this.
The aftermath of the battle caused the surrounding living beings to be coated. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the few fifth-order beasts that had survived died directly under the aftershocks. On Xian Yuanche's side, he had been paying attention to the movements of the beast tide. When he saw that the wave of beasts that should have stopped continued to move, he took out cumin and sprinkled it on the meat of the flaming tiger. Looking at this situation, it was estimated that in another 2.5 hours, the vanguard of the beast tide would come here. More than an hour later, Xian Yuanche ate the tiger meat and opened his cell phone to look at it. It was discovered that the internet had already made a lot of noise about this matter. The netizens were divided into two factions. One of the factions thought that the beast tide was nothing to be afraid of and there was no need to worry about it at all. The other faction thought that they were older and had seen the terror of the beast tide, so they were more worried about it. After a few minutes, in order to play it safe, Xian Yuanche decided to walk back. It was definitely not because he was afraid of being attacked by a group of ferocious beasts, but he was a little thirsty and wanted to go back to drink water. When he came, it was at full speed, and when he returned, it was also at full speed. The main fight was a fair one. When he returned to the pseudo-safe zone, he realized that the wave of beasts had already covered the area he was just in.
Luckily I ran fast. No, it's luckily I was thirsty.
Xian Yuanche was a bit fearful as he took out a bottle of water from his spatial ring and drank it.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
At this moment, dozens of missiles flew over Xian Yuanche's head, closely followed by hundreds more missiles. Xian Yuanche seemed to sense something and looked back. There was a black mass behind him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were all drones, and he couldn't see the end of them at a glance.
How is this different from what was written in the novel?
Xian Yuanche looked at the dark and pressurized piece of drones in the sky, as well as the missiles that were constantly being launched. He remembered that in the novels, it wasn't always about waiting for the ferocious beasts to come over and then going into a physical fight. How did this go straight to missiles and drones? Novels can really only be novels, they can't be substituted into reality. Xian Yuanche shook his head. A man darted towards Xian Yuanche's side from a distance. Kid, it's dangerous here, the ferocious beasts will be here soon, you go back first. The man shouted. 2 seconds later, the man arrived directly in front of Xian Yuanche.
Kid, this place is dangerous, the ferocious beasts will be coming soon.
Xian Yuanche used the eye of scrying to scan the man's information.
Name, Ma-yi.
Blood, 20,000 30,000 level 2 martial general.
Breathing technique.
Seeing that Xian Yuanche didn't say anything, Ma-yi thought that he was scared silly.
He patted his sturdy chest. Don't be afraid, there's uncle will take you back now.
Saying this, he was about to carry Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took a step back.
No need, I'm actually a martial sect, you don't have to worry about my safety. What? Martial sect? Ma-yi hadn't reacted when he heard Xian Yuanche's words. After a few seconds, he reacted. Alright, you're a martial zone, let's go, uncle will take you back first. Ma-yi just wanted to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't move his body as if he was being watched by something. He glanced around and there was nothing. He then placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche and realized that this feeling was exactly what emanated from Xian Yuanche. You are really a martial sect? Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded before turning to leave.
Originally, Ma-yi thought that Xian Yuanche was joking just now, but he didn't expect Xian Yuanche to really be a martial zone. Looking at Xian Yuanche's back as he left, Ma-yi pulled out his ID card. 36 years old, I'm only a second-level martial general, that person just now looks like he's less than 20, right?
Ma-yi sighed and put away his ID card. Alas, there's really no comparison. Almost every half a minute, Xian Yuanche could see a large number of missiles flying over his head.
There were also countless suicide drones.
Properly modernized warfare.
In a certain command room in the south, a middle-aged man holding a fascia gun frantically tapped the red button in front of him. With a maniacal smile on his face, he looked at the screen.
The missiles you've been saving for 30 years, just let them come. On the beast tide side, countless missiles fell.
Thousands of ferocious beasts were directly blown to ashes. The ferocious beasts of the first to third rank were powerless against this. Under these missiles, only fourth order or above ferocious beasts could barely survive.
Roar! Those ferocious beasts that survived hissed continuously. The instinct to survive wanted them to back off.
However, the orders belonging to the higher-ranked ferocious beasts had to make them continue to advance.
Xian Yuanche once again opened the map and took a look. Good lord! After the bombardment of so many missiles, at least 80% of the beast tide shown on the map had died, and the number was still expanding.
After waiting for more than half an hour again, Xian Yuanche finally saw the vanguard of the ferocious beasts. It was a group of ferocious beasts that were able to fly in the sky. Countless suicide drones flew towards those ferocious beasts. Another 10 minutes or so passed before the ferocious beasts on the ground arrived.
Roar!
The ground began to shake.
Here it comes.
Xian Yuanche took out his alloy blade and looked at the rolling smoke in front of him with a grave expression. At the same time, there were quite a few martial artists coming from the surrounding area. The realms were all at least at the level of martial general. Soon, the first ferocious beast appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was followed by the second, the 10th, and the 50th. Due to being bombarded by missiles, the ferocious beasts that could come here were basically all of the fourth rank. The number was drastically reduced as a result, and their appearance was miserable. Either they were lame or had broken horns. There were even some that collapsed to the ground with blood spurting after a couple of wails. Xian Yuanche went ahead and rushed with his sword to a 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long third sister-in-law.
Hiss!
The bruised and battered third sister-in-law looked at Xian Yuanche in front of her, her pupils glaring round as she looked at Xian Yuanche with a vigilant face.
Look at the sword!
Xian Yuanche directly executed the wind-chasing blade technique. Although the fourth-rank ferocious beast had survived the missile's attack though, it had also suffered damage. Even though this third sister-in-law was a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, it was only able to support itself for less than 10 seconds before being split into two halves in the face of Xian Yuanche.
The drone in charge also recorded this scene.
The nearby martial artists also started to deal with the fierce beast in front of them in twos and threes. As for Xian Yuanche's side, when dealing with those scarred ferocious beasts, he almost didn't even need to strike a second time, relying solely on the wind-chasing blade technique's blast attack.
Chapter 37 Shangguan Dragon vs Cracked Earth-Piercing Mountain King.
After resolving a fourth-rank regrettable mountain bull, Xian Yuanche turned on berserking.
It directly elevated from a rank 4 martial zone to a rank 6 martial zone.
Blood, 630,082 700,000 level 6 martial zone.
And a 50% increase in all attributes could be more than just chi and blood. There were also aspects such as speed. After turning on berserking, Xian Yuanche beheaded those 4th-ranked ferocious beasts with even more ease. The ferocious beasts that others needed several minutes, or even 10 minutes to decimate, he only needed to perform the wind-chasing blade technique once. Who is this? How can he be so powerful? The surrounding martial artists had just finished resolving the ferocious beasts in front of them when they saw Xian Yuanche, who was in the midst of a great killing spree. Almost every 4th-ranked ferocious beast could not last more than a single round under his hands. Although all of these 4th-ranked ferocious beasts had received different degrees of injuries, they were still 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Many people sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing Xian Yuanche's strength. Hiss. This doesn't even look like he's 20 yet, right? Killing a 4th-ranked ferocious beast is actually as simple as killing a chicken? I'm afraid that a martial zone of less than 20, I'm afraid that we can't find a second one in the whole of China, right? While they were discussing, Xian Yuanche killed 2 more 4th-ranked beasts. The words, amongst the same rank, killing you is as simple as killing a chicken. In less than 15 minutes, the number of 4th-ranked beasts that died in Xian Yuanche's hands reached 200. When he was about to charge into the remaining wave of beasts, the ground suddenly shook. He immediately retreated a few hundred meters back, looking at the beast tied with a heavy gaze in his eyes. As the ground shook, a mountain-piercing armor that was several meters tall and over 200 meters long came out of the ground. After Xian Yuanche scanned the information of this ferocious beast, his brows furrowed slightly and he immediately retreated to the back, ready to protect the crowd in front of him. Race, Earth-splitting mountain-piercing king. Grade, 5th order. Description: the defense attached to its scales can easily offset the attacks of a martial king, and in full defensive state, it can withstand the attacks of several martial kings. Weakness, abdomen. That's right, this mountain-piercing armor was a 5th-ranked fierce beast, against the mark of a martial king. Moreover, the introduction said that the scales on its body could easily neutralize the attacks of a martial king. The other martial artists didn't have probing eyes like Xian Yuanche. But they weren't cuties either. This mountain-piercing armor looked like it was not to be messed with. So they followed suit and turned to run. Seeing the crowd trying to run, the split-ground mountain-piercing king immediately released the pressure that belonged to a 5th-order fierce beast. Immediately afterward, countless ground thorns rose up and headed towards the crowd. Unbridled. A voice came out, and those ground thorns instantly crumbled. A middle-aged man in a blue military uniform appeared in the sky, his eyes blazing as he looked at the earth-splitting mountain-piercing king on the ground. The surrounding 4th-ranked ferocious beasts trembled in fear by the aura emanating from the man's body. Retreating to the back, Xian Yuanche took the time to scan the visitors' panel. Name: Shangguan Long. Martial Yuan, 876 900 Grade 8 Martial King. Breathing Technique, Yuan Chen Breathing Technique Grade S. Martial Skill, S Grade, Shangguan Blade Technique Perfection, A Grade, Tianchen Blade Technique Perfection. Sure enough, a martial king powerhouse. Looking at Shangguan Long's panel, Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart. But what the hell is this martial Yuan? Looking at Shangguan Long's 876 points of martial Yuan, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. According to reason, shouldn't this be chi and blood? Xian Yuanche was not a cutie. After thinking for a while, he came up with a so. Could it be that after reaching martial king, chi and blood will change into martial Yuan? Shangguan Long took out his greatsword from his spatial ring, his eyes blazing as he looked at the split-ground piercing mountain king. Retreat now and I can spare your life. The rift earth-piercing mountain king stomped the ground and countless ground thorns flew towards Shangguan Long. Shangguan Long immediately slashed out. One person and one beast fought like this. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the saber light scattered around always intentionally or unintentionally landed on the bodies of the surrounding 4th-rank ferocious beasts. Wherever the blade light went, not a single 4th-ranked ferocious beast was able to survive. This caused the earth-splitting mountain-piercing king to become anxious. It wanted to stop it, but realized that it couldn't be stopped at all. After seeing that it couldn't be stopped, countless ground thorns protruded, and it wanted to follow Shangguan Long's example to attack Xian Yuanche and the others. But after sweeping a glance, the 2 small eyes directly widened. Xian Yuanche and the others, who were originally still watching the battle from afar, had slipped away at some point. Still dare to be distracted. Seeing that the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king was distracted, Shangguan Long shouted and slashed out a blade light that directly cut at its head. How intense!
Xian Yuanche, who had already run back to the alert area, stood on the city wall, holding a telescope as he watched the battle on Shang Guanlong's side. Every now and then, he even threw a peanut into his mouth. The people around him nodded in agreement. That's right, intense is intense, but brother, if you want to eat peanuts, can you peel them yourself? Don't eat the ones I peel. One of them looked at the empty plate, his face somewhat speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just seen Xian Yuanche's strength, he would have already made his move. After more than 10 minutes, the battle ended. It ended with Shang Guanlong winning. At this time, the scales on the split earth-piercing Mountain King's body that he was so proud of had already been shattered. There were countless more slash marks on his abdomen. With the death of the split ground-piercing Mountain King, the instinct to survive forced the remaining fourth-rank ferocious beasts to start fleeing frantically. Strange, how come there's only one fifth-rank ferocious beast? Shang Guanlong looked at these fleeing fourth-rank ferocious beasts from the sky, and was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Logically speaking, a beast tide started by a 7th-order beast would at least have dozens of 5th-order and 4 or 5 6th-order beasts. Now, why was there only a 5th-ranked earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king? After observing the sky for a few minutes, he was certain that the 5th-ranked beasts that came from this beast tide were only the split-ground mountain-piercing king. How strange. Shang Guanlong muttered before directly returning to the alert area. The beast tide has receded, so everyone can go and drag back their loot. Shang Guanlong said towards the onlookers who were on the city wall. The trophies, naturally, were the corpses of the ferocious beasts they had just decapitated. The corpses of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts could also be recovered, thus earning battle merit. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately jumped off the city wall and rushed towards the corpses of the ferocious beasts they had killed. Among them, Xian Yuanche was the fastest runner. Shang Guanlong noticed Xian Yuanche at a glance. Using the martial king's unique spiritual sense, he swept a glance at Xian Yuanche. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's young appearance, he was somewhat shocked in his heart. How could it be so young? Xian Yuanche didn't even look like he was 20 yet, but the qi and blood in his body was against the mark of a rank 4 martial zone. This really shocked him a bit. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of Xian Yuanche. Seeing the suddenly appearing Shang Guanlong, Xian Yuanche immediately stopped and saluted. Good day, senior. Although Xian Yuanche's realm was much lower than his, Shang Guanlong still returned the salute. Then he opened his mouth and asked. Kid, how old are you? 19 years old. Xian Yuanche answered truthfully. What? Only 19 years old? Although there had long been a guess in his heart, from Xian Yuanche's own mouth, Shang Guanlong was still somewhat incredulous. Chapter 38 Post-War Statistics. What was the concept of a 19-year-old rank 4 martial general? One must know that their Shangguan family's most outstanding descendant was only at the age of 19 to be a rank 9 martial general. This was still only cultivated by giving a large amount of resources. A 19-year-old rank 4 martial zone, that's incredible. After Shang Guanlong muttered to himself for a moment, he immediately asked towards Xian Yuanche. Which family's descendant are you? Xian Yuanche shook his head. I'm an orphan without any family. Then how did you get your 4th level martial zone realm? It can't be that you were gifted and cultivated yourself, right? Shang Guanlong looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of disbelief. Xian Yuanche pretended to scratch his head. Originally, I was only a 3rd level martial master, and by a fluke, I ate the martial zone fruit in the wild, and my realm was raised to martial zone. Eating the martial zone fruit before your realm skyrocketed to martial zone all of a sudden? Shang Guanlong repeated what Xian Yuanche had just said. Xian Yuanche nodded. That's right, it's the martial zone fruit, I've seen it on my cell phone. Shang Guanlong let out a laugh, living like I've already seen through you. Kid, after a martial artist takes the martial zone fruit, the realm will be directly elevated to martial zone though. But there are also side effects. One of those side effects is qi and blood floating. To put it simply, while others are able to increase their strength by 10 pounds with a little bit of qi and blood, a martial artist who relies on the martial zone fruit to elevate to martial zone will only have about 7 to 8 pounds of strength with a little bit of qi and blood. I just used my spiritual sense to observe the qi and blood within your body. It's incredibly solid, not the kind of qi and blood that should come from taking the martial zone fruit. If a normal martial artist's little bit of qi and blood increases their strength by 10 gene, then yours would be 12 gene. Say it, which family's descendant are you? Xian Yuanche's mind spun and he blurted out, Senior, I actually ate 2 martial zone fruits. And I was indeed a martial master before, don't believe me, go check. 2 martial zone fruits?
Shang Wanlong sniffed and pondered.
For so long, no one had really taken two martial zone fruits, or martial king fruits. In that case, it was indeed very likely that the person in front of him had taken two martial zone fruits.
Pity. Shang Wanlong sighed and looked at Xian Yuanche with some pity.
Originally, he thought that he had discovered some genius, but it turned out that he had only taken the martial zone fruit. Looking at Shang Wanlong's sighing appearance, Xian Yuanche was somewhat puzzled.
As if he had sensed Xian Yuanche's doubts, Shang Wanlong slowly explained.
Taking the martial zone fruit can certainly lead to heaven in one step, but one of the side effects is that it is difficult to make any further progress. Those who have taken the martial zone fruit in the past have all, without exception, stopped progressing after decades have passed.
But I still hope that you are that exception. Shang Wanlong patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder.
After seeing Shang Wanlong fly away, Xian Yuanche continued to rush towards the corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had decapitated. Since there was a drone recording, no one dared to risk claiming the corpses of the ferocious beasts. This time, Xian Yuanche had killed around 200 4th-ranked beasts, so he estimated that he would be able to exchange them for quite a lot of battle credits. The battle between Shang Wanlong and the earth-penetrating Mountain King just now caused quite a few corpses of ferocious beasts to move. However, Xian Yuanche still managed to find all the corpses of the ferocious beasts he had killed. There were a total of 205 4th-rank ferocious beasts. The corpses were piled up in an incomparably spectacular manner. In contrast, there were the trophies of the other martial artists, with more than a dozen or so.
The fewer ones even only had 1 or 2 heads.
They looked at the corpses of the 4th-rank ferocious beasts behind Xian Yuanche with incomparable envy on their faces.
This person is also too fierce.
When I saw him decapitating the ferocious beasts just now, not a single ferocious beast could survive more than a single move under his hands.
How many battle merits can these ferocious beasts be exchanged for? At least 3,000, right? I think there are 5,000.
Soon, there were a few people counting the battle merits coming this way. Seeing the corpses of the ferocious beasts behind Xian Yuanche, the first thing they did was disbelieve.
This kid who looked less than 20 years old was actually this fierce? He had killed 200 ferocious beasts? Did you really kill these ferocious beasts?
One of the statisticians spoke with skepticism. It's me who killed them. If you don't believe me, look at the drone responsible for recording. Saying this, Xian Yuanche also pointed at the dozens of drones hovering in the sky. More than 10 minutes later, after the questioning staff member finished watching Xian Yuanche's kill process, the questioning in his eyes was replaced with respect.
I'm sorry, now I'll immediately record the battle credit for you.
5 or 6 minutes later, the staff member finished counting. There are a total of 205 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, and the battle merit gained from killing them is different for different races.
You have gained a total of 7,000 battle merit points. Xian Yuanche's brows furrowed as he sniffed. Only 7,000 points, that's too little, isn't it?
It seems like these ferocious beast corpses can be recycled as well. These 200 corpses, how many can be recycled?
The staff looked at these fierce beast corpses.
I advise you to take these ferocious beast corpses and sell them, as the battle merit gained from recycling will be very little. Although the meat of these 4th-ranked ferocious beasts contained a large amount of energy. Even low-level martial artists could boost their chi and blood when taking it. However, there was one drawback, and that was that it was extremely difficult to preserve. Even if it was frozen sharply, it would still be difficult to stop the energy from flowing out.
So the value of recycling wasn't high.
Or rather, it was better to just contact the buyers in the city and sell it directly. The only truly valuable ferocious beast corpses were those of the 5th rank or above.
Recycle it.
Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate too much. What he lacked the most right now was battle merit.
Money could no longer buy the resources he needed. All right then.
Seeing this, the staff could only fulfill Xian Yuanche's request and began to count the value of those ferocious beast corpses.
This time, the counting took quite a bit of time.
It wasn't until more than an hour later that this staff member finished counting.
A total of 5,000 battle points can be recovered. If it's not a problem, I'll call someone to pull it away now. So little?
Xian Yuanche frowned. He had thought that there would be at least 10,000 battle merit points.
He didn't expect it to be only 5,000 points. What a ing pit.
Just as he wanted to open his mouth to agree, he realized that there was a person in the distance who was waving towards himself by himself.
Wait a moment.
Xian Yuanche said before walking towards that person.
Can I help you? Xian Yuanshe opened his mouth and asked. The man rubbed his hands together. Brother, you're the one who beheaded those ferocious beasts, right? Yes. You want it? The man nodded. That's right, name a price. Xian Yuanshe, 8,000 battle points, I'll sell it to you. The man's hands froze with a look at his words. 8,000 points of battle merit? He thought that he was buying it with money, but he didn't expect it to be battle merit. He was only a third-level martial general, and with this thing called battle merit, he only had 100 or so points. How could he possibly come up with 8,000 points? Not to mention 8,000 points, he couldn't even get out 1,000 points. He spoke with some hesitation. Can we use money? Xian Yuanshe shook his head. Money is fine.
Xian Yuanshe turned away with some disappointment. Looking at Xian Yuanshe's back, the man sighed. After returning to the staff side, Xian Yuanshe directly agreed to the recovery. 7,000 plus 5,000, plus another 100 for participation. A total of 12,100 battle merit points. Adding the original 200 points, that would be 12,300 points, which could be exchanged for quite a few things. Chapter 39, Redeeming Resources, Level 7 Martial Sect. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanshe saw that his battle merit balance had directly come to 12,300 points. Casually opening the exchange interface of the Hall of Battle Merit, he directly exchanged the Gale Blade technique. There were also 3 Grade A Chi and Blood Potions. A total of 7,600 battle merit points were spent, leaving 4,700 battle merit points remaining. Finally, he spent another 2,000 battle merit points to exchange for a secret art stone. In the end, 2,700 battle merit points remained. It's a pity that I can only exchange one piece. Looking at the secret art stone exchange page that turned black, Xian Yuanshe sighed. It would have been nice if there were more points. After all, the upper limit of berserking was definitely not just 1 or 2 ranks. At night, Xian Yuanshe returned home. After taking a bath, eating dinner, and playing a video call with Mu Yanran for a while, he went to sleep. As for the things he exchanged at the Hall of Battle Merit, they probably wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. At 7 o'clock the next day, Xian Yuanshe got up early. He went downstairs to buy some breakfast. After eating and walking around the neighborhood for a while, a call came through. Hello, the item you exchanged in the Hall of Battle Merit has arrived, are you at home? A female voice came from the phone. Yes, you can send it over directly. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanshe directly walked towards his home. Not long after arriving home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, a woman stood at the door. Xian Yuanshe habitually swept a glance at the woman's panel. 9th level martial artist, nothing wrong with it. After seeing Xian Yuanshe come out, a hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Perhaps it was surprise at why Xian Yuanshe was so young. After the surprise, she took out a special cell phone from her spatial ring. Please perform some identity verification. Aha! Xian Yuanshe nodded and took the cell phone and started the verification. Half a minute later, Xian Yuanshe, who had finished verifying, returned the phone. The woman took the phone and glanced at it, and immediately covered her small mouth. Oh my god! A 19-year-old rank 4 martial sect. She didn't expect Xian Yuanshe to actually be a strong martial zone. After the shock passed, she hurriedly took out 3 boxes. These are your things, take a look. Xian Yuanshe opened them one by one and swept through them using the Eye of Scrying. Grade A Chi and Blood Potion, after taking it, it can raise 50,000 70,000 points of Chi and Blood according to qualifications. Grade A Martial Skill, Gale Blade Technique. Description: when wielding a sword, it will generate wind around you, thus causing the speed of wielding the sword to become faster, and the introductory speed of wielding the sword can be up to 20 swords per second. When you reach perfection, the power of the wind reaches its limit, and the speed of the sword can be as fast as 30 knives per second, and the speed of your own movement is increased to 200%. Secret Art Stone, after using it, you can obtain a secret art. No problem. Xian Yuanshe directly walked back into the house after storing the items in his spatial ring. So high and mighty? Seeing that Xian Yuanshe didn't look at herself more than once, the woman muttered. Originally, she had wanted to strike up a conversation. If she could pick up a martial zone, she could go a long time without worrying about cultivation resources. Not to mention a 19-year-old martial zone, becoming a martial king in the future would simply be easy. And Xian Yuanshe didn't know in the slightest what was going on in the woman's mind.
Even if he knew, he would have no feelings. After all, in his eyes right now, he only had the secret art stone, the Gale Blade technique, and the Grade A Chi and Blood Potion. Opening the box containing the Grade A Chi and Blood Potion, Xian Yuanche took out these 3 Grade A Chi and Blood Potion. Xian Yuanche just wanted to open it and drink it when he suddenly thought of something. Wash your hands first. He got up and went to the toilet to wash his hands. Wash away the bad luck and good luck will come soon. Xian Yuanche chanted as he washed. After washing his hands, he returned to the hall and directly opened the first Qi and Blood Potion and drank it. As soon as the Qi and Blood Potion was drunk, Xian Yuanche felt a huge wave of Qi and blood rushing into his body. But the good thing was that it quickly calmed down. But it didn't trigger a surge either. Qi and blood, 470055 level 4 martial sect. It's a pity that it didn't actually trigger a blitz. Xian Yuanche sighed. However, the good thing was that he wouldn't be subject to that restriction of only being able to take 1 per month, and could continue to take Qi and blood potions. He opened the second Grade A Qi and blood potion. After drinking it, the system's beep came as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has taken 1 Grade A Qi and blood potion, gained 60,000 points of Qi and blood, triggered a triple blast, 60,000 points of Qi and blood raised to 180,000. Qi and blood, 650,000 700,000 level 6 martial sect. Not bad, triple blitz. Looking at his Qi blood, Xian Yuanche was incomparably satisfied. With this remaining one, even if it didn't trigger a blitz, it would still allow him to raise his Qi blood to 700,000. Taking the last one down, the system's beep once again came. Ding! Detected the host taking one of the Grade A Qi and blood potion, gaining 60,000 points of Qi and blood, triggering a twofold blitz, 60,000 points of Qi and blood raised to 120,000. Qi blood, 770,000 800,000 level 7 martial sect. 770,000 points of Qi blood now. With the system, the speed of improvement is different. Xian Yuanche was somewhat emotional. These 3 Grade A Qi and blood potions had given him a total of 360,000 points of Qi and blood after storming. In other words, he was equivalent to taking 6 A grade Qi and blood potions. Next was the A-ranked martial skill, the Gale Blade technique. 2.5 hours later, Xian Yuanche learned the Gale Blade technique. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Berserk Aura. Blood, 770,000 800,000 level 7 martial sect. Breathing technique, Xiankuan breathing technique grade B. Martial skills, grade A, introductory Gale Blade technique 0-1000, grade B, wind chasing blade technique, divine walking steps. Evaluation, no evaluation given. Finally, he placed his gaze on the secret art stone. Holding the secret art stone in his hands, he was a little hesitant. He was now a rank 7 martial zone, and as long as he raised his realm to martial king, berserking would automatically advance from rank 1 to rank 2. That was why keeping the secret art stone should be the best policy. After thinking about it, he still put the secret art stone away. It's better to inquire about how to advance to martial king first. If it's easy, then I won't waste the secret art stone. He looked at the time. It was 9:30 in the morning. At this time Mu Yanyan should already be up. He dialed Mu Yanran's phone. Hello? The phone was quickly picked up and Mu Yanran's voice came through. There's something I want to ask you about. Xian Yuanche stated his purpose. Wait a moment, I'll send you a file. Mu Yanran directly sent a file over. The two continued to chat for 10 minutes before hanging up. Before hanging up, Mu Yanyan seemed to have thought of something. Right, the egg you sent me seems to be about to hatch, and I saw it move a bit yesterday. Chapter 40 Conditions for Becoming a Martial King. Hearing this, Xian Yuanche hurriedly opened his mouth to exhort, you must make sure that after it hatches, the first thing it sees is you, definitely. Xian Yuanche continuously exhorted several times before hanging up the phone. He opened Q-Mail to check up on that file. The conditions for a martial zone to advance into a martial king. Martial king was one of the most crucial realms in the martial Dao. The prerequisite for becoming a martial king, converting the qi and blood in the body into martial yuan. Conditions. 1. A martial zone needs to reach 1 million points of qi and blood. 2. One needs to take the martial king potion, absorb the martial yuan within the potion, and condense the martial yuan seed. Then, through the martial yuan seed, one's own qi and blood will be transformed and converted into martial yuan. The time spent on this process is related to the talent. The shortest time spent is 7 months, the longest has not yet been converted. 3. Need to comprehend the seed of spiritual awareness, thus acquiring spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness unfolds to perceive the surrounding environment.
After reading this, Xian Yuanche felt that becoming a martial king was still quite troublesome. It was necessary to convert martial elements again, and to comprehend the spiritual sense seed. Forget it, let's just use it. Xian Yuanche sighed and directly took out the secret art stone and pasted it on his forehead. After all, use it early and enjoy it early.
Ding!
Detected that the host's secret art berserking has reached the advancement conditions. Is it possible to advance the secret art berserking to the second rank?
Yes.
Xian Yuanche said in his heart.
Ding! Secret art berserking is in the process of being advanced. Ding!
Secret art berserking advanced successfully.
Secret technique, berserking second stage.
Description: when used, it can increase 100% of one's attributes for 15 minutes. Side effect: when finished, it can increase 100% of one's attributes for 15 minutes.
Ding!
Side effect: after berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, during which time your attributes will decrease by 20%.
Advancement requirement: realm reaches martial king, or use 5 secret art stones. A 100% increase in full attributes? And the weakness is still half an hour, and the full attributes only drop by 20%?
Looking at the introduction of second-order berserking, Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the side effects of second-order berserking to actually be the same as the first orders.
Wait!
At this moment, Xian Yuanche saw the conditions for the berserking advancement. It's actually still martial king. Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised. The condition for berserking to advance again was still to reach martial king, which was something he hadn't expected. He immediately cast berserking to see what changes would happen to him. He was now curious to know if he would become a martial king after casting berserking with a 100% increase in all his attributes, or if he would be directly stuck at the 9th level of martial zone. After casting berserking, he only felt that the qi and blood in his body had doubled, and he didn't add any new energy.
Open the panel. Name: Xian Yuanche Berserk Aura.
Qi and blood, 1,540,000. 1 million grade 9 martial sect. Sure enough, it didn't change into martial yuan, it's just doubled in qi and blood, and the realm is stuck at 9th level martial zone.
Xian Yuanche had some disappointment on his face.
Casually, he took out his cell phone and opened the Hall of Battle Merit.
Martial King Potion, there should be one inside the Hall of Battle Merits.
He opened the exchange hall of the Hall of Battle Merits and looked at it, and sure enough, he saw the Martial King Potion.
Martial King Potion.
Introduction: the potion contains martial yuan. After taking it, you can be enlightened and have the probability of condensing martial yuan seeds. The higher the talent, the higher the probability of condensation.
Redeeming battle merit, 15,000. It actually takes 15,000 points of battle merit? And it's still a probability to coalesce, not 100%?
Xian Yuanche was genuinely surprised by the price and the introduction.
The introduction was specifically labeled with a probability. Doesn't it mean that a bottle of it might not necessarily be able to condense the martial yuan seed? How did he feel that this martial king potion was a bit of a pit?
Buzz. Buzz. At this time, his cell phone emitted a vibration. Picking it up, he found that it was the previous call from that Jiangnan province's first academy of martial arts. After answering the call, it was still the same person from before.
Student Xian Yuanche, may I ask, how are you considering it? Do you want to enroll in our school? Xian Yuanche, enroll in your school? But I'm already a martial zoner now, it seems like I don't really need to enroll in any university.
After saying these words, a silence came from the other end of the cell phone. Only after a few seconds did a voice come from that end again, and this time, the voice was different from before, with a bit more indifference. Student Xian Yuanche, if you don't want to enroll in our school, you could have refused. There's no need to make this kind of joke. Obviously, the person on the opposite side thought that Xian Yuanche was teasing him. Xian Yuanche had the rare patience to open his mouth and explain, telling him about the fact that he had eaten 2 martial zone fruits. Obviously, he had his own purpose for doing so. After hearing this, the opposite side was silent for a while longer before a somewhat surprised voice came out.
Then wouldn't your current realm really be at martial zone?
That's right, the current realm has already come to the 7th level of martial zone, and it's still in the process of continuous improvement.
Still in the process of continuous elevation?
Xian Yuanche's words caused the person on the other end of the cell phone to feel incomparably shocked. This was because after taking the martial zone fruit, the realm would almost always be set and it would be difficult to refine it. Obviously, this Xian Yuan-che was the exception. The person on the opposite side seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly spoke. Student Xian Yuan-che, as long as you come and enroll in our academy, our school can give an annual remuneration of $30 million to you.
How's that? Isn't it very generous?
Xian Yuan-che let out a light smile. This teacher, money is no longer useful to me now, I want battle merit.
As long as you can afford the battle merit, I will enroll in your academy.
And it's rumored that this October is the once every 4 years National Academy competition. I can help your academy get first place.
I'm sure that's the same purpose you want me to enroll in your academy.
A few seconds passed before the person on the other end of the phone replied. I didn't expect you to actually know, so we don't need to hide it then.
How much battle merit do you want? How about 5,000 points?
Xian Yuan-che, too little, I want 30,000 points.
No way. That's too much.
The person on the other end of the cell phone rejected it directly without even thinking about it.
Is that so?
Last time, your Jiangnan Martial Arts No. 1 Academy won the 20th place in the National Academy competition.
And I can at least get you guys into the top 10, or the top 3. Or even first, 30,000 battle points, I don't think that should be too much.
And just by directly improving from 20th to 10th place alone, the resources that the country will allocate to your academy for the next 4 years
will be at least twice as much as before, so 30,000 points of battle merit shouldn't be too much.
Xian Yuan-che finished all his words in one breath.
These things were all things he knew from Mu Yanran.
There was another long silence on the other end of the phone.
I didn't expect you to know all of these things.
Obviously, he didn't expect Xian Yuan-che to know this at all. 30,000 battle points can be given to you, but we need to assess your strength.
If your strength reaches the standard of our prediction, we will give you 30,000 battle merit points. Xian Yuan-che, good. The two agreed on a time and hung up. The time was set for a week later. Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy.
After Li Fenglin hung up the phone, he immediately picked up the landline at the side and dialed a number.
Hello? Dean? Are you at the academy? Oh, right. I have something to find you. Okay, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, Li Fenglin walked out of his office and headed towards the villa area within the academy.
A few minutes later, he arrived at the villa area. An old man with white hair was leisurely drinking tea in the courtyard.
This person was none other than the dean of the Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts, Wang Xian. Dean. Li Fenglin looked at Wang Xian with a face full of respect. Speak, what's the matter? Chapter 41 9th Level Martial Sect. Li Fenglin told the story of what happened. Wang Xian put down the teacup in his hand after listening.
Then in a week's time, go and evaluate it. If your strength is good, you can try it.
Good.
As for Xian Yuan-che's side, after hanging up the phone, he backhandedly purchased another grade A Qi and blood potion at the Hall of Battle Merits. Not 2.5 seconds after he had just finished purchasing it, a call came in. Whose call is this? Looking at the caller ID, Xian Yuan-che was a bit puzzled. However, he still chose to pick up the call.
Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Xian Yuan-che?
A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone.
I am. May I ask what's the matter with you? It's like this. I'm a staff member of the Hall of Battle Merit.
On my side, I saw that you exchanged a total of 4 grade A Qi and blood potions yesterday and today. I've specially called to remind you that the interval between Qi and blood potions needs to be at least 1 month.
So you.
She didn't say the rest of her words. Xian Yuan-che understood what she meant. It was just that she was afraid that she would drink a few grade A Qi and blood potions at once.
I'm just saving it, I know all the side effects. Good then, I'll leave you alone.
After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuan-che casually threw his cell phone to the side and turned on the TV to watch. This time, the courier came very quickly, and it was delivered to the doorstep in 2.5 hours.
The eye of exploration swept through it and the item was fine.
After closing the door, he directly opened it and dumped it.
Ding!
Detected the host taking a grade A Qi and blood potion, gaining 62,000 points of Qi and blood, triggering a double blast, 62,000 points raised to 124,000 points of Qi and blood. Qi and blood, 894,900,000 grade 8 martial sect. Still 6,000 points of Qi blood short of a rank 9 martial zone. Let's hope that we won't be stuck at rank 9 for too long in the back. Thinking about those conditions for advancing to Martial King, Xian Yuanche sighed.
2 days later. 1,700 kilometers away from the southern border of China.
Shang Guanfeng, who had already been burned bald long ago, looked at the opposite fire phoenix and roared.
Exterminating meteor lances.
Dozens of 100-meter-long lances fell from the sky and flew towards the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix wasn't willing to show weakness either.
Nirvana holy flame.
The flames of its body rose up once again, and the earth that had long been bare was once again set ablaze. The one man and one bird fought fiercely for more than half an hour again. At this time, the place where the two were fighting had long since been in a state of disrepair, and there wasn't even a place to land. After another half an hour or so, at this time one person and one bird had already been exhausted. After glancing at each other, one person and one bird turned around and left. After flying far away, the fire phoenixes looked back at Shang Guanfeng and then in the direction of Huaxia.
I will definitely come again.
On Xian Yuanche's side, he had just finished lunch when he received a video call from Mu Yanran.
Xian Yuanche, it seems like this egg is about to hatch. Mu Yanran's somewhat surprised voice came out.
The camera then moved to that fire phoenix egg. This egg, which was golden red all over its surface, was carefully placed on a cushion by Mu Yanyan. The entire egg was shaking slightly from time to time. Xian Yuanche directly used the eye of scrying through his cell phone.
Race, fire phoenix unhatched. Sex, female, sex, female, sex, female, sex, female. Grade, unknown.
Status, absorbing the energy left inside the eggshell, it will hatch once the absorption is complete. Status, absorbing the energy left inside the eggshell, it will hatch once the absorption is complete. Hatching time, 2 hours.
2.5 minutes to hatching time. Is there anyone around you? An uneasy Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and asked. Mu Yanran shook her head. No, I'm in my room right now.
That's good, this egg is about to hatch. As soon as the words fell, the fire phoenix egg changed. The golden red color all over the eggshell began to fade and gradually turned white. Obviously, the energy within the eggshell was almost finished being absorbed.
Ka-ching!
The white eggshell shattered, and a golden red, pigeon-sized phoenix appeared in the eyes of the two.
Jojo?
The fire phoenix cub cocked its head and stared at Mu Yanran. So beautiful. Mu Yanyan looked at the fire phoenix cub with glowing eyes.
Xian Yuanche, look.
Mu Yanyan held the fire phoenix cub with both hands and placed it in front of the camera. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche once again used the eye of scrying to check the information.
Race, fire phoenix. Sex, female. Grade, second order, continuously improving.
Status, digesting the energy inside the eggshell. After digestion is complete, its rank will directly come to the 4th rank. Estimated to be finished within a month. Hiss. After looking at the panel of the fire phoenix cub, Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. After digesting the energy, the grade could come to the 4th rank. This is damn near more outrageous than being open. The fire phoenix cub curiously looked at Xian Yuanche in the screen, and from time to time, it even pecked a few times with its golden beak. The sharp beak pecked directly on the cell phone screen.
Then, the phone was scrapped. Ah! My cell phone!
Mu Yanran exclaimed in shock, hurriedly putting down the fire phoenix cub and picking up her cell phone. After checking it, she sighed.
It's already broken, alas.
She glanced at the fire phoenix cub somewhat helplessly. Seemingly knowing that he had done something wrong, the fire phoenix cub was covering his head with his wings, and his tail feathers were still trembling a few times every now and then.
Only after a while did it cautiously look at Mu Yanran. After seeing that Mu Yanran was not angry, he flapped his wings and flew to Mu Yanran's shoulder.
As for Xian Yuanche, seeing the screen go black and combining it with seeing the fire phoenix cub pecking at the screen just now, he probably guessed what had happened.
It's better to cultivate.
Xian Yuanche sat down on the bed and started to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Yuanche ended his cultivation.
Ding!
Detected that the host has been cultivating for an hour, gained 0.5 points of chi and blood, triggered a 4,000-fold blast, 0.5 points of chi and blood increased to 2,000 points.
Chi and blood, 896,900,000 grade 8 martial sect. Ding!
Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 0.5 points of chi and blood, triggered a 6,000 times blitz, 0.5 points of chi and blood boosted to 3,000 points. Chi and blood, 899,900,000 grade 8 martial sect. Still 1,000 points short.
Ding. She in blood, 900,000 1 million grade 9 Marshall Zone. Finally a rank 9 Marshall Zone. Shangwon family in the capital.
Due to too much consumption, Shang Wenfeng found a place to rest for a few hours before heading back. He returned home with a bare head and a pitch-black face.
Dead bird.
It's not good to burn anywhere, but it actually burned old me's hair. However, it was good that he was in a higher realm, and his hair would quickly grow back. Otherwise he would have to be heartbroken to death. Chirp chirp chirp. Eat slowly, there's more here. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Mu Yenran's voice. There were also a few bird calls.
That Yen Yen girl, what still has birds? Shang Wenfeng asked as he took the maid's towel and wiped his face. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Shang Wenfeng, this egg is still really in my house?
The maid opened her mouth and replied, it's Miss Yenran's boyfriend who gave her the egg that hatched.
Boyfriend? Shang Wenfeng remembered, then snorted coldly. What kind of precious egg can someone from that kind of small place give away? Someday I'll go pull out a 5th-order bird egg for my granddaughter. With that, he handed the towel to the maid and walked towards the hall.
The servant took the towel and obediently retreated. Walking into the hall now, he saw Mu Yenran feeding the bird with her back to herself.
Shang Wenfeng coughed twice. Cough cough, Yenran, this kind of low-level bird doesn't need to be raised. Some other day Grandpa will go and pull out a bird egg of at least the 5th rank for you.
Mu Yenyan turned her head when she heard Shang Wenfeng's. Her small face was a little unconvinced.
Don't want it, look how well behaved it is.
Saying that, she also gently touched the fire phoenix young bird.
Shang Wenfeng casually swept a glance.
But it was this glance that froze him.
Why does this bird look so familiar? How does this look so much like the fire phoenix young bird?
Combined with all the things that had happened in the past few days, he began to be shocked in his heart.
No way, its egg can't really be in my house, right? Shang Wenfeng sensed the breath of the fire phoenix young bird.
After sensing it, he was certain that the one in front of him was the fire phoenix young bird. And it was still freshly hatched, and by the looks of it, it was probably treating Mu Yenran as its mother. He recalled what he had said to the fire phoenix the day before. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, your egg is not in my house. He didn't think that the egg was still really in his house.
Grandpa? Grandpa? What happened to you?
Mu Yenran saw Shang Wenfeng who froze in place and hurriedly called out a few times.
Shang Wenfeng came back to his senses and looked at Mu Yenran somewhat incredulously. Are you sure, this bird, hatched from that egg your boyfriend gave you? Mu Yenran nodded her head. Aha, yeah, I watched it hatch with my own eyes.
The current Shang Wenfeng no longer knew what to use to describe what was going through his mind. Thinking about what he had just said, he only felt his face hurt. What to pull out a 5th and 6th order bird egg, compared to this 7th order fire phoenix, it's not worth mentioning at all, alright. At the same time, he also raised his curiosity towards his granddaughter's boyfriend. Because the 7th order beast fire phoenix's egg is not so easy to get. As a 7th order beast, the fire phoenix was protected by the Nirvana sacred fire around its nest, and even if a martial emperor touched it, he would be burned to ashes. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary martial artists to get their hands on it.
Yenya? What realm is your boyfriend in now? Seems like a martial master. Mu Yenyan didn't even think about it and directly said it.
Shang Wenfeng stroked his chin at the words.
Martial master? Strange, can it be that he's really picked up some bad luck?
Shen Yuanche didn't know in the slightest about what had happened to the Shangwan family.
But even if he knew it, probably wouldn't care. Time quickly came 5 days later.
During these 5 days, in addition to eating and drinking, Shen Yuanche also cultivated for a period of time, raising his chi blood to 930,000 points. And he also took the time to pull the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to perfection.
Li Fenglin came directly to Jiang'an City as promised.
According to the address given by Xian Yuanche, he arrived at Xian Yuanche's house.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Ringing the doorbell, Xian Yuanche quickly opened the door.
Seeing Xian Yuanche, Li Fenglin directly stretched out his right hand and began a self-introduction.
Hello, my name is Li Fenglin. I'm a professor of the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy, Long Gun Specialization.
Xian Yuanche extended his right hand for a handshake with him.
Hello, my name is Xian Yuanche, please come in.
After saying that, he led Li Fenglin into the house. At the same time, he also used the eye of scrying to scan Li Fenglin's panel.
Name, Li Fenglin. Chi and blood, 700,000 800,000 level 7 martial sect. Breathing technique, 1000 yuan breathing technique grade B. Martial skill, grade A, 1000 changes gun technique to Shang, grade B, tiger leaping between mountains. Secret technique, increase. Increases one's strength by 15% after using the secret art. Weakness. Increase secret art, it seems to be pulling the crotch a bit. Looking at Li Fenglin's secret art, Xian Yuanche muttered to himself in his mind. Xian Yuanche poured Li Fenglin a cup of tea. After Li Fenglin took a symbolic sip, he went straight to the point. When do we start the evaluation test? Xian Yuanche, how about right now? Li Fenglin nodded, yes, let's go down and find a place now. I'll be ugly, if you can't pass the evaluation, then there's no need for us to work together. Xian Yuanche smiled, I understand, I definitely won't let you down. Li Fenglin nodded, I hope so. In his opinion, it would be considered good if Xian Yuanche could last 5 minutes in his hands. After all, how could Xian Yuanche, who had taken the martial zong fruit, beat himself who had cultivated to martial zong one step at a time? After the two of them went downstairs, Li Fenglin directly ran wildly in one direction. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche unhurriedly followed behind him. Looking at Xian Yuanche who was following behind him, Li Fenglin accelerated his speed. He was testing Xian Yuanche. Due to the side effects of the martial zong fruit, as long as Xian Yuanche wasn't pulled too far away from himself, he was considered qualified. And Xian Yuanche wasn't a cutie, naturally knew that this Li Fenglin was testing himself. After a minute, Li Fenglin looked back, wanting to see if Xian Yuanche had been thrown off by himself. To his surprise, Xian Yuanche actually hadn't been thrown off by himself, but had maintained a distance of about 50 meters from himself. He once again accelerated his speed. This time, he didn't hold back and directly executed the martial arts he had learned. Looking at Li Fenglin, who had accelerated violently, Xian Yuanche also felt that it was time to get serious. He directly executed the divine walking steps. After casting divine walking steps, the little distance that had originally been pulled apart was being rapidly brought closer. Whoosh! Li Fenglin felt something scurry directly in front of him. Fixing his eyes, he realized that Xian Yuanche, who was originally still behind him, had actually arrived in front of him at some point. How is this possible? Looking at Xian Yuanche who was running further and further away, Li Fenglin exclaimed in shock. More than 2 minutes later, Xian Yuanche arrived at the outskirts of Jiangnan City. After waiting in place for a minute, Li Fenglin arrived late. The first words when they met again were, how could your speed be so fast? Li Fenglin couldn't believe that Xian Yuanche's speed actually surpassed his own. Let's start the evaluation. Xian Yuanche didn't answer Li Fenglin. Li Fenglin, who had calmed down, nodded his head. Just now it was just a test, now it's time for the evaluation test. I'm sure you and I are both clear about the side effects of the martial zong fruit. As long as you can last 5 minutes in my hands, you can pass the evaluation. Good, let's begin. Xian Yuanche put his hands behind his back and just stared at Li Fenglin. He did not place Li Fenglin in his eyes in the slightest. Seeing this, Li Fenglin frowned slightly and looked at Xian Yuanche lightly for a few moments. After all, you're still too young, but I won't keep my hands off. A black lance appeared in his hand. Tiger leap between mountains. He charged towards Xian Yuanche with an arrow step. In less than 0.1 second, he arrived in front of Xian Yuanche. But a scene that shocked him appeared. Xian Yuanche, who was still in front of him, had disappeared at some point. He looked around and realized that Xian Yuanche had come behind him at some point. What? Chapter 43 Xian Yuanche, what if I could get first place? Li Fenglin's pupils shrunk, simply not expecting Xian Yuanche's reaction to actually be so fast. Professor Li, there are still 4 minutes and 57 seconds, 56 seconds. I will definitely hold out until 5 minutes. Xian Yuanche spoke to himself. He had now turned on berserking. Li Fenglin's speed, in his eyes, was similar to that of a snail. Li Fenglin used his empty hand to throw a punch towards Xian Yuanche. Bang! This time, Xian Yuanche didn't dodge, but directly extended his right hand to catch the punch. His face was breezy and looked relaxed. Li Fenglin wanted to draw back his hand, but realized that his fist had been firmly grasped by Xian Yuanche, and he couldn't even draw it out. A sense of powerlessness instantly surged in his heart.
At the same time, he couldn't believe that he was just like a child in front of Xian Yuanche, who had taken the marshal's own fruit. With a forceful fling, Xian Yuanche directly threw Li Fenglin's entire body flying out. Before he could land on the ground, Xian Yuanche grabbed his head and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground.
Boom! The surrounding ground instantly cracked. Boom! Boom!
Only after smashing 3 times did Xian Yuanche stop. Li Fenglin, who was a rank 7 martial sect, did not have the power to fight back the entire time.
Enough! Enough! You've passed the assessment.
Li Fenglin slumped to the ground and said with some slurred speech. Xian Yuanche, who originally wanted to do it again, could only stop. I was offended more just now, Professor Li. Xian Yuanche helped Li Fenglin up from the ground.
It's fine. It's fine. Li Fenglin waved his hand with difficulty and took out a healing potion from his spatial ring and drank it.
It was a good thing that Xian Yuanche hadn't used his full strength, so Li Fenglin's injuries quickly recovered. You're very strong. As long as you help our academy get the top 10, 30,000 battle points will arrive.
Professor Li, what if I help your academy if it gets first place?
Li Fenglin smiled at his words and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder.
Young man, although your strength is very strong, do you know what academy was the last champion? Xian Yuanche naturally knew. It was the capital city martial arts first academy. Li Fenglin nodded his head.
That's right, the capital city martial arts first academy. This academy is not that simple. The students inside have strong backgrounds, and their realms and strengths are incomparable to their peers from other places.
At the same time, the resources they use every day are also unimaginable to ordinary people like you. Let me give you a very simple example. If a couple's realm is at martial king, then their offspring will be martial artists since birth.
Since they could read and write, the breathing techniques they cultivated were S-ranked, and the worst ones were A-ranked. The martial arts they learn are at the very least A-ranked, and they may never come into contact with resources that are lower than A-ranked in their entire lives.
This is the gap.
I read your information a few days ago. Around 19 years old, a rank 7 martial sect, at the same age, those people in the capital really can't compare to you. But you won't be facing people of the same age when the time comes, and martial artists who are at least 4 years older than you, or even 5 years older than you.
Xian Yuanche, so have they reached martial king? Li Fenglin shook his head at his words. That's not true. Then no?
Xian Yuanche shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't even reached martial king, so what the hell was he afraid of? And even if there was a martial king, he didn't have to be afraid of it. Who called him a hangman?
Alas, young. Li Fenglin shook his head and sighed as he looked at Xian Yuanche's chesty appearance.
Obviously, he didn't think Xian Yuanche could help the academy get first place. Because those people in the capital city, not only are they 4 or 5 years older than Xian Yuanche, with superior talent, but they also have resources pulling them full of resources. It's the other areas that are very difficult to compare with, and this strength gap naturally manifests itself. Li Fenglin left. Xian Yuanche's strength is out of his expectation. He has to hurry back to report only. After Li Fenglin returned to the academy, he directly found Dean Wang Xian, telling him everything that had happened. When he heard Li Fenglin say that he himself was powerless in front of Xian Yuanche, Wang Xian was somewhat surprised.
Oh? I didn't realize that he was actually stronger than you? Li Fenglin nodded.
That's right, he's more than a notch stronger than me.
Wang Xian picked up his teacup and took a sip.
Well, when you enroll in school, directly place him in the varsity team.
Good, but there is one more thing. Li Fenglin was a bit hesitant.
He was hesitating whether or not to tell Xian Yuanche about wanting to take first place.
Just say what's going on, wheedling. Li Fenglin spilled the beans.
After hearing this, Wang Xian let out a puff and spewed out the tea in his mouth.
Want to take first place? Truly the uninformed are fearless.
Obviously, he also didn't think that Xian Yuanche could lead their academy to first place. You call back. If he can lead our academy to first place, 100,000 battle merits. Plus an A-ranked martial skill and a ranked breathing technique, and he can also observe the Martial King's Sensation Handbook.
Hiss. So expensive. Hearing the rewards given by his own dean, Li Fenglin was directly shocked.
Leaving aside how important the battle merit was, being able to observe the Martial King's handwriting of perception, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xian Yuanche's side had just prepared to cultivate when he once again received a call from Li Fenglin. Mr. Xian Yuanche, just now I discussed with our dean if you can help our academy get first place. We will give you 100,000 battle merits, plus 1 ranked martial skill, 1 ranked breathing method, and a chance to observe the handwriting of a martial king sense once.
Listening to these rewards, Shen Yuanche was somewhat baffled.
He knew all of the previous ones, but what was the martial king's handwriting of comprehension? It couldn't be the technique of sensing martial yuan seeds and transforming martial yuan. Li Fenglin's next words confirmed his suspicions. You probably know all of the previous ones, and the Martial King's Sensation Handbook contains many important things inside. Among them are about how to condense martial yuan seeds, and methods to boost your qi and blood to quickly transform it into martial yuan.
Then it's a deal. Shen Yuanche directly hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Shen Yuanche looked at his qi and blood panel and pondered. There are still a few dozen days left before school starts, and at my current rate of improvement, it's estimated that it won't take many days for my qi and blood to reach 1 million points. Currently, after all of the rank 9 martial sectors in China had raised their qi and blood to 1 million points, without exception, their qi and blood had reached the upper limit. Even if they cultivated further, they wouldn't increase their qi blood by half a point. Just like a bottle filled with water, any more water would only leak onto the ground. The same was true for martial artists. So he wondered if himself with the system would be that exception.
Time came to August 1st. Chapter 44, A Million or More Qi Blood. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Arrogant Aura. Qi Blood, 999,109th level martial sect.
Almost 1 million points of qi blood, can I break through the upper limit? Holding on to his expectations, Xian Yuanche began his cultivation.
1 hour later. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Qi and blood, 999,990,001 9th level martial sect.
After another hour, Xian Yuanche, who had ended his cultivation, heard a beep from the system.
Ding.
Detected the host cultivating for an hour, gained 0.5 points of qi and blood, triggered a 10,000 full blast, 0.5 qi and blood increased to 5,000 points of qi and blood.
Ding. Detected the upper limit of qi and blood that the host's body can hold. Is it possible to forcefully inject the remaining qi and blood?
Looking at the prompts that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche nodded. Good, the remaining qi and blood is now being forcefully injected for the host. As soon as the system's words fell, Xian Yuanche felt his body change. This extra qi and blood was just injected into his body. As expected, his own self with the system was always that exception.
Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Arrogant Aura.
Qi and blood, 1,004,001 million points grade 9 martial sect.
Breathing technique, Xian Kun breathing technique.
Martial technique, grade A, Gale Blade technique perfection, grade B, Mountain breaking fist perfection, Divine walking steps perfection.
Secret technique, Berserking second level.
System space, Yuan pole box lock, grade B alloy knife, grade B healing potion 2 PCS.
Evaluation, no evaluation given.
Right, almost forgot about this. Looking at the Yuan pole box in the system space on the panel, Xian Yuanche slapped his head. After so many days had passed, he had almost forgotten about this thing. That being said, it had been almost 2 months since this thing arrived, and he still hadn't figured out exactly how to open it.
Why don't we take it and exchange it for battle merit?
Xian Yuanche muttered twice. But soon he gave up on this idea.
In case the things inside were precious, then wouldn't he lose money?
After observing in the system space for a few minutes, he then returned outside.
Ding. Detected the host's strong desire to explore, triggering the mission What's inside?
Task, when you report to the Jiangnan No. 1 Martial Arts Academy at the beginning of the school year, your left foot goes through the door first. Reward, the system helps the host to open the UNG box. Looking at the task triggered by the system, Xian Yuanche only wanted to say, this is too simple and too odd. There's still a month until school starts, take your time. Xian Yuanche casually sat on the sofa and brushed up the shivering sea. A few days later, Xian Yuanche brushed a news item. Recently, the actions of the ferocious beasts outside of Linhai City have become more and more frequent, and Linhai City is calling on all martial artists above the rank of martial master to come and help. Xian Yuanche saw this and opened the Hall of Battle Merit. As soon as he opened it, an announcement popped up.
Announcement.
The ferocious beasts near Linhai City are acting frequently, so please go and help survey the area. Reward, 50 points of battle merit.
Xian Yuanche immediately put away his cell phone and walked towards the door.
Looking at the situation, it was estimated that there would be another beast tide. He had raked in more than 10,000 battle merit points from the last beast tide. This time he might be able to rake in 20,000 points. He had to hurry up and go. More than 3 hours later, Xian Yuanche arrived at the eastern part of China, Linhai City. However, just as he arrived at Linhai City, he received a notification that the alert had ended. It was good that 50 points of battle merit had arrived, but it didn't make him make a trip for nothing. After a month or so, the time came to the day of the start of the school year. After Xian Yuanche finished his breakfast, he left the house and walked towards the station. As for the living supplies, these, Li Fenglin called, said his dormitory is a little different, living supplies complete, as long as people to the line. Soon, Xian Yuanche arrived at the city where the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy was located, Xiaojing City. It was also the most prosperous city in the entire Jiangnan province. After searching for the location of the academy on Lack of Virtue map, Xian Yuanche then walked towards the direction of the academy. Jiangnan Province's first academy of martial arts. Li Fenglin was waiting at the main entrance early. Many students also noticed this scene. What's going on this year? Professor Li is actually personally greeting the new students at the entrance. I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen him greeting new students at the entrance in previous years. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the academy, Xian Yuanche saw Li Fenglin. At the same time, Li Fenglin also saw Xian Yuanche. He hurriedly walked forward and extended his hand. Welcome. Welcome. Xian Yuanche shook his hand. I didn't expect Professor Li to be at the door to greet you personally. I will now take you through the academy first. The two of them walked into the academy one after the other, and the moment their left foot stepped into the academy, the task dispatched by the system was also completed. It was only that Xian Yuanche was not in a hurry to check it out for now. Seeing Li Fenglin and Xian Yuanche walk into the academy, some students also finally understood why Li Fenglin was standing at the main entrance. So it's because he's waiting for a new student. By the looks of it, this new student's background is probably very powerful, right? I don't know, but those who can make Professor Li go to personally greet them either have a powerful background or are geniuses. As the two of them walked, Li Fenglin introduced towards Xian Yuanche about some of the systems in the academy. Due to the fact that it was a martial arts academy, the entire academy system was completely different from the universities on Earth in his previous life. It couldn't be said that it wasn't quite the same, it could only be said that it was completely different. The entire academy is divided into many specialties, the long gun, making potions and whatnot. Messy, almost what specialties are there, is really let him some not accustomed to. After walking for more than half an hour, Li Fenglin brought him to a villa area. This is the villa area within our school, and the people living inside are professors of some specialties. Are you trying to get me to live here? Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the villas on both sides. Must I say? From the outside, this villa was indeed quite good. That's right, you're living in a villa by yourself. That's not bad. Xian Yuanche nodded with some satisfaction. This Li Fenglin was indeed good at doing things. After entering the villa, the two of them sat on the sofa and started talking. Xian Yuanche, there is something about your enrollment that I discussed with our dean. Due to your strength, there is no professor in the academy that can teach you, so I hope that you will become a tutor, or a professor in our academy. How about it? After hearing Li Fenglin's words, Xian Yuanche had an odd expression on his face. Being a mentor, or a professor? Li Fenglin nodded, that's right. Originally, we wanted to place you directly into the varsity team, but after my discussion with the dean, we gave up on that idea. Is it titular? Xian Yuanche only cared about this. He was busy every day. It would be fine if it was titled, but wouldn't the untitled ones require him to give lectures to the students and take them outside to practice? He didn't have that much time. Chapter 45 Students in Tutor's Skin. Not titular, at that time you are responsible for taking those students to the secret realm, the field calendar refining on it. Professor Li, I think you'd better give me an enrollment procedure. You don't know, I've been busy lately. 700 points of battle merit every month. Before Xian Yuanche could finish, Li Fenglin interrupted. Cough cough cough. Xian Yuanche immediately coughed twice at his words. 1500 it, 1500 points of battle merit every month, I should be free. Hiss. Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted 1500 a month, Li Fenglin sucked in a breath of cool air. He only had 1000 battle merit points a month. You came up asking for 1500 points of battle merit? In the end, the two of them pulled at each other for a few minutes and set the price at 1000 battle merit points a month. Xian Yuan Che became the mentor in charge of taking students out to practice. In addition to that, he could also hold guidance classes to instruct the students on martial arts and other aspects. The school would also give a certain amount of battle merit points. Xian Yuan Che quickly thought of something wrong. So if he became a mentor himself, then how could he participate in the competition? With doubts, he asked towards Li Fenglin at the side, "I become a mentor, so what about the competition?" Li Fenglin smiled mysteriously. "The dean and I have thought about this aspect for a long time, but within our school's education system, you are a new student in our school, get it?" The rest Li Fenglin didn't say, but Xian Yuan Che already understood. Combined, he was ostensibly a mentor, but he was still a student in the records of the education system. It was similar to a supernumerary, no, it should be a contractual laborer. A student in the skin of a tutor. I have to say, this academy knows how to make the best use of things. Li Fenglin pulled Xian Yuan Che into a group. Together with Xian Yuan Che, there were a total of 8 people in the group. Other than Li Fenglin, the rest were mentors who were responsible for leading the group's experiences. Each person's nickname had a suffix at the end. It was labeled with what realm they were in. The lowest realm had a rank 6 martial zone, and the highest was the same as him, a rank 9 martial zone. Xian Yuan Che also followed suit and changed his nickname. Group nickname, Xian Yuan Che 9th level martial zone. After greeting the group, Xian Yuan Che scratched the background and went to brush the shivering sea. And at this point in time, the group, seeing that there was a newcomer, started discussing one after another. Li Yan level 7 martial sect at Li Fenglin, where did old Li go to snub a level 9 martial sect in? Li Fenglin. Lu Tao, welcome, welcome, welcome. On Xian Yuan Che's side, he was brushing the video, and then brushed to something about Linhai City. The content was probably that Linhai City, which had originally lifted the alert a month ago, had issued another emergency alert. Why is it on alert again? He opened the Hall of Battle Merit. Sure enough, another announcement popped up, and just like last time, it had something about the Linhai City alert. For the sake of those few 50 battle merit points, Xian Yuan Che made another trip to Linhai City. 100 kilometers away from Linhai City. Hundreds of marine-type ferocious beasts were staring intently at a middle-aged man on the sea level. The middle-aged man swung out a blade towards the sea. The light of the knife instantly cut through the seawater, and the marine beasts were instantly killed or injured. The middle-aged man swept the sea with his spiritual sense frowning. Strange, why are there so few ferocious beasts coming every time? On Xian Yuan Che's side, he was just about to get into his car to head to Linhai City when he realized that the alert had been lifted again. What the hell? Xian Yuan Che spat out a sentence and helplessly returned the ticket he had just bought. In the afternoon, Xian Yuan Che, who was eating again, received a message from Li Fenglin. Li Fenglin, the task is here. Teacher Li Yan is on vacation these days. Are you free to take your students out for an experience with another teacher tomorrow? Xian Yuan Che simply replied with a good word on the chat box. This was because Li Fenglin had told him that in addition to the basic 1,000 points of battle merit a month, taking students out to practice could also earn battle merit. The next day, Xian Yuan Che arrived early at the academy square number 1. The square was empty. It seems like I came a bit early? Xian Yuan Che took out his cell phone and looked at the time, 7 a.m. sharp. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a second person appeared on the square. Wearing a black shirt, he looked to be in his 40s. Xian Yuan Che scanned the visitors panel. Name, Lu Tao. Qi and blood, 830,000 900,000 rank 8 martial sect. Breathing technique. Martial skill, grade A, 1000 fist grand completion, grade B, rapid whip-like completion. Secret technique, speed increase. Weakness. Speed increase, increases one's attack speed by 30% after use. A rank 8 martial sect? It seems like it should be another teacher leading the group. Xian Yuan Che said in his heart. You're quite early, classmate. Lu Tao greeted towards Xian Yuan Che. Xian Yuan Che did not reply and instead extended his left hand. Hello Teacher Lu, my name is Xian Yuan Che. Hearing Xian Yuan Che's self-introduction, Lu Tao froze in place for a moment. He sized up Xian Yuan Che and opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. You are the Xian Yuan Che who succeeded Li Yan? Xian Yuan Che nodded, it's me. Lu Tao, this is also too young? Because Xian Yuan Che's note in the suffix of his group nickname was grade 9 martial sect. So Lu Tao then assumed that Xian Yuan Che was at least 40 to 50 years old.
But who would have thought that it would actually be this young?
Looking at Xian Yuanche's outstretched hand, Lu Tao also extended his hand to shake it. In the process of shaking his hand, he also used some force to test it slightly. In the end, he concluded that Xian Yuanche was indeed a rank 9 martial sect.
At least the realm was higher than his own.
After shaking hands, both of them didn't communicate too much and stood together quietly waiting for the students to arrive. After waiting for about half an hour or so, only then did a few students arrive one after another. Seeing these few students, Xian Yuanche suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Lu Tao, who was standing by the side.
That's right, Teacher Lu, how many students are we taking out for training this time?
Lu Tao, a total of 22 students, all juniors, with realms roughly between 9th level martial master and 3rd level martial general. Originally, this time, we were going to a grade C secret realm over in Linhai City. Due to the recent frequent alerts in Linhai City, yesterday the academy temporarily changed the location to the next door, near C City.
While the two were talking, a few students arrived in front of the two. Teacher Lu. The four only greeted towards Lu Tao.
Obviously, they also treated Xian Yuanche as a student just like Lu Tao earlier. Lu Tao nodded. Well, Teacher Li Yen took a leave of absence today, so this time, the new teacher Xian Yuanche and I will take you guys out to practice. Let me introduce, this is the new teacher, Xian Yuanche, a rank 9 martial sect.
Lu Tao pointed at Xian Yuanche and said. Chapter 46 Linhai City flooded.
A few people redirected their gazes to Xian Yuanche, with a bit of surprise in their eyes to a greater or lesser extent.
The new teacher is so young? And still a rank 9 martial sect?
You don't understand, after a martial artist reaches martial zone, it's said that they can live for a few hundred years. Even though teacher Xian Yuanche looks young, he might be 40 or 50 years old as well. Xian Yuanche sniffed with a black line on his face. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that the 22 students came together, and when they heard that Xian Yuanche was the new teacher, they all sized up Xian Yuanche with curious gazes. Lu Tao clapped his hands. Everyone has come, get ready to leave. The two left the school with 22 students and boarded the train to near C City.
At 11 o'clock at noon, the group arrived in Konoha City.
Today everyone will play here for a day. Tonight we'll meet up at the nearby Wanyang Hotel, and tomorrow we'll enter the C-class secret realm.
Good. Hearing that they could play for a day, quite a few people got excited.
After the students left, Lu Tao touched Xian Yuanche's arm.
Going for a couple drinks? No. Xian Yuanche shook his head.
Xian Yuanche came to the Wanyang Hotel alone and opened a room. When he opened the door, a few cards fell down. Picking them up, they were basically cards offering erotic services. He casually threw them inside the trash can, sat on the bed and began to cultivate. After 10 minutes of cultivation, he suddenly thought of something and left the hotel.
Ocean Martial Arts Club. There really is a club. Xian Yuanche directly walked in.
After going in, he directly opened a top-of-the-line training room for $20,000 an hour, and the cultivation room inside could increase a martial zone's cultivation speed by 10%.
Ding.
Detected the host cultivating for an hour, gained 0.55 points of chi and blood, triggered.
Ding.
Detected the host cultivating for 1 hour, gained 0.55 points of chi and blood, triggered. While Xian Yuanche was cultivating, changes also quietly occurred outside the Linhai City next door. At the bottom of the sea, 300 kilometers away from Linhai City, several thousand-meter-long whales were constantly swimming, the terrifying aura on their bodies causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble.
Xian Yuanche cultivated until 2 o'clock in the morning. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Arrogant Aura.
Chi and blood, 1,130,000 1 million grade 9 martial sect.
Breathing method.
1.13 million points of chi blood now. If we keep cultivating like this, before we break through to Martial King, our chi blood is estimated to be 2 million points.
Buzz. 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 The cell phone on the table vibrated crazily.
Xian Yuanche picked it up and realized that it was a call from Li Fenglin. After connecting, Li Fenglin's anxious voice came through. It's not good, Xian Yuanche, hurry and bring the students back.
Something big has happened. What happened?
Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled. What exactly had happened that would actually make Li Fenglin so anxious?
The sea level outside of Linhai City is rising, and it's still unknown what's going on.
You hurry up and bring the students back with Lu Tao.
Xian Yuanche's complexion was also a bit gloomy when he heard this.
Okay, I'll be right back. The sea level was rising.
this was presumably the work of the high-ranking ferocious beasts in the ocean. Offshore City, which was right next door to Linhai City, was afraid that it wouldn't be spared either. When he walked out of the club, Xian Yuanche saw quite a few people running wildly through the streets. At this time, Lu Tao also called, and the two agreed to meet at the hotel and leave Nursi City together. Xian Yuanche quickly arrived at the hotel. Lu Tao had long been waiting with his students. Xian Yuanche, the students have all arrived, right? Arrived. A group of people took the train back to Xiajing City overnight. While on the train, Xian Yuanche was keeping a constant eye on this matter. Quite a few media outlets were also broadcasting this matter overnight. There were even some that had turned on live broadcasts. At the same time, the Hall of Battle Merit had also released an announcement once again. This time, it was obviously even more urgent, and martial artists who traveled there were able to receive a reward of 200 points of battle merit. After returning to Xiajing City, Xian Yuanche boarded the train to Linhai City again. At around 4 in the morning, the train that Xian Yuanche was traveling on was forced to stop. This was because the news from Linhai City's side had learned that the entire Linhai City had been flooded. There were still at least 100,000 people in the entire city of Linhai who had yet to be evacuated. Xian Yuanche once again opened the Hall of Battle Merits. The announcement was updated once again, and the reward was raised from the original 200 points to 350 points. As long as one went to participate in the rescue, they would be able to obtain the relative amount of battle merit. One could imagine how urgent the situation was. Since the train had stopped, Xian Yuanche could only travel to Linhai City on foot. Linhai City. The entire city of Linhai was almost completely flooded. Only some high floors were left that hadn't been flooded. A small number of people stood on the roofs of the buildings waiting for rescue. Beneath the water, countless marine-type ferocious beasts were dragging and pulling the humans struggling on the surface of the water. When Shang Wanfeng arrived at Linhai City, he saw such a scene. He catalyzed his martial energy and directly shocked the ferocious beasts in the water and fished all the humans out. After doing this, he looked over to the other side of the sea, where a few whales were staring at him. Upon seeing these few whales, his complexion changed. Giant Whale King, and there are still 3 7th rank ones, trouble. Xian Yuanche hurried at full speed and only spent more than 20 minutes before arriving at Linhai City. Upon seeing the current appearance of Linhai City, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. As time was running out, he hurriedly started looking for survivors. It was good that Xian Yuanche wasn't the only one who was rescuing. This also allowed some ordinary people to see the hope of surviving. For every person he saw who survived, Xian Yuanche would bring them to a nearby high building. After that, a helicopter in charge of the rescue would be responsible for taking them away from Linhai City. In less than 10 minutes, he had saved more than a dozen people. When he had just placed a person on a high building, the people in the nearby high building suddenly cried out in alarm. Xian Yuanche followed their gaze, only to see that in the distance, a little girl was desperately swimming this way with a swimming ring around her. Every now and then, she even looked back a few times. A shark's tail fin was showing on the surface of the water. The little girl wasn't swimming fast, and the shark could obviously catch up. But it just kept chasing after the girl, as if it was enjoying this cat and mouse feeling very much. Looking for death. Xian Yuanche couldn't help but shout angrily when he saw the scene, jumping there, scooping up the girl with his hand and kicking the shark. Boom! The 6 or 7 meter long shark was directly kicked hundreds of meters into the air. Seeing the girl being rescued, everyone in the neighborhood started cheering. After putting the girl in a safe place, Xian Yuanche left the area and headed to the city center. A few minutes later, he arrived at the city center, and after arriving at the city center, he clearly felt a faint if any pressure enveloping him. Looking up into the sky, he found an old man standing high in the sky looking into the distance. With some curiosity, he used the eye of scrying to scan a glance at the old man's information. Name, Shang Wanfeng. Martial element. Chapter 47, Shang Wanfeng. Name, Shang Wanfeng. Wu Yuan, 65,000 70,000 grade 6 Wu Zun. Breathing technique, swallowing Yuan breathing technique grade S. Martial technique, grade S, see fixing gun technique perfection, meteor gun technique perfection, air shattering palm perfection. Secret technique, berserking. Weakness. Berserking boosts one's full attributes by 15% after use. It's actually a martial zone. And it's another Shangwan family. Looking at Shang Wanfeng's panel, Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart.
Above a martial king was a martial emperor, and above a martial emperor was a martial zune. And according to the official news revealed, there were only 6 explicit martial zunes in China. It could be said that once one reached the level of martial exalted, they were the ones who stood at the top of the pyramid in the entire China. Shang Guanfeng in the sky naturally noticed Xin Yuanche as well. Like everyone else, he was also very surprised that Xin Yuanche had reached martial zone at such a young age, and was still a rank 9 martial zone. It was only that he had to keep an eye on the 3 giant whale kings in the distance right now and couldn't spare the time. Otherwise, he would have definitely inquired about which family's descendant was actually so outstanding. Xian Yuanche looked at Shang Guanfeng for a few moments before starting to look around the neighborhood. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he didn't find anyone in the vicinity who needed help. It was assumed that they had been saved by that martial exalt in the sky. Kid, everyone here has been rescued, you can go to the south to assist in the rescue.
Shang Guanfeng's voice entered Xin Yuanche's ears.
Good, thank you senior for reminding me. After Xian Yuanche politely thanked him, he turned around and left. Looking at Xian Yuanche's departing back, Shang Guanfeng stroked his chin. Quite polite, appearance, and talent is also good. It's a pity that Yen Yen girl has a boyfriend, or else she would definitely ask for a contact for Yen Yen. Soon Xian Yuanche arrived at the southern side of Linhai City. There were quite a few martial artists over here who were participating in the rescue. Part of them were responsible for rescuing ordinary people who had fallen into the water, and part of them were fighting the ferocious beasts in the water. But even so, some of the ordinary people died in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. At this moment, a huge wave dozens of meters high in the distance came towards the direction of the crowd.
Everyone, back off! One of them yelled out.
Xian Yuanche looked at the giant wave with a slight frown.
Race, Silver Shark King. Grade, 5th Order.
Description: a high-level race in the deep sea. The deeper the water in the waters they are in, the stronger they are.
Weakness: fins, tail fins.
5th rank ferocious beast. He was just about to strike when he realized that someone was a step ahead of him.
Fierce beast, suffer death.
A silhouette holding a lance fell from the sky and charged straight towards that huge wave.
Boom!
The giant wave instantly dissipated, and a 70-meter-long shark appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The bright silver-colored epidermis glittered slightly under the sun's rays. Using the naked eye to see it, one could tell just how strong this shark's defense was. And Xian Yuanche hastily used his eye of scrying to scan the person's information.
Name: Morong Yun. Martial Yuan, 249,300. 2nd grade Martial King. 2nd grade Martial King.
Xian Yuanche muttered a few times. Since someone was blocking the sharpshooter king, there was no need for him to make a move. The surrounding martial artists cheered when they saw someone blocking the silver shark king.
Stop cheering and see if there are any more people in distress.
One of the martial artists shouted. After all, that strong man had bought them time, not for them to watch.
Only then did the crowd react.
Xian Yuanche kicked a 3rd-order crab to death and saved 2 people in the process. He also paid attention to the fight on Morong Yun's side from time to time, so that he could go over and help in time once he realized something was wrong. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the ordinary people nearby were also saved.
While Morong Yun's side's complexion became more and more gloomy.
It was because he found that this silver shark king's defense was just too high. Even if he used a martial skill to hit it, it only caused it to suffer some light injuries, which was not enough to seriously damage it at all. He looked at those martial artists at the back and gritted his teeth to continue casting his martial skills. After all, if he couldn't hold on, those behind him would suffer. But the next scene that happened completely made him despair.
Another 100-meter-high giant wave came from the distance. The rest of the martial artists also spotted the incoming giant wave. Another giant wave is coming.
Morong Yun, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, sniffed and looked over, and gave a cry of misfortune when he saw the giant wave.
Suffered.
With the Silver Shark King in front of him, he simply couldn't spare a hand to deal with the 2nd Silver Shark King. The rest of the martial artists also realized that Morong Yun couldn't spare a hand and their hearts were filled with despair.
It's over. Mountain Breaking Fist. A voice rang out.
Xian Yuanche executed berserking, directly rushed inside the huge wave, and executed the mountain breaking fist on the Silver Shark King inside.
Boom!
The 100-meter-high giant wave was instantly dispersed. After doing so, he jumped to a nearby tall building and stared at the giant wave that was gradually dispersing. A Silver Shark King appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only compared to the last Silver Shark King, this one looked bigger and more imposing. A portion of the bright silver-colored skin on its body had already changed to gold. Anyone could see that this Silver Shark King was even more powerful than the last one. After seeing the appearance of this Silver Shark King, the hopes in the hearts of the crowd were once again dashed. It's over, this Silver Shark King looks even more powerful than the one just now. The gazes they all placed fell on Xian Yuanche. There was more or less a bit of worry in their eyes. Obviously, none of them thought that Xian Yuanche would be able to block this Silver Shark King. Originally, Morong Yun was a little surprised that Xian Yuanche had stepped forward to resist the Silver Shark King. He thought that Xian Yuanche was a martial king, but after he used his spiritual sense to probe Xian Yuanche's realm, his hanging heart directly died. It was over. Only a 9th level martial sect.
Xian Yuanche didn't know about the mental changes of Morong Yun in the crowd.
At this moment, he was using the Eye of Scrying to check the information of this Silver Shark King, wanting to see what the difference was from the one in front of him.
Race, Silver Shark King. Grade, 5th Order.
Description: a Silver Shark King that is about to metamorphose into a Golden Shark King, strong enough to crush most martial kings.
Weakness: fins, tail fins.
After looking at the panel of this Silver Shark King, Xian Yuanche took out the B-grade alloy blade from his spatial ring. It's been a long time since I've gotten my hands dirty. Xian Yuanche reached out and flicked the blade. He directly performed a divine walking step towards the Silver Shark King. The hearts of the crowd of onlookers were in their throats, and they even forgot to run away. When he almost arrived in front of the Silver Shark King, he directly executed the Gale Blade technique, increasing his speed by 200% once again.
The Silver Shark King reacted quickly and directly shrunk back into the water.
Xian Yuanche sneered at the sight.
Think it's safe with this look?
He directly swung his sword towards the water.
Ding! Triggering a guaranteed blast, power increased. Chapter 48: Attempting to condense martial elements seeds forced collection of brains. Ding!
Triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power by 10 times.
Ding!
Triggering a 7-fold blast, power increased by 7 times.
Ding! Trigger 20 times blitz, power increased by 20 times. The attack landed on the Silver Shark King, instantly splitting its skin and even slicing off its tail fin. With its tail fin sliced off, the Silver Shark King's escape speed decreased drastically. Xian Yuanche once again executed the Gale Blade technique. Ding! Triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing its power by 10 times. Ding!
Triggers 10 times the blitz, power increased 10-fold.
Ding! Trigger triple strike, power increased by 3 times. 3 blasts of damage landed on the Silver Shark King's body.
Silver Shark King dies. Morong Yun, who was not far away, had already been stunned. The Silver Shark King that he had painstakingly fought for half a day and failed to kill, this level 9 martial sect had directly given it seconds? That said, this ferocious beast should be able to be exchanged for quite a few battle merits. Xian Yuanche muttered to himself as he looked at the Silver Shark King's corpse floating on the water. He made a jump to the Silver Shark King's head and tried to slice through its head. However, because it was a B-grade alloy blade, it was a bit tough to cut through. 2.5 minutes later, Xian Yuanche took out an egg-sized orb from the Silver Shark King's head. It was crystal clear, and there was a white mist flowing inside, looking incomparably beautiful.
Is this the Yuan crystal?
Xian Yuanche carefully scrutinized the orb in his hand.
Yuan crystals were generally produced from the heads of 5th-rank ferocious beasts.
Most importantly, it also contained martial yuan. It was said that the most important raw material for martial king potion was yuan crystal. Taking it to the Hall of Battle Merit to recycle it, it was estimated that he would be able to obtain 2,000 to 3,000 battle merit points. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take it to be recycled. He came back to the head of another Silver Shark King and dug out the yuan crystals. The yuan crystal dug out this time was obviously quite a bit larger than the last one. After doing this, he directly took out his cell phone and contacted the Hall of Battle Merit, asking it to come here afterward to help recycle the corpses of the 2 Silver Shark Kings. As for why he didn't keep them, it was because after the death of a ferocious beast, most of the martial yuan in its body would immediately dissipate.
The remaining portion was condensed into yuan crystals.
The martial energy left in the body was not even 1%. So for him, recycling it in the Hall of Battle Merits was the most profitable. After doing all of this, Xian Yuanche prepared to leave this place and head to the next area to participate in the rescue. Until Xian Yuanche left, the crowd had yet to come back to their senses from the shock. A few hours later, the rescue of the entire Linhai city was complete. A total of more than 20,000 people were rescued, and the death toll reached nearly 80,000 people. When the rescue ended, Shen Yuanshe went to the city center again and found that Shangguan foam was actually still there. He didn't bother too much and instead directly returned to Xiaojing City on foot. Returning to Xiaojing City, he directly returned to the villa within the academy. After taking a shower, he took out the 2 yuan crystals that had already been cleaned. This also contains martial yuan, maybe I can condense a martial yuan seed as a result. He took out the small A-grade alloy hammer he borrowed from Li Fenglin, which he specifically borrowed to open the yuan crystals. Bang bang bang! Shen Yuanshe took the small hammer and continuously struck against the yuan crystal. Every 10 strikes would trigger a blast. After 250 strikes, cracks appeared in the yuan crystal. After knocking for a while longer, he put down the hammer and picked up the yuan crystal. With a slight force from his hand, the yuan crystal was split in half. The martial energy inside was also emitted. Shen Yuanshe sucked all these martial elements into his mouth and started to feel them in detail. A few minutes passed and Shen Yuanshe slowly used the qi and blood in his body to get these martial elements into the shape of a seed. It should be like this, right? Shen Yuanshe stroked his chin. At this time, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is attempting to condense the martial yuan seed, triggering a 100-fold blast. The progress of the martial yuan seed condensation is 10%. As soon as the system's words fell, he detected a change in the embryonic form of the martial elemental seed in his body. Only 10% progress? Shen Yuanshe was somewhat disappointed. But it was normal to think about it. Yuan crystals weren't comparable to martial king potion, and it was still normal for the effect to be almost as good. The big deal was to take the time to go out in the wild and kill 5th-rank beasts. The second one, he also used the same method to crack it and suck the martial element inside into his body. The martial yuan seed also underwent a subtle change, probably increasing its progress by 0.1%. After doing this, he placed his gaze on the system quest. This quest was the quest to open the UNG box. The task was simple: step into the school gate left foot first on the day of school registration. He had completed this task a few days ago, and originally wanted to take the time to open it. As a result, he forgot about it in the past 2 days. It wasn't until now that he thought of it. System, help me open the UNG box. Shen Yuanshe said in his heart. Ding! Okay, the UNG box is being opened. A few seconds later, the system's beep came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the UNG box. Shen Yuanshe's consciousness entered the system space to take a look. The Yuan polar box that was originally locked had already been opened, revealing what was inside. A special USB flash drive. A special USB flash drive? Shen Yuanshe squatted down and took out the USB flash drive from the case. This kind of USB flash drive was usually used to record martial arts or breathing techniques. If it can be packed inside a Yuan pole box, then it's at least A grade, right? Shen Yuanshe guessed. He took the USB flash drive and left the system space. After inserting the flash drive into the VR, he put on the VR. Grade S martial skill, Wind and Thunder Fist Technique. Wind and Thunder Fist Technique Special Edition. Grade, S grade. Introduction. After a special modification, it is the only S-ranked martial art that can be cultivated without the need for martial elements. With the power of wind and thunder, the speed of swinging can reach 40 punches per second after initiation. After consummation, during the swing, carrying the power of wind and thunder, one's own movement speed is increased by 200%, and there is a high probability of paralyzing the enemy, causing the enemy to be slow to react. It's actually an S-ranked martial skill, earned it. After seeing that it was actually an S-ranked wind thunder fist technique inside, Shen Yuanshe's face was somewhat excited. He had originally thought that it would be an A-ranked martial skill at most. It wasn't in vain that his left foot advanced when he entered the school gates. This was simply earning numbness. After spending more than an hour, he learned the wind and thunder fist technique. After that, he left the academy and headed to a nearby club to start raising his proficiency. Ding! Triggering a 10,000-fold blast, wind and thunder fist technique proficiency increased by 1,000. Ding! Triggering 100x strike, wind and thunder fist technique proficiency increased by 10. Ding! Triggering 5,000 times the storm, wind and thunder fist skill increases by 500. In just less than an hour, he had increased the proficiency of the wind and thunder fist technique to perfection. Looking at the time in the training room, there were still more than 3 hours before it expired. Adhering to the principle of not wasting it, he entered the training room and started practicing.
Capital. 80,000 people. A full 80,000 people have died.
I propose a massive bombardment of the waters using a large number of nuclear weapons. A middle-aged man proposed to the surrounding crowd.
Agreed. 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 Chapter 49. A hungry wolf comes and has to give a return attack, otherwise, the next one that comes will be a pack.
At that moment, in the midst of a chorus of approval, an untimely voice rang out.
I object.
The crowd looked at the voice, and the person who spoke was an old man in his 60s. Seeing the crowd look at him, the old man voiced his concerns. Although using nuclear weapons to counterattack can kill the vast majority of ferocious beasts, have you guys ever thought about what if you enrage those 8th order ferocious beasts? With the old man taking the lead, those from the conservative faction came forward and voiced their concerns.
Yeah.
What if it angers those 8th order ferocious beasts? Our Huaxia has managed to regain some vitality, we can't afford to be tossed around in a short period of time.
People have come to our doorstep, and you guys still don't think of anything to fight back. I'm going to you.
A middle-aged man with a fiery personality pointed at the conservatives and cursed.
Morong Zun, who was sitting on the main seat, sighed when he saw this.
Quiet.
Morong Zun's voice reached everyone's ears. Let's adjourn the meeting first.
The people from both factions were staring at each other with wide eyes at the moment.
Goons. Doing things without thinking about the consequences. Reckless.
Looking at the crowd that walked out of the conference room, Morong Zun sighed powerlessly.
Actually, the radicals were not wrong. Other people were at their doorsteps, and they still didn't think of fighting back?
But there was nothing wrong with the conservative faction either. One must consider the consequences of everything, or one will pay a terrible price. There are 2 8th order ferocious beasts coiled up in the sea outside of Huaxia. Once the nuclear bomb is launched, it will surely enrage them.
The consequences will be unimaginable.
While he was thinking about how to make a decision, an old man appeared beside him. Launch it, I'll take care of the rest, cough cough. The old man's voice was incredibly weak, as if he would die at any moment.
If an onlooker saw the old man's appearance, they would definitely be shocked.
This was because the old man's appearance was indeed too surprising. The entire person was dry and thin, his entire right leg was empty, his left eye had also disappeared, and he coughed twice every now and then. Morong Zun looked at the old man, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but...
Your body, teacher. Wang Dingtian waved his hand.
No harm, it can still hold up for a few more years.
Then said somewhat meaningfully.
Children, you have to remember, a hungry wolf to test, if you do not give a strong retort, next time I am afraid to come as a group of hungry wolves. After saying that, Wang Dingtian limped away from the place on his crutches. The old man hasn't shown his face for too long, they are about to press on, cough cough cough.
Bang!
Looking at his teachers departing back, Morong Zun slapped his palm on the table. He then burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
But as he laughed, he shed tears. He was laughing at himself for being too impulsive back then, causing the martial yuan seed to rupture and preventing him from breaking through to martial saint for life. Leaving his teacher dragging his broken body to suffer alone for decades to support Huaxia.
Ha ha ha.
I'm such a waste. After laughing at himself once again, his eyes turned resolute, as if he had made up his mind about something.
Jiangnan Martial Arts No. 1 Academy.
At this moment, Xian Yuanche looked at his existing battle achievements and was incomparably satisfied. The corpses of the 2 Silver Shark Kings had brought him a total of 5,000 battle merit points. Combined with the other scattered battle merit, and the remaining battle merit from before, it also brought his battle merit to over 8,000 points. There's still 7,000 battle merit points left to exchange for a Martial King potion. Xian Yuanche hurriedly opened the search system of the Hall of Battle Merits. He wanted to search where there were the most 5th-ranked ferocious beasts outside of Huaxia. Then he would go on a sneak trip someday to help open the brains of those ferocious beasts.
Linhai City.
Although the rescue had been completed and the people involved in the rescue had been evacuated, Shangguan Feng was still in the city center staring at the 3 7th order ferocious beasts. It wasn't really that he didn't want to leave, but he felt that there was a gaze locked tightly on him. This also led to him not daring to act rashly. Wang Dingtian suddenly appeared beside Shangguan Feng, stretching out his dry, thin finger and pointing it towards the three giant whale kings in the distance. Three lances that were 1,000 meters long and condensed from martial yuan appeared in the sky and flew towards those three giant whale kings. Seemingly sensing the danger, the three giant whale kings wanted to escape, but it was too late. The three lances directly penetrated the three giant whale kings. The three 7th rank, against the mark of a martial exalt, ferocious beasts fell in this way. When Shang Wanfeng saw the scene, his heart felt overwhelmed with shock.
Was this the legendary martial saint?
Returning to his senses, he respectfully greeted Wang Dingtian.
Elder Tian.
Wang Dingtian nodded slightly. You go back first, it's enough to have old man here.
Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Shang Wanfeng directly disappeared in place.
Because he knew that the next matter was not something that he, a martial Zun, could get involved in.
It wasn't until Shang Wanfeng was far away that Wang Dingy returned his gaze to the distance and spoke faintly. After so many years have passed, are you starting to press on again? Dragon King Crocodile. As soon as Wang Dingtian's words fell, the seawater in the distance tumbled.
A 10,000-meter-long giant crocodile floated to the surface of the sea. The head resembled a dragon, but without horns. The back was covered in spikes and the left eye was empty, looking ferocious. The Dragon King crocodile opened its mouth. Old man, I didn't think you were still alive, I thought you were dead, ha ha. After saying that, the Dragon King crocodile then stared fiercely at Wang Dingtian with its only remaining right eye. It was easy to see from the eyes that it hated Wang Dingtian very much.
Wang Dingtian snorted coldly.
It seems that the lesson given to you 30 years ago was not enough, so there is no need to keep this left eye of yours. With that, a lance condensed from martial energy and 10,000 meters long fell towards the Dragon King crocodile. The Dragon King crocodile was shocked at the sight. It didn't expect Wang Dingtian to disregard his own injuries and force his hand.
Roar! Water flow armor.
The Dragon King crocodile roared, and the seawater around it instantly enveloped it, forming a blue armor. Perhaps feeling that it was not enough insurance, the dense spikes on its back instantly grew larger, wanting to use this to withstand Wang Dingtian's attack. Boom! The lance landed on the back of the Dragon King crocodile, and the water-flowing armor on its back only resisted for less than 2 seconds before shattering. Even the spikes on his back didn't resist for long, and the lance just plunged directly into the back of the Dragon King crocodile. Roar! The Dragon King crocodile roared in pain.
As the lance dissipated, the Dragon King crocodile no longer had the same arrogant aura as it did just now.
A trace of scorn also flashed in its eyes. It did not expect that Wang Dingtian's strength was actually still at its peak after being poisoned for so many years. Could it be that he had cleared the toxins in his body? The Dragon King crocodile kept thinking in its mind. It just wanted to flee, but its nose seemed to have smelled something and it resumed its arrogant-like aura just now. I smell that there are still toxins left in your body, so the toxins left in your body by the Poison King spider back then have not been removed. You must have forced your way out just now, old man, you forced your way out just now, I'll see how many more years you can live. Saying that, it seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of smugness flashed in its eyes. I heard that your student was left with after effects because of the injuries he sustained back then, and was unable to break through to Martial Saint for life. Don't worry, when the day you die, it will be the time when Huaxia is destroyed. With that, it sank into the sea, wanting to turn around and leave. It seems like the rats you have cultivated are getting bigger and bigger, even knowing these things. Wang Dingtian said indifferently. The Dragon King crocodile's face changed at his words, and it realized that it had just spoken out of turn. However, at that time, you can though come and try and see if old me can take you away before I die. Chapter 50 Panicked Dragon King Crocodile, Instructing Students in Martial Techniques. However, at that time, you can though come and try to see if old me can take you away before I die. Hearing what Wang Dingtian said, the Dragon King crocodile seemed to have thought of something and turned to leave. It was more than familiar with what Wang Dingtian said. 30 years ago, news of the death of another dying martial saint in China was spread. It made them, the 8th-rank ferocious beasts, mistakenly think that an opportunity had come. Attacking Huaxia like mad. It turned out that that martial saint actually faked his death. As a result, they were hardened by a martial saint who only had half a life left, pulling 2 8th-order beasts with him. It was also because of this incident that caused them to not dare to act rashly for the past 30 years. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but accelerate its speed by a few points. It decided that it had to change its nest immediately. That old fellow Wang Dingtian knew where its nest was. In case it really came to find its back before dying, wouldn't it have no place to cry? After sensing that the Dragon King crocodile had completely left, Wang Dingtian put away the yuan crystals of those 3 giant whale kings before leaving with those 3 corpses. After returning to his secret room, Wang Dingtian removed the lance that was placed on the wall and took out a towel to wipe it carefully. "Old buddy, cough cough." The toxin in his body flared up again, causing Wang Dingtian to cough a few times. The Dragon King crocodile was right, he wouldn't be able to last for a few more years. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear of facing death in his eyes. He only knew that as long as he was still alive for one day, Huaxia would be at peace for one day. That night, Morongzun reconvened the meeting and passed the radicals' proposal to use nuclear weapons to carpet bomb the waters off of Huaxia. To be carried out in 3 days. The next day, Xian Yuanche woke up early to prepare to go and give his students an instruction class. Since he was forced to interrupt his training by taking students on an adventure, Li Fenglin had arranged for an instruction lesson to be given to him. It was specialized in pointing out the students' deficiencies. He originally didn't want to go, but the system issued a rare task. Mission: instructing students. Task content: as a teacher, you should instruct your students so that they take the road less traveled. Please ask the host to instruct 20 students in one day so that they take the road less traveled. Task progress: 0-20. Task time: 4 hours. Reward: after the task is over, different levels of rewards will be handed out according to the number of people instructed, with the lowest being a C-class alloy knife and the highest being an A-class alloy knife. That's right, the highest is an A-grade alloy knife. In other words, if the number of students he instructed reached 20, the system would give him an A-grade alloy knife as a reward. It just so happened that his B-grade alloy blade could no longer keep up with his realm, so he could just replace it with a higher grade one. Soon, Xian Yuanche arrived at the large training room number 34 within the academy. The moment he pushed open the door, he only saw that more than 40 students had already come inside the training room. Looking at the fact that there were only 40 or so students, Xian Yuanche frowned. He had seen from the information sent by Li Fenglin that there should be more than 80 students coming to class today, so how could there only be more than 40? However, he didn't dwell on these issues too much and instead walked towards the students. At this time, the students not far away were still discussing the teacher who was attending today's class. Yesterday I just realized that the teacher giving us lessons today is actually not Mr. Lu Tao. Instead, it's been replaced with a teacher named Xian Yuanche. I wonder how this new teacher's instruction level is. My hegemony blade technique has been stuck at Little Chang for a long time, just waiting to ask Mr. Lu Tao, who knew that the teacher had changed. Another student thought about it and picked up the conversation. I think the new teacher shouldn't be as capable as teacher Lu Tao. After all, Mr. Lu Tao has been a teacher for more than 10 years, and his background is deep enough. And did you guys find out that in the past, when we were in Mr. Lu Tao's class, there were basically more than 80 people, and today only 40 or so came? From this, we can see that everyone feels that the new teacher is inferior to Mr. Lu Tao. Xian Yuanche, as a rank 9 martial sect, naturally heard what these students said. He didn't care too much about it either. He had walked for so many days, although he had been relying on the system to raise his strength and realm. However, he would still watch videos of some strong people's cuts and matches on the internet whenever he had the time. Learning and understanding about combat techniques. He even spent a lot of money in the Hall of Battle Merit to rent books on various aspects of the subject. Occasionally triggering the system's storm when he watched, in these 2 months during the second half of the summer vacation, he had read at least a few hundred books of various types. So he thought to himself that it was still no problem to instruct these students. Not long after, he walked in front of the crowd. Everyone, get ready for class. Hearing Xian Yuanche's voice, the crowd placed their gazes on Xian Yuanche. Is this the new teacher? How come he looks even younger than me? Many students looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion. Introduce yourselves, I am your instructor for this class, Xian Yuanche, Martial Dao Realm, 9th level Martial Zone. If you guys have anything you need to ask for advice, you can come and talk to me now. Saying that, Xian Yuanche found a stool on the side and directly sat down. A 9th level martial sect. Isn't that even higher than teacher Lu Tao? Me. I want to ask for guidance. Hearing that Xian Yuanche was a rank 9 martial sect, a male student excitedly walked forward. This student was precisely the student who had just said that his hegemony blade technique had been stuck at little achievement for a long time. What do you have to point out? Xian Yuanche got up and opened his mouth to ask. Teacher, the hegemony blade technique I'm using now has been stuck at small success for a long time and I want you to give me some pointers.
You come to the cutting area and perform it once to show me. Good.
Chen Xiaoluo nodded and went back to the back to pick up his own blade and walk towards the cutting area. The other students saw this and ran to the cutting area. They also wanted to see if this new teacher was powerful or not.
Come on.
Xian Yuanche waved towards Chen Xiaoluo. He knew about the hegemony blade technique, a C-grade martial art. Although he hadn't practiced it, as a rank 9 martial sect leader and having also practiced the rank A Gale blade technique, it was still easy for him to see the deficiencies of a rank C martial skill. Chen Xiaoluo took a deep breath and rushed in front of Xian Yuanche before executing the overbearing blade technique. Xian Yuanche easily evaded each of Chen Xiaoluo's attacks. He could tell that the angle of attack of this blade technique was a bit tricky. Xian Yuanche felt that it should be better called the tricky blade technique. Xian Yuanche caught Chen Xiaoluo's blade with his fingers.
Alright, I can already see your problem. With a slight force from his fingers, Chen Xiaoluo's knife came off. Please teach me, teacher.
Xian Yuanche took Chen Xiaoluo's blade and swung it. The angle of attack of the hegemony blade technique is very tricky, and judging from what just happened, you have indeed comprehended the essence.
But that's not enough. I think your attack angle could be a little more tricky. For example, attacking the enemy's crotch, eyes, and other vital parts.
Chen Xiaoluo smiled and thought in place, then he was brightened up.
Attacking the vitals, right. Why didn't I think of that?
Thank you, teacher, for pointing it out. Chen Xiaoluo excitedly thanked Xian Yuanche, took the knife and walked towards the simulation room not far away. After the surrounding male students heard Xian Yuanche's instruction, they glanced at their crotches and then at Xian Yuanche. This new teacher is also too devoid of martial virtues, but
I like it. Remember, in the future, if Chen Xiaoluo looks for us to spar, don't agree. That's right, that's right.
The other male students nodded in agreement. Cutting a duel meant the possibility of losing one's children and grandchildren, who would dare to do that. The remaining 10 or so female students covered their mouths and snickered.
This new teacher seems quite interesting.
Xian Yuanche placed his gaze on the crowd.
Alright, next. Me. I want to ask for advice. A female student dressed in white stood up.
Xian Yuanche nodded his head. It's just you. What martial art do you cultivate? Teacher, I cultivate the wind-chasing blade technique, and recently I've been stuck at the grand completion of it, and I've been unable to reach perfection.
Chapter 51, Mission Accomplished. Oh. Wind-chasing blade technique?
Hearing the wind-chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche smiled. This was his best blade technique. I wonder if teacher Xian Yuan can make Lu Yan's wind-chasing blade technique breakthrough. I remember last time when teacher Lu Tao instructed Lu Yan to break through from a minor accomplishment to a major accomplishment, it seemed like it took a lot of effort, right? It seems like it took several days. This time it's grand completion to perfection, so I guess it won't work without a week, or even half a month.
You performed the wind-chasing blade technique once against me. Good.
Lu Yan nodded and took out the alloy knife from her spatial ring and performed the wind-chasing blade technique right towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche also took out his own alloy knife from the system space.
Bang! Bang bang!
He continuously counteracted Lu Yan's attacks with his knife. The Grand Completion's wind-chasing blade technique could swing out 14 blades in 1 second, and Xian Yuanche easily parried these 14 blades.
After a few minutes, Lu Yan stopped panting.
And Xian Yuanche also discovered the problem. Student Lu Yan, the wind-chasing blade technique emphasizes on speed, and just now, when you were executing it, you were too concerned about power. The power of every slash you swung out just now was sufficient, and this also led to your swinging speed not reaching 17 slashes per second all the time. Remember, the fish in the bear's paw can't have it both ways, reducing 1 point of power and obtaining 2 points of speed. This is where the essence of the wind-chasing blade technique lies. After hearing Xian Yuanche's words, Lu Yan began to ponder.
Indeed, she was indeed caring too much about might.
Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Lu Yan respectfully bowed towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche, go practice in the simulation room. Lu Yan solemnly nodded her head towards the vacant simulation room. Xian Yuanche took the time to look at his mission progress.
Mission progress, 220. 2 up.
He redirected his gaze to the remaining students.
Who else is coming? Me. Me. Me.
After seeing the entire process of Xian Yuanche teaching Chen Xiaoluo and Lu Yan, the remaining 30 or so students ran to Xian Yuanche's side. This new teacher was much more powerful than Mr. Lu Tao. They had to cherish this lesson before they could do so. Don't get too excited, one by one, there's still time. While everyone was coming together in front of Chen Yuanche, Chen Xiaoluo, who had just come out of the simulation room, quietly came to the corner of the training room to make a phone call. Inside the dormitory of one of the academy's buildings, Lu Hong, who was lying on his bed sleeping in a daze, connected the phone.
Hello? Son, what's the matter with finding your father?
Chen Xiaoluo didn't bother to retort, but instead spoke in a hurry. Son, hurry up and come to the instruction class.
Lu Hong rolled over, some disappointment on his face. Isn't today's instruction class with a new teacher?
The new teacher's skills are definitely not as good as Mr. Lu Tao's. I might as well sleep in the dormitory.
Each teacher only held one instruction class a week.
Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this instruction class to let Mr. Lu Tao instruct him on how to quickly practice his newly purchased martial arts skill, Broken Mountain Fist. As a result, he received the news yesterday that today's instruction class was actually taught by a new teacher, which instantly made him lose his mind of wanting to attend this class.
Chen Xiaoluo sniffed with some hatred.
Hurry up and come, let me tell you, this new teacher is even more bullish than Mr. Lu Tao. Just now, he only instructed me for a while, and my hegemony blade technique broke through to the grand completion.
What?
When Lu Hong heard Chen Xiaoluo's words, he immediately opened his eyes and sat up from the bed.
You didn't lie to me, did you?
Lying to you, I'm your son. Hurry up and come, don't sleep.
Okay. I'll come right away. Lu Hong hurriedly changed his clothes and left the dormitory without washing his face. Bang!
A few minutes later, Lu Hong hurriedly pushed open the door of the training room. The noise made caused all the people present to place their gazes on him. Among them was Xian Yuanche. For a moment, Lu Hong was somewhat embarrassed.
Teacher, I just had a stomach ache, so I came late. Xian Yuanche, it's fine, I never call the roll in class.
Whether Lu Hong was telling the truth or not, he naturally knew.
For an 8th level martial artist to have diarrhea, no one would believe it.
Thank you, teacher. Lu Hong closed the door and hurriedly walked over to Chen Xiaoluo. Looking at Xian Yuanche, who continued to instruct his students, he looked at Chen Xiaoluo with some disbelief.
This teacher looks a bit young. You are indeed better than teacher Lu Tao?
You'll know if you look at it for a while, it's definitely more powerful than teacher Lu Tao. 10 minutes passed and Xian Yuanche instructed 4 more students. The task progress had also changed from 2 to 6. At this point, Lu Hong finally determined that this new teacher was indeed more powerful than teacher Lu Tao.
Who's next?
Xian Yuanche looked at the crowd.
Me. I'll do it.
Lu Hang immediately jumped out and yelled.
Chen Xiaoluo just wanted to go and pull him back when it was too late. Soon enough, Lu Hong realized that something was wrong.
Why was everyone putting their eyes on themselves again?
Chen Xiaoluo tugged on Lu Hang's clothes.
So many people have to line up, you just came, line up last.
Hearing Chen Xiaoluo's reminder, Lu Hong then reacted. He had some embarrassment on his face. Sorry, you guys continue. Half an hour passed. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Task progress, 1720.
After another 10 minutes or so, Xian Yuanche had completed the quest.
Task progress, 2020.
Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, an instruction class was 4 hours, and there were still about 3 hours left for the class to end. But looking at it, it was estimated that it wouldn't even take 4 hours, 2 hours would be enough. Looking at the remaining 20 or so students, he spoke, next.
After almost another hour, it was finally Lu Hang's turn. What are you going to instruct?
Xian Yuanche asked. Teacher, some time ago, my family bought me the B-ranked martial skill.
Mountain breaking fist. It's been almost a month and I haven't even learned it yet, so I want you to give me some pointers, is that okay?
Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow at his words. He didn't expect it to be another martial art that he practiced.
Come on, let me see where you've practiced.
A few seconds later, Lu Hong finished performing his incomplete mountain breaking fist. After Xian Yuanche spoke of the techniques and points to watch out for, it immediately gave Lu Hong a bit of a feeling of clarity. His face was flushed with excitement. I've realized.
Thank you, teacher.
The quest progress popped up again. Task progress, 4320. At this point in time, he had already overcompleted the quest. The A-rank alloy blade was considered stable, he just didn't know if there would be additional rewards.
Chapter 52 S grade alloy knife.
At this point in time, he had already exceeded his quest. The A grade alloy blade was considered stable, he just didn't know if there would be any additional rewards.
There shouldn't be anyone left to point out, right?
Xian Yuanche glanced at the crowd. After a while, when no one answered, he opened his mouth and said, "Then let's dismiss the class."
What? This is the end of class? No way, this teacher is so good.
After the students present heard Xian Yuanche say that the class was over, their faces were all a bit unbelievable. If it were any other teacher, after instructing all the students, he would have let them go to the cultivation room or the simulation room to stay until the end of class.
Unexpectedly, this new teacher actually let them leave class early? Xian Yuanche looked at the dazed crowd and raised an eyebrow. What? Everyone doesn't want to leave class? Then stay and continue the class.
The crowd shook their heads in a hurry.
No, no, no. Goodbye, teacher. With that, the crowd all crossed over Xian Yuanche and excitedly ran out of the training room.
This teacher is so good, not only is his level very high, but he also lets us leave class 2 hours early. He's truly a dream teacher.
That's right, that's right. Next time I'll come to his class again.
Xian Yuanche heard these students' words and smiled without saying anything more. After the crowd left, Xian Yuanche closed the door of the training room and walked towards the nearest cafeteria. On this side of the cafeteria window, Xian Yuanche looked at the auntie who constantly had her hands shaking as she tugged at the corner of her mouth.
That auntie, I'm actually a teacher.
Saying that, he also took out his ID from his pocket. The auntie who was shaking her hands swept her ID. After realizing that Xian Yuanche was still really a teacher, his face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately re-scooped a spoonful of meat. This teacher, sorry, get used to it, get used to it. The auntie who beat the rice was a little embarrassed as she handed the rice to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche received the rice and shook his head. He didn't expect that even after the aura recovery, the university's cafeteria was still the same. Luckily, he was a teacher. Xian Yuanche ate a few pieces of meat and nodded in satisfaction.
It's not bad, the meat used is second-order ferocious beast meat.
At this time, within the Academy's forum, students who had taken Xian Yuanche's instructional classes were posting threads in the forum. Hashtag the new instructor is too powerful. After instructing me for a few minutes, my martial skill has directly increased from proficient to great.
Hashtag the new instructor is too good. He's even better than Mr. Lu Tao and Professor Li Fenglin.
For a while, the post about the new instructor only instructing the students for a few minutes, and the proficiency of the martial arts skills were raised by 1 level caused the students to discuss it continuously. A few of them went to the bottom of the post with a skeptical attitude to ask if it was true or not. The replies they received were all true without exception. And some of these students saw the replies and their minds crumbled. They thought that it was a new teacher coming to class today and thought that the level of the new teacher was definitely not as good as Mr. Lu Tao. So they deliberately didn't go, thinking to go out and have fun, not expecting that this new teacher's level is not only higher than Lu Tao's teachers, but also higher than more than 1 level. First floor. I love the morning 8, I threw up, I should have known that today I went to that guidance class.
Regret ah. Second floor.
Eat bubblegum, play bubble tang, stop complaining and regretting, everyone, and go see when this new teacher's next class is.
Causeway Li Yunlong, yeah. Everyone hurry up and go see when this new teacher has a class.
The others saw the comments on the second floor before they reacted and went to see when Xian Yuanche's next class was. And Xian Yuanche, who didn't pay attention to the Academy's forums, didn't know in the slightest what was happening within the forums.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
After eating a few bites of food, he opened the mission interface with his mind.
System, claim your reward, he said in his mind. Ding.
The host has completed the mission, rewarded with an A-grade alloy knife.
Ding.
Detected that the host has overcompleted the mission, triggering the hidden mechanism. The grade of the A-grade alloy knife to be handed out will be upgraded to an S-grade alloy knife.
Ding.
The S-grade alloy knife has been stored in the system space, please have the host check it out.
I didn't expect there to be a real surprise.
Looking at the system prompt, it would be false for Xian Yuanche not to be happy. Originally, he was a bit disappointed when he saw the reward a rank alloy knife, but he didn't expect it to be immediately upgraded to an S-rank alloy knife. He hurriedly finished his meal and headed towards his villa. After returning to the villa, Xian Yuanche immediately took out this S-grade alloy knife from the system space.
Just from its appearance, this S-grade alloy knife was not comparable to a B-grade alloy knife.
The black golden blade, together with the dark golden hilt, had a very high face value, which he also liked. He touched the sharp blade with his fingers. His fingers were immediately scratched, but before blood could bubble out, the wound was healed by the recovery effect carried by the arrogant aura. Xian Yuanche was satisfied with this blade. With this knife, it would be even more convenient for him to go out in the wild and hunt 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. After putting away the knife, he took out his cell phone and started tallying up the information he had collected. The information was all about the locations of the 5th-order beasts' nests around China. He took out a map from his system space. It was a map of the neighborhood of Huaxia. Immediately afterward, he began to mark the locations of those ferocious beasts' nests on the map one by one. After an unknown amount of time, he had labeled the nests of 76 5th-rank beasts. This was only the ones around Huaxia. Further away, for the sake of being safe, he did not have the idea of getting involved for the time being. Although he had a system, a hubris aura, and relied on damage blasts, he was able to easily hunt ferocious beasts over the ranks. But he wasn't arrogant enough to go deep into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts without knowing how to die. Because even with the system, something would happen sooner or later. What he wanted to do now was to obtain resources and raise his strength and realm while keeping himself as safe as possible. In the evening, a message exploded on the major short video platforms. Due to the flooding of Linhai City, resulting in the deaths of 80,000 people, Comrade Morongzun, the highest representative of the High Council House, passed the decision to use nuclear weapons to bombard the surrounding waters yesterday. It was executed on September 4th at 7 in the morning, when it will be broadcast live via satellite and other aspects. When he saw this news, Xian Yuanche was first stunned. Then there was some shock. He didn't expect this Morongzun to be so fierce as to directly use a nuclear bomb to bomb the sea. One must know that nuclear bombs, wanting to blow up those 5th-order ferocious beasts, was very easy. Looks like there's a good show to watch, Xian Yuanche muttered. He decided to watch the live broadcast before going out into the wild. In his last life, he hadn't seen a nuclear bomb explode, but in this life, it was hard to have an opportunity, so he definitely had to observe it properly before doing so. Meanwhile, the netizens on the internet had all exploded. Without exception, they all agreed with this. So, that's the way it should be. These ferocious beasts really think that we, Huaxia, are soft? Blow them up for me. Chen Guanxi, suggest giving one to the little day next door as well. The rest of the people agree. I strongly agree to also give one to the small day next door. Maybe these have already defected to the ferocious beasts. Seeing these comments, Xian Yuanche smiled. He was actually also very much in favor of giving one to the little life next door. Although he had tried it 70 years ago when the aura had just recovered. But at that time, he hadn't even traveled over and hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Pity. Xian Yuanche shook his head with some pity. He knew that the country would definitely not do something like this now, at least not now. The common enemy of mankind right now was the ferocious beasts. Of course, if Little Day really defected to the fierce beasts. Chapter 53, Using Nukes, Departure. Hunting the Ferocious Beasts. September 6th. Saturday. Xian Yuanche was on a video call with Mu Yanran. At this time, the Fire Phoenix cub had long since finished digesting the energy in its body and had grown from its original pigeon size to 3 meters long. The grade had also come to the 4th rank, against the mark of a martial zone. Xian Yuanche suddenly thought of something and used the Eye of Scrying to scan Mu Yanran's realm. He wanted to know what realm Mu Yanyan had reached after almost 3 months had passed. Name, Mu Yanyan. Blood, 7,445 8,000 points grade 7 martial artist. Breathing technique, swallowing Yuan breathing technique grade S. Martial technique, grade A, Lingyun blade technique proficient, Lingyun steps minor achievement, shattering Yuan palm proficient. Secret technique, rapid increase. Weakness. Rapid increase, after using it, it can increase one's attack speed, reaction speed, and movement speed by 30%. It's actually a rank 7 martial artist, the boost is really fast. Xian Yuanche said in her heart. And looking at the secret technique on her panel, it was also a pretty good secret technique. As for why the martial skill was only a rank, it was simple. S-rank martial skills all required the use of martial elements, so it was simply impossible to learn it under Martial King. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche picked up a book on the side and read it. After reading it for half an hour, he put it aside and started cultivating. He had also been cultivating off and on for the past 2 days. and now his chi and blood came to 1,160,000 points. If he were to be hard to say, his current realm would be that of an 11th level martial zone. Just like this for a long time, he cultivated until 6:30 the next day.
Opening the panel. Name, Xian Yuan Che. Chi and blood, 1,170,000 1,000,000 9th level martial zone.
He washed up once and went to the cafeteria to have a breakfast before opening his cell phone. The live broadcasts of the major platforms at this time were all broadcasting what was about to happen. That is, the nuclear bombing of the ocean. The people in the major live broadcast rooms were looking forward to seeing this scene. And there were also quite a few people sending pop-ups, suggesting to give one to the small days as well. The time came to 7 o'clock, and a countdown appeared on all the screens.
10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. Launch.
As the countdown went to 0, dozens of missiles carrying nuclear warheads were launched towards the ocean from all over China. At the same time, the satellites in the sky relayed the images at the same time. The missiles landed on the ocean and explosions rang out. The sea water instantly rolled over. Without exception, these nuclear bombs exploded, and dozens of mushroom clouds rose from the blue star.
Then dozens more were launched.
One round of explosions followed by another.
It didn't stop until the 10th round. Somewhere in the deep waters of the blue star, the Dragon King crocodile opened its eyes.
It knew what was happening, but due to its fear of Wang Dingtian, the dying tiger, it didn't dare to go out and stop this at all.
It was afraid that Wang Dingtian would fight for his life to take it away.
Let's hope that those two guys can swallow their breath. The Dragon King crocodile prayed in its heart. The two guys in its mouth were the other two 8th order fierce beasts in the blue star's ocean. Originally, there were 5 8th order beasts in the entire blue star's ocean. But 30 years ago, 2 of them were taken away by the martial saint of Huaxia before he died, so there were only 3 left.
In a different part of the blue star's ocean, an auger dragon opened its pupils at the bottom of the sea.
After hesitating for a while, it chose to keep its eyes closed. The 8th rank crab in another sea was the same. It didn't choose to intervene too much, or didn't dare to at all. After watching the entire process of the nuclear bomb explosion, many people had a dark feeling. Just after watching the live broadcast, Li Fenglin's phone call came over.
Xian Yuan Che? Did you read the forum?
Li Fenglin's words caused Xian Yuan Che to freeze, but he answered truthfully.
Didn't look, is there anything in there?
You'll know if you open it up and take a look, I just realized it by looking at the forums as well.
After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuan Che opened the forum. Discovered quite a few posts with information about himself hanging on the forum.
Looking at the content of these posts, he smiled. At this time, Li Fenglin's phone call came over again.
How's it going? Read the forum, right?
I finished reading it just now, surely you looked for me to do more than just let me read the forums? Xian Yuan Che broke Li Fenglin's mind with a single word. On the other end of the cell phone, Li Fenglin smiled awkwardly. It's like this, in the past 2 days there have been a lot of students giving feedback, wanting to know when your next class will be.
So do you see? If you're free recently to take another instruction class?
Xian Yuan Che thought it was something, but it turned out to be this.
Say again, I'm going to go out for a bit in the next few days, it might take me many days to come back.
After hearing that Xian Yuan Che was going out, Li Fenglin sighed helplessly. Then it seemed like he thought of something. By the way, the exact time for the academy competition has been set.
Xian Yuan Che, what time in October has it been set?
It's set for October 15th, there's still more than a month left, by then you can help our academy enter and fight for the top 10. Of course, the higher the ranking the better, at that time we will give you battle credits based on the ranking, the higher the battle credits.
Xian Yuan Che nodded and hung up the phone.
After cleaning up a bit, he left the academy and headed towards the station. He was going to hunt the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts around the western part of Huaxia first, and then the northern ones.
And so on and so forth.
Soon, Xian Yuan Che arrived at the westernmost guarded area of Huaxia. Just as he wanted to walk out of the city gates, a soldier walked over. Little friend, recently there have been frequent beast tides, you cannot go out into the wilderness privately under a level 1 martial general, so please pardon me. Obviously, that soldier treated Xian Yuan Che as one of those ordinary students who wanted to go out and play. Xian Yuan Che didn't say anything, but instead took out his cell phone and pulled up his Battle Hall of Fame's homepage information and handed it to that soldier to read. Although he could have just ignored the soldier and directly went out to the outside. But for these soldiers who were defending their country, he would still give them the respect they deserved. That soldier took the phone and looked at it. Avatar. Username, Xianyuan Che. Realm, 9th level martial sect. Battle merit, 8431. After seeing that Xianyuan Che was a martial zone, the soldier immediately respectfully handed the phone back to Xianyuan Che. You please. With this, Xianyuan Che left the cordoned-off area and arrived at the pseudo-safe zone. At this time, the pseudo-security zone could also be said to be empty. If it was usual, there would definitely be quite a few people setting up stalls and selling things in this neighborhood. He took out the map from his system space and began to search for the first target to hunt. It's you, Poison Toad King, it seems to be quite close. Xianyuan Che immediately rushed towards the toxic Toad King's lair. Chapter 54 Slaying the Poisonous Toad King. Coming a step late, Shangguan Long, Shangguan Fu. The toxic Toad King's lair was not far from the border of China, in a swampy area more than 200 kilometers away. Using divine walking steps to catch up, he quickly arrived at the swampy area 200 kilometers away. Swamps, before the revival of spiritual qi, were extremely dangerous zones. The seemingly harmless surface could easily devour a person's life, with the exception of martial artists, of course. Since the poison cicada king was entrenched in this swampy zone. That was why he could still feel a faint poisonous aura emanating from the air. Luckily, he had the recovery effect of the arrogant aura and was not affected in any way. This was also the reason why he dared to come and hunt the poison Toad King. Xianyuan Che walked directly towards the inside. As he walked, he could still occasionally see some ferocious beasts and human bones. Coming to one of the bones with a space ring, he removed the space ring. The spatial rings that martial artists carried would all be bound with identity information, so they could all be passed through the spatial ring, thus knowing who their owner was. This deceased person was alive during his lifetime. No, it was a rank 7 martial sect. Opening the spatial ring and looking inside, he wanted to see if there was anything else inside. A bank card, and 2 grade B Chi blood potions, and a USB flash drive. Although the stuff wasn't of much use to him anymore, he still put it away in the system space. After doing so, he used the space ring to put away the corpse bones. Those 2 B grade Chi blood potions alone were worth $40 million, so he didn't mind helping to put away its corpse. After doing this, he continued walking towards the depths. The deeper he went, the more corpses and bones of ferocious beasts and humans there were. From this, it could be seen how many ferocious beasts and humans this poisonous Toad King had eaten. After about 6 or 7 minutes, he felt the toxicity of the poisonous gas in the air getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, he was getting closer and closer to the poisonous Toad King. At that moment, he felt something sweeping over his body. Bang! After only a second, a toad with a dark green appearance, about 50 meters tall, and with dense bumps growing on its back appeared in front of him. Xianyuan Che immediately cast divine walking steps to pull away. By the way, he used the Eye of Scrying to scan the information of the Poison Toad King again. Race, Poison Toad King. Evaluation, 5th order. Description: its back hides extremely strong toxins, and it also releases poisonous gas to transform the environment near its nest. Weakness: due to its impending breakthrough to the 6th rank, the toxins on its back have begun to become unstable, resulting in a temporary inability to use the toxins to attack its enemies. After seeing the information scanned out by the scrying eye, Xianyuan Che could only say, "What a coincidence." This Poison Toad King just happened to be about to break through to the 6th rank, and he himself just happened to come to pay a visit. Unable to use toxins, the current Poison Toad King was like a meat target in his ability to resist. When the Poison Toad King saw Xianyuan Che quickly pulling away, it didn't choose to chase after him, but instead, its harumph flowed all over the place. It had just used its spiritual sense to probe Xianyuan Che's realm, and although the chi and blood in his body was huge, it hadn't reached Martial King yet. It was just about to break through to the 6th rank itself, and if it ate this human in front of it who was full of chi and blood, it would definitely break through faster. Thinking of this, it began to get excited in its heart. Goo! Croak! The poisonous Toad King cried out, opened its mouth wide, and its tongue immediately flew towards Xianyuan Che. Seeing this, Xianyuan Che laughed coldly in his heart and took out his S-class alloy blade from his space ring, and instead of retreating, he directly rushed towards the toxic Toad King's tongue. Arriving in front of the tongue, he directly slashed down at it. The poisonous Toad King's tongue was directly sliced off.
Croak! The poisonous Toad King screamed miserably and hastily retracted its tongue.
Somewhat scornfully glancing at Xian Yuanche, it seemed that after realizing that the human in front of him was not to be messed with, his legs exerted themselves in an attempt to jump away. Xian Yuanche naturally also noticed the poisoned Toad King's movements and immediately let out a cold laugh.
Want to run? No way. Gale Blade Technique. He directly turned on berserking and rushed in front of the poisoned Toad King to perform the Gale Blade Technique.
Due to his divine walking steps, berserking, and the speed gain brought by the perfection-grade berserk blade technique, Xian Yuanche's speed became extremely terrifying. Before the poisoned Toad King could react, the attack had already landed on its body.
Ding!
Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing its power by 15 times.
Ding!
Triggered a 10-fold blitz, power increased by 10 times. Ding, triggering 5 times the blitz, increasing the power by 5 times. The 3 slashes that triggered a blitz attack, combined with the S-rank alloy blade, the poisoned Toad King, which didn't have much defense, was directly sliced in half.
Boom!
Until its body fell to the ground, the poisonous Toad King was still staring at its dark green eyes. It didn't expect that this human, who hadn't even reached Martial King yet, would actually kill itself so easily. Xian Yuanche jumped onto the poisonous Toad King's head with a single leap. Taking the knife in his hand, he sliced through its head and started searching for it. After searching for a few minutes, he took out an egg-sized yuan crystal. He put the yuan crystal into his system space and then jumped to the ground to look at the poisonous Toad King's corpse. The value of each 5th-ranked ferocious beast's corpse was different. Like this poisonous Toad King, the body carried a large amount of toxins, so the value of recycling it would be quite a bit higher than the previous Silver Shark King. He collected the 2 halves of the corpse into the system space together as well. After doing this, he didn't choose to leave immediately, but continued deeper into the swamp. According to the experience of his last novel, these ferocious beasts that occupied one side might have some precious heavenly treasures around their nests. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche left the swamp with some disappointment. There was not an inch of grass around the poisonous Toad King's nest, let alone any heavenly treasures. The only thing that might be slightly valuable was its faded skin. After leaving the swamp, he once again took out the map from his system space and began to determine his next target. After thinking for a few seconds, he set his next target on the nearest 5th-rank beast.
Snake Jiao? You're it. He put away the map and ran furiously in one direction.
More than 10 minutes after Xian Yuanche left, 2 middle-aged men arrived. Big brother, the last time I came here, this poisonous Toad King was about to break through to the 6th rank, so we have to solve it as soon as possible.
Shangguan Long said towards Shangguan Fushu, who was at the side. The Shangguan Fushing at the side nodded his head, his complexion somewhat gloomy as he barked.
Well, this poisoned Toad King's toxin is extremely powerful. When we fight later, be careful and don't come into contact with the toxin.
Good. Shangguan Long nodded.
The 2 of them detached from the ground and flew directly towards the depths of the swamp. A few minutes later, the 2 arrived at the deepest part of the swamp. Looking at the empty mire, Shangguan Long was a bit puzzled. Strange? This poisonous Toad King is in the middle of a breakthrough period, so where did it go if it didn't stay properly?
Shangguan Fushu, let's look around nearby.
The 2 spread out and used their spiritual sense to search within the swamp. A few minutes later, the 2 coincidentally arrived at the place where Xian Yuanche had just fought.
Chapter 55 Decapitating Snake Jiao, Mountain Moving Ape, Blast System 2.0 Preliminary Tasks.
The experienced Shangguan Fu squatted down to look at the traces on the ground. Based on the scene, someone has preempted us and beheaded the poisoned Toad King. Hearing his own big brother's words, Shangguan Long was a bit puzzled. Someone preempted us? Didn't the above only send us 2 brothers? Could it be that there are others? Shangguan Fushu shook his head. It might just be a coincidence. Forget it. Since the poisoned Toad King was killed, let's go to the location of the next 5th-order fierce beast. Take a look and see which is the closest 5th-order fierce beast to us.
Good. Shangguan Long nodded and took out the map from his spatial ring and looked at it.
The closest 5th rank to us is the Snake Jiao.
It's it.
The 2 came into the sky and flew towards the Snake Jiao's nest. At this time, Xian Yuanche, after about 10 minutes, had already arrived at the Snake Jiao's territory. A lake with a diameter of about 5 kilometers or so. Seemingly sensing Xian Yuanche, the lake water tumbled for a while. 100-meter-long snake with pitch-black scales and a unicorn horn surfaced, staring at Xian Yuanche on the shore. However, after it realized that Shen Yuanche had not yet reached Martial King, this snake augur reacted in the same way as the poisonous Toad King just now. With a whoosh, it directly rushed towards Shen Yuanche, who was on the shore. Looking at the snake Jiao rushing towards him, Shen Yuanche said that he liked this kind of beast that rushed up to die without the slightest hesitation. The speed of the snake Jiao was very fast, and in less than 2 seconds, it rushed in front of Shen Yuanche. Shen Yuanche jumped back and immediately pulled away. He wanted to lure the snake Jiao to the shore completely. Sure enough, after seeing Shen Yuanche start to pull away, the snake Jiao directly went to the shore. The moment the snake Jiao came to the shore, Shen Yuanche directly used the Gale Blade technique towards the snake Jiao. Hiss! The snake Jiao seemed to have sensed something as well and immediately wanted to escape back into the water. But it was already too late. Shen Yuanche, who had all kinds of speed enhancements, was not something that could be compared to a 5th rank beast like him. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing its power by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 10-fold strike, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 17-fold strike, increasing the power by 17 times. Boom! A series of system beeps rang out, and the S-rank alloy blade, along with the damage blitz given by the system, this 100-meter-long snake augur was directly sliced into 3 pieces. Killed in seconds. Although it was sliced into 3 sections, these 3 sections of the snake's body were still twisting. Shen Yuanche once again executed the wind-chasing blade technique on the snake's head. The several-meter-tall snake head was directly sliced into several pieces. The Yuan crystal also happened to be exposed. He stowed the Yuan crystal and the corpse of the snake augur inside the system space. He dived into the lake again and searched for a while, wanting to see if there was anything good. Just like last time, there were no gross. A little disappointed, he opened the map and determined his next target. The mountain moving ape 200 kilometers away. Only a few minutes after Shen Yuanche had left did the 2 Shangguanlong brothers arrive here. This time, between the 2 of them, they saw the bloodstains on the shore. Shangguanlong used his spiritual sense to scan towards the lake and did not find the snake Jiao's figure. Combined with the bloodstains on the shore, the 2 looked at each other. Big brother, this snake Jiao was killed again just like the toxic Toad King, and the blood is still fresh. It should have happened a few minutes ago. Shangguanfu nodded in agreement. It seems that this person isn't simple either. He killed the snake Jiao in less than 10 minutes. Since the snake Jiao is dead, let's go to the next location. Good. Shangguanlong nodded. Coincidentally, the next target for the 2 happened to be the mountain-moving ape. Soon, Shen Yuanche arrived at the territory of the mountain-moving ape. And found the mountain-moving ape in a pile of small mountains. At 70 meters tall, Shen Yuanche's entire body looked insignificant in front of it. The area below the neck was covered with armor made of rock, providing it with considerable defense. Roar! The moment it saw Shen Yuanche, the mountain-moving ape pounded its chest and punched towards Shen Yuanche. When the fist was about to fall, Shen Yuanche did not retreat but advanced, directly jumping onto the moving mountain ape's fist. Then following the arm, he directly came to moving mountain ape's shoulder. This time, he did not use the Gale Blade technique, but directly used the Wind Thunder Fist technique that he had only recently learned. Wind Thunder Fist technique. Grade, S grade. Introduction: the power of wind and thunder. After initiation, the swing speed can reach 40 punches per second. After completing it, carrying the power of wind and thunder, one's movement speed is increased by 200%, and there is a probability of paralyzing the enemy, making them slow to react. The raining punches directly landed on the neck of the mountain-moving ape. At the same time, the system's beeps kept coming. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 5-fold blast, increasing the power by 5 times. Ding! Triggered a 10-fold blitz, power increased 10-fold. Ding! Triggering a 5-fold blitz, increasing the power by 5 times. This time, Shen Yuanche's luck wasn't that good, and none of the triggered blitz multipliers were high. Even so, it was enough to make the mountain-moving ape wail in pain. Roar! The mountain-moving ape reached out and slapped his hand towards his neck, wanting to slap Shen Yuanche to death. Shen Yuanche directly jumped onto its head and continued to perform the wind and thunder fist technique. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing its power by 10-fold. Ding! Triggered a 5-fold blitz, power increased 5-fold. Ding! Triggered a sevenfold blitz, power increased sevenfold.
A series of system beeps sounded again. Roar!
Feeling the pain coming from his head, the mountain-moving ape stretched out his hands and slapped towards his head. This palm did not hit Xian Yuanche, but instead, it slapped itself dizzily.
Somewhat dazed, the mountain-moving ape directly fell to the ground. Xian Yuanche directly took out his alloy knife and directly ended it.
After storing the corpse into the system space, Xian Yuanche found a bit of dry wood. After building a bit of fire, he took out a bit of snake scaly meat from the system space and roasted it on the spot.
3 5th rank beast corpses, I guess I can exchange it for a few thousand battle merit points, right?
Xian Yuanche put the snake scaly meat aside to roast and took out a map. There were 76 5th rank beasts coiled near the border of Huaxia. They were distributed in the east, south, and north directions. In the east, there were 23 5th rank beasts, as long as he killed all 23 of them, along with the Yuan crystals he obtained, and with the Martial King potion.
Becoming a Martial King could be said to be the nail in the coffin. Ding!
Detected that the host is not far away from Martial King, triggering the Blast System 2.0 prequest.
Task content. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Upgrading the System's Task Content. Goodbye Shangguan Long.
Ding detection reached the host is not far from the Martial King, triggering the Blast System 2.0 pre-task. Mission content: I asked the host to lead the Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts to first place in the upcoming academy competition.
2. Realm reaches first class Martial King.
Reward: the Blast System is upgraded to version 2.0, the guaranteed number of times is scaled down, and unknown new functions are unlocked.
Upgrade?
Xian Yuanche looked at the task panel. When he had just bound the system had said that the guaranteed number of times would be reduced after the upgrade, and after such a long time, he had almost forgotten about it. He didn't expect to actually trigger the quest, it just so happened that he was also going to participate in the academy competition next month as well, so it was just as well that he could complete it all together.
A few minutes later, Shangguan Long and Shangguan Fushu arrived.
At a glance, Shangguan Fushu saw Xian Yuanche, who was roasting the snake auger meat. There's someone down there, you go and take a look first, I'll go and find out where the mountain-moving ape is.
Shangguan Fu said towards Shangguan Long. Good. Shangguan Long nodded his head.
Shangguan Long directly landed in front of Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche instantly recognized the person in front of him, the Shangguan dragon who had fought with the earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king at the southern border. Shangguan Long also recognized Xian Yuanche, the somewhat lucky and somewhat unlucky kid. Luckily, he had taken the Martial Zone fruit and broke through to Martial Zone in one fell swoop. The unlucky thing was that the side effects brought about by the Martial Zone fruit made it difficult for his chi and blood to grow again. However, when he used his spiritual sense to perceive Xian Yuanche's realm, his eyes immediately widened. He looked at Xian Yuanche with some incredulity.
Aren't you? You a rank 4 martial sect?
How is it that after not seeing you for 2 months, you've turned into a rank 9 Martial Zone? Just after he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. The chi and blood capacity in Xian Yuanche's body seemed to be more than a normal rank 9 Martial Zone. What the hell is this situation?
Senior, we meet again.
Xian Yuanche smiled and greeted Shangguan Long.
You?
How long has it been since you kid? How did your chi blood rise so fast?
Shangguan Long asked again with some stuttering.
Xian Yuanche took out a small knife and sliced a little bit of snake auger meat and sent it into his mouth.
Martial Zone fruit, didn't I tell you about it last time?
Elder, you're also too forgetful, right?
2 Martial Zone fruits are so fierce? Shangguan Long looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion.
Yeah, otherwise how would I have elevated to a 9th level Martial Zone?
It can't be a case of hanging on, right?
Xian Yuanche shrugged his shoulders, and in the process, handed over the roasted snake scaly meat in his hand.
Freshly roasted meat, does Senior want to try it? Shangguan Long couldn't refuse well and reached out to take it. What kind of meat is this? Snake meat, just killed, fresh.
Xian Yuanche took out a wooden skewer and continued to skewer and roast the snake auger meat.
Shangguan Long sniffed it and realized that it smelled as if it was quite fragrant. What snakes, it smells quite fragrant. Snake auger meat. Xian Yuanche replied as he sprinkled cumin on the meat skewers. What? Snake scaly meat?
Shangguan Long, who had already passed the meat skewer to his mouth, sniffed and looked at Xian Yuanche somewhat incredulously.
Could it be that the snake scow was beheaded by this brat in front of him?
Such a thought rose in his heart. With a skeptical attitude, he took a bite and realized that this was indeed the meat of a 5th rank beast.
From the taste and flavor, it was also indeed snake meat.
Although he basically concluded it, he still asked.
There is only one 5th rank snake auger on the eastern side of our country.
Just now when I went to look for it with my big brother, I realized that it had already been killed by someone. That person wouldn't be you, right?
Xian Yuanche stuck the wooden stick on the ground and added some firewood to the fire.
If that snake Jiao you're talking about is living inside that lake 200 kilometers away, then it should have been me who killed it.
Hearing Xian Yuanche admitted himself, Shang Guanlong's eyes were filled with incredulity. A martial sect could actually kill a 5th ranked ferocious beast?
This was the first time he had seen it. At this moment, he suddenly thought of that poison toad king.
Did you kill that poison toad king as well?
Just as Shang Guanlong finished speaking, Xian Yuanche nodded.
I killed it. Then what about the mountain-moving ape here?
It was already killed by me. Sorry senior, you're late. As Xian Yuanche said this, he scratched the meat skewer a few times with his knife, as if those questions he just answered were insignificant in his eyes.
At this moment, Shang Guanlong was already numb.
He didn't expect Xian Yuanche, this martial sect, to actually be so fierce, directly taking out 3 5th ranked ferocious beasts. He had lived for so long, but he had never heard of any martial artist that could kill 5th rank beasts at the martial zone. To know, since the recovery of spiritual qi, the most glorious battle record of the martial sect was 40 years ago, when 2 level 9 martial sect members surrounded and killed a beast that had just broken through the 5th order. And this kid in front of him, the same level 9 martial sect, but by himself alone, continuously killed 3 5th order beasts. It also included the poison toad king that was about to break through to the 6th rank and the mountain-moving ape whose strength was very strong amongst its peers. At this time, Shangguan Fuxing, who had gone and returned, fell down from the sky.
Bang!
Xian Yuanche predicted in advance and turned around with the kebabs, avoiding the dust from the surroundings from falling onto the kebabs. Only after the smoke and dust cleared did Xian Yuanche turn back around.
Shang Guanfu looked at Shang Guanlong. Just like the previous 2 times, the mountain-moving ape is not in the territory.
Shang Guanlong finished his meat skewer and threw the wooden stick onto the ground. Big brother, this mountain-moving ape doesn't need to go looking for it, it has already been killed.
Killed? Could it be that person again from the previous 2 times?
Shang Guanfu thought that his brother had found traces of battle in the vicinity and surmised that the mountain-moving ape had already been killed. Shang Guanlong pointed at Xian Yuanche who was on the side. It was this kid who killed him, including that snake Jiao just now, and that poison toad king. Surprisingly, after hearing that Xian Yuanche had killed 3 5th order fierce beasts in a row, Shang Guanfushu did not show the same shock and disbelief as Shang Guanlong. This was because he simply didn't believe that this kid in front of him, who was only a rank 9 martial sect, was able to kill 3 5th rank beasts in a row. Frowning, he was just about to open his mouth to reprimand this younger brother of his when he suddenly realized something that shocked him greatly.
Wait a minute.
This kid looked less than 20 years old. How come he was a rank 9 martial sect? Moreover, the total amount of qi and blood in his body was quite a bit more than the average rank 9 martial sect. Not only was the total amount of qi and blood more than the average rank 9 martial zone, but it was also more solid. What did this mean? It meant that the young man in front of him had a very solid foundation.
Your realm? Shang Guanfuxing tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Before Xian Yuanche could answer, Shang Guanlong, who was on the side, grabbed the answer first.
This brat was lucky in the beginning, taking 2 martial zone fruits, and his realm became like this.
2 martial zone fruits?
Shang Guanfu stroked his chin at his words, obviously not quite believing it, but there had never been an example of a martial artist taking 2 martial zone fruits before.
So there was indeed this possibility.
However, he didn't continue to examine this matter, but instead looked at Shang Guanlong. Then you just said that the poison toad king, snake Jiao, and mountain-moving ape were all beheaded by this kid, are you sure?
Shang Guanlong nodded. Sure, just now this kid even gave me skewers of snake Jiao meat to eat. It was indeed snake Jiao meat. Even after hearing his brother's affirmative answer, Shang Guanfu still didn't believe it. Because even if this kid in front of him had more qi and blood in his body than the average martial zone, and was more solid, it would never be possible to decapitate a 5th ranked ferocious beast. Chapter 57, Shang Guanfushu, a martial king potion. He looked at Xian Yuanche. Kid, it's not good to lie to people. He looked at Xian Yuanche. Kid, it's not good to lie to people. Judging from your qi and blood, it's true that you're more powerful than the other 9th ranked martial sectors, but it shouldn't be powerful enough to kill 3 5th rank beasts in a row. But you shouldn't be powerful enough to kill 3 5th rank beasts in a row, right? Where are your companions?
Hearing Shangguan Fushu's words, although Xian Yuanche was a little bit speechless in his heart, he still answered the question.
This senior, I don't have any companions, those 3 ferocious beasts were indeed beheaded by me.
Where are the corpses?
Shangguan Fu continued to ask.
It was hidden by me. After hearing Xian Yuanche say that the corpses had been hidden, Shangguan Fu was even more certain that Xian Yuanche was not the one who had killed those 3 ferocious beasts. He decided to give Xian Yuanche a little lesson so that this brat would clearly know that casually bragging was not a good habit. Kid, come and fight me. As long as you can win against me, I will believe that those 3-headed ferocious beasts were beheaded by you. Xian Yuanche rolled his eyes in his heart when he heard this. He wanted to say to Shangguan Fu, what does it matter to me if you believe it or not? Senior, just now when I fought with the mountain-moving ape, I was injured a bit, so it's better to forget about it. After saying that, Xian Yuanche ate the grilled meat skewer by himself, not wanting to pay attention to Shangguan Fu anymore. At this moment, Shangguan Fu stretched out a finger.
A martial king potion. What?
Xian Yuanche, who was eating the meat skewers, looked at Shangguan Fuxing with some confusion.
As long as you beat me, I will give you a martial king potion.
This time Xian Yuanche heard it clearly and immediately coughed a few times.
Cough cough cough, senior, although I was injured just now, I think that it's still possible to try it. Arrogant brat.
Shangguan Fu shook his head, and in his heart, he was somewhat disappointed in Xian Yuanche. Still too young, being overwhelmed by the martial king potion, thus forgetting how big the gap between a martial zone and a martial king was.
Big brother, you're being too bullying, aren't you? Shangguan Long couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him.
The meaning was obvious. You, a rank 8 martial king, fighting a rank 9 martial zone, is too much of a bully. Shangguan Fushu put his hands behind his back. If he really killed those 3 5th ranked ferocious beasts consecutively, there shouldn't be any problem in defeating me.
After saying that, he looked at Xian Yuanche. Kid, what do you say?
Xian Yuanche nodded in agreement. Get ready to start. As a senior, I won't bully you. I'll stand in place and let you fight for 20 seconds, during which time I'll only parry attacks and never fight back. From these words, it could be seen that Shangguan Fu did not place Xian Yuanche in his eyes. Xian Yuanche laughed in his heart.
This Shangguan Fu simply didn't treat him as a human being.
Let alone 20 seconds, even if it was only 10 seconds, he himself could have beaten the out of him.
Since Senior has said so, then Junior will respectfully comply.
Xian Yuanche was not polite, and with a whoosh, he rushed directly in front of Shangguan Fuxing, directly executing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. Shangguan Fu didn't care and reached out his hand, ready to block Xian Yuanche's fist. But he would eventually pay the price for his arrogance. At this time, Xian Yuanche's mind had constantly resounded with the system's beeps. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power 10-fold. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 15 times blitz, increasing the power by 15 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 7-fold blast, increasing the power by 7 times. Xian Yuanche's punching speed was fast, but Shangguan Fuxing, who was assisted by his spiritual sense, wasn't simple either. After extending his hand to parry a few punches, he suddenly felt a paralysis coming from his body. This was the paralyzing effect that had a probability of being triggered by the perfection-level Wind and Thunder Fist technique. This feeling came and went very quickly. But it was in this less than half a second that the rest of the punches landed directly on him. Due to the triggered blast, the Wind Thunder Fist technique's power increased greatly, directly sending Shangguan Fu flying out. Boom! In a short while, it crashed into a small hill in the distance, almost directly piercing through that small hill.
Cough cough cough. Shangguan Fu stood up, covering his somewhat sunken-in chest.
The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche also changed, turning into gravity and shock. He didn't expect this kid to actually have the strength to actually send himself flying just by executing a set of punches.
And the power wasn't small.
If he hadn't used his spiritual sense to perceive Xian Yuanche's realm, from the power of that punch just now, he would have thought that Xian Yuanche's realm was even higher than his. Shangguan Long, who had been spectating from the sidelines, directly stared with wide eyes when he saw that scene just now. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually be really that fierce, and in just one set of punches, he sent his own big brother flying out. Senior, there are still more than 10 seconds left, I'm going to continue. Seeing that Shangguan Fu was still able to stand up, Xian Yuanche once again rushed towards him, preparing to perform another set of Wind Thunder Fist technique.
Wait! Shang Wanfu hurriedly called out. I've recognized your strength, you've won.
Saying that, Shang Wanfushu took out a martial king potion from his spatial ring. At the same time, he secretly spat in his heart. This kid's punches are so powerful, if I give him a few more times, I'm afraid I'm going to be cold. Xian Yuanche came in front of him and received this martial king potion.
Many thanks to Senior for the potion. Senior's injuries don't matter, right? Never mind, never mind. Shang Wanfu waved his hand.
But whether it really should be tight or not, I'm afraid that only he himself would know.
That's good.
Shen Yuanche swept the martial king potion in his hand with his eye of scrying, and after there were no problems, he put it away in his spatial ring.
Item, Martial King Potion.
Description: after taking it, it can help grade 9 martial sectors have a probability of condensing martial elemental seeds.
Senior still has some snake jiao meat left over here, do you want to try it? For Shang Wanfushu, who had just given himself a martial king potion, Xian Yuanche's tone was polite. Shang Wanfu first froze, then touched his sunken chest. Well, you go ahead and roast it, I'll go over and eat it later. Okay.
Xian Yuanche nodded and turned towards the fire. After seeing Xian Yuanche leave, Shang Wanfu hurriedly turned around, took out a healing potion from his spatial ring, and poured it into his mouth. Fortunately, he had stopped Xian Yuanche in time just now, or else a few more times, he was afraid that he would really have to meet the King of Hell.
A few minutes later, Shang Wanfu returned to the two.
Here. Xian Yuanche handed over a bunch of snake auger meat.
Shang Wanfu took it and ate it.
As he ate, he also looked at Xian Yuanche, unable to stop the admiration in his eyes. He especially appreciated those juniors with great strength, and it was obvious that Xian Yuanche fulfilled this condition.
Kid, you should be preparing to condense your martial yuan seeds, right? He asked towards Xian Yuanche.
Xian Yuanche nodded. Well, after all, I'm already a rank 9 martial sect.
Chapter 58 Martial Yuan Seed Gathering completed. Converting Martial Element.
Shang Wanfushu patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Your realm was only raised by taking the martial zone fruit. The path in the future may be harder than others, but I hope you don't give up.
Many thanks for your admonition, Senior.
After Shang Wanfu finished all the meat skewers in his hands, he got up and clapped his hands.
Alright, we two brothers will go back first, be careful on your own.
If you want to continue hunting the 5th rank fierce beasts, just hunt the ones around the border, don't go too deep into the wilderness. After saying that, he left with Shang Wanlong. More than half an hour later, Shang Wanfushu seemed to remember something and slapped his head.
Right. I forgot to ask that kid what his name is. On the side, Shang Wanlong came up. Last time that kid told me, his name is Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche? Of the Xian Yuan family?
Shang Wanlong shook his head. No, he said that he is an orphan. Maybe it's really a coincidence of the surname, right? After all, although the surname Xian Yuan is rare, it is not unheard of in other parts of China.
Well, it's probably a coincidence. Shang Wanfu nodded.
Although this was the case, he still decided to go back and investigate Xian Yuanche's family background in these things. 2 days later, Xian Yuanche inserted his S-class ally knife into the head of a tiger and retrieved the Yuan crystal inside.
13th head.
After Xian Yuanche put away the tiger's corpse, he took out his map and hit a cross. At this point, there were already 13 forks on the map. Every fork punched on it meant that a 5th-ranked ferocious beast had been hunted. In other words, these days, he had already hunted and killed 13 5th-rank beasts.
14th head. 15th head. The 17th head. 20th head. 23rd head. Until Xian Yuanche put the last fork on it, the objectives of this outing were all accomplished. The next step was to return to the vicinity of the pseudo-safe zone and take the corpses of these 5th-ranked ferocious beasts out of the system space, allowing the people from the War Merit Hall to come and recover them. After spending more than an hour, Xian Yuanche returned to the vicinity of the pseudo-safe zone. After looking around and making sure that there was no one in surveillance, he took these 5th-ranked ferocious beast corpses out of his system space. After doing this, he took out his cell phone and contacted the staff of the Hall of Battle Merits. After hearing that there were 23 5th-order fierce beast corpses to be recovered, the staff member first questioned it. However, they quickly hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed towards the positioning sent by Xian Yuanche. The staff of the Hall of Battle Merit came very quickly, arriving at Xian Yuanche's location in less than an hour.
Upon seeing the corpses of a head of 5th order ferocious beasts beside Xian Yuanche, several staff members were directly stunned. They thought it was a joke, but they didn't expect it to really be the corpse of a 5th ranked ferocious beast. Help me count how many points of battle merit can be gained by recycling these ferocious beast corpses. Xian Yuanche spoke towards one of the staff members.
Okay, you wait a moment.
A few staff members hurriedly started counting up. Different ferocious beast corpses had different values, and the staff members quickly tallied them up. Hello, your 23 5th order ferocious beast corpses. After recycling them, you can obtain a total of 55,500 battle merit points. Do you want to do the recycling?
Recycle it.
Xian Yuanche was quite satisfied with the price. Good, the battle merit points will be credited into your account within half an hour. Please pay attention to checking. Xian Yuanche nodded. Alright, good work. He took the lead and returned within the city. After finding a hotel nearby, he first took a shower and then opened his cell phone. It was discovered that the 55,000 or so battle merit points had already arrived. Instead of rushing to buy the Martial King potion, he first took out the 23 yuan crystals and the one given by Shang Wanfu. If these were enough for him to condense Martial Yuan seeds, there was no need for him to waste battle merit points to exchange for the Martial King potion. One could choose to go exchange for something else.
Taking out a small alloy hammer, he cracked open those yuan crystals one by one.
He absorbed one as he cracked one open. Since the Martial Yuan seed in his body had already coalesced by about 10%, it was equivalent to having a prototype. So all he needed to do now was to keep filling it with martial energy. A yuan crystal could probably provide him with 0.5% to 1%. By the time he absorbed the 9th one, the cohesion of his Martial Yuan seed had come to 17%.
When he absorbed the 10th one, the guarantee was triggered. The system's beep came. Ding!
Detected the host absorbing yuan crystal, the degree of cohesion of martial elemental seed increased by 1%, triggering the guaranteed blast 30 times.
1% increased to 30%.
Progress of martial elemental seed cohesion, 47% 100%.
30 times the blitz, not bad. He continued to crack open the remaining yuan crystals.
More than 10 minutes later. Martial Yuan seed cohesion progress, 70% 100%. Xian Yuanche stared at the panel, it's still 30% short.
He picked up the Martial King potion on the table.
After opening it, he directly drank it. The moment the potion entered his body, he felt his body fill with Martial Yuan.
The Martial Yuan seed began to solidify continuously.
At the same time, it also triggered a storm. It directly caused his Martial Yuan seed progress to officially reach 100%. At this moment, the Martial Yuan seed was officially condensed. The next step was to convert all the qi and blood in his body into Martial Yuan. This step was difficult and time-consuming for other martial sect members who had already condensed their Martial Yuan seeds. But he was different. He had the blast system and was destined to complete this process 10 times faster than others, even 100 times faster. He sat on his bed and began to mobilize the qi and blood in his body, sending it inside the Martial Yuan seed bit by bit. The first 9 times were sending a little bit of qi and blood. The 10th time he triggered a guaranteed blast, he would directly send a few tens of thousands of points in.
Ding!
Detecting that the host is converting martial elements, triggering a 10,000 times blitz, increasing the conversion speed by 10,000 times. After just a few minutes passed, he converted those tens of thousands of points of qi and blood into Martial Yuan. Martial Yuan, 3-100 Grade 9 Martial Sect.
Another few minutes passed. Ding!
Detecting that the host is converting Martial Yuan, triggering a 1,000-fold blitz, increasing the conversion speed by 1,000 times. There were high and low multipliers for the blitz, but this still didn't affect his rapid conversion of martial elements. He estimated that in 3 days at the slowest and 1 day at the fastest, he would be able to convert all of the qi and blood in his body into Martial Yuan and become a rank 1 Martial King.
Capital Shangguan family.
Shang Wanfu looked at the investigation report about Xian Yuanche in his hands, his face was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xian Yuanche was actually the boyfriend of his niece, Mu Yanran. Xian Yuanche entered an orphanage at the age of 3 or 4 because both of his parents died. Then he met his own niece, Mu Yanran, inside.
He flipped to the next page of information.
When he saw Xian Yuanche's father's name, he was a little surprised.
It's actually him. End of chapter. Chapter 59 Pseudo First Grade Martial King.
First Grade Martial King. Xian Yuan Shun was the name of Xian Yuan Che's father.
He had quite an impression of this person.
It was said that more than 20 years ago, without knowing what mistake he had made, he was scrapped of his martial Yuan seed and expelled from the Xian Yuan family. At that time, Xian Yuanshan was only 27 years old, and his martial realm had reached a rank 4 martial king, making him a first-class genius among his peers. I didn't expect his son's strength to be so strong.
Shang Wanfu took Xian Yuanche's information and arrived in front of a study and knocked on the door. "Come in." Shang Wanfeng's voice came from the room. "Father." Shang Wanfu greeted towards Shang Wanfeng.
Shang Wanfeng, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes.
"Is there something wrong?" Shang Wanfushu placed the information in his hands on the desk.
"This is the information of Yan Yan's boyfriend, called Xian Yuanche. His real father is Xian Yuanshan of the Xian Yuan family."
"Oh? It's from the Xian Yuan family? Such a coincidence?"
After hearing that Xian Yuanche's father was Xian Yuanshan, Shang Wanfeng was a little surprised, then picked up the information and looked at it. When he saw Xian Yuanche's picture, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes.
It's actually him.
At that time in Linhai City, he felt that Xian Yuanche was not bad. Not only did he have talent, he also had manners. If it wasn't for the fact that his granddaughter had a boyfriend, he would have wanted to set the two up. He didn't expect such a coincidence that this kid was actually his granddaughter's boyfriend. After being surprised, Shang Wanfeng continued to look at the other information.
"Did you use the martial zone fruit to reach the 9th level martial zone? It's a pity." Shang Wanfeng shook his head with some pity. On the side, Shang Wanfushing opened his mouth to voice out his speculation.
"Father, this Xian Yuanche is different from the other martial zones. His roots are extremely solid, unlike the other martial artists who took the martial zone fruit. I feel that he should become the first who has taken the martial zone fruit and still managed to break through to martial king."
Shang Wanfeng looked up at his son. "Then how long do you think this process will take?" Shang Wanfu thought all about it.
"It should take at least a year or two. After all, a martial king doesn't just break through, just like that."
Shang Wanfeng didn't continue to say anything, but put down the information in his hands.
"Those 2 martial king fruits that I brought back more than 10 years ago, they're still there, right?" "Still there. Take the time to send them over, and tell him that if he thinks he won't be able to break through to martial king, just eat the martial king fruits. Yan Yan is going to enter the Qi and Blood secret realm tomorrow to cultivate. When she comes out, give some more precious resources for Yan Yan to send over."
"Good." Shang Wanfu nodded and turned around to leave the study, closing the door and passing before leaving. Time quickly came to noon the next day. Ding!
Detecting that the host is converting martial elements, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, the speed of martial element conversion is increased by 1,000 times.
A few minutes later.
Martial Yuan, 120-200 pseudo-grade 1 martial king. After a day or so, Xian Yuanche's martial Yuan had come to the level of a first-grade martial king. He tried to run the martial Yuan in his body. The biggest difference between martial Yuan and Qi and Blood was that it could be externally released. Moreover, a martial skill that was catalyzed by martial Yuan would increase its power by at least 2 or even 3 times. Xian Yuanche glanced at the pseudo-character in his panel.
All that's missing is condensing the spiritual sense seed.
One could only be called a martial king with spiritual sense. The role of spiritual sense was a very wide one. It could probe a martial artist's realm, and could be released to perceive everything around them. It could also be used to observe the subtle movements of an opponent during a sparring match using spiritual sense so that one could react quickly. Gathering spiritual sense seeds wasn't difficult for him to say, nor was it simple. With the blast system, he only needed to know the method of coagulating spiritual sense seeds, so he could quickly coagulate them through blast. I wonder if there's a method in the Martial King's sense manual that Li Fenglin mentioned before. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called towards Li Fenglin. The call was quickly picked up.
"Hello? Looking for me for something?"
Li Fenglin's voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Well, I wanted to ask if there's anything about condensing spiritual awareness inside the Martial King's sense manual you mentioned before?"
"There is. If you want to read it, you don't have to wait for the end of the competition. After you come back, I'll send it over to you."
Trouble.
Xian Yuanche hung up the phone, checked out of the room, and boarded the train back to Xiajing City.
Xiajing City.
Xian Yuanche walked into the academy and headed straight towards the villa area.
Opening the door and sitting down on the front foot, Li Fenglin arrived on the back foot. This is the Martial King Sense Manual you asked for. It contains the method of condensing martial yuan seeds and spiritual sense seeds. Thank you.
Xian Yuanche received the manual, intending to read it after Li Fenglin left.
Li Fenglin didn't stay long either and asked Xian Yuanche when the next instruction class would start before leaving the place.
Only after seeing Li Fenglin walk out did Xian Yuanche pick up the manual on the side and read it. After reading it for a while, he already knew how to condense the spiritual sense seeds. It was also necessary to use the martial yuan seed. All that was needed now was to start condensing it. With the blast system, the time to coalesce could be greatly reduced. He first spent 10 or so minutes padding 9 times before starting to condense the spiritual awareness seed at full strength for the 10th time. 10 hours later. Ding! Detected that the host has coalesced the spiritual sense seed for 10 hours, the coalescence progress is 0.1%, triggering a 100-fold blast, 0.1% raised to 10%. Progress of spiritual awareness seed, 10% 100%. It feels really good to utilize the bonding rule. Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction before continuing to start the coalescence. After another 10 hours. Ding! Detected that the host has coalesced the spiritual awareness seed for 10 hours, the coalescence progress is 0.1%, triggering a 200-fold blast, 0.1% raised to 20%. Spiritual awareness seed progress, 30% 100%. Ding! Detected host condensing spiritual sense seed for 10 hours, condensing progress is 0.1%, triggering a 50-fold blast, 0.1% boosted to 5%. Seed of spiritual awareness progress, 35% 100%. Ding! Ding! Spiritual sense seed progress, 100% 100%. After spending 60 hours, Xian Yuanche finally condensed the spiritual sense seed. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Arrogant Aura. Martial Yuan, 120-200 Level 1 Martial King. Breathing Technique, Xian Kuan Breathing Technique. Martial Technique, S grade, Wind and Thunder Fist Technique, A grade, Gale Blade Technique, B grade, Godly Walking Steps. Secret Technique, Berserking 2nd level currently advanceable. System Space. Evaluation, no evaluation given. After condensing the spiritual awareness seed, that pseudo word in front of grade 1 Martial King 1 was also officially removed. And most importantly, Berserking can be advanced again. End of chapter. Chapter 60 3rd grade Berserking, 4th grade Martial King. Li Fenglin's shock. System advancement Berserking. Xian Yuan Chuxin said. Ding! Detected that the host meets the Berserking advancement conditions, Berserking is advancing. Berserking 3rd stage, after using it, it can increase 125% of one's full attributes, reduce pain sensation by 50%, and last for half an hour. Side effect, after the end of Berserking, one will fall into weakness for half an hour. During the period of weakness, one's full attributes will drop by 20%. Advancement condition, Realm reaches Martial Emperor, or use 10 secret art stones. Xian Yuanche compared the 2nd stage of Berserking. Compared to the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage had 25% more full attributes, as well as a 50% reduction in pain. The duration was raised from 15 minutes to half an hour. Weakness was unchanged. It was still a 20% decrease in full attributes for half an hour. Overall, it was still very good. He immediately cast Frenzy, wanting to try to see how this added reduction of pain was. Martial Yuan, 270,300 2nd grade Martial King. Then he took out the S-rank alloy blade from the system space. Where to cut? Xian Yuanche surveyed the body parts. System, if I cut off my own hand with the arrogant aura, will it grow back? Ding! It will, please just cut it without worrying the host. That's fine. After receiving the system's reply, Xian Yuanche nodded, then put the knife away and backhandedly slapped himself. Slap. Host, shouldn't you cut yourself with a knife? Xian Yuanche skimmed his mouth, I'm just asking, it's not like I'm a but this effect is still quite good, it really doesn't hurt that much. System. After the test, he looked at the breathing method on his panel again. That said, it's time to change this breathing method of mine. The Qiankuan breathing technique he was currently using was still of level B, and it was gradually failing to keep up. Opening the Hall of Battle Merits, he spent 5,000 battle merit points in there to exchange for an A-grade breathing technique. It was called the Qian Yuan breathing method, an advanced version of the Qian Kuan breathing method, and was very suitable for martial kings to cultivate.
Since the recovery of aura, there was one more type of aura in heaven and earth. It was later uniformly called martial yuan. After reaching martial king, the way of cultivation changed to absorbing the martial yuan in the heavens and earth, thus enhancing the realm. And the Chen Yuan breathing method would be able to increase the absorption speed of a martial king by 50%. Then he searched again to see if there were any S-ranked Qi and blood potions to exchange. No, it should be called martial yuan potion. Name, martial yuan potion S-grade Qi and blood potion. Effects, increase 50-70 points of martial yuan after taking it. Redeeming war merit, 10,000 points, redeeming war merit, 10,000 points. Limit, 1 per year, limit, 1 per year. He spent 10,000 battle merit points to redeem it. After doing this, he had more than 40,000 battle merit left on one side. More than half an hour later, the courier was delivered. Shen Yuanche plugged in the USB flash drive and started studying. After reading it for the first time, the system's beep came. Ding! Detected that the host has comprehended 1,000th of the Qian Yuan breathing technique, triggering a 1,000-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for fully comprehending the Qian Yuan breathing technique. Breathing technique, Qian Yuan breathing technique grade A. The express delivery was quickly delivered, and it took him about an hour to learn the Qian Yuan breathing method. Then he took out the martial yuan potion and drank it directly. The moment he drank it, he felt his martial yuan growing. At the same time, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 5-fold surge, 60 points raised to 300 points. Martial yuan, 400 and 2500 level 4 martial king. Cool. He didn't expect his luck to be this good, directly triggering a blitz. It allowed him to directly cross over from a rank 1 martial king, directly to a rank 4 martial king. But then he thought of something else inside. It's a pity that you can only redeem one a year. Since he could only redeem one a year, there was actually no use in keeping his more than 40,000 battle merit. Opening the category belonging to martial skills, he tapped on the S-grade martial skills. Compared to the A-grade ones, S-grade martial arts were even rarer. There are only a dozen or so S-class martial arts. Name, Hurricane Blade Technique. Description, the ultimate version of the Hurricane Blade Technique. After initiation, the speed of swinging the blade can reach up to 40 blades per second. After consummation, the speed of swinging the blade can reach 50 blades per second, and one's own speed is increased by 300%. When you pour martial energy into the blade, you can release a hurricane, which has a large amount of blade chi within it, and can continue to inflict damage on the enemy. Note, the power of the hurricane depends on the amount of martial energy poured into it. Redeem war merit, 30,000. You're it. Shen Yuanche immediately spent 30,000 battle merit points to exchange the hurricane blade technique. However, when redeeming it, a prompt popped up that a guarantor was needed to vouch for it, and the martial realm had reached martial king before it could be purchased as an S-class martial skill. Guarantor? After thinking about it, he switched backstage and made a call towards Li Fenglin. Hello? Elder brotherly, when I wanted to buy S-grade martial arts in the Hall of Battle Merits just now, I was reminded that I need to find a guarantor to vouch for me. Do you know who can vouch for me? Li Fenglin on the other end of the phone was originally drinking tea, and when he heard what Shen Yuanche said, the tea instantly spewed out. What did you say? Say it again? He wiped his mouth, his face somewhat shocked. I said, when I was just about to buy an S-class martial skill, I was reminded that I have to find a guarantor to buy it. Do you know who can guarantee it? Shen Yuanche on the other end of the phone said it again. This time, Li Fenglin heard it clearly. It was true that he wanted to exchange S-grade martial arts. You're not kidding, right? Where did you get that much battle merit? He asked with some stuttering. One must know that for S-rank martial arts, a minimum of 25,000 battle merit points were needed to exchange them. Killing 5th ranked ferocious beasts in exchange, do you know who can vouch for that? Hiss. Killing a 5th order beast in exchange. Li Fenglin sucked in a mouthful of cool air at his words. A 5th order beast could only be exchanged for about 2,000 battle merit, 30,000, wouldn't it be at least a dozen or so to kill? Moreover, Shen Yuanche, a martial zone, was actually so fierce that he was able to kill a dozen or so 5th rank beasts? Hello? Hello? Elder brotherly, are you listening? Shen Yuanche on the other end of the phone called out a few more times. Oh. Listening. Why don't you go find the dean first? I'll be right there. Li Fenglin came back to his senses. Good. Xian Yuanche directly hung up the phone.
After the phone hung up, Li Fenglin still couldn't calm down for a long time. Being able to kill a dozen or so 5th-ranked ferocious beasts was enough to show that Xian Yuanche's current strength had already reached Martial King. Right at this moment, he discovered another thing that wasn't right.
Wait. Isn't an S-rank martial skill something that only martial kings can cultivate? End of chapter. Chapter 61, Purchasing the Hurricane Blade Technique. Wait. Aren't S-class martial arts only cultivated by martial kings? Thinking of this, a guess rose in Li Fenglin's heart. Could it be that this kid is already a martial king?
As soon as he thought of this, he immediately grabbed the door. If Xian Yuanche really had already broken through to Martial King, this time their academy might really be able to get first place.
Xian Yuanche arrived at the Dean, Wang Xian's residence.
At this moment, Wang Xian was polishing his greatsword in the courtyard.
Dean.
Wang Xian put away the greatsword in his hand into his spatial ring and looked towards Xian Yuanche.
What is it that you came to see me about today?
However, after he took a serious look at Xian Yuanche, his cloudy eyes immediately widened.
Wait. How did your realm break through to Martial King?
He clearly remembered that when this brat came to visit before, it seemed like he was only a rank 9 martial zone.
How long had it been? At most half a month, right? Even less than half a month. Are those 2 martial zone fruits so fierce?
Xian Yuanche scratched his head in a pretentious manner. Recently, my chi and blood have been growing fast, so when I reached 1 million, I switched to a Martial King potion, and then I coalesced my martial element seeds in a haphazard manner.
Then did you condense your spiritual sense seed? Xian Yuanche nodded. It took some time yesterday to coalesce successfully. Wang Xian. At this moment, Wang Xian didn't know what to say.
He had already been shocked to the point of numbness by Xian Yuanche. It had only been a few days, and this kid had finished condensing the martial yuan seed and the spiritual sense seed. Even their Wang family's family head, Wang Dingtian, had spent a whole half a month when he condensed the martial element seeds in the first place. Together with the spiritual sense seed, it had taken a total of 1 month.
Doesn't this mean that Xian Yuanche's talent is even more outstanding? I'm afraid that this talent is the strongest ever.
But then he thought of something wrong. That was, why was Xian Yuanche suddenly a rank 4 martial king?
With doubts, he asked out, then you should be a rank 1 martial king, right, so it would be rank 4?
Xian Yuanche shrugged, I don't know, anyway, after I broke through to martial king, it became like this. Listening to Xian Yuanche's words, Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something.
Have you been to the wilderness again?
He suspected that this brat had run out into the wilderness again some time ago and ate some heavenly material to become like this.
How did you know?
Xian Yuanche feigned a look of surprise. Wang Xian revealed a mysterious smile.
I know. Your brat must have gotten lucky and messed around with food outside and
unintentionally ate some high-level heavenly material, that's why your realm has risen so fast. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Xian Yuanche said that this old man was really good at brainstorming. But this was also quite good, saving him from pulling 7 and 8. It could be, I do indeed eat whatever I see in the wild.
Ding.
Detected that the host was pretending, causing Wang Xian to make up too many things, rounding up the things that didn't make sense, completing the achievement King of Makeup. Reward, Random Halo Gift Pack. Randomized Halo, after use, you can obtain a randomized Halo, effect unknown. Looking at the prompts that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche said that it was ridiculous. After all, this kind of thing could be accomplished, he was not expecting it. Just after receiving the reward, Li Fenglin rushed over. The first time he saw Xian Yuanche, Li Fenglin asked about the doubts in his heart. You kid, did you break through to Martial King? Before Xian Yuanche could answer, Wang Xian had already answered for him. This kid was lucky, he didn't know what he ate indiscriminately when he went out in the wilderness a few days ago, and now he's already a rank 4 Martial King.
What?
You can break through to Martial King even if you eat something indiscriminately. Li Fenglin looked at Xian Yuanche with some surprise.
What kind of ing luck is this?
When he was a martial master, he ate the martial zone fruit and directly broke through to martial zone. When he was a martial zone, he didn't know what he ate and became a martial king.
If this keeps up, won't he be a martial emperor next month? Next month, won't it be a martial zune? Say, what is it that you 2 fellows came to see me about?
Wang Xian's words interrupted his thoughts.
Only then did Li Fenglin come back to his senses.
Dean, it's like this, Xian Yuan Che wants to exchange an S-class martial skill.
It's to find a guarantor, right? Wang Xian interrupted before Li Fenglin could finish.
He then placed his gaze on Xian Yuan Che.
What martial skill do you want to exchange?
Xian Yuan Che, the S-ranked Hurricane Blade technique. You kid, this Hurricane Blade technique requires 30,000 battle points to exchange. No wonder you're running off to the wilds, you've hunted quite a few 4th-ranked ferocious beasts out there, right? After saying that, Wang Xian picked up the teapot on the side and poured a cup of tea and drank it. Xian Yuan Che nodded. Well, it's hunted quite a few ferocious beasts, but they're not of the 4th rank, they're of the 5th rank.
After hearing the second half of Xian Yuan Che's sentence, Wang Xian's hand shook a little, spilling a little bit of his tea.
Pretending to be somewhat relieved, he looked at Xian Yuan Che.
Not bad, good boy. It has the demeanor I had back then.
I'll vouch for the purchase of martial arts.
Many thanks, Dean.
Wang Xian, well, you go back first, in half an hour, you can purchase it.
Good.
Xian Yuan Che turned around and left.
After Xian Yuan Che left, Li Fenglin on the side looked at Wang Xian with some curiosity.
Dean, when you were in the martial sect back in the day, you also killed a 5th-ranked ferocious beast?
Cough, that's of course. Wang Xian's face was a bit vain.
After half an hour, after Xian Yuan Che reopened the Hall of Battle Merits, he clicked on Redeem Hurricane Blade Technique.
A prompt immediately popped up on his cell phone. In the process of redeeming. Guarantor, Wang Xian. Redemption successful.
After seeing that the redemption was successful, Xian Yuan Che put away his phone and walked towards the nearest cafeteria.
Auntie, I'm a teacher.
Xian Yuan Che skillfully uttered these words before taking out his credentials. Seeing this, the food-beating ant immediately added a few extra spoons of meat. After finishing the meal, the courier was quickly delivered. The person who came to deliver the express this time made Xian Yuan Che feel that it was not simple. The realm was actually a rank 6 martial king. Worthy of being the highest-ranked martial skill, it was really valued.
Your express. Alright, thanks.
Xian Yuan Che took the box and said thank you.
Ding.
Triggering a 1,000-fold blast, Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress increased by 1%. Martial skill, Grade S, Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress by 1%.
Ding.
Triggering a 10,000 times storm attack, the learning progress of Hurricane Blade Technique increases by 10%. Martial art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique learning progress increased by 11%.
Ding.
Triggering 5,000 times the storm, the learning progress of Hurricane Blade Technique increases by 5%. Martial art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique 16% learning progress.
Ding.
Trigger. Martial arts, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique 21% learning progress.
Ding.
Martial art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique 31% learning progress. Martial art, S grade, Hurricane Blade Technique 100% learning progress.
Chapter 62 Shang Wanfu's Arrival, Breakthrough.
First grade Martial Emperor. After spending 10 koan hours, Xian Yuan Che finally learned the Hurricane Blade technique. He ran to the school's top-level training room again and started brushing his proficiency.
Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reached proficiency. Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches minor achievement. Ding.
Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches major achievement.
Ding. Hurricane Blade Technique proficiency reaches perfection. This time it didn't take much time, it only took 5 kunas to complete. When he came out of the training room, it was already the afternoon of the next day.
When he opened his cell phone, he realized that Li Fenglin had made a few calls to him.
He probably knew what Li Fenglin was looking for him for.
It was nothing more than this afternoon's instruction class. After going back and taking a shower, he headed towards the training room where the class was held. He didn't lack this amount of battle merit, but the process of instructing students in class was quite enjoyable for him. After all, a master is a teacher, isn't it? He was just about to open the training room when he realized something was wrong.
Why is it so noisy inside? Hearing the noisy sounds inside, Xian Yuan Che frowned.
After opening the door and seeing the students inside, he regretted it.
Regretted coming to this guidance class today. Because the students who came to the guidance class today were simply too many.
Looking around, there were 300 of them. Among the 300 people, there were a few who saw Xian Yuan Che.
Teacher is here.
Not knowing who called out, the crowd looked in unison at Xian Yuanche, who was at the door.
Classmates, my stomach hurts a little today. 10 o'clock at night. Thank you, teacher, I've come to my senses. A male student excitedly bent towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche waved his hand. Well, you go back first. After sending off the last student, Xian Yuanche pinched his brows. Instructing students could not be helped by the system, he was actually feeling tired. In the future, there would be no more talk of the attainment of a master. Buzz. 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 The cell phone on the side rang.
Xian Yuanche casually picked up his cell phone and looked at it, unknown caller. Although he didn't know who was calling, he still chose to connect.
Hello? Xian Yuanche, it's me, Shangguan Fuxing. Shangguan Fu's voice came from the other end of the phone. So it's Senior Shangguan, what can I do for you? Are you free tomorrow? I have something to find you.
Although he was a bit puzzled as to why Shangguan Fushu had come to find him, Xian Yuanche still nodded. I'm free, I'm currently at the Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy, just come and find me. After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuanche got up and left the training room. At 7 o'clock the next day, Xian Yuanche got up early to eat breakfast. At 9 o'clock, Shangguan Fu's phone call came again.
I'm at the entrance right now. The entrance? The entrance to the academy?
Just as he was about to open the gate of the villa, he saw Shangguan Fushu standing at the entrance.
So it's this entrance.
Looking at Xian Yuanche in front of him, Shangguan Long originally came to deliver the martial king fruit. But after he saw Xian Yuanche's first glance, he knew that it was no longer necessary. Because he had already discovered that Xian Yuanche had broken through to martial king. And it was still a rank 4 martial king. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked in his heart. But after being shocked more, it became numb. That was how he felt right now. Xian Yuanche poured a cup of tea for Shangguan Fu.
Senior, what's the matter with coming to find me? Nothing big, just came to give you some gifts. Gifts?
Shangguan Fu didn't take out the pre-prepared martial king fruit, but instead took out 2 boxes and placed them on the tea table. Originally, I wanted to give 2 martial king fruits to you, but you've already broken through to martial king and shouldn't need it anymore, so these 2 are martial yuan potion. Xian Yuanche picked up one of the boxes and opened it, glancing at it and realizing that it was indeed a martial yuan potion. But the strange thing was, why was this Shangguan Fu so generous? Senior Shangguan, no merit, you are. He looked at Shangguan Long with some doubt. Mu Yanran, that is, your girlfriend, is my niece. As soon as Shangguan Fu finished speaking, Xian Yuanche had already brainstormed a series of reasons based on his experience of reading novels in his previous life. The old cliché from the far-flung TV series back then. Give you as much or as little money, leave my niece these sets. Seeing the expression on Xian Yuanche's face, Shangguan Fuxing knew that he was definitely thinking nonsense. Don't misunderstand, this is a gift from our Shangguan family. Oh. So it was given to me, I thought. Shangguan Fu thought what else? Nothing. Xian Yuanche shook his head and put away the 2 boxes. Are you puzzled as to why our Shangguan family sent 2 martial yuan potion to you? Shangguan Fu opened his mouth somewhat mysteriously. Xian Yuanche was tempted to reply, I don't want to know. But still, he pretended to be curious and nodded his head. Before Yin Ran came to the capital, did you send her an egg? Xian Yuanche nodded, yes, an egg was sent. How did you obtain that egg? Picked it up, is there something wrong with that egg? It can't be broken, right? Xian Yuanche asked, pretending to be a bit puzzled. Seeing this puzzled look of Xian Yuanche, Shangguan Fuxing was already basically certain that Xian Yuanche indeed did not know that that egg was a 7th-ranked fire phoenix egg. That egg is the egg of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the fire phoenix. Shangguan Fu didn't choose to conceal the rank of that egg. After he finished speaking, he stared closely at Xian Yuanche's eyes. He wanted to know if Xian Yuanche would reveal a look of regret after learning of this situation. However, Xian Yuanche's behavior was out of his expectation. Xian Yuanche looked at Shangguan Fu with a disbelieving face. You're lying to ghosts, still a 7th-order fire phoenix egg, do you believe me when I say that the one I sent was a 3rd-order fire sparrow egg? Seeing Xian Yuanche's disbelieving face, Shangguan Fushu didn't explain too much. Anyway, their Shangguan family would not treat this kid badly. Looking at the time, Shangguan Fu got up and prepared to leave. I'll leave first, by the way. I'll tell you, that girl Yan Yan went into the Qi and Blood secret realm to cultivate. She might not be able to come out until some time later.
Yan Yan already told me a few days ago. Senior, take your time. Xian Yuanche sent Shang Wanfu to the door.
After Shang Wanfu left, Xian Yuanche took out those 2 boxes containing the martial yuan potion again. Opening the first bottle, he directly drank it.
It didn't trigger a blitz, but the martial yuan increased by 60 points. Martial yuan, 48500 level 4 martial king. He took out the second one. System blessing, blitz it. This time he washed his hands, opened it and drank it. After drinking it, the system's beep came as promised.
Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, 10 times the blitz of 60 points raised to 600 points. Martial yuan, 1082,000 first grade martial emperor. Seeing the system's blitz multiplier, the bottle in Xian Yuanche's hand fell to the ground.
Taking a potion with a 10-fold blitz, this was the second time since he bound the system, right? Tuanzi. You're so nice.
The system rarely transformed into a high-cool system and did not answer Xian Yuanche.
Ding! Detected that within the host system space, there is still a randomized Halo gift pack that has not been used. Is it used?
Use.
Xian Yuanche nodded his head. Ding! Random Halo gift pack is opening. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining.
Chapter 63 Hubris Aura Upgrade. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Haste Aura.
Ding!
Detected the host obtaining the Rush Aura, triggering an 11-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rush Aura X11. Rush Aura, when worn, it can increase 100% of one's speed.
Rush Aura? It doesn't seem to be of much use.
Looking at the attributes of the Halo, Xian Yuanche spat out. Although it triggered an 11-fold blast, the effect of this Rush Halo wasn't even comparable to the arrogant Halo Aura.
Ding!
Detected that the host has 12 spare auras. Does he spend 2 auras to boost the recovery effect of the arrogant aura? Hubris Aura. The more hubris you have, the easier it is to take a beating. Wearing this aura restores 5% of your status, including but not limited to injuries, stamina, etc. every second. Next level, the recovery effect is increased to 6%.
Will the host upgrade?
The system's beep sounded again.
Yes.
Xian Yuanche nodded his head.
Thinking to himself, this haste aura is still useful, at least it can upgrade the hubris aura, can't it?
Ding! Devouring 2 haste auras, the hubris aura is upgraded, and the recovery effect is increased to 6%. Next level, devour 2 auras, recovery effect increased to 7%.
Ding!
Detected that the host has 10 spare auras. Is it spending 2 auras to upgrade the recovery effect of the hubris aura? The system's beep came again.
Upgrade.
Ding! Devouring 2 haste auras, the hubris aura is upgraded, and the recovery effect is increased to 7%. Next level, devour 2 auras, recovery effect increased to 8%.
Continue upgrading.
This time, before the system's beep came, Xian Yuanche had already spoken.
Ding!
Devouring 2 haste auras, the hubris aura is upgraded, and the recovery effect is increased to 8%. Next level, devour 2 auras, recovery effect increased to 9%.
Continue upgrading. Ding! Upgrade successful. Upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Upgrade. Ding!
Insufficient spare auras, hubris aura is upgraded to the next level. 4 auras are needed.
It takes 4?
Looking at the system's prompt, Xian Yuanche frowned and tapped on the attributes of the arrogant aura. Arrogant aura. The more arrogant you are, the easier it is to take a beating. After wearing this aura, it restores 10% of your status, including but not limited to injuries, stamina, etc. every second. Next level, devour 4 auras and the recovery effect is increased to 11%. He looked at his spare auras, and there was still 1 haste aura left, and 1 soft man aura.
Forget it.
Xian Yuanche closed the system's interface. After spending 10 auras to increase the recovery effect of the hubris aura from 5% to 10%, he was already satisfied.
Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door.
Xian Yuanche swept his spiritual sense and realized that it was Li Fenglin who was knocking on the door.
Elder brother Li, what brings you here? Xian Yuanche invited Li Fenglin in. Are you free right now?
There's less than a month before the academy competition, and I want to take you to see the students of our academy's varsity team.
Xian Yuanche nodded, yes, go now.
To him, it didn't really matter if he saw them or not, anyway, he would just go up by himself during the grand competition and directly finish off his opponents. Doesn't a first-level martial emperor casually beat up those martial zone Shao Karami? Our academy's varsity team has a total of 7 people, with the highest realm being a rank 3 martial zone and the lowest being a rank 9 martial general.
Li Fenglin said as he walked.
Soon the two arrived at the exclusive training room of the varsity team. Opening the training room, a male and a female student were sparring in the training room's sparring area. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the two people's panels.
Name, Lu Qingqing. Chi and Blood, 110,000 200,000 Level 1 Martial Sect. Name, Li Lin. Chi and Blood, 90,000 100,000 9th Level Martial General.
These two had some impression on him, he seemed to have seen them yesterday during the instruction class.
Running Thunder Fist. Lu Qingqing shouted delicately and punched Li Lin in the abdomen. Bang!
Li Lin directly flew backwards.
Not bad strength, right? Li Fenglin said. Well, not bad indeed. Xian Yuanche nodded.
What are you going to arrange for the big competition? Am I going to go on alone, or do you want them to go on first?
Li Fenglin sniffed and thought for a few seconds. How about not letting them go first, and then letting you go after you get into the top 20? It's fine. Xian Yuanche expressed no opinion.
The result would be the same anyway, they would all be in first place. At this time, Chen Qingqing realized the two who had arrived long ago. She hurriedly greeted the two, "Good day, Professor Li, good day, Teacher Xian Yuanche." Li Lin, who had climbed up from the ground, also saw the two, and he hurriedly ran to Xian Yuanche with some excitement on his face.
Teacher Xian Yuan.
Then he looked at Li Fenglin.
Dad. After hearing Li Lin address Li Fenglin, Xian Yuanche looked at Li Fenglin with some surprise. Li Fenglin coughed twice in some embarrassment.
How many times have I said that you have to refer to your position in the academy? Li Lin immediately straightened his body.
Okay.
Professor Li. Only then did Li Fenglin pat his son's shoulder with some relief. Where are the others? Inside the mock battle room, I'll go call them, they'll be very happy when Teacher Xian Yuanche comes. After saying that, Li Lin immediately ran towards the side of the mock battle room.
I'll go as well. Chen Qingqing said before running towards another mock battle room. In less than half a minute, several students immediately ran out from the mock battle room. 3 females and 4 males.
Without exception, Xian Yuanche had seen them all in yesterday's instruction class. One by one, Xian Yuanche scanned their panels.
Grade 3 Martial Sect, Lu Hang.
Grade 2 Martial Zoner, Zhaoi, Xiaxian. Grade 1 Martial Sect, Chen Qingqing, Chen Yuan. Grade 9 Martial General, Li Lin, Ma Jun.
To tell you guys some good news. Li Fenglin had some mystery on his face. Several people sniffed in disgust. What news? It can't be that Teacher Xian Yuanche is going to be our exclusive instructor, right?
Li Fenglin nodded. It's pretty much the same as that. This time, for the Academy Grand Competition, it'll be me and Teacher Xian Yuanche taking you guys to the capital to participate.
The crowd glanced at each other and let out exclamations of surprise. Really? That's great.
Wouldn't we be able to find a teacher to give us pointers more often this way?
All right, you guys continue what you were doing just now. Li Fenglin waved his hand and told them to go back.
Until the students returned to the mock battle room, Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Li Fenglin.
There's something I want to talk to you about. What is it?
Li Fenglin was a bit puzzled. It's like this, the 100,000 battle points that we discussed before, let's see if we can exchange them for other resources. Like martial yuan potion and all that. Xian Yuanche stated his needs. After all, there weren't many things left to exchange for battle features in the Hall of Battle Merits. The number of times a martial yuan potion could be redeemed had reached its upper limit. It could be said that there really wasn't much left to redeem other than S-ranked martial arts. This one, Dean and I have already discussed the program a long time ago. This time, you can exchange your battle merit for. End of chapter. Author Fungus words, stuck in the text, a little difficult, today at noon only a chapter, there is a chapter at 6 o'clock in the afternoon to send it. In addition in a few days to organize the outline of these things. Chapter 64 Hunting Fierce Beasts Again. Battle merits can be exchanged for corresponding martial yuan potion, martial yuan secret realm qualifications, and various martial arts, breathing techniques. Xian Yuan Che grabbed a key thing.
Martial Yuan secret realm? What is this place? There was some doubt on his face.
I've only heard about it. It's said that the content of martial yuan inside is so high that martial artists above martial king will increase their speed drastically when they cultivate inside. It's just that in order to enter the secret realm of martial element, one needs a certain status and a large amount of battle merit.
Alright then, I'll go back and think about it.
Xian Yuan Che decided to call and ask Shengguan Fushu at that time.
Inquire about whether this martial yuan secret realm was worth it or not. Ding.
Host cultivates for an hour, martial yuan increases by 0.05, triggering a 1000-fold blast, 0.05 raised to 50. Martial yuan, 1132,000 level 1 martial emperor. Why so little? Xian Yuan Che frowned as he looked at the system's prompt. This time, even after triggering 1,000 times the storm, the amount of martial yuan gained was only 50 points. This speed was simply slower than a tortoise.
It seems like it's time to learn about that secret realm of martial yuan.
He took out his cell phone and directly dialed Shengguan Fu's number.
The call was quickly picked up. Kid, what is it that you are looking for me for? Shengguan Fu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Senior Shengguan, I want to learn about the martial yuan secret realm. Martial yuan secret realm? Are you thinking of going in to cultivate? There is this idea, so I'm inquiring with you. Then let me tell you about it.
The martial yuan secret realm is one of the country's most precious secret realms, where the air contains at least 7 times more martial yuan than the outside world. When a martial artist reaches martial empress, the martial yuan in the outside world is no longer enough to support his or her cultivation, and only by entering the martial yuan secret realm can he or she have a chance to go further. If you want to go in and cultivate, come find me in the capital next month.
Okay, thank you, Senior Shengguan.
Xian Yuan Che hung up the phone and started thinking. He was currently a first-level martial emperor, and if he wanted to quickly raise his realm, he would have to enter the martial yuan secret realm to be able to do so. However, it was definitely impossible to enter the martial yuan secret realm right now, so other than cultivating, there was only one way. Once again, he would go hunting ferocious beasts to obtain yuan crystals. After packing up his things, he immediately traveled to the northern border.
Northern border.
Xian Yuan Che fell from the sky.
Bang! The loud sound attracted the attention of many people. Falling from the sky. At least a martial king powerhouse. One of them let out a cry of alarm.
A middle-aged man in a military uniform hurriedly ran over to Xian Yuan Che and saluted. Xian Yuan Che also returned the salute. Give me a map with the locations of the ferocious beasts above the 4th rank labeled.
Yes.
The middle-aged man did not ask more questions, but turned around and went back to get the map. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned again with a map in his hands. He walked to Xian Yuan Che and handed it to him. This map is labeled with the locations of the 4th to 6th rank ferocious beasts north of our country, please keep it. Xian Yuan Che accepted it with both hands.
Thank you.
After putting the map away, he revolved his martial energy and flew towards the distance. After he left, many people looked at the direction Xian Yuan Che left in with some envy in their eyes. One of them had envy in his eyes. If only I were a martial king.
Just you, ha 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 ha, you're not even a martial zong right now, and you're still a martial king? Dream on.
The surrounding companions teased.
A 30-meter-long tiger once again tore at the prey in its mouth. Bang!
A silhouette descended from the sky, and this person was none other than Xian Yuan Che.
The ground instantly cracked.
The Bibbo tiger, which was a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, directly died.
1. Xian Yuan Che collected the corpse into his spatial ring.
Obviously 4th-rank ferocious beasts didn't produce yuan crystals, but at least they could be exchanged for some battle merit. He opened the map and began to determine his next target. It's you, 3rd sister-in-law. Putting away the map, he flew towards the territory of the 4th-order fierce beast, the 3-earth lizard.
Bang!
Another spike from the sky.
Bang! Bang! Xian Yuan Che was constantly hunting down the nearby 4th-ranked ferocious beasts.
The corpses within the system space also continued to increase. In less than 2 Kunar hours, he had already hunted down all of the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts in the north. There were 367 heads in total.
Next it's the turn of the 5th rank ones.
Shen Yuanche took out his map and began to check out the location of the 5th rank ferocious beasts.
A few minutes later. Bang!
Shen Yuanche directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique, and the powerful impact directly knocked the 5th rank ferocious beast 10 kilometers away. The few 3rd rank ferocious beasts that passed by were directly smashed to death.
One head. Shen Yuanche took out his map and hit across. Bang! Second head. Third head.
Since Shen Yuanche's realm was at the 1st level of Martial Emperor, none of the 5th ranked ferocious beasts could last more than a single punch in his hands. As the corpses of the 5th ranked ferocious beasts continued to increase within the system space, Shen Yuanche became more and more addicted. Because to him, this feeling of killing in seconds was just too pleasurable. After an hour and a half had passed, Shen Yuanche had already hunted and killed 21 5th rank beasts. The location of the last 5th rank beast was somewhat special. It was overlapping with another 6th order ferocious beast, so he specifically left it to be resolved at the end. After spending more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the territory of these 2 ferocious beasts. It was a basin with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. There were still quite a few corpses and bones of humans and ferocious beasts within the basin. 100-meter long, pitch-black western dragon was munching on the ferocious beasts in the center of the basin.
Race, black blood dragon. Description: possesses a western dragon bloodline, making it a leader in its class in terms of combat power. Weakness: a dragon? Too bad it's not an eastern dragon. Shen Yuanche shook his head. If it was an eastern dragon, he could have taken it in. Let's forget about the western dragon.
As if it had smelled Shen Yuanche's scent, that 5th rank black blood dragon looked towards Shen Yuanche.
Roar!
The moment it saw Shen Yuanche, it let out a roar.
Then, bang!
Shen Yuanche came to the top of its head at some point and directly gave it a punch.
What the hell are you screaming about? End of chapter. Sorry for being late. Chapter 65, 2nd grade Martial Emperor, 7th grade Black Blood Dragon King.
The dragon's head embedded itself directly into the ground. Shen Yuanche stepped on the dragon head.
Still screaming? Woo woo. The black-blooded dragon whimpered a few times in the ground and lost its voice. Dead?
Shen Yuanche swept his spiritual sense and realized that it was still really dead.
After removing the yuan crystals with his alloy knife, he put the dragon corpse into his spatial ring.
As of this moment, all the 5th ranked ferocious beasts in the north had been eliminated. He left the basin and found a place to sit in the distance. He now had to wait for the 6th ranked ferocious beast to come back. If he could beat it, he would kill it; if he couldn't, he would slip away. Taking out a yuan crystal, he washed it with water, sliced it open with an alloy knife, and sucked all the martial yuan inside into his body.
It didn't trigger a blast.
But it also allowed him to gain some martial yuan, which was quite a bit faster than cultivating. Then the 3rd, the 4th.
It wasn't until the 10th one that the blitz was triggered. Ding!
Detected the host absorbing martial yuan, gained 10 points of martial yuan, triggered a 100-fold blitz. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 points of martial yuan.
Martial yuan, 2221 3000 grade 2 Martial Emperor.
The conversion rate is so low, 1 yuan crystal only raises 10 points of martial yuan. What a pit. After spitting, he continued to cut the 11th yuan crystal. Spitting was spitting, but with the blast system, it wasn't a big problem. The big deal was to go back and kill more ferocious beasts.
Until the 20th one. Ding!
Detected the host absorbing martial yuan, gained 12 points of martial yuan, triggered a 10-fold blast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 120 points of martial yuan.
Martial yuan, 2341 3000 grade 2 Martial Emperor. Well, 10 times. That's a lot.
Shen Yuanche was somewhat speechless. After slicing the remaining few yuan crystals and absorbing them, there was no trigger for a blast.
Roar! The black blood dragon's cry came from the distance.
Shen Yuanche sniffed and looked over as a black blood dragon of more than 1,000 meters flew towards the basin.
Race, Black Blood Dragon King. Rank, 7th Order.
Introduction: possessing a Western dragon bloodline, even if it had just broken through to the 7th rank, it would still be enough to sweep away ferocious beasts of the same rank.
Weakness. Ding.
This system suggests that the host directly run. Looking at the panel of this black blood dragon, Shen Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air.
Holy, isn't it 6th rank? How come it's 7th rank? He didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly changed his arrogant aura.
Wearing the haste aura, he cast Berserk, cast Hurricane Blade technique, and ran divine walking steps to bugger off. With so many speed buffs added, he whooshed and flew 10,000 meters away. The Black Blood Dragon King naturally noticed Xian Yuanche. After sweeping a glance at Xian Yuanche, it did not choose to pay attention. It had broken through to the 7th rank and was just about to find a mate to play with. When it returned to the center of the basin, it was dumbfounded. Where was its wife? No sniffing, there was a faint smell of blood? Combine that with the human with the martial emperor realm just now. Roar! Damnable human! The Black Blood Dragon King immediately flew towards the direction Xian Yuanche had left. In the blink of an eye, it arrived 10,000 meters away. Xian Yuanche, who had flown for hundreds of kilometers, noticed that something was wrong and turned around to see that there was a black spot in the distance that was flying towards him. Using the Eye of Scrying, he swept a glance at that black dot and his soul almost flew away in fear. Race, Black Blood Dragon King. Rank, 7th Order. Introduction. Big brother, don't chase me. It's only a matter of killing one of your offspring. Wouldn't it be fine if you asked your wife to lay another egg for you? End of chapter. Chapter 66, Temporarily Gaining the Martial Saint Realm. Due to the many speed buffs, the Black-Blooded Dragon King, who was of the 7th rank, was actually unable to catch up with him for a moment. One person and one dragon were thus hundreds of kilometers apart, chasing one after the other. Xian Yuanche didn't dare to stop for a moment, frantically fleeing. Dead dragon, if I were a martial saint, I would definitely rub you on the ground. Xian Yuanche shouted as he ran. Ding! Detecting that the host wants to become a martial saint, triggering a 100,000 times blitz, congratulations to the host for temporarily becoming a martial saint. Martial Yuan, 250,000 300,000 second grade martial saint. Time, 0:30. Time, 0:29. Looking at the beep that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche froze in place. This was followed by a sound of nationalism. WC. 2Z. You're too powerful. Feeling the power within his body, he immediately turned his head and looked towards the Black Blood Dragon King 100 kilometers away and laughed out loud. The offense and defense have changed shape, little Black-Blooded Dragon King. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in the Black-Blooded Dragon King that was 100 kilometers away. Just as he wanted to escape, a 10,000-meter giant hand made up of martial energy suddenly appeared and directly grabbed him in its hands. Looking at the aura emanating from this giant hand, the Black-Blooded Dragon King almost pissed himself in fear. Martial Saint. Xian Yuanche clasped his hands to his chest and appeared in front of the Black Blood Dragon King. The moment he saw Xian Yuanche, the Black Blood Dragon King's pupils immediately widened. Aren't you a martial emperor? How did you suddenly become a martial saint? Xian Yuanche, what do you think? Bang! Xian Yuanche directly pressed the Black Blood Dragon King into the ground. Letting you chase me. Is it good? Looking at the time, there were still 20 seconds left. He didn't choose to waste time and casually condensed a 1,000-meter spear and plunged it into the Black Blood Dragon King's body. The Black Blood Dragon King was directly penetrated by the spear. This was the difference between a martial saint and a 7th-ranked ferocious beast. At the same time, the moment Xian Yuanche's realm was elevated to martial saint, the entire Blue Star's 8th-ranked ferocious beasts raised their heads. Somewhere under the sea. The Dragon King Crocodile's eyes were a bit gloomy. Unfamiliar aura, could it be that another martial saint has appeared in Huaxia? Those 8th-ranked ferocious beasts that were foolishly interested in Huaxia had scorn rising in their eyes after sensing this unfamiliar martial saint's aura. In the capital, Wang Dingtian, who was originally suppressing his injuries, opened his eyes and looked towards the north. Martial saint. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes before he disappeared in place. Xian Yuanche left the place after storing away the Black Blood Dragon King's corpse. Not long after Xian Yuanche left, Wang Dingtian arrived here. Looking at the lingering aura here, he could be certain that a human martial saint had struck here. Wang Dingtian unfolded his spiritual sense and began to scan. After a few minutes, he sighed. Alas, if only this martial saint was from my Chinese nation. Obviously, he didn't think that the martial saint just now was from Huaxia. However, there was still a hint of expectation in his heart. Expectation that this martial saint was of Huaxia. Because then, he would be able to put his life on the line to replace those 8th-ranked ferocious beasts that posed the greatest threat to Huaxia. In a certain place, Xian Yuanche looked at the ostrich egg-sized yuan crystal in his hand. The yuan crystal of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast should be able to obtain quite a lot of martial yuan, right? He took an alloy knife and sliced open the yuan crystal, absorbing all the martial yuan inside into his body. After absorbing it, he felt that his martial yuan had increased by around 200 points. The system's beep didn't come, which meant that there was no blitz triggered. However, Xian Yuanche didn't care because when the martial saint strength disappeared just now, it left a little surprise. Martial yuan, 3,700 4,000 3rd grade martial emperor. That's right, he was now a 3rd level martial emperor. The moment his strength disappeared, just a little bit of martial yuan was left behind in his body. It caused him to directly elevate to a 3rd grade martial emperor. It would be good if it were to happen again. Xian Yuanche muttered. Suddenly thinking of something, he directly opened his mouth and muttered to himself, I want to become a martial saint, I want to become a martial saint. At this time, the system spoke. Ding! Host, you're really good at getting stuck in bugs. Xian Yuanche ignored the system and continued to speak. I want to become a martial saint. After saying it 10 times, the storm-guaranteed tone came. However, the result was somewhat disappointing to him. Ding! Detected the host wanting to become a martial saint, triggering 100 times the blitz. Due to the low multiplier, the host failed to become a martial saint. Xian Yuanche. Seeing that he couldn't become a martial saint, he got up, patted his butt, and turned to leave. Anyway, there was plenty of time, he would chant when he had time, and he didn't believe that he wouldn't become a martial saint. As usual, when he returned outside the pseudo-safe zone, he released the corpses of the ferocious beasts within the system space in a single stream. Then he let the people from the Hall of Battle Merit come and recover them. Of course, the corpse of the 7th-ranked Black Blood Dragon King he still left inside the system space. When the staff of the Hall of War Merits received Xian Yuanche's call, they didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately notified their colleagues who were closest to Xian Yuanche and rushed towards Xian Yuanche's location. This was because Xian Yuanche's great name had already been circulated within them. Not long after, several staff members arrived at Xian Yuanche's location. Although they had already heard of Xian Yuanche, a fierce man who specialized in recovering ferocious beasts. But after seeing the ferocious beast corpse on the ground, they were also startled. This. So many ferocious beast corpses? One of the women opened her mouth wide, so shocked that even the recorder in her hand fell to the ground. She had been working for so long, but it was the first time she had seen so many ferocious beast corpses. The corpses of several hundred 4th-rank ferocious beasts were piled up thousands of meters high. Next to them were the corpses of more than 25th-rank ferocious beasts. Seeing that someone had come, Xian Yuanche pointed at the 2 piles of ferocious beast corpses. Coming? Help me recycle it. Hearing Xian Yuanche's voice, they came back to their senses. Okay. A few staff members quickly counted the value of these ferocious beasts. Half an hour later the statistics were finished. A man handed over a few forms that were clearly labeled with the points that each beast was worth. These can be recovered for a total of 73,000 battle merit points. Do you want to recover them? Xian Yuanche took it and scanned it. The corpses of the 4th-rank ferocious beasts were still so worthless. In contrast, of the 5th-rank ferocious beasts, the one with the highest value was the Black Blood Dragon. Recycle it. Xian Yuanche put the form back into the man's hands. He was only earning battle merit so that he could stay in the martial yuan mysterious realm a little longer in the future. After all, he couldn't be sure how long the Shangguan family would allow him to cultivate in the martial elemental mystic realm. After the battle merit arrived, Xian Yuanche left the place and prepared to take a ride back to Jiangnan province. Only after seeing Xian Yuanche leave did a few staff members start discussing. This person is too fierce, did you see that? He even took down the 5th-ranked Black Blood Dragon King. Did you just see his name? Xian Yuanche. It must be the Xian Yuan family, truly worthy of being the top family in China. Chapter 67, Why are these places playing cross? After Xian Yuanche returned to the city, he found the officer who had given him the map. Thank you for the map, returning it to you. Xian Yuanche put the map into the officer's hands. You're welcome. The officer saluted and then opened the map. Upon seeing those crosses on top of the map, there was some confusion on his face. May I ask what these crosses are? These places where the crosses were hit, the ferocious beasts there were all killed by me. Xian Yuan-che said without a care in the world.
What? All of them were killed by you?
That officer's eyes widened at the words.
He hurriedly looked at the map.
It was discovered that the locations of the 4th and 5th rank beasts on the map were all crossed.
Moreover, the Black Blood Dragon's location was marked with 2 crosses.
This also meant that the 5th Order and 6th Order Black Blood Dragons there had all been killed by the person in front of him.
Are you sure that you weren't joking just now? The officer once again confirmed towards Xian Yuan-che.
No, the people from the Hall of Battle Merit are recovering the corpses in the pseudo-safe zone. You can go and take a look, I'll leave first. After saying that, Xian Yuan-che patted his shoulder and walked towards the nearest station. Until Xian Yuan-che was far away, that officer was still frozen in place, not coming back to his senses.
By the time Xian Yuan-che returned to Xian City, it was already evening.
After taking a shower, he began his cultivation. Although the amount of martial yuan gained from cultivation was somewhat small, if he could trigger a high fold blast, the gain would still be considerable.
Ding! The host cultivated for 1 hour. Triggering a blitz. Ding! The host cultivates for 1 hour. Triggering a blitz. Ding!
The host has been practicing for 1 hour.
Triggering a blitz.
Xian Yuan-che didn't stop cultivating until 8 in the morning.
Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuan-che Rush Aura.
Martial Yuan, 3864,000 3rd grade Martial Emperor.
Breathing technique, Xian Yuan breathing technique grade A.
Martial technique, grade S, Hurricane Blade technique perfection wind and Thunder Fist technique perfection.
Secret technique, Berserking 3rd level.
I almost forgot to change back to the Hubris aura. Looking at the haste aura next to his name, Xian Yuan-che then remembered that he had forgotten to change back to the Hubris aura.
That was a life-saving aura.
He hurriedly switched back to the Arrogant aura, and only then did a sense of security rise in his heart.
It's still the Arrogant aura that's good.
More than 10 minutes later, Xian Yuan-che arrived at the varsity training room and instructed Chun Xingxing and the others.
Capital. Teacher, did you find that martial saint powerhouse?
Morong Zun respectfully looked at Wang Dingtian.
Wang Dingtian shook his head. Not found.
Then he looked at Morong Zun. Upon seeing Morong Zun's hair roots that were starting to turn white, he sighed.
Consuming your lifespan to forcefully break through to martial saint, why are you suffering like this?
Master can still hold out for a few more years. As you cycle through the clubs, it may not be impossible for you to break through to martial saint. Morong Zun shook his head at his words. The student knows the condition of his body. Even if the martial element seed can be repaired, it will take at least a few decades. Huaxia can't wait that long.
Wang Dingtian looked at Morong Zun with cloudy eyes. Do you know the consequences of what you are doing? No. Morong Zun nodded without hesitation.
Exhausting his lifespan to forcefully break through to martial saint, once he succeeded, he would only have at most 10 years left in his lifespan. If he didn't force a breakthrough, he could at least live for over 2,000 years. But he had to do it. Once his teacher fell, without the martial saints sitting in the center of the Huaxia, it was no different from a lamb in front of those 8th order ferocious beasts. Huaxia could not be destroyed in his hands. Looking at Morong Zun's determined eyes, Wang Dingtian sighed and left on his crutches.
Chapter 68 Li Fenglin, stop. You guys stop fighting. Pugnacious Chen Xingqing.
Before leaving the conference room, Wang Dingtian spoke slowly. The matter of your damaged martial yuan seed has been known by the ferocious beasts. The rats are getting bigger and bigger. Morong Zun's eyes turned stern at those words. There were no more than 10 people who knew about the damage to his martial yuan seed, which meant that some of them at the top had already defected to the fierce beast.
Jiangnan Martial Dao First Academy.
Xian Yuan-che, who had finished instructing Chen Xingqing and the others, came to the window of the cafeteria.
I remember you. You are the teacher, right?
This time, before he even opened his mouth, the cafeteria's aunt recognized him and hurriedly hit him with a few extra spoons of meat. Seeing this, Xian Yuan-che put back the ID he had already pulled out.
Looking at the meat on his dinner plate, he stated that it was good to be a teacher. Just after sitting down to eat for a few minutes, he saw Li Fenglin's son, Li Lin, hurriedly running over. Teacher, it's bad, someone came to smash the venue. Looking at the anxious Li Lin, Xian Yuan-che unhurriedly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. There's no rush, speak slowly, who came to smash the scene? Li Lin calmed down a bit and hurriedly opened his mouth. It's North-South College.
Their professor brought a few students to smash the scene. Hearing this name, Xian Yuanche frowned slightly.
After thinking for a few seconds, he remembered this academy. North-South Academy, the second-ranked academy in Xiajing City.
Regardless of what tournament it was, it had always been suppressed by Jiangnan Martial Arts #1 Academy all year round. This time, the so-called smashing was probably to spar with the varsity teams Chen Qingqing and the others.
Take me to take a look.
Xian Yuanche picked up the uneaten rice and walked towards the door.
Teacher.
Don't eat, it's all started now, let's walk faster. Li Lin had some anxiety on his face. Xian Yuanche slowly arrived at the academy's third square. At this time, the outside of the square was already surrounded by students. Those students who were watching the battle were exchanging words from time to time.
Hiss. This is too ruthless, isn't it? I'll go, this punch, if it hits me, won't I have to lie in the hospital for half a month? It seems like a fight has broken out. Xian Yuanche took a bite and flew into the air. Stop. Stop it. You guys stop fighting.
Li Fenglin's anxious voice came. When Xian Yuanche heard this, he thought that Chen Qingqing and the others were being violently beaten. As a result, he flew up to the sky and took a look. Good lord. It turned out to be Chen Qingqing who was pressing down on a youth.
A fist, a punch to the abdomen, the entire square was constantly cracking.
Li Fenglin squatted on the ground, looking at the square that was constantly being destroyed, his face full of heartache.
Stop fighting, I only built a new square last year.
He wouldn't be heartbroken if it was an ordinary plaza, but when this plaza was built last year, it used a lot of second-order ores.
Chen Qingqing acted as if she didn't hear him, still madly thrashing that youth.
I told you to molest me, I told you to molest me. Thinking about what the youth had just said, the more Chen Qingqing thought about it, the more angry she became. She directly grabbed the youth's feet, lifted the whole person up, and frantically slammed them towards the ground.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The originally cracked square directly turned broken.
Li Fenglin was even more distressed at the sight. Stop! A neutral voice rang out.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked. On the other side of the square, a middle-aged man was looking at Chen Qingqing with a gloomy face. Behind the man stood 6 more students. From the looks of it, these people should be from the North-South Academy. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the man's panel.
Name, Wu Jiang.
Martial Yuan, 120-200 level 1 Martial King.
Breathing technique. Martial skill, grade A, Taishu Palm Grand completion. Martial King?
Looking at Wu Zhang's panel, Xian Yuanche raised his eyebrows. And Chen Qingqing in the square still didn't stop. Instead, she smashed harder into the ground.
Enough. We admit defeat. Wu Jiang said loudly once again.
Only then did Chen Qingqing stop when she heard this. With a forceful throw, the youth who looked like a dead dog was thrown in front of Wu Jiang. Chen Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and snorted coldly.
Humph. Watch what you say in the future. Those students behind Wu Jiang sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing their teammates' miserable state.
One of the students shrunk his head, his face somewhat timid.
Team. Captain, Li Huo was beaten too badly. I want to go home.
The youth in the lead snorted coldly.
What are you afraid of? That woman just now is at most a level 1 martial zone. Aren't you also a level 1 martial zone? Still need to be afraid of her? But. Don't but. You go and meet her now.
Ha?
I'll go?
The timid student's mouth opened wide at his words and pointed at himself.
Wasn't it obvious that he was going to give away his head?
In the end, under the threat of his own captain, that student somewhat timidly came across to Chen Qingqing. Although he was the same level 1 martial sect, the strength that Chen Qingqing had just displayed was too terrifying, causing him to even tremble a little bit in his legs right now. Xian Yuanche in the sky shook his head slightly as he looked at that student's timid appearance. Although he was the same level 1 martial sect as Chen Qingqing. But having lost most of his aura, what else was there to fight with? Sure enough, the truth was as he expected. Chen Qingqing rushed forward with an arrow step and struck that student's abdomen with a volley of battering mountain fist.
Bang! That student directly flew backwards.
Seeing this, Wu Jiang struck out a martial yuan, cancelling out the impact. Reaching out, he sucked that student over and raised his head to give him a slap.
Slap! Waste! You don't even dare to face an opponent of the same level now. How will you face those ferocious beasts in the future? That student covered his face, not daring to squeak.
Wu Jiang turned his head to look at the students behind himself. He found that almost all of them had cowardice in their eyes. Even those students who were level 2 martial sectors were like that. Only Lily, who was the captain of the team, had a wariness in his eyes.
Alas! Wu Jiang sighed. He didn't expect these students of his to be such losers. Lily, you go on.
Yes. Lily nodded, and with a gentle leap, he directly arrived opposite Chen Qingqing. Xian Yuanche used the eye of scrying to scan it.
Name, Lily. Qi and blood, 340,000 400,000 level 3 martial sect. Breathing technique.
Martial skill, grade A, Gale Blade technique minor success, grade B, Avalanche Thunder Fist minor success.
It's actually a cultivator of the Gale Blade technique as well.
Xian Yuanche muttered to himself for a moment.
You're not my opponent, let your captain Lu Hong come. Lily looked at Chen Qingqing on the opposite side and said.
Humph. Chen Qingqing grunted and didn't try to be brave, turning her head to look at Lu Hang.
Chapter 69, Why don't we let Professor Li go up and take a beating?
Using only his aura, he forced Wu Jiang back.
Lu Hong nodded and walked into the tattered square. Chen Qingqing retreated outside the square, leaving space for the two.
Shen Yuanche in the sky observed the two men's panels, and in his mind, he kept projecting who had the greater chance of winning.
Name, Lu Hong.
Blood, 340,000 400,000 level 3 martial sect.
Breathing technique.
Martial skill, grade A, bending moon gun technique great success, grade B.
Eventually coming up with a result, he felt that Lu Hong might have a better chance of winning.
Lu Hong took out a silver-colored spear from his spatial ring and looked at Lily on the opposite side with eyes full of battle intent. I've heard of you, Lily, the #1 person in North-South Academy. He once defeated a grade 2 martial zoner by crossing the level at grade 1 martial zoner.
You are indeed qualified to be my opponent.
Lily laughed lightly and took out a long sword. I hope you can make me enjoy myself. With a whoosh, Lily rushed directly in front of Lu Hong and directly executed the Gale Blade technique.
Bending moon gun technique.
Instead of choosing to dodge, Lu Hong chose to cast his own masterful spear technique to fight hard. This was because he knew that the 24 slashes per second Gale Blade technique was not that easy to dodge. As a clash of weapons rang out, Lu Hang blocked most of the attacks, but still inevitably took damage.
There was a deep visible wound on his abdomen, both shoulders, and face. Despite the damage, the battle intent in Lu Hang's eyes did not diminish by half.
Taking advantage of this gap, he stowed his gun into his spatial ring and directly executed the mountain-breaking fist on Lily's abdomen. Lily was stunned at the sight. He did not expect that Lu Hong would actually continue his attack against his injuries. It was this half-second of being stunned that allowed Lu Hang's mountain-breaking fist to solidly strike Lily's abdomen.
Bang!
Lily flew out directly backwards, and the knife in his hand also came off at the same time, falling to the ground. Lu Hong did not give it a chance to catch its breath. An arrow step followed Lily, who flew out backwards and punched him in the chest.
Ka-ching! Put!
This punch directly caused Lily to spray out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't until Lily flew out of the square that Wu Jian used his martial arts yuan to make it stop.
Lily covered his chest and looked at Lu Hong within the square. Cough cough. I lost. You're strong, but in a fight, dazing is a big no-no.
After Lu Hong finished speaking, he took out a healing potion and poured it directly into his mouth. Within seconds of drinking it, the wound stopped bleeding. But to fully recover from the injury, it would take at least half an hour, if not more than an hour.
Lily similarly took out a healing potion and drank it.
Seeing Lily lose, Wu Jiang sighed. Looking at the students behind him who had lost all their momentum, he knew that there was no more need to compete.
Immediately afterward, he made a move that took everyone by surprise. He came directly inside the even more tattered square and looked at Li Fenglin.
Mr. Wu broke through to Martial King some time ago, so I would like to ask your school to send out a Martial King for some lessons. When these words came out, the surrounding students were shocked. The professor leading the team from North-South Academy is actually a Martial King.
The vice dean isn't here, so it seems like only the dean of our academy is a Martial King. Do we want the dean to come out and fight him?
I remember that Professor Li is also quite powerful. Why don't we let Professor Li go up and take a beating?
Ah shucks.
I said it wrong, it should be letting Professor Li go up and fight him. The crowd gradually shifted the topic to Li Fenglin.
Li Fenglin, who was in the middle of heartbreaking the plaza, noticed that the atmosphere was not right.
As soon as he looked up, he realized that the students present had all placed their gazes on his body.
Professor Li, why don't you go fight that Professor Wu? We believe in you. A few female students said with anticipation on their faces.
The other students nodded their heads at the words.
Right. Professor Li, isn't it just a martial king? Just do it and be done with it. Li Fenglin?
Although he didn't hear the previous ones, he heard the words martial king. Looking again at Wu Jiang, who was standing within the square, he was shocked in his heart.
Letting him, a martial zong, fight a martial king? Wasn't that for nothing?
His hands trembled as he directly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Shen Yuanche's number.
Shen Yuanche's cell phone, who was in the sky, rang.
The people present, being martial artists with excellent hearing, looked up at the sound.
Upon seeing Shen Yuanche standing in the sky, they exclaimed in shock. Isn't this teacher Shen Yuanche? He's actually in the sky.
Only a martial king powerhouse can navigate the air. Doesn't this mean that teacher Shen Yuanche is a martial king?
Great. This way Professor Li won't have to go up and get beaten. One of the students said happily.
Li Fenglin, who was holding a cell phone, had a dark face. Wu Jiang naturally also discovered Shen Yuanche standing in the sky.
Upon seeing Shen Yuanche's young appearance, his heart was shocked.
He had never seen such a young martial king before. And just from his appearance, Shen Yuanche was not even over 20 years old. Such a young martial king, not to mention not having seen it, even listening to it, he had never heard of it. In the expectant gazes of the crowd of students, Shen Yuanche landed on the square and looked at Wu Jiang as he faintly opened his mouth.
You're not my opponent, it's better to bring your students back to heal their wounds.
Wu Jiang sniffed with a slight anger on his face. Although he couldn't detect Shen Yuanche's realm with his spiritual sense, he expected that Shen Yuanche's realm must be similar to his own. Because in his perception, Shen Yuanche was so young, even if he was a martial king, his realm would definitely not be much higher than his own.
He cupped his fists towards Shen Yuanche. My name is Wu Jiang. Please instruct me.
At the same time, the aura of a martial king was then emitted. The people present, with the exception of Shen Yuanche, all felt a pressure. Shen Yuanche returned the salute. My name is Shen Yuanche, please instruct me. The martial emperor's aura radiated out with it, targeting none other than Wu Jiang.
Wu Jiang's aura was instantly dispersed. The crowd present felt their bodies relax.
On the other hand, Wu Jiang himself didn't feel so good. The powerful aura caused him to continuously retreat backward.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every step he took backward caused the ground to make a loud sound. It wasn't until he exited the square that he felt his body loosen up. At this moment, Wu Jiang's heart had long since set off waves of shock. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just his aura alone had directly forced him out of the square. This kind of feeling he had never had even when he faced a rank 9 martial king.
Still want to continue? Professor Wu? Shen Yuanche's faint voice entered his ears.
Wu Jiang hurriedly clasped his fists. It's my own fault, thank you for your instruction. Immediately afterward, he took out a card from his spatial ring and sent it to Shen Yuanche with Wu Yuan. Today, I brought someone here to spar, causing your academy's plaza to be damaged. This is the reconstruction cost, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he lifted the still unconscious student on the ground and led Li Li and the others towards the gate. After seeing Wu Jiang and the others leave, Shen Yuanche looked at the bank card in his hand. It was anonymous, it should be enough to rebuild this square. He turned his head to look at Li Fenglin. Elder brother Li, in this bank card are the funds to rebuild the plaza. With a flick of his hand, the bank card flew into Li Fenglin's hand.
Chapter 70 Level 5 Martial Emperor. The system once again dispatched the mission.
Li Fenglin looked at the bank card in his hand and then at Shen Yuanche. At this moment, the entire square was incomparably quiet. The crowd was shocked by Shen Yuanche's methods.
Wu Jiang, a martial king, was directly forced out of the square by Qi?
What the hell was this? It was only after a long time that a student broke the quiet.
My goodness, teacher Shen Yuanche is too fierce.
He made the martial king exit the square with just his qi.
How strong must that strength be?
The moment these words came out, it was as if the atmosphere of the scene was ignited. Teacher is too powerful. Forcing a martial king back with just his qi.
Teacher Shen Yuanche wouldn't be a martial emperor, right? I think it's possible. Our academy actually has a martial emperor, it's too awesome. These students' faces were filled with excitement discussing with each other. While the crowd was discussing, Xian Yuanche had already left the square. After 2.5 minutes, Li Fenglin came back to his senses and hurriedly chased towards Xian Yuanche. He now very urgently wanted to know what realm Xian Yuanche, this demon, was in now. The moment he caught up with Xian Yuanche, he hurriedly opened his mouth. What realm are you in now? Xian Yuanche raised his eyebrows. Would you believe me when I say that I am now a martial emperor? Li Fenglin's face immediately became serious, slowly uttering 3 words. I don't believe it. Then after a pause he continued to speak. If you are a martial emperor, I will eat 10 pounds. In his opinion, a few days ago Xian Yuanche had just broken through to martial king. How could he break through to martial emperor so quickly? Even if he was hung up, it was impossible to be this fast. Seeing Li Fenglin's disbelief, Xian Yuanche shrugged. Forget it if you don't believe me. After saying that, he walked towards the cafeteria. After all of his dinner plates were still in the system space and hadn't been returned. Looking at Xian Yuanche's distant back, Li Fenglin shook his head. This kid, he's really a demon. Although Xian Yuanche couldn't possibly be a martial emperor, with just his aura, he had forced back Wu Jiang, who was a first-level martial king. I'm afraid that his realm had also reached a rank 6 or 7 martial king. Alas, it's really a case of people being more angry than people. Li Fenglin sighed and headed towards Wang Xian's residence. When will I break through to martial king? After returning the dinner plate, he returned to his residence and began to cultivate. It would soon be October, and by then he would be able to enter the martial Yuan secret realm to cultivate. Wang Xian, who was originally drinking tea in the courtyard, directly crushed the teacup in his hand after hearing what Li Fenglin said. Forcing back a martial king with just his qi? This brat, he's really inscrutable. He took out 2 boxes from his spatial ring and placed them on the stone table. Take these 2 boxes and give them to him, and here are 2 martial yuan pills. Remember to instruct him that he can't chew on greed, wait to absorb one before absorbing the other. Good. Li Fenglin nodded and put the 2 boxes into his spatial ring and headed out. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he had just jammed the guaranteed blasts of his cultivation when the doorbell rang. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw Li Fenglin standing at the door. He flashed to the door and opened it. Elder brother Li. Xian Yuanche invited Li Fenglin inside the villa. After just sitting down and drinking a cup of tea, he took out the 2 boxes that Wang Xian had given him. This is the martial yuan potion that the dean gave you, drink it when you have time. Also, the dean asked me to give you a word of advice, wait until you've absorbed one before absorbing the other, otherwise you can't chew on greed. Martial yuan potion? Xian Yuanche was a little surprised. He did not expect Wang Xian to actually send 2 martial yuan potion to himself. As for why, he could probably guess. It was probably because he saw his potential and wanted to invest in it. Thank you, elder brotherly, and by the way, say thank you to the dean for me. Well, with your current strength, the first place in next month's academy competition is definitely secure. The dean can't mention how happy he is. After Li Fenglin left, Xian Yuanche opened the 2 boxes. Taking out one of the martial yuan potion, he poured it down. Ding! Detected the host taking the martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 10-fold surge. 60 points of martial yuan increased to 600 points. Martial yuan, 4,300 5,000 level 4 martial emperor. Looking at the information that popped up from the system, Xian Yuanche was somewhat satisfied. 10 times, the blitz is finally not in single digits. He then took out the second martial yuan potion. This time, his luck was still very good, and after drinking it, he also triggered a blitz. Ding! Detected host taking martial yuan potion. Martial yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 15-fold blitz. 60 points of martial yuan raised to 900 points. Martial yuan, 5,200 6,000 level 5 martial emperor. Looking at this blitz multiplier, Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised. 15 times the blitz? When did you become so generous, system? Ding! Host, the probability of triggering a blitz attack and the multiplier are random, please do not defame this system. Xian Yuanche ignored the system and returned to his room, preparing to cultivate. 200 kilometers away from the eastern border of Huaxia. A group of people dressed in black robes stood in the sky, and the person at the head was holding a detector in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. The detector rang out. The man at the head's face was delighted at the sight. This is it, prepare to open the S-Class secret realm. The crowd of black-clothed men immediately dispersed and took out a transparent colored bug from their arms. As soon as these worms came out, they immediately flew to the same spot and began to nibble on it. In less than 10 minutes, these worms gnawed out a spatial crack that was about 1 centimeter in diameter. Time quickly came to the next day. Jiangnan First Academy. Ding! Detected that the host has been practicing for 10 hours and gained 0.5 points of martial yuan, triggering a 300-fold blast, 0.5 raised to 150. Martial yuan, 56,000 level 5 martial emperor. 300 times the storm, not bad. Ding! Detected an S-rank secret realm opening outside of eastern China, triggering a quest. Quest content: an S-rank Nirvana secret realm is about to open. Host can go to the center of the secret realm and look for the Nirvana tree. Take down the Nirvana fruit from the top of the Nirvana tree and hand it over to this system, which will help the host transform the Nirvana fruit. Transform into Secret Artstone Nirvana. There's actually a mission? Looking at the task released by the system, Xian Yuanche stroked his chin. With some curiosity, he clicked on the introduction of that secret art stone. When he saw the introduction of this secret art, his face directly turned excited. Chapter 71 Secret Art Nirvana. Secret Art Stone Nirvana. Introduction: use it to obtain the passive secret art, Nirvana. Secret Art, Nirvana. Introduction: upon death from damage, the corpse will vanish into the void and enter a state of nirvana, resurrecting in full state 24 hours later with a 1 in 100,000 chance of raising a minor realm. Cooldown time, unknown. Looking at the introduction of this secret art, Xian Yuanche was filled with excitement. Resurrection? This is too fierce. That's right, this Nirvana secret art was the ability to raise the dead. This effect was the same as the resurrection armor in the game. That's not right. It should be even more powerful than resurrection armor. Ding! The location of the S-rank Nirvana secret realm has been sent to the host's cell phone, so the host can go to the Nirvana secret realm now. Xian Yuanche picked up the cell phone that was placed aside and checked it. 200 kilometers away from the eastern border? It's quite far. Xian Yuanche put away his cell phone and headed towards the door. Although the secret realm was a bit far away, after turning on berserking, he wouldn't need a minute to get there. He directly flew into the sky and turned on berserking. Martial Yuan, 12,037.5 20,000 level 1 Martial Exalt. The pressure of a Martial Exalt was emanating from within him. The entire Xi'an city felt this pressure. This pressure almost made them gasp for air. This was still the result of Xian Yuanche unconsciously radiating it. A martial artist was walking on the road when he suddenly breathed heavily. What's going on here? Why has breathing suddenly become difficult? The surrounding martial artists similarly suffered from this situation and stopped to breathe heavily. But fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and didn't cause anyone to have an accident. As for the academy side, Xian Yuanche put away his own pressure. After bringing on his rush aura and executing his divine walking steps, his figure flickered and appeared 100 kilometers away. His figure was constantly changing, and in less than 10 seconds, he had arrived at the eastern border. After another 2 seconds, he arrived directly at the mission site. A spatial rift that was more than 10 meters wide came into view. Through the spatial rift, part of the scene inside could still be seen. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly entered the spatial rift. The moment he entered the spatial rift, he used his spiritual sense to start scanning his surroundings. The spiritual sense spread out with him at the center, and he knew the situation within 100 kilometers as well as he did. He remembered that the system had said that the Nirvana tree was at the center of the Nirvana mystic realm. Looking at this situation, his location was at the edge of the secret realm, and now the goal was clear: to move towards the center. With a flash of his body, he appeared 100 kilometers away. A few minutes after Xian Yuanche left, 2 fat and thin old men also appeared outside the secret realm. This should be the source of the fluctuations. I didn't expect it to be an S-class secret realm. The tall and thin old man looked at the spatial crack in front of him and his cloudy eyes lit up. The obese old man stroked the white beard on his chin. Time waits for no one, let's go in. In the center of the secret realm, a giant red sky-high tree was rooted here. There was also a fruit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters at the top. A group of black-robed people arrived here. The person in the lead looked at the giant skyscraping tree in front of them and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha! There really is a divine tree here.
As long as I obtain the fruits up there, Lord Sacred Beast will surely honor me. After saying that, he flew towards the canopy of the tree. After only a second, Xian Yuanche arrived here. He looked at these black-robed people who were waiting, and without the slightest hesitation, he took out his alloy blade from the system space and directly used the hurricane blade technique towards them. Because he knew that people in this kind of costume only had one identity. That was the Holy Beast cult. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power tenfold. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected host using hurricane blade technique, triggering a sevenfold blast, increasing power by 7 times. Ding! Detected host. Ding! Detected by. Dozens of blade lights made up of martial elements flew towards those black-robed men. 7 or 8 black-robed men were hit by the blade lights before they could react. A few of them who were at a higher realm of martial emperor reacted and hurriedly urged their martial yuan to start resisting. The Xian Yuanche who had turned on berserking was already a martial emperor. How could a blade technique executed by a martial exalted be resisted by a mere martial emperor? The blade light directly penetrated the defense and landed on their bodies, and without even having a chance to scream, they were sliced in half. The black-robed man who was flying towards the canopy turned his head and realized that all of his men were actually dead. He was instantly furious. A mere first-level martial exalt, how dare you kill this exalt's men? Xian Yuanche used the Eye of Scrying to check the black-robed man's information. Name, Golden Beast Slave. Martial Yuan, 27,000 30,000 Grade 2 Martial Exalt. Breathing Technique. Martial Technique, Grade A, Thunder Transforming Palm Perfection, Bunyu Fist Perfection, Grade B. Secret Technique, Bestialization. Beastification, when used, it allows one to change into a half-beast form, increasing speed, strength, and defense by 25%, and is immune to pain, lasting for 2 minutes. Side effect, loss of sanity. A level 2 martial exalt actually only has 2A grade martial arts, but that's it. Xian Yuanche switched back to his arrogant aura and directly swung dozens of slashes towards the Golden Beast Slave. Ding! Detected the host using the hurricane blade technique, triggering a tenfold blitz, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Detected host. Ding! Detected. Ding! Ding! However, the Golden Beast Slave was angry, but his goal was clear. With a whoosh, he directly came to the tree crown, took out his knife and prepared to cut down the nirvana fruit. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also flashed to the tree's crown and directly performed the wind and thunder fist technique towards the Golden Beast Slave. Ding! Triggered a tenfold blast. Ding! A series of system blasts sounded. Dozens of punches directly bombarded the Golden Beast Slave. Bang! The Golden Beast Slave directly flew backwards for hundreds of kilometers. Damn it! The Golden Beast Slave looked in Xian Yuanche's direction with some scorn in his eyes. He didn't expect the martial skill executed by this first-level martial exalt to be so powerful. Beast transformation. He roared and his body changed. Scales began to grow on his arms, and a sharp unicorn horn grew on top of his head. The body also became stronger. From the original 1 meter 8, it directly became 2 meters 5. Roar! With red eyes, he directly flashed back to the canopy and blasted out a punch towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche was not afraid in the slightest and directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique in return. Boom! 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 The two of them blasted against each other like this. Xian Yuanche, who was wearing the arrogant aura, was not the least bit afraid of the Golden Beast Slave that had already beastified. Moreover, the Golden Beast Slave who had turned on his bestialization had completely lost his mind and didn't know how to operate his martial elements to restrict his opponent. Therefore, Xian Yuanche easily dodged the Golden Beast Slave's attacks. From time to time, he also executed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique to strike back. The Wind and Thunder Fist technique that triggered a blitz hit the Golden Beast Slave, and the Golden Beast Slave once again flew out upside down. Although blood was already coming out of his mouth and nose, the Golden Beast Slave, who was immune to pain, still acted like nothing was wrong as he returned to Xian Yuanche and continued to counterattack with red eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away. The two fat and thin old men sensed the aftermath emanating from the distance and glanced at each other. There are martial exalted battling against each other. Quickly go and take a look.
The two quickly approached towards the Nirvana tree.
When they arrived 100 kilometers away, they stopped and began to watch. When they saw Xian Yuanche sparring with the Golden Beast slave, the two men's pupils shrunk in some surprise.
Who is this young man that can actually fight back and forth with the Golden Beast slave that has already been beastified?
The fat old man spoke.
The tall and thin old man shook his head, indicating that he did not know.
At this moment, after seeing Xian Yuanche's young appearance, the tall and thin old man sucked in a breath of cool air.
Hiss. It's not right. Chapter 72, Acquiring the Secret Art Nirvana. Why does that martial exalt fighting against the Golden Beast slave look so young?
The obese old man sniffed and also noticed the situation, and after thinking for a moment he came up with a so.
It should be using martial yuan to deliberately turn his appearance young, right? The tall and thin old man nodded at his words. There is this possibility. After all, in his opinion, how could there be such a young martial exalt in the world? Boom! Boom! Boom!
The battle between the two continued. With the recovery effect of the arrogant aura, Xian Yuanche's state was no different from before the fight started. However, the Golden Beast slave didn't feel so good. From time to time, the wind and thunder fist technique that triggered a blitz hit him, causing him to continuously verbally spit out blood and shatter his internal organs.
Ding!
Detected the host performing the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 30-fold bludgeon and increasing its power by 30 times. The 30 times more powerful wind and thunder fist technique struck the Golden Beast slave's body. The powerful force caused it to fly backwards for hundreds of kilometers, crashing through dozens of large mountains one after another. The organs, bones, and even the martial yuan seeds within his body suffered a devastating blow.
The entire person directly turned into a pile of mush.
When the fat and thin old man in the distance saw the scene, his back immediately chilled and cold sweat broke out. This was because the moment Xian Yuanche swung that punch, they all felt a sense of crisis coincidentally. This meant that if that punch had struck them just now, I'm afraid that they would have ended up in the same situation as the Golden Beast slave just now.
At this moment, Xian Yuanche looked over towards the two.
When the two of them met Xian Yuanche's gaze, their hairs immediately stood upright, and the same thought rose in their hearts coincidentally.
That was... run!
With a whoosh, the two directly disappeared in place. Seeing the two escape, Xian Yuanche did not choose to chase after them. For him, the most important thing right now was that Nirvana fruit on the Nirvana tree.
He re-entered the Nirvana tree's crown, took out his ally knife, and removed the Nirvana fruit in its entirety.
After storing the huge Nirvana fruit into the system space, Xian Yuanche landed on the ground and stowed the sacred beast cult's corpse into the system space.
Then he went to collect the Golden Beast slave's corpse into the system space as well.
After doing all this, he stood in front of the Nirvana tree and surveyed it. Then he used the eye of scrying on the Nirvana tree.
Race, Nirvana tree.
Grade, 12th order. Description: the Nirvana tree is an extremely rare living being in the universe, due to the Nirvana fruit on its crown, causing it to attract various forces to fight over it as soon as it appears.
After being killed, the Nirvana tree will turn back into a seed and disappear into the void, searching for a suitable location to be reborn in Nirvana. Weakness: destroy the seed before it completes Nirvana to kill it.
Nirvana fruit: after eating the entire Nirvana fruit, one can obtain a precious chance of Nirvana, and after death, it will vanish into the void, and spend 10 years to achieve Nirvana. Looking at the Nirvana tree's realm, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled.
12th rank, what realm is this?
Then he looked at the system panel.
System, do you know what realm this is? Ding.
No, when the host reaches a certain realm, this system will tell the host itself. Seeing that the system didn't say anything, Xian Yuanche didn't pursue the question too much. Alright then, you can help me transform the Nirvana fruit first.
Ding.
Detected the host completing the mission. Nirvana fruit is being remodeled.
After a few seconds the system's beep came again. Ding.
The Nirvana fruit has been transformed into the secret artstone Nirvana, and has now been stored in the system space. Please check it out for the host.
Ding.
Warm reminder, this secret art stone is specially made by this system. Even if the host already possesses a secret art, he can still use it. Xian Yuanche knew why the system uttered these words. It was because since the recovery of aura, no matter what realm a martial artist was in, they could only use the secret art stone once. Xian Yuanche took a look inside the system space and the huge Nirvana fruit had already disappeared. In its place was a red secret art stone. He took out the secret art stone and directly affixed it to his forehead. After a while, the secret art stone emitted a bright light and disappeared.
Secret Art Nirvana.
Description: upon death from damage, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters a state of nirvana, resurrecting in full state 24 hours later, with a 1 in 100,000 chance of raising a minor realm.
Cooldown time, 1 year. Not bad, not bad.
Xian Yuanche was satisfied with this secret art.
After all, who wouldn't be satisfied with an extra life? Ding!
The host has been detected to have obtained the secret art nirvana, triggering a 100-fold blast, and the secret art nirvana has begun to advance. Secret nirvana has advanced to secret nirvana first level.
Secret art nirvana first level.
Description: upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of nirvana, resurrecting after 10 hours in full state, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of raising a minor realm.
Cooldown time, 1 month. Advancement condition: spend 2 secret art stones or realm breakthrough to Martial King to raise it to the second rank. Ding!
Detected that the host's realm has reached Martial King. Is it possible to raise the secret art nirvana to the second rank?
Wait. There's no rush.
Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and hastily stopped it.
If nirvana has been raised to the second rank, what are the conditions for raising it to the third rank?
Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind.
Ding!
Use 2 secret art stones, or the realm is raised to Martial Emperor.
Then raise nirvana to the second rank. Ding!
Secret art nirvana has been upgraded to the second rank.
Secret art nirvana second order.
Description: upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 8 hours, with a 1 in 5,000 chance of raising 2 minor realms. Storage: every 10 days, you can store 1 chance of nirvana.
Storage limit, 1-2 times.
Advancement condition: use 2 secret art stones, or realm upgrade to Martial Emperor. Upon seeing the introduction of the second order nirvana, Xian Yuanche could only say that it was too powerful. The cooldown time had been cancelled, and in its place, nirvana chances were stored. This was more than 1 star stronger than the first rank. Ah!
Tuzi, good job, this host is satisfied. Ding!
Thank you for the host's compliments, the system is pleased.
Ding!
Detected that the host meets the conditions. Secret art nirvana can be upgraded to the third level. Will you upgrade secret art nirvana to the third level?
Upgrade it.
This time, Xian Yuanche directly nodded his head. Chapter 73 Level 7 Martial Emperor, preparing for the Academy competition.
Secret technique nirvana third order.
Description: upon death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 6 hours, with a 1 in 2,500 chance of raising 3 minor realms. Storage: every 10 days, you can store 1 chance of nirvana.
Storage limit, 1-3 times.
Advancement condition: use 2 secret art stones, or realm upgrade to Martial Honor. It's become 3 times, not bad. Looking at the introduction of the third order nirvana, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked towards the system in his mind.
System, is there anything else good inside this secret realm? Ding! Apart from the nirvana tree, there's nothing else. Xian Yuanche sniffed and glanced at the nirvana tree.
After looking at its realm again, he turned around and left. After spending more than half an hour, he re-entered the entrance of the secret realm. Not long after he had just drilled out of the spatial rift, the rift automatically began to heal. He was just about to leave when his spiritual sense seemed to have swept up something. Taking a look towards the ground, several transparent worms were lying on the ground, their bodies stiff, and it was obvious that they had died long ago.
What is this?
Looking at the worms that fell on the ground, Xian Yuanche was a little puzzled.
With a moment of curiosity, he opened his eye of scrying and swept it. Race: air-devouring bug. Grade: 5th order. Introduction: birthed from an air-devouring mother bug, can gnaw on space and make deep space visible. Air-devouring worms?
Xian Yuanche sucked these 4 air-devouring insects over to take a closer look. Although they were already dead, he still put them away in the system space. After doing this, he left the place. Less than 5 seconds after Xian Yuanche left, Moronzun suddenly appeared here. Looking at the spatial crack that had long since recovered, he was a bit puzzled. Strange, how did the spatial crack close so quickly this time? Spiritual sense scanned the vicinity, and after determining that the spatial rift was closed, he shook his head and left the place. Holy beast cult, what a human stinker! At this time, Xian Yuanche had long since returned within the Jiangnan First Academy. He was satisfied with today's harvest. In less than 2 hours of going out, he had gained one more life.
And there would be another one in 10 days. Time quickly came to September 30th.
The entire school was happy today because tomorrow was the national day, a 7-day vacation.
Woohoo! See you in 7 days, teacher.
Lu Hang and Chen Xingxing and the others happily bid farewell towards Shen Yuanche on the side of the road. Bye, go home and remember to have a good time, the competition is coming up soon. Shen Yuanche waved his hand towards them to bid farewell for the time being.
Lu Heng's face was a bit odd as he sniffed. He looked at Shen Yuanche with a straight face. Teacher, you should have to say to us, don't slack off even if you go home, there's a competition coming up soon. Lu Qingqing nodded approvingly. That's right, you should have to say that. Shen Yuanche smiled and did not reply. With him here, wouldn't it be a breeze to beat those Marshal Zhong Xiao Karami?
Not to mention those academy students, even if their dean came, he would still beat them up. After skulking around outside, Shen Yuanche went back and started his cultivation.
Ding!
The host has been cultivating for 10 hours, the martial yuan has increased by 0.5 triggering a 100-fold blast, 0.5 raised to 50.
Martial yuan, 5,400 6,000 level 5 martial emperor. Ding!
Host cultivates for 10 hours, martial yuan increases by 0.5, triggering a 200 times storm 0.5 raised to 100.
Martial yuan, 5,500 6,000 level 5 martial emperor. Ding!
Host cultivates for 10 hours, martial yuan increases by 0.5, triggering a 100-fold storm 0.5 raising to 50.
Martial yuan, 56,000 level 5 martial emperor.
7 days passed quickly, and over these 7 days, Shen Yuanche spent most of his time in cultivation. The realm had also risen from a rank 5 martial emperor to a rank 7 martial emperor.
Martial yuan, 7,300 8,000 level 7 martial emperor.
After ending his cultivation and taking a bath, Shen Yuanche went out for a stroll. When he walked to the varsity training room, he saw Chen Xingxing and the others with a hangdog face.
Obviously, they hadn't yet transformed from their happy vacation.
Prepare yourselves in these few days, we'll be going to the capital in a few days, to participate in the academy competition.
Good.
The crowd replied listlessly.
Time quickly came 3 days later, Shen Yuanche and Li Fenglin stood at the entrance, waiting for the crowd. Chapter 74 Level 4 Berserking. 10 seconds to the capital?
Only after waiting for a while did Lu Hang and the others arrive one after another. The academy competition is in a few days, so let's go over a few days early.
Li Fenglin said towards Lu Hang's few people.
Shen Yuanche swept a glance and realized that Li Lin had not yet come.
Li Fenglin also discovered this situation.
Li Lin hasn't come yet, let's all wait for a few more minutes. While waiting, Shen Yuanche swept the system panel from time to time.
After a while, he remembered something.
That was, when he had broken through to Martial Emperor, it seemed like Berserking hadn't been upgraded yet. He opened his panel and saw that there were 3 words upgradable behind Berserking. System, help me advance my Berserking to the 4th stage. Shen Yuanche said in his mind towards the system.
Ding! Berserking is in the process of advancing.
Berserking 4th stage, after using it, it can increase 175% of one's full attributes, reduce pain sensation by 70%, and last for 1 hour.
Side effect, after the end of Berserking, one will fall into weakness for half an hour. During the period of weakness, the full attributes will decrease by 20%. Advancement condition, use 10 secret art stones. Not bad.
Looking at the countdown of the 4th order Berserking, Shen Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart. In addition to the reduction boosting by 20%. The full attribute boost also increased from 125% to 175%. A full 50% boost, this boost was already very good.
I'm coming.
Li Lin suddenly appeared with a piece of bread in his mouth.
Li Fenglin nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off.
After saying that, he was about to lead the crowd towards the outside.
Wait.
Shen Yuanche spoke up.
What's wrong? Li Fenglin looked at Shen Yuanche with some doubt.
Let me take you all to the capital, so that we don't have to waste time traveling by car.
Lu Hang and the others lit up at the words. Teacher Shen Yuanche is going to take us to fly to the capital, right?
That's right. After receiving the reply, Lu Han and the others exclaimed. Great, growing up, I haven't even tried the feeling of flying in the sky yet. Li Fenglin looked at the crowd that was full of excitement and then looked at Shen Yuanche.
Are you sure it's okay? Do you have enough martial energy to support taking us to the capital?
Xian Yuanche was afraid of flying them halfway and not having enough martial energy, which would be embarrassing. Lu Hong and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with an expectant face. If one looked closely, one could still see that there was a slight tension in their eyes. After all, for them, if they didn't have enough martial energy, this aerial flight would be ruined. They hadn't reached Martial King and were still looking forward to this matter of flying in the sky. Xian Yuanche smiled. Just don't worry, it won't take much martial yuan. After hearing Xian Yuanche's reply, the crowd exclaimed. Woohoo! Xian Yuanche first turned on berserking, then used his martial yuan to wrap the crowd up and fly into the sky. Martial yuan, 20075 30,000 second grade martial exalt. Quite a few students from the academy also discovered this scene. Look, Lu Hong and the others are flying, as well as Professor Li. Many students exclaimed as they pointed at the crowd in the sky. Other students raised their heads and looked at the crowd flying in the sky with some envy in their eyes. To be able to fly in the sky was the dream of how many people? The crowd rose a few hundred meters before stopping. Is this what it feels like to be in the sky? Lu Hong and the others looked at the ground excitedly. Cough. Ready to start. Xian Yuanche coughed. Hurry up and start, teacher, I'm already looking forward to the air journey on the line. Except for Li Fenglin, the crowd of students said in unison. Xian Yuanche nodded, switched to his rush aura, performed divine walking steps, and led the crowd to more than 100 kilometers away with a whoosh. The crowd flew towards the capital at a speed of over 200 kilometers per second. Almost 10 seconds later, Xian Yuanche stopped. It's too cool. Teacher, quickly continue. The crowd said as they looked at Xian Yuanche with excited faces. At this moment, they hadn't realized that they had already arrived above the capital. There's no need to continue, we've already arrived at the capital. Xian Yuanche brought the crowd down to the ground. What? We've already arrived? This time being not only Lu Hong and the others, even Li Fenglin was a bit confused. It had only been 10 seconds, right? How did we arrive at the capital? Teacher, you didn't lie to us, right? Lu Hong looked at Xian Yuanche with some suspicion. Xian Yuanche casually took out his cell phone and opened the positioning to show them. Upon seeing the positioning on the phone, the foxiness in Lu Hong's eyes turned into shock. We're really in the capital. Lu Hong exclaimed in shock. The others took out their own cell phones to check up. Upon seeing that they had indeed arrived in the capital, they also shouted out in shock. Li Lin, on the other hand, was the most bizarre, with no shock on his face, but instead a look of sadness. My air journey It's only 10 seconds and it's over. He thought he would fly for at least an hour or two, but he didn't expect it to be over in 10 seconds. And the one who reacted the latest was Li Fenglin. After he looked at his surroundings, he looked at Xian Yuanche with a shocked face. At the same time a nationalist cry soared out of his mouth. WC, so fast. Xian Yuanche raised his hand and dispersed the martial energy that was wrapped around the crowd. After doing this, he seemed to have discovered something and looked up to the sky. His spiritual sense sensed that 10,000 meters up in the air, there was a person looking at him. You guys go to the hotel first, I still have some things to do. After saying that, his body flashed and disappeared in place. Then let's go first. Li Fenglin didn't ask too many questions and led the crowd towards the hotel that had already been booked. Xian Yuanche directly arrived at a height of 10,000 meters looking at the person in front of him. An old man with a somewhat dry and thin body. He used the eye of scrying to scan the old man's information. Name, Xian Yuan Wu. Martial Yuan, 61,000 70,000 6th level martial exalt. Breathing technique, Xian Yuan triple circumference heaven grade S. Martial technique, S rank, Xian Yuan's gun technique perfection, sealing empty hand perfection. Secret techniques. Upon seeing the old man's surname, there was no surprise in Xian Yuanche's heart. This was because he had long known that there was a top family in Huaxia that had the same surname as himself. Xian Yuanwu was first shocked when he looked at the Xian Yuanche in front of him. Because the distance between the two was only 100 meters, he was able to clearly perceive the life breath within Xian Yuanche's body. From this aspect, he was able to learn that the age of this grade 2 martial exalt in front of him was not very old. Chapter 75 Sorry, I don't want to get involved with the Xian Yuan family. While he was shocked, he also discovered something that shocked him even more.
That was, Xian Yuanche's eyebrows resembled his son, Xian Yuanshen. What is your name? He tentatively opened his mouth and asked. Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche replied indifferently. Upon hearing Xian Yuanche's name, Xian Yuanwu's hands began to tremble.
It was the same as his own, both surnamed Xian Yuan.
What is your father's name?
Xian Yuanche's face was somewhat speechless.
Old man, it's rude to ask like this, you know? You're resting here to check your family's account?
Xian Yuanwu was suddenly speechless.
But he still wanted to confirm. Is your father called Xian Yuanshen? It is called Xian Yuanshen. May I ask what is your business? Child.
Xian Yuanwu looked at Xian Yuanche with some excitement.
Stop.
Xian Yuanche reached out and called out to stop Xian Yuanwu.
He had probably figured out what was going on.
Needless to say, he had definitely encountered a classic trope from a novel.
The identity of one of the parents was not simple.
One of them must have come from a big power, and then because of various things, they were expelled from the family or something. It's just that he didn't expect that he would actually encounter this situation.
He looked at Xian Yuanwu. Old man, if you don't have anything to do, I'll leave first.
After saying that, Xian Yuanche's figure flickered and disappeared in place. He did not want to get involved with the Xian Yuan family.
Author's words, will you guys think that the protagonist is cold-blooded? I'm a bit afraid of you guys scolding me when I write like this. Oh.
Xian Yuanwu looked at the disappearing Xian Yuanche and sighed. Walking on the road, Xian Yuanche took out his cell phone and looked at the location that Shang Guanfu had sent over earlier. After memorizing the location of Shang Guan's house clearly, he walked towards Shang Guan's house.
Soon, he arrived in front of the Shang Guan family's villa.
At the same time, he also sensed that there was a martial Zun in the Shang Guan family. It was probably the Shang Guan Feng that he had met last time in Linhai City.
Inside the Shang Guan family, Shang Guan Feng, who was originally checking the information, raised his head. What a strange martial Zun aura.
With a whoosh, he appeared beside Xian Yuanche.
Senior, long time no see.
Seeing Shang Guan Feng who suddenly appeared beside him, Xian Yuanche greeted him.
Shang Guan Feng recognized Xian Yuanche with a glance.
His own granddaughter's boyfriend. However, when he sensed that he had reached Xian Yuanche's realm, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at Xian Yuanche, his face full of shock. You brat. How did you become a martial Zun? Wasn't it a martial Zung some time ago? Don't tell me that you ran off to the wilderness a while ago and ate a martial Zun fruit.
Xian Yuanche laughed. Senior is joking, right? Is Yanran still inside the Qi blood mystic realm?
Seeing Xian Yuanche change the topic, Shang Guanfeng was also very sensible and did not pursue the question.
It hasn't come out yet, but it should be soon. Come in and sit down.
He reached out and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder.
Good. The two flashed straight into the hall. Shang Guanfeng poured a cup of tea for Xian Yuanche. Aside from looking for Yanran, do you want to enter the martial origin mystic realm to cultivate?
Xian Yuanche took a sip of tea and nodded. That's right, I want to enter the martial Yuan secret realm.
Shang Guanfeng took a sip of tea. In a few days it will be the Academy's grand competition. After the grand competition, I'll take you in. Good, many thanks, senior. Xian Yuanche nodded. Shang Guanfeng waved his hand. There's no need to be polite, that big gift you gave Yan Yan was very good.
That's as it should be, Yan Yan has also given me a lot of help. Hearing Xian Yuanche say this, Shang Guanfeng's eyes towards Xian Yuanche became more and more satisfied.
In a few days it will be the academy competition. I remember that you seem to be a teacher at the Jiangnan First Academy. Isn't it true that you're leading the team over for the competition this time? Aha!
Xian Yuanche nodded slightly. Not bad. With your guidance, this year's Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts might be able to get the top 10. No, senior said it wrong, it should be number 1. Xian Yuanche took a sip of tea and corrected himself.
Shang Guanfeng's face was a little surprised at his words. Oh? So confident?
Do you know that this year's Capital City First Academy is not the same as last year's?
What's different? Could it be that there are martial kings competing?
Xian Yuanche asked with some curiosity.
Shang Guanfeng shook his head.
That's not true, but it's almost the same. There's a kid in the Xian Yuan family who has already condensed his martial Yuan seed 2 months ago, reaching a half-step martial king. So that's how it is. I thought there was a martial king. Xian Yuanche sniffed with a disinterested face.
Hearing Xian Yuanche's reply, Shang Wenfeng almost spewed out the tea in his mouth. However, he was able to hold it back after all. Looking at Xian Yuanche's calm face, he couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that there was a martial king in the Jiangnan No. 1 Martial Arts Academy? With doubts in his heart, he opened his mouth and asked, "Could it be that your academy has a martial king, or a half-step martial king participating this time?" Xian Yuanche shook his head. A martial king? It seems like there aren't any.
That won't do. Without a martial king or a half-step martial king, how are you going to take first place? Before he could finish, he suddenly thought of something. With wide eyes, he looked at Xian Yuanche.
You don't want to say that you are also competing this time, right?
After saying that, he even drank a mouthful of tea to suppress his shock. Xian Yuanche drank the remaining tea in one go and nodded.
Guessed right. Put.
After seeing Xian Yuanche nod his head in affirmation, he couldn't hold back any longer and the tea in his mouth directly spewed out.
A ing martial zone of yours went up to fight those martial zones. What the hell is this? What's the problem? Xian Yuanche looked at Shang Wenfeng with some curiosity. Shang Wenfeng wiped his mouth and shook his head. No problem.
If you go on, not to mention those students, even if their dean steps in, he won't necessarily be able to beat you.
That's good, then. The first place will be taken in advance by our Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy.
Chapter 76, Xian Yuanche gives Dragon Whip, 50 Secret Art Stones.
That's good, then. The first place, our Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy will take it in advance. Shang Wenfeng.
At this time, he seemed to have thought of something and coughed a few times.
Cough cough cough, that.
Xian Yuanche, during the competition, if you meet my grandson, please lighten your hand. After all, his good grandson was only a 7th level martial zone. If he met Xian Yuanche, I'm afraid that he would be ed to death with a single look.
No problem, I will definitely be gentle.
Seeing Xian Yuanche's promise, Shang Wenfeng reached out his hand and sucked it towards the outside, and a young man came into the hall with a dumbfounded look on his face. He introduced towards Xian Yuanche, "This is my young grandson, called Shang Wanyu." Then, he introduced Xian Yuanche towards Shang Wanyu. "This is Yanyan's boyfriend, called Xian Yuanche, you can call him Master Xian Yuanche."
Oh.
Halfway through speaking, Shang Wenfeng felt something was wrong and stopped. Then after thinking about it, he thought of a suitable title. You can just call him Senior Xian Yuanche. Originally, he wanted his grandson to call Xian Yuanche grandfather. Because Xian Yuanche was the same martial exalt as him, the two should rightfully be of the same generation.
But he suddenly thought of the relationship between Xian Yuanche and his granddaughter.
So he could only let his grandson change his name to Senior.
After all, one couldn't really call Xian Yuanche's grandfather and have a super edition, right? Shang Wanyu? Listening to his own grandfather's words, Shang Wanyu was completely confused. Shouldn't one's cousin's boyfriend be called cousin's husband? Making himself call him Senior, what the hell was this?
Seeing that his own grandson was slow to speak, Shang Wenfeng waved his hand and sent Shang Wanyu out of the hall.
Forget it, this kid's brain isn't too bright lately, let's continue talking about something else. Some name calling is all, it's fine.
Xian Yuanche shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand, not taking this matter to heart. Shang Wenfeng casually took out a piece of information and placed it in front of Xian Yuanche.
Some time ago, Shang Wenfu investigated your information. Do you know about your origins?
Xian Yuanche swept a glance at the information on the tea table and had no intention of picking it up.
Know a little. My father came from the Xian Yuan family, right?
Shang Wenfeng nodded. That's right, your father, Xian Yuanshen, came from the Xian Yuan family. If you want to recognize your ancestor, I can step in and help you go communicate with the Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuanche shook his head. No need, I'm living a good life now, there's no need to get into any ancestor recognition. After saying that, Xian Yuanche picked up the information with his right hand, and with a slight shock with his martial energy, the information in his hand turned into powder. Using his martial energy, he gathered these powders together and threw them into the trash can not far away.
Seeing this scene, Shang Wenfeng didn't say much.
After all, this was someone's matter, how they chose, he would not interfere.
That's fine, you'll stay here for the next few days, and then go to the Academy Grand Competition site in a few days, and when the competition is over, I'll take you to the martial elemental mysteries to cultivate. Good, then the late generation will not be polite. Xian Yuanche did not politely talk to Shang Wenfeng and immediately chose to stay. Shang Wanfeng smiled and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. Also, now that you and I are both martial exalted, we should be peers, so don't call me senior. Just call me old brother from now on. Xian Yuanche, elder brother Shangguan. Older brother Xian Yuan.
After hearing Xian Yuanche call himself old brother, Shang Wanfeng once again laughed out loud. This is how it should be. Xian Yuanche, a martial exalted, calling him senior, made him always feel weird. Now he is much more comfortable. Looking at the laughing Shang Wanfeng, Xian Yuanche suddenly remembered something. Older brother, wait for me, older brother has a gift for you. Oh? A gift? What kind of gift? Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted to send himself a gift, Shang Wanfeng had some curiosity on his face. Wait for me. Xian Yuanche's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Xian Yuanche came directly from the capital to outside the Chinese border. After finding a flat area, he took out a ferocious beast corpse from his system space. This ferocious beast corpse was none other than the Black Blood Dragon Kings. Because it was the corpse of a 7th order ferocious beast, he had kept it at that time. Now it was just the right time to use it. He took out his alloy knife and sliced off the Black Blood Dragon King's whip. After doing this, he took the corpse back into his system space, leaving only the dragon whip behind. He took out his cell phone and sent a location to Shang Wanfeng. In less than 10 seconds, Shang Wanfeng came here. Seeing Shang Wanfeng arrive, Xian Yuanche pointed to the dragon whip on the ground. Older brother, this dragon whip, it belongs to the 7th rank Black Blood Dragon King, and old brother will give it to you. Shang Wanfeng's eyes widened as he looked at the huge dragon whip on the ground. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly coughed to hide the look he just had. Cough cough cough, old brother, I can't use these things right now, I appreciate your good intentions. Having just finished speaking, Xian Yuanche spoke once again. Of course I know that you can't use it, old brother, but those friends of yours, they might be able to use it. Xian Yuanche gave a look that understood everything. Cough cough cough. Right. I remembered. I do have a friend who needs this, so I'll thank old brother for my friend first. With a wave of his hand, Shang Wanfeng collected the dragon whip on the ground into his spatial ring. That friend of mine can't take something from you for nothing. Whatever resources you need lately, just feel free to tell old brother. Shang Wanfeng stroked the beard on his chin. This just happened to speak to Xian Yuanche's heart. He thought about his berserking and nirvana. I want secret art stones, I wonder if old brother has any? There are. Of course there are, how many do you want? Hearing that Xian Yuanche wanted secret art stones, Shang Wanfeng immediately agreed. Give me a few dozen pieces first. Fine, go back first and I'll bring them to you. Shang Wanfeng agreed without hesitation. After returning to Shang Wan's house, Shang Wanfeng took out 5 boxes and put them in front of Xian Yuanche. Each box contains 10 secret art stones, tell me again if you don't have enough. Good, then thank you elder brother, I'll go back to my room to rest first. Xian Yuanche put the boxes away in the system space and walked towards the upper floor. With the secret art stones, he could now pull the 2 secret arts, Berserking and Nirvana, to full capacity. Chapter 77 Berserking, Nirvana, Double 5th Grade. 2nd Grade Martial Exalt. After entering the room, he took out the 5 boxes and said to in his mind. System, help me advance my Berserking to the 5th rank. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Consuming 10 secret art stones, Berserking is advancing. Soon after, the system's beep came again. Ding! Berserking advanced successfully. Berserking 5th order, after using it, it can increase one's full attributes by 200% and reduce pain sensation by 90%, lasting for 2 hours. Side effect, after the berserking is over, the person will fall into weakness for half an hour. During the period of weakness, all attributes will decrease by 10%. Advancement condition, realm reaches martial saint. Not bad, the full attributes increased by 25%, the pain reduction came to 90%, and the duration became longer. He then placed his gaze on Nirvana. System, help me raise my direct Nirvana to the 5th rank. Ding! Nirvana is advancing to the 4th rank. Ding! Nirvana's advancement is successful. Ding! Nirvana is progressing to the 5th level. Ding! Nirvana advanced to the 5th level. Nirvana 5th level. Introduction. After death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 2 hours, with a 1 in 1000 probability of advancing 5 minor realms.
Storage, every 8 days, you can store 1 chance of nirvana. Storage limit, 25 times. Advancement condition, realm elevation to martial saint. 2 more times, not bad.
Shen Yuanche casually closed the panel and took back the remaining secret art stones into the system space. Looking at the advancement conditions for Berserking and Nirvana, he began to think. The 5th ranked Berserking and Nirvana advancement to the 6th rank required the realm to reach Martial Saint. It directly skipped over Martial Saints, which made him feel unreasonable. A thought rose in his mind. Could it be that there will be a very substantial increase? After thinking for a while, he decided not to think about it anymore and got up to leave the room. He remembered that he seemed to still have an effect from taking the Martial Yuan potion, so it was just as well that he could ask Shangguan Feng to help him change a few of them. After the Martial Yuan potion had no effect, it wouldn't be too late to go out into the wilderness to hunt down ferocious beasts above the 5th rank and absorb Yuan crystals. When he came downstairs, Shangguan Feng was holding a newspaper and reading it. Seeing Shen Yuanche coming downstairs, he put down the newspaper in his hand to look at Shen Yuanche. "Didn't you just say you wanted to rest, old brother? Could it be that the bed is not suitable?" Shen Yuanche shook his head. "No, I came down here because I want you, old brother, to help me exchange a few Martial Yuan potions. My current War Merit Hall's authority is a bit low, I can only exchange 1 a year. I thought it was something. There are 10 Martial Yuan potion here, take them all." Shangguan Feng sniffed and waved his big hand. 10 Martial Yuan potions appeared on the table. For Shen Yuanche, he didn't begrudge him the slightest bit. After all, just that Fire Phoenix cub alone was worth more than a few hundred Martial Yuan potions. "Thank you, old brother, then junior brother won't be polite." After Shen Yuanche said his thanks, he directly collected these 10 Martial Yuan potions into the system space. After returning to his room, he lifted his Berserking. Martial Yuan, 7,300 8,000 level 7 Martial Emperor. After lifting his Berserking, his realm returned from a level 2 Martial Exalt to a level 7 Martial Emperor. Opening the first Qi and Blood potion, he directly drank it. He waited for a while, and it didn't trigger a blast. Martial Yuan, 7,368,000 level 7 Martial Emperor. Without hesitation, he directly opened the second one and drank it. Just after drinking it, the system's beep came. Ding! Detected host taking Martial Yuan potion. Martial Yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 100-fold surge, 60 points raised to 6,000 points. Holy! 100 times. Seeing that a 100-fold blitz was triggered, Shen Yuanche's face was filled with shock. This dog system, when did it become so generous? Just as Shen Yuanche was spitting on the system, his realm directly came to level 1 Martial Exalt. Martial Yuan, 13360-20000 First Grade Martial Zune. After seeing his realm come to first level Martial Zune, he directly opened the third Martial Yuan potion and drank it while his hand was still in the air. Ding! Detected host taking Martial Yuan potion. Martial Yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 100-fold blast, 60 points raised to 6,000 points. Martial Yuan, 19,360 20,000 level 1 Martial Exalt. Another 100 times. Shen Yuanche was overjoyed and opened a fourth Martial Yuan potion and drank it. The system's beep came again. Ding! Detected host taking Martial Yuan potion. Martial Yuan increased by 60 points, triggering a 50-fold blast, 60 points raised to 3,000 points. Martial Yuan, 22,360 30,000 Grade 2 Martial Exalt. 50 times. It's not too low. He picked up the fifth one and drank it. After a few minutes, he sighed. Ugh, it's not working. But he wasn't discouraged. After all, since he had broken through to Martial King, he had drunk at least 7 Martial Yuan potion before and after, so it was normal for this one to have no effect anymore. And he was already satisfied. After all, these 4 Martial Elemental potions that he took today had directly raised him from a rank 7 Martial Emperor to a rank 2 Martial Zune. After going downstairs and returning the Martial Yuan potion, he opened the Hall of Battle Merits. Shangguan Feng had just explained the situation to the top and raised his Battle Merit Hall authority to the highest. Compared to before, the resources redeemed by his War Merit Hall were now unlimited. But it didn't seem to be of much use to him now. The only thing that was useful was probably the newly added map of the distribution of high-level ferocious beast areas. It was clearly labeled with the locations of most of the 5th order and higher ferocious beasts on Earth. With this, it would be much easier to kill ferocious beasts and absorb Yuan crystals in the future. Time quickly came to the day of the academy competition. At this time, Xian Yuanche was in the courtyard, holding a piece of ferocious beast meat and feeding it to Fire Phoenix.
These pa.
A few days, he had been feeding Fire Phoenix in the courtyard when he was free or not.
The Fire Phoenix also remembered Xian Yuanche and was very willing to accept Xian Yuanche's feeding.
After feeding the ferocious beast meat, he washed his hands and left the Shangguan family. He directly arrived at the Jinglin Grand Hotel where Li Fenglin and the others were.
Li Fenglin and the others were also already waiting at the entrance of the hotel. I'm coming, let's go.
Xian Yuanche didn't ink the words and used his martial energy to wrap around the crowd and directly flashed to the venue of the competition. The venue was a special sports center. The audience seats remained the same and other things remained the same.
But the area was nearly 10 times larger than before the aura recovery.
There was a 200 meter by 200 meter ring in the very center. Sweeping with his spiritual sense, he realized that the entire ring was built from mostly 5th order materials, mixed with some 6th order materials. Even a martial king would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. After seeing where they were, the crowd reacted.
I'll go, teacher, you're really too fast.
Lu Hong and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with a face of adoration and said,
Xian Yuanche.
On the side was Li Fenglin, who looked around and realized that there wasn't a single person.
It seems like we came the earliest. Ah, eldest son. Long time no see.
A cheerful voice rang out. A middle-aged man with 7 students slowly fell from the sky.
Li Fenglin looked up at the sound.
When he saw the middle-aged man flying in the sky, he had a look of envy on his face.
You bastard, when did you break through to Martial King? Lu Chenglin sniffed and looked at Li Fenglin with a smug expression. Want to know?
Call daddy.
Li Fenglin was full of disdain.
Ah shucks, back in college, who didn't know you were my son? Then he turned his head to look at Xian Yuanche.
This is Lu Chenglin, my roommate in college.
After saying that, he introduced Xian Yuanche towards Lu Chenglin. Chenglin, his name is Xian Yuanche, he is the instructor of our academy. Lu Chenglin looked towards Xian Yuanche with some. After all, Xian Yuanche looked too young.
Xian Yuanche right, hello. Hello?
He extended his hand towards Xian Yuanche with a polite face. Xian Yuanche also extended his hand.
Hello. Chapter 78, Pre-Match Draw, Holy Beast Slaves.
Look at the body before reading this, until today's pen only to realize that I'm too stupid, do not understand some of the competition system, so the competition system, write a team competition, forget it, of course, this is also advantageous, that is, the number of words will not be too much, no accident, basically a few chapters on the finish, so please do not scold me.
Humble author Bacteria kneeling thank you. Epsilon. Main article.
After the two shook hands, they waited in place for the other trainees to arrive. After waiting for a while, Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Fenglin.
For this competition, it won't be every academy in the country coming, right? Li Fenglin shook his head at his words.
How can all of them come? The country's resources are limited, only the top 50 academies have extra resources. That's why there are basically only 100 or so academies that have come to compete in previous sessions. In previous years, our academy has always stayed around the 20th place, but this time, with you here, the dean and I are very relieved.
Li Fenglin looked at Xian Yuanche with a smile on his face.
Lu Chengfeng, who was on the side, heard Li Fenglin's words and somewhat curiously sized up Xian Yuanche. He was a bit confused as to what Li Fenglin meant by those words just now. Only after a while did he open his mouth a little pressed. Fenglin, just now, what did you mean by those words you said to brother Xian Yuan? When Li Fenglin heard this, he coughed a few times in a pretense of sophistication. Cough, 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 keep it a secret, you'll know when the time comes. Lu Chengfeng didn't ask much when he saw this, he just had an itch in his heart. And Li Fenglin continued to open his mouth to introduce the match system of the competition to Xian Yuanche. The match system of the grand competition is very simple, there is only a team competition. Both teams draw lots to choose their opponents, and then both sides send 7 players onto the field to compete. It doesn't end until all 7 members of one of the sides lose their fighting strength or are knocked off the stage. Of course, if one of the sides feels they can't beat them, one of them can also concede early. The academies that were eliminated in the first 2 rounds of the draw will enter the resurrection stage. If they win the resurrection match, they can be resurrected to continue the competition. So simple? Hearing that there was only a simple team competition, Xian Yuanche was a bit surprised.
He had thought that there would be at least 3 types of matches. He didn't expect that there would only be one. Li Fenglin nodded. That's right, it's that simple, but with you here, the tournament system is the same for both simple and complex, isn't it?
Xian Yuanche didn't reply, but agreed.
As a grade 2 Marshal Zun himself, who in the younger generation could do better than him?
Even if they let the older generation of their academy come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. Lu Chengfeng, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two, and his heart became even more itchy. But he also guessed a generalization. It was assumed that Xian Yuanche had some secret weapon that could help the Jiangnan First Academy get an even higher ranking. It took a few more minutes before the other academies arrived one after another, and each team was basically 8 to 10 people. Xian Yuanche swept his spiritual awareness and realized that most of the teachers leading the teams were at the Martial Zong level. Only a very few were led by Martial Kings.
At this time, Shang Wanfeng appeared in the air.
Xian Yuanche exchanged a glance with him. Shang Wanfeng condensed his martial yuan around his mouth and slowly spoke, "The drawing of lots will begin in an hour, so please enter the arena as soon as possible for the participating academies." With the addition of martial yuan, the voice spread throughout the entire capital.
Soon an hour passed.
Xian Yuanche counted and realized that the number of participating academies that had entered the arena reached 160. Although there were more than 1,000 people on the field, this sports center was several times larger than a normal one, so it still appeared to be very empty. Seeing that everyone had come, Shang Wanfeng once again spoke. "Lead teachers of all the academies, you can now open the battle hall to open the drawing of lots, and the students who drew the same number will compete."
Li Fenglin took out his cell phone and opened the Hall of Battle Merit to start drawing lots. Xian Yuanche was also watching Li Fenglin draw lots from the side.
Soon, the results of the draw came out.
Number 76. The opponent shown was the Central Plains Martial Arts 3rd Academy.
The moment he saw his opponent, Li Fenglin smiled. The first game is stable. The 3rd Academy of Central Plains Martial Arts seems to have been the 80th in the last year. On the other side, the leading teacher of the Central Plains Martial Arts 3rd Academy had a crying face. He didn't expect his side to be so unlucky as to directly draw the powerful Jiangnan Martial Dao First Academy.
He looked at the students behind him. "Everyone do your best."
Seeing that the crowd had finished drawing lots, Shang Wanfeng spoke again. "For the first round, it will be in 2 hours, so everyone can go back to the hotel to rest, or wait in the audience."
Xian Yuanche's figure flashed, and he directly came to the audience seat at the very front and sat down.
Seeing this, Li Fenglin and the others walked up to sit near Xian Yuanche.
Xian Yuanche looked towards Li Fenglin, who was sitting on the side.
"Elder brother Li, when it starts later, I'll go out. If you meet an opponent you can't beat, send me a message again."
"Good." Li Fenglin nodded and did not ask Xian Yuanche where he was going.
In the next 2 hours, one after another, people entered the arena and came to sit down on the viewing seats to watch the battle. There were also a large number of drones hovering above, broadcasting live. A dozen or so silhouettes appeared in the sky one after another. Xian Yuanche raised his eyes and swept a glance, realizing that these people, basically, were all martial emperors or above. There were also 3 martial Zuns.
Name, Xian Yuan Wu. Martial element. Name, Morong Zun. Martial element, 999,999 100,000 9th level Martial Zun. Breathing method. Name, Sima E Sacred Beast Slave. Martial element, 43,000 50,000 grade 4 Martial Zun. Breathing technique. Secret technique. Chapter 79, The Terrified Martial Emperors.
Other than Xian Yuanwu, those 2 people in the back were somewhat surprising to Xian Yuanche. One was Morong Zun, who possessed 999,999 points of martial yuan.
The other was the one called Sima Yi. Aside from the name being special, those 3 words in parentheses at the back made him a little curious.
He thought of the golden beast slave that he had met in the Nirvana secret realm earlier.
System, this Sima Yi wouldn't be from the sacred beast cult as well, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly. Sima Yi is none other than the sacred beast cult.
After hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart. There really is this holy beast cult everywhere.
As far as he knew, the Sima family was one of the top families in China, just like the Shangwan family and the Xian Yuan family. He didn't expect that it had actually joined the holy beast cult as well.
As if they had sensed Xian Yuanche's gaze, the dozen or so people in the air all looked towards Xian Yuanche.
After sensing Xian Yuanche's realm, everyone's face changed. Marshall exulted.
Although Xian Yuanche was just sitting there. But they knew that this youth was a solid martial Zun powerhouse. Those dozen or so martial emperors had fallen to the ground, not daring to fly up into the sky again.
People's martial emperors were sitting down below, and he himself, a martial emperor, was standing in the sky. What was this like?
After falling down, those martial emperors had smiled in Xian Yuanche's direction, seemingly apologizing for their actions just now. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche did not care, he just swept a glance at them and then paid no more attention. The spectators in the audience, and some of the academy's leading teachers saw this, and their faces were all a bit puzzled.
Strange, why are all these martial emperor lords suddenly falling from the sky? I don't know, look at their eyes, they seem a bit strange. Look guys, why are they all smiling apologetically at the location of the Jiangnan First Academy of Martial Arts? Could it be that there is some big shot there?
Li Fenglin, on the other hand, was a bit confused.
Why were those martial emperor powerhouses smiling at themselves?
No, it shouldn't be towards themselves, but towards. Thinking of this, he looked towards Xian Yuanche who was at the side.
Xian Yuanche, are they compensating smiles at you? Xian Yuanche shook his head, I don't know, maybe.
Now in the sky, other than Shang Guanfeng, only 3 Shen Yuanwu, Morongzun, and Sima Yi were left standing in the sky.
These 3 also noticed Xian Yuanche.
The performance of the 3 was different. Xian Yuanwu was happy to see Xian Yuanche.
However, when he thought of Xian Yuanche's cold demeanor that day, he temporarily quashed the idea of letting him recognize his ancestor. Morongzun, on the other hand, was shocked and excited. He didn't expect that he had been in seclusion for a few days, and as soon as he came out, he found such a demon. Judging from the life breath within Xian Yuanche's body, he was only around 19 years old. However, his realm had already reached second-grade martial exalt. This was no longer something that could be described as a demon. Excitement flashed in his eyes, he believed that as long as he tilted his resources towards that youth, there would be no break in their martial saints in China. As for the last Sima Yi, his heart sank. He had now completely defected to the Sacred Beast sect, yet today he discovered a martial saint who was only 19 years old. This also meant that this youth could very well be the second Wang Dingtian in the future. Nah!
It should be far beyond Wang Dingtian.
Damn it! Why didn't you show up earlier?
His heart was filled with remorse. If this youth had appeared decades earlier, he wouldn't have defected to the Sacred Beast sect. Now that there was no turning back, he had to inform the Sacred Beast sect. If he waited for this demon to become a martial saint, not only him, but also their Sima family, I'm afraid that they would all be completely finished. At this moment, Xian Yuanche raised his eyes once again and met Sima Yi's eyes. Seeing this, Sima Yi hurriedly revealed a smile. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also revealed a smile and nodded at Sima Yi. After withdrawing his gaze, Xian Yuanche spat in his heart.
Really good at pretending. Chapter 80, Dumbfounded Xian Yuanwu and Xian Yuanche, Sima Yi is after me? Then I'll call someone.
He swept the dozen or so martial emperors again with his eye of probing. He wanted to see if any of those martial emperors had defected to the Sacred Beast sect. Without sweeping, once he did, he really found 2 from the Holy Beast cult.
Name, Sima Lin Silver Beast Slave Number 2.
Martial Yuan, 67,57,000 Level 6 Martial Emperor.
Breathing method. Name, Sima Feng Silver Beast Slave Number 1.
Martial Element, 83,29,000 Grade 8 Martial Emperor.
Breathing technique.
Upon seeing the names of these 2, Xian Yuanche could only say, "Good Lord."
Damn, all of them are Sima family.
He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was only 9:10 now, and the competition wouldn't start until 2 hours later, at 11 a.m. He put away his cell phone and directly disappeared into his seat. Originally, he wanted to watch a competition before going to hunt the ferocious beasts, but now it seemed that it would be better to hunt and then come back to watch. After Morongzun noticed Xian Yuanche disappearing, he flashed and chased after him.
Sima Yi and Xian Yuanwu also followed together when they saw this.
Xian Yuanche had just flown a few hundred kilometers when he saw Morongzun in front of him.
Senior. Xian Yuanche greeted. Just after greeting, Sima Yi and Xian Yuanwu also arrived. What is your name? Morongzun asked.
Since he had just come out of customs, he did not know Xian Yuanche's name.
My name is Xian Yuanche. Looking for me for something? Xian Yuanche? After hearing Xian Yuanche's name, Morong Zun looked at a Xian Yuanwu with some surprise. This is your family's descendant? Xian Yuanwu nodded and shook his head again. This operation confused Morong Zun. This nodding of the head followed by shaking of the head, what exactly did it mean? Seeing Morong Zun's confusion, Xian Yuanwu then spoke.
His father is old man's second son, Xian Yuanshen, so in terms of blood relationship, he is considered old man's grandson.
Hearing Xian Yuanwu's introduction, Morong Zun then realized.
Xian Yuanshen, he knew, was expelled from the Xian Yuan family decades ago. He didn't expect his son to be so demonic, reaching martial exaltation at less than 20 years old. After Xian Yuanwu finished saying the reason, he looked at Xian Yuanche. Child, you. Before he could say a few words, Xian Yuanche opened his mouth to interrupt. This senior, I really don't want to get involved with the Xian Yuan family. Looking at you like this, my father was expelled from the family back then, he should have bitter feelings.
But let me just ask you one thing, since you want me to recognize my ancestor.
Why didn't you get me back earlier? I believe that with the strength of the Xian Yuan family, it should be very simple to find me, right? This. Xian Yuanwu was momentarily rendered speechless by Xian Yuanche. Seeing that Xian Yuanwu couldn't answer the face, Xian Yuanche directly disappeared in place. He is not who helped him along the way, he is clear about it.
Xian Yuan family has not given himself any help, but also want him to recognize his ancestors? Thinking is quite beautiful.
Looking at Xian Yuanche who disappeared, Morong Zun was not in a good position to chase after him. He shot a look at Xian Yuanwu and disappeared in place.
Actually, he had one sentence that he didn't say.
That is, he felt that what Xian Yuanche said just now didn't seem to be wrong. Until after both Morong Zun and Xian Yuanwu left, Sima Yi, who had been lowering his presence, looked at the direction Xian Yuanche had left and his eyes flashed. The fact that Xian Yuanche was now alone was just an opportunity. A chance to get rid of him. After Xian Yuanche left Huaxia, he immediately turned on berserking. Martial Yuan, 67,000 and 70,000 level 6 martial exalt. The entire attributes increased by 200%, directly allowing him to go from a level 2 martial zone to a level 6 martial zone. Taking out his cell phone, he took another look at it, and after choosing a 6th rank ferocious beast as his target, he rushed towards that beast's location at full speed. At the same time, Sima Yi also left China and arrived at the Holy Beast cult's home base, Little Daybreak Island. That's right, the Holy Beast cult's main camp was on Little Day Island. After arriving at the island, he didn't waste any time and directly spoke about Xian Yuanche's existence. What? A 19-year-old martial exalt has appeared in your China. A small day with a hygienic beard was filled with shock.
Sima Yi nodded with a gloomy expression. Another Little Day looked at Sima Yi with a similarly somewhat grave expression.
I didn't realize that your Huaxia is actually so terrifying. First you produced a Wang Dingtian, and now a 19-year-old martial zun. If we don't obliterate him while we have the chance, I'm afraid that he will be the next Wang Dingtian again.
No. I feel that he will surpass Wang Dingtian. Sima Yi added with killing intent.
He had already led his entire clan to fall to the sacred beast cult and there was no turning back, so Xian Yuanche had to die. After a few minutes, Sima Yi and the 2 martial zuns guarding the base camp bypassed Huaxia and rushed towards the approximate direction where Xian Yuanche was. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he had just killed a 6th ranked ferocious beast with one punch when he received a system beep.
Ding!
Detected Sima Yi leading 2 holy beast sect martial exalted to come after the host, triggering a mission.
Mission requirement, kill Sima Yi and the 2 martial exalted. Reward, system mall discount coupon.
Discount depends on the number of people who counter kill, initially 40% off, for each person killed, 1 less discount.
Mission time, unlimited. Failure, no penalty. System mall discount coupon? System, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Looking at the reward, Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled.
This system of his didn't even have a mall, so what was the point of having this? Ding!
Blitz System version 2.0 will open the system mall. After seeing the system's reply, it was only then that Xian Yuanche came to a realization.
System, can you reveal the realm of those 2 martial exalted of the sacred beast sect?
Although the rewards were generous, one had to have the strength to complete the mission.
Ding!
One is an 8th level martial exalt, and one is a 7th level martial exalt. Upon seeing the realms given by the system, Xian Yuanche turned around and flew towards Huaxia after storing the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground into the system space. A few minutes later, he returned to the same place.
But it wasn't one person who came back. Instead, it was 3 people.
The 2 extra people were Shang Wanfeng and Morongzun.
That's right, he went to call someone.
Anyway, the quest requirement was only to kill the 3 Sima-Yi people, it didn't say that he had to kill them himself. To have helpers and not look for them, isn't that?
Shen Yuanche, you said that Sima-Yi is a member of the Holy Beast cult, and that he has to bring people after you? Shang Wanfeng looked at Shen Yuanche with some doubts.
Xian Yuanche nodded his head. Older brother, you and Elder Morongzun will know if you wait here for a bit.
Then we'll wait a bit. Morongzun, who was at the side, replied.
He knew that a traitor had already appeared in the upper echelons of their huaxia.
But it had been impossible to find them. If Sima-Yi was really a traitor, he could use this opportunity to get rid of it.
At this moment, Xian Yuanche seemed to have thought of something and looked at the 2. Senior, old brother, in a moment, if they really come. The 3 of us will make a move together, and first take out the one with the lowest realm. Then we'll work together to surround and kill the one with the highest realm. Morongzun and Shang Wanfeng nodded, and their gazes towards Shen Yuanche became more and more appreciative.
But at this time, Shang Wanfeng realized that something was wrong. Chapter 81, 10% off coupon. Triggered a storm? That's not right. Wasn't your kid a level 2 martial exalt just now? How?
Before Shang Wanfeng could finish, he was interrupted by Morongzun raising his hand.
Shang Wanfeng seemed to have thought of something and closed his mouth.
He understood what Morongzun meant. Everyone had their own chance, but it was best not to get to the bottom of it.
Otherwise, it would cause resentment.
He was also too surprised just now that he forgot about this. After seeing that Shang Wanfeng had the sense to stop asking, Morongzun nodded slightly in his heart before looking at Shen Yuanche.
Let's hide first, lest they discover us in advance. Good. Shen Yuanche nodded.
Morongzun and Shang Wanfeng directly disappeared in place. At this moment, Sima-Yi was bringing those 2 martial Zuns to search for Shen Yuanche. He only knew Shen Yuanche's approximate location, the exact location, he still needed to spend some time searching. Soon, the 3 of them arrived 100 kilometers away from Shen Yuanche. The spiritual sense of the 3 discovered Shen Yuanche.
And Shen Yuanche's spiritual sense also discovered the trio.
When the 2 little Japanese martial exalted saw Shen Yuanche, their eyes widened. It's really a martial exalt.
Boom! That little Japan martial exalt had just finished speaking when a long spear pierced through Sima-Yi who was beside him. It was Shang Wanfeng who struck.
Seeing this, Shen Yuanche immediately flashed in front of Sima-Yi and directly executed the hurricane blade technique. Morongzun also appeared along with him, constantly attacking towards Sima-Yi. At this time, a fat and a thin 2 martial Zuns appeared in the sky for some reason. They also kept attacking towards Sima-Yi. In less than 2 seconds, Sima-Yi died under the siege of 5 people. Those 2 small skied martial exalted were directly stunned.
What the hell is this? Why are there so many martial exalted?
After the 5 people finished resolving Sima-Yi, they placed their gazes on those 2 martial exalted.
Those 2 martial Zuns looked at Morongzun, then Shang Wanfeng, and then Sima-Yi who didn't even have any dregs left, and immediately lost their minds to resist.
They hurriedly dropped to the ground and knelt down.
Spare my life, spare my life.
The 2 begged for mercy in broken Chinese.
It's from the Little Day country, let's beat them up first. Shen Yuanche opened his mouth.
Then he executed the wind and thunder fist technique on the 2 men. The others nodded at the sight and struck out one after another. It was only after beating the 2 to death that Morongzun sucked the 2 into his hands.
He directly used Soul Search and probed up the memories of the 2.
When a martial artist reached Martial Empress, his spiritual sense became more and more powerful, so he could directly use his spiritual sense to conduct a soul search on the target. After probing, he directly crushed and exploded the heads of the 2.
After settling it, let's go back. Morongzun looked at the crowd.
At this time, the fat and thin 2 old men suddenly recognized Shen Yuanche.
It's you! That martial Zun!
Shen Yuanche also recognized these 2 people. He had seen these 2 people in the Nirvana mystic realm. However, when he finished resolving the Golden Beast slave, he directly ran away for some unknown reason.
You 3 know each other?
Morongzun looked at the 3 with some confusion. The fat and thin old man looked at Morongzun. He is the martial Zun that we mentioned to you at that time, who killed the golden beast slave within the secret territory. Morong-zoon was a little surprised at his words. He did not expect that the martial exalt who killed the golden beast slave within the secret territory at that time was Xian Yuan-che. After a martial artist reached martial emperor, it was very difficult to kill at the same realm. The golden beast slave was a second-level martial exalt, and Xian Yuan-che was afraid that he was also a second-level martial exalt at that time. To be able to kill an opponent of the same realm, it showed that Xian Yuan-che's strength was already outstanding amongst his class. Surprised, Morong-zoon spoke again. Let's go back first. Aside from Xian Yuan-che, everyone else nodded. Seeing that Xian Yuan-che did not nod, all four of them looked at Xian Yuan-che. What about you? Morong-zoon asked. I still have things to do, so you guys should go back first. That's fine, let us know if anything happens. After saying that, the four of them disappeared in place. After everyone left, Xian Yuan-che stroked his chin. I didn't expect this Morong-zoon to be an old six as well. He had only called Shangwan Feng and Morong-zoon at that time. He didn't expect Morong-zoon to call two more martial zoons over. System, has my mission been completed yet? Xian Yuan-che asked towards the system in his mind. Ding. Detected that Sima Yi's 3 people have died, and are now handing out rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10% discount coupon. Ding. Detected the host obtaining one 10% off coupon, triggering. Xian Yuan-che. Chapter 82, 101 off coupons. King Topsy-Turvy. Ding. Detected the host obtaining one 1-fold coupon, triggering a 100-fold blast, 1 raised to 100. Xian Yuan-che. 100 sheets? System, you're not kidding, right? Ding. Not kidding. Xian Yuan-che looked at the system space and found that there were indeed 100 coupons lying there. He was now looking forward to the system more and more. Everything was ready, now it was just a matter of getting first place within the academy competition. After closing the panel, he once again took out his cell phone to check the location of the ferocious beasts. He remembered that there were still dozens of 5th-order beasts near Huaxia that he hadn't disposed of yet, so he would take advantage of the situation and spend some time to resolve them. Although the martial yuan gained from absorbing the 5th-order fierce beast's yuan crystals was only 20 points, it would still be considerable if he triggered a blast. A 200-meter-long split-ground-piercing mountain king was leisurely basking in the sun. A giant hand condensed from martial yuan descended from the sky. Bang! The earth-splitting and mountain-piercing king was directly slapped into the ground, its life and death unknown. Xian Yuan-che, who was in the sky, reached out and sucked, and the yuan crystal of the rift earth-piercing mountain king came into his hands. After spending almost 15 minutes, Xian Yuan-che sent all the remaining 5th-rank beasts around Huaxia to the western heaven. A total of 30 yuan crystals. After cleaning them, he lifted his berserk state. The realm also reverted back to 2nd-grade martial exalt. Martial yuan, 22,360 30,000 2nd-grade martial exalt. 30 pieces, let's hope it won't keep triggering guaranteed blasts. He directly crushed these 30 yuan crystals and absorbed them into his body. The system's beep immediately came. Ding. Detected the host absorbing a 5th-order yuan crystal, gaining 20 points of martial yuan, triggering a 500-fold blitz, 20 points raised to 10,000 points. Martial yuan, 32,360 40,000 3rd-grade martial exalt. 500 times? That high? After seeing the blitz rate, Xian Yuan-che's face was a bit surprised. Why was this system so generous lately? But before that was over, the system's beep came again. Ding. Detected that the host absorbed a 5th-order yuan crystal and gained 20 points of martial yuan, triggering a 100-fold blitz, 20 points raised to 2,000 points. Martial yuan, 34,360 40,000 3rd-grade martial exalted. Ding. Detected the host absorbing a 5th-order yuan crystal, gaining 20 points of martial yuan, triggering a 300-fold blast, 20 points raised to 6,000 points. Martial yuan, 40,360 50,000 4th-grade martial exalt. Ding. Trigger. Martial element, 43360 50,000 level 4 martial exalt. Ding. Trigger. Martial yuan, 47,360 50,000 level 4 martial exalt. With 30 yuan crystals, a total of 5 blasts were triggered. And the multipliers of the blitzes were not low, basically all of them were at 100 times, or more than 100 times, directly raising him from a rank 2 martial zone to a rank 4 martial zone.
He cast Berserk once again. Martial Saint, 142,080 200,000 level 1 Martial Saint.
A 200% increase in all attributes directly brought his realm from a rank 4 martial zone, directly to a rank 1 martial saint. Taking a step forward, he directly arrived 1,000 kilometers away. This was still just his casual step. If he were to go at full speed, even if the blue planet expanded dozens of times, it wouldn't even take him half a minute to go from the North Pole to the South Pole.
The feeling of becoming a martial saint again, what a feeling. At the same time, the moment Xian Yuanche used Berserking and raised his realm to martial saint, the entire Blue Star's 8th rank ferocious beasts once again looked towards China. On a certain grassland, a 1-meter-8 tall fox that walked upright and wore human clothes looked towards Huaxia. Another martial saint? The talent of humans is truly terrifying. It sighed and took out a book from its space ring.
Possessing an extremely high level of intelligence and outstanding talent, I wish I were a human. It flipped the first page of the book with its claws, and 4 words came into its eyes. The 36 stratagems. After reading for a while, its eyes flickered slightly.
Kill with a borrowed knife? Somewhere in the deep sea. The Dragon King crocodile that was originally resting suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of China.
How did another martial saint appear?
I hope it won't be the second Wang Dingtian.
The Dragon King crocodile secretly prayed. Thinking of this, it got up and looked at its surroundings, thinking that it still wasn't secretive enough, and that it would have to change it again. If Wang Dingtian went crazy and found his way over, it was true that the crocodile would die. As for Xian Yuanche's side, he just wanted to leave, but he realized that a person had already appeared in front of him. An old man with a withered and disabled body. At the same time, he could sense that this old man had a deathly aura emanating from his body. Obviously, this old man in front of him wouldn't live much longer. He scanned the old man's information with his eye of scrying.
Name, Wang Dingtian. Martial Yuan, 520,600,000 level 5 Martial Saint.
Breathing technique, star breathing technique grade S. Martial technique, grade S, prime shot perfection.
Secret technique, fight for life.
Weakness, a large amount of toxins remain in his body, and his lifespan shrinks with each strike.
Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Secret art, fight for life.
Introduction. Upon use, all attributes are boosted by 100%, lasts for half an hour, and the self dies immediately after the secret technique ends. Upon reading Wang Dingtian's panel information, Xian Yuanche also knew who this person was.
Wang Dingtian.
One of the only remaining martial saint powerhouses in China, and at the same time, the last of China's underpinnings.
He was also Morong Zun's teacher.
While Xian Yuanche was checking the information on Wang Dingtian's panel, Wang Dingtian was also sizing up Xian Yuanche. The more he sized up, the more shocked he became. A first-level martial saint, less than 20 years old. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that this newly emerged martial saint would be so young. Wang Dingtian revealed an amiable smile and looked at Xian Yuanche. What is your
name? My name is Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche replied. Xian Yuanche. Of the Xian Yuan family?
Wang Dingtian rooted the same as the others. Hearing the surname Xian Yuan, they all thought that Xian Yuanche was from the Xian Yuan family.
Xian Yuanche shook his head.
No, I'm an orphan, no family.
Orphan.
After hearing Xian Yuanche say that he was an orphan, Wang Dingtian did not ask any more questions. He took out a box from his spatial ring. Meeting for the first time, this piece will serve as a meeting gift. After delivering the box to Xian Yuanche's hands, he disappeared in place.
There wasn't too much communication.
After learning that this newly emerged martial saint was from China, his heart fell. Because this would mean that there wouldn't be a break in the martial saints of China for the time being. He also didn't think of using moral kidnapping to kidnap Xian Yuanche and make him have to guard Huaxia.
He didn't want to do that, nor did he have to.
After Wang Dingtian left, Xian Yuanche placed his gaze on the box in front of him.
He opened the box with curiosity. Chapter 83. Entering the Martial Yuan Secret Realm. A deep purple yuan crystal came into view. A purple yuan crystal? Could it be of the 8th rank? Xian Yuanche muttered.
He used the eye of scrying to look at the information of this yuan crystal.
Item name, Star Crystal.
Source: originally an 8th rank yuan crystal, but due to absorbing star elements from space, it morphed into a star crystal. Usage: recommended for realms that have reached the star stage starry sky level.
Star crystal? Starry sky level? What realm is this?
Looking at the introduction of the star crystal, Xian Yuanche thought for a moment before looking at the system.
System: is this starry sky level the realm after martial saint? Ding.
No, after martial saints, there are martial gods, and only after that is the starry sky level. After receiving the system's reply, he closed the box and stowed it in the system space. He didn't expect that Wang Dingtian would actually send such a good thing to himself. Looking at the time again, he realized that he had already been out for an hour. He wasn't going to go back to watch the match either.
The Jiangnan First Academy was a sure winner today anyway.
With that time to watch the match, he might as well kill more ferocious beasts.
With his current strength, killing those beasts below the 8th rank was as simple as an ant. He only needed to kill unlimitedly.
Who cares about martial saints, martial gods, and starry sky levels? When he killed all the ferocious beasts in the entire blue star and absorbed the yuan crystals, sooner or later he would reach it.
Bang!
A 6th ranked ferocious beast was directly slapped to death by Xian Yuanche. After collecting the corpse, he immediately traveled to the location of the next 6th ranked ferocious beast.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
There weren't many 6th ranked ferocious beasts around Huaxia, and he quickly killed them all. He didn't choose to go deeper, but directly returned to Huaxia. Although he had nirvana and could be revived, he only had 2 lives stored now. It was better to save a little. Looking at the 6 or 7 yuan crystals in the system space, he seemed to have thought of something.
Right, why don't I let Wang Dingtian take me into the martial yuan secret realm? With the battle merit, he wouldn't go in to cultivate for nothing. After all, he was still a little curious about how powerful it was in this martial yuan secret realm. With a flash of his body, he directly returned to the capital. After returning to the capital, he came directly to Wang Dingtian. Wang Dingtian, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. You want to enter the martial yuan secret realm, right?
He had just inquired with Morong Zun about the matter concerning Xian Yuanche, so he naturally knew that Xian Yuanche had come to find him for something.
Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded. Come with me.
Wang Dingtian brought Xian Yuanche to a certain space rift in the capital.
This is the martial yuan secret realm. After saying that, Wang Dingtian directly walked in.
Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also directly entered inside. After entering the martial yuan secret realm, he sensed that there was a lot more martial yuan in the air. At the same time, his spiritual sense discovered that several martial kings were cultivating near the entrance. There were also 1 or 2 martial emperors in the distance.
Wang Dingtian didn't stop, instead, he kept moving forward. Isn't it disappointing?
Wang Dingtian suddenly stopped and looked at Xian Yuanche.
That's not true. Xian Yuanche shook his head.
This was because when he was outside, Shang Guanfeng had already told him about the general situation within the martial yuan mysteries. It was the same as what he had said, the martial yuan in here was about 7 times more than outside. But to him, with the blast system, everything was not a problem.
Wang Dingtian smiled.
The deeper you go into the secret realm of martial element, the more martial element there is in the air. You can give it a try, maybe the martial element in the depths will satisfy you.
Oh?
Hearing this information, Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised. He did not hesitate and directly walked towards the depths.
Seeing this, Wang Dingtian also followed.
Although there were a lot of martial elements in the depths of the martial yuan mystic realm, entering the depths was not that easy.
He wanted to see just how far Xian Yuanche could go. Chapter 84 Wang Dingtian's Shock, Starfield Stone, Short Trip to the Outer Planet.
Xian Yuanche had just taken a few steps when he realized that something was wrong. It was as if there was a force preventing him from going deeper. In order to verify the guess, he walked for a while longer.
Sure enough, the deeper he went, the more obvious the force became. With every meter forward, the resistance would be 1 more point.
After walking for more than 10 kilometers, he sensed that the surrounding martial energy was already about 15 times higher than the outside world. He stopped his footsteps and did not continue forward. Wang Dingtian, who had been following Xian Yuanche, nodded slightly when he saw this. To be able to walk 17 kilometers with a rank 1 martial saint was considered not bad. As a rank 5 martial saint, he could only walk to just over 40 kilometers. Xian Yuanche once again took a step forward. There was a lot of resistance, but he was still able to step out. He stopped once again, and instead of getting discouraged, he began to meditate in his mind. I'm going to take another step forward. I'm going to take another step forward. That's right, the same as the last time he temporarily became a martial saint, utilizing the storm to achieve hypothetical fulfillment. After reciting 10 sentences, the system's beep came. Ding! Detecting that the host wants to take another step forward, triggering a 100-fold blitz. Congratulations to the host for being able to take 10 steps forward. After seeing the triggered blitz, Xian Yuanche immediately took a step forward. He said that he wanted to take a step forward, but he didn't make it clear how many meters a step was. In just an instant, he arrived several hundred kilometers away. Seeing Xian Yuanche, who had suddenly disappeared, Wang Dingtian instantly froze. Where was the person? He hastily exerted his spiritual sense, trying to search for Xian Yuanche. Just in time, he found Xian Yuanche several hundred kilometers away. When he saw Xian Yuanche several hundred kilometers away, Wang Dingtian was instantly confused. How is this possible? How did this brat run hundreds of kilometers away all of a sudden? While surprised, he realized that Xian Yuanche had actually disappeared again. Then he saw Xian Yuanche's trail again from 800 kilometers away. After a few seconds, Xian Yuanche's figure completely and utterly disappeared within his spiritual sense perception. After a long time, he pinched himself. If he hadn't perceived a hint of pain, he would have definitely thought that this was in a dream. And at this moment, Xian Yuanche had already arrived 2,000 kilometers away. This martial origin mysterious realm isn't really small. After spitting out a sigh, he continued to walk towards the depths. When deeper than 3,000 kilometers away, he stopped. He realized that he seemed to have come to the end. The martial energy in the air was already at least 100 times denser than the outside world, and he could even see the martial energy in the air with his naked eyes. Ding! Starfield Stone discovered. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Starfield Stone? Xian Yuanche sniffed and swept around using his spiritual sense. He found a stone a few meters high a few dozen kilometers away to his right. He came directly to this stone. The stone was 6 meters tall and was purple-black in color. He immediately used the Eye of Scrying to look at the stone's information. Item name, Astral Domain Stone Unique. Grade, 18th Order. Description, the only starfield stone in the universe. Owning it allows you to travel through the starfields in the universe. Algo, 18th rank. And there's only one in the entire universe? After reading the information on this starfield stone, Xian Yuanche was completely shocked. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this for himself? Could it be that he was really the protagonist in a novel? The kind of protagonist with great luck who could pick up the most precious treasure even when walking? He hurriedly approached the starfield stone and knocked on it with some curiosity. System, how do I use this thing? Is it necessary to drop blood to recognize the owner? He thought of certain settings in the novel. Ding! Yes, but with the host's current realm, even if he drained all the blood in his body, it would be impossible for the starfield stone to recognize its owner. After hearing the system's reply, he sighed. Pity. But at that moment, the system's beep came again. Ding! Is it binding the starfield stone? Bind. Xian Yuanche did not hesitate and immediately said in his heart. In the process of binding the starfield stone. Ding! Binding is successful. Due to binding the starfield stone, the system's teleportation function has been opened in advance. Teleportation? Xian Yuanche opened the teleportation function with some curiosity at his words. Just after opening it, a few words popped up. Is it searching for a starfield? Xian Yuanche immediately clicked on search. Ding! Searching in progress? After a few seconds, the system's beep came again. Ding! Search successful, Aurora Alpha Galaxy. Alola Alpha Galaxy is a star system located 100 million light-years away from the Blue Star. The galaxy has 78 planets and 3 stars. Whether or not to teleport to Alola Alpha Galaxy now? Looking at the teleportation words, Xian Yuanche didn't immediately say yes and instead asked towards the system. System, I won't be unable to come back if I go, right? Ding! No, the host can come back at any time. Then teleport. Since he could come back, he was relieved. Ding! Teleportation in progress. As soon as the words fell,
Xian Yuanche's figure directly disappeared in place. Alola Alpha Galaxy. Planet Alola 032. Xian Yuanche directly appeared on a street. He began to observe the surroundings. High buildings towered over the city, and it looked quite a bit more developed than Blue Star. There were also some flying machines in the sky. Humans. Purebred humans. An alarming voice suddenly rang out.
Xian Yuanche looked at the sound and he found an orc looking at him with a face full of shock. This orc was 2 meters tall and had a pair of bull horns on top of his head. He immediately used the scrying difference to look up the information of this orc.
Name, Ox de Bayo.
Blood, 4000 5000 second order martial artist.
Talent secret art, none.
Martial skill, brute bull fist, martial skill, brute bull fist.
Description, a half-orc with a half-human, half-beast gene.
Advantages, with the ferocious beast gene, his physical body is stronger than that of a human. Disadvantage, cultivation speed is extremely slow, only 1/10 of an ordinary human's. And while Xian Yuanche was observing Nyo de Bayo's information, Nyo de Bayo had already taken out his communicator and started calling. Xian Yuanche stroked his chin, sensing a hint of something wrong. He directly disappeared in place.
More than 10 seconds later, several orcs hurriedly arrived here. De Bayo, where are the pure-blood humans? The bull-horned orc in the lead asked towards Ox de Bayo. That human suddenly disappeared, I couldn't even react. Are you sure it's a pure-blood human? The orc in the lead asked again. Nyo de Bayo nodded firmly. I'm sure, it really is a pure-blooded human.
The orc in the lead sniffed that anger.
Why didn't you stop him? Nyo de Bayo was instantly a bit aggravated. I've said it all. Before I could react, that human disappeared.
That orc didn't pay any more attention to Nyo de Bayo, but turned his head to look at his companions behind him.
Let's quickly chase after it. Don't let that pure-blood human get away.
As for Xian Yuanche's side, he had already arrived on another street.
This street was actually filled with orcs. Could this planet be ruled by orcs? Xian Yuanche pondered as he walked.
And he also noticed a very strange thing.
That was, he realized that the orcs on the entire street seemed to be staring at him.
The eyes were also filled with greed.
It really is a pure-blood human. Don't let him get away. One of the orcs suddenly yelled.
As soon as the words fell, the orcs in the entire street rushed towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche immediately let out a cold snort, and with a lift of his hand, the bodies of the orcs on the entire street all exploded.
The orcs on the entire street died instantly. System, send me back,
he said in his mind.
Ding. Teleportation in progress.
Xian Yuanche's figure directly disappeared in place. A second later, he returned next to the Starfield stone. He leaned against the Starfield stone and began to think.
Strange? Why are they acting so greedy when they see me? System, do you know? End of chapter. Chapter 85 2nd grade Martial Saint. 6th grade Berserking. New attribute. Ding. This needs to be explored by the host himself. Xian Yuanche. Forget it, it's better to cultivate first.
Xian Yuanche decided not to think about this matter anymore. Just to be on the safe side, he decided that it would be better if he didn't go to the Alola Minor Galaxy for now. Although he had only been at Aurora for less than 2 minutes just now. However, a very important thing was discovered. That was, the orc realms on that planet were generally higher than those on the Blue Star. Martial Master level orcs could be found everywhere. Take the street just now as an example. Out of the several hundred orcs, there were actually 4 martial generals and over 200 martial masters. From this, it could be judged that that planet was quite a bit stronger than Blue Star. He guessed that that planet, most likely, had a martial god in existence. He was only a martial saint now, so it was better for him to get to a martial god first. Planet Alola 032. A few minutes after Xian Yuanche left, a few orc martial sectors came to the street that was just there. Upon seeing the dead orcs on that street, those few martial sect members sucked in a breath of cool air.
Hiss. There are actually so many people dead. Hurry up and check the recorders on this street.
Those few martial sect members hurriedly checked the recorders on the street. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's appearance, greed flashed in the eyes of these few orcs.
It's actually a pure-blooded human. One of the orcs with goat horns said with eyes full of greed. If we catch it, we'll be rich. Another scaly orc added.
After all, a single pure-blooded human could be sold for 10 billion Aurora star coins right now.
Quickly continue to look and see where this human went.
They hurriedly fast-forwarded the video within the recorder. When they saw Xian Yuanche wipe out an entire street of orcs in just an instant, their eyes were filled with fear.
Too strong, this pure-blooded human's realm is at least above the 5th rank. Report it to the adults above. The goat-horned orcs sighed. With their strength, they simply couldn't beat that pure-blood human.
There was no choice but to report it. Although pure-blooded humans were worth their weight in gold, they also had to have that strength to catch them.
Back on the blue star side.
After lifting the berserking, he began to cultivate.
He stopped cultivating after an hour. Ding!
Detected the host cultivating for an hour, gained 5 points of martial yuan, triggered a 1,000-fold blast, 5 points raised to 5,000 points. Martial yuan, 52,360 60,000 5th level martial exalt.
Ding!
Detected the host practicing for an hour, gaining 5 points of martial yuan, triggering a 2,000 times blitz, 5 points boosted to 10,000 points. Martial yuan, 62,360 70,000 level 6 martial exalt.
Ding!
Detected the host practicing for an hour, gained 5 points of martial yuan, triggered 3,000 times the storm, 5 points raised to 15,000 points. Martial yuan, 77,360 80,000 level 7 martial exalt.
Ding! Detected. Ding! Detected on.
After only 10 hours, Xian Yuanche's realm came directly to Martial Saint. Martial Yuan, 120,000 200,000 first grade Martial Saint. With 120,000 points of martial yuan, if he directly casts berserking, he would immediately raise it to 360,000. That is, a third-grade martial saint.
He got up and walked back.
But he remembered that he still had to participate in the academy competition. After all, it was about system upgrades, so it was better to play it safe. Spending roughly 10 seconds, he returned to the exit of the martial elemental mystic realm. Wang Dingtian suddenly appeared in front of him with some shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth with some stuttering and asked,
"How did you? You brat. Enter the depths?" Xian Yuanche shook his head as if he didn't know anything.
"I don't know, anyway, I just kept going forward. After saying that, he left the martial yuan mysterious realm. Before leaving, he also left a sentence.
"By the way, if you want to deduct how much battle merit, just deduct it directly from my account in the battle merit hall."
Looking at Xian Yuanche's back, Wang Dingtian muttered to himself,
"What a demon."
After leaving the martial yuan mystic realm, he called Li Fenglin at the first opportunity.
He hung up the phone a few minutes later.
From Li Fenglin, he learned that there were 2 rounds of competition today.
Jiangnan First Academy had entered the top 50.
Tomorrow, 2 more competitions would be held at 12 o'clock noon and 6 p.m. to determine the top 15. Looking at the time, it was now 11 o'clock at night, and there were still 13 hours left to cultivate. He turned around and returned to the martial elemental mysteries, reutilizing Storm Strike to return to the side of the Starfield Stone.
Cultivating within the martial elemental mysteries boosted so quickly, cutie. It's not that he doesn't cultivate. Ding! Ding!
Time slowly passed, and as the system stormed, Xian Yuanche gained more and more martial elements.
12 o'clock at noon on the second day.
Xian Yuanche stopped cultivating.
Open the panel.
Xian Yuanche said in his mind.
Name, Xian Yuanche. Martial Yuan, 210,000 300,000 second grade Martial Saint. Breathing technique.
Martial technique, grade S, Hurricane Blade technique perfection.
Secret technique, Berserking 5th rank, Nirvana 5th rank.
Xian Yuanche suddenly remembered something. Right, it seems like Berserking and Nirvana can be raised to the 6th rank. System, help me raise Berserking to the 6th rank.
Ding!
Berserking is being raised.
Ding!
Berserking has been upgraded to the 6th rank. Berserking 6th order, after using it, you can boost your full attributes by 250% and reduce your pain sensation by 90%. During Berserking, damage received will rebound 50% to the attacker, lasting 2 hours. Side effect 1, after Berserking, you will be weakened for half an hour, and your attributes will be reduced by 10% during the period of weakness. Advancement requirement, Strike System 2.0 unlocked. Advancement requirement, Strike System 2.0 unlocked.
Anti-armor?
Upon seeing the new attributes of berserking, Xian Yuanche thought of a piece of equipment from the game. However, this rebounding 50% damage was much more powerful than that anti-armor in the game.
He placed his gaze on Nirvana. Since berserking had spawned anti-armor when it was raised to the 6th rank, what would Nirvana spawn?
He couldn't help but begin to wonder in his heart.
Help me raise Nirvana to the 6th rank. Ding! Nirvana is in the process of being raised. Chapter 86 6th Order Nirvana, the referee, Marshal. Marshal Saint?
Precautionary note, there will be no self-greening throughout this article. The author is very cautious about this aspect, so please rest assured.
Main article. Ding! Secret Art Nirvana has been raised to the 6th rank. Secret Art Nirvana 6th Order.
Introduction. After death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 1 hour, with a 1 in 1,000 probability of upgrading to 6 minor realms. Parasitism. Separate a strand of consciousness, choose a living being whose realm is lower than the host's, and parasitize on it, mastering its body.
Cooldown, 1 year. Storage, every 8 days, can store 1 chance of nirvana.
Storage limit, 8 times.
Advancement condition, Blast System 2.0 unlocked.
Looking at the new attributes of the 6th Order Nirvana, Xian Yuanche could only say,
awesome! The new attribute of 6th Order Nirvana could parasitize others. This new attribute was very heaven-defying if it was played well.
He closed the system panel and started walking back. The secret arts had also finished upgrading, so he would now have to go out and prepare for the academy competition. There would be 2 more rounds of competition today, and the Jiangnan First Academy would definitely encounter opponents that they couldn't beat, and with the system upgrade at stake, he had to hurry back before he could do so. Scene of the grand competition. At this moment, Li Fenglin was constantly dialing Xian Yuanche's phone. Just because they didn't have much luck today, they directly encountered the previous top 10 team.
Yanjing Second Academy. Their entire staff's realm was that of a martial zone.
The realm of its varsity captain had actually reached a rank 6 martial zone. After Lu Hang and the others learned of their opponents, they also began to look sad. The difference in strength was simply too great.
Chen Qingqing hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Hang and spoke. Captain, why don't we save our strength and prepare to play the afternoon's resurrection match? Lu Hang nodded, that's the only way.
If he just wanted to differ by 1 or 2 realms, he might still be able to fight. But there was a difference of 3 minor realms between him and the opposite captain. There was also Li Lin and the others, not to mention. How could Li Lin, a martial general, fight
with a martial sect and win?
At this time, Chen Qingqing came up to Li Fenglin with some curiosity on her face.
Professor, why do you keep calling teacher Xian Yuanche?
Telling him to hurry up and come to the competition.
Li Fenglin casually replied. Oh. Chen Qingqing didn't find anything wrong and just nodded.
Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly froze.
She hadn't heard it wrong, had she? Wanting teacher Xian Yuanche to come back and compete? Professor, you didn't say anything wrong just now, did you? Having teacher Xian Yuanche come back to compete?
Lu Hang and the others also heard the words and hurriedly came over to Li Fenglin's side.
Li Fenglin put down his cell phone.
Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you guys. Actually, your teacher Xian Yuanche, his status in the academy's education system is that of a student. That's why he is completely able to participate in this session's academy grand competition. After hearing Li Fenglin's words, the crowd was initially incredulous.
This was followed by ecstasy.
Because once their teacher Xian Yuanche was able to come and participate in the competition, not to mention today's competition, even the first place would definitely be secure. Because during this period of time, the strength that teacher Xian Yuanche had shown in the academy was far beyond that of a martial king.
Isn't it proper to crush that pseudo-martial king of the capital First Academy? Professor, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call.
The crowd hurriedly urged. After all, to them, as long as Xian Yuanche came to compete, what Yanjing Second Academy would only say one result.
That was being it over.
Li Fenglin sniffed and opened his cell phone once again, preparing to make another call. But Xian Yuanche's voice suddenly rang out.
No need to call, I'm already here.
Xian Yuanche had already arrived beside the crowd at some point.
Teacher has come.
Lu Hang and the others were instantly overjoyed to see Xian Yuanche.
Teacher, are you going to go up with us to compete later? Xian Yuanche shook his head. No. Seeing Xian Yuanche shake his head, the crowd was instantly disappointed. It's me who will go up alone to fight them.
Xian Yuanche added with a raised eyebrow.
Crowd.
Lu Hong, teacher, can you finish your speech piece by piece in the future, saying half of it is very easy to be killed.
The referee flew into the sky for this one. The next match, it's Jiangnan First Academy versus Yinjing First Academy. Please ask both participants to come on stage in 5 minutes. It's about to start.
Li Fenglin looked towards Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche nodded. Don't worry, the first place will definitely be our academy. The spectators in the audience were discussing the next competition.
Jiangnan No. 1 Academy, last year it seemed like it was 20th place, right?
It's only the third round and it met the Yinjing Second Academy, it's really some bad luck. A middle-aged man with a full face spoke. His next-door companion nodded in agreement. It's a pity, this year's Jiangnan First Academy is still quite a bit stronger than last year's. However, if I were the leading teacher of the Jiangnan First Academy, I would have given up on this competition and saved my form to play the afternoon's resurrection match. At this moment, all the spectators in the audience were of the opinion that for Jiangnan First Academy, this was a match with no chance of winning.
Soon 5 minutes arrived.
Xian Yuanche directly flashed to the ring. When the crowd saw Xian Yuanche, who suddenly appeared in the ring, they were somewhat surprised.
There's actually been a change? Could it be the bottom card of Jiangnan First Academy?
Looking at Xian Yuanche standing in the ring, the crowd discussed. As for the dozen or so martial emperors who were watching the battle, their eyes widened when they saw Xian Yuanche on the stage.
What the hell is this? You're a martial zone properly, why did you run up to the ring? A martial exalted beating a martial zone? Is this something a human being could do?
The referee's face was also a bit surprised when he saw Xian Yuanche, a raw face. He flew up into the sky to look at the large screen in the distance. The screen displayed Xian Yuanche's information. Oh. The Jiangnan First Academy has replaced its contestants. This new contestant is called Xian Yuanche, 19 years old.
Realm. Martial Saint?
Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's realm, this referee instantly became unsettled.
What the hell was this martial saint?
Sorry, the system may have made a bit of an error, everyone wait for me for a few minutes. He hurriedly landed on the ground and began to confirm Xian Yuanche's specific information with the backstage personnel. At this moment, the audience, and Yinjing Second Academy, and even some of the trainees watching the battle were also shocked. This bug was also too outrageous. How could that student be a martial saint? Few almost thought that person was really a martial saint. The captain of Yinjing Second Academy, Suli, let out a sigh of relief. Hell knows, the moment he heard the referee read out Xian Yuanche's realm just now, how flustered he was. The teammate behind him patted his shoulder. Captain, you were just scaring yourself, use your brain to think about it, you know that the backstage statistics must have been wrong, how could that kid be a martial saint?
Chapter 87, I'm a martial sect, you're asking me to fight a martial saint? Isn't this pure Teddy fighting Tyrol?
Another team member agreed.
That's right.
How could a martial saint come to the academy competition? If that kid is really a martial saint, I'll eat 200 pounds.
Then I'll eat 300 pounds.
When Xian Yuanche saw that the referee had left, he casually took out a stool from his space ring, sat down, and began to play with Shivering Sea.
Soon, the referee who had confirmed Xian Yuanche's information, shivered and flew to the sky. Just now, he had already confirmed from the Hall of Battle Merit that the student named Xian Yuanche, no. It should be senior, was indeed a martial saint. It was the new martial saint that had popped up in the past few days. It's just that the country hasn't started publicizing it yet. After flying into the sky and seeing Xian Yuanche, he realized something was wrong and immediately landed on the ring. What was it like for himself, a martial king, to fly above someone else's martial saint's head? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed the microphone tightly. After confirming, Xian Yuanche's former senior's information is correct, he is a martial saint. The following are the 7 martial sectors of Yinjing Second Academy, who are invited to come up to the stage to face the martial saints. After saying that, he also glanced towards the resting area of Yinjing Second Academy. The meaning represented by this glance was simple. Seek your own fortune, you guys. A martial zone fighting a martial saint, this is the first time in 70 years. Upon hearing the referee's words, everyone present unanimously quieted down.
They looked at Xian Yuanche and then at the realm on the big screen. It wasn't until it had gone back and forth a dozen times that someone opened their mouth to break the silence.
I'm not dreaming, am I? A martial sect beating a martial saint? What kind of fight is this?
One of the spectators opened his mouth.
The Yenjing Second Academy side was even more deafening.
The 7 people from the varsity team glanced at each other and then at the teacher they were leading.
Teacher, that kid can't really be a martial saint, right?
The teacher leading the team kept wiping his sweat with a towel.
There shouldn't be any mistake, that little
senior might still be a real martial saint.
Then teacher, can I go home?
Lily opened his mouth somewhat coyly. The other varsity members were the same. They would rather eat 200 pounds than fight a martial saint. Because they were martial saints, eating 200 pounds might not kill them. But fighting a martial saint might be something that would actually kill them. It was no exaggeration to say that people could drown themselves with a single spit.
Let me ask. That teacher shivered and walked out of the rest area and started communicating with the referee. That student from our academy is a little unwell, so we want to concede. Can you
communicate with that senior? The referee heard some hesitation, and after glancing at Xian Yuanche in the ring, he could only nod his head stiffly. That's right, if he wanted to admit defeat now, he still had to go through Xian Yuanche's consent. After all, other people's martial saint status was right there.
The referee climbed onto the ring very silky smooth and jogged to Xian Yuanche's side and squatted down.
He had a pleasing look on his face.
Senior, Yenjing Second Academy's side wants to admit defeat, you see.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and put away his cell phone.
Want to admit defeat? His sight glanced towards Yenjing Second Academy's side.
When the teacher of that academy saw Xian Yuanche looking this way, he immediately revealed a pleasing smile. Xian Yuanche nodded his head in acceptance.
It's fine, lest it be said that I'm bullying a martial sect. Good grin.
After seeing Xian Yuanche agree, that referee hurriedly nodded his head and turned around to trot away. That senior has agreed that you guys have conceded defeat.
That's good.
Hearing Xian Yuanche agree to admit defeat, the leading teacher of Yenjing Second Academy let out a sigh of relief. After all, when a martial zone fought a martial saint, it was true that people would die.
Half a minute later, the referee picked up the microphone again. After deliberation, Yenjing Second Academy admits defeat.
For this competition, the First Academy of Jiangnan wins. After saying that, he began to lead the applause.
Quack. Croak.
The applause was very loud.
The entire audience also applauded together when they saw this.
After taking the stool back into his space ring, he returned to sit next to Li Fenglin. At this moment, Li Fenglin and the crowd of the varsity team were looking at Xian Yuanche with shock in their eyes.
Xian Yuanche, teacher, are you really a martial saint? They asked in unison.
Sort of. Xian Yuanche nodded slightly. After hearing Xian Yuanche's answer, Li Fenglin had begun to be skeptical.
My goodness.
It had only been a few months. Xian Yuanche had gone from a martial zone directly to a martial saint.
Even if he was openly hung up, there was no way he would be this fast, right?
And when the crowd of the varsity team heard Xian Yuanche's answer, their faces were almost crooked with laughter.
Teacher Xian Yuanche is a martial saint, then if I go out in the future, won't I be able to say that I've been a student of a martial saint?
Chen Xingqing had a face of excitement.
Li Lin nodded.
That's right, in the future, I'll be a student of a martial saint. Then he looked at his own father, Li Fenglin.
That Li position, in the future, I need to be more respectful when I see you, I'm a student of the martial saint.
Li Fenglin, who was still in the midst of shock, gasped and laughed when he heard his son's words.
Good, good, good.
As soon as he lifted Li Lin, he directly left the place.
My father hasn't talked to you for years, it just so happens that I'm free now. Li Lin instantly wimped out when he saw this. No. I was wrong. Save me. Teacher, save me.
Xian Yuanche twisted his head to the side and pretended not to hear. He could be sure that he wouldn't be able to see Li Lin again for the next few days. The next match, Capital City First Academy versus Capital City Second Academy. We have the contestants from both sides, please come up to the stage to compete in 5 minutes. The referee's voice caused Xian Yuanche to place his attention on the ring once again.
Capital City First Academy? Against the Capital City Second Academy?
He had heard Shang Wanfeng say earlier that the Capital City First Academy seemed to have appeared this time around, with a pseudo-martial king who had already condensed a good martial element seed to come. He looked towards the big screen. The information of both players began to appear on the screen.
Name, Xianyuan Lingtian. Realm, Pseudo-Martial King.
Identity, Captain of the varsity team of the First Academy of the capital city.
Xianyuan Lingtian.
Needless to say, this person must be from the Xianyuan family.
Soon, 5 minutes passed.
The participants from both sides began to go on stage.
However, both sides seemed to be in a somewhat low mood.
Every now and then, they even glanced towards Xian Yuanche's side. This time, both of their academies were participating in this competition with the mindset of taking first place. Now that such a martial saint as Xian Yuanche had appeared on the side of Jiangnan First Academy, the first place was definitely gone.
But the second is somewhat unappealing to both of them.
Xian Yuanche was not clear about what was in their minds.
But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care.
He returned his gaze to the system panel. At the same time, in his mind, he began to break bread with the system.
System, there's no need for me to say more about who the first in this competition should be, isn't it time to upgrade? System.
After a long time, the system replied.
Really can't do anything about you.
Chapter 88, Activating the Super Soft Boy System Again. Xian Yuanche returned his gaze to the system panel. At the same time, in his mind, he began to break bread with the system.
System, there's no need for me to say more about who came first in this competition, isn't it time for an upgrade? System.
After a long time, the system replied.
Really can't do anything about you. Ding.
Blitz System version 1.0 is being upgraded, upgrade time, 72 hours. After this prompt popped up, the system panel automatically closed.
It actually takes 72 hours? Xian Yuanche muttered.
At this time, the sound of the blast system came again.
Ding.
In order to prevent the host from being alone for the next 72 hours, another system will come over and temporarily take over the work of this system.
Another system?
Seeing this prompt, Xian Yuanche became somewhat expectant. What exactly would be the system that would come over to take over for himself?
Ding. The Super Soft Boy system is activating. Ding.
Super Soft Rice Man system activated successfully.
Hello? Host? A cautious voice rang out. You're the Super Soft Food Guy system? Ding.
That's right, I'm the Super Soft Rice Man system. Xian Yuanche suddenly remembered something. He should have been bound to the Super Soft Rice Man system to begin with, only that he was somehow bound to the Blitz system. No wonder he felt that the name of this system was so familiar. I remember you, when I first traveled here, it was originally you who bound me.
That's right. Ooh, host, that Blitz system is too bad. Bang.
Before he could finish speaking, a bang came. Then the voice of the Blitz system sounded again.
Please ask this colleague not to defame this system. Good. Good.
The Super Soft Rice system stammered in reply.
Xian Yuanche.
How did he feel, this storming system of his, as if he was bullying the Super Soft Rice Man system off?
Ding.
The Super Soft Rice Man system newbie gift pack has been distributed.
Newbie gift pack?
Xian Yuanche's heart stirred.
Help me open the newbie gift pack. Ding. The Novice Grand Gift Pack is opening. Ding. The newbie gift pack is opening successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host's face value plus 50, charisma plus 50, endurance plus 50. Ding. Xian Yuanche? Xian Yuanche looked at the Super Soft Boy system with some incredulity. Are you sure you didn't give the wrong reward? Ding.
Are you sure you didn't give the wrong reward? A qualified soft rice man, face value, charisma, and endurance are a must. Xian Yuanche was filled with helplessness. Big brother, this is high martial arts, face value and charisma are of no use.
He was a bit speechless. The rewards just now, other than stamina, what's the use of the other two?
Seemingly sensing that Xian Yuanche was not satisfied with this reward, Super Soft Rice Man carefully opened his mouth to inquire.
May I ask, is the host dissatisfied with this reward? You tell me.
Xian Yuanche replied somewhat breathlessly.
He had thought that the novice reward, no less, would give him a few yuan crystals, but it turned out to be this? Speaking of yuan crystals, he remembered that there seemed to be a few 6th rank yuan crystals in his system space that he had yet to absorb. He took out those 6th order yuan crystals and was about to crush them, but as if he thought of something, he put them back. The Blitz system is still upgrading, and absorbing it now seems to be a bit of a loss. Host, why don't I open the system mall and let you pick an item as compensation?
The Super Softyman system carefully opened its mouth. Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up at the words.
Understood. As soon as the words fell, Super Soft Rice Man's system mall automatically opened.
Xian Yuanche was filled with anticipation as he began rummaging through the items. But when he started rummaging, he discovered something wrong. How come 90% of the items in this system mall were all gray? For example, the Martial God Realm Experience cards, Starry Sky Level Realm Experience cards, and so on, had all turned gray.
There were also S-Class alloy knives and whatnot. What is this situation?
Xian Yuanche asked in his mind.
Most of the things in the system mall have been snatched away.
The Super Softyman system replied in a small voice, as if it was afraid of something.
Fine.
Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart and could only check up on the items that were still lit up.
Item name, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me.
Description, it contains 90,000 ways on how to please a rich woman. Xian Yuanche directly skipped this item.
He started to look at the next one.
Item name, Global Rich Woman Contacts. Description, records on how to please rich women all over the world.
Description, records the cell phone contact information of rich women all over the world.
This one was also skipped.
Item name 900 Poses Introduction. Introduction. This is also skipped. What the hell are you doing with the rest of these?
Xian Yuanche looked at the rest of these items and was already completely speechless. How is it that the net is some messy things, the ones that enhance strength are not at all? To be precise, none of the items that were still lit up were able to raise strength. The gray ones, on the other hand, were mostly able to raise strength. Unfortunately, they were all gone. I don't know who's so powerful that they can even snatch things from the system.
Actually, of the remaining items, there is one that is very useful to the host. What is it?
Xian Yuanche sniffed and continued to rummage through the system mall.
This. An item popped up. Item name, Super Golden Kidney Upgrade Card.
Description, after taking it, you can upgrade your own kidney to a golden kidney. Golden kidney, 1,000 times more powerful than ordinary kidneys.
Cough cough.
Seeing this item, Xian Yuanche suddenly coughed. Lu Hong, who was beside him, immediately came over when he saw it.
Teacher, what's wrong with you? Nothing, you guys continue watching the match.
Xian Yuanche waved his hand.
Good.
Lu Hong sniffed and immediately sat back down, continuing to watch the match. Xian Yuanche once again placed his gaze on the system mall.
I'm a martial saint, do you think this thing will be useful to me? But well, you have a good intention. If I don't accept it, wouldn't that be very disrespectful to you, wouldn't it?
After saying that, Xian Yuanche crowned himself by clicking on the Super Gold Kidney Upgrade card.
Ding!
Super Golden Kidney Upgrade card purchased successfully. A golden-colored card appeared within the system space. Upon hearing Xian Yuanche's words, the Super Softyman system's voice filled with emotion rang out. Whoa, host, you are just too good, actually giving face so much.
Actually, I also secretly left one more thing. What thing?
Xian Yuanche asked. But in his heart, he didn't have any sense of expectation for that thing, thinking that it was another rich woman's manual or something.
Here, it's this. As soon as the words fell, an item introduction box popped up.
Upon seeing the introduction of this item, Xian Yuanche directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air.
I'll go, you actually have something this good? Item name. End of chapter. Chapter 89 5 Realm Helicopter Cards, Mu Yen Yen came out. Item name, Realm Helicopter Card.
Introduction, a living being of any realm can be raised by one minor realm after using it. That's right, Realm Helicopter Cards, and they could be used by beings of any realm.
That's pretty strong. Do you only have one of this thing?
Xian Yuanche asked towards the Soft Food Man system.
I have 5 more, do you want them, host? If you want, I'll give them all to you. Understood.
Xian Yuanche nodded with satisfaction in his heart.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Realm Helicopter Card X5. 5 blank cards directly appeared within the system space. Host, while there's still time, quickly go raid the rich woman and eat soft rice.
Super Soft Rice Man's excited voice sounded once again. Shen Yuan-che opened his Q letter and found that the top Mu Yenran actually sent a message to himself.
Mu Yenran, I'm out. Where are you now?
Shen Yuan-che directly typed out a few words.
You turn around.
After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared into his seat.
At this moment, Mu Yenran looked at the message sent by Shen Yuan-che and was a little unclear. What turned back?
When she turned back, she realized that Shen Yuan-che had come behind her at some point.
When did you arrive? When you were thinking about me just now.
Shen Yuan-che spoke a rare earthy love story. Mu Yenran's cheeks blushed slightly at the words.
Didn't think about you.
She arrogantly twisted her head, not wanting to pay any more attention to Shen Yuan-che. Shen Yuan-che held her in his arms. Let's go, I'll take you out to play. After saying that, he was ready to take Mu Yenran and fly into the sky.
Wait. Mu Yenyan hurriedly interrupted.
I have to go back to Grandpa's house to take a bath first. I haven't taken a bath in a long time, she said with some embarrassment. Within the Qi and Blood mysteries, there was simply no place to take a bath, and she hadn't even taken a bath in a long time.
Then I'll take you home.
Mu Yenran blinked and realized that she had already returned to the Shangguan family.
Back at Grandpa's house?
She looked back at Shen Yuan-che with some surprise.
Shen Yuan-che nodded.
Quickly take a shower, after that, I'll take you out to play.
A few minutes later.
Mu Yenran's cheeks were red as she pushed Shen Yuan-che out of the bathroom.
No. It won't work. You go out first.
After pushing Shen Yuan-che out, she glared at Shen Yuan-che.
Humph. Rascal. Shen Yuan-che touched his nose in some embarrassment.
He found a place to sit down and pulled the two systems out of the small dark room.
Ha!
Host, how did you finish so quickly? Seeing that he was out of the small black room, Super Softy Man asked with some confusion.
Shen Yuan-che.
After a few seconds, Shen Yuan-che opened his mouth. What kind of person do you take me for?
I'm a decent person.
Oh. So that's how it is. Sorry host, I misunderstood you. Seeing this, Shen Yuan-che pulled these two systems into the small black room again. After waiting for most of an hour, Mu Yenran finished her bath and walked out. Looking at Mu Yenran who had just finished her bath, Shen Yuan-che only felt that she was a few points prettier again.
Where are we going to play?
Mu Yenran held on to Shen Yuan-che with a face full of anticipation.
Do you want to go to the wilderness? Aha! Mu Yenyan hurriedly nodded her head.
As long as she could be with Shen Yuan-che, she was willing to go anywhere. Seeing Mu Yenyan agree, Shen Yuan-che directly wrapped her in martial energy and left the Shangguan family.
Wow! You can still fly.
Mu Yenran, who was brought to fly in the sky by Shen Yuan-che, looked at the ground with a face full of excitement.
What realm are you in now? Mu Yenran's small face was somewhat curious. Martial Saint now.
Shen Yuan-che replied as he held him in his arms.
Martial Saint now. Wouldn't that be even more powerful than my grandfather? Mu Yenran's face was filled with surprise. End of chapter.
Some readers reacted that there is no emotional line, so I'll make up 2 chapters of emotional scenes. I'm a bit crotch-pulling in writing emotional lines, so please don't scold me.
The Blitz system will reappear in a few chapters and there will be a surprise. Oh! Happy New Year everyone! 2025 Prosperity. Carrot oh carrot. Chapter 90 Skiing, Mu Yenyan's Yen Wang dotting returning to the main line from the next chapter. A martial saint now. Wouldn't that be even more powerful than my grandfather? Mu Yenyan's face was filled with surprise.
At the same time, she glanced at those Qi and blood potions in her spatial ring with some disappointment in her heart. There were a few grade A and grade B Qi and blood potions in there, which she had originally wanted to give to Shen Yuan-che in a while. Now it seemed as if it wasn't needed. Shen Yuan-che touched her head. It should be better than Grandpa. The two quickly left the border and arrived in the wilderness. Shen Yuan-che, who had turned on his berserking, was a rank 6 martial saint. The moment he exited the border, the 8th-ranked ferocious beasts around the globe all coincidentally looked towards where Shen Yuan-che was. They wanted to see what exactly Shen Yuan-che had in store. Xian Yuanche, who had just left the border, stopped and turned his head to look to the south. 10,000 kilometers away from Xian Yuanche, a 10,000-meter-long auger dragon stared at it. Xian Yuanche used the eye of scrying to check up on this auger dragon's information from 10,000 kilometers away. Race, Deep Sea Scaly Dragon King. Grade, 8th Order. Introduction, a scaly dragon that is about to turn into a dragon. After reading the information, Xian Yuanche took another look at the appearance of the auger dragon. Although it hadn't fully transformed into a dragon yet, it was already 70% like a dragon. It was a good parasite. That's right, he was trying to parasitize this auger dragon with Nirvana's parasitic skill. Looking at Xian Yuanche's gaze, the scaly dragon immediately shivered. What are you looking at? Mu Yanran looked at Xian Yuanche with some curiosity. Not looking at anything. Xian Yuanche shook his head. Then where are we going to play? Mu Yanran looked at Xian Yuanche with eyes full of anticipation. How about going to the South Pole? Yes, yes, yes. Mu Yanran's small face was a little happy at the words. For so many years, she had only heard of the South Pole, but she had never been to the South Pole yet. South Pole. The moment the two of them stepped into the South Pole, Xian Yuanche first used his spiritual sense to check if there were any high-level ferocious beasts. After sweeping through, he found that within 2,000 kilometers, there were only 2 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. He condensed 2 great hands of martial energy in the air and crushed these 2 beasts to death. The corpses were then put into system space. The reason why it was put into system space was because Mu Yanyan was only a 3rd-level martial general right now, and she simply couldn't eat 6th-rank ferocious beast meat. Name, Mu Yanyan. Blood, 36,990 40,000 Grade 3 General. Face value, 100. Wealth, SSS+. Favorability, 100 Life and Death. Comprehensive, SSS+, Comprehensive, SSS+. Evaluation, a rich woman who was dedicated to you and extremely wealthy. At that time, when Xian Yuanche saw this panel, he was also speechless for a while. One could only say that it was worthy of being a super soft boy system. Let's ski. Mu Yanran said somewhat hopefully. Fine, you can play whatever you want. Xian Yuanche changed into his rush aura and brought Mu Yanyan back to Huaxia, purchased skiing equipment and then returned to the South Pole. The entire process was resolved in less than a minute. Wow! So you're so fast. After seeing Xian Yuanche's speed, Mu Yanyan was filled with admiration. Xian Yuanche. Cough cough cough, let's hurry up and go skiing. The two of them found a higher snowy mountain and began to get ready. Xian Yuanche secretly wrapped Mu Yanran with his martial energy. Xian Yuanche, I don't seem to know how to ski. Mu Yanran remembered that she herself seemed to have never skied before. She had only seen others skiing on TV. So itself does not know anything about skiing. It's fine, just ski, there's no need to be afraid when I'm here. Xian Yuanche assured her. With the help of Wu Yuan, even if it was flat ground, Mu Yanran could still ski up. Then I'll give it a try. Mu Yanran directly slid down with her eyes closed. Xian Yuanche directly began to use his martial yuan to help him. Then he also followed and slid down. The two of them slid one after the other like this. Mu Yanran's little face was very excited when she saw that she had actually slid successfully. She looked back at Xian Yuanche and spat out her tongue. Slippery! Come chase me quickly. Xian Yuanche smiled helplessly. If under normal circumstances, slipping like this, 9 times out of 10, she would fall. But with him around, this situation would be completely avoided. The two quickly slid down the mountain. Mu Yanyan's face was still a bit unfulfilled, but she realized that her speed hadn't diminished in the slightest. Ha! What's going on here? She looked at the skis with some curiosity and didn't see anything unusual. She then looked at Xian Yuanche who was following behind her and finally came up with a reason. It should be Xian Yuanche who messed up. The two skied for more than 2 hours before stopping. Xian Yuanche used his martial energy to isolate a place. Then he took out many things from the system space, stools, barbecue grills, pots and pans, whatever, everything. Then he took out charcoal and stuff and started to use his martial energy to isolate a fire. What are we going to eat? Mu Yanran poked Xian Yuanche with some curiosity. Whatever you want to eat, I'll find it for you. Xian Yuanche's spiritual sense swept over 1,000 kilometers in a radius. Countless ferocious beasts were moving within his spiritual sense. As long as Mu Yanyan opened her mouth to what she wanted to eat, he would immediately grab it from across the air.
I don't know. Mu Yanyan was a bit indecisive. Then let's have one just the same.
Xian Yuanche stretched out his left hand, and several hundred ferocious beasts were sucked over. Then he extended his right hand again, and thousands of ferocious beasts were sucked over again. As if this wasn't enough, he made another grab through the air in the direction of the ocean. A giant hand of tens of thousands of meters fished towards the ocean, and countless oceanic beasts were fished up. Looking at the terrifying aura emanating from Xian Yuanche's body, these ferocious beasts lay on the ground and did not dare to move a muscle for fear of angering this terrifying existence in front of them.
I want to eat this.
Mu Yanyan pointed towards a crab that was tens of meters large. Xian Yuanche Martial Yuan slapped his large hand and directly slapped this crab to death. This action directly scared the surrounding ferocious beasts half to death. These ferocious beasts were looking at Mu Yanran with some horror. Although their intelligence was not high, they realized something. This young girl was the most terrifying one here. This was pointing at anyone and everyone would die. And this? Mu Yanran pointed at a shellfish-type ferocious beast. Xian Yuanche also slapped it, directly shattering its shell.
Mu Yanyan suddenly found a penguin that was a few meters tall. Wow! What a cute penguin, I want to eat it. Xian Yuanche didn't hesitate to slap it to death.
A few minutes passed and Xian Yuanche slapped a total of hundreds of ferocious beasts to death.
Why don't we just leave it at these for now?
Mu Yanran continued to scan the remaining ferocious beasts a few times. Most of those remaining ferocious beasts were ugly and she really didn't want to eat them.
Alright then, just these for now.
Xian Yuanche waved his hand and threw all these ferocious beasts back. When Mu Yanran wanted to eat them, it would be the same to recapture them again. Immediately after, Xian Yuanche took out his great alloy chopper and began to split these meats. Only the most tender parts were selected.
End of chapter.
Please take a vacation, MMMM. The emotional scene is a bit difficult to write, just temporary 2 chapters or so, epsilon.
Chapter 91 Liquidating the Sima family and other first-class families, Blast System version 2.0? Even so, there is a lot of meat cut out. Roasted, stewed, shabu-shabu. The 2 people ate slowly like this until the evening.
After eating, Xian Yuanche took her and flew high into the sky and began to appreciate the starry sky.
Capital city of Huaxia. Morong Zun looked at the information in his hands in the empty conference room. Knock knock knock.
The door of the conference room was knocked.
Enter. Morong Zun put down the information in his hands and looked at the door. Shangwan Feng walked in with a fat and a thin 2 old men. If one looked closely, one would still find that Shangwan Feng's face was still somewhat gloomy. Shangwan Feng placed the information in his hands in front of Morong Zun.
As expected, there are other families that have joined the Holy Beast cult.
Morong Zun opened it and looked at it carefully.
Although he had learned from Sima Yi's memories that there were other forces that had joined the Sacred Beast sect, he did not expect that there would actually be so many. In addition to the top family, the Sima family, the remaining 6 or 7 families with martial emperors had actually joined the Sacred Beast sect as well. It directly accounted for nearly half.
It's really ironic.
When he had ordered the control of martial arts above a grade, it was to prevent them from being learned by the Holy Beast cult and used against Huaxia. Now it seemed that this method was truly stupid. He put down the information in his hands and tapped his fingers on the desktop. 4 words were uttered lightly.
Kill them all. In addition, let's relax the restrictions on martial arts above grade A.
They can be purchased with battle merit, no need for a guarantor anymore. The creators of those martial skills compensate them to freely enter and exit the martial yuan mysterious realm for a year, right?
Good. Shangwan Feng nodded and led the 2 out of the conference room.
Overnight, for Martial Exalted, with more than a dozen martial emperors and more than 40 martial kings, as well as a large number of martial zongs and martial generals, set out and began to arrest the members of these several families on a large scale. All of them were arrested in just one night. Even the illegitimate sons and daughters of those family members who were outside were also arrested together. Regardless of whether they were involved or not, whether they knew about it or not, they were all shocked and killed. Those martial emperors and martial kings who wanted to resist were also killed. When Xian Yuanche returned to the capital with Mu Yanran, their cell phones were pushed with a message. Hashtag according to the investigation, the Sima family, and the rest of the 7 families, joined the sacred beast cult.
8 families totaling over 2,000 people were executed an hour ago.
Hashtag Comrade Morongzun has ordered that the purchase of martial arts in the Hall of Battle Merits will no longer require a guarantor, and can be purchased with battle merit.
Hashtag. These 2 pieces of news directly exploded the entire internet. Many people were shocked at the iron fist of the capital side. 8 clans with over 2,000 people, this could be said to be killing the extinct species Ah.
But what was worth making them happy was that now with martial arts, it was just a matter of directly using battle merit to purchase them. When the 2 returned to the Shangguan family, they saw a martial emperor reporting something to Shangguan Feng. Seeing the 2 return, he waved. "You go back first, just decide the rest yourselves."
Yes. That martial emperor nodded his head and left the Shangguan family in a sensible manner. "Grandpa, I'm back."
Mu Yanran, who was holding Xian Yuanche's right hand, called out.
Shangguan Feng nodded as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Grandpa."
Xian Yuanche thought about it and also opened his mouth to call out. The 2 of them referred to each other as old brother and old brother, but that was basically in private. Now in front of Mu Yanran, it was better to call Grandpa together.
Cough.
Hearing Xian Yuanche also call himself Grandpa, Shangguan Feng was choked for a moment, but after thinking about it, he still nodded his head. He had heard that Xian Yuanche was now a martial saint. If it wasn't for the fact that his granddaughter was related to Xian Yuanche, he really wouldn't have dared to respond to this grandpa.
"What's wrong with Grandpa?"
Mu Yanran looked at Xian Yuanche with some curiosity, and then looked at Shangguan Feng.
Xian Yuanche touched Mu Yanran's head.
"Nothing, probably choking on the tea. Let's go upstairs first, next week take you to the moon to play."
"Really?" Hearing that she could go to the moon to play, Mu Yanran's eyes lit up. "Really?" Xian Yuanche guaranteed.
For the next 2 days, the 2 of them basically traveled around Huaxia. As for the academy competition, there was no need for Xian Yuanche to even show up. When they encountered the team from Jiangnan First Academy, without exception, they all conceded defeat. The Jiangnan First Academy directly won first place. The 100,000 battle merit points that Dean Wang Xian had initially promised also arrived together. Although Xian Yuanche could no longer use it. The moment he returned to the Shangguan family again, a familiar voice resounded in Xian Yuanche's mind.
Ding!
Blitz System version 1.0 has been upgraded to version 2.0. Version 2.0 of the Blitz System, the number of times required to trigger the guarantee is reduced by 1, and a new system mall has been added. Before Xian Yuanche could open the system panel, the system's beep came again.
Ding!
Detected Blitz System upgrade, triggered unknown multiplier Blitz System upgraded to version 3.0. Version 3.0 of the Blitz System, the number of times required to trigger a guaranteed hit is reduced by 1, new function synthesis.
Synthesis, 2 items can be randomly placed for synthesis. This works too.
Xian Yuanche was a little shocked as he looked at the prompt that popped up from the system.
This system upgrade of yours can also trigger a blast. This is a bit outrageous, right? Ding! Host, I'm back. The familiar voice of the Blitz System rang out. Open the system mall.
Xian Yuanche said in his heart.
Ding! Okay.
Then the Blitz System's system mall automatically opened. There was a wide array of items inside, and compared to the Super Soft Boy systems, it was simply a heaven and a earth. Item: Star Rank Starry Sky Level Experience Card. Introduction: The realm can be temporarily raised to Starry Sky level after use, lasts for half an hour. Required points, 5,000, required points, 5,000, required points, 5,000. Item: Star Rank Astral Dragon Bloodline. Description: After taking it, a ferocious beast can temporarily raise its realm to Star Rank.
Introduction: When taken by ferocious beasts, they can obtain the Heavenly Star Dragon Bloodline.
Points required, 50,000, points required, 50,000. Item: Star Grade Intermediate Battle Armor. Introduction: After wearing it, the defense is greatly increased.
Introduction: After wearing it, the defense is greatly increased. Introduction: After wearing it, the defense is greatly increased.
Points: 50,000, points: 50,000. Star Grade Martial Skill, Star Chopping Blade Technique. Introduction: After practicing, a single blade can cut down stars. Points: 100,000, points: 100,000.
Item: Hand of Heaven. Introduction. Points required, 10 billion. So many good items, but how come some of them look so familiar?
Xian Yuan-che found something wrong. It seemed like there was a part of the stuff that he had seen before in the Super Softy Man system. It was only that these things inside the Super Soft Rice Man system had turned gray.
System, did you rob people of their things?
He asked in his mind towards the Blitz system.
Ding.
Please don't slander this system didn't rob it.
Why do I kind of not believe it? Xian Yuan-che looked at the system's reply and couldn't help but be a little skeptical.
However, he didn't think much about it and directly opened his mouth to ask what the points had to be like to obtain them.
Chapter 92 Synthesis Function. Ding. The system will send out a mission, complete it and you'll receive points. Hearing the reply, Xian Yuan-che looked at the items in the system mall. How many points do you usually give for a mission? Ding. 110,000. Xian Yuan-che.
Then I'll have to monkey around before I can sell those millions of points items.
Ding. Then what is the host's suggestion? Add one more item to the way of obtaining points. Triggering a blitz can also obtain points. Blitz system. Okay, but you can't get points every time you blitz. It finally agreed to the request. Don't look at it often robbing.
Often borrowing things, but most of the items in the system mall were actually its own.
Other people's only accounted for a small portion. Xian Yuan-che secretly nodded his head.
If there's a probability, but let me take a precaution first. You don't want to give me just a few dozen whole points at a time like when I took the Qi and Blood Potion.
Can.
After hearing the system's promise, Xian Yuan-che opened another added synthesis function. This synthesis function was, place any two items to be synthesized. Restriction, you can only synthesize 10 times per month. Xian Yuan-che's gaze scanned up through the system space. Then he placed his gaze on the S-grade alloy blade. He took out the S-grade alloy knife, then took out the previously eliminated B-grade alloy knife and put it in, clicking synthesize. A bright white light flashed, and an S-and alloy knife with little change appeared in front of Xian Yuan-che's eyes.
Item, S-grade alloy knife. Description, after synthesizing, it is a bit sharper than a normal S-rank alloy knife. Sure enough, it's a little better than before it was synthesized.
Looking at the introduction of the S-grade alloy knife, Xian Yuan-che nodded his head and then placed the Yuan pole box in it.
Click on synthesize. A blue light flashed, and a brand new alloy knife appeared before his eyes. Item, S-class alloy knife. Description, after being synthesized again, it is even sharper than a normal S-class alloy knife. Really good function.
After experiencing it twice, Xian Yuan-che realized that this synthesis function was truly heaven-defying. No wonder there was a limit of only being able to synthesize 10 times per month. He placed 2 1 discount coupons into it and clicked on synthesize. A purple light flashed and a purple coupon appeared in front of him.
Item, 0.5% discount coupon.
Description, you can use this coupon to purchase items in the system mall at 0.5% off the original price.
Sure is good stuff.
Xian Yuan-che put 2 more one-off coupons into synthesize. After synthesizing 2 0.5% off coupons, he wanted to use these 2 0.5% off coupons for synthesis.
Ding. 0.5 off coupons are already the lowest discount coupons, they cannot be synthesized.
Xian Yuan-che put the coupons back into the system space with some regret. But thinking about it, if there was unlimited synthesis, it might be possible to directly produce a whole 0.001 discount coupon, which would be heaven-defying.
After closing the synthesis panel, he left the Shangwan family. He directly found Wang Dingtian. I want the S-class alloy blade, do you have it? Wang Dingtian didn't answer Xian Yuan-che.
Instead, he looked at Xian Yuan-che with wide eyes. This was because he sensed that Xian Yuan-che's realm seemed to be getting more and more heaven-defying. The last time they met, Xian Yuan-che's realm was still only a first-level martial saint, but now how come it seemed to be higher than himself? How many levels of martial saint are you now? He opened his mouth somewhat incredulously and asked.
6th level I guess, what's wrong? No. Nothing. Wang Dingtian took a deep breath and calmed down a bit before answering. S-class alloy knives are relatively rare, I can only give you 7.
Okay. I won't take them for nothing, I'll go and finish off the Dragon King crocodile in a few days. Xian Yuan-che said in a dignified manner.
Cough cough cough, if that's the case, I can give you a few more. Xian Yuan-che.
Then I'll help you get rid of the other few as well. He was also greedy for the yuan crystals of those 8th-ranked ferocious beasts anyway. It was all by the way. After hearing Xian Yuanche's words, Wang Dingtian felt a lot better. Good talk. Good talk. I'll make a call to Zun. You can just go directly to him to get it. After Xian Yuanche left, Wang Dingtian felt like he was in a much better mood. It was naturally best that Xian Yuanche was willing to help out. Xian Yuanche found Zun and took 12 alloy knives from him. It wasn't that he didn't want to take more, but there were only so many in stock. If he couldn't get the S-class ones, he could only take another 10 A-class ones. The first moment he got the alloy knives, he found a place to start synthesizing them. With a flash of blue light, the 2S grade alloy knives were successfully synthesized into an S+ grade alloy knife. There were still 5 chances left. Another burst of blue light flashed, and another S+ grade alloy knife came out. He then used these 2S+ grade alloy knives to put them in and clicked synthesize. With another flash of blue light, a brand new knife appeared before his eyes. Item: Star grade primary alloy knife. Description: synthesized from 2S+ grade alloy knives, it can easily kill 8th rank ferocious beasts and even 9th rank ferocious beasts. Sure enough, it's become star rank. Looking at the brand new alloy knife, Xian Yuanche had some excitement on his face. With this knife, what 8th and 9th ranked ferocious beasts would be turned into lambs to the slaughter in his hands? The remaining 4 chances he chose to keep first, and when he ran out of good stuff in a few days, it wouldn't be too late to choose to synthesize the alloy blade. Little Day Island. Apart from Huaxia, the leaders of the remaining few countries had all arrived. As soon as they arrived, 10 8th rank ferocious beasts appeared on the island. Although they had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, once they thought about what they were going to negotiate today, their nervousness began to ease. A fox wearing human clothes and nearly 2 meters tall appeared in front of the crowd. Coming? Please. He invited the crowd to the ground by following the human's posture. Once on the ground, the leader of the pretty country went straight to the point. We were approached to say that we want to reconcile and reach the goal of humans coexisting with the ferocious beasts, but how come I don't see the leader of Huaxia coming over? The fox smiled. Good question, because whether we can reach a reconciliation this time still depends on Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the crowd was a bit curious. Why should it depend on Huaxia? The Huaxia people have killed many of our kind. As long as you help us overthrow Huaxia, we fierce beasts are willing to reconcile with all of you to achieve coexistence between fierce beasts and humans. How about it? This condition shouldn't be too much, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing the fox's words, not only the leaders of the pretty country, even the leader of Great Britain laughed. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Leaders of the House, do you think we're easy to fool? The remaining leaders of Woolly Bear, San, France, and Hittard looked at each other and laughed at each other as well. Are you ferocious beasts treating us humans like little cuties? Any more? In our eyes, the only common enemies of humanity now are you ferocious beasts. Although we are not Chinese, we still understand the reasoning that lips die and teeth go cold. At this time, the leaders of the various countries all had a bit of sarcasm on their faces to a greater or lesser extent. They were not cuties. In the current blue planet, every remaining country was incomparably important to humanity. In Huaxia's words, every country now could be said to be a grasshopper on a rope. If you wanted to fool them into destroying Huaxia, anyone with a normal brain would not agree to it. At this moment, the leader of the Manhwa kingdom saw the 36 techniques in the fox's hand. Yo! Isn't this the 36 techniques of Huaxia? The other country leaders also looked towards the fox's hand upon hearing this. Upon seeing that it was indeed the 36 stratagems, they once again scoffed. Ha, this head thinks that looking at the 36 stratagems can play us in the palm of his hand? At this time, the leaders of the countries looked at the fox dressed in human clothes as if they were watching for fun. The leader of the Woolly Bear country took out a thick book from his spatial ring. What do you see here? The fox sniffed and looked at the book in its hand. Only 7 words were written on the cover of the book. The 5,000 Years of China. The leader of the Woolly Bear country threw the book directly in front of the fox. Regardless of whether it's the old era or the new era, we are all familiar with the ancient books of China. It's too childish for you to look at a book of the 36 stratagems and try to get away from us. Putting on human clothes and thinking you're human? Animals will always be animals. Looking at the sneers on the faces of the leaders of the countries, the fox sneered. Then you all go to hell. As soon as the words fell, its body began to change. In less than a second, it changed from a fox that was about 2 meters long to a fox that was 10,000 meters long. The 6 national leaders present looked at each other and flew into the sky. Everyone's face was more or less grave. There were 11 ferocious beasts present, and there were only 6 of them. It was a good thing that 2 more martial saints would arrive later, and with the addition of Huaxia's Wang Dingtian, there would be 9 of them, otherwise it would not be a good ending. The two sides confronted each other like this. Although there were 11 8th rank on the ferocious beast side, no one dared to go first. The ferocious beasts were also intelligent and were also afraid of death. Don't ask why. Because more than 70 years had passed, those 8th rank ferocious beasts that weren't afraid of death had all died long ago. The ones that were still alive, every single one of them were all too meticulous to be able to do anything. What are you waiting for? Go on. If we don't go, the other human martial saints will be coming. The fox looked at the surrounding kind with some hatred and said, "Why are these things so wimpy?" A few of the 8th rank ferocious beasts looked at the fox's appearance and spat madly in their hearts. This dead fox will only let them on, and do not see itself first. Seeing that the kind behind him didn't move, the fox gritted its teeth and emitted a cold aura from its body, pushing straight at the 6 martial saints. Seeing the fox make a move, the surrounding 10 ferocious beasts then attacked together. Seeing this, the 6 national leaders' faces changed, and they scattered to avoid these attacks. At this time, 2 more martial saints appeared in the sky, launching attacks towards these ferocious beasts. The entire Little Daybreak Island could be said to have been battered by the heavens. Capital City. Wang Dingtian and Xian Yuanche simultaneously looked towards Little Daybreak Island. Wang Dingtian's face changed and he immediately rushed towards Little Daybreak Island. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, looked up at the newly released mission from the system. Mission: 11 8th Order Fierce Beasts have been detected on Little Day Island, triggering the mission. Mission requirement: kill or repel the 8th Order Fierce Beasts. For every 8th Order Fierce Beast killed, 500 points will be awarded. Task time: 12 hours, task time: 12 hours, task time: 12 hours. 500 points per head? Looking at this mission reward, Xian Yuanche's eyes lit up. This sentiment was good. There were yuan crystals and points. He immediately rushed towards Little Day Island. Seabed. At this time, the Dragon King crocodile had already dug to a depth of 50,000 to 60,000 meters under the sea in order to avoid Wang Dingtian. However, it was still too shallow for its 10,000 meter body length. Suddenly, it sensed the aftermath of the battle on the side of Little Day Island and immediately accelerated its digging speed. Anyway, this planet has expanded dozens of times, I don't believe it. I'm digging to more than 100,000 meters below the ground, and that lunatic Wang Dingtian will still be able to find me. The Dragon King crocodile said as he dug. On a certain island, the scaly dragon that was targeted by Xian Yuanche immediately flew towards Little Day Island after sensing the aftershocks coming from it. It was now on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank, so maybe once it went there to pick up a few corpses to eat, it would break through to the 9th rank and successfully transform into a dragon. Amazon. A spider with 8 heads and more than 20 legs looked towards the Little Day Island, and after throwing away the 1,000-meter python under its feet, it immediately left its territory. The 8th-ranked ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star, except for the Dragon King crocodile, rushed to Little Day Island. They all wanted to pick up corpses to eat, whether they were human or of the same kind. And Xian Yuanche, who had almost rushed to Little Day Island, reopened the system mission. At this time, the content of the quest had been changed from originally having to kill 11 ferocious beasts to 16. There's actually more? Not bad, not bad. Seeing that there were more ferocious beasts, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. The more ferocious beasts there were, it proved that the more points he could obtain, so why not? Little Day Island. At this time, Wang Dingtian had already arrived, and the situation had now formed 9 against 11. However, the faces of the crowd became more and more ugly. They sensed that there were at least 5 more 8th-ranked ferocious beasts coming this way. Although they also sensed that on the Chinese side, there was also a martial saint that was rushing this way. But even so, the best situation was only 10 against 16. 10 against 16, the disadvantage is mine. While the crowd of ferocious beasts were surrounding the human martial saint, that fox gradually began to feel the fish. From time to time, it was also prepared to escape immediately. Having dealt with human martial saints for so many years, it knew that these human martial saints were very shady. Especially the ones from China, when they were about to die, they would pull an enemy to cushion their back. 30 years ago that martial arts saint is, before dying self-detonation, want to pull it back. Luckily, it was smart enough to hide behind an 8th order Xian Shui turtle. Otherwise, it would have ascended to heaven long ago. Soon, that augur dragon also arrived here. At the same time, Xian Yuanche also arrived here. Looking at the crowd and ferocious beasts present, he switched back to his arrogant aura. Opening his right hand to run the martial energy in his body, hundreds of blade lights condensed from martial energy appeared around his body. Go! Xian Yuanche clenched his right hand. Hundreds of attacks flew towards one of the 8th rank crabs. The power of the attacks condensed in this manner was not as good as the hurricane blade technique, but it was better because there were more of them, and they could also trigger a blitz attack. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 100-fold blitz, increasing the power by 100-fold. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Xian Yuanche Strength. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times. Ding! Detected the host launching an attack, triggering a 100-fold blitz, power increased by 100 times. Ding! Ding! Triggered 60 times blitz attack, power increased by 60 times. These hundreds of attacks, at least 40 of them at the moment the system triggered the blitz, increased in speed and power by more than 10 times. A few of them even increased by 50 to 100 times. These attacks landed on that crab and directly sliced it into more than 10 pieces. The leader of the woolly bear country, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with him, froze directly in place as he looked at the crab that was suddenly sliced into more than 10 pieces. He looked towards Xian Yuanche in the distance, and then at the crab that was already dead beyond repair. This crab had a hard shell, and this 8th rank crab was notoriously difficult to kill. Now this human Chinese martial saint actually killed it in seconds? To not be so outrageous. After seeing Xian Yuanche directly kill an 8th order beast in seconds, the crowd present, and the 8th order beasts had pulled away. The remaining 11 8th rank beasts looked at Xian Yuanche with some scorn. Although this dead crab's strength wasn't top-notch, its defense was the highest other than the Jiaolong. Even it was killed by that Chinese martial saint in seconds, so they definitely weren't much better against it. The leaders of the remaining countries looked at Xian Yuanche with uncontrollable shock in their eyes. It was basically impossible for the martial saints to kill an 8th ranked beast one-on-one, and this Chinese martial saint actually killed it directly in seconds? This was even fiercer than Wang Dingtian. While the crowd was shocked, Xian Yuanche didn't continue to be idle as hundreds of attacks once again flew towards one of the 8th rank beasts. This time, the one being attacked was a 10,000-meter-long centipede. Its hard shell allowed it to rank 3rd in defense amongst these 8th rank beasts. Unsurprisingly, this centipede was directly sliced into several pieces. After seeing that Xian Yuanche actually still had martial energy to release his attacks, the crowd of fierce beasts no longer held onto their luck and fled in all directions. Don't be afraid. An attack with this much power will definitely consume a lot of martial energy. I don't believe this Chinese martial saint has that much martial yuan. The fox roared in order to stabilize the army. The ferocious beasts thought it was right when they heard this. An attack with this much power would definitely use up a lot of martial yuan, so maybe there wasn't much martial yuan left in this Chinese martial saint's body right now. Thinking of this, they gathered together again and attacked one after another. And Xian Yuanche glanced at arrogant aura somewhat oddly at his words. Saying that he didn't have much martial energy left? With the arrogant aura that had a status of recovering 10% per second in place, this kind of situation wouldn't happen at all. Alright. The leaders of the nations also thought that Xian Yuanche didn't have much more martial energy left when they heard this, and they all topped up. We'll top it first and let the Chinese martial saint recover his martial yuan. They wanted to buy time for Xian Yuanche to recover his martial yuan. As long as Xian Yuanche's martial yuan recovered, all problems would be solved. Xian Yuanche looked at the crowd and didn't say anything more. Instead, he continued to condense hundreds of attacks and flew towards another 8th ranked ferocious beast. What? It can still attack. The crowd and the ferocious beasts were shocked when they saw that Xian Yuanche actually still had martial energy to launch attacks. The attack hit a giant 8th rank wolf. This wolf didn't have a hard shell like the two ferocious beasts in front of it, and was unsurprisingly killed in seconds again. And the death was even worse than the two in front of it, as it was directly sliced into dozens of pieces. With a flash of his body, Xian Yuanche directly collected the corpses of those 3 8th rank beasts into his spatial ring. Seeing another one of their own kind being killed in seconds, those 8th rank beasts had thoughts of escaping again. Don't be afraid. This human has launched 3 attacks in a row. Use your brains to think about it, he definitely doesn't have much martial energy left this time. The fox looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of scorn and cheered towards the crowd of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts heard this and felt it was very reasonable. How could an attack with this much power still be cast a 4th time?
Go! The fox roared and took the lead in attacking towards the great British leader next to Wang Dingtian. Don't say why it didn't fight Wang Dingtian because it was afraid that this old thing would pull its back.
Xian Yuanche let out a light laugh and continued to condense his attacks as hundreds of attacks flew towards an 8th rank beast again.
Put. Puff snort. Poo snort. Poo snort. Another 8th rank ferocious beast fell.
Xian Yuanche casually collected its corpse into his spatial ring.
Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast it a 5th time. While the fox was cheering, Xian Yuanche launched another attack. Another 8th rank beast fell.
At this time, the 8th rank beasts present had shrunk from the original 12 to 7.
Don't be afraid. He definitely can't cast the 6th time.
The beasts heard this and felt that it made sense, so they didn't care about that much, and wailed and charged forward.
Don't be afraid. He definitely can't cast the 7th time. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast it an 8th time. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't be able to cast it the 9th time.
At this moment, the fox continued to cheer.
Don't be afraid, he definitely won't be able to cast it a 10th time. As soon as the words fell, another ferocious beast fell. Don't be afraid of him. Him.
The fox was just about to continue cheering, but she realized that it seemed like the only 8th rank ferocious beasts present were herself and the scaly dragon. Looking at a few ferocious beast corpses that Xian Yuanche hadn't had time to put away yet, it gave a fawning smile towards Xian Yuanche.
Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
Right at this moment, 4 more 8th rank ferocious beasts arrived here.
The fox's heart rejoiced at the sight.
Hurry up, just now this human killed 10 of our kind, he doesn't have much martial energy left. The 4 8th rank ferocious beasts glanced at each other and then at the corpses on the ground, and they all attacked towards Xian Yuanche.
Treating us as if we don't exist, right?
The leaders of the countries that had been groping for 2 minutes saw this and blocked the front. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, had been outputting from the back. In less than half a minute, those 4 8th ranked ferocious beasts had also fallen to the ground. At this point, only the scaly dragon was left present.
As for the fox, it had run away a long time ago. Damn it! Cunning fox! This dragon will remember you. That ogre dragon roared in anger and was unwillingly knocked to the ground.
Only Xian Yuanche did not choose to kill it, but left it alive. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts present, Wang Dingtian looked at Xian Yuanche with awe in his eyes. It wasn't just Wang Dingtian, but the leaders of the other countries as well.
The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche were all filled with awe.
Now that the ferocious beast had been resolved. With such a strong young man in Huaxia was going to return to its position as the Blue Star's overlord.
End of chapter. Chapter 95, Chasing the Sky Pit Fox. The Unlucky Dragon King Crocodile.
Xian Yuanche flew to the head of the ogre dragon and shook his head with some pity.
The current strength of this Jiao dragon was estimated to be against a grade 9 martial saint.
His current realm would only be a rank 2 martial saint if he turned off his berserking, and only a rank 6 martial saint if he had cast berserking. It was still far from meeting the conditions for parasitism.
Help me keep an eye on it,
Xian Yuanche said towards the leaders of the countries.
Yes. We will definitely keep an eye on it.
The leader of France grabbed the lead with a flattering face. The leaders of the remaining 5 countries also nodded their heads. In this era, strength was everything, and they didn't dare to disobey Xian Yuanche's words.
I'll help you keep watch here as well. Wang Dingtian opened his mouth. Xian Yuanche didn't refuse either. Alright, thank you all, just let this ogre dragon not die.
Xian Yuanche flew into the sky and looked at the little Daybreak Island below his feet. Due to the fact that the battlefield this time happened to be at the center of Little Daybreak Island, coupled with the aftermath of the battle, the entire Little Daybreak Island was now on the verge of being sunk. One must know that the area of the current Little Daybreak Island was at least 20 times larger than it was before the Aura revival. It was estimated that if he had come a little later, or if the battle had become a little more intense, Little Daybreak Island would probably have been sunk.
System, where did that fox run off to?
Xian Yuanche asked towards the system in his mind.
Ding! The location of the Sky Pit Fox has been given, and the location host can go after it now. As soon as the words fell, the system panel turned into a virtual map. Sky Pit Fox? That's an odd enough name. Hearing that fox's name, Xian Yuanche smiled. However, once he thought about the various behaviors of the heavenly pit fox just now, it was indeed quite fitting for its name. He swapped out his arrogant aura and equipped his rush aura, immediately flying towards that sinkhole fox's location. A few minutes later, the sinkhole fox stopped. After running that far, that human shouldn't be catching up, right? No way. The surface is no longer safe. I need to go underground to hide for a while before I can do that. It hurriedly became smaller and started digging underground. After about a few more minutes, Xian Yuanche arrived above the hole. Looking at this deep, bottomless hole, Xian Yuanche's spiritual sense began to extend downwards. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. It actually drilled underground? He switched back to his arrogant aura and immediately used the hurricane blade technique, condensing a small hurricane that began to spin downwards. The hole left behind by the Sky Pit Fox instantly expanded, and Xian Yuanche followed the small hurricane and started digging downwards. Underground. The pit fox sensed upwards, and after realizing that it was Xian Yuanche's aura, it immediately sped up its digging speed. One person and one fox were both within each other's perception range, and when Xian Yuanche sensed that the pit fox had started to speed up, he channeled more martial energy towards the little hurricane. The speed at which the small hurricane expanded downwards immediately began to rapidly soar. One person and one fox started chasing down the ground like this. 5 million meters below the ground, the Dragon King crocodile, whose body had shrunk to 2 meters, was napping prettily. It doesn't believe he has dug to 5 million meters underground. Wang Dingtian can still find over. Suddenly, it opened its pupils and scratched the spikes on top of its head with its claws. Why do I have an ominous premonition? It sensed towards its surroundings, and after realizing that there was no problem, it began to doze off. It should be an illusion. I don't know how much time had passed, but after digging with no desire to die, the heavenly pit fox had already arrived at 5 million meters below the ground. It didn't dare to stop at all now. That Chinese martial saint was following it up there. Once it stopped, then its own little life would really be in jeopardy. Suddenly, it seems to sense something. Face a happy immediately stopped digging down, changed to the left side of the digging. Because it sensed, in his left side has a familiar atmosphere. If nothing else, it should be his old friend, the Dragon King crocodile. It actually reversed its direction? Looking at the hole that started digging to the left, Xian Yuanche perceived it, and his face was a little odd. There was actually an 8th-ranked ferocious beast on the left. According to the elimination method, it should be that Dragon King crocodile. This Sky Pit Fox was really a good fox. It actually knew how to lead the way. He immediately increased his speed and started chasing. The Dragon King crocodile that was napping opened its pupils once again. Why do I feel it's getting more and more wrong? It hurriedly got up and sensed its surroundings. It then sensed its old friend, the heavenly pit fox, was rushing this way. Why is it coming? Soon, it gradually realized that something was wrong. Why was the Sky Pit Fox following a human behind it? This pit fox? It won't lure Wang Dingtian to me. It hurriedly continued to dig down, fearing that the Sky Pit Fox would draw the fire. And not far away, after the Sky Pit Fox sensed that the Dragon King crocodile started to move, its face immediately became a little anxious. This stupid crocodile, that Chinese human had just executed so many attacks and chased itself for so long, it definitely didn't have much martial energy left. There was no need to run away off. It clenched its teeth and once again accelerated its digging speed. As long as it was united with the Dragon King crocodile, what was that martial saint from Huaxia? Soon, the slightly higher realm Sky Pit Fox caught up with the Dragon King crocodile. The Dragon King crocodile was on the verge of crying when it turned around and saw the Sky Pit Fox. You dead pit bastard, don't draw the fire on me. Don't be afraid. That martial saint doesn't have much martial energy left now. You and I will definitely be able to put him to death by joining forces. The heavenly pit fox snubbed towards the Dragon King crocodile. The Dragon King crocodile continued to accelerate its speed upon hearing this. It couldn't believe this pit fox anymore. A few decades ago, there were dozens of 8th-ranked ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star. And after just a few decades had passed, there were only 16 or 17 left. Why were there so many less? It is because of this sinkhole fox, all day to fool those 8th order beasts to engage in this and that. Less than 30 years the whole blue star of the 8th order beasts died half. Even its eyes were blinded when it was fooled by the sky pit fox to fight with Wang Dingtian. Thinking of this, it accelerated its digging speed again, wanting to get rid of this pit bastard, the sky pit fox. After seeing the Dragon King crocodile speeding up, the sky pit fox was instantly anxious. I didn't lie to you this time, there are only 2 of us left in the entire Blue Star's 8th ranked ferocious beasts, we need to be united. What? There's only the 2 of us left. The Dragon King crocodile's pupils widened at the words. Even digging was forgotten. Seeing that the Dragon King crocodile stopped, the sky pit fox's face was happy and continued to open its mouth to snub the crocodile. That's right, they were all killed by that martial saint behind us. While he doesn't have much martial yuan, the 2 of us teamed up to finish him off. What? All killed by that martial saint? Then what the hell? The Dragon King crocodile's soul almost flew away in fear after hearing this, and it hurriedly continued digging. Its strength was at best against a rank 4 martial saint, and which of the remaining rank 8 beasts over the years were not stronger than it? Even they died under that martial saint, how could they possibly beat it? And just as the Dragon King crocodile started digging, Xian Yuanche had already chased after it. Yo! It's quite lively you too. Chapter 96 Sky Pit Fox, Dragon King Crocodile Death. Exploding Star. After saying that, Xian Yuanche clasped his hands on his chest and quietly looked at these 2 8th rank ferocious beasts. Big. Brother, I don't recognize this fox, I won't get involved in the matter between you 2. The Dragon King crocodile said fawningly. Fearful that Xian Yuanche would even kill it together. Xian Yuanche didn't care about that much and took out his star-rank alloy knife and directly hacked towards the Dragon King crocodile. In front of the star-ranked alloy knife, the Dragon King crocodile's head was cut off like tofu. Although the head was sliced off, the Dragon King crocodile was not dead yet. How? How is this possible? It looked at the alloy knife in Xian Yuanche's hand with some shock. This knife was definitely not S-ranked, as it was impossible for an S-ranked alloy knife to break through its own defense so easily. It's actually still not dead through? Then let's have a few more knives. Xian Yuanche made a few more slashes towards the Dragon King crocodile's head, and then made a few more slashes towards its body. The shrunken Dragon King crocodile was directly sliced into several pieces. The poor Dragon King crocodile was thus set on fire and dried up. After storing its corpse into the system space, he looked towards the sky pit fox. At this moment, the heavenly pit fox was surrounded by hundreds of Xian Yuanche's blade lights and didn't even dare to move. This was also the reason why, when Xian Yuanche decapitated the Dragon King crocodile just now, it didn't escape. Your turn. Spare your life. The sky pit fox had just called out, when Xian Yuanche waved his hand, and hundreds of attacks triggered a blitz, directly killing the sky pit fox. Ding. Triggered a blitz attack, gained 100 points. Ding. Triggered a blitz, gained 100 points. Ding. Trigger a strike, gain 100 points. This time, Xian Yuanche's luck was very good, he gained 700 points from triggering a blitz alone. This probability of gaining points is really low enough. Xian Yuanche spat out before opening the quest panel. The quest was completed the moment he beheaded the sky pit fox. System, claim your reward. Xian Yuanche said towards the system in his mind. Ding. Rewards have been issued. It was detected that the host had killed a total of 16 8th order fierce beasts, 8,500 points have been issued. Note, there is still a Jiao Long yet to be killed, the remaining 500 points will not be issued for now. Actually counting the Dragon King crocodile as well, Unity Sun, why have you become conscientious? Xian Yuanche's face was a bit surprised. There were only 16 8th rank ferocious beasts that came from the island in the small days, and he had only killed 15 of them. And now that the system settled for 16, it was obvious that the Dragon King crocodile was counted as well. Ding. This system has always been very conscientious, please don't misunderstand this system. Xian Yuanche opened the system mall. Now that his points had come to 9,200 points, there weren't many things he could purchase. Forget it, let's brush up on Blitz when we have time. Anyway, there was a probability of gaining points from blitzes, and although the probability was low, it was always there. After taking out the heavenly pit fox's yuan crystal, he stowed the corpse in the system space. Now he held 7 6th order yuan crystals and 16 8th order yuan crystals in his hand. He directly crushed these 7 6th rank yuan crystals and absorbed the martial elements inside into his body. Ding! Detected host taking 6th order yuan crystals, gained. Ding! Detected host taking 6th order yuan crystal, obtained. Martial yuan, 220,000 300,000 second grade martial saint. Immediately after that, he crushed the 16 8th rank yuan crystals one by one and absorbed all the martial yuan into his body. Ding! Detecting the host absorbing an 8th rank yuan crystal, the martial yuan increases by 500 points, triggering a 100-fold blast, 500 points raised to 50,000 points. Martial yuan, 270,000 300,000 second grade martial saint. Ding! Detecting the host absorbing an 8th rank yuan crystal, martial yuan increases by 500 points, triggering a 500-fold blitz, 500 points boosted to 250,000 points. Martial yuan, 520,000 600,000 5th grade martial saint. 500 times blitz, system you're really getting more and more generous. Seeing that a 500 times blitz was triggered, Xian Yuanche couldn't help but continue to praise the system. Ding! This system has always been generous. As soon as the words fell, the last blitz beep came. Ding! Detecting the host absorbing an 8th rank yuan crystal, the martial yuan increased by 500 points, triggering a 170 times blitz, 500 points to raise 85,000 points. Martial yuan, 605,000 700,000 6th ranked martial saint. Xian Yuanche reopened berserking. The 6th ranked berserking was able to increase one's full attributes by 250%, directly bringing his realm from a 6th ranked martial saint to a 2nd ranked martial god. Martial yuan, 2,110,000 3 million second grade martial god. Is this a rank 2 martial god? Xian Yuanche's figure flashed and directly flashed to the ground. Looking at the sky, he directly charged towards space at full speed. In less than 2 seconds, he arrived above space. Lock the location of Mars for me, Xian Yuanche said in his mind towards the system. He wanted to try and see if his current strength could reach the explosive star level. That is, to burst a planet. Ding! Mars location is locked. He immediately rushed towards Mars location at full speed. After a while, he arrived above Mars. After revolving the martial arts elements in his body, he rushed straight down towards Mars, and at the same time, he also performed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 10-fold blast, increasing the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique by 10-fold. Ding! Detected host using Wind Thunder Fist, triggering a 20-fold strike, increasing the power of Wind Thunder Fist by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blast, increasing the power of the Wind and Thunder Fist technique by 100 times. Boom! The entire planet Mars was directly pierced by Xian Yuanche and directly exploded. A planet was destroyed in this way. I should have known that I would have brought Yin Yin here. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he shrouded his surroundings with his martial energy, took out his cell phone and started recording. After recording for more than half an hour, he put away his cell phone. After destroying Mars, he originally wanted to ask the system to give the location of Saturn, but thought better of it. After returning to Blue Star, he sent this video to Mu Yenran at the first opportunity. Mu Yenyen, who had just finished her bath, saw the message sent by Xian Yuanche, and she clicked on it to watch it. What kind of video is this? She looked at the Mars that had been exploded in the video with some curiosity on her face. It's a video of Mars exploding. Xian Yuanche came behind her at some point. Mars exploding? How could Mars explode in a good way? Mu Yenran's small face was a bit puzzled. You guess? Xian Yuanche smiled mysteriously. Mu Yenyen thought about it and only thought of one possibility. You exploded it? Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded. After seeing Xian Yuanche's affirmation, Mu Yenyen's small face immediately became shocked. Wow! You're actually this powerful. Is it okay if I want to send it to Grandpa to take a look? It's okay. Xian Yuanche had no opinion. Chapter 97 Second Grade Martial God. Shang Guanfeng, who had just finished taking care of business, happened to see the video sent by Mu Yenran. Mu Yenran, Grandpa, look, Xian Yuanche blew up Mars. Busted Mars? Shang Guanfeng was a bit puzzled, but he still clicked on the video and watched. Xian Yuanche's strength was strong, this he recognized, but bursting Mars, it was a bit of a stretch. Let alone bursting Mars, going to Mars wasn't even that easy, right?
And when he watched the video for a few minutes, the skepticism in his eyes gradually turned into shock.
This kid, he won't really blow up Mars, right?
Martial saints were strong, but they weren't strong enough to destroy a planet. But when one thinks of Xian Yuanche that growth rate, it's not so shocking. Maybe these days had passed and Xian Yuanche had already surpassed the martial saint. Just thinking about this, a wave of envy ran through his heart. It had only been a few months, Xian Yuanche had grown from a martial zone to above a martial saint. Whereas he had spent decades to reach martial sage. It was simply more outrageous than being hung up. As for Xian Yuanche's side, after he flirted with Mu Yanran for a while, he re-left China. Right now, there were still quite a few 6th order and 7th order ferocious beasts in Blue Star. As long as he killed them all and absorbed the Yuan crystals, he would be able to raise a few minor realms at the bottom. Xian Yuanche unfolded his spiritual sense and continuously started sweeping. As long as the 6th and 7th rank beasts were swept by his spiritual sense, they all died violently. This was the strength of a martial god. Soon, almost all of the 6th ranked ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star were killed by him, and most of the 7th ranked ferocious beasts also died under his spiritual sense. After another 10 minutes or so, the entire Blue Star's 7th ranked ferocious beasts were killed by him, leaving only a few to command the remaining lower ranked ferocious beasts. Among them was the 7th ranked ferocious beast in the south of China, the Fire Phoenix. After finding a place to sit down, he took out all of his current Yuan crystals. He had over 100 6th rank Yuan crystals in his hand.
47th rank Yuan crystals. 6th rank Yuan crystals could theoretically bring him more than 50 points of martial Yuan each.
For the 7th rank, it was more than 200 points of martial Yuan. With a bit of luck, it was estimated that he would be able to break through directly to martial god. He lifted his berserking, and his realm returned from a rank 2 martial god to a rank 6 martial saint.
Martial Yuan, 605,700,000 6th rank martial saint.
Crushing all the rank 6 Yuan crystals, he absorbed the martial Yuan inside into his body.
A series of system beeps sounded. Ding!
Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial Yuan, triggering a 100-fold blast, 50 points raised to 5,000 points. Martial Yuan, 610,700,000 level 6 martial saint.
Ding!
Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial Yuan, triggering a 1,000-fold blast, 50 points raised to 50,000 points. Martial Yuan, 660,700,000 level 6 martial saint.
Ding!
Detected the host absorbing 50 points of martial Yuan, triggering a 500-fold blast, 50 points raised to 25,000 points. Martial Yuan, 685,700,000 level 6 martial saint.
Half a minute later, the last blitz prompt which disappeared. Martial Yuan, 890,900,000 grade 8, martial saint.
I'm actually still a little short of breaking through to a rank 9 martial saint. Looking at the martial Yuan on his panel,
Xian Yuanche had some pity on his face.
However, it was good that he still had quite a few 7th rank Yuan crystals. He directly crushed all the 7th rank Yuan crystals.
Ding!
Detected the host absorbing 200 points of martial Yuan, triggering a 1,000-fold surge, 200 points raised to 200,000 points. Martial Yuan, 1,090,000 2,000,000 first grade martial god.
Ding!
Detected the host absorbing 200 points of martial Yuan, triggering a 2,000-fold blitz, 200 points raised to 400,000 points. Martial Yuan, 1,490,000 2,000,000 first grade martial god. 47th rank Yuan crystals triggered a total of 5 blasts, directly bringing Xian Yuanche's realm to a 2nd level martial god. Martial Yuan, 2,100,000 3,000,000 2nd grade martial god. Performing Berserk, his realm doubled once again. Martial Yuan increased by an additional 250%, directly bringing his realm to a 7th level martial god. Martial Yuan, 7,350,000 8,000,000 7th level martial god. This was the terror of a 6th rank berserking.
He immediately reappeared on the small day island.
Gathering a large hand of martial Yuan, he directly grabbed the Jiaolong. Thank you all for helping out with the guards, so let's all go back to our respective homes for now. Xian Yuanche left the place carrying the Jiaolong after he greeted them.
Big brother? Where do you want to take me?
Jiaolong asked as he looked at Xian Yuanche with some trepidation.
There are good things to give you, you shrink now and I will take you to a place. Xian Yuanche flirted towards the Jiaolong.
The Jiao dragon originally didn't want to, but once it thought of Xian Yuanche's strength, it obediently shrunk its body.
Soon, the scaly dragon directly shrunk to about a meter.
Xian Yuanche directly brought it back to Huaxia and entered the martial Yuan secret realm. As soon as it entered the martial Yuan secret realm, the auger dragon sensed the changes around it.
I didn't realize that you humans still have this kind of magical place. The Jiao dragon's pupils were filled with envy.
If only it could cultivate in a place like this, how wonderful it would be. Xian Yuanche directly brought it next to the Starfield stone. The deeper it went, the more shocked the auger dragon was at the amount of martial Yuan in the air.
The amount of martial elements in this air was too outrageous.
Xian Yuanche threw the Jiaolong onto the ground. Then he took out most of the ferocious beast corpses within his spatial ring. There were all 6th order, 7th order, and 8th order ones. He looked at the Jiaolong on the ground and pointed at the ferocious beast corpses. I'll give you a chance. If you eat those ferocious beast corpses and if you can break through to the 9th rank, I'll consider letting you go.
When Xian Yuanche's words fell into the Jiao dragon's ears, the Jiao dragon immediately widened its pupils. It couldn't be dreaming itself. Not only was this human not going to kill it, but he was also going to give himself the ferocious beast corpse to eat so that he could break through to the 9th rank? Quickly go! Xian Yuanche grabbed the Jiaolong and threw it onto those ferocious beast corpses. After looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around himself, Jiaolong was then convinced that it wasn't a dream. This human was really giving himself these corpses to eat. And it was also in an environment where martial yuan was so abundant. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around it, its eyes glowed. It was certain that if it ate all these corpses and added the surrounding environment, it would 100% break through to the 9th rank. Thinking of this, it quietly looked at Xian Yuanche with a cold smile in its heart. When it breaks through to the 9th rank and successfully transforms into a dragon, it will definitely eat this human as a snack. Xian Yuanche just quietly watched the Jiaolong from a short distance away. Looking at the Jiaolong's appearance, he didn't even need to think about it, he knew what it was thinking. The Jiaolong regained its original size and immediately started eating at those ferocious beast corpses. First was the 6th rank ones. It was going to eat the ones of the 6th rank before eating the ones of the 7th rank, and then the ones of the 8th rank after eating the ones of the 7th rank. Then it would eat Xian Yuanche. Time was slowly passing. Xian Yuanche cultivated in the martial yuan mysterious realm from time to time, and from time to time, he took the time to take Mu Yanran out to play. Chapter 98. This system mall, even the system is for sale. Don't be so outrageous. Returning to the martial yuan mysterious realm again was already a few days later. At this time, the dragon had already finished eating the 6th order beasts, and even the 7th order beasts had been mostly eaten by it. Xian Yuanche could sense that the aura within this Jiaolong's body was continuously strengthening. It was estimated that it wouldn't take a month to break through to the 9th rank. After a few days, Xian Yuanche once again opened the system mall. Points, 11,400. In these few days, he had tried to trigger a blitz from time to time, and his points were more than 2,000 more than the previous days. Although the probability was touchy, it was good that there were more or less a few hundred points each time. What's good to buy? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin and looked at the wide array of system malls, his face somewhat distressed. In this system mall, there were dozens of items on one page, and exactly how many pages there were, he didn't know. He could only keep rummaging around to see what was good. Every now and then he would mark a few things that he could buy. For example, star rank battle armor or something. But he remembered that he had coupons. After he had been rummaging around for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly saw something and froze in place. Item name, Invincible Villain System. Introduction. After binding, one's own destiny becomes the destiny of the villain, and one will encounter various Sons of Fortune, and seizing the fortune of the Sons of Fortune can strengthen oneself. Required points, 10 billion. Required points, 10 billion. No, how is there a system here? Xian Yuanche looked at the introduction of the villain system and was filled with shock. System, you wouldn't be a system peddler in the system world. Ding. Please don't slander this system was picked up by this system. Are you sure? Xian Yuanche looked at the Blitz system with some half-heartedness. This system guarantees with its system grid. Forget it, let's just believe it for once. But when he flipped to the next page, he was completely nonplussed. Item name, Superdog Licking System. Introduction. After binding,
it will bind a member of the opposite sex, allowing the bound host to constantly lick that member of the opposite sex.
Required points, 5 billion. He looked to the next system.
That's right, there was more than just one system on this page. Rather, the entire page was full of systems. What an old ancestor system, the worlds of the heavens system, the divine signing system, the divine selection system.
Strongest synthesis system. The strongest pretend in fight system. Fatherly love system. Divine magnificence system.
He clicked on the next page, still systems. After turning 10 pages, it was all systems.
This was also too outrageous. He could still believe in picking up one. You picked up hundreds of systems? Say it out, who would believe it? System, you're so lucky to have picked up so many systems.
After Xian Yuanche spat out a sigh, he looked at the prices of those systems and sighed as he flipped to the next page. Basically, they all started at 5 billion points, or else 10 billion, which he simply couldn't afford right now. After rummaging around for a while longer, he silently returned to the first page, placing his eyes on the star rank intermediate battle armor. He directly used the 0.5% discount coupon to purchase the star rank intermediate battle armor. With the coupon, the star rank intermediate battle armor that originally required 100,000 points could now be purchased with only 5,000 points.
Ding! Star rank intermediate level battle armor purchase successful.
In an instant, Xian Yuanche felt his body changing. Many particles visible to the naked eye continuously hovered around him. Soon, these particles covered his entire body, forming a pair of black and gold battle armor. He moved around and realized that the battle armor was as if it was his own skin, without the slightest bit of awkwardness or discomfort. He took out the Star Stage Beginner's alloy blade and then slashed at the battle armor. After chopping, he glanced at the location that had been chopped without leaving the slightest trace.
The defense is really strong.
He had some excitement on some of his faces. With a thought, the battle armor on his body changed once again, and countless particles formed a small black and gold colored bracelet that was worn on Xian Yuanche's right hand.
How convenient.
He touched the bracelet on his right hand with some emotion. A few days later, Xian Yuanche once again arrived at the Martial Yuan mysterious realm. At this time, the Jiao Long had already finished eating all of the 8th ranked ferocious beast corpses. Its entire body was bulging and it was digesting the corpses. Xian Yuanche just waited quietly on the side.
When this Jiao Long broke through to the 9th rank, he would parasitize it. After a few more days, a wave of energy surged out from the auger dragon's body.
Xian Yuanche, who was cultivating in the distance, immediately rushed to the auger dragon's side. At this time, the auger dragon's entire body was constantly changing. The scales began to fall off and the dragon's horns grew once again. A pair of claws once again grew from the abdomen that originally only had 2 claws.
Looks like a breakthrough is coming.
Xian Yuanche had some excitement on his face. Every Chinese person had an obsession with dragons. Dragons were always the most mysterious creatures in China. A few hours passed, and the dragon rose up into the air. After a while, with a voice that seemed like a cow or not a cow, rang out. After Xian Yuanche heard this voice, he immediately used the Eye of Scrying to check up on the information of this auger dragon. Race, for clawed black dragon. Grade, 9th order. Description, possesses a powerful oriental dragon bloodline, can use dragon might to suppress ferocious beasts, causing them to drop some of their strength. For clawed black dragon. After reading the information, Xian Yuanche immediately flew to the side of the black dragon. When the 4-clawed black dragon saw that Xian Yuanche actually took the initiative to come to the door, it sneered in its heart. Kid, thanks to your stupidity, this dragon has broken through to the 9th rank. Don't worry, for the sake of this dragon will give you a hard time. After saying that, the black dragon was ready to launch an attack on Xian Yuanche.
Humph. Not honest.
Xian Yuanche snorted coldly, and with a thought, the bracelet on his right hand began to change.
In just an instant, battle armor covered his entire body.
He directly rushed to the black dragon's eyes and raised his hand towards the dragon's head.
Boom!
The tens of thousands of meters long black dragon was knocked from the air to the ground.
How? How is this possible? The black dragon that was still arrogant was somewhat shocked looking at Xian Yuanche in the sky. Nothing is impossible.
Xian Yuanche threw another punch at the black dragon.
This punch directly knocked out the black dragon's arrogant aura.
Big.
Brother, I was only joking with you just now.
Looking at Xian Yuanche still ready to give himself a punch, Black Dragon hurriedly called out. Xian Yuanche didn't care about that much and directly punched the Black Dragon. It wasn't until half an hour later that he stopped. He jumped onto the Black Dragon's head and immediately used Parasite. Ding! Parasitizing being used, parasitic target, for Clawed Black Dragon, realm lower than host, meets parasitism conditions. After a few minutes the system's beep came again. Ding! Successful parasitization. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuanche felt that a strand of consciousness had separated from his body and entered the body of this four-clawed black dragon. End of chapter. Chapter 99 Parasite, traveling to the Alola Galaxy again. Ding! Parasitism is being used. The target of parasitism, the four-clawed black dragon, has a lower realm than the host, and meets the conditions for parasitism. After a few minutes the system's beep came again. Ding! Successful parasitization. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuanche felt that a strand of consciousness had separated from his body and entered the body of this four-clawed black dragon. The black dragon opened its eyes, and its body changed in a flash. A Xian Yuanche with a pair of dragon horns appeared in front of Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche carefully looked at his parasitic body. Other than the extra pair of dragon horns, the rest of it was exactly the same as the original body. With a thought, he made his parasitic body change its appearance. Although it was just as handsome as his main body, its appearance was completely different. System, open the panel of this parasitic body. Name, Xian Yuanche Four-Clawed Black Dragon. Martial Yuan, 1,020,000 2,000,000 First Grade Martial God. Breathing Technique, Xian Yuan Breathing Technique Grade A. Martial Technique, Grade S, Hurricane Blade Technique. Secret Technique, None. Talent, Dragon Might. Evaluation. Dragon Might, when used on a fierce beast orc of a lower realm than your own, it can instill fear in them, causing their full attributes to drop by 20% 30%. After using it on a fierce beast half-orc with a higher realm than its own, it can make it feel frightened, causing its full attributes to drop by 10% 15%. It can actually lower the strength of a fierce beast. Xian Yuanche's heart was incomparably satisfied after looking at the introduction of this talent skill of Dragon's Might. It was only a pity that this parasitic body did not have the secret skill of the main body. He looked at the system again. System, is there any way to help me copy Berserk and Nirvana into the parasitic body? As soon as Xian Yuanche's words fell, the system's beep came. Whether or not to spend 1100 points to synchronize the realm, secret techniques, of the main body to the parasitic body. Note, when the realm of the parasitic body exceeds that of the main body, one can also use points to synchronize the realm of the parasitic body to the main body. Okay. Xian Yuanche nodded affirmatively. 1,000 points only, it was worth it to be able to copy these two heaven-defying secret arts into the parasitic body. Ding! Copying is successful. Name, Xian Yuanche Four-Clawed Black Dragon. Martial Yuan, 2,100,000 3,000,000 Second Grade Martial God. Secret Technique, Berserking 6th Order, Nirvana 6th Order. It's quite convenient. After watching the realm and secret arts of the main body copy over into the parasite body, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something and hastily opened his mouth. System, can you help me copy these two secret arts into Yenran? Ding! The host can only copy the secret arts onto a parasite or a puppet. Seeing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche could only shake his head in disappointment. After all, it would be nice if it could be copied. However, the system's words changed and continued to speak. Ding! If Nirvana reaches the 10th rank, the host will be able to choose to copy Nirvana onto Mu Yenran. To the 10th rank? Xian Yuanche looked at the Nirvana that was only of the 6th rank. Secret Art Nirvana 6th Order. Introduction. After death, the corpse automatically disappears into the void and enters the state of Nirvana, resurrecting in full state after 1 hour, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of raising 6 minor realms. Parasitism. Separate a strand of consciousness, choose a living being whose realm is lower than the host's, and parasitize on it, mastering its body. Cooldown, 1 year. Storage, every 8 days, can store 1 chance of Nirvana. Storage limit, 3 times. Advancement requirement, absorb 100 realm artstones. At the same time, he also saw the conditions for Nirvana to advance again. Boundary Artstone? Looking at the name, it's probably not even a product of Earth. He closed the system somewhat helplessly. It seemed like this Alola Galaxy had to go.
His own girlfriend Mu Yanyan's natural talent was limited, so it was estimated that a martial emperor would top out.
And the lifespan of a martial emperor was only 1,000 years, and he would die one day. For this girl who had helped him a lot in the early stages, he really didn't want Mu Yanyan to leave her due to her lack of longevity. He left his parasitic body within the martial Yuan mysteries, while his main body went out to live a two-person world with Mu Yanyan. Although he had a ferocious beast parasitic body now, he didn't rush to teleport it to the Alola galaxy. Instead, he wanted to wait for a while longer, waiting for the number of times the parasite body's resurrection storage had reached its upper limit.
Parasitic body, Nirvana storage count, 1-8.
Time passed slowly, and soon, several months passed. In these few months, Xian Yuanche had not only taken Mu Yanran to play, but he had also made efforts to brush up on his points from time to time. Although the probability was low and only a few hundred could be acquired each time, it was better than nothing.
Points, 40,000.
One day, Xian Yuanche found Wang Dingtian.
After not seeing him for a few months, the deathly aura on Wang Dingtian's body was a lot more than before.
However, his face was looking better day by day. The crisis of the ferocious beasts had been resolved, and peace had returned to Huaxia. For him, even if he died, he had no regrets.
This thing is for you.
Xian Yuanche took out a potion from the system space and threw it to Wang Dingtian. This was a healing potion that he had spent 1,000 points to exchange in the system mall. It could heal all the injuries of a martial saint-level martial artist. The fact that Wang Dingtian's body had turned so bad was actually all due to the toxins in his body, coupled with the dark injuries that had accumulated over the years. This healing should be able to help him get rid of those things. After all, Wang Dingtian had even given him a star crystal earlier.
He couldn't watch it die for nothing.
Although the function of the star crystal thing was still unclear to him for the time being.
Wang Dingtian caught the potion and measured it with curiosity in his eyes. What is this thing? It can cure your injuries. Really?
Hearing that it could cure his injuries, Wang Dingtian raised his head furiously. Xian Yuanche nodded his head. After seeing Xian Yuanche nod, he hurriedly opened the potion and poured it down. Why would he want to die if he could live? Now that Blue Star had managed to calm down, he hadn't even enjoyed it yet.
The moment the potion was drunk, Wang Dingtian felt a warm current traveling through his body.
The toxins in his body and the dark wounds accumulated over the years were all swept away. His originally disabled arms and legs also grew back at this moment. In less than half a minute, he had recovered from a drooping old man to a 50 or 60-year-old.
Ha ha ha. Old me is alive again. Feeling his brand new self, Wang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The eyes that looked towards Xian Yuanche were also filled with gratitude. Just as he was about to open his mouth to thank him, Xian Yuanche raised his hand to interrupt. There's no need for words of thanks. After leaving Wang Dingtian's residence, Xian Yuanche re-entered the martial Yuan mysteries.
System used teleportation and helped me teleport the parasite there. Ding.
Okay. As soon as the system's words fell, Xian Yuanche's parasitic body disappeared in place. He had already planned it out. The parasitic body would find resources to raise its realm in the Alola galaxy, and then spend points to synchronize it to the main body. The main body would stay in the Blue Star and live a two-person world with Yanran. The current him was using two things at once, manipulating the parasite body and the main body at the same time, just as simple as an ordinary person using his right and left hands.
Planet Alola 32. Xian Yuanche's parasitic body once again returned to the street.
A few months had passed, and that street had once again regained its usual bustle. Looking at Xian Yuanche who suddenly appeared, the orcs present were not surprised.
End of chapter.
In order to prevent you from running away, I'll give you a precautionary shot, when to play a new copy, but don't worry, the protagonist is the equivalent of going on a trip, a few days to come back once a drop.
Chapter 100, The Star of Aurora.
After all, there were always strong people suddenly appearing on this street of Zhou during this period of time. Xian Yuanche exerted his spiritual sense and realized that there were several martial kings nearby who were secretly scanning this street. There was even an orc martial king who placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche locked eyes with him. Looking at Xian Yuanche's eyes, that orc immediately moved his eyes away. Cold sweat broke out and his heart beat much faster.
How terrifying!
It murmured a sentence with some heartbreak. This feeling was too terrifying, it must be some strong person sent from above to investigate. Xian Yuanche cast berserking in passing, removing his body's berserking aura and wearing it on this parasitic body. Martial Yuan, 7,350,000 8 million level 7 martial god. System, say, can we teleport the main body along with it? Ding. For the time being, it can't. If the host wants to teleport the main body over, then this parasitic body will have to return first. Alright. Xian Yuanche closed the system panel and began to roam around the neighborhood. This planet was the same as Blue Star's except that its technology was a bit more developed than Blue Star's. At the same time, he could sense that the strongest person on this planet was a martial god. The realm was around the 7th level, the same as himself with berserking on. Hey! Have you heard? The Alola Chain auction house got a pure-blood human from somewhere and is now preparing to auction it off. A few orcs were muttering not too far away. Xian Yuanche stopped at the words, some curiosity on his face. His spiritual sense swept, and he soon discovered the Aurora auction house that those few orcs were talking about. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived outside the auction house. At this moment, there were quite a few orcs lining up in front of the Aurora auction house. They all wanted to see what kind of high price this pure-blooded human would be able to auction off this time. Line up and queue up. Everyone who enters has to pay 500 Alola coins. A woman with goat horns wearing overalls said condescendingly to those civilians. And Xian Yuanche turned a blind eye and instantly moved into the auction house. Hey! This gentleman! After the woman with sheep horns saw Xian Yuanche not lining up, she wanted to open her mouth to stop him. However, another man with goat horns was quick on his feet and immediately covered the woman's mouth. Sorry, it's new and doesn't know the rules. That man looked at Xian Yuanche and smiled apologetically. Xian Yuanche ignored it and walked straight inside. Only after Xian Yuanche left did that man let go of the hand covering the woman. You're crazy, you dare to stop a character who can perform an instantaneous transfer. There will be a next time, you won't be able to do it. Saying that, the man's eyes still carried a slight afterthought. Strong figures capable of instantaneous movement were at least in the realm of a martial emperor, or even above a martial emperor. These staff members of theirs were at most bullying civilians. If they messed with a figure of this realm, it would be hard not to die. After Xian Yuanche walked into the venue, he found a random seat within the hall. The entire venue was similar to that of the novel, divided into a hall, and the second and third floor VIP rooms. There were also several large screens in the sky above the venue. An old man suddenly appeared in the center of the venue. The auction will now begin. This auction is going to be for a pure-blooded human. The screens suddenly lit up. A brown-skinned man appeared on the screen. Judging from his face, he was probably of the same race as Blue Star San. I believe I don't need to say more about the value of pure-blooded humans, right? We orcs, and even noble pure-blooded ferocious beasts are able to enhance our qualifications when we eat them. Starting price, 10 billion Aurora coins. Each increase shall not be less than 100 million Aurora coins. Xian Yuanche just sat in his seat and watched quietly. These orcs or ferocious beasts eating humans was actually enough to raise their qualifications. This was something he hadn't expected. 105 billion Aurora coins. 11 billion Aurora coins. Quite a few people opened their mouths to bid, but almost all of them were from the second and third floor VIP rooms. Those orcs in the lobby were basically here to join in the fun. At the same time, the Alola Star Lord, Alola Bayan, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. There's actually a martial god coming here. It looked towards the direction where Xian Yuanche was. The sudden appearance of a martial god on one's planet was no small matter. And the auction on Xian Yuanche's side was also coming to an end. 11.5 billion for the first time. 10.5 billion for the second time. 11.5 billion for the third time. Bang! Sold. Congratulations to VIP number 2 on the third floor, who auctioned off a pure-blood human for 15 billion. The orcs on the hall discussed it. It's actually 10.5 billion, a full 3 billion higher than last time. Another orc spoke with a slight sense of superiority. What do you know, last time it was the lowest level pure-blood black human with slightly inferior qualifications, this time it's a higher level brown human. If it was a higher level white human, and a top level yellow human, it would be at least 20 billion Aurora coins. May I ask why is that so? Because the higher the qualifications of those humans, the more qualifications we can raise after eating them. The qualifications of humans are ranked from highest to lowest, yellow, white, brown, and black, get it?
So that's how it is. After watching the entire auction, Xian Yuanche got up and prepared to leave. He had already sensed that there was a friend waiting for him outside. After leaving the auction house, Xian Yuanche flew into the sky, looking at the orc in front of him. Name, Aurora Bayan. Race, Orc. Martial Yuan, 7,008,000 level 7 martial god. Breathing technique. Martial technique. Hello. Biang reached out his hand towards Xian Yuanche. Hello. Xian Yuanche shook hands with Bai Yong. May I ask what's the reason for your visit to my planet Alola 32? Nothing, I just came out from my home to roam around and happened to come to this galaxy. I see. Then Sheep nodded its head. It perceived a pressure, if any, on Xian Yuanche. It wasn't caused by the realm, but rather a suppression on the bloodline. It meant that the person in front of it was most likely a very noble half-orc with a very noble bloodline, or a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Thinking of this, the respect on its face changed. Since you've come to my planet, you're my honored guest, why don't you go sit in my home? Can. Looking at the respectful then Sheep, although Xian Yuanche was a little puzzled as to why this half-orc suddenly turned respectful, he still nodded his head. Soon after, the Bai Sheep brought Xian Yuanche to its home. Just in time, I have a batch of pure-blood humans here, I wonder what is the brother's name? Xian Yuanche. Ha ha ha. Good name. After sniffing and praising, Biang opened his mouth towards the door. Someone, send those pure-blood humans up. No need. Xian Yuanche raised his hand and refused, although this body was a ferocious beast, asking him to eat humans was just a bit too much to swallow. When Bai Yang saw Xian Yuanche's refusal, there was some embarrassment on his face, but with just a thought, he thought of the reason. It's also true that the brother's family should have a planet that specializes in captive humans, so it's probably tired of eating them all. At the same time, there was some envy in its heart. Those noble pure-blooded ferocious beasts kept countless humans in captivity and ate whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. While they, the half-beasts, wanted to eat pure-blooded humans to enhance their qualifications, they still had to spend resources to buy them. Chapter 101 Shocked Bishop Sheep, Blue Star's Alien Visitor, Azure 034's Breeding Farm. Looking at brother's appearance, he should be a pure-blooded ferocious beast, right? Bi Yang carefully inquired. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded his head. After Bai Yang received the confirmation, the envy and respect in its eyes became more and more obvious. Its father had once vacated a planet as well, wanting to follow the example of pure-blooded ferocious beasts and raise humans in captivity. But it failed without surprise. Humans were a very intelligent creature. One of the most important conditions for wanting to captivate humans was that they could not be allowed to realize that they were being captivated. Once they realized that they were a captive being, they would stop reproducing. Even if they were conceived, they will do everything in their power to kill the offspring inside them. And there are all sorts of reasons for this. For example, when humans reproduced to a certain size, they would develop one civilization technology after another, and would fight for territory and kill each other. And then they are killed by the weapons of mass destruction that they create. There was also the need to blockade the energy of this planet and not allow those humans to step into the martial arts. Otherwise, with outstanding qualifications, in a few decades humans could grow to martial saints or even martial gods. Otherwise, it would be fun to turn the tables at that time. In the next few moments, the two kept talking. And from time to time, Bai Yang looked at Xian Yuanche, somewhat wanting to speak, as if he wanted to ask something. Xian Yuanche naturally noticed this as well. Brother Bai Yang can just say what he has to say. There was some embarrassment on Bai Yang's face, but after thinking about it, he decided to speak. Then I'll be straightforward. Recently, I feel that my own cultivation speed has dropped a lot. I wonder if you can sell some humans to me, brother? Afraid that Xian Yuanche would refuse, Bai Yang hastily added. Of course, the price is negotiable. Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow at his words, actually wanting to buy humans from him. Just about to open his mouth to politely refuse, he suddenly thought of something. There seemed to be quite a few people still alive on Blue Star's Little Day Island. Although the system space couldn't allow other people's living people to enter, the dead ones should also be able to be sold for a good price, right? Brother Biang, I don't have any living humans, do you want the dead ones? Want. Bai Yang nodded his head in a hurry. Although the effect of dead humans would be almost as good, it was better than nothing.
If one were to buy them in the outer galaxies, not only would one have to spend a lot of resources, they wouldn't necessarily be available for sale.
Now that there was a channel with difficulty, what did one care about dead or alive?
Hearing that the corpses were all wanted, Shen Yuanche's main body in the Blue Star left the martial elemental mysterious realm and immediately rushed to Little Day Island.
After rushing to Little Day Island, he looked to Bai Yang. How much do you want?
Yang carefully stretched out 3 fingers.
How about 30 humans? It's fine. Shen Yuanche nodded. Blue Star.
Shen Yuanche's main body stood on the island of small days, reached out and sucked, 30 instantly died, and he collected them into the system space.
The corpses you wanted.
Shen Yuanche waved his hand and directly released the corpse. The Bai sheep stared at it with fixed eyes, instantly widening its eyes.
When it looked at it, it was filled with shock. Yellow. Yellow humans.
It had thought that Shen Yuanche would give the lowest level black race human, but it didn't think that it would actually directly give the highest level yellow race human.
What is Brother Beyond prepared to take in exchange with me?
Upon hearing this question, the Bai sheep froze in place for a moment.
It originally wanted to exchange it with Aurora coins.
But when it thought about it, people came from other galaxies, and using Aurora star coins, it seemed like it would be better to exchange it with other resources.
How about using mortal crystals or other resources?
Hearing the word mortal crystals, although Shen Yuanche didn't know what it was, he still nodded.
Wait a moment.
After Biang said that, he got up and prepared to leave.
Wait a moment, Brother Bai Yang.
Shen Yuanche suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to call out to Bai Yang.
Bai Yang stopped and turned his head to look at Shen Yuanche. Is there anything else Brother Shen Yuan wants? Do you have any boundary art stones?
If you have one, you can pay with a boundary art stone as well.
Boundary art stones.
When Bai Yang heard this, it immediately widened its eyes. This thing was so precious, how could it possibly have one? It shook its head with a somewhat bitter smile. Brother Shen Yuan comes from a big place, how could we have boundary art stones in these nooks and crannies of our galaxy? After hearing that there were no boundary art stones, Shen Yuanche shook his head with some disappointment. Then let's pay partly with mortal crystals and partly with ores. This was so because he thought of the system's synthesis function. It would still be good to use ores to upgrade the quality of the alloy blades in battle armor.
No problem.
Bian let out a sigh of relief at his words and agreed as soon as he could. After all, Shen Yuanche's request to exchange it with a boundary art stone had really scared it. After Bai Sheep left, taking advantage of this time, Shen Yuanche opened the system mall and searched inside. He wanted to find an encyclopedic treasure book about the universe before he could do so. Finally, he found a commodity named Cosmic Resource Treasure Dictionary.
Commodity name, Cosmic Resources Treasure Dictionary Book 1.
Description, records some of the basic cultivation resource information.
Redemption points, 500.
Seeing that it only required 500 points, Shen Yuanche immediately chose to purchase it. After the purchase, a wave of memories flooded into his mind. At the same time, he also knew the role and origin of the mortal crystal. It was in or dug out from certain special planets. It was also one of the currencies circulating in the universe, and no matter which galaxy one was in, one could use mortal crystals to exchange for resources.
Unlike the Alola coin, it could only be circulated in the Alola galaxy.
Moreover, the mortal crystals also had another function, which was the same as the Yuan crystals produced by ferocious beasts, which could enhance the martial elements in the body after taking them. Only for a martial god like Shen Yuanche, the boosting effect wasn't as good. But with the blast system's boost, it wasn't even a problem for him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, then the sheep came in again with an extra space ring in his hand.
Brother Shen Yuan.
30 yellow humans, 4 million mortal crystals, and the ores you wanted. Shen Yuanche received the spatial ring and looked at the contents, using the knowledge of the treasure code to estimate that the price was about the same.
That Bian was quite honest and didn't screw him over.
Brother, the second floor are all guest rooms, make yourself at home, I'll go enjoy the humans first. The ratio sheep was somewhat salivating looking at the 30 small day corpses on the ground. 30 humans, it can enhance its qualifications by a small amount, so that its upper limit is raised to the 9th level of martial god is definitely stable.
Good.
Shen Yuanche nodded, not being polite, got up and went to the second floor, found a room, opened the door and went in. Now that there were so many yuan crystals, even if each one could only raise 1 point of martial yuan, with the blast system in place, pulling the realm up to a 9th level martial god was definitely a sure thing. He lifted his berserking, and his realm reverted back to a rank 2 martial god. Martial yuan, 2,100,000 3 million second grade martial god. Crushing the mortal crystal and absorbing it, all in one go. Ding! Absorb a piece of mortal crystal, gain 10 points of martial yuan, trigger a 1,000-fold blast, 10 points raised to 10,000 points. Martial yuan, 2,110,000 3 million level 2 martial god. 1 10-point martial yuan, not bad. Xian Yuan Che nodded slightly. Looking at the millions of mortal crystals in his spatial ring, he took out another handful and crushed them. Blue Star. South Pole. A spatial crack suddenly appeared and several orcs suddenly appeared. The tiger-type orc in the lead introduced himself towards the crowd behind him. Everyone, this is my family's 034 Azure Planet farm. 100 years ago, the humans here grew to the size of billions. This time you guys let loose and eat. But the rules must be understood, and the humans must not find out. As soon as the words fell, the other orcs nodded their heads. Tiger Brother Atmosphere. Don't worry, Brother Tiger, we understand. It's not just creating a bit of disaster. Let those humans think that their kind died in a disaster. What's so hard about that? End of chapter. After thinking about it, these orcs still use him or don't use this, it. Chapter 102 4th grade martial god. Post a 1,000-word chapter later to make up for it. Don't worry, we're the best at these aspects. The other orcs had just finished speaking when Tiger Ba suddenly sensed something wrong. How could this planet have martial elements? Bad. Something's wrong. His face changed. Humans' natural talent was one of the best in the universe, and once they stepped into the martial path, it wouldn't take 50 years for martial saints to emerge. Even a martial god could emerge in 100 years. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately began to sense. After sensing that there were a large number of ferocious beasts on the blue star, his face turned even more ugly. There are actually ferocious beasts. There must have been some kind of accident on this planet, otherwise it would be impossible for ferocious beasts to appear. However, he breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the highest fierce beast on this planet was only of the 7th rank. However, his complexion quickly turned grave again. This was because he also sensed that martial saints had already been born among the humans on this planet. The planet that had stepped into the martial way was no longer suitable for farming again. These humans had to be resolved in a short period of time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he looked at the crowd behind him. I believe you guys have also sensed it, this human planet has stepped into the martial Tao. The faces of the other orcs were also somewhat grave. Should we go back and move for help? One of the orcs worried. After all, their elders had said that human talent was extremely terrifying, and once they found out that a certain farm had stepped into the martial Tao, they would have to immediately report back before doing so. Humph, it's just a bunch of martial saints, no need to report, we can take care of it. Huba said with a cold snort. He had broken through to a 3rd grade martial god during this time, wouldn't it be easy to deal with some martial saints? Let's go, after dealing with those martial saints, eat enough for us before reporting back. Just like that, Tiger Ba left the South Pole with 4 orcs. The first country they went to first was Huaxia. After Tiger Ba and the others left the South Pole, a middle-aged orc manifested himself. Looking at the back of Tiger Ba and the others, this orc sighed. What nonsense! Although he said so with his mouth, he could only follow. After all, he was the one in charge of these protecting the safety of these young masters. Huaxia. Mu Yanyan was half leaning in Xian Yuanche's arms playing the game. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, was watching Mu Yanyan play the game, and from time to time, he even got on to help operate it. Just after returning the cell phone to Mu Yanyan, Xian Yuanche suddenly sensed something. I'll go out first. After casually taking a large pillow and giving Mu Yanyan a cushion, he left the Shangwan family. At the same time, the parasitic body in the Biang family directly took out a large pile of mortal crystals and crushed them. Ding! Triggering the storm, 10 points of martial yuan raised to 100,000 points of martial yuan. Ding! Triggering the storm, 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 10,000 points of martial arts yuan. Ding! Trigger a storm attack and raise your Wu Yuan to 150,000 Wu Yuan. Ding! Trigger the storm to raise to 200,000 Wu Yuan. Ding! Triggering a storm attack, 10 points of martial arts yuan raised to 300,000 points of martial arts yuan ding. With the boost from the Blitz system, the realm of this parasitic body was also rising by leaps and bounds. In just less than 2 seconds, the realm had reached a rank 4 martial god.
Name, Xian Yuan Che Parasitic Body.
Martial yuan, 4,100,000 5 million level 4 martial god. System, synchronize the parasitic body's realm to the main body. Xian Yuan Che and the blue star said in his heart.
Ding.
Spend 200 points, have synchronized the realm of the parasitic body to the main body.
Name, Xian Yuan Che the main body.
Martial yuan, 4,100,000 5 million level 4 martial god. A 250% increase in all attributes after turning on berserking directly brought the realm of the host body to a rank 9 martial god.
Name, Xian Yuan Che this body.
Martial yuan, 14 million 10 million 9th level martial god. At the same time, he also removed the arrogant aura that he wore on his host body and put it on his own body. Above the capital, Tiger Bomb and the others looked at the people on the ground from the sky with their hands clasped over their chests. TSK TSK TSK, worthy of being the most gifted race in the universe. End of chapter. After thinking about it, it's better to use him/her for these orcs, no need for this one, it. Chapter 103 Starry Sky Class Powerhouse. Making up for the 1,000 words in the previous chapter. It's a pity that the human race's splendor is no longer there and is now reduced to our food, ha. After laughing, Huba and the others immediately released their breath. They wanted to see the appearance of the race with the highest natural talent in the universe, kneeling down in front of them in fear. The breath was just released, and the people in the entire capital felt a suffocating sensation. However, this feeling only lasted less than a second before dissipating. This was because Xian Yuan Che had already appeared above the capital and dispersed these auras. Xian Yuan Che frowned slightly as he looked at the few orcs in front of him. In just an instant, his brain thought of countless possibilities. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the blue star should also be a farm of some galaxy. These few orcs should have come here to eat people, thus raising their qualifications. When Tiger Ba's few people saw Xian Yuan Che, who had suddenly appeared, their faces were slightly angry. Before Tiger Ba could say anything, the wolf-type orc on the side pointed at Xian Yuan Che and opened his mouth to scold him. Unbridled. A mere mole cricket is also. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, this orc's body directly exploded. Xian Yuan Che withdrew his sight and reset his gaze on Tiger Ba. Lin Wolf. Tiger Ba and the others shouted as they looked at their companions who had suddenly died, while there was still some shock on their faces. Looking at Xian Yuan Che also no longer carried anger, but rather fear. The first great martial god's Lin Wolf's body exploded apart after just being swept by this human in front of him, so just how strong was this human? Xian Yuan Che was just about to strike again when a tiger-type half-orc appeared in front of Tiger Bomb and the others. Seeing this orc, he first used the Eye of Scrying to check up on this orc's information. Name, Tiger 11. Race, Orc. Astral Yuan, 12,000 20,000 Starry Sky Level 1. Breathing Technique, Tiger Bend Breathing Technique Star Rank. Martial Skill, Star Rank, Heaven Splitting Claw Minor Achievement. Secret Technique, Power Increase. Weakness, responsible for protecting Tiger Bomb and others, can capture Tiger Bomb as a way to threaten him. Power Increase, after casting, boosts one's power by 20%. While Xian Yuan Che was checking Tiger 11's information, Tiger 11 was also sizing up Xian Yuan Che. After sizing up Xian Yuan Che, Tiger 11 smiled disdainfully. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, a 9th level martial god had appeared on this planet, but unfortunately, mole crickets are mole crickets after all. From the tone of his voice, it was easy to see that Tiger 11 did not place Xian Yuan Che in his eyes. The gap between a martial god and a star level was even greater than that between a martial zone and a martial king. Therefore, in his eyes, the Xian Yuan Che in front of him was similar to an ant. Looking at Tiger 11's sudden appearance, Tiger Ba's face was delighted. When he thought that he was actually frightened by the food just now, he was furious. He looked at Tiger 11 and reached out to point at Xian Yuan Che. Tiger 11. I order you to kill this human. No. Help me waste him, I want to eat him bit by bit. As ordered. Tiger 11 respectfully replied. With a thought, Xian Yuan Che's battle armor covered his entire body and he directly rushed out of the blue star. He wanted to keep the battlefield away from blue star. After all, if a battle erupted in Blue Star, even if the current Blue Star expanded by tens of times, it wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand a battle between the two.
Trying to run.
When Tiger 11 saw Xian Yuanche rushing out of the Blue Star, he thought that he was going to run and hurriedly followed him. The two directly came straight to confront each other directly on outer space. Tiger Ba and the others at the Blue Star just wanted to follow and watch the show, but they were fixed in place by a force.
Where do you guys want to go?
Xian Yuanche's parasitic body appeared beside the several people and lightly laughed. That's right, Xian Yuanche had summoned his parasitic body back from the Alola Galaxy in the first place.
Chapter 104 System Mission, Kill Tiger 11. Tiger Ba and the others were shocked in their hearts as Xian Yuanche's parasitic body slowly arrived in front of the several people.
Looking at Xian Yuanche, Tiger Ba shivered and raised his finger, pointing at Xian Yuanche.
You're not into space.
Xian Yuanche's parasitic body condensed a large hand of martial energy and grabbed Tiger Ba's several people in its hands.
Then immediately flew into space.
In just an instant, he arrived beside his main body. On the other hand, Tiger 11 on the opposite side was shocked when he saw another Xian Yuanche appear. While he was wondering why there were two identical people, he spotted the captured Tiger Ba and the others.
Young master. Tiger 11's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect this human to have so many tricks up his sleeve.
Kid, I advise you to let go of young Master Tiger Ba, or else your entire galaxy will suffer a devastating blow.
Xian Yuanche's parasitic body let out a light laugh.
Tisk, scared me to death. With that, he directly ripped off Tiger Ba's right hand. At the same time, he also stowed Tiger Ba's spatial ring into the system space.
Ah!
Tiger Ba screamed in pain as he felt the pain coming from his right hand. In fact, to a martial god, a broken hand or leg was nothing at all. However, Tiger Ba favored him since he was a child, and since he was a child, he hadn't suffered a single minor injury, let alone a broken hand. After watching Tiger Ba scream out, the parasite frowned slightly and shoved the ripped-off right hand into his mouth, wanting to gag him.
Young master.
Seeing Tiger Ba's right hand being ripped off, Tiger 11's emotions immediately flared up.
Tiger Ba spat out his own fingertips and opened his mouth towards Tiger 11 for help. Tiger 11, save me.
He then looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of ferocity. Kid, I am the 7.3 millionth son of the Lord of Extreme Tai Luo Star. If I die, your entire planet will be buried for this.
The 7.3 millionth son? After hearing this number, Xian Yuanche clearly froze. This damn thing was also too able to give birth, right?
Seeing Xian Yuanche in this state, Tiger Ba thought that Xian Yuanche was scared by himself, and his face changed back to smugness.
How about it? Afraid, right? Afraid to be good. Ah.
Before he could finish, Xian Yuanche's parasitic body ripped off Tiger Ba's left hand as well. Using Wu Yuan, it kneaded it into a pile of meat with bones and stuffed it into Tiger Ba's mouth.
Stop.
Tiger 11 was immediately enraged after seeing Xian Yuanche rip off Tiger Ba's left hand again. Tear the sky. Just as he wanted to execute the heaven-tearing claw, he had to stop. He was sent from above to protect Tiger Ba, and now a broken hand or foot was fine, it could still grow back. If the person died, it would be a big problem.
What do you want?
Tiger 11's tone slowed down and began to talk to Xian Yuanche about his conditions. His entire family was in the Extreme Tai Luo Star, and he had to guarantee Tiger Ba's safety, or else his entire family would have to go to Tiger Ba's funeral.
I'll ask you a few questions first.
Xian Yuanche's main body said.
You say. Tiger 11 returned with a somewhat gloomy face.
At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to quickly get Tiger Ba back.
If you guys never go back, how long will it take for your galaxies to send someone to check?
Although he didn't know what Xian Yuanche was asking this for, Tiger 11 could only answer truthfully.
1 year. Xian Yuanche nodded.
That's good, I have a few more questions. What would your galaxy do if it knew that our planet had entered the martial arts era?
Tiger 11 thought for a few seconds, but chose to answer truthfully.
It would send strong people to come and suppress your top powerhouses before bringing all the humans back to the galaxy.
Why, and eating them? Reblockade the entire planet's martial elements before dropping in a batch of newborn humans to be recaptured.
Xian Yuanche frowned slightly at his words.
Ding! An event has been detected, triggering the mission Blue Star.
Mission content: Blue Star is in danger. Please host completely solve the crisis of Blue Star and protect it.
Reward for mission success. Task item, shielding card.
Shield card. After using it, you can temporarily shield the entire galaxy. During the shielding period, any existence other than this system will not be able to find the galaxy. Duration, 3 years. Looking at the sudden appearance of the system quest, Xian Yuanche was slightly stunned, but he was also always on guard against Tiger 11.
He didn't expect to actually trigger the quest. The system's idea was somewhat coincidental with his. System, why is this reward a question mark? Ding.
The reward is too advanced and is temporarily presented in the form of a question mark.
Fine.
Xian Yuanche closed the system panel.
He looked at the time of parasitism and his expression slowed down.
There were still 10 months left, so when the time was up, he would parasitize Tiger Ba. Then using the shield card, he would follow Tiger 11 to the extreme Tai Luo star and see if there was any way to break the situation. Xian Yuanche pointed at Tiger Ba in the parasite's hands. It's not impossible to release him.
I have 2 questions and a condition. Go ahead.
Seeing Xian Yuanche start to loosen up, Tiger 11's expression eased.
As long as one was willing to release the person, it would be fine. What means will you use to leave Blue Star when the time comes?
Although the system had a teleportation function that could teleport the parasites to the extreme Tai Luo star.
But he still wanted to know how they came to Blue Star.
When the time came, he would use that method to go to extreme Tai Luo star. After all, it was a bit more secure.
Tiger 11 pondered for a moment, but chose to answer.
We have set an anchor point at the Blue Star, and using a large amount of mortal crystals, along with a specific spatial teleportation device, will be able to go back and forth. It only takes a month to return to the extreme Tai Luo star. Xian Yuanche swept Tiger Ba's spatial ring and looked through everything inside using the eye of scrying. It was found that there was indeed that spatial teleportation device.
Item name, spatial teleportation device.
Description: after using a large amount of mortal crystals to activate it, it can be used to teleport between 2 anchor points.
Remaining times, for 5. The number of times zeroed out is scrapped.
Closing the information panel, Xian Yuanche spoke again.
Good, then there is one more question. If you die, will your extreme Tai Luo star know about it?
Tiger 11, no, for those present, only if young Master Tiger Ba dies, the extreme Tai Luo star will receive the news.
System, is what he said true?
Xian Yuanche was somewhat disbelieving and asked towards the system in his mind.
Ding.
It's true, the extreme Tai Luo Xing will only receive the news as long as Tiger Bomb dies.
That's good.
Xian Yuanche closed the system panel and pointed at Tiger 11's right hand. Give me your spatial ring and I'll release him. Tiger 11 breathed a sigh of relief at his words, so it was just for the space ring.
Alright, I'll give it to you.
Saying that, Tiger 11 took off his spatial ring. Xian Yuanche directly sucked the space ring over.
Very good.
As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuanche's entire body disappeared in place and arrived in front of Tiger 11 directly executing the Hurricane Blade technique. Since there was a shield card and a teleportation device, there was no need for Tiger 11 to be alive. When the time came, he parasitized Tiger Ba and went back alone, saying whatever he wanted. Although it wouldn't be possible to hide the news that Blue Star had entered the martial era. But at least it wouldn't make people suspect that this matter of Tiger Ba being parasitized by himself.
Ding.
Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times.
Ding.
Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 40-fold blast, increasing the power by 40 times.
Ding.
Detected the host using the Hurricane Blade technique, triggering a 100 times bludgeon, increasing the power by 100 times.
Tiger 11's reaction was quick, looking at Xian Yuanche's blade technique with some disdain in his heart. Just as he wanted to dodge, a terrifying aura was emitted within Xian Yuanche's parasitic body. This aura caused him to feel a heartbeat of fear, and that was exactly what caused him to pause for a fraction of a second. It was also this 0.0 few seconds that Xian Yuanche's attacks landed on Tiger 11's body as much as they could. Ah! Tiger 11 just let out a miserable scream as his entire body was sliced into several pieces.
Xian Yuanche put away his sword and collected Tiger 11's corpse into the system space.
The terrifying aura just now was none other than the talent of his parasitic body, Dragon Might.
It caused orcs or fierce beasts of high realms to feel terrified, with their full attributes dropping by 10%, 15%. Tiger Ba, who was in the hands of his parasitic body, and a few other orcs were filled with shock in their eyes when they saw that Tiger 11 was actually seconded by Xian Yuanche.
How is this possible? Tiger Ball spoke with some incredulity.
Tiger 11 was at least a starry sky rank, how could he be killed by that human who was only a martial god?
Nothing is impossible.
Xian Yuanche came in front of Tiger Ba.
End of chapter.
There's only one more chapter today, so I'll take a vacation and make up for today's chapter with 3 shifts tomorrow.
Chapter 105 Star Rank Advanced Battle Armor, Alloy Blade, traveling to Extreme Tai Luo Star.
He then set his eyes on a few other orcs.
Don't kill me.
One of the wolf-type orcs was directly terrified, constantly trembling for fear that Xian Yuanche would kill him. But obviously, his pleas for mercy were useless. Xian Yuanche merely swept a glance at these orcs, and the heads of these orcs burst open like watermelons. When Tiger Ba saw this scene, he was directly stunned and fainted. Seeing that Tiger Ba was actually stunned and fainted, Xian Yuanche said that there was no one else who could actually be stunned by this scene for a martial god. He now only needed to wait for the parasitization to finish cooling down before he could parasitize Tiger Ba and travel to the Extreme Tai Luo Star.
The galaxy where the Extreme Tai Luo Star was located was obviously even more powerful than the Alola galaxy, and he could increase his strength and realm even faster by going there. At this moment, the system's beep popped up. Ding!
Detected that the host has a need. The current cooldown of parasitism is still more than 9 months away, whether to spend 900 points to clear the cooldown. Looking at the prompt that popped out from the system, Xian Yuanche froze.
This system was also too considerate, right? Wanting him to go to Extreme Tai Luo Star then? Spend it. Ding! Spend 900 points, Parasite cooling down is complete.
At the same time, Xian Yuanche directly cast Parasite on Tiger Ba.
Just like before, a strand of his consciousness entered Tiger Ba's body.
At the same time, he was able to view Tiger Ba's memories at any time.
Taking off the arrogant aura, he replaced it on Tiger Ba. Recovering 10% of his status every second, just 10 seconds passed before Tiger Ba's hands grew back.
The current him had 2 parasitic bodies. The 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body, and the tiger bully parasitic body. For the current him, using 3 in one mind was a breeze. After returning to the blue planet, he first checked up on the spatial rings of Tiger Bastard and the others. The contents of those few orcs' space rings weren't much. The forest only had a few million mortal crystals, plus some miscellaneous ores, plus a few human corpses. Tiger 11 was even poorer, with only a little over 2 million mortal crystals. Only Tiger Ba had slightly more stuff, a few million mortal crystals and more than 10 human corpses. A pair of star rank intermediate battle armor, a star rank intermediate alloy blade, and some ores. He casually opened the synthesis function. Remaining synthesis count, 24. He hadn't used this function again for the past 2 months, so the times accumulated. He organized the ores he had recently acquired. Most of them were first-order star ores. Item name, first-order star ore. Description, one of the main materials for creating star-rank battle armor and weapons. Xian Yuanche counted the number of these first-order star ores. He had a total of over 100 pieces of this stuff, part of which he got from Bayan, and part of which was contributed by Tiger Ba and the others. He put in the pair of star rank intermediate battle armor on his body, and then put in Tiger Ba's pair and clicked synthesize. With a flash of purple light, a brand new pair of battle armor appeared before his eyes. Xian Yuanche tapped on the introduction. Star rank advanced battle armor. Introduction, after wearing it, speed and defense increase dramatically, and it can counteract most attacks from star level martial artists. Next level, fusing 60 pieces of second-order star ore, or 2 pairs of star-rank advanced battle armor, can be upgraded to extreme-rank elementary battle armor. Remaining number of syntheses, 23. Second-order star ore? Looking at the spatial ring, he realized that he didn't seem to have any second-order star ore. After turning the battle armor into a bracelet and putting it back on, he put the star-rank primary alloy blade in. At the same time, he also put Tiger Ba's star rank intermediate alloy knife in and clicked synthesize. With a flash of purple light, an alloy knife that hadn't changed much appeared before his eyes. Star rank intermediate alloy knife. Introduction, fused a star rank primary alloy knife, making it a bit sharper than the usual intermediate alloy knife. Next level, fused 100 pieces of first order star ore to upgrade it to a star rank advanced alloy knife. 100 pieces of first order star ore? Looking at the next level of this intermediate alloy knife, he frowned.
It wasn't because it required too many ores, but it required too many syntheses. For example, he wanted to raise the level of this intermediate alloy blade. Then he could only put in one piece of first rank star ore at a time, not two. Then with 100 pieces, it would need to be synthesized 100 times at the very least. He stood in place for a long time and couldn't come up with a good solution. Suddenly, he seemed to catch something out of the corner of his eye. Two flies were close together, looking like they were mating. Right. You can make two pieces of first-order star ore into one. Although he didn't know if this would work, wouldn't he know if he tried? If it worked, it would also save a lot of synthesizing times. As soon as he said it, he activated his battle armor, took out two fist-sized pieces of first-order star ore, and tried to knead them into one piece. But unfortunately, the first-order star ore was a bit hard, and he spent a few minutes without making any changes to it. Forget it, it's better to change the method. He put the ore aside and took a roll of duct tape out. Pulling the duct tape apart, he wrapped the two pieces of first-order star ore. After doing this, he directly put the piece of star ore into the synthesis function. It was successfully put in. Seeing this scene, the system completely couldn't help itself. Host, you're also too rogue, right? Where is this? Just tell me if this is a piece? He pointed to the piece of star ore in the synthesis function and retorted. Count. Sort of. The Blitz system said that it had nothing to say. After all, theoretically speaking, wrapping two pieces of star ore with duct tape could also be taken as one piece. After seeing that the system didn't stop it, Xian Yuanche continued to start using the duct tape to wrap up the remaining star ore. After almost 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche used several rolls of duct tape before wrapping up 100 pieces of first-order star ore. The Blitz system didn't know what to say when it looked at this huge pile of star ore wrapped up in duct tape. If it had an entity, it probably wouldn't be able to resist pulling the corners of its mouth. But it couldn't be helped, its own bound host, if it didn't spoil it, who would? Putting this large pile of first-order star ore into the synthesis function. Then putting the intermediate-grade alloy knife in again, he clicked synthesize. Another purple light flashed, and a star rank advanced alloy knife appeared. Star rank advanced alloy knife. Description: can easily break through the defenses of star rank intermediate battle armor. Next level, fusing two star rank advanced alloy knives will upgrade it to an extreme rank primary alloy knife. Remaining synthesis count, 22. Shen Yuanche had closed the panel and his main body returned to the Shangguan family. The four-clawed black dragon parasitic body, on the other hand, traveled to the martial Yuan's secret realm. He distractedly maneuvered the tiger fighter parasite body to the South Pole. Taking out the spatial teleportation device, he kept putting in mortal crystals. After putting in over 1 million mortal crystals, the spatial teleportation device was activated. A spatial crack appeared, and he walked directly into it. Just after walking in, the spatial crack closed. The spatial device sent out a bolt of energy, forming an energy protective shield that wrapped him up. The entire spatial tunnel was pitch black, with no end in sight. A month's time passed in a flash, and Xian Yuanche saw a point of light. The point of light kept getting bigger and finally formed a spatial crack. In the blink of an eye, he directly went straight through the spatial rift. Chapter 106 Extreme Tai Luo Star, Xian Yuanche's Intentions. At the same time, the main body that was far away in the blue star also used the shielding card at the first opportunity. The moment he exited the spatial rift, Xian Yuanche's face immediately turned into hindsight. Of course, this was something he pretended. He swept a glance at his surroundings without leaving any traces. A research room filled with the flavor of technology. There were also several metal doors around it. There was a spatial crack in each metal door. It seemed to be all these so-called human farms. And there were several orcs standing guard beside each metal door. Young Master Huba. A few wolf-type orcs respectfully said towards Xian Yuanche. At the same time, they also noticed Xian Yuanche's face, and they could not help but feel some doubts in their hearts. Did young Master Tiger Bot encounter something? The orc in the lead opened his mouth and asked. Xian Yuanche pretended to take a deep breath and calmed down. The humans of Azure 032's farm have stepped into the era of martial arts, and more than a dozen martial gods and dozens of martial saints have appeared. What? After hearing what Xian Yuanche said, the faces of several orcs changed. This was a big deal. The several orcs hurriedly opened the smart bracelets in their hands and began to notify. Ding! Host, your acting skills really suck.
Xian Yuanche didn't move and pulled the blitz system into the small black room, then pulled the super softy man out.
Ooh, host, did you forget about me and actually put this system in the little black room for so long? I miss you so much.
As soon as he came out, the super soft rice man system cried out.
Cough.
Xian Yuanche coughed without moving and spoke in his mind. No, I'm just honing you to see how long you can last in the small dark room. Alright, then the host will continue to lock me in, I must continue to sharpen. The simple super softy boy system believed Xian Yuanche's words. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche could only fulfill the super soft rice man system's request. After a while, he pulled the blitz system back out of the small black room.
Ding. 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 As soon as he exited the small dark room, the blast system kept making noises and just didn't speak.
It was evident that Xian Yuanche's actions just now had infuriated it.
Just as he was about to leave the research room, a leopard-type orc brought those wolf-type orcs from earlier and re-entered. Young Master Huba, you just said that the Azure 032 farm has entered the martial era, but is that true? This leopard-type orc opened his mouth and asked. It's true. Xian Yuanche nodded. Do you know what the consequences of lying are? Leopard 3 emphasized with a face full of gravity. Xian Yuanche nodded. I know, Tiger 11 is being held back by the people in that planet. If you don't believe me, you guys are now going to that planet to see. Hearing Xian Yuanche's words, Panther 3 then realized that Tiger 11 actually didn't follow him back. He led the few orcs behind him to the metal door and took out the spatial teleportation device. After more than 10 seconds, his face turned a little ugly. It was because he actually couldn't find the anchor point of the Azure 032 breeding planet. What's going on here? Panic-stricken, Panther 3 placed a large amount of mortal crystals inside the spatial device. A few minutes later, the panic on his face had turned into alarm. The anchor point on the Azure 032 breeding planet had really disappeared. The main person in charge of this planet was him. Entering the martial era was fine, he wouldn't take too much responsibility. But with the anchor point disappearing, the problem would be huge. He turned his head to look at Xian Yuanche. Young Master Huba. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Xian Yuanche spoke out what he had thought of saying. It roughly meant that after going to Blue Star, he found that Blue Star had entered martial time. There were still more than a dozen martial gods. Tiger 11 wanted to go and shock and kill those martial gods, but he ended up being held back by those martial gods, and the few partners traveling with him suffered accidents as well. Then he hurriedly ran back to call for help. After hearing this, Panther 3 thought for a while but couldn't think of what exactly was the reason. He helplessly waved his hand towards Xian Yuanche. Forget it, young Master Tiger Ba, you go back first, I'll report this matter to the Star Lord. Xian Yuanche nodded and left the research room. After walking out of the research lab, he followed the route he remembered towards Tiger Ba's residence. The technology of the extreme Tai Luo star looked a little more advanced than Alola's. There were 2 suns hanging in the sky. There were 17 planets in this solar system. It was collectively known as the Extreme Tai Luo Galaxy. It's a small galaxy in the Extreme Terra Galaxy. The Extreme Tian Luo Galaxy, on the other hand, was a galaxy on the same level as the Milky Way. System, help me synchronize the realm and secret techniques of my main body to this parasitic body. Ding. Spending 300 points, the realm of the parasitic body has been raised to a rank 4 martial god, and the secret arts, berserking, and nirvana have also been synchronized to this parasitic body. Name, Xian Yuanche Tiger Bastard Parasite. Realm, 4,100,000 5 million level 4 martial god. Secret technique, berserking 6th rank, nirvana 6th rank. On the way, Xian Yuanche kept digesting Tiger Ba's memories. The Lord of Extreme Tai Luo Star had more than 10 million sons, but Tiger Ba was considered the less conspicuous one. He liked to spend time with some small followers and didn't want to cultivate, thus resulting in a realm of only a 3rd level martial god. A bit classic, but not much. Xian Yuanche shook his head and continued walking towards his residence. Right now, his main purpose was to use Tiger Ba's identity to obtain resources to raise his realm and strength, and then synchronize it to his main body. For example, appropriately displaying strength and gaining a certain amount of attention should be a good choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 107 Body reaching level 9 martial god, purchasing Qi blood fruit. Based on his memories, Xian Yuanche returned to Tiger Ba's residence. A villa full of technological flavor. Young Master. The servants immediately greeted Xian Yuanche when they saw him return.
Xian Yuanche didn't reply. He still had to maintain Tiger Bomb's persona for a bit now, waiting for a few days before he started to slowly transform.
When he returned to his room, an avatar suddenly appeared. Young master, it's time to cultivate. In the last year, you have only cultivated for 3 days, totaling 150 minutes. According to the tasks set by the Star Lord for each of his heirs, you need to cultivate for at least 14 hours or more each day before you can cultivate to a 9th level martial god.
Close. Looking at this avatar, Xian Yuanche said.
Okay.
After saying that, this avatar disappeared in place.
Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Tiger Bastard Parasite.
Martial Yuan, 4,100,000 5 million level 4 martial god.
Secret technique, Berserking 6th rank, Nirvana 6th rank. It's time to continue upgrading the realm on the side of the main body.
Xian Yuanche maneuvered his principal body in Blue Star and took out a bunch of mortal crystals from the system space. Previously, when the Black Dragon parasite body was in planet Aurora, it was actually using the mortal crystals to raise its realm. It was only the arrival of Tiger 11 and the others that had disrupted the rhythm.
Blue Star.
Xian Yuanche looked at the pile of mortal crystals in front of him and immediately shattered them with his martial energy and started absorbing them. There were now tens of millions of mortal crystals in hand. And one mortal crystal could increase 10 points of martial yuan. Even if it didn't storm, a rank 9 martial god was still a sure thing.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering a storm attack.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering Blitz. Wu Yuan, 4.4 million 5 million level 4 martial god.
Ding! Ding! Martial Arts Yuan, 5 million 6 million 5th level martial arts god. Ding!
Wu Yuan, 6 million 7 million 6th level martial god. Wu Yuan, 7 million 8 million 7th level martial god. Wu Yuan, 8 million 9 million grade 8 martial god. Wu Yuan, 9 million 10 million 9th level martial god. Wu Yuan, 10.11 million 10 million 9th level martial god. Once the martial yuan in his body reached 10 million, Xian Yuanche stopped. It was the same as when he was stuck at the 9th level martial zone, stuck at the 9th level martial god. According to his memories, if his 9th level martial god wanted to break through to the starry sky level, he needed a star core. As far as he knew, the star core was then converted from the martial elemental seed. A rank 9 martial god needed to enter the land of star cores to cultivate, and then completely infuse the martial energy in his body into the martial energy seed, converting the martial energy seed into a star core. Thinking about this, Xian Yuanche was glad that he had parasitized Tiger Ba and it was easier to enter the land of star cores. If he were to go to another starfield by himself, it would be even more difficult to enter the land of star cores.
Extreme Tai Luo Star. Xian Yuanche got up and left the room.
Although the realm of the main body had come to the 9th level martial god, Xian Yuanche did not synchronize it to this parasitic body. After all, Tiger Ba's previous realm was only a rank 3 martial god, and when he was at Blue Star, he synchronized it to a rank 4 martial god. Now if he were to synchronize it to a rank 9 martial god all of a sudden, it would be a bit unclear.
Just after walking to the living room on the first floor, that avatar appeared once again.
Young master, 3 days from now it will be time for the once every 3 years examination, please don't slack off.
Close. Xian Yuanche said again.
This virtual person was really a bit annoying. He knew about the examination time in 3 days, it was set by the extreme Tai Luo Star Lord. In order to test the strength of those offspring of his. At the same time selecting some with outstanding talent and strength for cultivation. Tiger Ba was ranked 8 millionth in the last examination, and was truly a waste. Moreover, this lord of the extreme Tai Luo Star had been reproducing offspring for some unknown reason.
There were tens of thousands of offspring born in a year on average.
Of course, this is artificial insemination. Only a small portion were born through intercourse. Xian Yuanche once again left the villa. Because it suddenly occurred to him that this extreme Tai Luo Star was so much more advanced than the Blue Star, there should be quite a few things that could boost chi and blood without side effects. He had to buy some back for Mu Yanran to use.
Tiger Luo 3-star chain mall. Xian Yuanche directly walked in.
As far as he knew, this mall was the largest and most resourceful mall in the vicinity, and most things could be purchased with mortal crystals inside. Including those that boosted chi and blood. Just after walking in, Xian Yuanche started picking out items. The few attendants in the mall looked at Xian Yuanche, somewhat wanting to speak, as if they wanted to say something but did not dare to say it. Xian Yuanche also noticed this problem, but since those waiters didn't open their mouths, he was too lazy to ask.
What? I can't believe you won't let me buy it. Do you know who my father is? A voice with anger rang out.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked. A few dozen meters away, a tiger-type orc was chiding the waiter. That waiter was apologizing continuously. I'm really sorry, last month, young Master Tiger Sovereign said that Star-Lord's children who are ranked outside of 1 million are not allowed to purchase resources at this store's headquarters, branch.
What? Who gave him the guts?
There were more than a dozen other Star-Lord heirs purchasing resources in this surrounding area, and when they heard this attendant's words, they exploded on the spot. Hearing this, Shen Yuanche finally realized why those attendants were looking at him with a desire to speak. It turned out that within the new regulations, with only 8 million names, he wasn't qualified to spend money in this mall.
Isn't Tiger June just a bit higher in realm?
I still need to be afraid of him.
One of them said disdainfully.
Xian Yuanche swept a glance at this orc's panel.
Name, Tiger Spirit.
Realm, 6 million 7 million level 6 martial god. Seeing Tiger Spirit open his mouth, the remaining people also opened their mouths to agree. That's right, a rank 9 martial god is still mad.
Isn't he just relying on his mother being favored by his father?
Shen Yuanche withdrew his gaze and scanned through the resources that could raise chi and blood.
Item name, Chi Blood Fruit. Grade, 3rd order.
Effect, suitable for military generals. After taking it, it can raise chi and blood by 1000 points within 3 days. Note, the effect is halved when taking the second one, and will no longer increase chi and blood when the 5th one is taken.
Sale price, 10 mortal crystals 1 PC. Help me get 5 chi blood fruits.
Xian Yuanche said to the waiter not far away. The waiter walked over with some apprehension. I'm sorry, young Master Tiger June stipulates. Before he could finish speaking, the waiter was interrupted by a voice. Who was saying bad things about this young master, TSK, so it's yours, Tiger Spirit, and you few losers. Shen Yuanche once again sniffed at the voice, and a half-orc that was nearly 2 meters tall walked in, followed by a few shorter tiger-type half-orcs. The one in the lead was at the 9th level martial god realm, and combined with the words just now, it was probably that what's-her-name Tiger Monarch. And the ones behind him, they seemed to be Star-Lord Scions as well, their realms all ranging from rank 5 martial god to rank 7.
End of chapter. Chapter 108 Tiger Sovereign.
When Tiger Spirit, the mouth-high brother, saw that Tiger June had really come, he immediately trembled in fear. He was just getting a mouth-high just now, who would have thought that Tiger June would really come? Brother was just joking.
Tiger Spirit said with a fawning smile.
Tiger Monarch sniffed and scanned Tiger Spirit, sensing his realm again. Tisk, even though you and I are both Star-Lord's children, just you, a rank 6 martial god, are worthy of calling yourself a brother to me.
Obscure.
It could be seen that Tiger Sovereign had great disdain for these blood brothers.
Right.
Brother Tiger June is right. I, a rank 6 martial god, am indeed unworthy to call myself a brother to you, so I'll leave first.
Tiger Spirit nodded with a compensating smile and wanted to leave the mall.
Stop, did I tell you to leave?
Tiger June said in a cold voice. Ignoring the rules I've set, you come when you want and leave when you want? Treating me as if I don't exist? Tiger Monarch gave a wink to the people behind him. Go, teach him a lesson.
A rank 6 martial god is worthy of calling me a brother. Those few orcs immediately rubbed their fists at the words. Most of the materials used in this mall were star-ranked, even a star-ranked martial artist would have a hard time leaving any traces. Martial gods were even more so, which was why Tiger Sovereign dared to let someone teach Tiger Spirit a lesson. Shen Yuanche had also discovered this situation. The materials used in the construction of the entire mall were quite advanced. However, if a martial god left the mall and went outside to fight, the destructive power would still be terrifying.
Easily destroying a planet wouldn't matter.
Tiger Spirit looked at the several brothers coming towards him, his heart tightened, then he thought of something and shouted towards the surrounding ones.
Really think we're easy to bully, right? Let's unite.
I just don't believe it. If he can fight one, it's hard not to fight a dozen.
The other scion sniffed and came to Tiger Spirit's side. Because according to this situation, the Star-Lord's heir who entered here would definitely be spared a beating.
Instead of being passively beaten, it would be better to join forces and fight together first.
Hey! What about you?
Tiger Spirit shouted towards Xin Yuanche. The rest of the people also placed their gazes on Xian Yuanche. Tiger Jun and the others also looked towards Xian Yuanche. With regards to Tiger Spirit and the others uniting against him, Tiger Jun did not have the slightest worry. After all, him beating those trash was the same as beating kindergarten brats. Even more brats united were still brats. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, ignored them and chose to continue picking out items. Seeing Xian Yuanche's appearance, Tiger Spirit and the others thought that Xian Yuanche had wimped out and didn't dare to join forces with them to fight against Tiger Sovereign. Bah! What a wimp! A few of them said with disdain. Xian Yuanche turned his head at the words and looked at the few people who spoke. His figure flickered and disappeared in place. Pa! Snap! Slap! Several slaps rang out, and those few people were immediately slapped several meters away. Talkative. Xian Yuanche left behind a sentence before continuing to return to his original spot to pick out items. So fast. The people present, including Tiger Monarch, were shocked in their hearts as they watched Xian Yuanche's speed just now. From a realm perspective, Xian Yuanche was only a rank 4 martial god, but the speed that erupted just now was not something that a rank 4 martial god could do. Looking at Xian Yuanche, Tiger Monarch clapped his hands. Not bad. Not bad. He looked at Xian Yuanche with some appreciation. The Star Core land would soon be opened again. Just in time, he wanted to collect a few more men. And the strength Xian Yuanche had just shown had gained his approval. I'll give you a chance to come and be my henchman. Tiger Monarch looked at Xian Yuanche with some condescension and said. As if this was some heavenly reward. Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at Tiger Jun. That look was similar to looking at a retard. He couldn't figure out why there was this thing everywhere. After glancing at it, Xian Yuanche continued to pick his resources. Right now, he had already picked out 7 types of fruits, each of which was suitable for Mu Yanran to eat. As for Tiger Monarch, when he saw Xian Yuanche actually ignoring himself, his face changed slightly. He swept a glance at Tiger Spirit and the others and looked at his men. You guys back off first, I happen to want to exercise. He thought that Xian Yuanche still didn't know about his strength, and that was why he didn't agree to this request. In his perception, as long as he showed his strong strength, Xian Yuanche would obediently come to be his subordinate. When Tiger Spirit and the others saw that Tiger Sovereign actually wanted to personally take action, their faces changed. However, after glancing at the crowd behind themselves, their hearts were instantly energized. Humph. What are you afraid of? There are 17 of us, 17 against 1. The advantage is mine. Go! After saying that, Tiger Spirit took the lead and attacked towards Tiger Jun. Humph. Seeing this, Tiger Jun coldly snorted as a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. Heavenly Collapsing Fist Technique. Chapter 109 Knocking Out Tiger Monarch. Tiger Sovereign, who was a 9th level martial god, laughed coldly in his heart as he watched Tiger Spirit's attack. The Heavenly Collapsing Fist Technique directly struck Tiger Spirit's abdomen. Tiger Spirit spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew directly backwards. The remaining dozen or so people Tiger Jun also punched one by one, directly knocking them down. Although these people's so-called brother he couldn't look at, but it was always the Star Lord's heir, so he didn't lay his hands on them. Tiger Spirit covered his chest and looked at Tiger Jun with some shock. He didn't expect Tiger Jun to be so strong that more than 10 of them couldn't take him. Tiger Jun ignored the crowd on the ground as he once again looked at Xian Yuanche. Well, my strength qualifies you to follow, right? Xian Yuanche still didn't take Tiger Jun seriously, but instead spoke towards the waiter. Help me with 5 more blood-nurturing fruits. Seeing that Xian Yuanche still didn't take himself seriously, Tiger Jun's face completely darkened. He didn't care about that time just now, but he didn't expect that this time, he actually still didn't put himself in his eyes. Xian Yuanche's side looked at the waiter who didn't dare to move. He didn't count too much and instead sucked the resources he wanted to buy into his hands. Walking to the front desk, he was ready to pay the bill. Wait, the mall regulations stipulate that no goods can be purchased outside of the 1 million names in the assessment. This is also father's intention. Tiger Jun walked to the front desk and stopped Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at him. Originally, he did not want to break up with this. But to come and disturb him again and again, then he wouldn't be polite either. Looking at Xian Yuanche's eyes, Tiger Jun had some contempt in his heart. Just now Xian Yuanche's speed was indeed fast. But being fast was not necessarily useful. At the same time, Xian Yuanche struck out. There were some people that just had itchy skins, and if you didn't him up a bit, he liked to gabble around you like a fly. Obviously, Tiger June was this kind of person. A set of wind and thunder fist technique struck Tiger June. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 20-fold blast, increasing the power by 20 times. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 30-fold blast, increasing the power by 30 times. Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 10-fold strike, increasing power by 10 times. Ding! Ding! Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 15-fold blast, increasing the power by 15 times. Ding! Bang! Tiger June directly stuck to the wall, his eyes wide open, and a mouthful of blood spewing out from time to time. Although Xian Yuanche hadn't used much force, these 4 blasts were enough for Tiger June to eat a pot. Tiger June tried to raise his finger, but before he could raise it halfway, he fainted. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. This was too fierce. The 9th level martial god's Tiger June was actually knocked out by a punch? Tiger Spirit and the others looked at Xian Yuanche with some fear in their hearts. It was fortunate that they didn't talk too much just now and call someone a wimp. Otherwise, the end would probably not be much different from Tiger June. How many mortal crystals? Xian Yuanche turned his head to look at the waiter and asked. I'll do the math. The waiter, who had watched the entire process, hurriedly started counting. Young Master Tiger June had been knocked out by it, so what did he care about ranking or not? Soon, the front desk attendant counted the bill. The total is 11,200 mortal crystals. Xian Yuanche nodded and took out the corresponding mortal crystals. Since Mu Yanran's realm was only that of a martial general, the resources she needed to use were not too high in grade, so they were relatively cheap. After paying the mortal crystals, Xian Yuanche put all these resources into his spatial ring. He had bought dozens of fruits that could increase chi and blood, ranging from at least 5 to 10 of each. It was enough to use up to a 9th level martial sect. At the same time, the main body and Blue Star also took these things out of the system space. Having a system space was convenient. The things on the parasite side, put them into the system space, and the main body could take them out directly. A proper private transit station. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Spatial Rift within the Martial Elemental Mysteries, beginning of the examination. After putting these fruits that could raise his chi and blood into his spatial ring, he arrived on the first floor. At this moment, Mu Yanran was lying on the sofa playing with the tablet. Xian Yuanche sat aside and took out a chi blood fruit from his spatial ring. After peeling it, he handed it to Mu Yanyan's mouth. Ha! What kind of fruit is this? Mu Yanyan asked as she looked at the fruit in Xian Yuanche's hand with some curiosity. Chi and blood fruit, eating it can increase chi and blood. Really? Mu Yanran sniffed with some curiosity and took a small bite before swallowing it into her stomach. After a few seconds, she noticed that the chi and blood in her body was growing. Just this small bite alone made her own chi and blood grow by more than 200 points. It actually boosted 200 points of chi and blood. Mu Yanyan was somewhat surprised while looking at the remaining chi blood fruit. One must know that she had already taken 4 grade B chi blood potions. Her body had already developed resistance, and she didn't expect that eating this chi and blood fruit would actually increase her chi and blood. Xian Yuanche sucked a plate over and used a small knife to cut the remaining chi blood fruit into small pieces before inserting a toothpick. Mu Yanran sat up and began to eat the chi blood fruit with the toothpick. Xian Yuanche took out another chi blood fruit and started peeling it, cutting it into pieces and putting it on the plate. While the main body was peeling the chi blood fruit, the 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body was cultivating in the martial Yuan mysterious realm. Within the martial Yuan secret realm, Xian Yuanche maneuvered this parasitic body to get up while speaking in his mind. System, help me synchronize the realm of my main body into this parasitic body. Ding! Spending 500 points, the realm of this body has been synchronized to the 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body. Name, Xian Yuanche 4-clawed black dragon. Martial Yuan, 10,110,000 10 million 9th level martial god. After synchronizing his realm, he didn't choose to cultivate first. Instead, he got up and started wandering around the martial Yuan secret realm. When he first found the Starfield Stone here, he had a vague feeling that this martial Yuan secret realm was not simple. Where did so much martial Yuan in the air come from? Why did the Starfield Stone appear here again? After searching for 2 or 3 days, he couldn't figure out the reason. When he asked the system only gave him the words, "Please explore on your own." Returning to the side of the Starfield Stone, Xian Yuanche observed the Starfield Stone. The entire Wu Yuan mysterious realm had almost been scanned by his spiritual awareness, and now he suspected that the point of suspicion was in the Starfield Stone. He stowed the Starfield Stone into the system space. Sure enough, when the Star Domain Stone was stowed away in the system space, a spatial crack appeared on the ground. And it was still expanding. In a short while, it expanded enough to endure a person entering and exiting. Xian Yuanche wanted to put his hand inside, but found a barrier blocking him.
System, can this thing break through? Ding.
The host's realm is insufficient and this place is dangerous, so it can't be broken open for the time being, so we suggest that the host put the Starfield Stone back in its original position to avoid accidents.
Okay. Hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche was a little disappointed.
He took the Star Domain Stone out of the system space again and put it back. After arranging for this body to continue to stay in the Martial Yuan secret realm for cultivation, he would maneuver the Tiger Bastard parasite body to leave the residence and head towards the so-called examination location.
He hadn't forgotten that today was the time for the examination of the Star Lord's heir of that whatever.
The entire extreme Tai Luo star was about 100 times the size of the blue star that hadn't experienced aura recovery.
The entire planet was divided into 200 regions.
There were 100,000 Star Lord heirs in this region he was currently in. And the location of the examination was in the center of the region. The distance was thousands of kilometers, but for martial god Xian Yuanche, it was only a matter of a second or two. Moreover, he had also synchronized the realm of this parasitic body to a 9th level martial god as well. A few days ago, he was still thinking about hiding his realm, but on second thought, he felt that there was no need to do so.
This was because the land of star cores would open up after the examination.
According to past cases, during the examination, the Star Lord's children whose realm had reached the 9th level martial god would have the qualification to enter the land of star cores. So there was no need to suppress their realms anymore. The examination site was a tall tower that was thousands of meters high, and the first floor alone covered an area of 1,000 square kilometers. He also saw quite a few Star Lord scions chatting outside the tower. Scanning through these scions with the eye of scrying, their realms ranged from martial Zun to martial god. Like the heirs of the Lord of the Extreme Tai Luo Star, their realms were martial emperors and even martial Zuns at birth.
It was equivalent to the starting point being the end of others.
Not long after, Xian Yuanche saw Tiger Spirit and the others. After Tiger Spirit and the others realized that Xian Yuanche was looking at them, they pulled out a smile and then hurriedly entered the tower. They were afraid that Xian Yuanche would give them a punch. Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the Star Lord's children who were coming and going. Soon, he saw a Tiger Monarch.
Behind the Tiger Monarch followed several Star Lord scions whose realms were lower than his own.
Seeing Xian Yuanche, Tiger Monarch's head shrunk and he hastily moved his gaze away, not daring to meet Xian Yuanche's eyes. He had run to complain a few days ago, wanting to but was rebuked by his own mother. Because Tiger Bully was able to knock him out with a single punch, the realm was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Invoking Tiger Ba was undoubtedly going against himself. When the time came to trip him up in the land of star cores and not allow him to smoothly step into the starry sky level, it would be more than worth it.
Xian Yuanche's side wanted to laugh a little after seeing Tiger Jun's reaction.
If he were to follow the previous routine, this Tiger Monarch would have continued to come and find himself in trouble. However, the reaction given by Tiger Monarch just now had overturned his assumptions. By the looks of it, it wouldn't come to trouble himself in a short period of time. After scanning for a few more minutes, he also walked into the tower.
The content of the examination was the same every year.
The virtual breakthrough, which was also known as climbing the tower.
Everyone's consciousness entered the virtual system and then climbed the tower.
After entering the tower, Xian Yuanche directly arrived at the center of the tower. Tens of thousands of Star Lord scions had already gathered here. All of them were waiting for the examination to begin.
Not long after, an old man appeared above.
This examination is divided into 5 batches, with 20,000 people in each batch being assessed at the same time. The examination time is 1 hour. When the time is up, the virtual system will immediately report the number of tiers and rank them.
Now check your smart bracelets to see which batch you are in.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and looked and realized that he was in the first batch.
Virtual room 3001 on the first floor.
Based on the number, he quickly arrived at virtual room 3001. Using his bracelet, he dripped it on the door and the virtual room door automatically opened.
The arrangement inside was simple, just a virtual silo.
A person could connect to the inside of the virtual system and climb the tower by lying down in it with his consciousness. Opening the virtual silo, he directly laid in.
Is it entering the virtual system? A female voice came. Yes.
Xian Yuan-che replied back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian Yuan-che felt a few threads affixed to his head and part of his consciousness began to separate. In a short while, he entered the virtual system. Although he had entered the virtual system, he was still able to detect the external movements and whatnot. Entering the examination location. That female voice appeared again. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yuan-che realized that he had arrived at a vacant lot. Information about this parasitic body of his popped up in the void.
Name, Tiger Ba. Realm, 9th level martial god. Last assessment ranking, 8 million. Comprehensive assessment, S. The assessment begins in 3 minutes, please get ready.
At the same time, a virtual screen also appeared in the center of the tower, displaying the rankings and realms of each Star Lord's children. Before it started, the rankings were based on realm. The 9th level martial god, Xian Yuan-che, was naturally ranked tied for first place with the others.
Many people looked at the screen virtually and started discussing. This Tiger Jun is actually a rank 9 martial god as well. I remember he was only rank 7 last year, right? And who is this Tiger bully, whose realm actually has a 9th level martial god as well?
Xian Yuan-che waited silently for 3 minutes like this. The examination begins. Based on the assessment of you, the first level opponent's realm is 7th level martial god. As soon as the words fell, a half-orc with wolf ears appeared in front of Xian Yuan-che.
Bang!
Before Xian Yuan-che could even make a move, he directly punched it and sent it flying. The wolf-type orc disappeared, and at the same time, he also felt some changes happening around him. It should be the so-called next level.
The second level opponent realm is 7th level martial god. This time it was an orc with bull horns.
Although it was the same as last time, it was a rank 7 martial god. However, Xian Yuan-che could feel that this half-orc was a little stronger than the last one.
Bang! Another punch.
Third level opponent realm, another rank 7 martial god.
Bang! Fourth level. Bang!
Xian Yuan-che's layers were soaring. 7th layer, 3 rank 7 martial gods. 10th layer, 5 rank 7 martial gods. The number of opponents continued to increase as the layers grew, and it wasn't until the 11th layer that the first rank 8 martial god appeared. But for Xian Yuan-che, it was all a matter of a punch. In less than 5 minutes, Xian Yuan-che's layer came to the 30th layer. And outside, there were already quite a few Star Lord Scions who had already failed and retreated. Although the realm of the opponents was based on the realm of the trespasser. But after they met 2 opponents of the same realm, they basically lost. 30th level, 5 rank 9 martial gods. This time, 5 9th level martial gods. Xian Yuan-che executed the wind and thunder fist technique to send these 5 9th level martial gods flying. 31st level, opponent, Starry Sky level 1. End of chapter. Chapter 111, 35 levels. Searching the galaxy again. And by the time Xian Yuan-che arrived at the 31st floor, 99.9% of this batch of examiners had already been eliminated. There were only 20 people left who were still being assessed. And those 20 people besides Xian Yuan-che, the highest layer was only the 21st layer.
Outside. Who is this Huba? So fierce, all 31 layers? Those Star Lord Scions who had yet to participate pointed at the virtual screen in shock. How long has it been, and it's come to the 30th floor? Don't be so outrageous. Is this or is Tiger Bully a species with them? Inside the tower. Xian Yuan-che switched on his rush aura and kept dodging this avatar's attacks. He didn't turn on berserking. But even so, he was able to seize the opportunity to perform a set of wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a violent attack and taking his opponent away with a single punch. Ding! Use wind and thunder fist technique to trigger a 100-fold blast, increasing its power by 100 times. Ding! Use wind and thunder fist technique to trigger a 10-fold strike, increasing the power by 10 times. Ding! Use wind and thunder fist to trigger a 20-fold blast, increasing your power by 20 times. Ding! Use wind and thunder fist to trigger a 20-fold blast, increasing your power by 20 times.
The fact that damage could be bludgeoned was originally a very heaven-defying existence, so it made it very simple for him to fight across the ranks.
Outside.
While everyone was still shocked, Xian Yuanche's tier number changed once again.
32 layers now.
And inside the tower, Xian Yuanche once again took his opponent away with a hand of wind and thunder fist technique. His purpose for this examination was actually quite simple, just properly show his own strength.
33 levels up.
Tiger Ba's realm is at the 9th level of martial god, an opponent at the 33rd level is at least at the starry sky level, right?
Too fierce.
In the crowd's shocked gazes, Xian Yuanche's layer came to the 34th layer. And at this time, the first batch of people had all ended their examinations, and only Xian Yuanche was still climbing the tower. Even the examiner this time looked at Xian Yuanche's ranking and number of floors and felt incomparably shocked. 34 floors, the opponents were at least 2 starry sky level 1 avatars now. It was shocking enough to be able to take out a starry sky level 1 martial artist with just the realm of a level 9 martial god.
If one could take out 2, wouldn't that be a demon?
After only a minute, Xian Yuanche's tier went up another tier, arriving at the 35th tier. Watching Xian Yuanche's tier go up another tier, the examiner's eyes immediately widened.
2 starry sky level 1s had been taken out, this was too fierce.
He looked at Xian Yuanche's ranking again. Since it was only the first batch, the regional ranking was now temporarily number 1, but as it was estimated that there was no one who could surpass him in this region.
And the total ranking was at over 400th.
Xian Yuanche looked at the 3 avatars in front of him and asked towards the system in his mind.
Tuzi, what rank am I at right now? Ding.
The host is currently number 1 in this region, and is ranked 478 out of all Star Lord's children.
It's fine.
After hearing the ranking that the system said, Xian Yuanche secretly nodded his head.
Then he directly exited the examination.
The people in the outside world were relieved to see Xian Yuanche exit the examination.
Especially that examiner.
The 35th floor was already home to 3 starry sky level 1 avatars. If they were to be taken out by Tiger Bomb again, it would really be too terrifying. When Xian Yuanche returned to the center area, everyone put their eyes on him.
Is this Tiger Bully?
Too fierce, actually broke through to the 35th floor.
Alas, I'm only on the 13th floor, and I can't even beat an opponent of the same level.
The examiner also placed his gaze on Xian Yuanche. Unable to stop the appreciation in his eyes, he opened his mouth and praised Xian Yuanche. Not bad, not bad. If I knew about your performance, the Star Lord would definitely be very pleased. There were hundreds of people who had broken through to the 35th floor, but there were almost none who had defeated a starry sky level at the 9th level of martial god right across the realm.
Not to mention defeating 2 starry sky ranks. This potential was enough to rank at the top of the Star Lord's children. Soon, it was the turn of the second batch of Star Lord heirs to undergo the examination. And Xian Yuanche found a seat inside the tower and began to look at the rankings of the others. Soon, the second batch of examinations began, and within this batch Xian Yuanche saw the names of Tiger Spirit and Tiger June. He wanted to see how many floors the others could break through to. After watching for a few minutes, he felt a little bored. Staring at this ranking all the time and not being able to see the battle scenes inside the tower was really boring. He casually opened the system's teleportation function. At the same time, he opened his mouth in his mind and asked, "System, search the starfield." It was around 12 o'clock on the Earth side, as everyone had gone to bed. So being bored, he could only play with the system by himself. Ding. Searching in progress? After more than 10 seconds, a new galaxy appeared on the system panel. Immediately after that, the system's beep popped up. Ding. A new galaxy has been found, Survivor B Minor Galaxy. Galaxy name, Survivor B. Introduction: a star field inhabited by the pure-blooded human race. There are 1,000 planets and 100 stars within the galaxy. A galaxy of pure-blood human race? Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed through Xian Yuanche's eyes. The various things that happened before and after in the planet Aurora, and the current extreme Tai Luo star, caused him to think that there were no more independent galaxies for the pure-blood human race in the universe. He didn't expect that there actually were. However, thinking about it, the universe was vast and boundless. Even the Milky Way galaxy was like a speck of dust in the universe. Accurately speaking, not even dust. It wasn't surprising that there were still pure-blooded humans surviving within certain galaxies. Mark it for me. Xian Yuanche decided to mark this galaxy first, and then go take a look when he was free. Ding. Spent 50 points and have tagged survivor B minor galaxy. Continue searching.
Xian Yuanche continued to say in his mind.
He wanted to see just how many more pure-blooded human galaxies he could find. Ding. Search in progress?
A few seconds later, the system's beep came again.
Ding. Search successful, Kacharo Galaxy. Galaxy name, Cachalot Galaxy.
Introduction: a galaxy ruled by ferocious beasts. The galaxy has 2 billion planets and over 300 billion stars.
Hiss, so many planets.
Upon seeing the introduction of the Cachalot Galaxy, Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised.
The number of these stars and planets was enough to be comparable to the Milky Way galaxy. Mark it.
After saying that, Xian Yuanche continued his search. More than half an hour passed, and Xian Yuanche searched more than 300 galaxies.
Among them were those ruled by ferocious beasts, those ruled by half-orcs, and those ruled by humans.
It was only strange that among these 300 galaxies, the galaxies ruled by pure-blooded humans with the highest natural talent were actually the least.
There were only 30 or so galaxies.
And the ferocious beasts ruled the most, nearly 200.
Orcs followed, with around 100.
This really made Xian Yuanche somewhat strange. After marking a small portion of galaxies, Xian Yuanche closed the panel.
End of chapter. Chapter 112. First place in examination, reward.
The second batch of examinations also ended early. Xian Yuanche looked at the rankings.
The first place had only broken through to the 22nd floor.
If it went on like this, he himself would probably be the first place in this region. According to past cases, after the examination, the top 10 in each region would receive a reward. The rewards were different every time, it was just that he didn't know what rewards he would receive this time. And while Xian Yuanche was thinking, the third batch of examinations had also begun. Xian Yuanche looked at the rankings on the virtual screen and finally realized a problem. That was, the Star Lord's children who had come for the examination seemed to only have a maximum of a 9th level martial god, and there were no Starry Sky level ones. The Lord of the Extreme Tai Luo Star had lived for at least a few hundred years, and he wouldn't believe it if the heirs didn't have a Starry Sky rank. Then there was only one possibility, and that was, those Star Lord's heirs who had reached the Starry Sky rank had not come to participate in this examination.
It's still necessary to quickly break through to the Starry Sky rank. Xian Yuanche secretly said. Every year after the examination, the land of Star Cores would be opened, and those Star Lord heirs whose realms had reached the 9th level martial god would be able to go in and cultivate.
He was now waiting for the Star Core land to open up and then break through to the Starry Sky rank as soon as possible. Once again, he opened that mission released by the system to protect the Blue Star.
The mission reward was still 3 question marks.
Looking at these 3 question marks, Xian Yuanche also became more and more curious about this reward. The third batch of examinations quickly ended, and Xian Yuanche was still in first place.
At this moment, Tiger Ba's name was also known by the Star Lord's children in the entire region.
Many people were discussing Xian Yuanche's battle. A 9th level martial god, according to the rules, the opponents encountered at the 34th floor would have a realm of at least 2 Starry Sky levels, right? Tiger Ba entered the 35th floor. Doesn't that mean that he defeated those 2 Starry Sky level virtuals?
HSS.
It seems like that's the case. To be able to defeat 2 Starry Sky level 1s at the 9th level of martial god, the strength is too terrifying. Many people looked at Xian Yuanche, who was dazed, with shock in their eyes. The Xian Yuanche who was dazed in the eyes of others was actually looking at the merchandise in the system mall with boredom. The examiner who was in the air coughed after seeing all the people come out.
This examination is over. First place, Tiger Biao. Second place, Tiger Marker.
Third place. After reading out the top 10, the examiner paused.
The top 10 Star Lord's children, now follow me to the 1000th floor.
After saying that, he wrapped Xian Yuanche and the others in a wave of energy and brought them to disappear in place.
The first 1000th floor.
Xian Yuanche and the others appeared directly. He first surveyed the surroundings. The layout was simple, except for the virtual screen, which was still a virtual screen.
The examiner looked at the crowd and slowly spoke.
The reward for the top 10 is a rare star ranked martial skill of your choice.
The top 3 can additionally choose a rare star rank breathing technique on top of that.
Saying this, he looked at Xian Yuanche. And the reward for first place is a martial art of your choice and a breathing technique. Xian Yuanche wasn't stupid and immediately understood the difference. The rewards for the 2nd through 10th place all had the word star rank, while he did not. This meant that the martial skills he could learn would most likely come to the extreme rank above the star rank.
The others weren't stupid and immediately heard the difference within.
The eyes that looked at Xian Yuan-che had envy in them. You guys just go in front of the virtual screen yourselves and pick your martial arts and breathing techniques. The crowd nodded and casually found a virtual screen to start picking their rewards.
End of chapter. Chapter 113, Choosing Martial Skills Breathing Technique, Lian Zhaoyun Moon Split Shadow Moon, Dark Night Breathing Technique.
Xian Yuan-che also came to one of the virtual screens and started picking martial arts and breathing techniques. The martial arts and breathing techniques that could be picked here were nothing more than two ranks: the star rank and the extreme rank above the star rank. Since there were no restrictions, he directly opened the extreme rank and started picking. Although martial arts above the star rank martial god could use them, they could not utilize their full power. Only by reaching the star rank could the power of these martial skills be utilized to the extreme. There were quite a few extreme rank martial skills here, and Xian Yuan-che opened the introduction of each one and began to look at them.
Name: Star Destroying Halberd Technique. Grade: Extreme Grade.
Introduction: Concentrating star element, wielding a halberd, used by starry sky level martial artists, powerful enough to destroy a mega-sized planet after initiation. Each level of proficiency increases the power by 20%, 30%. Mastery: power increased to 120%. Mastery: power increased to 140%. Mastery: increase power to 160%. Perfection: power increased to 190%. After reading the introduction, Xian Yuan-che chose to skip it. This was because he couldn't use a battle halberd and wasn't used to using this thing. Although it was powerful enough, it was all for naught if it couldn't trigger a continuous blast.
Name: Yuan Lei Gun Technique. Grade: Extreme Grade.
Description: Gathering Star Yuan Martial Yuan. Each time you swing your lance to attack an enemy, it can cause 3 additional falling thunderbolts, with each thunderbolt powerful enough to overthrow a normal planet.
Each level of proficiency increases the number of falling thunderbolts by 1/3. Proficient can cause 4 lightning bolts. Mastery can cause 6 thunderbolts. Mastery can cause 8 lightning strikes. Perfection can cause 11 thunder drops. Perfection can cause 11 thunder drops. After reading the introduction of the Yuan Lei Gun technique, he also chose to skip it. Immediately afterward, he tapped on a sword technique. The name of this martial skill was a bit strange, making Xian Yuan-che a bit puzzled. Name: Continuous Cutting Moon Split Shadow Moon. Grade: Extreme Grade. Description: An extremely rare dual form martial skill.
Continuous chopping moon. In a very short period of time, it continuously chops out 30 chopping moon blade lights, each of which can obliterate a planet. After hitting the target, each blade light can be split into 2, and can continue to launch attacks towards the enemy. Each level of proficiency increases the number of slashes by 5. Mastery: 35 consecutive slashes. Mastery: 40 consecutive slashes. Mastery: 40 consecutive slashes. Mastery: 45 consecutive slashes. Perfection: 50 consecutive slashes. Perfection can produce 50 slashes in a row. Split Shadow Moon. The continuous chopping of the moon can be realized when it reaches perfection. Introduction: Use 60% of the star element to condense 3 moons. Each moon can be transformed into the caster with 20% of the caster's strength. Lasts for 10 seconds. Split Shadow Moon. The caster's strength is 20% of the caster's strength. Each level of proficiency increases the strength of the doppelganger by 10%, 20%. Proficiency: strength of the doppelganger is 20% of the caster. Mastery: 30% of the caster's strength. Mastery: 30% of the caster's strength. Mastery: 40% of the wielder's strength. Mastery: 50% of the caster's strength. Perfection: 70% of the caster's strength. You're it. After reading the introduction of this blade technique, Xian Yuan-che directly chose this martial skill. It was simply too suitable for himself. Just the continuous slashing moon alone could slash out 50 slashes after it was perfected. Moreover, after hitting the target, each moonlight could also be split into 2. It would add up to 150 attacks before and after. Even if you are unlucky, you can still trigger 21 damage blasts. There was also that Split Shadow Moon, a perfected manifestation of a doppelganger with 70% of the strength of the main body. Although it consumed more star element, he was a man with an aura of arrogance. There's no shortage of star yuan at all in the future, alright. After selecting the martial arts, he began to pick out the breathing techniques. After picking for a few minutes, he finally chose the Dark Night breathing technique. The characteristic was that cultivating in a black environment could increase the speed of cultivation to twice the original speed. Xian Yuanche said that this breathing method was also odd enough. After Xian Yuanche finished picking out the breathing technique, the others also happened to finish picking out the martial arts and breathing techniques they needed. At this time, the examiner who had been standing in place opened his mouth. "Let me see what martial arts and breathing techniques you guys have picked." With that, he looked at them one by one with his hands behind his back. Not bad, this blazing sun gun technique suits you well." He nodded his head after reading each one. Soon after, he came next to Xian Yuanche. Upon seeing the breathing technique Xian Yuanche chose, he also nodded his head. "Not bad, the Dark Night breathing method is considered a better breathing method." Then he looked at Xian Yuanche's martial arts. When he saw Xian Yuanche's chosen martial skill, he froze in place. "How did you choose this martial skill?" he asked with a somewhat puzzled frown. "What's the problem?" Xian Yuanche asked with feigned curiosity. "There is a problem, and it's a big one," the examiner replied with some gravity. After glancing at Xian Yuanche, he continued to speak. "You don't. This martial skill's power is okay, but there are two drawbacks. In fact, one is that it's extremely difficult to get started. The second drawback is, whether it's the Lian Zhaoyue or the Split Shadow Moon, it's extremely star element consuming. I advise you to change your martial arts cultivation." Xian Yuanche said in his heart after hearing this is not even a matter for him, right? With a bludgeon bonus and aura of arrogance, these two drawbacks were nothing. "I'd better choose this martial skill, rising to the challenge is my character." After seeing Xian Yuanche resolutely choosing this blade technique, the examiner no longer dissuaded him. The eyes that looked at Xian Yuanche also became more and more appreciative. He patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. "Since that's the case, then I'll go get the memory stone. While I'm there, you can still backtrack and change over a martial art again." After saying that, he disappeared in place. Xian Yuanche left the virtual screen and began to wander around the neighborhood. The memory stone mentioned by that examiner just now was actually similar to that special USB flash drive back in Blue Star. Only that the memory stone was disposable, and after channeling martial energy or astral energy into the memory stone would transmit the content into the brain. Then let the user slowly realize, the effect lasts for 1 year. After a year, if the user didn't succeed in comprehending, and wanted to continue comprehending, he or she would have to use the next memory stone again. After only 2.5 minutes had passed, that examiner returned once again. "Here are the memory stones." He distributed the memory stones to everyone. Xian Yuanche was the last one. When it came to Xian Yuanche, he once again asked towards Xian Yuanche. "How about it? Are you sure you want to choose the Lian Zhaoyue Split Shadow Moon? Now if you open your mouth and want to change your martial skill, I can give you more time to pick a new one." Xian Yuanche shook his head, "Just this one." After saying that, he accepted the 2 memory stones containing martial arts and breathing techniques. The examiner no longer said anything more when he saw this. The 200th to 500th floors are cultivation rooms and quiet rooms, go and sense. He patted Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche nodded and directly arrived at the 230th floor. The quiet room was a simulation room that was specially created for sensing martial arts and breathing techniques. Inside, martial artists could quiet their minds faster to perceive martial arts. Although it couldn't be twice as effective, it was still more or less effective. Chapter 114, Comprehending the Darkness Breathing Technique, Connecting Chopping Moon Splitting Shadow Moon. After choosing a quiet room with a number called 10011, he opened the door and directly entered. After taking out the memory stone for the breathing technique, he transferred martial energy into the memory stone. The moment it came into contact with the martial energy, the memory stone turned into a ray of light and directly entered Xian Yuanche's brow. At the same time, Xian Yuanche felt some additional memories in his mind. These were the mnemonics about the Dark Night breathing technique, and the way to pay attention to it. He sat down in the center of the quiet room and began to comprehend it. After seeing Xian Yuanche and the others all leave the first 1,000 floors, Examiner Hu Lin returned to the first floor. At this time, the first floor had long been empty, and the people who had finished the examination had also left the place. Tiger Lin sat in the center thinking about the matter concerning Xian Yuanche. He was thinking about how long it would take for Xian Yuanche to successfully cultivate that martial art. After thinking and estimating for a few minutes, he came up with an approximate time. That was, it would take at least half a year. After all, the previous martial artists that had cultivated this martial skill had basically spent this much time. On Xian Yuanche's side, he began to comprehend the Dark Night breathing technique over and over again based on the mantra.
After half an hour in comprehending it for the 7th time, the system's beep came. Ding!
Detected the host comprehending the Dark Night breathing technique. The Dark Night breathing technique is comprehended for 1/10,000th time, triggering a 100-fold blast, and 1/10,000th is raised to 100%. Breathing technique, Dark Night breathing technique extreme grade 1% 100%.
Ding!
Detected that the host is comprehending the Dark Night breathing technique. Dark Night breathing technique progress increases by 1/10,000th%, triggering a 100-fold blast, 1/10,000th% raised to 100th%.
Breathing technique, Dark Night breathing technique extreme rank 2% 100%. Ding!
Detected that the host is comprehending the Dark Night breathing technique. The progress of the Dark Night breathing technique increases by 1/10,000th%, triggering a 500-fold blast, and 1/10,000th% is raised to 0.05%. Breathing technique, Dark Night breathing technique extreme stage 7% 100%.
Ding! Trigger blitz. Breathing technique, Dark Night breathing technique extreme order 17% 100%. Ding! Trigger blitz. Breathing technique, Dark Night breathing technique extreme order 47% 100%. Breathing technique, Darkness breathing technique extreme order 66% 100%. Breathing technique, Darkness breathing technique extreme order 100% 100%. After spending most of the day, he finally fully comprehended the Dark Night breathing technique.
Meanwhile, the black dragon parasite that was practicing within the martial Yuan mysteries found a fast dark place to continue practicing.
Name, Xian Yuanche 4-clawed black dragon parasite body.
Martial element, 12,010,009 extreme martial god. Although he couldn't raise his realm to the starry sky level, he still chose to let the 4-clawed black dragon cultivate, and that parasitic body was idle anyway.
After closing the parasitic body panel, he took out the memory stone of Lian Jiayue split shadow moon.
Injecting martial energy to use it, he then began to comprehend it. Just by starting to comprehend, Xian Yuanche could feel that the difficulty of this martial skill was more than one level harder than the darkness breathing method. It was only after 2 hours that the system's bailout tone came.
Ding!
Detected that the host is comprehending the continuous cutting moon split shadow moon. Progress increased by 100,000th%, triggering a 10,000-fold blast, 100,000th% raised to 10%. Martial skill, extreme stage, Lian Jiayue fractal shadow moon 10% 100%. Time slowly passed, and Xian Yuanche was constantly comprehending this martial skill.
Ding! Trigger strike. Increased to 5%.
Martial skill, extreme stage, continuous cutting moon splitting shadow moon 15% 100%.
Ding! Trigger blitz.
Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon splitting shadow moon 35% 100%. Martial art, extreme grade, chopping moon splitting shadow moon 60% 100%. Martial art, extreme stage, chopping moon splitting shadow moon introductory. Even with the blast system, it took him about 2 days to fully comprehend this martial art.
Ugh!
Too slow. Xian Yuanche sighed somewhat helplessly. In the past, when he learned martial arts, he was basically able to learn it in a few hours, but he didn't expect that this time, it actually took him almost 2 days. Only after staying for another 4 or 5 days did he get up and leave the quiet room. With a flash of his body, he arrived at the first floor. The first floor. Tiger Forest, who was sitting in the center, looked towards Xian Yuanche with some confusion still in his eyes. It had only been about 7 days, how did he come out? In such a short period of time, not to mention learning the Lian Jiayue, I'm afraid that he shouldn't even have learned the darkness breathing method, right? Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked. It's only been 7 days since I went in, why did you come out? Xian Yuanche thought for a moment before he opened his mouth to explain. The Dark Night breathing technique has already been learned, and the Lian Jiayue split shadow moon is too difficult, so I plan to go back and slowly comprehend it again. So that's how it is. Tiger Forest nodded after hearing this, then waved his hand. Alright, go back and remember to comprehend it well too. Before he could finish, he was violently startled, then his eyes widened. What? You say that again? He suspected that he had just heard it wrong. What had learned the Dark Night breathing method? Xian Yuanche could only repeat what he had just said when he heard it. This time, Tiger Forest completely heard it. With wide eyes, he looked at Xian Yuanche incredulously.
You're not lying to me, are you? He asked with some suspicion on his face. After all, comprehending an extreme rank breathing technique in 7 days was something that no one in the entire Extreme Tai Luo Star could possibly be able to do. Looking at the foxiness on Hu Lin's face, Xian Yuan-che could only reply affirmatively once again. Elder, I really have comprehended the Dark Night breathing technique. You cast it and I'll take a look. Hu Lin was still a bit unconvinced. After saying that, he waved his hand and the surroundings immediately turned dark. He was turning off the nearby lights. Seeing this, Xian Yuan-che sat down on the ground and began to run the Dark Night breathing technique. The moment he started to run it, Hu Lin's hands started to shake, that was shaken by shock. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the person in front of him was running the Dark Night breathing method. When he thought that he had completely learned an extreme rank breathing technique in 7 days, he was unable to stop himself from sucking in cool air. This was truly a genius, no. It should be a demon. Battling beyond the ranks, coupled with such outrageous enlightenment, if a few more years passed, wouldn't it be possible to compete for the position of the future Star Son? Thinking of this, he hurriedly relighted the lights around him, and his face changed into a smile, with some coquetry vaguely visible. Good, good, good. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being the Star Lord's heir, he has the demeanor of the Star Lord back then. Now that Xian Yuan-che had shown a strong potential, but any normal person would choose to curry favor. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Xian Yuan-che got up and patted his butt. Alright, take care, take care. Hu Lin smiled and nodded. He decided that he would take some resources in a few days and go ahead and invest in this demon. After all, with this kind of natural talent, it was only a matter of time before he became the future Star Son. Xian Yuan-che looked at the smile hanging on Tiger Forest's face, and there was something odd in his heart. End of this chapter. Rest for 4 days, tomorrow 16th start normal update. Chapter 115 Preparing to enter the Star Core land. Why is this person's smile so fake? At this time, Tiger Forest seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to remind. Just now I received news that the Land of Star Cores opens half a month earlier. Remember to come. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for next year. Good, thank you senior for reminding me. After Xian Yuan-che said his thanks, he directly left the tower. After leaving, he didn't know what he should do for a moment. The realm was stuck at the 9th level martial god, and if he wanted to break through to the starry sky level he would need to enter the Star Core land. And now, even if the Land of Star Core opened early, he would have to wait for another half a month. After thinking about it, he decided to first go and learn about the Land of Star Cores and all the things about Star Cores before saying anything. After spending a second to return to his villa, he began to search for information about the Star Core land on the internet. Since the Land of Star Core wasn't a secret, information about this place could easily be found online. After looking at it for a while, he probably understood a little bit about it. Before talking about the Land of Star Cores, one would first need to understand the Star Cores. The star nuclei in a starry sky level martial artist's body were actually divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they were low level, intermediate level, and high level. The higher the level, the higher the upper limit of the realm in the future. The Star Core land, on the other hand, was open once a year and would only be open for a month at a time. The air inside contained a special kind of energy. Referred to as star power for short, it was a very high-level energy, even higher than the star energy contained within a starry sky-ranked martial artist. When a 9th-level martial god entered inside, he only needed to absorb the star power on the spot to slowly advance his martial yuan seed into a star core. However, this method was extremely time-consuming, basically taking a month. This led to a very embarrassing phenomenon. That is, the star cores that advanced into star cores this way were only low-grade, not even intermediate. If one wanted to make one star core reach intermediate level, or even high level, then one could only rely on one method. That was, to look for star beasts inside. A star beast TSK was a kind of living being that was condensed from the power of the stars. When a star beast died, it would drop a kind of crystal that contained star power. This kind of crystal not only contains a lot of star power, but also absorbs it quickly. Not only that, this crystal could also be taken out of the Star Core land to be absorbed again. That's why some of the powerful Star Lord's children would basically look for star beasts the first time they entered the Star Core land. Closing the bracelet, he leaned back on the sofa and began to rest his eyes, while most of his mind returned to the blue star. Anyway, this half a month of idleness, it would be better to properly accompany his own yin-yin. Blue star. Shangguan family. Xian Yuan-che went down to the first floor.
Shangguan Feng was looking at the newspaper and nodding from time to time, seemingly satisfied with the information on the newspaper. Xian Yuanche walked over and scanned it, realizing that there wasn't much worth noting. It was nothing more than the fact that the area of Huaxia had expanded once again. Other countries were starting to curry favor with Huaxia or something. After all the 8th rank beasts were wiped out, it was a foregone conclusion that Huaxia would be strong once again. After sweeping his spiritual sense and realizing that Mu Yanran was outside, he directly came outside. When Shangguan Feng put down the newspaper and just wanted to chat with Xian Yuanche for a while, he realized that Xian Yuanche had long since disappeared in the same place. He had no choice but to pick up the newspaper again and read it.
Jijoho, do you want to eat this?
At this moment, Mu Yanyan was holding a piece of ferocious beast meat and teasing the fire phoenix in front of her.
The fire phoenix looked at the ferocious beast meat in Mu Yanyan's hand and was somewhat unable to raise its interest.
Obviously, the level of this ferocious beast meat was too low. Xian Yuanche, who had come outside, swept a glance at the fire phoenix. He found that it was still at the 5th level. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, it had only been hatched for a few months, and it was very good to be able to reach the 5th rank.
Take this and feed it.
Looking at Mu Yanran, who continued to tease the fire phoenix, Xian Yuanche opened his mouth and said. Saying that, he took out the corpse of the Black Blood Dragon King from earlier from his system space. At that time, he was still thinking of keeping it for Mu Yanyan to grow her chi and blood. Only now with the resources purchased from the extreme Tai Luo star. Not to mention the dozen or so corpses of 8th ranked ferocious beasts lying within his system space. So in comparison, this corpse was of little use, and now it was just the right time to use it to feed the fire phoenix. Such a large ferocious beast corpse. Mu Yanyan looked at this Black Blood Dragon King's corpse and her small mouth slightly opened in surprise. When the fire phoenix saw this Black Blood Dragon King's corpse, it also lit up. Shen Yuanche made a stroke to the corpse's fingers, and several pieces of meat were cut out intact and floated in front of Mu Yanyan. Fire Phoenix's eyes just followed these few pieces of meat as they moved. When Mu Yanran saw this appearance of the Fire Phoenix, her heart was a little happy. Just now, she couldn't tease the Fire Phoenix with the meat of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, but now she finally could.
Spin around,
she ordered to the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix immediately spun in place upon hearing this. Xian Yuanche almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene.
What was the difference between this and teasing a dog?
After waiting for the Fire Phoenix to finish spinning, Xian Yuanche sent a piece of meat in front of the Fire Phoenix. Seeing this, Fire Phoenix immediately ate the meat directly in front of him. Half a month's time slowly passed. Xian Yuanche maneuvered the tiger bastard to come inside that tower once again. It was still the 1st floor, and it was still the tiger spirit. Only this time, there were 2 more people who looked like examiners. Xian Yuanche scanned their panels.
Name, Tiger Spirit.
Astral Yuan, 92111 100,000 Astral 9th level.
Name, Tiger Skin.
Star Yuan, 70,000 80,000 Starry Sky level 7.
Name, Tiger Chien.
Astral Yuan, 62,322 70,000 Starry Sky level 6. The realms were basically not low, and Tiger Lin's realm had even reached the Starry Sky level 9. Further up, it was the Star Lord rank. And as far as he knew, the star ranks, in total, had major grades. They were the Starry Sky rank, the Star Lord rank, and the Star Zun rank. Further up was the Legendary Domain rank. While Xian Yuanche was looking at Tiger Lin and the others, the 3 of them were also looking at him. Tiger Skin and Tiger Qian, on the other hand, had heard Tiger Lin talk about Xian Yuanche a few days ago. Both of them looked at Xian Yuanche with some curiosity. It looked plain and unimpressive, not like an existence that could compete for the position of Star Sun. But this was just a passing thought on their part. After all, people of their age knew the truth that one could not look like a person. Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze and began to look at the surrounding Star Lord's children.
There weren't many people who had come, only 20 to 30 now.
According to his guess, the number of Star Lord heirs that would enter the Star Core land in his region would not exceed 50 at most. There might be hundreds of rank 9 martial spirits in the entire region. However, there were fewer that had reached 10 million martial yuan at the same time. After waiting for another half an hour, Tiger Forest began to count the number of people. 51 people, everyone's here, now let's go pay our respects to the Star Lord. With that, he shot out a Star Yuan towards the center, and a bright light emitted from underneath everyone's feet, and immediately after, they all disappeared into thin air.
This chapter ends.
Chapter 116, that is, the next chapter was set by my hand to set the timer, set to 2 a.m. Everyone wake up tomorrow to read it.
Chapter 116 Entering the Land of Starcore.
In the blink of an eye, Xian Yuanche and the others found themselves within a huge square. There were also quite a few Star Lord scions of the same realm around as well. Spiritual sense roughly swept the area, and there were more than 3,000 people in total. At that moment, a middle-aged half-orc appeared in the sky.
There was also an iffy pressure emanating from his body. Through Tiger Ba's memories, Xian Yuanche knew who this person was.
The legendary lord of the extreme Tai Luo star.
He used the Eye of Scrying to scan his information. Name, Extreme Tai Luo Tiger. Astral Yuan, 5,000,000 6,000,000 star exalted level 5. Breathing technique, Star Mantle breathing technique U rank.
Martial technique, U rank, Pseudo Black Hole De Chang.
Boundary technique, Ultra Berserking.
Martial art, Ultra Maniacalization, Martial art, U rank, Pseudo Black Hole Grand Mastery. Introduction, increases all attributes by 100%, lasts for 15 minutes, and when it ends, it will fall into weakness for half an hour, weakness.
Weakness, all attributes decrease by 30%.
After reading the information, Xian Yuanche withdrew his gaze.
U rank, was the rank above the extreme rank. Star, Extreme, U, Zeus. These 4 grades were what he currently knew.
Whether there were any more above Zeus, he wasn't sure. Boundary arts, on the other hand, were upgraded versions of secret arts. After using 1 to 10 boundary art stones, one could upgrade one's secret art to a boundary art, increasing the effect drastically. Looking at the Extreme Tiger Dragon's Super Berserking, Xian Yuanche took another look at his own 6th Order Berserking.
Not to mention the half-hour duration.
Just that up to 250% increase in all attributes would be enough to kill Super Berserking explosively. Not to mention that there was that reduction in pain, and rebound of 50% of the damage one received. The biggest difference was still the fact that this berserking of his own could be upgraded at the back.
Greetings, Star Lord Father.
At the same time, noticing the extreme Taihu crowd, they all kneeled down on one knee and called out. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche also followed suit and knelt down on one knee.
Well, all get up. Extreme Taihu swept a glance at the crowd. A mighty force enveloped the crowd. Many people's breathing stuttered.
It was as if they were being stared at by some flooding beast. In 5 minutes, I will open the land of the Star Core, and those who have reached the 9th level martial god and have reached 10 million martial yuan will be able to enter the land of the Star Core.
Yes. The crowd replied.
While waiting, the bored Xian Yuanche once again scanned the others before using probing. After sweeping around, he finally came to a conclusion.
There wasn't a single one that could fight.
If he went in by himself, he would basically be crushed if he met them.
5 minutes passed in a flash.
A powerful aura erupted from the extreme Tai Tiger's body, the sky cracked open, and a black hole appeared above everyone's heads. The black hole gradually expanded until it stopped when its diameter reached 1,000 meters. Right at this moment, Xian Yuanche felt a suction force emanating from within the black hole, wanting to suck himself in.
The suction force was getting bigger and bigger.
Gradually, the 9th level martial gods in the square were all sucked up into the sky.
In less than a second, they were sucked inside the black hole.
The time to open it is only 1 month, don't waste any time.
Extreme Taihu reminded the crowd.
After saying that, he closed the black hole. In its place was a virtual screen. One could always keep an eye on the situation inside the Star Core land.
Land of the Star Core. Bang!
Xian Yuanche fell from the sky as the ground collapsed into a large pit. The first moment he entered this place, he felt that the air around him was different. It should be due to the Star Force. At the same time, he turned on berserking.
Name, Xian Yuanche Tiger Bastard Parasite.
Martial Yuan, 52,500,000 10 million 9th level martial god. The 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body had been cultivating within the martial yuan mysteries all this time, so the martial yuan in his body came to 15 million. After opening berserking, it came to a terrifying 50 million.
What a concept!
The martial yuan in his body alone was worth 5 other people's.
Changing into his rush aura, he didn't waste any time and immediately began to look for traces of star beasts.
System, how big is this Star Core land?
Xian Yuanche asked towards the system as he flew. Ding!
According to the detection, the diameter of the land of star cores is 10 trillion kilometers, which is 710,000 times the diameter of the Sun and 78.3 million times the diameter of the blue star.
Hiss. So big.
Xian Yuan-che sucked in a breath of cool air.
Looks like it's going to take a while to find it.
In another part of the land of star cores, Tiger June excitedly turned on the bracelet on his hand. This bracelet of his was labeled with which place had a high probability of star beasts appearing. With this, not to mention anything else, the high-level star core was definitely secure. Time slowly passed, half an hour passed and Xian Yuan-che was still searching aimlessly. In this half an hour, not to mention the star beasts, he hadn't even seen a single hair of a star beast. System, help me find the location of the star beast.
Ding.
In order for the host to have a better experience, so this system will not provide the location of the star beast for the time being.
What? Say that again? Not providing.
Before he could finish, Xian Yuan-che directly pulled the Blitz system into the small darkroom and released the Super Softy Man system.
Ding. Super Soft Rice Man system at your service.
Host, great,
what is it that you are looking for me for?
Help me find the location of the star beast.
Good drop.
I'm looking for the location of the star beasts for the host.
Ding. Looking for it. After a while, a ding sounded. Ding.
The location of the nearest star beast has been locked. The system panel immediately changed to a map.
There was a blue dot on it, and a small red dot. The blue one represented Xian Yuan-che, while the red dot represented the star beast.
Xian Yuan-che looked at it and realized that the red dot wasn't far away from him, only separated by less than 30 Earths. He closed the panel and immediately flew in the direction of the red dot.
End of chapter. Chapter 117, Finding the Star Beast.
Xian Yuan-che quickly arrived at the red dot. The next step was to look for star beasts within this range. His spiritual sense continued to spread out, constantly scanning the tens of thousands of kilometers in a radius. Even the underground, he didn't spare it.
Ding. Host, that star beast is starting to move.
The Soft Food Man system opened its mouth and said.
Xian Yuan-che opened the map again after hearing this. It was discovered that the red dot was moving to the north.
It was fine if this star beast wasn't moving, but if it was moving, then it was much easier to find.
He also flew towards the north.
A few seconds later, Xian Yuan-che saw a purple monkey that was only a few meters tall with a translucent body.
Ding.
Host, this is the star beast. The excited voice of the Soft Food Man system rang out. Xian Yuan-che immediately used the eye of inquiry to check up on the information of this star beast.
Race, Star Beast. Grade, Martial God.
Introduction, condensed from the power of the stars, it can change any form and will drop crystals containing star power upon death. Seemingly sensing Xian Yuan-che's presence, that monkey turned around to look at Xian Yuan-che. The moment it saw Xian Yuan-che, it was immediately startled and hastily began to turn transparent. Xian Yuan-che was quick, and directly took out the Hujin blade and swung out several sword lights. The blade light hit the star beast, and the star beast's original gradually transparent body turned back to purple. Then it gradually shrunk, and soon turned into a purple, half-fist-sized crystal. Xian Yuan-che, who was in the sky, directly sucked it into his hands.
Item name, Starstone. Grade, 10th order.
Description, containing a huge amount of star power, it can be absorbed by holding it in your hand. Xian Yuan-che put away the starstone into the system space. Then he continued to ask towards the Soft Food Man system.
Help me find the approximate location of the next star beast. Ding. Okay, searching. After a few seconds, a ding came. Ding.
The location of the next star beast has been found. The system map was once again revealed.
Xian Yuan-che looked at the system map and immediately flew towards the east.
The location of this star beast wasn't too far to the east. It was only 100 Earths away from himself. When Xian Yuan-che spent nearly 10 seconds to arrive at the red point labeled by the system, he stopped. This was because a battle was taking place in the distance. An orc wearing battle armor and holding a star rank alloy blade was fighting a star beast. With the star rank alloy blade, the star beast that was only at the martial god realm was quickly killed by it. Seeing that the time had come, Xian Yuan-che directly slapped a palm towards that orc. Tiger 1, who was just about to pick up the starstone, was instantly alarmed and hastily dodged several times to avoid the palm.
Boom!
Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Xian Yuanche sucked that starstone over. Tiger One looked at Xian Yuanche, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to snatch his trophy, and immediately became furious.
Put it down,
he said angrily as he pointed at Xian Yuanche with his ally knife in hand.
Outside.
Extreme Taihu and the others were watching the situation within the Starcore land. This virtual scenery would always detect the situation within the Starcore land. As soon as it detected two Star Lord Scions meeting, the screen would immediately shift to that location. And now, as soon as Xian Yuanche and Tiger met, the screen directly shifted to the two. The Extreme Tiger and the crowd all looked towards the two within the screen. This was the first conflict that had occurred so far. As for the rest of the Star Lord's children, some of them had already started cultivating, while others were still searching for star beasts. Within the land of Star Cores, Xian Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger One, his advanced battle armor covering his entire body. He didn't have time to blah 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 with this person, he directly flashed in front of him and blasted out a fist.
Bang! Tiger One directly disappeared in place.
It wasn't that he dodged, but he didn't know where he was sent flying by Xian Yuanche. 20,000 kilometers away, Tiger One continuously crashed through thousands of large mountains before stopping. The people in the outside world were shocked by the strength Xian Yuanche displayed.
The same rank 9 martial god, and the difference was actually so great? What's his name? The Extreme Tiger asked towards Tiger Forest on the ground.
He had more than 10 million offspring, and it was simply impossible to memorize each and every one of them. All that could be remembered was that it was brought by Tiger Forest. Tiger Lin replied respectfully, Lord Star Lord, his name is Tiger Ba, and he is the first place winner of our region's examination.
The Extreme Tiger nodded, sort of remembering the name. Taking advantage of the fact that Period hadn't reacted yet, Xian Yuanche arrived in front of Tiger One and lifted him up with one hand. Open your space ring. He opened his mouth and ordered. Don't even think about it. Tiger One defied.
Although Tiger One's face was covered by battle armor, Xian Yuanche knew just by listening to that tone of voice what the expression of Tiger One under the battle armor was right now.
He didn't continue with the nonsense and directly took out his ally knife and placed it on Tiger One's neck.
My hands have been shaking a bit lately, so maybe if I'm not careful, your neck won't be safe. Tiger One smiled disdainfully at his words.
This is an intermediate level battle armor of mine, if you want to injure me, unless your sword is a star rank advanced one.
Seeing Tiger One in this state, Xian Yuanche took his ally knife and stabbed it in the abdomen.
Tiger One's entire body was directly stabbed through. Hiss. Stop. Stop. Have a word.
Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Tiger One hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. He didn't expect that the alloy blade in Xian Yuanche's hand was really a star rank advanced one. If he had known this, he would have been more sensible. He opened the access to his spatial ring and directly handed it to Xian Yuanche.
And the battle armor on you.
Xian Yuanche drew out his ally knife and touched the intermediate level battle armor on Tiger One with the tip of the knife. Although it was intermediate, it could also fuse with this one on his body, and although it couldn't be advanced to extreme rank, it was better than nothing.
Okay.
Tiger One hastily nodded his head and with a thought, the battle armor turned into a card and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took the card and by the way, Tiger One's alloy blade was also collected into the system space. After doing all this, he left the place. Until Xian Yuanche left, Tiger One's eyes gradually turned red. That's right, he cried. A rank 9 martial god was crying like this. If Xian Yuanche saw this, he would probably be overwhelmed by this scene. When the Extreme Taihu in the outside world saw this scene, his brows furrowed. He didn't expect that there was actually this kind of trash among his sons. To actually cry when something was robbed, in the future when a fight occurred, if an arm or leg was broken, what would happen? Which region is this? He looked towards the crowd on the ground. A younger-looking orc looked a little shivering and raised his head.
It is
from the subordinate region. Just now when he saw Tiger One in this appearance, his heart was already half cold. As the head of a region, he also shouldered part of the responsibility of teaching the Star Lord's children. Tiger One's appearance was basically not off the hook with him.
I don't wish to see a second one appear in your region.
Saying that, the Extreme Tiger reached out towards the virtual scenery and sucked. A black hole appeared behind Tiger One in the land of Star Cores, directly sucking him in. Tiger 1, who was crying, suddenly realized that he had returned to the outside world and was still a bit confused in his mind. He looked at the majestic face of the extreme Thai tiger, and just as he was about to open his mouth to call his father, his eyes went black. Bang! Tiger 1's head directly exploded. Extreme Taihu casually threw the body away as if it was trash. It was useless to keep such a wasteful scion. The hearts of the crowd below were shocked when they saw this. Only a few senior orcs didn't have much of a reaction. This scene, they had already seen it before. The extreme Taihu redirected his gaze within the virtual scenery. To be precise, it was looking at Xian Yuan Che. Within the land of star cores. Ding! Host, there's an old deng who's looking at you from the outside world, so pay attention. The super softy-man system reminded. Xian Yuan Che stopped at the words. Someone was looking at himself? Was it Extreme Taihu or who? Who is looking at me? Ding! It's Extreme Taihu. After hearing that it was the Extreme Thai tiger, Xian Yuanche realized that it was time to tighten up a bit. It wasn't a convergence in other areas, but it was time to converge when looking for star beasts. Otherwise, if the Extreme Taihu saw that he was looking for star beasts at the drop of a hat, anyone could see that there was a problem. When he doesn't look at me, talk to me. Ding! Good drop. Super Softy Man replied. This chapter is finished. I'm coding chapter 118 right now, to be posted by 2 a.m. Chapter 118 The Unlucky Tiger King. Ding. Good. Continue searching for the star beast's location. Ding. Search in progress? Being watched by the extreme Taihu, he wouldn't be able to go directly towards the star beast's location. Either he would wait for the extreme Taihu to go and watch someone else, or he would just pretend for a bit, flying east and south before flying towards the location of the star beast and pretending to encounter the star beast. Ding! The star beast's location has been searched for. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at the map. It was to the north of himself. The distance was roughly 500 Earths away. But he didn't go directly there. Instead, he directly found a place and started absorbing the star power in the air. After the extreme Thai tiger in the outside world saw Xian Yuanche start cultivating, he lost interest and directly switched places. This time, there were still quite a few scions that entered the land of star cores that were worth paying attention to. Ding! Extreme Taihu has already gone to see others. The soft food man system reminded. Shen Yuanche sniffed and got up and patted his butt, directly rushing towards the star beast's location. A minute later, a blade light killed a 3-meter-tall black bear. A fist-sized starstone fell to the ground. Xian Yuanche picked up this piece of starstone and sized it up. It was a bit bigger than the first 2 pieces. Now that he had 3 pieces of the starstone in his hand, it was time to absorb it. In case he stormed, he would probably go straight to the starry sky level. After sitting on the ground, he began to mobilize his martial energy to touch the starstone in his hand and began to absorb it. While preparing to absorb it, he suddenly thought of something and pulled the blitz system out of the small dark room. Ding! 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 As soon as the bludgeon system came out, it kept making loud noises, indicating that it was angry. Shen Yuanche ignored him and instead began to absorb the starstone in his hand. The star power within the starstone slowly entered his body. After only half an hour had passed, he had finished absorbing the starstone in his hand. It didn't trigger a blast. However, he estimated that just the piece of starstone just now had caused the martial elemental seed to undergo a slight change. Visually, if he had a few dozen more pieces, he estimated that he would be able to reach the starry sky level. He took out the second and third pieces. 1 piece of starstone for each hand, this way it was absorbed faster. Most of the half hour passed, the 2 starstones turned into powder, and the system's beeps didn't even come. Obviously, 3 starstones were not enough to trigger a blast. The starstones were gone, so he could only look for them again now. Bang! Shen Yuanche slapped the star beast on the ground with a palm. Sucking the star stone into his hand, he put it into the system space. Now that he was in the blast system version 3.0, he only needed 7 times to trigger a blast, and killing 3 more star beasts would probably be about right. Somewhere in the star core land, Tiger June was holding a map and constantly searching for something within a canyon. Every now and then, he even looked at the structure within the canyon, searching for something. A few minutes later, when he saw a triangular-shaped rock, his face lit up with joy. This is it. Advanced Star Core, I'm here. Ha ha ha. He hurriedly crossed over the triangular stone and headed inside. His mother had gotten a tidbit of information while blowing her pillow. Inside a canyon in the southeastern part of the land of star cores, there were quite a few ferocious beasts coiled up. When he killed all the ferocious beasts inside and was one step ahead of the others, becoming the first to break through to the starry sky level, he would be able to form a descending blow to the others, and the high-level star cores would be within his reach. Half a minute later, Tiger June flew out of the canyon with a face full of terror. His body was in a sorry state. The battle armor on his body was mostly broken. Roar! A furious roar came out from within the canyon, directly vibrating Tiger Kuan tens of thousands of meters. Seeing this, Tiger Monarch scattered his legs and ran away. There was still fear on his face as he fled. Too terrifying, why didn't you tell me that the star beasts here are so strong? There were indeed quite a few star beasts in there, but after he went in, he realized that there wasn't a single star beast there that he could fight. It was truly terrifying. He swore that he would never enter that canyon again. Chapter 119 Starry Sky Level 1. Luckily, he knew a few other places where there was a high probability of star beasts appearing. After opening the map on his smart bracelet, he immediately rushed towards the markings on the map. And on Xian Yuanche's side, he found the next star beast. Bang! After slapping it to death with a palm, he put the star stone into the system space. It hadn't even been 2 hours since he came in, and he had obtained 4 star stones before and after. And there was more than an hour in between that was spent absorbing the starstone. In other words, it only took him 10 or 20 minutes to find 4 starstones. At this rate of progress, in a month's time, it was estimated that he would be able to pocket all the starstones in the entire Starcore land. Ding! Host, within the land of Starcores, if 2 Star Lord Scions meet, the extreme Taihu will notice. So if you don't want to be observed by it, you can try to avoid meeting the other Star Lord's children. The voice of the super soft boy system came. Okay, I know. Xian Yuanche nodded back. He wouldn't take the initiative to look for other Star Lord heirs, but if he happened to meet them, don't blame him for being inappropriate. Soon, half an hour passed like this. Xian Yuanche looked at the 8 starstones in the system space, took 2 out, and started absorbing them 1 in each hand. After half an hour passed, the 2 pieces of starstone in his hand once again turned into powder. Now there were still 2 pieces of starstone missing to trigger the guaranteed blast. Another 2 pieces of starstone were taken out from the system space and absorbed. After absorbing these 2 pieces, the system's blitz tone came as expected. Ding! Detected the host absorbing a piece of starstone, star core progress increased by 1.7%, triggering a 100-fold blitz, 1.7% increased to 170%. Star core progress, 180.3%, 100%. As soon as the words fell, countless amounts of star power surged into Xian Yuanche's body like a tidal wave. The martial elemental seed underwent a huge change when it came into contact with that star power. It crazily absorbed the star power and martial energy in his body. A few hours passed, and the martial yuan seed in his body successfully metamorphosed into a star core. Star core level, 80.3%, 500% elementary. It actually takes this much to raise to intermediate level? Looking at this panel of star core levels, Xian Yuanche frowned. However, he quickly stretched it out. He had the blast system himself, so it wasn't much of a problem. The next step was to save up the starstones and just absorb them when he got out of the star core land. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuanche Tiger Bastard Parasite. Astral Yuan, 15,000 20,000 Starry Sky Level 1. Remaining lifespan, 10,000 years. Breathing technique, Dark Night Breathing Technique Extreme Rank. Martial skill, Extreme Grade, Lian Jiayue Divided Shadow Moon, Beginner, 10,000. Secret technique, Berserking 6th Order, Nirvana 6th Order. System space, Star Rank Advanced Battle Armor, Star Rank Advanced Alloy Blade, Realm Helicopter Card X5. Evaluation, no evaluation given. After seeing his panel, Xian Yuanche realized that this time, the panel seemed to have one more thing than last time. That was lifespan. The lifespan of a star class could be as high as 10,000 years, which was a bit surprising to him. What kind of concept was this? This year's blue star was 2097, and the Qin dynasty would only be 2,000 years old by 2097. With 10,000 years, one could live for several rounds. And he also had nirvana, being able to constantly resurrect. Theoretically speaking, the number of times stored if he didn't run out, he was in eternal existence. It's as if he accidentally lived forever.
Xian Yuan Che muttered. Ding!
Host greatly, I've discovered something that's out of place. The voice of the Super Softyman system interrupted Xian Yuan Che's thoughts.
You say.
I just observed and found that throughout the Starcore land, a portion of the people seem to have maps that hold the locations of some of the star beasts in the Starcore land.
End of chapter.
Recently stay up late more, the body seems to have some problems. Recently will not stay up late to make up, daytime to make up again.
Good night, good night. Chapter 120 Robbery version 2.0.
I just observed and realized that in the entire Starcore land, a part of the people seem to have maps that hold the locations of some of the star beasts in the Starcore land.
There's still this?
Xian Yuan Che frowned after hearing this.
Other people have maps, why don't they have them? Is it just because they have two systems? It wasn't fair. Help me locate one of them, I'm going to get the map.
Xian Yuan Che spoke in his mind. What others had, he had to have as well.
Ding! Good drop.
The map of the Starcore land appeared in front of his eyes once again, with dozens of additional red dots on it. Host greatly, the red dots are the people who own the map. Xian Yuan Che looked at the red dot closest to him, roughly 100 Earth diameters away. After reaching the starry sky level, his speed had gotten a lot faster again. In just less than a second, he arrived near that red dot. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found a person who was looking at the smart bracelet. Xian Yuan Che directly raised his head and slapped it to the ground, coming in front of that person and directly taking down his smart bracelet. The mugged Tiger Ching didn't resist the entire time. Because after being slapped by Xian Yuan Che, he had become half dead. The bones of his body were shattered, and if it wasn't for his higher realm, he would probably have gone to see the King of Hell. After getting his hands on the smart bracelet, spatial ring, and battle armor, Xian Yuan Che didn't even look at them and directly left the place. A minute later, he stopped and looked at the smart bracelet in his hand. After tinkering with it for a bit, he smoothly opened the map, which was labeled with a dozen or so locations where star beasts were prone to appear. But it was only a rough range, and it was far from the Super Soft Boy system. After casually putting this thing on his hand, he took out his spatial ring.
System, can you open this thing?
He asked in his mind towards the Blitz system. Whether or not to spend 50 points to open the space ring.
Yes.
Xian Yuan Che nodded in his mind.
In the process of opening. In less than a second, the spatial ring was opened.
Xian Yuan Che looked inside and realized that there was a surprise. There were actually 2 starstones inside. This was a bargain for him. Generally speaking, it was only right to absorb the first one that the starstone got before reaching the starry sky realm. There were 2 very simple reasons. One was that it could easily be snatched away by others. The second was that whoever came to the starry sky level first in the land of Starcore would have the vast majority of the advantage. Speed strength would all increase drastically, and finding star beasts would naturally be much faster. Xian Yuan Che put all these things away in the system space.
Give me the location of those people at all times. Good drop.
He was going to continue to look for those who had maps based on the positioning of the Super Softyman system.
Outside.
When Jitai Tiger turned the screen to Tiger Ching, he was still in a coma. Looking at the injuries on Tiger Ching's body, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cool air.
This was too miserable. Extreme Taihu frowned and didn't say anything more, but sucked the person out. Bring the person down to heal his injuries.
Yes. An orc below flew up and brought Tiger Ching down to heal his wounds. The Extreme Tai Tiger once again placed his gaze on the virtual scenery. He would like to know just what kind of air could be that powerful to beat Tiger Ching to such an extent. And at this time, Xian Yuan Che had already found the second person who had the map. He was knocked out with a slap, and his space ring, battle armor, and smart bracelet were all snatched away. When he found the third person to rob, he found that it was still a familiar person.
Chapter 121 Goodbye Tiger Kuan. Canyon. Updates will resume again on January 23rd.
Tiger Jun looked at Xian Yuan Che, who had suddenly appeared, with a confused expression. After sensing the aura emanating from Xian Yuan Che's body, he was jolted. This was the aura of the starry sky level. In other words, the person in front of him had already broken through to the starry sky level. As soon as he thought of this, he was a bit puzzled. How long had he been in here before he broke through to the starry sky level?
It wasn't that outrageous to start a monster, was it?
Xian Yuan Che looked at Tiger Jun, whose expression was constantly changing, and without any nonsense, he directly prepared to make a move to rob him. Seemingly sensing that Xian Yuanche was going to hit himself, Tiger Jun hurriedly opened his mouth.
Brother! This is the starstone that little brother just got by fluke and was just about to take it to you.
Saying that, he nimbly opened his spatial ring authority and threw it to Xian Yuanche. Watching Tiger Jun's actions, Xian Yuanche was somewhat surprised. This was quite sensible.
He swept a glance into the spatial ring.
There were 2 starstones inside, not too much and not too little. Tiger Monarch, 2 starstones, seems a bit insufficient. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Kuan's battle armor.
I understand.
Tiger Monarch thought that he had given fewer starstones and quickly opened his mouth to stabilize Xian Yuanche.
Big brother, I really don't have any more starstones on me, though.
I know a place that has quite a few star beasts, I can take you there.
Xian
Yuanche raised an eyebrow at his words, he didn't expect that there would actually be an unexpected gain.
Lead the way. Tiger Monarch let out a long breath and hurriedly nodded his head. Fine.
He hurriedly flew into the sky and headed in the direction of the canyon. That's right, the place where he said there were many star beasts was that canyon. Not long after, Tiger Jun stopped.
Big brother, there are a lot of star beasts in that canyon ahead.
It's just that little brother can't fight them, you just happen to have broken through to the starry sky level, so you shouldn't have a problem dealing with the star beasts inside.
Tiger Jun told all about the situation inside.
He didn't have the intention of trying to trap Xian Yuanche. After all, his mother had often told him not to mess with people who were stronger than him and whose natural talent was still higher than his own. Xian Yuanche clasped his hands to his chest and swept a glance at the distant canyon with his spiritual sense. It was only strange that when the spiritual sense was about to enter the canyon, it was blocked by a wave of energy.
He could only withdraw his spiritual sense and look at Tiger Jun.
There should be a Star Beast division map in your smart bracelet as well, right?
Yes, there is.
Tiger Jun thought that Xian Yuanche wanted his map and hurriedly removed his smart bracelet and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took it and glanced at it, realizing that the distribution of the star beasts on this smart bracelet was again a little different. It seemed that the distribution of star beasts marked in the maps that everyone possessed was different.
Who gave you this?
He put the smart bracelet away in his spatial ring and asked towards Tiger Kuan.
My mother gave it to me, it was yesterday when she went to ask father for it.
Xian Yuanche nodded, sort of understanding the cause and effect. If his guess was right, the others' maps were all asked for by their respective mothers from Extreme Taihu.
Lead the way.
Xian Yuanche lifted Tiger Jun towards the canyon as he flew towards it.
Don't.
Big brother, the canyon is just ahead, why don't you go by yourself? When Tiger Jun saw Xian Yuanche trying to pull him into the canyon with him, he immediately pissed himself in fear.
After all, he had only escaped from here not long ago.
Xian Yuanche gave Tiger Jun a look, and Tiger Jun immediately shut his mouth. Actually, I'm a person with a very good heart, Big brother asked me to lead the way, so I'll lead the way. Xian Yuanche put him down and gave him a look. At the same time, he asked his 2 systems in his mind, do they know the situation inside the canyon? January 23rd and then resume updating, near the new year a little busy, understand, kneeling thanks. Chapter 122 A stone containing star power.
Ding, discovered Star Valley.
The Blitz system was the first to give a response.
Name, Star Valley.
Introduction, one of the places where star beasts reside. Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow after seeing the introduction. If there were enough star beasts in there, it was probably possible to break through the star cores to advanced in one fell swoop. Tiger Jun, who was in front of Xian Yuanche, slowly approached towards the canyon, and from time to time, he even looked back at Xian Yuanche. There was still fear in his eyes. Just now, he had seen the strength of those star beasts inside the canyon. With just one slap, even the high-level battle armor on his body had been dry shattered. Now that the battle armor hadn't fully recovered, if he went in again, he probably wouldn't have any bones left. Looking at Tiger Jun's wimpy appearance, Xian Yuanche took out his alloy knife and flicked it. Walk faster, or else. Seeing the knife in Xian Yuanche's hand, Tiger Jun immediately increased his speed and came directly to the edge of the canyon. He could still tell the difference between dying later and dying earlier. The 2 of them flew directly to the bottom of the canyon. This canyon could no longer be called a canyon. Because it was really too deep. It wasn't hundreds, or thousands, or tens of thousands of meters deep. Instead, it reached over 100,000 meters deep. After arriving at the bottom, Tiger June pointed at a hole in the distance that was a few hundred meters high and 100 meters wide and opened his mouth. That's where that hole is, the star beasts are all inside.
Xian Yuanche gave a look, signaling him to continue leading the way.
Tiger June looked at this dark cave entrance and was somewhat abashed in his heart. Here, spiritual sense was suppressed, and he was afraid that if he went in, he would be slapped out just like last time. However, thinking about Xian Yuanche's strength, he still walked in. It wasn't that Xian Yuanche's starry sky level strength could give him a sense of security, but he was afraid that Xian Yuanche would stab himself. And Xian Yuanche followed right behind Tiger June. It was fortunate that martial artists of their realm were able to see at night, or else they would really go blind if their spiritual sense was suppressed in here. As the two of them went deeper, the area inside the cave grew larger and larger. The height of the cave also changed from the original several hundred meters to several thousand meters. At this time, Xian Yuanche seemed to see something and stopped. This was because he realized that the stones around him were lavender in color, so faint that if he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. He hurriedly used the eye of scrying to take a look, and it didn't matter if he looked at it this time, but looking at it again really shocked him. In the eye of probing here, the introduction of these stones is truly heaven-defying.
Name: Unusual Stone.
Description: prolonged exposure to star power has changed its internal structure, containing a small amount of star power. He walked over to a stone, cut a small piece and took it into his hand, and began to absorb it in a distracted manner. Tiger June looked at Xian Yuanche, who was holding the stone in his hand and not moving at all, and similarly did not dare to move, fearing that if he moved that knife would fall onto his body. After a few minutes, the stone in Xian Yuanche's hand turned into powder. Feeling the extra bit of star power, he was a little excited in his heart. This was because the star power contained within that stone just now was not quite a lot. It was a full 5% of a normal star power stone. Don't look at just 5%, but the amount of these stones around him was quite a lot.
Combined with the Blitz system, isn't this invincible?
While Xian Yuanche was thinking, a roar came.
Roar! A dozens of meters tall wolf-type star beast appeared in the sight of the two.
There was also a faint pressure emanating from the star beast. Xian Yuanche hurriedly used his eye of scrying to scan the star beast's panel.
End of chapter.
Busy. Everyone understand, the 24th, which is today, may be slightly empty.
Chapter 123 Battle Star Beast. Tiger Koan, so the starry sky level 1 is so strong.
Race: Star Beast.
Realm: Starry Sky Level 3.
Introduction: condensed by huge star power, can change any form, and will drop crystals containing star power after death. After reading the level of this star beast, Xian Yuanche immediately turned on Berserk. Star power: 52,560,000 Starry Sky Level 5. After turning on Berserking, the 250% full attribute bonus directly brought his realm to Starry Sky Level 5. And when Tiger June, who was not far away, saw this star beast, his face immediately turned pale.
This star beast didn't need to be seen to know that it wasn't an ordinary Starry Sky Level A.
He glanced at Xian Yuanche, and despair immediately rose in his heart. Himself, a rank 9 martial god, plus a tiger ba who had just broken through to the Starry Sky rank, what were the two of them going to fight this star beast with?
I say. Why don't we slip away first?
Xian Yuanche ignored Tiger June, and with a thought, his battle armor covered his entire body, and he operated the star element in his body, and directly blasted out a punch towards the star beast.
Boom!
The tiger monarch who was not far away was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually dare to strike at this star beast. He was just about to take this opportunity to slip away when he saw a scene that shocked him. He only saw Xian Yuanche punch the star beast, and the star beast was directly sent flying by the punch, flying backwards back into the depths. Tiger Monarch was incomparably shocked as he watched the scene. He looked at Xian Yuanche and then at the depths of the cave. Although he couldn't tell the realm of the star beast just now, he was certain that the star beast just now was at least at the second or third level of the starry sky. A star beast of the second 3 levels was actually flying? Roar! Before Tiger Koan could recover from his shock, that star beast rushed out again. This time, it was followed by 2 other star beasts of about the same size. Needless to say, the realms of those 2 were definitely at the starry sky level as well. Xian Yuanche did not panic in the slightest when he saw this scene. Opening his eye of scrying, he scanned the information of the 2 newly arrived star beasts. Race: Star Beast. Realm: Starry Sky Level 3.
Introduction. Race, Star Beast. Realm, Starry Sky Level 2. Introduction.
Although there were now 2 Starry Sky Level 3 and 1 Starry Sky Level 2 Star Beasts, it was not a big problem for him. In just an instant, he arrived in front of the weakest Star Beast and directly executed the Wind and Thunder Fist technique. Although the Wind and Thunder Fist technique was only an S-ranked martial skill, in the hands of the Starry Sky Level 5 Xian Yuanche, its power was still not to be underestimated.
Not to mention the system-triggered damage blast. Ding!
Detected the host executing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blitz, increasing its power by 100-fold.
Ding!
Detected the host performing the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, triggering a 50-fold blast, increasing the power by 50 times.
Ding! Detected by. Ding! Detected.
That Star Beast was unlucky. Xian Yuanche actually triggered a 100-fold blast this time.
Boom!
The powerful might directly caused that Star Beast to instantly fly backwards, knocking it straight back into the depths. The aftermath even caused Tiger Jun, who was not far away, to take several steps backwards.
Based on this alone, the power of Xian Yuanche's punches just now was self-evident.
Tiger Jun, who was in the midst of shock, looked at Xian Yuanche and muttered a few times.
Starry Sky Level 1 turned out to be so strong.
He had thought that a Starry Sky Level 1 was at most a few dozen times stronger than a Level 9 martial god. Now, it seems that I'm afraid it's more than 100 times stronger.
Back to Xian Yuanche's side.
The 2 remaining Starry Sky Level 3 Star Beasts instantly became furious after watching their companions being sent flying. They flashed to either side of Xian Yuanche and slapped their claws at him. Although these 2 Star Beasts were fast, however, Xian Yuanche was even faster. The moment they slapped out, Xian Yuanche had already retreated to Tiger Jun's side.
Bang! Bang!
The claws slapped the ground, and the ground instantly cracked. It was also thanks to the fact that the environment inside the cave was affected by a large amount of star power, and it was a lot harder.
Otherwise, the entire cave would have to collapse.
Xian Yuanche took the alloy blade back out of the system space. He hadn't used it since he learned the Lian Xiaoyue.
And this had led to Lian Xiaoyue's proficiency remaining at the introductory level. Just in time, there was an opportunity now.
As an extreme stage martial skill, even at the introductory level, Lian Xiaoyue could still reach 30 slashes per second. After hitting the target, it could be split into 2, becoming 60 slashes. A total of 90 channels before and after, it could trigger at least 12 blasts.
Chapter 124 Slaying Star Beasts, Tiger King's Change. Updates resumed on February 1st.
Looking at the 2 Star Beasts that were eyeing the tiger, Xian Yuanche revolved his star element and directly swung out 30 slashes. Whoosh! 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 Not far away, when the tiger monarch saw Xian Yuanche striking again, he immediately held his breath and tightly stared at those dozens of blade lights. And at this time, Xian Yuanche's mind was already constantly ringing with the system's beeps.
Ding!
Detected the host using the continuous slash moon, triggering a 30 times blitz, increasing the power by 30 times. Ding detected the host using Lian Xiaoyue, triggering a 10-fold blitz, increasing the power by 10 times.
Ding! Ding! The speed and power of the blade light that had been increased by the storm attack instantly skyrocketed. Each Star Beast was fortunate enough to receive a share of 15 blade lights. The blade lights hit. Roar! Roar! But that wasn't all. Each blade light after a hit split into 2, directly turning from 30 to 60. The system's beep once again sounded in Xian Yuanche's mind. Ding! Triggered blast. Power increased. Ding! 60 slashes hit the Star Beasts respectively.
The 2 Star Beasts wailed and then fell to the ground.
They then transformed into 2 half-human head-sized starstones.
Watching Xian Yuanche kill the 2 Star Beasts so easily, Tiger Jun was frozen in place. He looked at Xian Yuanche and then at the 2 star stones on the ground. That punch just now he thought was its true strength.
He didn't expect there to be an even fiercer one.
Wait! His mind suddenly spun and he thought of something. Just now, after those 30 slashes hit the Star Beast, it was actually able to split in 2. This reminded him of a martial art that his mother had mentioned earlier.
Lian Xiaoyue.
He was certain that what Tiger Bomb had just unleashed was this martial skill. Lian Xiaoyue was an extreme rank martial skill, and it was impossible for Tiger Ba, a Star Lord's heir without a mother, to obtain it. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Tiger Boz had chosen this martial skill after the last examination.
and that had only happened half a month ago. In other words, Tiger Ba had already learned this martial skill after only half a month. When he thought about it, he didn't even dare to imagine just how heaven-defying this person's talent was. This was because the difficulty of cultivating the Lian Xiaoyue was very much at the front of the pack of extreme rank martial arts. Gradually, the eyes of Tiger Jun as he looked at Xian Yuanche changed greatly. From the initial fear, to shock, and finally changed to admiration. He remembered what his mother had said. If he met someone whose natural talent was stronger than his own, he must do everything in his power to befriend them. Especially those who didn't mean any harm to them, one must stalk them to make a good relationship. As soon as he thought of this, he directly flashed in front of Xian Yuanche and hugged his thighs. Brother! Kissing brother! He looked at Xian Yuanche with tears in his eyes. Take me as your little brother. Xian Yuanche, who had just put the alloy blade back into the system space, was dumbfounded. Which string was wrong in this Tiger Jun's brain? He used his hand to peel Tiger Jun's arm away. After Tiger Jun was peeled away, he once again hugged Xian Yuanche's thigh once again. Brother! You take me in as your little brother. Xian Yuanche sighed and silently took the alloy blade out from the system space once again. Put it down or not? Tiger Jun immediately spread his hands when he saw this. Then he remembered his mother's words again. You can't just rely on your mouth to please those with high natural talent, you have to act. He hurriedly removed a necklace from his chest and took out his treasured spatial ring. Brother, this is my treasured resources, take it all, I hope you accept me as your junior brother. He presented the spatial ring in front of Xian Yuanche like he was offering a treasure. Xian Yuanche was a little surprised at the sight. He didn't expect Tiger Jun to actually hide a spatial ring. He swept a glance with his spiritual sense and realized that this spatial ring actually completely shielded his spiritual sense. No wonder he hadn't realized it before, so this spatial ring was different from the others. After taking the spatial ring into his hands, he glanced inside. There weren't many resources, but it looked as if they were all relatively precious. Especially a box placed in the center. He used the eye of scrying to take a look. This look didn't matter. End of chapter. Near the new year, everyone understand. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 125 Giant Starstone. Item name, Boundary Art Stone. Description, an extremely precious stone that has the probability of allowing secret arts to be advanced to boundary arts after using it. After reading it, Xian Yuanche was a bit nonplussed. He didn't expect this stone to actually be a boundary art stone. How many of these stones do you still have? He asked towards Tiger Jun. Tiger Jun shook his head, none. Then who gave you this piece? It was rewarded to my mom by my father. Xian Yuanche put away the boundary art stone. Boundary art stones were extremely rare, and generally speaking, a martial artist would be able to use 1 to 10 of them to upgrade their own secret art to a boundary art. The more powerful the secret art, the more boundary art stones were needed. He looked at the boundary art stones needed for the Nirvana upgrade. Secret Art Nirvana. Upgrading to 7th order, absorb 100 boundary art stones. When he saw this 100 pieces, he couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. This was asking for too much. Moreover, berserking up to the 7th rank also required 100 blocks, and 2 would be 200 blocks. Wouldn't it be a big few hundred blocks to go from the 7th to the 8th rank by then? After thinking for a few seconds, he didn't bother thinking about these things anymore. There would definitely be a chance to obtain the boundary art stones later on anyway. He walked straight towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Tiger Jun immediately followed. Not driving himself away, that meant that he recognized himself as his little brother. The deeper the cave went, the larger it became. The two walked for 10 minutes before discovering an empty place. Tiger Jun suddenly burst out excitedly pointing at a place. Xian Yuanche followed his finger and saw something extraordinary. It was a piece of starstone that was 3 meters in diameter. It was oval-shaped, like a purple crystal egg. Such a large piece of starstone. Tiger Cohen couldn't believe his eyes. Such a large piece of starstone, let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Xian Yuanche on the side was also a bit shocked. Because this piece of starstone was just too big in comparison to the outside. If he absorbed it, it was estimated that he would have directly intermediate star cores. If it triggered a blast, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He immediately came in front of this starstone and used the eye of scrying to check the information. Item name, Soul Starstone Rare. Grade, Star Exalted Grade.
Description: a starstone condensed from the demise of a Star Exalted class star beast's physical body, containing a Star Exalted class soul body inside. Description: a starstone condensed from the demise of a star beast's physical body, containing a Star Exalted class soul body inside.
Star Exalted Grade?
After reading the information, Xian Yuanche secretly said in his heart. He came closer to scrutinize the starstone. It was found that there did seem to be something different about the center part. The color was a bit darker and there was a bit of flowing light, so he thought that this must be the soul body of whatever it was. What a beautiful, large starstone. Tiger Jun had already caressed this starstone at some point, his eyes glowing as if he couldn't wait to directly carry this starstone home. However, when he saw Xian Yuanche's eyes, he immediately returned to his original position.
Big brother's things he couldn't touch.
This was also what his mother had said. After casually putting away this starstone, he wandered around this empty clearing. Here, spiritual sense was restricted, so he could only rely on his naked eyes. Help me look around to see if there are any more starstones. If you find any, I'll share some with you.
Okay, big brother.
Tiger Jun immediately searched around the neighborhood. He wasn't a little cutie. With Tiger Bully's natural talent, he would definitely be able to compete for the position of Starson in the future.
End of this chapter.
After the new year, tomorrow begins the return of 4000.
Chapter 126 Stone Door, Tempering the Flesh. At that time, when Tiger Ba became a Starson, he himself would be able to follow its ass and have a mouthful of soup, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, he searched the neighborhood even more vigorously. By the way, those stones with purple color you put away in your spatial ring.
Xian Yuanche's voice came, along with a spatial ring with an alloy knife. Tiger Jun hurriedly caught it and started pounding the surrounding stones. Xian Yuanche, on the other hand, continued to walk towards the depths. His speed was very fast. Even if he slowed down, he could still reach over 10 kilometers in one step. After walking for a while, he reached the end. At the end was a stone door with 3 vortexes engraved on it. He reached out and touched the stone door. Suddenly the stone door erupted with a suction force that sucked the astral energy out of his body continuously.
It was almost like losing about 10% per second. If anyone else encountered this situation, they would definitely panic.
But who was Xian Yuanche, the man with 2 systems plus a hubris aura?
Name, Hubris Aura.
Effect, recovers 10% of his status per second, including but not limited to injuries, physical strength, martial arts element, star element. Upgrade, consume 4 auras and raise it to restoring 11% of status per second. Recovering 10% of status per second made the astral yuan in his body almost endless. Half an hour later. Looking at the stone door that was still continuously absorbing star element, Xian Yuanche withdrew his hand. After taking a few steps back, with a thought, the battle armor covered his entire body. Then he directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique at the stone door.
Ding!
Detected the host using the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 100-fold blast.
Ding! Ding! Bang! Dozens of punches hit the stone door, which was unharmed and didn't even leave a trace. Actually, nothing happened at all?
Xian Yuanche came closer to observe the stone door. To know, that punch of his just now had triggered 100 times the blast. Even if it didn't break, then it should have left a little trace, right?
He took out his alloy blade and directly executed Lian Zhaoyue.
The light of the knife struck the stone door, which remained unharmed.
He opened his eye of scrying and scanned it. Item name, plain and unusual stone door.
Description, a stone door made of ordinary stone, carved with special symbols, making it strong and with a huge suction power that can absorb the energy within living beings.
System, how can I open this stone door?
He asked in his mind towards the blaster system.
Ding! Just let this stone door suck in its fill. The Blitz system said back. How long will it take? Ding!
According to the projection, the host only needs to suck this stone door for another half an hour. Hearing that it would only take half an hour, Xian Yuanche placed his hand up again.
Half an hour quickly passed, and the speed of the stone door's absorption slowed down.
From the original 10% per second, it gradually dropped to 9, 8, 7%. After half a minute, the stone gate stopped absorbing, and the 3 vortexes emitted a burst of golden light.
Rumble!
The stone door opened, and Xian Yuanche's face was delighted at the sight. But when he saw what was behind the stone door, his face turned ugly again.
There was actually another stone door. How is there still a stone door? Item name, plain and simple stone door.
Description: a stone door made of a plain stone, carved with special lightning symbols, making it strong and can destroy the flesh of the person who touches it. Touch with caution.
Oh.
This time, before Xian Yuanche could open his mouth, the blast system opened its own mouth. This is the last stone door. The host only needs to be electrified by it for a few hours before it can be opened. It is suggested that the host take advantage of this time to quench his physical body. He only needs to cooperate with the powerful healing ability of the arrogant aura to quickly quench his physical body. The opportunity is rare. It is suggested that the host cherish it.
Quenching the physical body?
Xian Yuanche rubbed his chin and felt that it wasn't impossible. He recalled the scene in his previous life's novel where the protagonist's physical body shattered the void.
And quenching the flesh, the flesh.
He looked down as if he had thought of something.
Cough, cough, cough. Since you've suggested it, I can't not give face to it, can I?
Xian Yuanche coughed a few times.
Both hands were placed on the stone door.
Just after placing them on it, a strand of lightning directly entered his body, causing his physical body to be greatly damaged.
Zzz.
Since the berserking was still in place, it didn't hurt him much. In less than half a second, he felt a warm current running through his body, and wherever it passed, his injuries continued to recover. He knew that this was the arrogant aura healing the injuries in his body. After half a minute, he drew back his hand. It couldn't be helped, the destructive nature of this lightning was too strong. The healing of the arrogant aura was not proportional. He had to draw back his hand every few moments to allow the arrogant aura to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes before he would have wasted a chance at nirvana.
Looks like we need to find some time to upgrade the arrogant aura, Xian Yuanche muttered.
After resting for a few seconds, he continued to start tempering his flesh.
An hour of time quickly passed.
After this hour of tempering, he felt that the extent of his fleshly body continued to increase. If his fleshly body was equal to his realm before, then now it was 3 small realms higher. After a few more hours of quenching, perhaps his fleshly body would reach the Star Lord level.
End of chapter.
There's one more chapter at 2 o'clock. I'm preparing for a new book today, and I'm ready to double up.
Chapter 127 Star Zune 9th Level Human, Dual Star Core Method.
As time continued to pass, Xian Yuanche's physical body grew stronger and stronger. After 2.5 hours had passed, his fleshly body was already comparable to that of a Star 9th level martial artist.
Bang! Boom!
The stone door opened wide, and Xian Yuanche drew back his hand somewhat unfulfilled. If he had quenched for another hour or two, perhaps his flesh would be comparable to a Star Lord level.
He walked inside.
It was pitch black inside, and his night vision actually failed.
Wow! A ball of flame suddenly emerged from the surrounding too. Only then did Xian Yuanche see his surroundings clearly.
It was a secret room of about a few hundred square feet, with a silhouette sitting in the center. 10 chains extended out from within the walls to firmly lock it in place.
Another mole has come in.
An old voice rang out. After saying that, that person raised his head to look at Xian Yuanche. After meeting that person's eyes, he keenly felt a sense of crisis.
Name, Lucian. Realm, none.
Original realm, Star Zune 9th level Star Core missing. Breathing technique, dual core breathing technique.
Martial art. Realm technique.
After reading Lucian's panel, Xian Yuanche was deeply surprised. He didn't expect that there was actually a Star Zune level 9 human imprisoned here.
Get lost, I don't know any double star cores.
Lucian uttered an inexplicable sentence at Xian Yuanche.
Dual star cores?
Xian Yuanche caught this word. Although he wasn't quite sure what it was, but just based on the literal meaning, he knew that it must be something good. Looking at Lucian's appearance, he was probably imprisoned here by some powerful orc. I should have known that I would have sent my main body here. He had some regrets in his heart. This Lucian didn't need to look at him to know that he hated orcs. He himself was now using Tiger Ba's body, and trying to set out that what's his name double star core was definitely impossible.
When things are not decided, ask the system.
He looked at the system panel and spoke in his mind.
System, do you have any way to get the double star core out of Lucian's mouth? No? Ding. Is it spending 10,000 points to purchase the program? Points? Spend it.
Xian Yuanche directly agreed. Speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't used points for a long time. Mainly, he didn't know what to buy either.
Ding. Spending is successful.
Detecting Lucian's psychological and physical conditions, this system will give the best program to the host. Lucian, one of the most enlightened prides of the human race, once comprehended the dual star core method when breaking through the star level, giving himself 2-star cores, invincible at the same level.
Being projected.
A few minutes later, the system gave the scenario.
Ding.
According to the projection, Lucian's star core is missing and his lifespan has come to an end. It is suggested that the host purchase a trust card in the store, use it on Lucian, and then confess to the fact that he is actually a human being, in order to obtain the dual star core method. At the same time, the Blitz system opened the store interface, and a purchase interface appeared in front of Xian Yuanche's eyes. Trade name, trust card. Description: after using it on a target, it allows the target to drastically increase their level of trust towards the host within the next 10 minutes.
Price, 200,000 points. Limitation, 1 per year. Hiss. 200,000 points.
Xian Yuanche sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the price of this trust card. Although it was expensive, but once he thought about what that dual star nucleus method was, he still clicked to purchase it. Luckily, he had a 10% discount coupon and was able to purchase it for 20,000 points.
Ding.
Spend 20,000 points to purchase the trust card.
Remaining points, 600,000.
A blue card appeared in Xian Yuanche's hand. Lucian, who was in the center, had been staring straight at Xian Yuanche.
Use it.
Xian Yuanche directly used the trust card on Lucian.
The blue card turned into a ray of light and flew into Lucian's brow. Lucian didn't even notice it the entire time.
After seeing the trust card fly into Lucian's brow, Xian Yuanche squatted down and spoke to him.
Elder, I'm actually human.
Ha! Lucian mockingly smiled when he heard Xian Yuanche's words, as if he was saying, "You see me like a little cutie." When Xian Yuanche saw the scene, it was a bit uneasy to confirm towards the system.
System, do you really want to confess to him? There won't be any changes, right? For example, is there anyone, or extreme Taihu who happens to be observing me? Ding.
Don't worry, host, with this system here, that kind of thing won't happen. Confessing to him is the quickest and easiest way to obtain the dual star core method, and Lucian is dying. It's possible that he hung up just after he told you about the dual star core method. Hearing that the blast system had said so, Xian Yuanche was also completely free of worries.
Elder, I'm really a human, it's just that I'm currently parasitizing this half-orc's body.
Perhaps it was the trust card that played a role. Lucian began to measure Xian Yuanche. Finally, he stared straight into Xian Yuanche's eyes. After staring for half a minute, Lucian laughed. Your eyes are indeed different from those orcs.
But that's not enough, unless you let me see your true form.
Yes.
Xian Yuanche nodded.
Since the system had packed his bags, he no longer hesitated.
He got up and walked out of the secret room.
When Lucian saw Xian Yuanche walk out of the secret room, he directly closed his eyes and began to recuperate. System, help me teleport my main body over. Since the Tiger Fighter parasite came through the teleportation device, he could also rely on the system's teleportation function to teleport his main body, or the Black Dragon parasite.
Ding. Teleporting. Blue star.
Xian Yuanche's main body that was fishing put down his pole and directly disappeared in place. A person and a parasitic body walked inside the secret room again. Lucian heard the commotion and opened his eyes once again.
Senior, this is my original body.
Xian Yuanche's original body spoke. Lucian sized up Xian Yuanche's original body.
Come over here for a moment.
Xian Yuanche knew that he couldn't hesitate at this time and had to show that he trusted Lucian.
He directly walked over to Lucian.
Anyway, his main body had stored the number of Nirvana times, so he could just resurrect again when he died. Seeing Xian Yuanche actually approaching him directly, Lucian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?
I believe that Senior won't maim his fellow clan members.
Not bad, you are very good.
Lucian once again sized up Xian Yuanche.
Solid foundation, indeed a good seedling.
The dual star core method, I comprehended it when I was over 100 years old. Using this method, you can have a second star core. An additional star core can allow to give you double the amount of star element reserves in your body, reaching a level of invincibility in the same realm. Xian Yuanche was a little disappointed in his heart when he heard this. He had thought that this dual star core method had some heaven-defying features, but he hadn't expected that it was only doubling the star element reserves.
This was merely the icing on the cake for him with his arrogant aura.
Seemingly sensing Xian Yuanche's somewhat disappointment, Lucian smiled mysteriously. This is just the surface of the dual star core method.
End of chapter. Chapter 128 Domain Rank, Memory Crystal. Do you know the realm after Star Exalt? Xian Yuanche nodded. Know a little, it's said to be the domain rank. This he did know a bit about. Starry Sky rank, Star Lord rank, Star Zune rank, these three realms were uniformly called star ranks.
And above the star rank was said to be the domain rank.
He currently only knew that the first realm of the domain order was the domain grade.
Lucian, domain level, is the first stage of the domain stage. In order to enter this realm, one must transform their star core into a domain. When the star core fuses with one's own realm art, it will transform into a domain. If you have dual star cores and dual boundary arts at the same time, when you step into the domain level, you will be able to possess two domains, thus achieving the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2, or even greater than 3. Speaking of this, Lucian changed his words and sighed. Of course, two domains are still good to think about. After all, no one can possess two realm arts at the same time. But even so, having two star cores is enough to make you invincible in the same rank. After listening to Lucian's words, Xian Yuanche raised his eyebrows and clearly came to be interested. He glanced at his two secret arts. This dual star core method was simply tailor-made for him. Although these Berserking and Nirvana were still only secret arts and had not advanced into realm arts. But he believed that it was only a matter of time before these two secret arts advanced, and by then the dual domains would naturally fall into place. Looking at the contemplative Xian Yuanche, Lucian spoke again. Now I'm going to pass on the dual star core technique to you, and if I can meet a human pride that possesses the dual realm technique, I also hope that you can pass it on to him. After saying that, a terrifying pressure erupted from his entire body, shocking Xian Yuanche back. His body began to change, his hair began to fall out, and his entire body became withered. Seeing this scene, Xian Yuanche inquired in his mind towards the bludgeon system, is there a way to treat him? Ding! With the host's current abilities, there's no way. Moreover, this person's life has already come to an end long ago. If not for the fact that his original realm was at the star exalted level, he would have died long ago. Since I was 3 years old, this person could urinate 3 feet into the wind, and at the age of 20, he stepped into the martial arts path. In less than 100 years, he stepped into the star rank, but unfortunately, he was too arrogant, and was surrounded and suppressed by 6 star zones. Tens of thousands of years will pass in a flash, everything will eventually be a passing cloud. After saying that, he turned from a living person into a withered bone. Even if it's turned into a withered bone, those 10 chains were still tightly binding him. Only a red crystal was left floating in the air. Xian Yuanche sucked this crystal into his hands and used the Eye of Scrying to check it out. Item name, Memory Crystal Special. Description, records the memories left behind by the dead, specially marked as special due to the star element it contains. Ding! Whether to use the memory crystal? The system's beep sounded. Wait a moment. Xian Yuanche put the crystal into his pocket and re-stepped forward, storing Lucian's corpse bones into his spatial ring. After all, after giving himself an inheritance, it was still appropriate to help collect his corpse. Lucian's corpse bones were directly collected into the system space. Only after doing this did he take out the memory crystal. Ding! Is the memory crystal being used? The system's beep sounded once again. Yes. This time, Xian Yuanche chose to use it. Ding! Memory crystal used successfully. As the system's voice just fell, the memory crystal turned into a red light and entered Xian Yuanche's brow. Lucian's voice resounded in Xian Yuanche's mind. After a martial artist steps into the starry sky level, he or she splits his or her star core in two while absorbing a large amount of martial yuan to once again condense 2 martial yuan seeds. Fusing the 2 martial yuan seeds into each of the 2 halves of the star core, and then absorbing a large amount of star yuan to allow it to recover, thus achieving the effect of splitting into 2. This method is extremely risky and has a very low success rate. Those who are timid should not try it. After saying that, Lucian's voice completely disappeared. At the same time, Xian Yuanche felt that the astral yuan in his body was continuously surging. He directly lifted his berserk state, while opening his panel. Name, Xian Yuanche. Astral Yuan 15000-20000 Starry Sky Level 1. After a second, when he looked again, his Star Yuan had skyrocketed to 20,000. Star Yuan, 20,000 30,000 Starry Sky Level 2. Then it was 30,000. 40,000. After it rose to 60,000, this stopped.
Star Yuan, 60,000 70,000 Starry Sky Level 6. Xian Yuanche directly froze in place. He didn't expect Lucian to give himself two big gifts. The dual star core method, plus a skyrocketing realm. Glancing at the bones in the system space, he decided that when he returned to the blue star, he would definitely give Lucian a grand funeral. And then set up 981 statues to honor him. After walking out of the secret room, the two doors of the secret room automatically closed. After glancing back at the secret room, he directly walked towards the outside. As he walked, he also took out his alloy knife and passing and dug up a few stones that contained star power and loaded them into the system space. Chapter 129 Extreme Rank Primary Battle Armor. Now that he had mastered the dual star core method, when the time came, not only would he have to condense a second star core, he would also have to raise both star cores to advanced level at the same time. Overall, he was even more star power deficient. There weren't many stones containing star power along the way, and he soon met up with Tiger Cohen. Tiger Jun was looking for the stones that contained star power along the edge of the cave, and when he looked up, he saw Xian Yuanche. "Give me the space ring." Xian Yuanche reached out his hand towards Tiger Jun. Seeing this, Tiger Jun hurriedly took off his spatial ring and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche took the spatial ring and swept a glance towards it. There were quite a few stones that contained star power. Together with the oversized starstone, it should be more than enough to raise the first star core to advanced. "Good job." Xian Yuanche patted Tiger Jun's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "There's nothing left here, let's go." After saying that, Xian Yuanche walked outside without looking back. Seeing this, Tiger Jun hurriedly followed. Right now, he was mainly just hugging Tiger Bully Xian Yuanche thigh tightly. The two of them quickly walked out of the cave, and as soon as they were outside, Xian Yuanche turned back to Tiger Jun. "I have things to do, so you can go wherever you want." After saying that, he also returned Tiger Jun's spatial ring. Of course, the things that were worth a little money were taken away by him, leaving behind only a set of battle armor and alloy knives and a map of the Starstone. "Big brother, I'll just follow you, there's no place I want to go." Tiger Jun looked at Xian Yuanche with a sincere face. Xian Yuanche sighed in his heart when he saw this. It seemed that this Tiger Jun really took himself as a big brother, and it had to be said that he knew how to hug a big leg. As his thoughts turned, he came up with an idea. "That's fine, Big Brother will now give you a mission." "What task?" "Just give your orders, Big Brother." Tiger Cohen patted his chest and replied. "Go and collect the Starstone for me. If you satisfy me, I'll recognize you as my little brother and I'll cover you in the future." Xian Yuanche thought that Tiger Monarch would know better. After all, Tiger Monarch himself hadn't even reached the Starry Sky rank yet. However, Tiger Jun's answer surprised him a little. "All right. Whatever Big Brother says is fine." Tiger Jun accepted the spatial ring as soon as he answered. His mother had said that since he had decided on the person he wanted to follow, he should maximize his favor. "You even agree to this?" Xian Yuanche completely refreshed his perception of Tiger Jun. The current Tiger Jun was simply two people from when the two first met. "Then you go." Since Tiger Jun had agreed, Xian Yuanche didn't care if it was true or not. If he really helped him collect the Starstone, he wouldn't mind recognizing this little brother. After Tiger Jun left, he continued to search for the Starstone according to the map given by the Soft Food Man system. The first star core had already coalesced, so the main task now was to continue collecting the Starstones and absorb them when it was over. This way, he could maximize his access to more Starstones. The greater part of the month passed in a flash. Apart from those few days in the beginning when Xian Yuanche collected the Starstones relatively quickly, the speed gradually slowed down later on. "Stop fighting, I'll give it okay." A youth with a bruised nose and swollen face looked at Xian Yuanche with a face full of fear and waved his hands repeatedly. Bang! Halfway through the punch, Xian Yuanche chose to finish the punch. You! I've surrendered, why are you still fighting?" The youth looked at Xian Yuanche with some aggression on his face. This person did not speak of martial virtues, he had clearly surrendered himself, but he was actually still hitting. Xian Yuanche spread his hands. "This punch is halfway through, how could it not continue?" He then looked condescendingly at the youth who had fallen to the ground. "Speak up, where has the Starstone been hidden? I'll take you there now, don't hit me." The youth hurriedly got up and led Xian Yuanche to the place where he had hidden the Starstone. Star-Lord Scions like them whose strength wasn't very outstanding didn't carry the Starstone on their bodies after reaching the Starry Sky level.
Instead, they hid it in some place that they thought was hidden, just to prevent it from being robbed by others. It was safest to take it out when the Starcore land was almost over. But he didn't expect that he would actually be so unlucky as to encounter this ruthless person, Xian Yuanche. As soon as he came up without saying a word, he directly snatched his spatial ring, and after realizing that there was no starstone inside, he caught himself and beat him violently for more than an hour. Tiger Cold thought of this with a stifled face. Half an hour later, Tiger Cold brought Xian Yuanche to the place where he hid the starstone. A lake with a diameter of over 2,000 meters.
It's right down there.
You go down first. Xian Yuanche gave him a look.
Tiger Cold didn't dare to disobey and directly jumped down to the lake.
Xian Yuanche followed closely. This lake didn't look big, but it was very deep. The two of them swam for several seconds before they reached the bottom. Tiger Cold came to a huge shell. All my starstones are in here. Saying that, he opened the shell, in which lay a dozen pieces of starstones. Not bad, thanks for the starstones. Xian Yuanche collected the starstones in the shell into the system space, and after doing this, he even said thanks towards Tiger Cold. Tiger Cold dared to be angry, afraid that Xian Yuanche would give him a few more punches. And out of habit, Xian Yuanche swept the shell with his eye of scrying.
Item name, Spirit Extreme Shell. Realm, Star-Lord 9th level.
Description, a long-dead spirit extreme shell, with only the shell left to prove its existence. Function, it is recommended to fuse it with battle armor or alloy knives for a small chance of leveling up.
Oh. Good stuff.
After reading the description of the Spirit Extreme Shell, Xian Yuanche smoothly put the Spirit Extreme Shell into the system space. Then he put it into the synthesis function before putting the battle armor in and clicking synthesize. A burst of purple light flashed by, and the star rank advanced battle armor directly advanced to extreme rank elementary battle armor.
Extreme rank primary battle armor.
Introduction, after fusing the Spirit Extreme Shell, the defense has increased substantially, and can withstand the full force of a Starzone ranked martial artist once.
Not bad.
Looking at the description of the new battle armor, Xian Yuanche nodded and continued to look at Tiger Cold and opened his mouth.
A dozen or so starstones, it's a bit low? Are you still hiding them in other places? Tiger Cold's body shivered and he hastily shook his head.
There really isn't any more, I just collected a dozen or so starstones, and now there isn't a single one left. Xian Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Cold. He wanted to beat him up again and force him to ask questions. But this man had just been beaten by him for more than an hour, so if he continued to beat him, he might actually kill him. Anyway, it was all earned, and even if there was a private stash of starstones, it probably wasn't much. Thinking of this, Xian Yuanche waved his hand.
Forget it, just let you off the hook.
Tiger Cold breathed a sigh of relief at his words. If he was beaten up again, he might really have to die. Thank you, big brother, for letting my little brother off the hook. Thank you, big brother. Meanwhile, in the very center of the Starcore land, a youth in high-level battle armor stepped on Tiger June's head with a face full of disdain.
Hand over the Starstone. End of chapter.
Recently, the flu has been raging, and people are coming and going during the New Year's period, so everyone should be well protected. Chapter 130. Xian Yuanche, who returned to his old profession.
Tiger June was a bit unconvinced. Humph. Isn't it just that you broke through to the starry sky level earlier than me? Tiger Xing sniffed and looked at the Tiger June at his feet somewhat teasingly.
That's right, I couldn't beat you back when I was at the 9th level martial god. But who asked you to be such a waste? You haven't even broken through to the starry sky level after entering the Starcore land for so long. Take out the Starstone, you don't need it, I'll use it for you. Saying that, he squatted down and took the space ring off of Tiger June's hand. Tiger Cohen wanted to resist, but was unable to do anything about it because the two of them were too far apart in realm.
Damn it!
The Tiger Monarch who was stepped on the ground roared with unwillingness.
Noisy!
Tiger Xing once again raised his foot and stomped hard on Tiger June, continuously venting. Back when he was at the 9th level martial god, he had always been suppressed by Tiger June, and at one point, he had even been beaten by him to the point of doubting his life. Now that he had a chance after a long time, he had to take the opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate him before he could do so. He used his foot to continuously press down on the back of Tiger June's head, causing his face to constantly rub against the ground.
I remember, weren't you pretending back then? Pretend for me again. Tiger Xing looked at the wretched Tiger June and laughed indulgently. Let you pretend.
He raised his foot and directly stomped off Tiger June's right hand.
Ka-ching.
Then he stomped off his left hand again.
Now that my mother is favored by my father, even if I waste you, I believe my father won't say much.
Thinking of all the things that happened back then, Tiger Xing continued to ravage Tiger June.
Outside,
Extreme Tiger and the others were watching this scene.
Star Lord, should we stop it?
A half-orc opened his mouth to advise. He was the only 3-star Zune level in the entire Extreme Tai Luo Star, and was also Extreme Taihu's right-hand man.
The Extreme Taihu didn't say anything, but everyone present knew what he meant.
Half a month had passed and Tiger June had yet to break through to the Starry Sky level. For whatever reason, in Extreme Taihu's heart, Tiger June's status had already dropped to the lowest, and could only be ranked side by side with those Star Lord's heirs that had come through artificial insemination.
A noblewoman at the bottom immediately turned pale when she saw Extreme Taihu's attitude.
She was none other than Tiger June's mother, Fox Huarong. This time, entering the land of Star Course was not as simple as allowing the Star Lord heirs to break through to the Starry Sky level, but had a deeper meaning. Those Star Lord heirs who had been artificially inseminated were only going through the motions when they entered the Starcore land. But her son was different, or rather those Star Lord heirs with mothers were different. These Star Lord heirs with mothers were destined, at birth, to have access to more resources. Entering the Starcore land was a test for them, and the better they performed within the Starcore land, the more resources they would be able to obtain. Obtaining more resources would mean that it could be enough to compete for the position of Star Sun years later. Judging from the attitude of the extremely Tiger just now, it was likely that her own son, Tiger June, had already been eliminated from the race in her mind. Then the resources she could give to Tiger Koan in the future would decay drastically. Sure enough, Extreme Taihu's next sentence almost made her paralyzed. In the future, the resources allocated to Lady Huarong will be reduced by 60%, and the 60% share will be allocated to Lady Wanyan.
Fox Huarong's face turned white at those words.
The surrounding Star Lords' wives also cast mocking gazes at her.
Especially Tiger Xing's mother, Wolf Wanyan. At first, Tiger June's talent and strength had made her incomparably jealous.
Now that Tiger June had been eliminated from the competition, the resources he would be able to obtain in the future had been drastically reduced, and even if his talent was outstanding, it would be impossible for him to grow up again. Inside the Star Core land,
Tiger Xing humiliated Tiger June for half an hour before he left in satisfaction.
Only Tiger June, who had long since fainted to death, was left in place. Seeing this, Fox Huarong outside could only pray that his son would quickly break through to the Starry Sky level and regain the attention of the Extreme Tiger. Too slow. Shen Yuanche killed a star beast and picked up the star stone on the ground. Before, in a dozen seconds or even a few seconds, the Softman system was able to lock onto the location of the star beast. Now it would take at least 5 or 6 hours, or even a day to lock onto one. This speed was just too slow for him. Forget it, there's no need to lock the star beast, just directly lock the person for me,
Xian Yuanche said.
Right now, most of the star stones had either been absorbed or had fallen into the hands of those Star Lord's children. It was also time for him to shift his main goal and do his old job that he had done back in the martial examination.
Ding. Okay, we'll immediately lock on the nearest Star Lord's heir for you.
Soon enough, the soft-feeding man system locked a Star Lord Scion that was closest to Xian Yuanche. Locked Star Lord Scion, Tiger Knight, about 75 Earths away from the host.
It's him.
Shen Yuanche flew directly towards this unlucky bastard's place without even looking.
Outside,
Extreme Taihu and a group of others were looking at the virtual scene within the Starcore land. Within the scene, a youth wearing silver-colored advanced battle armor was teasing the opponent in front of him. Although the two were at the same Starry Sky level, it was not difficult for the crowd to see that their strengths were worlds apart.
Too slow, too slow. With this strength, you can still rank third in your region?
Too wasteful.
Tiger Knight dodged the attack, feigning a yawn, not putting his opponent in his eyes in the slightest. The opposite party, Tiger Armor.
I'm sorry, he sniffed in shame.
Arrogant.
Mad Thunder Slash. Activating his Star Force, he wiped his finger towards his sword and directly executed the strongest sword technique he had ever mastered.
Mad Thunder Chop.
Purple lightning surged from the blade, erupting with earth-shattering might. The 100-meter-long purple blade light slashed towards Tiger Knight. Tiger Knight laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this and instantly moved directly behind Tiger Armor. The power looks good, but even if it's more powerful, it has to hit. After saying that, his right hand was surrounded by lightning, and he directly threw a punch at Tiger Armor.
Running Thunder Fist. Boom.
The tiger armor was directly blasted from the sky to the ground.
Smoke and dust rolled.
When the smoke cleared, Tiger Knight stepped on his head and sucked the space ring into his hand. Looking at Tiger Armor, who had fainted to death, Tiger Knight snorted. Too weak. The crowd outside felt surprised to see this scene.
Because Tiger Armor was in existence that could be ranked third in its own region. Now that it was actually easily defeated by Tiger Knight, just how strong was Tiger Knight?
However, what they didn't know was that the next thing that happened would make them even more surprised. Nope.
Should be shocked.
Tiger Knight had just moved his feet when he felt the scenery around him regressing. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly felt pain coming from his chest.
He himself had been hit. Boom!
Flying backwards, Tiger Knight crashed through mountain after mountain, and he didn't know how many mountains he crashed through before stopping. Before he could regain his senses, he felt his feet being grabbed by someone and slammed hard into the ground.
Boom!
This person was none other than Xian Yuanche, who had rushed over. Chapter 131, Xian Yuanche with terrifying strength. Xian Yuanche was like the dog in Cat and Mouse. Tiger Knight was the cat, being grabbed by Xian Yuanche's feet and constantly smashed into the ground. Fortunately, Tiger Knight was wearing battle armor, so even if he was smashed to the ground, he wouldn't suffer any injuries. Xian Yuanche naturally knew about this situation. The purpose of him doing this was purely because it was cool.
Had enough fun. Tiger Knight laughed coldly, a trace of disdain still hanging on his face.
Xian Yuanche sniffed and casually slapped his hand and threw Tiger Knight to the ground. After doing this, he clapped his hands and looked at Tiger Knight. Just now, he saw Tiger Knight's strength, and visually estimated that it should be relatively resistant.
It was a qualified sandbag. Tiger Knight instantly stood up and confronted Xian Yuanche.
At the same time, he was constantly observing Xian Yuanche. He was estimating Xian Yuanche's strength. Before entering the Starcore land, he had memorized the top 10 of each region in his heart. If the region Xian Yuanche was in was stronger and ranked higher, he would avoid it. If the region he was in was weak, then he would be sorry. The crowd of extreme Thai tigers outside hadn't even had time to shift the screen before they saw Xian Yuanche. They also saw Xian Yuanche's series of maneuvers just now.
It's him?
The crowd was somewhat surprised. Although more than half a month had passed, there were still quite a few people who had an impression of Xian Yuanche. This was because half a month ago, after Xian Yuanche defeated Tiger 1 and snatched away his things, Tiger 1 was killed by the extreme Thai tiger because he was too weak, thus causing them to have a deeper impression of Xian Yuanche. Looking at the two men who were facing each other in the Starcore land, many people began to speculate. Even though Tiger Ba is number 1 in his region, and even though Tiger Knight is only ranked number 2 in his own region. However, the overall strength of his region is extremely strong. If he were to be placed in other regions, it would be completely possible to take first place. This Tiger Bomb is a bit up in the air. Indeed, although Tiger Bomb just took advantage of Tiger Knight's distraction to sneak attack him, it didn't cause him any actual damage. This is troublesome. Most of the people present were not optimistic about Xian Yuanche, thinking that Xian Yuanche would definitely not be able to defeat the powerful Tiger Knight. There were even some people who believed in their hearts that Tiger Knight's strength was enough to enter the Star Sun candidate position and compete for the Star Sun position years later.
Tiger Knight over here quickly sifted through Xian Yuanche's information.
When he figured out the region and ranking that Xian Yuanche was in, he laughed coldly in his heart. He thought how strong the Xian Yuanche in front of him was, but it turned out to be this. While Xian Yuanche's side appeared to be confronting Tiger Knight, he had actually been chatting with the soft rice man systematically. After all, in his opinion, Tiger Knight was just a sandbag that was resistant to punching points.
Jutai Tiger is looking at us again?
Yes, to be precise, he was originally looking at the Tiger Knight across from the host greatly, it's just that the host greatly just happened to come here. While one person and one system continued to chat, Tiger Knight had already struck.
Mad Thunder Shattering Fist.
Tiger Knight's hands were surrounded by purple thunder as he attacked towards Xian Yuanche.
The crowd watching outside held their breath.
Just when the crowd thought that Xian Yuanche was going to be hit, Xian Yuanche directly raised his right hand and directly blasted against it.
Boom!
Both of them were at the starry sky level, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. If their battle had unfolded on the moon, all these aftershocks would have been enough to destroy the blue star before the aura recovery. The powerful aftershocks caused the surrounding sky to crumble, destroying large mountains within a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. With the two people as the center, the surrounding ground continuously collapsed. In this punch, Xian Yuanche had only used less than 3 points of force, while Tiger Knight had used 10 points of force.
Actually blocked it?
The crowd outside were surprised when they saw that Xian Yuanche was actually able to block Tiger Knight's attack. After Tiger Knight saw that his attack was blocked by Xian Yuanche, he put away his attack and opened his mouth to taunt.
A bit of strength, actually able to block my. Bang!
Before he could finish, Xian Yuanche directly gave him a slap.
The speed was so fast that Tiger Knight didn't react until half a second had passed. Xian Yuanche, noisy.
After saying that, he directly executed the wind and thunder fist technique. After such a long time had passed, he still felt that hitting people with his fists was more pleasurable. The feeling of his fists hitting the flesh was not something that could be compared to an alloy blade.
Ding!
Detected the host executing the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing the power by tenfold.
Ding!
Detected the host performing the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 20-fold blitz, increasing the power by 20 times.
Ding!
Detected the host performing the wind and thunder fist technique, triggering a 15-fold blitz, increasing the power by 15 times. The long-lost sound of a bludgeon rang in his ears.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Every punch hit Tiger Knight's battle armor. Although the battle armor had high defense, he was a man with a bludgeoning system. The few punches that triggered a bludgeoning attack directly hit Tiger Knight's chest. With a loud click, the bones in his chest were successfully shattered.
Put! Tiger Knight directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood.
It was fortunate that his entire body was covered by battle armor, so the blood did not spray onto Xian Yuanche's body. He stared at Xian Yuanche with wide eyes, and there was still some fear in his eyes.
How could be so strong?
Just as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanche pressed down on his head and struck towards his chin.
Bang! Punch after punch.
With the gap of two small realms, Tiger Knight had no chance to break free even if he wanted to, and could only enjoy Xian Yuanche's violent punches powerlessly.
Tiger Knight actually has no power to fight back in Tiger Boss hands. How is this possible? The crowd outside was stunned by Xian Yuanche.
Originally, they thought that Xian Yuanche, the number one in the region, had a lot of water, but they didn't expect that he would actually be able to press Tiger Knight into a fight.
This really made them look away.
Extreme Taihu looked at Xian Yuanche in the screen and nodded slightly. Clearly, he recognized Xian Yuanche. As for the many beautiful women in the square below, Tiger Knight's mother's face became more and more ugly. She didn't expect her son to actually be powerless in Xian Yuanche's hands. Looking at the violently beaten Tiger Knight, she glanced at the Extreme Tai Tiger in the sky, wanting to have him take action to stop Xian Yuanche. But thinking of the Extreme Tai Tiger's character, she still gave up on this idea. Xian Yuanche's violent beating continued. Looking at Tiger Knight, who looked like a sandbag, many mothers hoped that their sons would not meet Xian Yuanche.
If even Tiger Knight couldn't beat someone, their own sons definitely couldn't beat him either.
Let's hope that Xinger won't meet him.
Tiger Xing's mother silently prayed in her heart.
After fighting for 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche stopped. Within these short 10 minutes, Tiger Knight continuously fainted to death and was woken up again. It was truly miserable to the extreme. Battle armor, space ring, starstone, take it out. Xian Yuanche threw the dead dog like Tiger Knight onto the ground.
Don't fight me. I'll give it to you. Tiger Knight opened his mouth with difficulty. He swore that he would never be arrogant again. Chapter 132: The Miserable Tiger Knight. Just say no earlier.
Xian Yuanche took Tiger Knight's spatial ring and swept it.
You didn't ask either.
Tiger Knight looked at Xian Yuanche with a crying face.
Ha!
Seeing that Tiger Knight still dared to retort, Xian Yuanche gave him a look. Seeing this, Tiger Knight immediately closed his mouth, fearing that Xian Yuanche would come and give him a few more slaps. Just when he thought he could dodge a bullet, Xian Yuanche gave him a few more kicks.
Only 10 starstones? Xian Yuanche questioned.
With Tiger Knight's strength, he couldn't believe that he didn't have dozens of starstones in his hands.
Just that much, I've absorbed the rest. Tiger Knight's eyes were somewhat evasive.
Xian Yuanche didn't care about that much. Whatever, you still have no starstone, first fight for half an hour.
Half an hour later. Don't fight. Don't fight.
I remembered, I had part of the starstone in a place a few days ago. I'm taking you to find it now.
Lead the way.
Xian Yuanche clapped his hands, and in the process, he put Tiger Knight's battle armor into his spatial ring as well. More than 10 minutes later, Tiger Knight brought Xian Yuanche to a large mountain and took out the hidden space ring and handed it to Xian Yuanche.
All of my star stones are here.
Xian Yuanche took the spatial ring and glanced at it, realizing that there were 20 pieces inside.
Not bad, count on you to be sensible.
He put the spatial ring away and once again gave Tiger Knight a punch.
Bang! Tiger Knight was sent flying out again.
With a flash of his body, he came to the place where Tiger Knight had crashed and swung his fist to deliver another beating. The people outside were a bit strange when they saw this. Why were they still fighting when they had clearly handed over their spatial rings?
But soon, they knew why. A few minutes later. Don't stop fighting, brother. Nest
want to eat to come. I also hid a space ring in other places. This time Tiger Knight's misery was even worse. A row of teeth were directly knocked out by Xian Yuanche, causing his speech to leak a bit.
After enjoying half an hour of brutal beatings, Tiger Knight finally relented and said it. This is right, well, just now brother didn't hit pain you right. No. Nest body hard.
Tiger Knight pulled out a smile, but look at his appearance, how is not all right look.
Then lead the way.
Tiger Knight led the way in front and Xian Yuanche followed behind. It was farther this time, and the two of them flew for half an hour before arriving at their destination.
Tiger Knight drilled into the ground.
A few minutes later, he brought a space ring up and handed it to Xian Yuanche. This time, the space ring didn't have many star stones in it, only about 10. After putting it away, Xian Yuanche repeated what he had just done and once again beat Tiger Knight up. If there's 2, there's 3, he didn't believe that Tiger Knight only had 2 space rings. The crowd watching outside was somewhat unable to bear it. Tiger Knight, who was arrogant and incomparable an hour or two ago, was now being beaten 3 times as a sandbag. It was just too cruel.
Big brother, don't fight anymore.
I'm hiding a total of 4 space rings, I'll give them all to you, so don't fight.
Tiger Knight really couldn't carry it anymore.
He didn't understand why Xian Yuanche would know that he was still hiding spatial rings.
That's right, keep leading the way.
Looking at Tiger Knight, who was so knowledgeable, Xian Yuanche was also satisfied. After an unknown amount of time, Tiger Knight handed the last 2 space rings to Xian Yuanche. Don't fight the nest, this time it's really gone, all the star stones I've snatched over so many days are for you. The last 2 space rings, a total of 25 stones of the stars plus. The 4 space rings before and after added up to more than 50 pieces, and this amount wasn't small.
System, is he telling the truth?
Xian Yuanche asked in his mind towards the soft food man system.
Ding.
According to the detection, this is indeed Tiger Knight's last space ring. Hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche waved his hand at Tiger Knight.
All right, you can go now.
That's right, it wasn't that he himself was so powerful that he knew how many spatial rings Tiger Knight had. Rather, it was the fact that he had been letting the softest system detect it to see if Tiger Knight was telling the truth.
Tiger Knight instantly breathed a sigh of relief and fled the place in a panic,
fearing that Xian Yuanche would stop him and give him another beating. After closing the system panel, Xian Yuanche also left this place. The extreme Taihu outside looked at Xian Yuanche's departing back and nodded slightly.
Not bad.
From those 2 words, it was not difficult to conclude that he was very satisfied with Xian Yuanche. After the people present heard those 2 words, they all understood what extreme Taihu meant. Especially those wives of extreme Taihu, most of their faces turned ugly. This was because in the past, the Star Lord's heirs that could make extreme Taihu say those 2 words, without exception, had all become reserve star sons. Every time the Star Core land opened, there would only be 3 slots for reserve star sons. Looking at it now, one of those 3 spots was bound to be Xian Yuanche.
1 less spot meant 1 less chance for their children.
Time passed slowly until the next day, when Tiger Jun woke up. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain. Luckily, the recovery ability of a martial god wasn't weak, so he was already barely able to fly. All of the star stones he had collected over the past half a month had been snatched away, and he truly felt incomparably stifled.
Being stepped on by one's former underdog would be uncomfortable for anyone else.
After flying for a few minutes, a familiar voice rang in his ears.
How did you become like this?
This voice was none other than Xian Yuanche's. Originally, Xian Yuanche was just passing by, but his spiritual sense swept up the Tiger Jun who was flying crookedly.
No.
Nothing, it was when I was looking for the starstone, I was beaten by a star beast. Tiger Jun didn't choose to tell the truth because he didn't know if Xian Yuanche would help him out with this. Shen Yuanche swept a glance at Tiger Jun's entire body and realized that the spatial ring and battle armor that he had given back to him were gone, so it was obvious that he had been robbed by someone else.
Next, he took out a healing potion and gave it to Tiger Jun. This healing potion was something he had gotten by robbing someone else. Thanks. Tiger Jun took the healing potion and drank it.
Originally, there was a healing potion in his spatial ring, but it was all robbed by Tiger Xing.
With the healing potion, Tiger Jun's injuries quickly healed. Say it, who beat you up like this?
Shen Yuanche asked a rare second time.
Tiger Jun told what happened yesterday.
At the same time, the scene outside detected Shen Yuanche and Tiger Jun meeting and turned the picture to the two of them.
End of chapter. Chapter 133. This is not a ing robbery, but to help Tiger Jun out?
At the same time, the scene outside detected Shen Yuanche and Tiger Jun meeting and also turned the screen to the two. The people outside thought that Shen Yuanche had robbed Tiger Jun after seeing these two meet. After thinking about Shen Yuanche's behavior towards Tiger Knight yesterday, their gazes towards Tiger Jun's mother were tinged with a few moments of pity. Her own son had been beaten up and robbed by someone else yesterday, and today he ran into this bogeyman. They could imagine the scene where Tiger Jun couldn't get the Starstone later and was violently beaten by Shen Yuanche for half an hour. Tiger Jun's mother, Fox Huarong, thought that Shen Yuanche had come to rob her son just like the others had guessed, and she couldn't help but feel sadness in her heart. Wolf Wanyan walked up to Fox Huarong's side, her face full of smugness. Sister Fox, Tiger Cohen was accidentally seriously injured by my son yesterday, and today he encountered that bogeyman again. It's really pathetic. She was looking forward to Tiger Cohen not being able to get the Starstone and being brutally beaten by Shen Yuanche. However, Tiger Jun's next words stunned the crowd. Was beaten by someone else, as well as all the Starstones that were collected for you in this half a month were snatched away by him.
What?
Originally, Shen Yuanche wanted to take this breath for him on the basis of Tiger Jun helping himself to collect the stones within the cave. But he didn't expect that Tiger Jun had really helped him collect quite a few Starstones over the past half a month.
Now, it had to come out. Say it, what's that person's name?
Tiger Jun, his name is Tiger Xing. He has already broken through to the Starry Sky level 1, his strength is a lot stronger than before, it's not easy to deal with. It was only when he said the second half of the sentence that he remembered that the strength of the person in front of him seemed a little more terrifying.
Tiger Xing?
Shen Yuanche rubbed his chin after hearing this name. In his heart, he was inquiring towards the Super Softyman system about the location of Tiger Walk.
Ding!
Tiger Walk is 6,000 Earths away from the host. Right now, the Extreme Tiger and the others are observing the host. If the host wants to go robbing, try to disguise yourself, otherwise you will arouse suspicion. Shen Yuanche nodded in his mind. He was still aware of this aspect. His own end had just learned the name of Tiger Walker. Turning his head to look at the people he had found, it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Let's go, there are still more than 10 days before the Land of Star Course closes. If I can find Tiger Walk, I will help you out of this. At the same time, he also spoke in his mind, by the way, grab my Starstone back. Hearing that Shen Yuanche was going to help himself out, Tiger Jun's eyes glowed, sweeping away his previous disillusionment. Really? Big brother, you're really going to help me out with this? You've called me big brother. If my little brother is being bullied, of course big brother has to step in. Shen Yuanche patted Tiger Jun's shoulder. Let's go.
Outside. It wasn't until the two's backs disappeared in the eyes of the crowd that they reacted. What had they just heard? This damn thing wasn't here to rob Tiger Jun, it was here to help Tiger Jun get back on his feet. It turned out that Tiger Monarch had been helping that furious star collect the Starstone for the past half a month. Now that the Starstone was snatched away by Tiger Xing yesterday, if the two met, Tiger Xing would definitely end up worse off than Tiger Knight yesterday. I said it, why has Tiger Cohen not broken through to the Starry Sky level after so long? So it's because he recognized a big brother. Yesterday, Tiger Row snatched away someone's Starstone. TSK, there's a good show to watch. For a moment, many people looked at Tiger Walk's mother, Wolf Wanyan. This time, it was Wolf Wanyan's turn to panic. She didn't expect that her son would mess with Shen Yuanche, this fiend, just by snatching away Tiger Jun's things. This was a fierce man who could even violently beat Tiger Knight. On the side, the pallor of Fox Huarong's face had faded, and her hanging heart had been lowered. Although his own son had been eliminated out, but recognizing a candidate star son as his elder brother, he certainly wouldn't be any worse in the future. After the Extreme Tiger went to observe the others, he also started his old job, robbing. For the next 10 days, Tiger June just followed Shen Yuanche and robbed other Star Lord's children.
Almost every Star Lord scion that he robbed was able to obtain 5 to 20 starstones. Of course, there were still individual poor people who only had 1 or 2 pieces.
Quickly say, are there any more starstones? Tiger's sovereign menacingly threatened the person in front of him.
Although the person who was threatened had anger in his heart, he looked at Shen Yuanche, who was not far away, and still chose to concede and shake his head.
No. No more.
There was no way, although he himself was at the starry sky level and could casually kill Tiger June, a 9th level martial god, in seconds.
But who let there be a bogeyman guarding not far away? Tiger June sniffed and looked at Shen Yuanche, who was not far away. Shen Yuanche nodded slightly, signaling that he was telling the truth. Count on you to be sensible.
After Tiger June put down a vicious sentence, he came to Shen Yuanche's front with his ass in the air.
Interpreting a dog's battle to the extreme.
Big brother, this is his spatial ring. Little brother looked at it for you. There are only 5 starstones.
Good job.
Shen Yuanche received the spatial ring and patted Tiger June's shoulder with satisfaction. This little brother was getting smoother and more satisfied the more he used it, not to mention that he had also contributed a boundary art stone to himself earlier.
Thank you, big brother, for the compliment. Hearing Shen Yuanche's praise, Tiger June was like eating a tonic pill. Che, a dog fighting for power.
The people not far away said disdainfully when they saw Tiger June's appearance. Although it was very low, it was still heard by the two. Before Tiger June could make a move, Shen Yuanche slapped him across the room.
Bang!
The man was directly slapped unconscious.
Noisy.
Seeing Shen Yuanche stand up for himself once again, Tiger June's heart was once again moved. This big brother was really too good to himself.
Time passed slowly and soon came to the last day.
Just 20 more hours and the crowd would be able to leave this place. Many people began to be on high alert, and all brought the star stones that had been hidden for most of the month with them. In a certain place, a thin man was digging for something. Shen Yuanche and Tiger June were just outside the thin man's spiritual sense perception range watching.
Big brother, what is he doing? Tiger June asked towards Shen Yuanche with some curiosity. Delivering the star stone to us. Shen Yuanche replied. Just as Tiger June was a bit puzzled as to what Shen Yuanche meant, that skinny man suddenly burst out laughing.
Ha, dug it up, the 15th space ring I hid. Seeing this, Shen Yuanche gave Tiger June a look. Let's go, our space ring was found by him. Then he came directly in front of the thin man. The thin man looked at Shen Yuanche, who suddenly appeared and immediately became vigilant.
What do you want?
Shen Yuanche did not answer, but silently gave him a punch.
Bang!
This punch directly ed the thin man to 100,000 miles away. It wasn't until he crashed through dozens of mountains that the thin man reacted.
This strike was too fast, right?
Chapter 134, Center of the Star Core Land.
Hand over the star stone.
Shen Yuanche's voice rang in the thin man's ears.
I.
The thin man was just about to say no when Shen Yuanche stomped on his head.
I'll give it.
The thin man immediately changed his words. He took out 3 space rings from his pocket.
And what's more, don't treat me like a cutie.
Shen Yuanche said in a cold voice. Thinking about Shen Yuanche's strength just now, the thin man could only hand over the remaining 12 space rings. Weighing the space rings in front of him, Shen Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Each spatial ring almost had 3 or 4 star stones, which was considered to be quite a lot. If he had known that he would encounter Shen Yuanche, he would have looked for the space rings a few hours later. Now it was good, he was beaten up and the star stones he had painstakingly collected were also snatched away.
Big brother, you're really too good. That skinny guy is the 3rd in Region 4.
Tiger June looked at Shen Yuanche adoringly. In the extreme Tai Luo star, the higher the region number, the more outstanding the strength of the Star Lord's children in that region. The 3rd in region number 4, when put in any region other than number 10, would be able to play first. Shen Yuanche didn't reply, but continued to check up on the map given by the softie system. Today was already the last day, and the speed of the robbery would have to be accelerated to make it work.
Ding!
Detected that there are 10 Star Lord Scions heading to the center of the Star Core Land. According to the detection, these 10 people are the strongest within the Star Lord's children besides the host. May I ask if the host is going together?
Actually going to the center? Xian Yuanche looked at the map given by the system and rubbed his chin.
There were 10 red dots on the map, all gathering towards the center of the Starcore land.
Could it be that something good is at the center of the Starcore land?
A thought rose in Xian Yuanche's heart. Regardless of whether there were good things or not, he definitely had to go and gather the crowd. Even if there were no good things, with so many people gathered together, it would be quite convenient to rob himself, wouldn't it? Let's go to the very center of the Starcore land.
Xian Yuanche gave a look to Tiger Jun.
Center of the Starcore land. 10 youths came here without a single word. They were all the first and second place winners of the top 10 regions.
Gathered here, they wanted to make a big bet. A big enough bet to change the rest of their lives.
Old rules, you all pick your opponents from each other, and the loser has to hand over all the star stones to the other party. A bare-chested youth spoke.
Okay, let's follow this rule. The remaining 9 people all nodded in unison.
In fact, in the top 10 regions, the difference in strength between the firsts was minimal. It wasn't a strange thing for the number 1 in Region 10 to beat the number 1 in Region 1. The extreme Taihu outside had long since shifted the screen to these 10 people.
It's about to start. The most exciting moment has arrived.
Looking at the picture within the land of Starcore, the crowd began to look forward to it. Every time the Starcore land opened, something like this would happen. The winner would be able to obtain more star stones, be able to upgrade their Starcore to a higher level, and open up a large gap with the other Star Lord's children. The higher the probability of obtaining a candidate Starchild. Those who lost were completely lost to the candidate Starchild. Looking at these 10 people who began to pick each other's opponents, Extreme Taihu remembered Xian Yuanche. With a movement of his mind, the screen shifted to Xian Yuanche's body. When he discovered that Xian Yuanche had actually brought Tiger Jun to also rush towards the center of the Starcore land, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
End of chapter.
Chapter 135, Xian Yuanche, just in time, that's where I'm going to find them. Obviously, Extreme Taihu also didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually rush towards the center as well.
He actually rushed towards the center as well.
After the crowd saw Xian Yuanche on the screen rushing towards the center with Tiger Jun, they were shocked. How was it that this fiendish star was also heading that way, and he was also bringing along a drag queen with him? Obviously, Extreme Taihu also didn't expect Xian Yuanche to actually rush towards the center as well. When the Tiger Monarch's mother saw that Xian Yuanche was actually rushing towards the center with her son, she was a little anxious. At this time of the year, those at the center of the Starcore land were all the top Star Lord's sons and daughters. Wasn't he looking for death if he went there? Fortunately, before entering the Starcore land, she had specifically reminded her son not to go to the center of the Starcore land on the last day.
Let's hope Junior will remind him.
She could only pray now that her son would remind Xian Yuanche. Otherwise, if he encountered those top Star Lord scions in the center, those people would not be soft. Tiger Xing's mother was completely relieved when she saw Xian Yuanche leading Tiger Jun to the center area. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, fearing that her son would be found by the two and thus suffer retaliation. Now that these two had headed to the center of the Starcore land, her son was completely safe. Even if the two could luckily escape in the hands of those top geniuses, they would surely be deeply and seriously injured, and when they encountered their own son, it would still be uncertain who would beat who. Inside the land of Starcores.
Big brother, where are we going?
Tiger Jun followed Xian Yuanche while looking at the map in his hand, feeling that something was wrong. To the center of the Starcore land. Xian Yuanche casually replied.
What?
The center of the Starcore land.
Tiger Jun instantly exclaimed.
He remembered his mother's advice before he came in, letting him head to not go to the center of the Starcore land on the last day. This was because for so many years, those first and second place winners of the top 10 regions would all head to the center on the last day to have a duel and win each other's starstones.
Wouldn't they be looking for death if they went? What's wrong?
Xian Yuanche looked at Tiger Jun, who suddenly yelled, and was somewhat puzzled in his heart.
Tiger Jun told the matter one by one. Xian Yuanche didn't care after hearing it. Just in time, that's what I'm going to find them, are you going or not?
This.
Tiger Jun was a little hesitant.
Because he wasn't sure if this big brother of his could beat those monsters in the top 10 regions.
If he couldn't beat them, wouldn't the two of them be beaten if they went?
Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the place where he was beaten by Tiger Xing last time still had some hidden pain. But after thinking about it, he still gritted his teeth and nodded.
I'll go.
Anyway, it's only a beating at most, it's not going to kill him, so the big deal is to lie down for 2 more days. After the two flew for a while, Tiger June seemed to remember something. Right, big brother, should we hide part of the Starstone first? In case we can't beat them, we can still keep some. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. No need. Ha? Well. The people outside watched the entire conversation between the two. Especially when Xian Yuanche uttered the sentence, just in time, I'm just going to find them, many people began to frown. Too arrogant. That's right, even though he can beat Tiger Knight, this is too arrogant. The crowd had their feelings towards Xian Yuanche drop a bit. It was considered to be too arrogant. Those Star Lord Scions that were currently in the Starcore land were not something that a Tiger Knight could compare to. Even if it was the second place in the 10th district, if it was taken out alone, it would still be enough to easily suppress the first place in the 11th district. This was the gold content of the top 10 regions. It was far from being comparable to other regions. After seeing Xian Yuanche still being obstinate, Wolf Wanyan completely breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, when she saw Tiger June persuading him not to go to the central region, she was still a little worried that he wouldn't go. Now it seemed that it was no more than that. This was also enough to say to Ming that her son's crisis was completely lifted. When she thought of how the two were about to be brutally beaten by those geniuses in the center area, Wolf Wanyan began to feel smug in her heart again. She once again walked up to Fox Huarong and opened her mouth to provoke. Sister Fox, that big brother your son recognized seems to be a bit brain dead. Fox Huarong did not choose to pay attention to Wolf Wanyan. Because she knew that the more you pay attention to this kind of person, the more jumpy she would be. At this time in the center place, everyone had picked their opponents. The first against the first, the second against the second. Until the two sides started fighting, Xian Yuanche's two people were still rushing slowly. It was worth mentioning that Xian Yuanche was watching the situation at the center of the Starcore land. As for how it was being watched? Of course, it was the broadcast carried out by the soft Riceman system. Xian Yuanche watched the screen given by the system with great interest. Due to the fact that the opponents each picked were similar in strength to themselves, there weren't any scenes of mutual seconds, and overall it was still quite watchable. On the side, Tiger June was glancing at the map in his hand from time to time. The speed of the two of them was very slow, only 100 kilometers a second. If they rushed at this speed, it was estimated that if they went to the central area, the battles over there would all be over. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Looks like there's no need to get beaten up. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of this big brother of his, but the strength of those people in the top 10 regions was really too terrifying. Not only was their strength terrifying, but they were also united in looking down on anyone outside of the top 10 regions. He was certain that once the two of them encountered them, they would be collectively targeted in 100 rounds. At that time, how would his big brother fight 1 against 20? As for why it was 1 dozen 20, not counting himself. Because he knows, he himself is waste, in addition to being beaten, bird use no. As time passed, the battle in the center area became more and more intense, and after 2.5 minutes, the first loser appeared. The second place winner of Zone 3 managed to trample the second place winner of Zone 4 under his feet. You lost. The youth who was trampled on the ground felt stifled, and at the same time, there was some remorse in his heart. Despite the remorse in his heart, he still removed his spatial ring. The victor snatched the spatial ring and left, without the slightest intention of just taking half of it. The man was instantly anxious at this. Didn't we say we'd only take half? The victor didn't turn around, but left behind one word. Stupid. There really were cuties. So naive to think that they would only lose half of the Starstone. Give me back my other half of the Starstone. The loser's battle armor recovered his entire body and attacked towards the victor. The victor put on his gloves and dodged behind the loser without slowing down, punching him in the back and knocking him back down to the ground. Twice now, it's not too much to ask that I take all of your Starstones this time, is it? After saying that, he even crushed his foot on his head. It was not very damaging and extremely insulting. Outside the Starcore land, a beautiful woman stumbled when she saw her son's miserable state. Finished. Finished. She repeated these 2 words over and over in her mind. Chapter 136, I've been watching for so long, and you're giving me this whole show? His own son's Starstone all taken away, later is considered completely finished. With the first group dividing the winners and losers, it didn't take long for another group to divide the winners and losers, and the winners similarly took away all the starstones from the loser group. Those remaining who had not yet divided the winners and losers were instantly shocked. Especially those who had already fallen into the losers group. As soon as they thought that they were about to lose and be robbed of all their starstones, they instantly developed the idea of running away. And as if their opponents knew it as well, they were always on guard against their escape. Shattered star explosion. Seeing that escape was not possible, one of them roared out with a ruthless heart. Most of the star energy in his body converged into his right hand, becoming an extremely small point of light, which then rapidly enlarged. Boom! What? Explosions rang out, and the crowd was shocked by the power of this martial art, stopping their hands and starting to move away from the center of the explosion. After the explosion, that person had long since run off somewhere, leaving only his opponent half kneeling on the ground gasping for air, with a bit of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he was wearing battle armor, which blocked most of the power. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he definitely wouldn't be any better. System, help me find that person's location. Shen Yuanche closed the screen and said towards the Softman system. Ding! Locking the location of the Extreme Blood Tiger. In less than half a second, the Soft Riceman system gave the location of Extreme Blood Tiger. Ding! Locked successfully. Coincidentally, the direction that the Extreme Blood Tiger escaped from was precisely Shen Yuanche's side. In other words, if Shen Yuanche stood still now, in a moment, the Extreme Blood Tiger Knight would send it to his door. The image outside the Star Core land turned to the Extreme Blood Tiger. At this moment, the Extreme Blood Tiger's face was pale, and there was still the celebration of escaping death in his eyes. Luckily, he had learned a powerful martial art before. Although it would consume a large amount of star element after casting it, it was good that he escaped. Otherwise, the starstone that he had managed to grab for half a month would have to be left there. He hurriedly took out a few potions that would help restore his star element and poured them into his mouth. After resting for about 10 minutes, the Extreme Blood Tiger, who had recovered half of his star element, resumed his journey. He wanted to continue to grab a few people's starstones while he still had some time. Shen Yuanche in the distance kept staring at the map given by the system. There was a red dot on it, and 2 green dots. The red dot was naturally the Extreme Blood Tiger, while the green dots were him and Tiger June. 100,000 kilometers. 90,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. The Extreme Blood Tiger was getting closer and closer to the two. Half a minute later, both of their spiritual senses spotted each other. The reactions of the two were different. The Extreme Blood Tiger swept Shen Yuanche and the Tiger Monarch beside him with his spiritual sense, and after realizing that they were raw faces, his heart was immediately delighted. The more powerful Star Lord's children were known to him, and he had basically seen them. In his memory, he hadn't seen Shen Yuanche as a raw face. This meant that this was a nobody, and at this time of the year, these nobodies must have quite a few starstones on them. Ha ha ha. It's true that there will be a blessing afterward. He immediately accelerated his speed and in a short while, he arrived 100 kilometers away from Shen Yuanche. At the same time, Tiger Monarch also saw the Extreme Blood Tiger in the distance. When he saw the Extreme Blood Tiger's appearance, he immediately broke out into a cold sweat. It's the Extreme Blood Tiger, the second in the second region. Big brother, what should we do? He looked towards Shen Yuanche, a little uncertain for a moment. The Star Stone has been delivered to the door. Shen Yuanche only said one sentence, and the battle armor covered his entire body. The moment the three of them met, the image shown outside also expanded from the Extreme Blood Tiger to the three of them. These two actually met together. The Extreme Blood Tiger and that Fury. No, it's the Extreme Blood Tiger and the candidate Star Sun. I wonder whose strength is better. The person who originally wanted to say the Fury immediately changed his words after thinking that Shen Yuanche had gotten the approval of the Extreme Tiger. It's not clear, I think both of them are estimated to have similar strength. Big brother, go for it. Seeing Shen Yuanche take on the Extreme Blood Tiger, Tiger June immediately cheered from afar. The Extreme Blood Tiger didn't open his mouth to taunt, but instead, the same battle armor covered his entire body, holding a lance and waiting in a strict stance. Shen Yuanche stood with his arms folded, quietly staring at the Extreme Blood Tiger. Neither of the two made the first move. Especially the Extreme Blood Tiger. When he realized that Shen Yuanche was a raw face, he thought that he was a little Karami who could be taken casually.
But it was only after getting closer that he realized something was wrong. Just the fact that Xian Yuanche was standing there quietly looking at him, a wave of fear rose in his heart. This kind of feeling he hadn't even had when he faced the first place winners from other regions. This person's realm was more than the starry sky level. Such a thought rose in his heart. The spectators outside were all staring intently at the two people within the screen, not even daring to blink their eyes. Fearing that if they blinked, the two would have already started fighting, thus missing the most exciting moment. Time slowly passed, and the confrontation between the two had already lasted for almost a minute. Whatever. Sparring. The extreme blood tiger's heart froze as his star element infused into the lance in his hand. Fiery Abyss Star Destroying Lance. The lance transformed into a black dragon that flew towards Xian Yuanche. After doing this, Extreme Blood Tiger made an operation that shocked everyone except Xian Yuanche. Only to see that he fiercely poured in a few more potions and disappeared far away in the opposite direction. The crowd outside. Tiger Jun? They were dumbfounded. We've been watching you guys face off for so long without looking away, and you pulled this whole stunt on me? Looking at the black dragon flying towards him, Xian Yuanche swung the alloy blade in his hand, making the Lian Jiayue cancel out the Extreme Blood Tiger's fiery abyssal star destroying lance. Ding! Detected the host's use of Lian Jiayue, triggering a tenfold blast, increasing its power by 10 times. Ding! 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 Want to run? Xian Yuanche didn't change his face and directly chased towards the Extreme Blood Tiger. He had long anticipated that the Extreme Blood Tiger would run. Compared to speed, no one in the same realm was really faster than him. Not to mention that his realm had already reached the Starry Sky level 6. In just an instant, Xian Yuanche caught up with the Extreme Blood Tiger. Looking at Xian Yuanche, who was blocking in front of him, Extreme Blood Tiger only felt a great deal of pressure. He struggled in his mind for a few seconds before finally making a decision. The Starstone is yours. He very decisively took off his spatial ring and threw it to Xian Yuanche. This was because he knew that he was simply no match for Xian Yuanche. Instead of getting beaten up and robbing the Starstone, it would be better to just hand it over and get one less beating. This way at least, he wouldn't have to waste time recovering from his injuries. The big deal was to continue robbing others while there was still some time. The Extreme Blood Tiger directly admitted defeat? How did this? Admit defeat before even fighting? The people outside the Star Core land were puzzled when they saw the Extreme Blood Tiger admit defeat so dryly. They were all puzzled by the Extreme Blood Tiger's behavior. Even if it was someone else, they would have at least resisted a bit. When it comes to you, right after the fight started, not to mention escaping first, you just surrendered after being caught up? This Extreme Blood Tiger is also too wimpy. When the people in the second region saw this appearance of the Extreme Blood Tiger, they all hated it a little. You should at least fight a little bit, admit defeat without even fighting. How many meanings do you have? Inside the Star Core land. After Xian Yuanche caught the spatial ring, he glanced inside. Worthy of being in the top 10 regions, there were quite a lot of starstones in his hands. Chapter 137 Weapons specially created for martial skills. There were enough for about 200 pieces. This was the fattest sheep he had ever encountered since he entered the land of Star Cores. The spatial ring has been given to you, so I can go, right? The Extreme Blood Tiger looked at Xian Yuanche vigilantly, always on guard in case he suddenly made a move. Xian Yuanche put away the spatial ring, and after inquiring about the soft food man system and learning that the Extreme Blood Tiger did not have a private stash, he waved his hand. Alright, you can go now. Since he had gotten what he wanted, he didn't want to waste his strength beating people up. It wasn't like he had itchy hands. Seeing Xian Yuanche willing to let himself go, Extreme Blood Tiger let out a sigh of relief. Farewell. After saying that, he fled the place in a panic, not even daring to go back to get his weapon for fear that Xian Yuanche would suddenly renege and stop him again. Everyone was silent as they looked at the back of the Extreme Blood Tiger's panicked escape. They had a lot of thoughts. Some people didn't understand why the Extreme Blood Tiger was fleeing. However, more people were curious about what level of strength Xian Yuanche had reached. After all, the incomparably strong Extreme Blood Tiger had met him and was scared to flee without a fight. After those people in the second region spat, they also began to think about it. They had all more or less come into contact with the Extreme Blood Tiger. With the fiery nature of the Extreme Blood Tiger, even if he had encountered the first place winner of each region, there was no way he would have been scared and fled without a fight.
Now that he encountered Xian Yuanche instead, he was scared like this, not even daring to go back to pick up his weapon, he fled in a panic. An idea that was enough to shock the entire arena rose in their hearts. That was that. Xian Yuanche's strength far exceeded the first place in each region. Hiss. As soon as this idea popped up, they couldn't stop it from growing wild. After all, it was the only thing that made more sense. Inside the land of star cores. Big brother, you're too powerful. Tiger Monarch pulled up the Extreme Blood Tiger's lance and flew his ass to Xian Yuanche's side. He was considered to thoroughly know how powerful this big brother of his was. Even the Extreme Blood Tiger was scared and fled without a fight. His strength must have reached a very terrifying level. Just thinking that he had recognized such a powerful big brother, Tiger Jun was thrilled in his heart. Big brother, this is the lance left behind by the Extreme Blood Tiger. He hurriedly handed the lance to Xian Yuanche. Name, Star Splitting Lance Martial Skill Exclusive. Grade, Extreme Stage Elementary. Description, crafted by the forging race of the universe, the latter Star Orcs. Holding this gun and releasing the exclusive martial skill, Fiery Abyss Star Destroyer Gun, the power can be increased by 20%. Martial skill exclusive? After reading the introduction of this gun, he had some doubts in his mind. It was the first time he had seen this kind of a weapon that was specifically built for a martial skill. After putting the lance away, he left the place with Tiger Jun. Center of the Star Core Land. As time continued to pass, the first place winners in each region had already been divided. Surprisingly, those first place winners had all taken only half of their opponent's starstones. As for why they didn't take all of them, they were afraid that the losers would make a comeback. The gap between the various first place winners was minuscule, so if they were really in a hurry, it was hard to say who would lose and who would win. After those losing first place winners got up and slowed down for a bit, they all carried out the same action coincidentally. They took out recovery potions from their spatial rings and poured them in. Their eyes also stared at the second place present from time to time. They had already exported half of their starstones, and if they wanted to continue condensing high-level star cores, they could only snatch them back from the others. The second person present was a good choice. Looking at the eyes of these first place winners, the second in each region suddenly had alarm bells ringing. They suddenly thought of something, and their hearts were suddenly startled. Those first places looked at themselves and the others with eyes that couldn't wait to eat them on the spot. But anyone who used their brains to think about it knew what they were trying to do. Not good. Run. I don't know who yelled out, and those 5 second place finishers who had just won over their opponents instantly began to flee in all directions. Too late. The first place finishers who had recovered a little bit threw down their potions and immediately blocked the 5 who were trying to escape. What do you want? The faces of the blocked second places were a bit wary. Humph. I forgot to tell you, if the second place wants to leave, they'll have to turn in all the starstones. One of the first places coldly snorted. Not bad. The rest chimed in. The crowd of second exploded at their words. What? This is not in line with the rules. Humph. I haven't heard of this rule in all my years. It's obvious that you guys are trying to rob by force. A person from the first place stood out, his face somewhat disdainful. Rules are made by the strong. With that, he took out his alloy blade and unleashed his martial skill towards one of the men in a swift manner. Broken Star Slash. The blue blade light flew towards its target, directly slicing off one person's arm along with his battle armor. The remaining blade light flew into the distance, cutting through hundreds of large mountains without stopping. What? The second place present were all stunned. With this speed of striking, they didn't see it at all. Could it be that the gap between them and these first place finishers was so great? Thanks for the spatial ring. Aurora Tiger flashed to his arm and picked it up. After removing the spatial ring from his arm, he threw the arm to the side and looked at the remaining 4. Just as he was about to strike again, another person couldn't resist taking the lead. The remaining second place person glanced at each other, and they all agreed to cooperate by heart, resisting together. The 4 of them responded to that first place's attack together. For fought one, and for a moment, that first place was beaten back. The rest of them, however, had no intention of stepping forward to help. After all, for them, anyone was a competitor. After the blue blade light pierced through hundreds of large mountains, it continued to fly towards the distance. Xian Yuanche stopped and with 2 fingers, the blue blade light was clamped in his hand. With a slight force, the blade light shattered. There's an enemy? Seeing this, Tiger Jun on the side was immediately alert, his spiritual sense constantly scanning the vicinity.
Continue rushing.
Xian Yuanche shook his head and said. He glanced at the map and found that he was already very close to the center of the Starcore land. It was estimated that in another 10 seconds or so, they would enter the range of those people's spiritual awareness. Sure enough, after the two of them flew for more than 10 seconds, the people in the center of the land discovered them.
Someone is coming.
They stopped their hands one after another, and even those who were recovering their astral energy stood up and stared tightly at Xian Yuanche's direction. Many people tried to check up on Xian Yuanche's realm with their spiritual sense, but they all came up empty. Since absorbing the memory crystal left behind by Lucian some time ago, Xian Yuanche's realm had long since arrived at the Starry Sky level 6, and there was no way for those who were only at Starry Sky level 1 to peer into it.
I can't actually see the realm.
The crowd was shocked in their hearts.
Chapter 138, Xian Yuanche's Strength.
They were all at the Starry Sky level, and the person who could make them all unable to see the realm. 1. There was a device on him that shielded his spiritual sense. 2. The realm was at least at Starry Sky level 4 or even level 5. Both of these possibilities were not good news for them. This was because a device that could shield spiritual awareness was not something that could be gotten casually. Generally, only candidate star sons were qualified to have such a device. Carrying a shielding device on one's body often meant that there was a star candidate standing behind that person. What you feared most about this kind of person was that in the land of star cores you gave him a beating, and when you went out they turned around and called the star candidate to give you a beating. The second situation was even worse. Starry Sky level 4 means that they are 3 small realms higher than them, and their star element, strength, speed, and other aspects are 3 times higher than their own.
What are you going to fight with? Fight with their heads?
While they were pondering, Xian Yuanlai had already arrived above them. Tiger Monarch, on the other hand, was shrinking behind Xian Yuanche, constantly surveying the crowd present. The more he looked, the more alarmed he was. These people were all incomparably strong monsters. Every single one of them was in existence that could casually beat him.
Big brother, do you want me to go taunt them?
Tiger Jun quietly said to Xian Yuanche. The people present were not ordinary people, and Tiger Jun's words were naturally caught in their ears in a clear way. A person with a somewhat fiery temper just wanted to go up and teach Tiger Jun a lesson, but suddenly thought of Xian Yuanche in front of Tiger Jun and could only retreat. In a situation where nothing was clear, whoever was the leader would suffer.
No need, you go and ask him to turn in all the star stones.
Xian Yuanche faintly spoke.
All right. Tiger Jun landed on the ground and cleared his throat.
This jade-like, suave, and incomparably handsome person is my big.
Speak human.
Before Tiger Jun could get halfway through his sentence, Xian Yuanche interrupted.
Okay, big brother. Tiger Jun didn't babble anymore, but pointed at the people present.
My big brother has recently encountered some difficulties and would like to borrow a little bit of the Starstone from all of you to use. I'm sure you all shouldn't refuse, right? As soon as these words were uttered, not only did everyone present freeze, even the crowd outside the Starcore land were somewhat confused.
This is too damn brave, right? How did you, a 9th level martial god, dare to talk to a Starry Sky level like that? No matter how powerful your big brother is, it's still impossible for one to fight all of them, right?
No one present spoke, which made Tiger Jun a little embarrassed.
Big brother.
This. He turned back to look at Xian Yuanche. Looking at the unmoved crowd, Xian Yuanche raised an eyebrow.
Bang! Before anyone could react, one of them received a heavy blow and flew out backwards.
The entire person instantly lost sight of him, while Xian Yuanche was still in the same place, as if he hadn't even moved. This speed of striking caused the crowd present to not react.
What? Many people were shocked and took a few steps back. So strong. So fast. Only those second-place finishers were a bit unsure. Why was that person suddenly knocked out? Can someone tell me what's going on?
Such a thought rose in their hearts. Go bring that person's space ring over to me. Xian Yuanche spoke to Tiger Jun.
Okay, big brother. He replied respectfully and then flew towards the distance.
Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could vaguely guess that it was his own big brother who had made a move just now.
After Tiger Jun left, Xian Yuanche's eyes faintly swept over the remaining people.
The people who were swept over seemed as if they were enveloped by a large mountain of pressure, and none of them were stressed out.
The Aurora Tiger gritted its teeth and stepped forward. Can we just pay half of the stars? Bang!
Before he could finish speaking, Aurora Tiger was sent flying out by Xian Yuanche and disappeared in place. This time, those second-place finishers all saw clearly that it was Xian Yuanche who had made the move. For a moment, they all stared at Xian Yuanche with some alarm. They had seen the strength of the Aurora Tiger just now, being able to easily chop off the arms of these second-place finishers of theirs. Unexpectedly, in front of this person, he didn't even have the qualifications to react, so just how strong was he? Among the crowd of second-place finishers, there was a person with a quick mind whose eyes rolled and an idea rose in his heart. He flew to Xian Yuanche's side and removed his spatial ring. I've collected too many starstones recently, I'm a bit unable to use them, big brother, why don't you help me spend them? Tiger Jun, who had just returned to the neighborhood, heard this person call out to Xian Yuanche big brother, and instantly became anxious. This is my big brother. What are you shouting nonsense? He flashed directly in front of the man and snatched his spatial ring, cupping it in his hands and offering it to Xian Yuanche. Big brother, the space ring you asked for. Aha! Xian Yuanche nodded slightly and received the 2 space rings. After glancing towards the inside, he put them away. In fact, he had long since collected thousands of starstones over the course of this month. Combined with the blast system, without even having to absorb the large starstone, he was able to raise the dual star core to advanced. Continuing to collect it was just for the sake of helping his own Yin Yin coalesce 2 advanced star cores even when she broke through the starry sky level. He checked the information of the person who had just called himself Big Brother. Name, Extreme Black Tiger. Astral Yuan, 10,420,000 starry sky level 1. Breathing technique. Martial skill, extreme rank, star destroying break, star rank. Introduction, wants to please the host and recognizes the host as his big brother so that he can hold his thigh. Your name is Extreme Black Tiger, right? Hearing Xian Yuanche ask his name, Extreme Black Tiger nodded repeatedly. Yes. Big brother, my name is Extreme Black Tiger, you can just call me Little Black. After seeing this scene, Tiger Monarch was a bit flustered. His own big brother wouldn't not want himself after accepting the Extreme Black Tiger, right? But Xian Yuanche's next words directly dispelled his worries. This is your second brother, Tiger Jun. After saying that, Xian Yuanche gave the 2 of them a wink. You 2 go and collect the space rings of everyone present and bring them to me. Okay, big brother. The 2 replied in unison. Many people were somewhat disdainful when they saw this appearance of Extreme Black Tiger. What a wallflower! Where's your space ring? Extreme Black Tiger rubbed his hands towards a second place. Looking at Extreme Black Tiger's dog-like appearance, that second place person just wanted to strike, but after thinking of Xian Yuanche in the sky, he handed over his spatial ring with a face full of pain. There is no way, can't fight, can only temporarily concede. 2 people space ring collection is very smooth. But at the last person's place, they encountered an obstacle. What kind of thing are you that you dare to ask for my spatial ring? Extreme Dragon Tiger disdainfully looked at the Tiger Monarch in front of him. He couldn't bear it anymore. Who would be willing to have the starstones, which had been collected for a month with great difficulty, taken away just like that? He looked at the others present. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. If he can fight one of us, how can he still fight all of us? The starstones that were collected with great difficulty, to be taken away like this, are you all willing? Chapter 139 Shocked Extreme Taihu, Tiger Walk, is this your second brother? The crowd present looked at each other in disbelief. Of course they were unconvinced. After working hard for a month to grab the starstone, it was just taken away. Who was willing to do that? At this time, another person spoke up in agreement. I don't believe that he alone can beat a dozen of us. Once these words came out, many people started to get excited. They surrounded the Tiger Monarch and the Extreme Black Tiger, wanting to snatch back the starstone. There were even 4 or 5 people who flew into the sky and surrounded Xian Yuanche. It was obvious that they wanted to surround Xian Yuanche. Outside. It's caused public anger. Alas, waiting Star Sun is still too young. It's best to leave a thread in everything. Now it's better, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer. There's a saying that even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Star Candidate has indeed gone a little too far. Unless he has the strength to beat everyone present at the same time. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Xian Yuanche had gone too far. Inside the land of star cores, Xian Yuanche looked at the few people surrounding him and let out a light laugh. Self-importance. Berserking.
He directly turned on berserking. Astral Yuan, 210,000 300,000 Star Lord level 2.
A 250% increase in all attributes directly brought him from Starry Sky level 6 to Star Lord level 2.
A terrifying pressure enveloped the crowd. The crowd that was still full of confidence suddenly dropped to the ground, unable to move. So strong. The 5 people were lying on the ground in fear and trepidation.
Originally, they thought that they and the others would be able to rely on their numerical advantage to exhaust Xian Yuanche, but now, it seemed that it was really whimsical. The mighty pressure swept over the remaining people, and those who had surrounded Tiger June could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees. This was the gap between great realms. With only a Starry Sky level, no matter how talented and demonic they were all going to be crushed and unable to move.
Bang 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 bang.
Xian Yuanche moved, and in just an instant, the dozen or so people present were sent flying out by him.
Go and strip them all naked,
Xian Yuanche said to the 2 Tiger Junes who were shivering. Originally, he was still thinking that he would only take their points of starstones and forget about things like battle armor. Since they didn't listen, don't blame him for not being polite.
Good. Good, big brother. The 2 tiger monarchs nodded their heads and flew towards the distance. Outside.
When the crowd watched the scene, they were completely nonplussed. Even the extreme tiger in the sky was shocked. He didn't expect such a demon to appear amongst his many sons. Those dozen or so sons that he had carefully cultivated couldn't even withstand a single move from him.
Not only Extreme Taihu, even everyone in the square felt their perceptions suffer a shock. How is this possible? One move, not even a chance to react. Quite a few people became loud in their speech in shock.
After seeing Xian Yuanche's true strength, Tiger June's mother, Fox Huarong, was so excited that her nails sunk into her flesh. Her son had finally done the right thing. A few minutes later, Tiger June and the others returned to Xian Yuanche's side with a dozen or so space rings in their hands. Big brother, according to your orders, they were all stripped naked by the 2 of us,
Tiger June said excitedly. Xian Yuanche took one of the spatial rings and glanced at it.
After just one glance, he regretted it. This was because there was not only the starstone inside, but also underwear. He pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Tiger June.
These panties. It was stripped from them. Extreme Black Tiger snatched the answer. Xian Yuanche, that is to say?
Before he could finish, Extreme Black Tiger nodded. That's right, big brother, there's really nothing left on them, not a single pair of underwear.
Xian Yuanche. Good job. He complimented, then threw the spatial ring to Tiger June.
You take care of the underwear, just put the rest in a space ring and give it to me.
Okay, big brother.
Tiger June replied loudly. While Tiger June was organizing the spatial rings, Xian Yuanche found a patch of grass to lie down and daze. It looked like he was fuming, but he was actually looking at the system.
Right, I forgot to unban the Blitz system.
Xian Yuanche just remembered that he had previously banned the Blitz system. As for why he banned it, of course, it was because some time ago, when the soft feeding man system was helping him look for star beasts, the Blitz system coughed twice every now and then. Either that or it dinged a few times, scaring the soft rice man system and greatly reducing the efficiency of finding the star beast. It was not good for him to pull the Blitz system into the small black room again, so he could only ban it. Just after lifting the ban, the ding-ding sound rang out.
Ding. 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 Ding.
Xian Yuanche casually opened the system mall and shopped around, ignoring the blast system that was getting angry. This month, the Black Dragon parasite had been cultivating in the martial origin mystic realm, and his points had been growing. It had long since come to over 1 million.
What's good to buy?
Since Extreme Taihu's line of sight was still over here, he could only use his mind to refresh the system mall.
Item, Celestial Star Dragon Bloodline. Description, when taken by ferocious beasts, they can obtain the Heavenly Star Dragon Bloodline. Required points, 50,000. Heavenly Star Dragon Bloodline? He thought of his 4-clawed black dragon parasitic body.
The dragon race, combining defense, attack, and to exaggerate, it was almost a hexagonal warrior. With the conditions to upgrade it, he was still willing to do so. Thinking about it, he directly purchased the Celestial Star Dragon Bloodline.
Remaining points, 1.75 million. System, help me reveal everything about dragons. Find it yourself.
The Blitz system said with some anger.
But with those words, it still showed everything about the dragon. Item: Astral Dragon Bloodline.
Introduction of the fusion of dragons with the astral dragon bloodline can be advanced into a star domain dragon, with a substantial increase in strength, speed, and dragon power. Points required, 300,000.
Buy it.
Xian Yuan Che directly chose to buy it.
A 10% discount coupon was spent on it, by the way. Remaining points, 1.72 million.
Just after buying these two items, he sensed that someone had entered the center area. He got up and looked towards the distance. A youth was flying towards his side. The two of them, Tiger Jun, who were packing up their things, also spotted the youth. When the two of them swept their spiritual sense over the youth, Tiger Jun's fist suddenly clenched.
Obviously, this person was someone he recognized and had a conflict with. Tiger Xing. Tiger Jun looked at the youth with some gnashing of teeth.
The extreme black tiger glanced at Tiger Jun's complexion and then at his hands, and his heart suddenly became active. It seemed like this person had a problem with second brother. Tiger Xing, who had just entered the center area, heard someone calling out to him. Fixing his eyes, he spotted Tiger Jun.
Clasping his hands on his chest, he immediately opened his mouth to taunt, "Yo! Isn't this the defeated tiger?"
Halfway through the mockery, he saw the extreme black tiger beside Tiger Jun.
Extreme black tiger.
His pupil shrank, and he just wanted to turn around and flee, but it was also already too late. The extreme black tiger had already arrived behind him at some point.
"Brother, go down and sit down?"
Extreme black tiger smilingly patted Tiger Xing's shoulder.
No need. Tiger Lion, some stuttering, politely refused. "Ha!"
Hearing Tiger Walk's refusal, extreme black tiger's eyes changed.
Then go down and sit down." Looking at the extreme black tiger's eyes, Tiger Walk didn't dare to disobey. "That's right. Outside."
The moment Wolf Wan Yan saw her son break into the center area, she directly went limp on the ground.
Her mouth still kept chanting, "It's over, it's over."
She originally thought that her son was completely safe, but she didn't expect that he actually directly broke into the center area by himself.
Poof. Fox Huarong swept a glance at the paralyzed Wolf Wan Yan and did not open her mouth to taunt.
If it was just a moment ago, she might have taunted and counterattacked. But now that her son had followed such a powerful big brother, his future achievements would definitely not be low. If she opened her mouth to taunt Wolf Wan Yan now, she felt that she had lowered her own and her son's level.
"May I ask? What's the matter?"
After landing on the ground, Tiger Walk rubbed his hands together and carefully asked towards Extreme Black Tiger.
"Did you provoke my second brother?"
Extreme Black Tiger asked as he led Tiger Walk.
"Nope. There isn't." "How could that be?" Tiger Walk's first reaction was no. What kind of person was Extreme Black Tiger? The second in the top 10 regions.
How could he possibly provoke his second brother?
Extreme Black Tiger, there really isn't? No. Absolutely not.
Tiger Xing didn't even think about it and directly shook his head to deny it. Just kidding, the person who even Extreme Black Tiger had to call his second brother was at least the second in the top 10 regions. This level of people, it was difficult for him to even meet them, let alone provoke them. As they spoke, the two walked in front of Tiger Jun. Just as Tiger Jun was still a little confused, Extreme Black Tiger's next words directly confused him. "Extreme Black Tiger, second brother, the person has been brought to you, did he provoke you?"
"Who Xing?"
Seeing Extreme Black Tiger call Tiger Jun second brother, he was confused.
Wasn't this Tiger Jun?
Extreme Black Tiger actually called him second brother. To confirm that he hadn't heard correctly, he pointed at Tiger Jun and then looked at Extreme Black Tiger.
"Is this my second brother? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Extreme Black Tiger glared at Tiger Walk. Tiger Walk shook his head repeatedly. No problem, no problem."
Shen Yuanche, who was not far away, watched for a while before lying back down. Leaving his own little brother's matters for them to resolve on their own, he continued to browse his system mall.
"Second brother, what are you going to do with this person?" Extreme Black Tiger asked Tiger Jun for his opinion.
Just as he finished speaking, Tiger Walk poofed down towards Tiger Jun.
"Brother Tiger Jun, my little brother has no eyes and offended you some time ago, please." Bang!
Before he could finish speaking, Tiger Jun dried his face with a punch.
"Fight together."
he said to Extreme Black Tiger.
Just like that, Tiger Walk had the honor of enjoying a mixed doubles fight between Tiger Kun and Extreme Black Tiger.
Tiger Jun had dealt a deadly blow, but he remembered how Tiger Xing had humiliated him half a month ago.
He was just returning the favor now.
Half an hour later, Tiger Jun stretched his back in a refreshed manner.
Comfortable.
This breath had been nestled in his heart for half a month, and now he finally let it out. After taking away Tiger Walker's spatial ring and stripping away the battle armor along the way, the two of them walked towards Xian Yuanche. Before leaving, Tiger Jun looked at Tiger Xing, who was sunk into the dirt, and pulled out a dozen pairs of underwear from one of his spatial rings. He threw these panties onto Tiger Walk.
Reward you.
The two walked over to Xian Yuanche. Big brother, these are all sorted. Tiger Jun held the spatial ring in both hands and handed it to Xian Yuanche. Lying on the grass, Xian Yuanche raised his hand and sucked the spatial rings into his hand. He swept a glance at one of the spatial rings. There were more than 3,000 starstones inside. It was no exaggeration to say that most of the starstones within the Star Core land now fell into his pocket.
Let's go.
Xian Yuanche took the two of them and flew away from here. I don't know how long it took before Tiger Walk woke up leisurely. Hiss. He felt intense pain coming from every part of his body. There were a few places where the bones had turned into powder. It could be said that the two of them, the Tiger Monarch and the Extreme Black Tiger, were really fighting to the death.